Citizens of Dungeon 1183 of the Human Federation, according to the latest observations, the sun will undergo a helium flash in 30 minutes. Human civilization has entered the final 30-minute countdown. We have failed. In the dungeon 500 meters beneath the Earth's surface, a heavy female voice came through the broadcast, leaving listeners with a sense of oppressive gloom. Everyone who heard these words felt an indescribable suffocating sensation deep within their hearts. Lu Yongchang sat quietly in front of a holographic projection, expressionless. In the projection, a massive fireball burned silently in the vastness of space. It was the sun at this very moment. He took a deep breath, raised his right hand, and made a gesture in the air. The scale of the holographic image suddenly shrank, revealing the entire solar system. Unlike before, the solar system now had 2 fewer planets. Venus and Mercury had long been consumed by the sun, vanishing without a trace. The sun had already transformed into a massive deep red giant, known in astronomy by a specific name, the red giant. Yongchang, is humanity really going to perish like this? A slightly helpless female voice came from the side. Lu Yongchang turned his head to look in the direction of the voice. A woman in a white lab coat sat on a chair, her expression vacant, her gaze fixed on the holographic projection. She was Su Yuton, one of the chief scientists of the Human Federation Academy, as well as Lu Yongchang's partner and capable assistant. Yes, humanity is finished. Lu Yongchang sighed softly, his expression complex, and said in a low voice, "There are still over 20 minutes left. Do you want to go to the surface and take a look?" Su Yuton's gaze flickered slightly. She slowly withdrew her eyes, stood up from the chair, loosened her jet-black hair, and gave Lu Yongchang a radiant smile. Of course. Her voice was clear yet carried a hint of relief. Inside the elevator of Dungeon 1183, Lu Yongchang and Su Yuton stood silently, dressed in heavy protective suits, without exchanging a word. The numbers on the elevator screen kept changing, indicating the current depth. Lu Yongchang's thoughts involuntarily drifted back to the past. In the year 2045, the sun, influenced by unknown factors, prematurely ended its middle-aged phase and entered its aging stage. In just 5 years, it traversed a life process that would take other stars billions of years, transitioning into the red giant phase and successively engulfing Venus and Mercury. Faced with this dire situation, humanity set aside its differences and established the Human Federation, abbreviated as HF. In this struggle for survival, Lu Yongchang, with his exceptional talent and knowledge, overcame numerous challenges and ultimately became the chief scientist of the HF Academy. He led humanity in constructing underground cities, called for mass evacuation, and initiated the development of interstellar spacecraft. However, his calculations contained a fatal error. He believed that the sun's helium flash would not occur for at least another century, but unexpectedly, the countdown to extinction began just 5 years later. Now, with the helium flash imminent, Earth, the planet closest to the sun, is destined to be scorched into a blazing ball of magma. Human civilization has reached its end. Ding! A crisp chime sounded in the elevator, pulling Lu Yongchang out of his memories and back to reality. Respected Chief Scientist, may your research mission on the surface be a complete success. Lu Yongchang looked up at the screen, which displayed the external surface temperature as 518 degrees Celsius. The elevator doors slowly opened, and a wave of scorching air accompanied by distorted heat waves rushed in. Even with the protective suit on, Lu Yongchang could still feel the intense heat. He raised his head and looked through the visor at the massive red giant star overhead. 1 minute left until the helium flash erupts. Su Yuton's voice came through the radio, calm with a hint of serenity. Lu Yongchang did not answer, he simply tilted his head back and quietly gazed at the red giant star. He was the last representative of advanced civilization on Earth, and he was unwilling to bow his head and accept death like this. Do you know? Back then, how much effort I put in to become your assistant? Su Yuton's voice sounded in his ear, carrying a kind of calm relief. Do you know why I did it? Lu Yongchang frowned slightly, his heart trembling. Because I like you. Su Yuton's voice was clear and resolute, carrying all her emotions. Lu Yongchang's eyes widened, but before he could respond, a blinding white light had already spilled onto the earth from the red giant star. The helium flash erupted. The intense white light instantly consumed everything, and Lu Yongchang lost consciousness. A field of fluorescent green appeared before his eyes. In the void, a white line slowly extended, sketching out a tree diagram against the background. Lu Yongchang stared blankly at the scene before him, filled with confusion. What is this? Suddenly, a faint light lit up at the bottom of the tree diagram. Instinctively, his gaze fell on the glowing point. Nuclear energy control, controllable nuclear fission. A line of highlighted white text emerged. Immediately afterward, the white light extended upward. Nuclear energy control, controllable nuclear fusion. As this line of text lit up, countless complex formulas and symbols surged into Lu Yongchang's consciousness like a storm, overwhelming him. Lu Yongchang! Lu Yongchang! A somewhat indistinct voice called out near his ear. His vision gradually regained focus, and what appeared before him was a familiar classroom. On the podium, an elderly man was frowning at him. Professor Guan Hualiang. Lu Yongchang's pupils suddenly contracted. How could he be here? Didn't Professor Guan pass away 5 years ago? Lu Yongchang. This is the first university physics class. If you dislike physics so much, why did you enroll in the physics department? Professor Guan Hualiang's voice carried a hint of anger. Lu Yongchang was stunned. He looked around, and the familiar scene made his heart tremble. This was his university classroom. If he remembered correctly, this was his first physics class in his sophomore year. He hurriedly took out his phone and pressed the screen. September 6, 2030. Reborn? Complex emotions surged in Lu Yongchang's mind: sadness, loss, confusion, and a trace of long-lost hope. Mandated by heaven, Yongchang shall endure. This was his name, and also his deeply held belief. In his previous life, he had reached the pinnacle of human status, only to witness the end of civilization with his own eyes. In this life, he would never repeat the same mistakes. But, where should he begin? Lu Yongchang, did you hear what I said? Professor Guan Hualiang's voice grew even harsher. Lu Yongchang looked up at the elderly professor, then glanced at the blackboard, his gaze gradually becoming resolute. Perhaps, he needed a chance to make a stunning impression. In the next moment, the formulas and text in the tree diagram surged through his mind like a raging storm. Lu Yongchang, what exactly are you trying to do? Professor Guan Hualiang saw Lu Yongchang stand up and walk toward the podium. His face immediately darkened, and his voice carried an undeniable authority. This is a classroom. Get a grip on yourself. The familiar scolding voice reached his ears, and Lu Yongchang felt a slight tremor in his heart. It had been over 10 years, and this voice had long faded from his memory, but today it echoed vividly in his ears, stirring deep memories within him. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly into a faint smile. He then nodded toward Professor Guan Hualiang. Professor Guan, I apologize for the interruption. I need to borrow the blackboard for a moment. Hearing this, Guan Hualiang was both shocked and furious. In all his years of teaching, he had never seen a student dare to borrow the blackboard during class. But in the next moment, he saw Lu Yongchang walk straight to his side, pick up a whiteboard marker, and move with such fluidity as if the podium belonged to him. Guan Hualiang's mouth twitched in anger, his voice icy. Lu Yongchang, this is my final warning to you. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was abruptly interrupted by Lu Yongchang's gaze. Lu Yongchang raised his head, his deep eyes meeting Guan Hualiang's. That calm and resolute expression left Guan Hualiang momentarily speechless. In that instant, he seemed to see his mentor, a top scientist who had once dominated the academic world. But that was impossible. The Lu Yongchang before him was merely a sophomore student. Shocked, Guan Hualiang swallowed the rest of his words. The students below the stage were already stunned. Holy crap, is this guy crazy? Wu Qi's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before him. He was Lu Yongchang's roommate, and the latter usually kept his head down studying. How could he have done something so outrageous in class today? But Lu Yongchang paid no attention to the reactions around him. He stood in front of the blackboard, picked up the pen, and began writing without hesitation. Line after line of clear equations quickly appeared on the blackboard, the handwriting neat and elegant, carrying a kind of convincing power. Professor Guan Hualiang's eyes lit up slightly. This level of penmanship was definitely not something that could be achieved in a short time. However, when his gaze fell on those equations, his brows furrowed. The content clearly exceeded the scope of undergraduate studies. This was advanced theory on controlled nuclear fusion. Guan Hualiang's curiosity was completely piqued. He no longer stopped Lu Yongchang. Instead, he crossed his arms and stood quietly to the side, observing. He wanted to see what exactly this student was trying to do. As the content on the blackboard gradually increased, Guan Hualiang's brows furrowed tighter and tighter. The more he looked, the more shocked he became, because what Lu Yongchang was writing completely surpassed the current progress of Xia's research in the field of controlled nuclear fusion. This kid, how does he know all this? Guan Hualiang's heart surged with immense waves, but he did not interrupt Lu Yongchang and instead waited quietly. Soon, the blackboard was filled with densely packed equations. Lu Yongchang's pen suddenly stopped. He looked up, glanced around, and his gaze landed on the projector screen nearby. No more space. He muttered softly, then, without hesitation, turned and walked toward the projector screen to continue writing. Guan Hualiang's eyes widened, and he hurriedly tried to stop him, but Lu Yongchang's movements were too quick. In just a few seconds, a large section of formulas and symbols had already appeared on the screen. Guan Hualiang initially wanted to scold him, but when his eyes fell on the content, he couldn't look away. This is a completely new way of material composition. Guan Hualiang's heart felt as if it were being tightly gripped, and he almost held his breath. This was something he had never seen before, not even heard of any related theoretical foundation. Everyone, put down your phones and stop recording. Guan Hualiang suddenly snapped back to his senses, turning to the students below the stage and sternly reprimanding them. His intuition told him that these formulas and derivations were likely groundbreaking scientific achievements that absolutely could not be leaked. The classroom instantly fell into dead silence. All the students obediently stopped what they were doing, holding their breath and focusing intently on Lu Yongchang at the podium. Half an hour later, Lu Yongchang finally put down the pen. He turned around, his gaze calm as he looked at Guan Hualiang beside him. Professor, these are methods for synthesizing a new type of material. New material? Guan Hualiang's voice trembled slightly. He suppressed his inner excitement and asked in a low voice, what is it used for? A profound gleam flashed in Lu Yongchang's eyes as he slowly said, this material can withstand the high temperatures generated during controlled nuclear fusion, solving the high temperature barrier issue. With it, combined with a stellarator, controlled nuclear fusion can truly be achieved. Guan Hualiang's pupils suddenly contracted, and it felt as if his heart skipped a beat. Controlled nuclear fusion, achieved? He suddenly looked up, once again gazing at the densely packed deduction steps on the blackboard in the screen. The rigorous and clear logic made his scalp tingle. Professor, I need your help to verify these deductions. Lu Yongchang's voice was calm and resolute, as if unaware of the tidal wave of shock he had just unleashed. Guan Hualiang took a deep breath and looked at the student before him, feeling an indescribable sense of awe. It was as if he was witnessing a miracle about to change history. Faced with Lu Yongchang's request, Professor Guan Hualiang swallowed lightly, his inner shock lingering for a long time. He is a senior professor who has spent his entire life teaching, having encountered countless gifted students, but he had never seen an undergraduate student deduce the technical details of controlled nuclear fusion right in front of him. What do you want me to do? His voice was somewhat hoarse, carrying a hint of uncertainty and shock. Lu Yongchang's gaze was exceptionally resolute. He looked directly at Guan Hualiang, his tone exuding unshakable confidence. Professor, I request a review of my deduction process. In an office at the Materials Science Department of Sandow University, the urgent ringing of a phone broke the previously tranquil atmosphere. Hello? Professor Guan? What? Are you serious? Alright, wait for me, I'll be there right away. Yes, I'll bring Director Tian with me. After hanging up the phone, the professor in the office looked incredulous, then hurriedly threw on his coat and rushed out the door. This phone call instantly disrupted the entire atmosphere of the Materials Science Department. At the same time, a similar scene was unfolding in the nuclear physics laboratory. Professor Guan, you must be joking, right? What? A sophomore student derived a new material capable of supporting nuclear fusion on the spot? Alright. Although it sounds unreliable, I'll still go and take a look. Over 20 minutes later, the atmosphere in the classroom was quiet and heavy. Guan Hualiang and Lu Yongchang sat side by side on a row of chairs in the classroom, while the other students, after deleting the videos and photos from their phones, had already been persuaded to leave. Professor, those students' recordings. Lu Yongchang asked Guan Hualiang beside him in a low voice, faintly worried. Don't worry, Guan Hualiang waved his hand, his tone calm but with a hint of certainty. Someone will handle this matter later. After a moment of silence, Guan Hualiang suddenly spoke, looking at Lu Yongchang with a complex expression. Yongchang, did you really come up with all this on your own? Although he had personally watched Lu Yongchang write those astonishing contents on the blackboard, he still found it hard to fully believe. After all, Lu Yongchang was just an undergraduate, and this knowledge far exceeded the cognitive scope of someone his age. Lu Yongchang smiled faintly, his gaze clear and resolute. Professor, I truly researched all of this on my own. This sentence, he said with extraordinary certainty. After all, in his previous life, he had made significant contributions to the research of controlled nuclear fusion, a technology that even became the key to humanity's survival in the dungeons. He wasn't lying, he had merely omitted that part of his future experience. Let's hope so. Guan Hualiang gave him a deep look, his eyes filled with both expectation and a hint of caution. Although he was deeply impressed by Lu Yongchang's talent, as a seasoned professor, he was well aware of the rigor of science. The upcoming joint review by the professors would reveal the truth, whether it was fraud or innate genius, everything would become clear. With this thought, Manhwaedit leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes to rest. He was already advanced in age, and the series of shocks had taken a toll on his body. Seeing Professor Guan close his eyes to rest, Lu Yongchang's gaze shifted slightly. He also leaned back in his chair, slowly closing his eyes, but an unsolved mystery surfaced in his mind. At the final moment of the helium flash explosion, he lost consciousness. Yet before his rebirth, he had clearly seen that fluorescent green interface. What exactly was it? As his consciousness gradually sank into the depths of his mind, that familiar fluorescent green glow appeared once again, and the strange tree diagram came clearly into view. Just like the last time he saw it, the bottom of the tree diagram still displayed two lines of highlighted white text, Controlled Nuclear Fission and Controlled Nuclear Fusion Technology. And one level above, there was a line of slightly dim text. Nuclear Energy Control, Fusion Reactor Miniaturization Technology. Seeing this line, Lu Yongchang's heart suddenly trembled, and a trace of complex shock flashed in his eyes. Fusion Reactor Miniaturization Technology. This was exactly the project he was researching in his previous life at the last moment. If this technology could be conquered, humanity's technological level would take a whole new leap forward. However, in his previous life, due to the extreme time constraints, he was unable to make any breakthroughs in this research. He instinctively focused his thoughts, trying to extract relevant knowledge from this line of text. But soon, he was disappointed. No new information appeared in his mind. At this moment, a faint line of white text appeared between Controlled Nuclear Fission and Miniaturization of Fusion Reactors, slowly connecting the two. Prerequisite: analyzing the phenomenon of sonoluminescence. I see. Lu Yongchang suddenly understood. This technology tree system does not directly provide him with knowledge but helps him identify the correct research direction. For a scientist, the correctness of the research direction is crucial. With a clear direction, he believes that with his abilities, he can overcome those seemingly insurmountable challenges. He took a deep breath, his gaze slowly moving upward, continuing to observe the content above the technology tree. Electric propulsion system. Quantum communication technology. At the very top of the technology tree was a line of highlighted text, Level 1 Civilization. Lu Yongchang swallowed slightly, his eyes filled with shock. Is this just a Level 1 civilization? Then what is a Level 2 civilization? And Level 3? At the moment this thought flashed by, a line of even dimmer text appeared at the top of the technology tree. Basic Mastery of Energy Weapons. The moment he saw this line of text, Lu Yongchang's pupils suddenly contracted, and his heart surged with turbulent waves. Energy weapons. If the technological level of a Level 3 civilization includes energy weapons, then what kind of existence would a higher level civilization be? A trace of fervor and longing flashed in his eyes. The curiosity and exploratory spirit of a scientist were ignited to the extreme at this moment. However, the system did not provide any further response, leaving him with a faint sense of regret. Just as Lu Yongchang was immersed in exploring the technology tree, a few gentle knocks suddenly sounded at the classroom door. Knock, knock, knock. Lu Yongchang and Guan Hualian almost simultaneously opened their eyes, their gaze fixed on the classroom door. Come in, the door's not locked, Guan Hualian said in a deep voice. The door slowly opened, and several professors with graying temples entered the classroom with solemn expressions. The elder leading the group entered the room, and his gaze immediately fell on the blackboard behind the podium. As his eyes swept over the densely packed formulas on the blackboard and the projector screen, a hint of astonishment flashed across them. He slowly turned around and fixed his gaze on Lu Yongchang. Lu Yongchang showed no sign of fear, calmly meeting his gaze. The astonishment in the elder's eyes grew even stronger, and he asked in a low voice, Professor Guan, is this the genius student you mentioned? Guan Hualiang nodded slightly and turned to introduce to Lu Yongchang, Yongchang, this is Professor Tian Jishuan, the Dean of the Materials Science Institute. Then, he added with a slightly solemn tone, whether your new material is reliable or not will entirely depend on Dean Tian's professional judgment. Dean Tian, hello. Lu Yongchang quickly stood up and respectfully greeted the elderly man with graying temples in front of him. Tian Jishuan smiled faintly and nodded kindly, then turned his gaze back to the densely packed formulas and diagrams on the blackboard. Although the first half of the blackboard contained basic knowledge related to controllable nuclear fusion, the logic, precision, and rigor of the formulas and diagrams instantly made Tian Jishuan's eyes light up. TSK, this student's foundation is quite solid, he secretly marveled in his heart. When his gaze fell on the derivation process of the new material in the latter half, the light in his eyes grew even brighter. Although it is still impossible to immediately determine whether the conclusion is correct, the deduction process is as clear and smooth as flowing clouds and water, even carrying a kind of pleasing aesthetic. This student, I want him. Tian Jixuan almost instantly made up his mind. His gaze shifted back to Lu Yongchang, his face brimming with a smile. Lu Yongchang, right? Tian Jixuan asked with a cheerful smile. Lu Yongchang nodded slightly. Yes, Dean Tian. Tian Jixuan nodded with satisfaction and said, are you interested in studying at our Materials Science Institute? I'll directly offer you a spot for graduate school. These words instantly left Lu Yongchang stunned. For a moment, he was a bit confused. Was Dean Tian skipping all the intermediate steps and starting to recruit people directly? Hey, old man Tian. That's not very fair of you. Guan Hualiang's expression immediately turned unpleasant, and he hurriedly spoke up to stop him. This person is from my physics department, don't even think about poaching him. Tian Jixuan, however, didn't mind at all and continued to smile warmly at Lu Yongchang. Young Lu, I think you have quite a talent for materials science. Did you learn all this on your own? Lu Yongchang instinctively glanced at Guan Hualiang, then nodded. Yes, Dean Tian, I taught myself everything. Hearing this, Tian Jixuan's eyes gleamed sharply, and his eyebrows shot up high. Goodness! This is a true genius. He was so excited that he almost jumped up. He suppressed his inner excitement and said in a deliberately calm tone, to reach this level through self-study is already very impressive. However, there are still some minor flaws. He paused for a moment and continued, how about this, as long as you come to study at our Materials Science Academy, I guarantee you a spot as an outstanding young scholar. Lu Yongchang almost couldn't hold back his laughter after hearing this. He found it both amusing and exasperating. If he hadn't been reborn, he might have really been misled by this persuasive trick. In his previous life, he was the chief scientist of the Human Federation. Promises of this level held absolutely no appeal to him. As for the so-called flaws, that was pure nonsense. This material had been proven through countless practical tests to be the best choice. However, at this moment, Lu Yongchang naturally wouldn't voice these thoughts. He put on a thoughtful expression, with just the right amount of hesitation showing in his eyes. Dean Tian, how about you take a look at the molecular formula of this material first? Tian Jixuan was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. He clearly hadn't expected this young man to still be focused on the derivation content, rather than being swayed by his promise. Old Tian. This is someone from my physics department. Guan Hualiang couldn't help but emphasize again, his tone carrying a hint of urgency. Tian Jixuan glanced at him and impatiently waved his hand. Alright, whether it's the physics department or the materials department, they're all students of our Sandow University. Besides, Professor Guan, as the dean of the materials college, isn't it reasonable for me to make some promises to recruit people? Guan Hualiang's face immediately turned red, but he was momentarily at a loss for words. After all, Tian Jixuan was the dean, while he was just a professor, so their levels of authority were naturally not the same. At that moment, the classroom door was suddenly flung open, and a loud voice boomed in. Old Tian. Are you bullying the physics department because you think we have no one? Lu Yongchang looked up and saw a burly middle-aged man stride in, his voice thunderous and his presence imposing. Dean Zhang. A trace of joy flashed in Guan Hualiang's eyes, as if he had seen a savior. The newcomer was none other than Zhang Yongxing, the dean of the Nuclear Physics Institute at Sandow University. As soon as he entered, he walked straight to the blackboard, his gaze sweeping over the writing on it, and his expression instantly became extraordinarily vivid. Well, no wonder old Tian wants to poach him. Zhang Yongxing thought to himself. His gaze then fell on Lu Yongchang, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Are you Lu Yongchang? He said, his voice loud and powerful. I am Zhang Yongxing, the dean of the College of Nuclear Physics. Remember this, whatever Tian Jixuan's materials department can offer you, my physics department can offer it all too. Lu Yongchang blinked, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. He had thought this would be a rigorous joint review meeting, but how did it turn into a talent-snatching competition in the end? Fortunately, Guan Hualiang quickly regained his composure, gave a light cough, and steered the conversation back on track. Ahem. Dean Tian, Dean Zhang, let's first verify Lu's deduction process, shall we? Zhang Yongxing nodded, a faint smile appearing on his face. Alright. Since Professor Guan has so much faith in Lu, let's see if his deductions can really hold up. Hearing this, Lu Yongchang felt a slight sense of relief. Finally, back to the main topic. In the classroom, dozens of professors took their seats, pulled out paper and pens, and began verifying line by line the derivations Lu Yongchang had left on the blackboard. Meanwhile, Lu Yongchang sat quietly to the side, calmly waiting for their questions. "Student Lu, could you demonstrate the specific derivation process for the equation on the third line to the left of the blackboard?" a relatively young professor asked, looking up. Lu Yongchang nodded, walked to the blackboard, picked up a pen and paper, and quickly wrote down the steps. "It's very simple, just a few transformations of the original formula, and you can get this result." A few seconds later, the complete derivation process was presented to everyone. A trace of admiration flashed in the questioning professor's eyes as he stood up and gave Lu Yongchang a slight bow. "Thank you for the explanation." This scene made Jiang Yongxing raise an eyebrow, feeling even more that Lu Yongchang's potential was extraordinary. As time went on, the professor's questions became increasingly in-depth, with many senior professors' inquiries hitting the mark directly. However, Lu Yongchang responded calmly, answering almost every question perfectly. When the last question ended, the classroom fell into silence. Lu Yongchang put down the pen in his hand, took a sip of water, glanced at the professors present, and calmly asked, "Any more questions?" However, no one spoke again. He turned his gaze to Tian Jixuan and Jiang Yongxing, whose expressions at this moment were particularly remarkable. Tian Jixuan's pupils slightly contracted, his face full of incredulous expression, while Jiang Yongxing looked both shocked and excited, his eyes almost sparkling with light. Ahem. Seeing this, Guan Hualian lightly cleared his throat and said, "Yongchang, you should head back to the dormitory first. We still need to discuss this further here. For the next few days, try to stay on campus and don't wander around." Lu Yongchang nodded, calmly stood up, pushed open the classroom door, and walked out. After Lu Yongchang left, the classroom once again fell into silence. The professors stared intently at the blackboard, their expressions unusually grave. After a long silence, Tian Jixuan finally let out a deep breath, his tone filled with profound admiration. "This kid is something else." Jiang Yongxing, standing nearby, nodded slightly in agreement. "Indeed, at the very least, I couldn't find any logical flaws in his proposal." Hearing this, Guan Hualiang, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but have his pupils contract slightly. He looked at Jiang Yongxing in astonishment. "Dean Jiang, are you saying this proposal is actually feasible?" Jiang Yongxing hesitated for a moment, then said, "Perhaps, it's because my level isn't high enough. After all, I'm not an expert specializing in the field of controlled nuclear fusion." As he spoke, he turned his head to look at Dean Tian Jixuan and tentatively asked, "Dean Tian, what do you think of the molecular formula of this new material?" A trace of helplessness and bitterness appeared in Tian Jixuan's eyes. He shook his head and sighed. I can't figure it out either." "What? How is this possible?" Hearing this, the professors couldn't hide their shock and murmured in low exclamations. Even Jiang Yongxing couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Old Tian, you must be joking. When it comes to materials science, you're one of the top experts at Sandow University. Even you can't figure out this material?" Tian Jixuan's bitterness became even more evident. He let out a deep sigh, stood up, and walked toward the blackboard. Standing in front of the projection screen, he reached out and gently touched the slightly rough surface of the screen, his expression a mix of complexity and reverence, murmuring, "The more you study materials science, the more you realize how ignorant you are." He paused for a moment and continued, "One thing is certain, the molecular formula of this new material is absolutely unprecedented. Although its specific properties cannot yet be assessed, I have a strong premonition it must possess astonishing resistance to high temperatures and high pressure." Tian Jixuan's gaze fell on the derivation process written on the blackboard, his tone resolute. "I believe that within this entire board of notes, the derivation related to the new material is the true essence of the entire plan." The professors were visibly moved upon hearing this. Everyone present was an expert in the field of science and naturally understood the weight of scientific intuition. In the realm of scientific research, intuition often plays a crucial role. Although it may sound incredible, the more outstanding the scientist, the sharper their intuition tends to be. Whether it was Kekulé discovering the structure of the benzene ring or Mendeleev proposing the periodic law of elements, these groundbreaking scientific achievements all bore the mark of scientific intuition. The intuition of top scientists often pierces through the fog in an instant, reaching the core of truth. Jiang Yongxing glanced around at the professors beside him, his expression grave, his tone low yet resolute. "Since old Tian has said so, I suggest we immediately convene a full faculty meeting. All professors from the materials science and nuclear physics departments must attend." He pondered briefly and then added, "Also, notify those professors in the nuclear physics laboratory to join the discussion on this plan. If this plan is truly feasible, perhaps the day of my Xia country's revival is just around the corner. At the beginning of September, the weather at Sandow University was scorching hot. The blazing sunlight filtered through the dense leaves, scattering countless dappled spots of light on the asphalt road. No one would have imagined that on some future day, this scorching sun would personally push human civilization into the abyss. Lu Yongchang walked quietly along the asphalt road on campus, a complex emotion flashing briefly in his eyes. Scenes of the helium flash explosion from his previous life kept surfacing in his mind. Do you know why I did this? I like you. Scenes from the previous life flooded back into his mind. The moments when Su Yutong was his assistant flashed before his eyes like a movie. Lu Yongchang clenched his fists tightly and took a deep breath. In his previous life, he had abandoned personal relationships for the sake of scientific research, even failing to respond to the genuine feelings of those around him. In the end, not only did he let down others' emotions toward him, but his choices also led human civilization to destruction. In this life, he must not repeat the same mistakes and must make up for all the regrets. The brightest star in the night sky. A familiar melody played, and Lu Yongchang froze. A sense of long-lost nostalgia surged in his heart. It was the ringtone he had used on his phone for many years in the past. He pulled out the phone from his pocket, looking at the familiar yet old object, and the nostalgia in his eyes grew even stronger. The screen lit up, and the incoming call information appeared before his eyes. The moment he saw the caller ID, a trace of excitement and warmth flashed in his gaze. With trembling fingers, he swiped the screen and answered the call. Mom? His voice carried a hint of choking. A gentle female voice came from the other end of the line. Yongchang? What's wrong? Why does your voice sound strange? Lu Yongchang quickly adjusted his emotions and forced a smile as he said, It's nothing, I just choked on some water. Mom, is there something you need? Not really, I just wanted to ask what your plans are next. After all, you're already in your sophomore year. Lu Yongchang was silent for a moment, then said firmly, Mom, I want to pursue a career in scientific research. What? Scientific research? A deep male voice came from the other end of the phone, clearly a bit agitated. I told you long ago not to let him study physics. Now look, something had to happen. Lu Yongchang listened to his father, Lu Guoqing, complaining, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. On the other end of the phone, his mother, Zhou Qingru, impatiently interrupted her husband. All right, say no more. Let our son decide his own life. Her tone softened. Yongchang, since you've decided to pursue scientific research, Mom supports you. Don't worry about your dad, I'll convince him. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, remember to call home. Before Lu Yongchang could respond, the call was disconnected. Listening to the busy tone on the receiver, Lu Yongchang smiled wryly. His father, Lu Guoqing, was a successful businessman, so he had lived a privileged life since childhood. Lu Guoqing always hoped he would inherit the family business and live as a carefree young master. But whether in his past life or this one, he had never followed his father's plans. Somewhere in the capital, inside a small villa. Qingru, you just spoil him too much. Lu Guoqing complained with a face full of dissatisfaction as he sat on the sofa. What kind of messy research is that? It's exhausting, and he might end up with no prospects his whole life. Zhou Qingru, sitting beside him, simply smiled lightly, her tone carrying a hint of teasing. Don't be so impatient. Don't you know Yongchang's temperament by now? The more you forbid him, the more he'll want to try. She paused and said, Why not just let him go? Once he hits a wall, he'll naturally come back. Hearing this, Lu Guoqing's eyes lit up, and he nodded repeatedly. Makes sense. Lu Yongchang knew nothing about what was happening at home. At this moment, all his thoughts were focused on that controlled nuclear fusion plan. What would those professors think of his plan? Sandow University, inside the conference room. Over 100 professors and researchers took their seats. Everyone, the main reason for calling you here today is to verify an undergraduate student's proposal. Zhang Yongxing sat on the stage, speaking into the microphone with a serious expression. As soon as the words were spoken, the quiet conference room instantly erupted. What's going on with Director Jiang? An undergraduate's proposal? Does this really require a full institute meeting? Sigh. I still have an experiment that isn't finished. Looks like I'll have to work overtime again today. A group of researchers sighed one after another. It's not surprising that they complain, as researchers, having a heavy workload is quite normal. Holding meetings during work hours is already something people tend to resent, let alone when the purpose of the meeting is to validate a proposal from a mere undergraduate student. Zhang Yongxing coughed forcefully, suppressing the noise in the meeting room. This is a proposal about controlled nuclear fusion. This plan has been reviewed by both Dean Tian Jishuan and me. Unfortunately, we are somewhat unable to grasp it. To avoid missing out on this potentially feasible plan, we had no choice but to convene a full institute meeting. We hope all professors and researchers can understand. A look of shock flashed across the faces of all the professors present. Unable to grasp it? This is Tian Jishuan and Jiang Yongxing. A plan that even these two big shots couldn't handle. In just a few words, a hint of interest quietly appeared in the eyes of the professors. The conference room door was pushed open. More than a dozen professors in white lab coats filed in. The middle-aged man leading the group had a standard square-shaped face, his eyes brimming with excitement. "Old Jiang, where is the controlled nuclear fusion plan you just mentioned?" The moment they saw the newcomers, the professors in the conference room collectively gasped. Hiss! Even this big shot has come out? Wasn't he assigned to study controlled nuclear fusion in the lab? Could it be, the plan proposed by this undergraduate is actually... Just as the professors in the audience were whispering among themselves, Jiang Yongxing stood up from his seat with a smile and walked toward the middle-aged man. "Ah, Fang Su, long time no see." Fang Su shot Jiang Yongxing a sideways glance, clearly annoyed. "Dean Jiang, don't you try pulling this on me. We were conducting an experiment in the lab. After hearing what you said, we stopped the experiment and rushed out. If you can't give me a satisfactory explanation, I won't let you off easily." Jiang Yongxing had been dealing with Fang Su for over a decade, so he naturally knew these words were just a joke. He immediately smiled and patted Fang Su on the shoulder. All right, forget the experiment. Let me tell you, if this plan really works, our Xia nation might just surpass everyone else." Hearing this, a hint of surprise appeared in Fang Su's eyes. In his impression, as the dean of the Nuclear Physics Institute, Jiang Yongxing had never spoken such highly praising words. "Oh?" Fang Su said calmly, "According to you, you have great confidence in that undergraduate student?" Jiang Yongxing nodded slightly, his expression becoming a bit more serious. "It's not just me, even that old fellow Tian Jishuan can't grasp this plan." As soon as these words were spoken, Fang Su's expression suddenly changed. Jiang Yongxing, after all, is not someone who specializes in controlled nuclear fusion, so it's still possible for him to overlook something. But Tian Jishuan is truly a top-notch figure in the field of materials science. Bang! He is an academician of the Xia National Academy of Sciences. Fang Su immediately perked up a bit. He nodded lightly and said, "In that case, let's begin the meeting." Jiang Yongxing turned around and scanned the conference room to ensure everyone was present, then reached out to turn on the projector in the meeting room. The next moment, several high-definition photos appeared on the projection screen in the meeting room. "Everyone, this is the plan written by that student. Da. Sha. In the spacious conference room, only the sound of the wall clock and the friction of pen tips remained. Every professor frowned, carefully verifying the various formulas on the projector. As the head of the nuclear physics laboratory, Fang Su was filled with shock at this moment. "Old Fang, how is it?" Jiang Yongxing saw Fang Su's expression and lowered his voice to ask, "Is this plan feasible?" Fang Su withdrew his gaze with a complicated expression and gave Jiang Yongxing a peculiar look. "Are you sure, this is something an undergraduate came up with?" Jiang Yongxing smiled and nodded. "Of course, this kid is a student in Professor Guan Hualian's class. He got caught daydreaming during a lecture. And then this kid just ran up to the podium, grabbed a whiteboard marker, and wrote down this entire plan." Seeing the increasingly strange expression on Fang Su's face, Jiang Yongxing got anxious. "Don't you dare not believe me. I have the video recording with me." Fang Su opened his mouth but didn't say a word. The truth is, this thing had shocked him too much. As the head of the nuclear physics laboratory, his understanding of controlled nuclear fusion was unparalleled. If he claimed to be second, no one present would dare to claim first. "Old Jiang, do you know, the notes written on this blackboard are even more refined than the plans in our laboratory. By comparing his plan, I've already identified 3 flaws in our plan. This is just a cursory look. Do you know what this means?" As soon as Fang Su said this, even Jiang Yongxing was stunned and froze in place. "This means that this sophomore undergraduate's level is even higher than Fang Su's? How is this possible?" Fang Su is an academician of the Xia National Academy of Sciences. Jiang Yongxing swallowed a mouthful of saliva, gently held his forehead with his hand, and muttered to himself, "Wait. I'm feeling a bit dizzy. You mean, not only did you fail to find any errors in his plan, but in comparison, you even identified several flaws in our plan?" Seeing Fang Su nod, Jiang Yongxing felt as if there was a loud explosion deep in his mind. His face flushed red, and he slammed his palm on the conference table in front of him. The loud noise drew the attention of all the professors and researchers present. This is the fortune of our Xia nation. Jiang Yangxing's lips trembled slightly with excitement. Controlled nuclear fusion. This is a controlled nuclear fusion plan. If it truly succeeds, not only will the academic standing of Sandao University soar, but the national strength of Xia country will also leap to a whole new level in an instant. Perhaps influenced by Jiang Yangxing's heightened emotions, Fang Su's face was also full of excitement at this moment. Dean Jiang, I request to immediately report this matter to the council. As for that new material, I request to immediately commence preparation experiments. If it truly succeeds, the revival of Xia country will be just around the corner. Just as the two were brimming with excitement, an untimely voice interrupted. No! I object. A piercing voice rang out in the conference room. Jiang Yangxing turned his head toward the direction of the voice. Upon seeing the speaker, Jiang Yangxing's pupils slightly contracted. It's him! Mao Jinchuan, what do you mean by that? Jiang Yangxing frowned deeply and asked. Mao Jinchuan sneered. What do I mean by that? Don't you understand? This is simply a scam. A sophomore undergraduate can come up with a plan of this level? My dear Dean, can you please think carefully with your brain? Is this really possible? If you ask me, this is just a young man trying to grab attention. In my opinion, the most important thing to do right now is not to report this, but to drag out this attention-seeking brat. At Sandaku University, we do not welcome students who resort to opportunistic tricks. Jiang Yangxing's frown deepened. Vice Dean Mao, I'm not saying whether this is possible or not, but as researchers, we should be realistic. Tell me, have you found any flaws in this plan? Mao Jinchuan's expression changed slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. Flaws? Aren't the flaws obvious? A sophomore student, where did they acquire this knowledge? What's more, I also looked at the derivation process of that new material. Just a few strokes, and a new material appears on paper? What a joke! Where's the experimental data? A proposal without experimental data, how is it any different from a fantasy? Mao Jinchuan's words stirred the hearts of many professors present. Yes, this plan seems perfect, but the biggest flaw is that it lacks any experimental data to support it. To put it bluntly, this plan is nothing more than empty talk on paper. Jiang Yangxing let out a cold laugh. At this moment, he was already somewhat annoyed. In his view, this was simply arguing for the sake of arguing. Deputy Dean Mao, tell me, where is a sophomore undergraduate supposed to go to conduct experiments and obtain data? As a researcher, what you should say is definitely not the words impossible. Beside them, Fang Su couldn't stand it anymore. He directly stood up and asked back, Deputy Dean Mao, did you just say this plan lacks experimental data? Mao Jinquan naturally nodded. As the vice dean of the Nuclear Physics Institute, he believed he had the authority to question the plan written by this mere undergraduate student. Fang Su sneered, do you know that this plan is even more refined than the one from my nuclear physics laboratory? Do you know how many experiments it took to arrive at the laboratory's plan? You know nothing, all you do is say it's impossible. As a vice dean, I see not a shred of scientific spirit in you. Fang Su did not leave Mao Jinquan any shred of dignity. After all, as the head of the nuclear physics laboratory, Fang Su was not under Mao Jinchuan's jurisdiction. Mao Jinquan looked at Jiang Yangxing with an unpleasant expression. Dean Jiang, you. Jiang Yangxing sighed lightly and waved his hand to interrupt Mao Jinquan before he could finish speaking. Alright, Vice Dean Mao, I think you're tired. Go home and take a good rest for a while. You don't need to worry about the academy's affairs for now. Mao Jinchuan's pupils suddenly contracted. He looked at Jiang Yangxing in disbelief and laughed angrily. Dean Jiang? Are you going to act against me, the vice dean, for the sake of a second-year undergraduate student? Hearing this, the disappointment in Jiang Yangxing's eyes grew even stronger. He slowly shook his head. Mao Jinquan, I didn't act against you because of a sophomore undergraduate student. I did it for scientific research, for the future of Xia Nation. Yes, this plan has no data to support it, but tell me, if this plan turns out to be true, based on your handling approach, how great would the loss be for our Sandao University, no, for our Xia Nation? Mao Jinchuan's face grew increasingly grim. He nodded indignantly, turned around, and walked toward the conference room door. Humph. I want to see if you can solve controlled nuclear fusion with this sophomore undergraduate. After leaving a harsh remark, Mao Jinquan reached out, pulled open the conference room door, and walked out. When the conference room door closed, a muffled sound was heard. Jiang Yangxing shook his head with a bitter smile. Fang Su, sorry to let you witness this joke. Fang Su shook his head thoughtfully and said, Old Jiang, your Institute of Nuclear Physics really needs some serious reorganization. Even the deputy dean isn't focused on research anymore. How is that acceptable? Jiang Yongxing remained silent for a moment, then nodded and turned his gaze toward the professors and researchers seated below the stage. Seeing Jiang Yongxing's meaningful look, all the professors and researchers lowered their heads, pretending to be ostriches. Some of the more senior professors felt a slight chill in their hearts. It seems that the Institute of Nuclear Physics is about to stir up quite a storm. Alright, I assume everyone has already read through this proposal? If you have any doubts, feel free to speak up. A few minutes later, Jiang Yongxing, who received no response, chuckled lightly. Since no one has any doubts, let's proceed with the voting now. The content of the vote, naturally, is whether or not this proposal needs to be submitted to the parliament. Jiang Yongxing brought Fong Su into his office. He walked straight to the desk, picked up the handset of the desk phone, and pressed a special button. A few seconds later, a voice came through the handset. Smack! Hello, Professor Jiang. Is there something I can help you with? Please connect me to the Xia National Parliament. I have something to report regarding controllable nuclear fusion. Alright, please hold on. The wait wasn't long before a steady male voice came through the receiver. Dean Jiang, hello, I am Hong Qiming, the Minister of Science and Technology of Xia Nation. Alright. Jiang Yongxing's eyes flickered slightly. That's great. It was actually Minister of Science and Technology Hong Qiming who answered the call. It seems that controlled nuclear fusion is becoming increasingly important in the eyes of Xia Nation's top leadership. Minister Hong, hello, I need to report something to you. Jiang Yongxing recounted the entire course of events in detail. Dean Jiang, are you serious? A sophomore undergraduate wrote a highly feasible controlled nuclear fusion plan on the blackboard? Jiang Yongxing gave a wry smile and turned to look at Fong Su beside him. He had already guessed that such a situation would arise, so he specifically brought Fong Su along. Fong Su quickly stepped forward and took the phone from Jiang Yongxing's hand. Minister Hong, this is Fong Su. That's right, the situation is true. I can guarantee that this plan has extremely high feasibility. Fong Su placed the landline receiver back in its original position, ending the call. Jiang Yongxing looked at Fong Su with an anxious expression. Fong Su said gravely, Minister Hong said it's a matter of great importance, and he needs to report to the Speaker of the First Council. The Speaker? Jiang Yongxing gasped in shock. How did it escalate to Congressman Li? Fong Su's expression was somewhat heavy as he said softly, there's something you might not be aware of. Over at ITER, it seems something happened in Xia country. Jiang Yongxing's expression changed instantly. No way. What? Something happened to ITER? I object. ITER, full name International Thermonuclear Experimental Reactor Project. It is a superconducting tokamak device capable of producing large-scale nuclear fusion reactions. As one of the member states, Xia can use this device to obtain a lot of useful controlled nuclear fusion data. As for why not build one themselves? It's expensive and troublesome. The entire ITER project took 13 years and cost $5 billion. Although Xia country has developed quite well in recent years, spending so much money to build a test machine is still somewhat too extravagant. After all, whether the tokamak device can sustain controlled nuclear fusion is still an unknown. If the money is spent, the time is wasted, and what is built turns out to be a useless giant, wouldn't that be a huge loss? The capital city, within the first ring. A place that cannot be found on a map. Hong Qiming stood at the office door, his expression grave as he knocked on the door. An elderly voice came from inside the room. Hong Qiming slowly pushed the door open and stepped inside. An elderly man with graying hair was sitting quietly behind the desk, gazing at him. The old man's eyes were filled with wisdom and confidence, as if everything in the world was under his control. Senator Li. Hong Qiming greeted the old man respectfully. The old man put down the pen in his hand and slowly said, Minister Hong, I heard you have something very important to report to me? Hong Qiming quickly nodded and truthfully relayed the matter reported by Sandow University to the old man. Congressman Li's expression gradually turned serious. Hong Qiming hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, it should be true. You should remember academician Fong Su, right? Senator Li nodded and said, of course I remember. The latest controllable nuclear fusion achievement in Xia country was accomplished by the team he led, right? This matter is related to him? Hong Qiming nodded again and affirmed, Fong Su and the professors from Sandow University have conducted a preliminary evaluation of the plan, and he is very confident about it. Senator Li fell silent once more. He reached out to pull a document from the stack of files beside him and handed it to Hong Qiming. Let's not talk about this for now. Take a look at this document. Hong Qiming reached out with a puzzled expression to take the document. The moment he saw the title, a trace of anger visibly appeared in his eyes. This is impossible. Our scientists in Xia Nation would never do something so disgraceful. Senator Li let out a deep sigh, a trace of worry appearing in his eyes. He slowly shook his head and said, possible or impossible, that's not for us to decide. The ITER project has long wanted to kick us out, so whether our scientists did such a thing or not doesn't matter. Hong Qiming hesitated to speak, but this reputation is really too awful. Hong Qiming clenched his molars tightly and looked at the document in his hand once again. The document detailed the actions of Xia Kingdom's researchers stationed at the ITER project, who were accused of embezzling and stealing critical experimental data without authorization. Then what should we do? Are we just going to stand by and watch ITER falsely accuse us? Senator Li calmly said, besides the false accusations, they are also demanding that we voluntarily withdraw from the ITER project. This news will probably be officially released tomorrow. Hong Qiming felt as if the blood vessels in his brain exploded in an instant. How preposterous. This is simply outrageous. Representative Li slowly began to speak. The reason I showed you this document is not for anything else, but to tell you one thing. From now on, in the field of controlled nuclear fusion research, our country will have to rely solely on ourselves. So, you should understand what to do, right? Facing Counselor Li's meaningful gaze, Hong Qiming's expression slightly tensed. Please rest assured, Counselor Li, I will head to Sandow University right away. In the evening, after wandering around the campus all day, Lu Yongchang returned to the dormitory. Whoa! Brother Lu, you're finally back. As soon as he pushed open the dorm room door, the voice of his roommate Wu Qi came from inside. Brother Lu, what kind of stunt were you pulling in the physics class today? Faced with his roommate's curious question, Lu Yongchang gave an awkward laugh, momentarily unsure of how to explain. Could it be that he should tell him he was reborn? After pondering for a moment, a barely acceptable reason slowly emerged in his mind. Ahem! Recently, I took some time to research something, and during class, on a whim, I went up to the stage and started writing. Wu Qi's eyes showed even greater curiosity. Research? What did you research? By the way, what did Professor Guan keep you back for? He's not going to make you drop out, is he? Lu Yongchang. Drop out? Why drop out? Don't even mention dropping out, he's probably going to advance his studies soon. Of course, he definitely couldn't say this to Wu Qi. The professor thought my research was very valuable, gave me affirmation, and then, just let me come back. Wu Qi. That's it? Wu Qi looked at Lu Yongchang in astonishment. You can't be serious. Everyone says Professor Guan is really strict. Lu Yongchang quickly changed the subject. What happened in the general physics class this morning hasn't spread, has it? Wu Qi quickly shook his head, his expression becoming slightly more serious. Don't worry, apart from the classmates in the lecture, probably no one else knows. Hey! Lu Yongchang's eyes widened slightly, looking at Wu Qi in front of him with a horrified expression. Are you serious? In this era of widespread gossip, he had even prepared himself to become famous overnight. Wu Qi didn't say a word but turned around and took an A4 printed sheet from the side, handing it to Lu Yongchang. Confidentiality agreement. Seeing a line of bold black text on the A4 paper, Lu Yongchang shook his head with a wry smile. He hadn't expected Professor Guan to be so thorough, even requiring all the students to sign a confidentiality agreement. But this might not be a bad thing. The sun has not started to change yet. Xia Nation wants to become the leader of the Earth Federation, and this is the last chance to overtake on the curve. As a native-born citizen of Xia Nation, Lu Yongchang naturally hopes that everyone in Xia Nation can survive this future disaster. As for how to survive, he had already made up his mind long ago. Since the destruction of the sun was inevitable, he had only 20 years to lead the Xia Nation, to lead humanity to escape Earth. Only the endless starry sky above was the sole path to survival for the future. Early the next morning, just as dawn broke, Lu Yongchang got up and left the dormitory. This was a habit he developed in his previous life. On a September morning, the wind carried a hint of coolness. Looking at the deserted main road of the university, Lu Yongchang couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Where should he go? Perhaps it was a habit left from a past life, but Lu Yongchang always felt an emptiness in his heart when he had no research tasks at hand. He wondered how the review of his proposed controlled nuclear fusion plan was going. It should be fine, right? Although he had great confidence in the plan, he didn't have much confidence in his current identity. Bang! Now, he is just an ordinary sophomore undergraduate student at Sandow University. Thinking about it now, even he feels that what he did was somewhat reckless. But when he considers that he only has a mere 20 years of time, Lu Yongchang feels a bit helpless. He doesn't have time to waste. There are 8 billion humans living on Earth. To send all 8 billion humans into space and travel to the next habitable planet, the level of technology required would be extremely exaggerated. Originally, in his plan, if just 10 million humans could escape, it would already be considered extremely fortunate. But ever since learning about the existence of the technology tree system, his thoughts suddenly became more ambitious. Perhaps, as long as he climbs the tech tree fast enough, all of humanity can escape Earth alive. If a Type 1 civilization isn't enough, then aim for a Type 2 civilization. If that still doesn't work, he refuses to believe that even a Type 3 civilization can't accomplish this. Lu Yongchang wandered aimlessly around the campus while envisioning his plans for the next 20 years in his mind. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a familiar building. An entirely white building. This is the library of Sandow University. Lu Yongchang's gaze shifted slightly, and he turned to walk toward the library. Entering the library, Lu Yongchang instinctively followed his muscle memory to find the seat he had loved most in his previous life. No one had taken the seat. A hint of joy appeared in his eyes. But, what should he read? Lu Yongchang's eyes moved slightly. He thought of the information from the tech tree system prompt. Prerequisite: analyze the phenomenon of sonoluminescence. It seems I need to find some books about the phenomenon of sonoluminescence. An hour later. The time spent reading always flies by. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 hours passed quickly. Lu Yongchang closed the book in front of him and thoughtfully jotted down a few key points on the A4 paper before him. Peacock mantis shrimp. The so-called phenomenon of sonoluminescence was initially discovered in a creature in nature known as the mantis shrimp. When the mantis shrimp attacks its prey, it can eject the front end of its raptorial appendage within 1/50th of a second, reaching a top speed of over 80 km per hour, with acceleration comparable to a bullet. During this process, the phenomenon of sonoluminescence can occur. The phenomenon of sonoluminescence has also attracted the attention of countless researchers. Its principle is very simple. When mechanical waves act on a liquid, a phenomenon called mechanical wave cavitation occurs in the liquid. This means that bubbles are generated in the liquid, which then collapse to an extremely small volume. During the collapse process, extremely high temperatures are generated inside the bubbles, and at that moment, a brief flash of light is emitted. Lu Yongchang keenly grasped a key element. Extremely high temperatures will be generated inside the bubble. It seems, the miniaturization of fusion reactors will need to start breaking through from this tiny bubble. After all, triggering nuclear fusion requires extremely high temperatures of over 100 million degrees Celsius as a prerequisite. Hello, classmate, may I ask, is this seat taken? As Lu Yongchang was immersed in reviewing various research papers, a slightly cool female voice reached his ears from the side. This voice. Why does it feel somewhat familiar? He suddenly raised his head and looked to his side. The moment he saw the person who had arrived, Lu Yongchang's heart suddenly clenched. It's her. Obviously, Lu Yongchang's excessive actions seemed to have startled the girl in front of him. She stepped back in fear and apologized repeatedly. Sorry, if someone is here, I can. No one is here, go ahead and sit. Lu Yongchang directly interrupted the girl's words, then forced a stiff smile onto his face. I was a bit startled just now, my reaction was a bit much, sorry. The girl waved her hand with a smile and said repeatedly, it's fine, I was too abrupt with my question. Saying that, the girl casually sat down in the seat next to Lu Yongchang. Looking at the girl's profile, a hint of daze appeared in Lu Yongchang's eyes. It feels as if I've returned to a previous life. At that time, Su Yutong was the same, quietly sitting on the chair beside him, helping him handle various scientific research tasks. It seemed that she noticed Lu Yongchang's gaze, and the girl raised her head to look at him. You, hello? The girl looked at Lu Yongchang with a puzzled expression and softly said, is there something you need? He suddenly snapped back to reality, biting the tip of his tongue hard, using the sharp pain to pull himself out of the fragments of memory. Nothing, I just feel like you look a bit familiar. As he spoke, Lu Yongchang forced himself to turn his head and focus on the paper in front of him. The girl looked at Lu Yongchang's profile with a strange expression and instinctively shifted her body to the side. She couldn't help but feel, there was something odd about this person's gaze. She somewhat regretted sitting in this spot. As for Lu Yongchang, he was naturally unaware of the girl's inner thoughts. At this moment, his attention had already been drawn to a research paper. Alright. On the relationship between sonoluminescence phenomenon and cold nuclear fusion. The moment he saw the title of this paper, Lu Yongchang's breath suddenly caught. Could it be, someone has already developed the technology for miniaturizing fusion reactors? How do you say? In the previous life, even controlled nuclear fusion wasn't successfully developed until 2040, let alone the technology for miniaturizing fusion reactors. That is to say, truly controllable nuclear fusion technology, under normal development, will still take another 10 years to emerge. Lu Yongchang quickly flipped through the documents in his hands. After a long while, he exhaled lightly, a trace of relief flashing in his eyes. He had overthought it. This paper is merely a speculation, with virtually no in-depth research. It can be said that it is essentially a discarded draft. No wonder, he had never seen this paper in his previous life. He glanced at the author of the paper. Tao Yuda. You can go and talk to him if you get the chance. Although the paper isn't very useful, his scientific intuition is quite accurate. If he truly is a promising talent, Lu Yongchang wouldn't mind including him in his future research team. Click, click, click. Just as Lu Yongchang was pondering over there, the sound of a ballpoint pen's ratchet mechanism came from nearby. Lu Yongchang frowned slightly. As far as he could recall, he had once lost his temper because of this sound. After all, in the midst of intense scientific research tasks, the rhythmic clicking sound of a ballpoint pen's ratchet is practically a death knell. He looked in the direction from which the sound was coming. The girl beside him was holding a completely pink ballpoint pen, frowning at an exercise book in front of her, while her right hand unconsciously pressed the pen's button repeatedly. Lu Yongchang's eyes revealed a hint of helplessness. In his previous life, it was precisely because of Su Yutong's habit that he uncharacteristically lost his temper during a research task. From that moment on, Su Yutong changed this habit. But now, clearly, she still hasn't corrected this bad habit. Lu Yongchang was very clear that if she didn't quickly solve the problem in front of her, it was likely this clicking sound would accompany him all day. The reason is very simple. Helpless, Lu Yongchang took a deep breath, turned his head, and asked softly, "Classmate, are you facing some kind of problem?" Su Yutong was startled, and the action of pressing the ballpoint pen's button in her hand suddenly stopped. Seeing that it was Lu Yongchang speaking, a trace of wariness instantly flashed in her eyes. Could it be, this boy has finally mustered the courage to strike up a conversation with her? At that moment, Su Yutong had even thought of at least 3 ways to refuse him. "Hey, are you facing some kind of difficulty?" Lu Yongchang noticed the wary look in Su Yutong's eyes and helplessly pointed at the exercise book in front of her, then at the ballpoint pen in her hand. The sound is a bit noisy. Gradually, a trace of embarrassment appeared on Su Yutong's face. Her cheeks flushed slightly with shyness, and she gently nodded, saying, "Sorry. I disturbed you. I'll try to restrain this habit." Lu Yongchang looked helpless and unwilling as he said, "Let me take a look at the question. Maybe I can help you solve it." Joking, try to restrain yourself? He definitely doesn't want to be disturbed while reading papers. Sure enough, women are just things that slow down his research progress. Really? Su Yutong's eyes revealed a hint of surprise, then she hurriedly placed the workbook in front of Lu Yongchang. Then, she looked at Lu Yongchang with an expectant expression. Seeing Su Yutong like this, an image suddenly emerged in Lu Yongchang's mind. "Come in, hamster." At this moment, Su Yutong was just like an oversized hamster, clutching a sunflower seed in her hand and staring blankly at him. Lu Yongchang sighed again and turned his head to look at the exercise book in front of him. A very basic limit problem. Do you know how to use L'Hopital's rule? Just apply it to this problem. It's very simple. Saying this, Lu Yongchang prepared to return the exercise book to Su Yutong. But evidently, he overestimated Su Yutong at this moment. Seeing Su Yutong holding the pen, looking around blankly, Lu Yongchang sighed again. "Forget it, I'll write out the steps for you." Speaking, he picked up the fountain pen in his hand and quickly wrote down the standard solution steps on an A4 sheet in front of him, then handed it along with the exercise book to Su Yutong. Compared to ballpoint pens, Lu Yongchang was more accustomed to fountain pens. He liked the swishing sound the fountain pen made when writing on paper. Thank you." Su Yutong instinctively took the exercise book and softly said thank you. Looking at the neat penmanship on the A4 paper, Su Yutong subconsciously glanced at the slightly rounded handwriting on her own draft paper, a trace of embarrassment and curiosity appearing in her eyes. "May I ask your name?" "I'm Su Yutong from the Applied Physics Department." Lu Yongchang didn't turn his head and impatiently stated his name, Lu Yongchang. Just now, solving the problem and talking had already wasted nearly 5 minutes of his time. Women will only become stumbling blocks on his path of research. Is that true? While sighing inwardly, Lu Yongchang shifted his gaze to another paper. An analysis of the influencing factors of sunoluminescence. At this moment, he had completely forgotten the guilt he felt toward Su Yutong not long ago. Of course, even if he recalled it, he had plenty of reasons to convince himself. Reasons like how it's inappropriate to talk about love during a life and death crisis for humanity were abundant. What's more, the Su Yutong of this moment wasn't the Su Yutong of his previous life. She didn't have any feelings for him at all, right? As for Su Yutong, after being rebuffed by Lu Yongchang, she turned around awkwardly and continued studying the workbook in front of her. A notification sound came from the phone nearby, interrupting Lu Yongchang as he was flipping through the paper. He slightly raised his head and looked at the phone on the table. A piece of news appeared on the locked screen. Xia Country announces withdrawal from the ITER project. Shocking, the real reason behind Xia Country's withdrawal from the ITER project is immoral. How could researchers do such a thing? Lu Yongchang's heart skipped a beat. At this time, Xia Country faced severe targeting in the ITER project and, helplessly, had to voluntarily withdraw from the ITER project. This also planted hidden dangers for the future. Xia Country successfully developed controllable nuclear fusion technology more than 2 years later than Western countries. As a result, Xia Country did not hold much influence in the final human alliance. It wasn't until Lu Yongchang successfully became the chief scientist of the Human Alliance Academy that Xia's position began to gradually improve. It was only then that Lu Yongchang realized that behind Xia's voluntary withdrawal from the ITER project was a series of framed accusations and conspiracies. Damn it! Lu Yongchang stared coldly at the phone on the table. As a citizen of Xia, he absolutely would not allow such a thing to happen again. So what if they withdraw from ITER? He wanted all the countries targeting Xia to know that the future world would be dictated by Xia. Lu Yongchang quickly tidied up the things on the table, stood up, and prepared to leave. He couldn't wait any longer. He needed to take the initiative to ask Professor Guan Hualiang about the review results. And, are you leaving? Su Yutong's uniquely cool voice came from the side. Lu Yongchang nodded slightly without saying much and left on his own. TCH, so aloof. Su Yutong looked at Lu Yongchang's back and pouted, serves him right to be single for life. The next moment, her attention was drawn to the A4 paper Lu Yongchang had left on the table. Looking at the densely packed formulas and symbols above, she was so shocked that she reached out to cover her slightly open mouth. She had thought this boy was in the same grade as her. Now it seemed he was probably a graduate or doctoral level expert. Su Yutong's eyes sparkled with a hint of curiosity, and the seed of intrigue began to take root and grow in her heart. Sandao University, Nuclear Physics Laboratory. A loud bang came from the innermost office. Several researchers' hands trembled slightly as they stopped their work and looked up toward the innermost office. Boom! What's going on with Academician Fong? A researcher, eyes full of confusion, softly asked the person beside them. The questioned researchers slowly shook their head, their face equally filled with puzzlement. I don't know, our recent experiments haven't failed, so why did Academician Fong suddenly lose their temper? Just as everyone was feeling perplexed, the door to the innermost office was suddenly pulled open. Fong Su walked out of the office, his face flushed. Damn it! How could ITER do this? The laboratory was silent, and Fong Su's muttering was particularly clear. The researcher who had just spoken mustered up his courage and softly asked Fong Su, Academician Fong, what happened with ITER? Hearing the question, Fong Su suddenly raised his head and glanced at the questioning researcher. Then, with a somewhat grim expression, he said, ITER claims that our Xia Nation scientists have copied experimental data without authorization and taken it out of the laboratory. As soon as Fong Su said this, the nuclear physics laboratory erupted in an uproar. Academician Fong, is this true? Hearing the questioning from his subordinate researchers, Fong Su's expression grew even darker. He shook his head forcefully and said, of course not. The scientists sent by our Xia Nation are all upright and honorable gentlemen. Not only are their research skills exceptional, but their character is also top-notch. They would never do something so disgraceful. Yes. Then, how does ITER plan to handle this matter? A researcher asked nervously. It must be understood that such behavior is an untouchable bottom line in every research institution. Don't mention an international organization like ITER, even in an ordinary private laboratory, once caught stealing data, the thief will pay an extremely heavy price. A trace of pain flashed in Fong Su's eyes. The next moment, he slowly closed his eyes and sighed deeply. The Xia Nation announces its voluntary withdrawal from the ITER project. As Fong Su uttered these words, the discussions in the nuclear physics laboratory instantly fell silent. Every researcher looked at Fong Su with an incredulous expression. This news was just announced this morning, Fong Su said with some difficulty. Everyone, from now on, we need to shoulder the banner of controlled nuclear fusion research ourselves. Suddenly, Fong Su's eyes shifted slightly. Everyone, pause your current research tasks and focus all efforts on preparing a new type of material. Speaking, Fong Su turned on a computer in the laboratory and downloaded Lu Yongchan's blackboard writing photo onto the computer. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Sandalco University, a black Audi S6 slowly passed through the security booth and entered Sandalco University. Without any pause, the Audi S6 headed straight toward the nuclear physics laboratory. Knock, knock, knock. Lu Yongchang stood anxiously at the door of an office, reaching out to knock on the door. The door's not locked, come in. The voice of Professor Guan Hualian came from inside the office. Lu Yongchang hurriedly turned the doorknob and pushed open the door. It's you. Upon seeing the visitor, Professor Guan Hualian's expression slightly froze. Then, he quickly put down the pen in his hand, stood up, and walked toward Lu Yongchang. What's the matter, Yongchang? Do you need something? Since attending yesterday's faculty-wide meeting, Guan Hualiang has regarded Lu Yongchang as a scholar on equal footing with himself. This on equal footing refers to academic status. In fact, in Guan Hualiang's view, although Lu Yongchang is just a sophomore, his academic status is far superior to his own. After all, Guan Hualiang considers himself merely an ordinary university professor, while Lu Yongchang is very likely to be the rising star in academia who will achieve controlled nuclear fusion. Lu Yongchang did not notice Guan Hualian's gesture of standing up to greet him. With a slightly grim expression, he said, Professor Guan, did you see that news? Guan Hualian's movement suddenly paused, and his expression turned slightly somber. Are you talking about the Ater matter? Lu Yongchang nodded lightly. Guan Hualian took a deep breath and gestured to Lu Yongchang. Yongchang, have a seat first. Seeing Lu Yongchang sitting on the chair, he also slowly sat down and said, Yongchang, I believe that the scientists of our Xia nation would never do such a thing. I believe that there must be some unknown hidden truth behind this incident. Lu Yongchang's eyes moved slightly. As a reborn individual, he naturally knew that Guan Hualian's speculation was completely correct. But, with his current status, he cannot reveal the truth to the public. Moreover, Lu Yongchang can imagine that even the top officials of Xia country cannot disclose the truth. All the humiliation will fall upon those few scientists. In everyone's eyes, the scientists who performed the copying data operation are the culprits. The guilt on them was not completely cleared until more than 10 years later. But, it was too late. Thinking of this, Lu Yongchang clenched his fists tightly. Professor, how was the review result from yesterday? After a moment of silence, Lu Yongchang took the initiative to change the subject. He was afraid he couldn't help but reveal the truth he knew. Hearing Lu Yongchang's question, a faint smile appeared on Guan Hualian's face. Ah, youth indeed. Couldn't even wait a single night before coming to ask. He chuckled softly and said, after you left yesterday, Director Jiang and Director Tian proposed holding a full hospital meeting. Lu Yongchang's expression remained unchanged. A full hospital meeting? As expected. He certainly doesn't believe that just a few professors can completely grasp this plan. You don't seem surprised at all? A trace of astonishment flashed in Guan Hualian's eyes. Could it be that the young man in front of him had already anticipated this outcome? Lu Yongchang nodded calmly, of course I'm not surprised. After all, Dean Tian is not a scholar specializing in controlled nuclear fusion. It's normal for him to be uncertain. Guan Hualian looked at Lu Yongchang with a somewhat peculiar expression. Although he knew that everything Lu Yongchang said was true, the sight of a young man in his early 20s confidently discussing the main research directions of several professors was truly surreal. And yet, this young man indeed had the qualifications to discuss them. Ahem. So, if I were to tell you that the entire Institute's meeting has approved your proposal, and that your proposal has been submitted to the Xia National Assembly, would you be surprised? Lu Yongchang's pupils suddenly contracted. So fast? It's already reported to the Xia National Assembly? Professor Guan Hualiang, who got the answer from Lu Yongchang's expression, smiled with satisfaction. He said cheerfully, after the meeting ended yesterday, Director Tian and Academician Fong jointly decided to submit your proposed controlled nuclear fusion plan to the Xia National Parliament. The Parliament will decide whether to proceed with experiments based on your plan. Academician Fong? Lu Yongchang's eyes flickered slightly. Could it be Academician Fong Su? The academician of the Xia National Academy of Sciences who single-handedly advanced the development of controlled nuclear fusion? It can be said that in the previous life, if it weren't for academician Fong Su laying the groundwork in the early stages, Lu Yongchang wouldn't have been able to smoothly take over Xia's first controlled nuclear fusion experimental reactor. Sandoku University has a nuclear physics laboratory, you're aware of that, right? Seeing Lu Yongchang nod, Guan Hualiang picked up the teacup on the table, took a sip of strong tea, and continued, Academician Fong Su is the head of that nuclear physics laboratory. Lu Yongchang's gaze trembled slightly. It really is him. It seems that his somewhat reckless actions this time have truly paid off. On the second day of his rebirth, he had already connected with the top scientists in Xia Nation. Academician Fong Su is truly remarkable. In the field of controlled nuclear fusion, it was evident that Professor Guan Hualiang held great admiration for Academician Fong Su. Lu Yongchang looked at the expression of reverence on Guan Hualiang's face and was momentarily at a loss whether to laugh or cry. How impressive Academician Fong Su was, others might not know, but could he himself not be aware? Under the collective monopoly of all major Western powers, he single-handedly advanced Xia's controlled nuclear fusion technology by decades. This will be Academician Fong's greatest achievement in the future. A sudden, urgent phone ring interrupted Professor Guan Hualiang's enthusiasm. TSK. Professor Guan Hualiang furrowed his brows slightly, clicked his tongue softly, and then picked up the phone. Who is it? This is Guan Hualiang. But the next moment, Guan Hualiang's expression gradually turned serious. What? Minister Hong is here? Alright, I understand. Lu Yongchang, he's right here with me now. Alright, I'll take him over right away. Guan Hualiang hung up the phone with a somewhat peculiar expression. Yongchang, you don't have anything else to do next, right? Without waiting for Lu Yongchang to respond, Guan Hualiang continued on his own. Forget it, even if the sky falls, you still have to come with me first. Lu Yongchang. Ahem. Professor, what happened? Guan Hualiang's expression grew increasingly peculiar. Lu, have you ever chatted with a minister-level official? Lu Yongchang's pupils suddenly contracted. Professor? Guan Hualiang gave Lu Yongchang a meaningful look and said softly, it seems that the ITER matter has also annoyed the Xia Congress. I didn't expect this matter to actually bring out the Minister of Science and Technology. Sandow University, Nuclear Physics Laboratory. Hongbu, Lu Yongchang is on his way. Fong Su said to Hong Qiming with a serious expression, Director Hong, what did Congressman Li say about this matter? Hong Qiming gave Fong Su a meaningful look. Which matter are you referring to? ITER, or Lu Yongchang's controlled nuclear fusion proposal? Fong Su slightly gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, both. Hong Qiming was silent for a while, seemingly pondering his words. After a long pause, he slowly said, Academician Fong, you must believe that Xia country would never sacrifice long-term benefits for such petty gains. Fong Su's pupils contracted slightly. He understood. As he thought, there was more to the ITER matter than met the eye. But we withdrew from ITER, doesn't that mean? Hong Qiming gently raised his hand and made a gesture, interrupting Academician Fong before he could finish his sentence. Academician Fong, I believe that even without ITER, our Xia nation can independently develop controllable nuclear fusion technology. Since the founding of our nation, Xia has never slowed down its pace of development because of these trivial matters, has it? Fong Su's eyes trembled, then he gently nodded. Moreover, if the plan proposed by Lu Yongchang can truly achieve controlled nuclear fusion, I personally believe that withdrawing from ITER might actually be a good thing. Do you understand what I'm saying? Faced with Hong Qiming's meaningful gaze, Fong Su suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He figured it out. Once it is proven that Lu Yongchang's plan is indeed effective, as a member state, Xia would naturally need to share its technology with other member states. But now, Xia has already withdrawn from ITER. In this way, if the plan is effective, this controllable nuclear fusion technology could at least bring Xia country several years of technological advantage. By then, Xia country's overall national strength could also reach a new level. However, this also means that Xia country has gone all in with all its chips on this sophomore undergraduate student. Of course, if Lu Yongchang knew the thoughts of the higher-ups, he would naturally respond with a smile. All in is a kind of wisdom. In his previous life, relying on his precise scientific intuition, he had placed heavy bets more than once on research directions that others did not favor. This also allowed Renlian's technological level to advance rapidly within just a few years. Underground city clusters capable of accommodating billions of people, and interstellar spacecraft under construction. All of this is the result of All In. It's just that, in the most critical gamble, Lu Yongchang failed. As a result, human civilization headed toward extinction. The doors of the nuclear physics laboratory slowly opened. A slightly hunched figure and a tall, upright figure appeared at the doorway. Hong Qiming's eyes flickered slightly, and he quickly turned his head to look at the tall, upright figure. With just one glance, Hong Chiming nodded affirmatively in his heart. Full of vitality and spirit, with an air of righteousness. Mr. Hong, let me introduce you. This is Lu Yongchang, a sophomore undergraduate student in the physics department at Sandow University. This is Professor Guan Hualiang. Fang Su's voice sounded from the side. This is Mr. Hong Chiming, the Minister of Science and Technology of Xia Country. Guan Hualiang and Lu Yongchang quickly stepped forward to greet him. Looking at Lu Yongchang's face, which showed no trace of fear, a hint of curiosity flashed in Hong Chiming's eyes. Lu Yongchang, right? You seem unafraid of me? The corners of Lu Yongchang's mouth lifted slightly, and a faint smile appeared on his face. I didn't do anything wrong, why should I be afraid of you? Faced with Lu Yongchang's retort, Hong Chiming was slightly taken aback, then immediately clapped his hands and burst into hearty laughter. Good. 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 Lu Yongchang, we have already verified your proposal, and I must say, its feasibility is very high. As for the ITER matter, I believe you should already be aware of it. For this matter, Congressman Li specifically assigned me a task. I wonder, do you dare to take on this task? Lu Yongchang fell into silence. Fang Su and Guan Hualiang, standing nearby, cast concerned looks at him. Under everyone's gaze, he gently nodded. Ha ha ha. Good. Hong Chiming laughed heartily, clapping lightly as he said, as expected of our Xia nation's youth. Responsible and capable. The next moment, Hong Chiming's tone shifted. From this moment on, you are no longer a sophomore at Sandow University. Instead, you are the chief engineer of Xia nation's controllable nuclear fusion project. Academician Fang Su will be your deputy. The laboratory fell into complete silence. Fang Su, Guan Hualiang, and the researchers in the laboratory all cast incredulous looks at Hong Chiming and Lu Yongchang in front of them. Were Director Hong's words just now serious? Lu Yongchang felt somewhat excited. Unexpectedly, the current Xia Congress is even more bold than he imagined. They actually let a sophomore undergraduate student host such a massive project. Now, he can complete his plan even faster. Perhaps considering Lu Yongchang's current age, Hong Chiming's expression turned somewhat serious as he added, Lu Yongchang, you must think carefully. The task assigned by Congressman Li is to achieve preliminary controlled nuclear fusion within a year. At the very least, our country's controlled nuclear fusion must reach the same level as ITER. Upon hearing this, Fang Su's pupils suddenly contracted. You should know that the Xia Kingdom currently doesn't even have a controllable nuclear fusion experimental reactor of its own in the true sense. Can this task really be accomplished? Unlike the anxious expressions of those around him, Lu Yongchang's face showed a faint smile. He nodded slightly and said, I accept this task. And I can assure you that within a year, the Xia Kingdom will fully master controllable nuclear fusion technology. Yongchang, what nonsense are you spouting? As Lu Yongchang's words fell, Fang Su and Guan Hualiang, who were beside him, both exclaimed in shock. Guan Hualiang even sternly rebuked Lu Yongchang. Lu Yongchang, such a major scientific matter is not something you can just say casually. Hurry up and apologize to Minister Hong. While speaking, Guan Hualiang lowered his head and apologized to Hong Chiming. Director Hong, this kid Lu Yongchang is still just a sophomore, sometimes he speaks without thinking. Hong Chiming naturally didn't take such a trivial matter to heart. He chuckled lightly and waved his hand to interrupt Guan Hualiang's words. Then, he looked at the slightly immature Lu Yongchang in front of him with great interest. Do you know what your words just now meant? Lu Yongchang's expression remained calm. Of course, Hongbu, I know what I'm saying. Guan Hualiang covered his eyes with his hand and let out a deep sigh. What a sin. He even began to doubt whether he should have brought Lu Yongchang here. Lu Yongchang offered no further explanation, simply taking a USB drive out of his pocket and handing it to Hong Chiming. Hongbu, whether what I said is true or not, please take a look at the contents of the USB drive before making a decision. Hong Chiming raised his eyebrows slightly and reached out to take the USB drive handed over by Lu Yongchang. I'm becoming more and more interested in you, kid. You should be aware of the consequences of deceiving a minister-level member of parliament, right? While speaking, Hong Chiming turned his gaze to Fang Su. Academician Fang, please do us a favor and project the contents of the USB drive so we can see what kind of surprise he has brought us. Fang Su stepped forward with a helpless expression and took the USB drive from Hong Chiming's hand. As he passed by Lu Yongchang, he let out a deep sigh. He had a feeling that Xia Country had lost the gamble. He even found it somewhat amusing. How could Xia Country place its bet on such a young kid? As for Lu Yongchang, he had an expression of complete composure. The content in the USB drive was the result of him typing away on the keyboard in his dormitory all night yesterday. Not much, just the detailed blueprints of a controlled nuclear fusion reactor. The workload was enormous, but thanks to the potential forced out of him in his previous life, he barely managed to complete it. A few minutes later, a projector was brought over. As the projector was connected to the computer, Fong Su reached out and inserted the USB drive into the computer's port. At the moment he saw the files on the USB drive, a trace of surprise flashed across Fong Su's face. At the same time, he instinctively double-clicked the left mouse button to open the file. In the next moment, a densely detailed blueprint appeared on the white wall. This is... Hong Chi-ming's pupils suddenly contracted as he stared at the blueprint in front of him, murmuring to himself. Not only Hong Chi-ming, but also Fong Su and all the researchers in the laboratory were frozen in place, staring blankly at the blueprint in front of them. As the head of the nuclear physics laboratory, Fong Su immediately connected the blueprint in front of him with the sketch on the blackboard. He swallowed slightly, his voice hoarse as he asked in a low voice, "Lu Yongchang, is this the detailed blueprint of a controllable nuclear fusion reactor?" Lu Yongchang naturally nodded with a smile. "Of course, to be precise, this is the detailed blueprint of the reactor. Now, do you believe what I said?" Hong Chi-ming also snapped out of his shock. Looking at Lu Yongchang in front of him, his eyes lit up with excitement. "Good kid. Did you accomplish this all by yourself?" Although he already had the answer in his heart, he still found it a bit hard to believe. Independently completing such a drawing. Although he doesn't understand much about scientific research, he is also aware of how much knowledge is required to complete such a drawing. Under normal circumstances, such a drawing would require several people, or even multiple teams, to collaborate and complete. Lu Yongchang smiled and nodded, affirming Hong Chi-ming's question. Hong Chi-ming's gaze trembled slightly. Although he couldn't understand the blueprint, nor was he clear about its authenticity and reliability. But, he could tell from the expressions of Fong Su and the other researchers just how astonishing this blueprint was. Fong Su, standing nearby, let out a slight breath of turbid air and cast a complicated glance at Lu Yongchang. Just moments ago, he still thought that entrusting such an important task to this young rookie was a mistake. But now, he decided to take back the words he hadn't yet spoken. How is this some greenhorn? This is simply not human. Fong Su cursed inwardly. Throughout the entire history of the Xia Kingdom, he had never heard of anyone being able to single-handedly complete the blueprints for a large-scale piece of equipment. Although this was only a part of the blueprints for the controlled nuclear fusion reactor, it was still astonishing enough. How much time did you spend completing these blueprints? Fong Su asked with a slightly trembling voice. Lu Yongchang quietly glanced at Fong Su's expression and said with an awkward smile, about a little over a year? A little over a year, that might be acceptable, like hell it is. Fong Su's expression twisted slightly. Something this complicated, and you only spent a little over a year? Then what about the nearly 10 years spent by these researchers? Was it all wasted on dogs? Impossible. Faced with Fong Su's skepticism, Lu Yongchang could only purse his lips slightly. And this was already him exaggerating a bit. If Fong Su knew that this blueprint was something he had whipped up in just one night, he'd probably already be on the dissection table by now, right? It's just a blueprint for a reactor, still far from a complete controllable nuclear fusion reactor. Hearing Lu Yongchang's words full of Versailles-like undertones, Fong Su's mouth twitched twice sharply. In his 45 years of life experience, Lu Yongchang was probably the most pretentious person he had ever met, right? But soon, he noticed something unusual. This reactor. Fong Su's voice made everyone's hearts tighten. Hong Chi-ming couldn't help but look over at him. Could it be there was an error in the reactor's blueprint? This is not a tokamak device. Fong Su exclaimed in surprise. A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Lu Yongchang's eyes. As expected of academician Fong, he really can't be fooled. This is certainly not a tokamak device. This is a stellarator. Lu Yongchang chuckled softly and said, if my calculations are correct, the controllable nuclear fusion duration of ITER should be within 30 minutes, right? Fong Su's eyes shifted slightly, and he nodded gently. That's correct. The latest experimental result maintained the fusion reaction for about 26 minutes. Could it be that? Lu Yongchang chuckled softly. If nothing unexpected happens, ITER will soon reach the ceiling of the tokamak device. Fong Su's pupils suddenly contracted. Are you saying the tokamak device is not the optimal solution for achieving controlled nuclear fusion? Lu Yongchang nodded, affirming Fong Su's statement. How is that possible? If that's true, wouldn't humanity have been advancing down the wrong path for decades? Fong Su stood there in a daze, muttering to himself. He found it somewhat difficult to accept Lu Yongchang's statement. Lu Yongchang naturally understood Fong Su's complex emotions at this moment. In his previous life, in order to break the monopoly, all of Xia's scientific research efforts were devoted to the development of the tokamak device. However, no matter how hard they tried, the sustainment time of controlled nuclear fusion could not exceed 30 minutes. This was practically a fatal blow to the confidence of all the researchers at the time. If it weren't for Fong Su accidentally discovering the flaw in the tokamak device, it's likely that Xia Nation would have gone completely astray on the path to achieving controlled nuclear fusion. How should I verify your claim? Fong Su truly lives up to being the top scientist in Xia country. After a brief moment of distraction, he immediately reacted and asked Lu Yongchang in a deep voice. Lu Yongchang shrugged and said nonchalantly, "It's very simple. You just need to find the most basic stellarator, use the material I deduced to build the reactor, and then ignite nuclear fusion. The verification will naturally follow." Fong Su's eyes flickered slightly. He remembered that in the laboratory, there was indeed an outdated stellarator device that had been purchased at a high cost in the past. Hong Qiming's loud voice suddenly rang out from the side. "Can any of you explain to me what the stellarator and tokamak device mean?" As he spoke, Hong Qiming turned his gaze toward Lu Yongchang. Seeing this scene, Huan Hualian and Fong Su both took a step back, leaving the stage to Lu Yongchang. Lu Yongchang pondered for a moment and then said, "Minister Hong, you should be aware that controlled nuclear fusion requires a strong magnetic field to confine the fusion materials, right?" Seeing Hong Qiming nod, Lu Yongchang breathed a slight sigh of relief. That makes it easier to explain. Otherwise, he would have to explain the principles of controlled nuclear fusion from scratch. He remembered. Although it could be resolved with just a few words, it's still somewhat troublesome. Simply put, the toroidal helical magnetic cage of the tokamak device requires plasma current, whereas the stellarator does not. It can directly generate a twisted toroidal magnetic cage through external coils. Then, is there any difference between the two? Aren't they both generating magnetic fields? A hint of confusion appeared in Hong Qiming's eyes. Lu Yongchang snapped his fingers lightly. This is exactly the point I want to make. In the tokamak device, the plasma current reaches tens of millions of amperes. Such a massive current is bound to bring countless problems. For example, kink modes, magnetic surface tearing, magnetic island formation, and so on. All of this will reduce people's ability to confine the plasma. The consequences could range from minor, like a shutdown, to severe, like an explosion. As he spoke, Lu Yongchang made a gesture mimicking an explosion. Hong Qiming nodded, seemingly understanding but not entirely. Although he didn't understand the various technical terms spoken by Lu Yongchang, he did understand the last sentence. Is the tokamak device going to explode? Hong Qiming looked at academician Fong Su standing beside him with a complex expression. Facing Hong Qiming's gaze, Fong Su could only nod helplessly and say, "There is such a possibility, but, so far, the tokamak device has not experienced such a serious malfunction. There's none now, but what about later?" Lu Yongchang said calmly, "Once the fusion sustainment time is increased to 30 minutes, serious consequences might occur." Fong Su's body stiffened abruptly, and he exclaimed in shock, "Are you saying that the tokamak device will explode after 30 minutes of fusion?" Lu Yongchang nodded with a complex expression. "That's right, this is also the biggest trap of the tokamak device. Although the poloidal magnetic field formed by the plasma current makes the magnetic cage structure very simple, high temperatures and ultra-high currents will inevitably lead to some unexpected incidents." Fong Su suddenly realized, so that's it. And what about the star-mimicking device? Hong Qiming swallowed slightly and asked in a low voice. He suddenly had a feeling that this seemingly young sophomore student in front of him was like a seasoned professor who had been immersed in this field for decades. Even Fong Su, in front of him, was like a mere student. The two of them looked at each other in silence. Hearing Hong Qiming's question, Lu Yongchang casually replied, "The stellarator is simple. You just need to use external coils to create a closed, twisted ring-shaped magnetic cage inside." Hong Qiming? So simple? Then why didn't we use stellarators before? Fong Su shot Lu Yongchang a sideways glance in annoyance and explained again, "The difficulty with stellarators lies in the manufacturing of the external coils. First, the shape of the external coil is irregular, which is a major challenge in manufacturing. On the other hand, to generate a sufficiently strong magnetic field, the coil material is best made of superconducting coils, which further increases the difficulty. After all, room temperature superconducting technology has not yet been achieved." Lu Yongchang's faint voice came from the side. "What if I could solve the problem of room temperature superconducting materials?" As Lu Yongchang's words fell, Fong Su, who was standing nearby, widened his eyes slightly and exclaimed in surprise, "You can solve the problem of room temperature superconducting materials?" Fong Su's reaction made Hong Qiming, who was standing beside him, frown. Room temperature superconductors? I remember our country should have this technology, right? Last time, I even saw a report saying that a renowned academician from the Academy of Sciences had made a breakthrough in room temperature superconducting technology. Fong Su glanced helplessly at Hong Qiming and said softly, "Director Hong, what you're referring to should be the paper published by academician Hu Changping in Nature magazine some time ago." Hong Qiming's eyes lit up slightly, and he nodded repeatedly, saying, yes, Fong academician, your memory is really good. I'm talking about academician Hu Changping's paper. Why? Is that technology unusable? Fong Su revealed a somewhat bitter smile in his eyes and slowly shook his head. Although the superconducting material created by academician Hu Changping achieved superconductivity at a room temperature of 15 degrees Celsius, there are actually certain prerequisites for this. It was achieved under a pressure of 267 gigapascals, which is about 1,000,000 times the standard tire pressure. What's more, the material that Professor Hu Changping used to produce the superconducting phenomenon in the diamond anvil cell is extremely minute. In fact, it needs to be measured using the unit of picoliters. Seeing the doubt flashing in Hong Qiming's eyes, Fong Su quickly added, "A picoliter is a unit of measurement. 1 picoliter is approximately 10 to the power of -9 milliliters." Hong Qiming sharply drew in a cold breath. Now he completely understood. Such harsh conditions, such a tiny amount of material. Wanting to apply this technology to controlled nuclear fusion is simply a pipe dream. Fong Su swallowed slightly and muttered to himself, "So far, I haven't heard of any country truly mastering this technology." Afterward, he took a deep breath, calmed his emotions, and spoke again with resolute determination. True room temperature superconducting materials need to achieve superconductivity under normal temperature and pressure. This level of difficulty is extremely immense. Hong Qiming frowned deeply. Originally, when he heard Lu Yongchang's words, he even felt a bit excited. Lu Yongchang's casual and matter-of-fact demeanor created an illusion for him. That is, room temperature superconducting technology is very simple. But now, under Fong Su's cold splash of water, Hong Qiming's somewhat heated mind gradually calmed down. He turned his head to look at Lu Yongchang, who was sitting there composedly, and frowned as he asked, "Are you sure you can solve the issue of room temperature superconducting materials?" Lu Yongchang's lips curved slightly upward, and he nodded slowly and firmly. Yes, room temperature superconducting technology is very difficult. But in his previous life, this technology had already been conquered. Moreover, the scientist who solved this problem for Xia country was none other than Lu Yongchang himself. After pondering for a moment, he slowly said, "I need a standard carbon nanomaterials laboratory and a few assistants. If nothing unexpected happens, give me a few days, and I can present the results to you." Fong Su's eyes flickered slightly, clearly gleaning some hidden information from Lu Yongchang's words. He looked at Lu Yongchang with a face full of surprise, his voice instantly rising an octave. "Are you sure carbon nanomaterials can achieve room temperature superconductivity?" Lu Yongchang remained silent for a moment. From Fong Su's curious gaze, he deciphered a piece of information. "How about, you watch me do it?" Fong Su, "Well, it's not impossible." Perhaps realizing that his intentions had been exposed, a hint of embarrassment flashed in Fong Su's eyes. "Ahem, it's not that I'm curious, it's mainly because I'm worried you're not familiar with the use of those experimental instruments." Lu Yongchang, Carbon Nanomaterials Laboratory at Sandaku University. Lu, take a look. Can this laboratory meet your requirements?" As he spoke, Fong Su's eyes revealed a hint of awkwardness. As an academician, it was his first time acting as a guide for a sophomore undergraduate student. Thinking that he might have to become the assistant to this undergraduate in the future, Fong Su felt even more uncomfortable. No, he had to come up with a solution. How about asking old Jiang to get this kid a professor position? That way, it would sound better when mentioned. At least no one would say that a dignified academician was working under an undergraduate student. Fong Su thought about it more and more and felt it was feasible, immediately approving the proposal in his mind. Walking ahead, Lu Yongchang suddenly sneezed. Indeed. He turned his head with a suspicious look and glanced at Fong Su behind him. Always felt a chill coming from behind just now. It shouldn't be Fong Su cursing me, right? Facing Lu Yongchang's meaningful gaze, Fong Su's expression suddenly froze. Then, he forced a reluctant smile on his face. "Lu, take a look quickly. Is this laboratory suitable? If it's not, we might have to go somewhere farther to find a better one." Lu Yongchang turned his head thoughtfully and looked at the instruments in the laboratory. After examining them for a moment, a trace of disdain appeared in Lu Yongchang's eyes. In his previous life, he wouldn't have even spared a glance at a laboratory with such equipment. But now, make do with it. Even Tony Stark could hammer out the Mark I with his bare hands in a cave, so naturally, he could create room-temperature superconducting materials in this backward laboratory. Good enough, I guess. Lu Yongchang responded to Fong Su's question with an indifferent expression. As for Fong Su, the moment he heard Lu Yongchang's words, his eyes suddenly widened. Reluctantly? Do you have any idea that this is the best carbon nanomaterials laboratory at Sandow University? I'm not exaggerating, this laboratory can at least rank in the top 10 in the entire Xia Nation right now. Lu Yongchang glanced speechlessly at the indignant Fong Su beside him. Didn't you just say that if it doesn't work, we could switch to a better lab? Ding dong. Fong Su. I was just being modest, don't you understand modesty? Lu Yongchang raised both hands and said softly in a tone as if coaxing a child, alright. I take back what I said. This lab is very advanced, very good. Is this okay now? Fong Su. He swore that he had never been this speechless in his entire life. He followed silently behind Fong Su. He really wanted to see just how capable this sophomore undergraduate truly was. Surely, it couldn't be that they couldn't even recognize the names of the experimental instruments, right? Thinking of this, a hint of amusement flashed in Fong Su's eyes. After all, many of the experimental instruments in this Sandalco laboratory had just been recently upgraded. Don't even mention Lu Yongchang, the undergraduate, even he finds it a bit unfamiliar to use. This scanning electron microscope is pretty good. Lu Yongchang's voice came from the front. It should be the latest model now, right? Fong Su suddenly looked up at Lu Yongchang. He remembered. This Fourier transform infrared spectrometer is new too? Not bad. I misspoke earlier. I didn't expect there to be some good stuff in this lab after all. Fong Su's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. Every instrument's name was correctly identified. Even the newest machines, Lu Yongchang accurately named them. You recognize these instruments? Fong Su hesitated for a moment and asked. Lu Yongchang glanced at Fong Su with a strange expression. Of course I recognize them. If I didn't even recognize the instruments, what would I be doing here? Fong Su's breath suddenly hitched. What he said made so much sense that he couldn't refute it. But, isn't this way too against common sense? The equipment in this laboratory, forget undergraduates, most graduate students probably can't even recognize all of it. Lu Yongchang, a sophomore who just entered his second year of college, how did he recognize it? Seemingly noticing Fong Su's confusion, Lu Yongchang chuckled lightly and explained, I've read quite a few papers, so naturally, I became familiar with this equipment. Fong Su's expression turned a bit peculiar. But, at least it was a somewhat reasonable explanation. Yongchang, let me ask you a very important question first. Fong Su's eyes showed a hint of hesitation. Do you really know how to use these instruments? Or rather, have you ever used these instruments? Lu Yongchang didn't hesitate at all and directly shook his head. Of course, I've never used them. Academician Fong, I'm just a sophomore undergraduate student. How could I have access to such advanced instruments? Fong Su immediately panicked. Then why did you tell Minister Hong? Lu Yongchang interrupted Fong Su with a smile. However, I know how to use these instruments, so don't worry. Speaking, Lu Yongchang turned his head to look at a nearby instrument and immediately explained its detailed usage process. Listening to Lu Yongchang's flawless explanation of the usage process, Fong Su stood frozen in place, dumbfounded. After a long while, he asked with difficulty, This is also something you learned from reading papers? Lu Yongchang nodded and cast a puzzled look at Fong Su. Of course. What else? Fong Su. He took a deep breath and then reached out to rub his somewhat stiff face vigorously. Perhaps there really are geniuses in this world. When do we start? Fong Su chose to change the subject. Lu Yongchang glanced at the few researchers in white lab coats waiting at the laboratory door, his eyebrows slightly raised. Right now. Watching Lu Yongchang's smooth and effortless operation, Fong Su once again fell silent. Is this also something you learned from the papers? You said you hadn't touched the lab equipment, didn't you? Fong Su looked at Lu Yongchang in exasperation. In just half an hour, Lu Yongchang had already operated 3 pieces of equipment in succession. Originally, in Fong Su's imagination, Lu Yongchang should have been a pure theoretical worker. That is to say, Lu Yongchang makes quite a few mistakes during actual operations. This situation is very common. After all, there is an extremely large gap between theory and practical operations. For materials science, even a small operational error can lead to significant differences in the final result. Even, Fong Su was already prepared to clean up the mess for Lu Yongchang. The scene that unfolded in the past half hour completely shattered Fong Su's worldview. Lu Yongchang's series of actions were as smooth as those of a seasoned veteran immersed in a laboratory. Not only was there not a single mistake, but he even noticed several key points that Fong Su had overlooked. That's right, I've never touched experimental equipment in my life. Lu Yongchang had a faint smile on his lips as he spoke nonchalantly. Not wrong at all. Bang! These so-called latest experimental instruments were all things he had played with in his previous life. Fong Su had a look as if he had eaten something unpleasant. Then you. Academician Fong, sometimes, talent is really important. While speaking, Lu Yongchang reached out and gently patted Fong Su's shoulder. You get it, right? Fong Su. After finally overcoming his inner shock, Fong Su curiously asked Lu Yongchang, why did you choose carbon nanomaterials to achieve room temperature superconductivity? Upon hearing Fong Su's question, Lu Yongchang slowly stopped his work and said softly, when two layers of parallel graphene are stacked at an angle of approximately 1.1 degrees, a superconducting effect occurs. Fong Su's pupils slightly contracted. Is this true? Lu Yongchang said with a smile, you can give it a try. Aren't there so many idle instruments nearby? My God, it's actually true. Fong Su looked at the instrument screen in front of him with a shocked expression. Yongchang, how did you discover this phenomenon? Lu Yongchang bent down to operate the equipment on the lab table while softly saying, I calculated it. I haven't seen the actual scenario myself. Fong Su was a bit speechless. You dare to say that without having seen it? Well, what if I'm wrong? Wouldn't that mean total failure? It can't be wrong. Lu Yongchang straightened up, his eyes gleaming with confidence. I have faith in myself. Fong Su. For some reason, ever since meeting Lu Yongchang, Fong Su felt that his moments of speechlessness had significantly increased. Lu Yongchang and Fong Su stared intently at the display screen of the scanning electron microscope. On the screen, there was a striking image of a cylindrical substance. Yongchang, is this what you were talking about, a carbon nanotube? Are you sure this carbon nanotube can achieve room temperature superconductivity? Fong Su's face was full of doubt. Wow! It's no wonder he was skeptical. After all, during these 3 days, he had hardly done anything. Apart from lending a hand and running errands, all the truly important operations were completed solely by Lu Yongchang. As an academician who has led teams for years, it must be said that this was an extremely novel experience. Faced with Fong Su's doubts, Lu Yongchang remained silent, his expression serious as he manipulated the microscope to switch through several observation angles. It wasn't until he saw the standard nanotube structure on the screen that Lu Yongchang slowly let out a long breath. That's it, no doubt about it. After saying this, Lu Yongchang estimated the time, a hint of regret appearing in his eyes. What a pity. At the current manufacturing speed, it will take at least until tomorrow to see the results. Fong Su glanced at Lu Yongchang's regretful profile with a peculiar expression. Is this still regrettable? Producing a room temperature superconducting experimental sample in just 4 days, how is that not fast enough? You must know that the emergence of any new material is measured in years. The next morning, at the crack of dawn, Fong Su pushed open the laboratory door with a pair of panda eyes. Looking at the busy researchers in the lab, a trace of confusion appeared in Fong Su's eyes. Where is Lu Yongchang? He quickly grabbed a researcher passing by and asked, Lu Yongchang, where did he go? The researcher showed a hint of surprise in his eyes, then pointed to the depths of the laboratory. Professor Lu has been here for a while. When we arrived, he was already busy in the lab. At some point, Lu Yongchang had become Professor Lu in the mouths of these researchers. Fong Su couldn't be bothered to correct the way they addressed him. After all, having witnessed Lu Yongchang's skilled and confident research methods, not only these researchers but even Fong Su felt a bit of admiration deep down. If he didn't know Lu Yongchang's identity, he might have mistaken him for a seasoned professor. Pulling himself out of his daydreams, Fong Su quickly turned his head to glance at the clock on the wall. 6:45. He secretly clicked his tongue. Indeed, everyone's success is never accidental. Fong Su sighed inwardly while quickening his pace toward the depths of the laboratory. Perhaps hearing the approaching footsteps, Lu Yongchang shifted his gaze away from the device on the lab bench. Seeing the dark circles under Fong Su's eyes, he couldn't help but pause. What's wrong with you? Fong Su waved his hand with a smile and said nonchalantly, Oh, it's nothing. Just couldn't sleep well last night. How about, you take a rest for a while? Lu Yongchang said with a concerned expression, Anyway, There's not much to do today, just testing the superconducting performance of the carbon nanotubes. Fong Su's eyes flashed with excitement, and he blurted out a curse, "Rest my ass. These dark circles under my eyes are from staying up all night because of this, and you still want me to rest? Where's the wire? Let me see it quickly." Seeing academician Fong's excited demeanor, Lu Yongchang couldn't help but chuckle. He stepped aside, making way for the device on the lab bench. A glass cover with a diameter of 30 centimeters. Fong Su quickly took 2 steps forward and came to the side of the glass cover. Through the glass cover, he clearly saw a black wire about 10 centimeters long connected to 2 metal probes. The wire was very thin. By observing with the naked eye, it's almost as thin as a strand of hair. Fong Su reached out his hand, bent his fingers, and gently tapped on the glass cover. "Is it vacuum inside here?" Lu Yongchang shook his head and denied, "Of course not. Right now, it's just a small clean room. You wouldn't want to see some dust affecting the experimental results, would you?" But soon, he spoke again to add, "To be precise, it's not a vacuum environment yet." While speaking, Lu Yongchang pointed to the vacuum pumping instrument nearby. Fong Su raised his eyebrows slightly. This sentence carried a lot of information. Could it be, this material can achieve superconductivity even in a vacuum environment? Lu Yongchang reached out to take a sheet of A4 paper filled with writing from the lab table and handed it to Fong Su. "According to my calculations, superconducting wires made of carbon nanotubes are extremely stable, with a normal operating temperature range between -50 degrees Celsius and 80 degrees Celsius. Fong Su's eyes lit up suddenly, and he quickly asked, "What about the air pressure?" "Within 2 standard atmospheres." Hearing Lu Yongchang's response, Fong Su sharply drew in a breath. If it is really as calculated by Lu Yongchang, this superconducting wire made of carbon nanotubes could be used in almost every corner of the Earth. Even in the high-pressure depths of the ocean, it would only require the addition of a pressure-resistant pipeline. This also means that the power industry in Xia country is about to undergo a revolutionary transformation. "Yongchang, do you know what you've done?" Thinking about the series of changes that would occur in the future, Fong Su stood motionless, muttering to himself. Lu Yongchang's eyes revealed a hint of a smile, but he said nothing. He naturally understood what this piece of wire represented. Although this technology is somewhat advanced for the current Xia nation, it is still far from enough to deal with the disasters of the future. After admiring the carbon nanotube wires on the lab bench, Fong Su said solemnly, "Let's begin the test." Upon learning that the first test of the room temperature superconducting coil was about to start, all the researchers in the lab set aside their unfinished scientific tasks and gathered around Lu Yongchang. This is a chance to witness history. No one would want to miss such an opportunity. Lu Yongchang swallowed slightly and cautiously extended his hand to connect the metal probes at both ends of the wire to the testing instrument. Although he had great confidence in the materials he had created. When it comes to materials science, who can say for sure? Perhaps there was a slight mishap during the manufacturing process, causing the tilt angle of the carbon nanotubes to change by 1 degree, or maybe some other reason. It can be said that even the slightest mistake would mean the failure of manufacturing this room temperature superconducting material. He was lost in random thoughts while turning on the testing instrument. Power on. A number appeared on the screen of the testing instrument. Resistance value, 0 ohms. A trace of excitement flashed in Lu Yongchang's eyes. Increase the current a bit more. An excited voice came from Fong Su nearby. Lu Yongchang immediately turned the knob, gradually increasing the current. When the resistance value on the instrument screen showed no fluctuation, all the researchers in the laboratory let out soft exclamations of surprise. Unlike the researchers around him, Lu Yongchang's expression remained very serious. The test was not over yet. He also needs to test the performance of this material in a low-pressure environment. Lu Yongchang gave Fong Su a glance. Fong Su nodded slightly and turned on the vacuum device nearby. As a low humming sound echoed, the air inside the glass cover was gradually extracted. Watching the value on the barometer slowly decrease, even Lu Yongchang broke into a cold sweat. You must understand, superconducting materials react extremely intensely to environmental changes. With previous superconducting materials, even the slightest change in temperature or pressure would directly lead to the disappearance of the superconducting effect. Under the influence of such a powerful current, once the superconducting effect of the wire disappears, even if the resistance value is very small, it would instantly generate extremely intense heat. The consequence, naturally, is to melt the world's only room temperature superconducting wire. A few seconds later, looking at the calm resistance curve on the test instrument screen, Lu Yongchang finally revealed a brilliant smile. He gently wiped the sweat from his forehead, raised his right hand high, and shouted loudly, "Success! We did it!" Beside him, Fong Su excitedly shut down one instrument after another, rushed to Lu Yongchang's side, and gave him a firm pat on the shoulder. "Well done! Now that we have room temperature superconducting technology, Academician Fong, we should start preparing for the modification work on the Stellarator." Lu Yongchang quickly pulled himself out of the joy of success and said in a deep voice. Fong Su nodded with excitement. "I'll go notify the laboratory staff right away. We'll start the modification work on the Stellarator this afternoon, inside the nuclear physics laboratory at Sandow University." Lu Yongchang sat quietly in an office assigned exclusively to him. He slightly furrowed his brows, the pen in his hand swiftly calculating some formulas on the A4 paper in front of him. Half a month has passed, and superconducting wires made of carbon nanotube materials have been completed. It must be said, the power of the state machinery is truly immense. The moment the breakthrough in room temperature superconducting material technology was announced, Minister Hong personally issued the manufacturing order. Although Lu Yongchang had a complete carbon nanotube preparation plan in hand, due to manufacturing process issues at the time, only the Xiaoshang Group, which specializes in high-end equipment manufacturing, could mass-produce superconducting wires that meet the standards. As for those foreign companies, Hong Qiming is no fool. If the orders were really given to them, it's likely that within a few days, several Western countries would have mastered room temperature superconducting technology. Under the stimulation of massive funding and administrative orders, the production capacity of Xiaoshang Group's carbon nanotube wires has been continuously expanding. In just half a month, room temperature superconducting wires worth over tens of millions were delivered to the Sandow University Nuclear Physics Laboratory. At this moment, an old-fashioned Stellarator device had already been installed in the Nuclear Physics Laboratory. However, the spiral wires on the outer layer of the Stellarator had all been removed by the staff. As for the inner chamber of the Stellarator, it had been replaced with a newly manufactured inner chamber several days ago. The material used for the new inner chamber was, of course, the new material deduced by Lu Yongchang on the blackboard. According to material tests, the inner cavity of the reactor made from this new material can perfectly withstand the hundreds of millions of degrees of high temperature generated during nuclear fusion reactions. Moreover, while conducting material tests, Fong Su was astonished to discover that this new material could also perfectly resist the radiation damage caused by nuclear fusion. While feeling surprised, Fong Su couldn't help but develop a sense of admiration for Lu Yongchang. Such a powerful material was actually conceptualized on paper by a sophomore undergraduate student. Fong Su couldn't help but feel a bit ashamed. At his age, it truly felt like he had lived in vain. Lu Yongchang naturally had no idea about the thoughts in Fong Su's mind. At this moment, he was sitting in the office carefully examining the dimensions and parameters of this Stellarator. According to Fong Su, this Stellarator was initially used by a research institute in Country D. As for why it is no longer used, it naturally goes back to the original question. The difficulty of manufacturing a Stellarator is extremely high. Unlike the spiral shape of the tokamaks rules, the shape of the Stellarator is simply like a chaotic ball of yarn. The position of each wire needs to be meticulously calculated to ensure it can generate a magnetic field at a specific angle. At this moment, Lu Yongchang was completing this task. He needed to calculate the precise position of each strand of superconducting wire based on the size parameters of the Stellarator, ensuring that a closed, twisted ring-shaped magnetic cage could be formed within the cavity of the Stellarator to confine the extremely high-temperature plasma. Lu Yongchang gently set down the pen in his hand and let out a long breath. After days of calculations, he had finally achieved gratifying results. According to his calculations, these superconducting coils can provide a strong magnetic field with an intensity of up to 100 T. This will be the most powerful artificial magnetic field on Earth. This 100 T strong magnetic field can perfectly confine the fusion plasma, which reaches hundreds of millions of degrees, at the center of the reactor's inner chamber. He stood up, slowly walked to the office door, and gently turned the doorknob. The sound of the office door opening caught Fong Su's attention. You've completed the calculation task? Seeing the relaxed expression on Lu Yongchang's face, a hint of surprise flashed in Fong Su's eyes, and he immediately asked. It's only been a few days? At most, just a little over 3 days, right? Such a complex calculation task, can Lu Yongchang complete it in 3 days? Fong Su didn't believe it in his heart. As if he noticed the doubt in Fong Su's eyes, Lu Yongchang chuckled lightly and said, of course, it's done. As he spoke, he handed a stack of A4 papers to Fong Su. How about, you take a look? Fang Su took the A4 papers from Lu Yongchang with a surprised expression. When he saw the densely packed calculation formulas on them, Fang Su swallowed slightly. Although he was reluctant to admit it, he seemed to have some trouble understanding the calculation methods on the papers. Ahem. I trust your calculations. With a serious expression, Fang Su handed the stack of A4 papers back to Lu Yongchang. How about letting Tianhao verify your calculations? Lu Yongchang paused for a moment, then lightly nodded, agreeing to Fang Su's suggestion. When it comes to controlled nuclear fusion, all research resources are prioritized for the Sandaku Nuclear Physics Laboratory. The application was just submitted, and the usage time for Tianhao was allocated. Fang Su carefully entered each result calculated by Lu Yongchang into the computer, and then Tianhao carried out the computations. At this moment, the role of the supercomputer was fully revealed. In just half an hour, the computation results appeared before Fang Su and Lu Yongchang. The release of the superconducting wire layout plan signifies that the Stellarator's renovation project has reached its final step. Coil brackets at specific angles are being installed on the exterior of the Stellarator. These brackets serve to secure the coils in place. After all, for the Stellarator, even the slightest positional shift of the external superconducting coils could spell disaster. Once the internal toroidal magnetic cage is damaged, plasma at hundreds of millions of degrees will directly touch the inner cavity surface. I believe no one would want to see such consequences. Therefore, when completing the final modifications of the Stellarator, both Lu Yongchang and Fang Su were extremely vigilant, fearing even the slightest mistake. The renovation of the old Stellarator was completely finished. Yongchang, when will we start the first ignition test? Fang Su's voice sounded from the side. Unconsciously, Fang Su had already started treating Lu Yongchang as his superior. Before making any research decisions, he would first seek Lu Yongchang's opinion. Right now. Lu Yongchang's eyes flashed with a sharp light. He moved his gaze away from the calculation A4 paper on the desk and said in a deep voice, "Academician Fang, report it. This afternoon, we will begin the first ignition experiment." With Fang Su submitting the application for the first ignition experiment to Hong Qiming, some changes also occurred within Sandaku University. Dozens of Special Forces soldiers in civilian clothes entered Sandaku University, and all main roads leading to the Nuclear Physics Laboratory were sealed off. Even on some tall buildings near the Nuclear Physics Laboratory, snipers have already set up sniper rifles and observation equipment in advance. It is no exaggeration to say that at this moment, not even a bird could safely fly over the Nuclear Physics Laboratory. All of this is to ensure that the controlled nuclear fusion experiment proceeds without interference from any external unknown factors. The changes within Sandow University naturally cannot escape the notice of certain observant individuals. What's going on here? Why are all these roads suddenly blocked? Ring ring. A few male students walked through Sandow University, their faces full of frustration. Could it be that some big shot has come to the school? One of the male students looked at the blocked roads and made a guess. Another male student slowly shook his head and said in a deep voice, "It shouldn't be someone important. I just checked the forum, and it seems all the roads leading to the Nuclear Physics Laboratory have been sealed off." The Nuclear Physics Laboratory? Could it be that they're conducting some kind of nuclear test over there? The male student nodded gravely. "I don't know if you've heard the news, but the Nuclear Physics Laboratory at Sandow University has been conducting research related to controlled nuclear fusion. And with the recent news from ITER, do you think it's possible that the Nuclear Physics Laboratory is conducting a controlled nuclear fusion experiment? This guess is obviously much more reliable than the previous one." Hiss. If that's really the case, doesn't that mean our Xia nation is about to master controlled nuclear fusion? Hearing his classmate's words, the boy who made the guess rolled his eyes in exasperation. How is that possible? This is controlled nuclear fusion. I guess this is just an experiment. Last time I heard my advisor say that controlled nuclear fusion would take at least a few more years to truly mature. Meanwhile, in the Nuclear Physics Laboratory at Sandow University. Everyone, stay sharp. Check the working status of each component of the Stellarator. If there are no issues, prepare to power up and begin the first fusion test. Following Lu Yongchang's command, the researchers in the laboratory quickly moved to their respective workstations and began inspection tasks. Cooling system is normal. Laser generator is normal. The superconducting coil is in good condition. As the reports came one after another, Lu Yongchang and Fang Su's expressions gradually became serious. When the final inspection was completed, a trace of excitement flashed in Lu Yongchang's eyes, and he firmly issued the command, "Start the power." A researcher nearby pulled the switch, and a low humming sound slowly arose. An extremely powerful current instantly surged through the superconducting coil outside the stellarator. Magnetic field intensity? Lu Yongchang asked loudly. A researcher responsible for monitoring the magnetic field intensity responded loudly, "The current magnetic field intensity is 50 T." Lu Yongchang nodded slightly. "The magnetic field strength of 50 T is already sufficient. After all, this is just a test, not the actual start of controlled nuclear fusion. Then, the first ignition experiment for controlled nuclear fusion begins now." As he spoke, Lu Yongchang reached out and pressed a few keys on the computer in front of him. A small amount of deuterium-tritium mixed gas is injected into the reactor. The next moment, the heating device begins to activate. Under the operation of the heating device, the deuterium-tritium mixed gas will be heated to an extremely high temperature until it completely transforms into a plasma state. The plasma state deuterium-tritium mixture will then be firmly confined to the operating trajectory by the strong magnetic field inside the stellarator. Countless parameters flickered on the computer screen in front of him, various colorful curves and numbers danced up and down in Lu Yongchang's eyes, merging into an exquisite picture. "All right. Prepare for ignition," Lu Yongchang commanded in a deep voice. Beside him, Fang Su swallowed slightly and pressed a button on the control panel in front of him. The next moment, a highly intense laser directly irradiated the plasma state of the deuterium-tritium mixture. The curve on the temperature sensor instantly traced a graceful arc, beginning to climb upward at an almost 90-degree slope. In just a few seconds, the temperature of the plasma state deuterium-tritium mixture reached hundreds of millions of degrees Celsius. The fire of fusion was ignited. Nuclear fusion has begun. At extremely high temperatures, a deuterium atom and a tritium atom react to form a helium atom and a neutron. In this process, a massive amount of energy is released. Temperature has reached the critical point. Detected a large number of neutrons. A researcher shouted loudly with an excited expression and an urgent tone. Everyone present had a slight change in their expressions. As professionals, they all understood the underlying meaning of this sentence. Nuclear fusion reactions have already occurred in the inner chamber of the stellarator before us. Looking at the extremely stable data on the computer screen, Fang Su's eyes revealed a hint of excitement. We succeeded." Perhaps due to being overly excited, Fang Su's face was flushed, and his lips trembled slightly. In contrast, Lu Yongchang's reaction was much calmer. He only slightly raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a faint smile on his face. After all, it was just an ignition experiment. Since it was just an ignition experiment, the amount of deuterium-tritium gas wasn't very much. In a few minutes, the fusion fuel was completely consumed, and the fusion reaction in the reactor gradually came to a halt. Lu Yongchang's eyes flickered slightly, and he immediately shouted loudly, "Quick! Check the status of the stellarator. Now is not the time to celebrate." Several researchers quickly lowered their heads and looked at the computer screens in front of them. The cooling system is in good condition, and the external temperature of the stellarator is stable. The first report came from afar. Lu Yongchang asked in a deep voice, "What is the external temperature now?" 25 degrees Celsius. Lu Yongchang nodded with satisfaction. It seems the cooling equipment is working well. The next second, he turned his head and loudly asked the researcher on the other side, "How's the reactor status?" "The reactor is in good condition, no radiation damage detected." Only then did a bright smile appear on Lu Yongchang's face. The first phase of controlled nuclear fusion had been a complete success. Next, the focus would be on the control system for controlled nuclear fusion. And the issue of selecting a power generation device. Is it to continue humanity's glorious tradition, boiling water, or some other more advanced solution? These questions swirled back and forth in Lu Yongchang's mind. A hand heavily slapped on his shoulder. Lu Yongchang's body trembled slightly, jolting him out of his thoughts. Turning his head, he saw Fang Su looking at him with a big smile. "I mean, the ignition was successful, so what are you still thinking about here? Come on, tonight, it's my treat. I'll take you out for a nice meal to celebrate." That evening, the official website of Sandow University quietly published a piece of news. Warm congratulations to Sandow Nuclear Physics Laboratory for successfully operating controlled nuclear fusion. At the same time, the trending topics on Weibo quietly changed. Xia Kingdom's first controlled nuclear fusion experiment achieves complete success. In just an instant, countless netizens staying up late to catch gossip flooded the comment section. Is it true? It succeeded just like that? I remember, didn't Xia just withdraw from ITER? Could it be that the rumor is true, and Xia really stole the relevant information? Come on, upstairs. Isn't that like killing the goose that lays the golden eggs? I don't believe Xia would do something so foolish. Let's not talk about such unpleasant things. I believe that even without ITER, we can develop our own controllable nuclear fusion device. Across the ocean, in the United States. Inside the president's office in the White House. A Chinese newspaper lies quietly on the president's desk. The red headlines on the newspaper stand out vividly against the black and white background. Good news! Sandaokou University Nuclear Physics Laboratory achieves successful controlled nuclear fusion ignition. A sound of someone slamming the table echoed. The mahogany presidential desk trembled violently. Fuck! A chubby middle-aged man with golden hair sat behind the desk, his face flushed red as he roared angrily, "Damn it! Anthony, can you explain this to me?" Hearing the angry voice of the middle-aged man in front of him, the man called Anthony took a step forward, shrugged, and said nonchalantly, "Lord Albert, I don't think there's much to explain." What? Nothing to explain? Is this the response you, as the Minister of Defense, are giving me? The muscles on the sides of the blond middle-aged man's cheeks trembled slightly, causing his golden bangs to quiver as well. Tell me, Anthony, what did you say to me at the time? That's right. As long as we drive Xia out of the ITER project, we can maintain our lead in controlled nuclear fusion forever. Albert mimicked Anthony's tone vividly. If I remember correctly, those were your exact words, weren't they? Anthony looked at the scene with an unpleasant expression. And now, Anthony, tell me, what does it say in this newspaper? Albert angrily picked up the newspaper on the table and slammed it onto the floor in front of Anthony. Anthony's lips twitched slightly. He lowered his head and carefully looked at the newspaper. Then, he said in a deep voice, "Mr. President, I can't read Chinese." Clearly, Anthony's reply completely exceeded Albert's expectations. Albert's mouth opened slightly, staring at Anthony in disbelief. "Anthony, you... Good. Very good." Albert even laughed in anger. "You can't read Chinese, so let me tell you what it says. The newspaper says that the Xia Kingdom has successfully conducted a controlled nuclear fusion ignition experiment. Do you understand?" Anthony remained expressionless and gently nodded. So what?" Albert sneered. "Is this the reply you're giving me?" Anthony took a deep breath. "Mr. President, I hope you'll take a good look at this report before speaking, rather than directly complaining to me. As one of the ITER member states, Xia naturally possesses a portion of controlled nuclear fusion technology. In my opinion, this so-called ignition experiment is hardly worth worrying about. They're still far from truly mastering controlled nuclear fusion." Albert's expression softened a bit. Calming down, a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes as he asked again. Anthony reached out and pointed behind him. "Your Excellency, the President, it's better to let the professionals explain these technical matters to you." Saying this, Anthony turned slightly to the side and said to the person behind him, "Professor Collins, it's your time now." An elderly man with graying hair slowly walked forward, leaning on a cane, and respectfully bowed to Albert. "Mr. President, hello." Albert frowned slightly, pondered for a moment, and then asked softly, "If I remember correctly, you should be the professor who was sent as the team leader to ITER a few years ago, right?" Professor Collins' eyes revealed a hint of excitement. "Yes, Mr. President, I didn't expect you to still remember me." Albert nodded lightly, his demeanor slightly arrogant as he said, "So, are you here to explain something to me?" Professor Collins quickly nodded, then said with a somewhat urgent expression, "Mr. President, I believe you have absolutely no need to worry about this news from Xia country." Albert's eyes flickered slightly, and he gestured for him to continue while adjusting to a more comfortable sitting position. "I've reviewed Xia country's report. The controlled nuclear fusion device they used this time is a stellarator, not the traditional tokamak device." Hearing this, Albert's brows furrowed tightly. He did have some impression of the tokamak device. After all, a significant portion of the tokamak device in the ITER project was funded and manufactured by the United States. But that stellarator, what on earth is that? He looked at Professor Collins in front of him with some confusion. "Professor, the stellarator you just mentioned." Professor Collins saw the doubt in Albert's eyes and suddenly realized, "Mr. President, you don't need to know what a stellarator is. You only need to know one thing: the stellarator device is equipment that we have eliminated. The reason for its elimination is very simple. Its cost is excessively high, and its manufacturing difficulty is too great, which easily leads to nuclear fusion failure. The stellarator at Three Gorges University in Xia country, I can roughly guess its origin. It should be a near-scrapped stellarator from D country a few years ago." "Of course." Albert looked at Professor Collins in disbelief. "Are you sure? A scrapped stellarator can successfully ignite nuclear fusion?" Obviously, Albert did not quite believe Professor Collins' words. Professor Collins nodded vigorously. Mr. President, you should know that the products from Country D have always been of good quality. I reckon this is also the reason why the Summer Nation succeeded. But this outdated stuff is certainly unreliable, so you can see that the controlled nuclear fusion in the Summer Nation only lasts for a mere 2 minutes. Perhaps you are not aware, but the ITER tokamak device has already managed to extend the sustainment time of controlled nuclear fusion to 26 minutes. Professor Collins' words brought some warmth back to Albert's stiff expression. Then, in your opinion, the research on controlled nuclear fusion in Xia country? Impossible. There is absolutely no way Xia country could achieve controlled nuclear fusion research with a stellarator. Professor Collins said decisively without the slightest hesitation, the stellarator has long been proven to be a thankless and unproductive path. Hearing these words, Albert's face finally showed a hint of a smile. As long as Xia country cannot master controlled nuclear fusion, the position of the United States will remain unshaken. However, Mr. President, there is something I would like to discuss with you, Professor Collins said, a trace of hesitation flashing in his eyes. Speak. Perhaps due to the good news he had just received, Albert's lips carried a faint smile as he nodded lightly. Mr. President, the United States should also build its own controlled nuclear fusion device, Professor Collins said nervously. We can't keep sharing experimental results with ITER. The next experiment, ITER is planning to extend the controlled nuclear fusion time to over 30 minutes. If successful, perhaps the era of humanity mastering controlled nuclear fusion will arrive. We, the United States, should prepare in advance. Professor Collins' words made President Albert's expression tense. He remained silent for a long time before slowly speaking. This is indeed a problem. Like Xia country, the United States currently does not have a truly controllable nuclear fusion device of its own. Albert's murmuring made Professor Collins' eyes light up suddenly. He quickly chimed in, "You're absolutely right, Mr. President. We need a fusion reactor that truly belongs to us." Albert pondered for a moment. "Give me some time, Professor. The Congress won't approve it without a definite timeline." Faced with Albert's meaningful gaze, Professor Collins hesitated for a moment. "Perhaps, around 10 years? Albert's brow furrowed instantly. 10 years? Professor, are you joking with me? Don't blame me, the Congress absolutely won't agree to this plan. Professor Collins gave an awkward laugh and quickly spoke again. 5 years, I believe that within 5 years, a fusion reactor belonging to the Americans will emerge. Albert nodded in satisfaction. Meanwhile, within the first ring of the capital city of Xia, inside a building that cannot be found on any map, Hong Chiming, with a serious expression, knocked on the office door once again. Hong Chiming took a deep breath, calming his slightly agitated emotions, then reached out and pushed open the somewhat heavy wooden door. Counselor Lee. Hong Chiming slightly bowed his head and saluted the elderly man behind the desk. Seeing Hong Chiming, the old man's face was filled with a smile. He slowly stood up, walked to Hong Chiming's side, and nodded, saying, not bad, you handled this matter beautifully." Hong Chiming's slightly serious face also showed a hint of a smile. He nodded lightly and said in a low voice, "I didn't expect that Lu Yongchang, this kid, would be so capable." Senator Lee's eyes revealed a trace of emotion. "Yes. I read the report you sent over a couple of days ago." "What?" The next second, Senator Lee's tone shifted, and he said seriously, "Chiming, what do you think of this kid Lu Yongchang?" Hong Chiming's pupils suddenly contracted. Counselor Lee's words stirred a vague suspicion in his heart. Could it be that Counselor Lee is preparing to? He dared not conceal anything and immediately recounted everything he had seen. After listening to Hong Chiming's words, Counselor Lee nodded thoughtfully. "It seems this kid suits your taste quite well. I plan to groom him into a leading figure of the new generation. What do you think?" Hong Chiming took a deep breath and then said in a deep voice, "Counselor Lee, I believe Lu Yongchang is capable of shouldering this responsibility." Counselor Lee revealed a satisfied smile. "In that case, bring him over to my place in a couple of days. I want to meet him in person." "Counselor Lee wants to see me?" Even though Lu Yongchang had seen all kinds of prominent figures in his previous life, he couldn't help but feel a bit surprised at this moment. He hadn't expected that Congressman Lee would notice him so quickly. But why? Just a controlled nuclear fusion ignition experiment shouldn't be enough to catch Congressman Lee's attention. Lu Yongchang, who had been pondering for a long time without finding an answer, showed a flattering smile and leaned toward Hong Chiming. "Minister Hong, do you know why Congressman Lee wants to see me?" Hong Chiming glanced helplessly at Lu Yongchang, who was grinning cheekily in front of him. Deep down, he was puzzled. This kid Lu Yongchang, why isn't he afraid of him at all? After all, he is a full minister-level congressman. Although he felt a bit puzzled, he still told Lu Yongchang everything he knew. Representative Li's intention is to groom you into a leading figure of the younger generation. You need to be prepared. As the words fell, not only Lu Yongchang but even Fong Su, who was standing nearby, suddenly had their pupils contract sharply. Lu Yongchang restrained the smile on his face slightly and asked in a deep voice, Minister Hong, did Representative Li really say that? Absolutely no falsehood. Hearing Hong Qiming's resolute response, a trace of excitement flashed in Lu Yongchang's eyes. If it could really succeed, he would have a bit more confidence in facing that future disaster. Originally, in his plan, it would take him about 3 years to achieve his current accomplishments. But now, in less than a month, he had completed all the preliminary planning. Hongbu, when are we leaving? Hong Qiming smiled faintly and glanced at the young lad in front of him. Tomorrow. I'll personally take you to meet Congressman Li. At the entrance of a mysterious building within the first ring of the capital, a black Audi S6 slowly came to a stop. After the car door opened, a middle-aged man got out first, followed by a college student whose face still carried a hint of youthful innocence. Yongchang, when you meet Counselor Li, make sure not to speak carelessly. Be serious, understand? Hong Qiming's eyes revealed a trace of unease. As Lu Yongchang's guarantor, if anything went wrong, he probably wouldn't be able to handle the consequences. Lu Yongchang nodded slightly without saying a word. Hong Qiming saw this and a hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. Who would have thought you'd get nervous too? In front of me, I've never seen you like this. Hong Qiming's teasing voice pulled Lu Yongchang's thoughts back. A trace of astonishment flashed in his eyes. Nervous? He was not nervous at all. Just now, he was merely thinking about how to make Congressman Li prioritize the development of aerospace technology. However, since Minister Hong said so, he silently agreed to the statement. He couldn't possibly refute him at this moment, could he? As a former chief scientist, his emotional intelligence wasn't that low. Don't worry, Congressman Li is very easy to talk to. Seeing Lu Yongchang still remain silent, Minister Hong's eyes showed even more amusement, and he gently patted his shoulder. Let's go, don't keep Congressman Li waiting. Knock, knock, knock. The brisk sound of knocking echoed through the quiet corridor. An elderly man's voice came from inside the room. The heavy wooden door slowly opened, and the familiar and simple office appeared before Lu Yongchang's eyes. A trace of nostalgia flashed in his eyes. In his previous life, he had been a frequent visitor to this office. Lu Yongchang, is that correct? Upon seeing Lu Yongchang for the first time, a smile appeared on the elderly man's face. He then slowly rose from his chair and walked up to him. Senator Li looked Lu Yongchang up and down and praised him repeatedly. Not bad, a fine young man. He reached out and patted Lu Yongchang on the shoulder. On behalf of Xia Nation, thank you. As he spoke, Senator Li unexpectedly bent down toward Lu Yongchang. Representative Li. Hong Qiming, standing to the side, noticed this and showed a hint of urgency in his eyes, repeatedly saying, Representative Li. You mustn't. Lu Yongchang also immediately reacted and prepared to step aside to help Representative Li up, but Representative Li's left hand firmly held him in place, forcing him to accept the bow. Representative Li, this is? Lu Yongchang gave a wry smile. I was merely doing what a researcher should do. Standing up, Congressman Li couldn't help but be moved upon hearing this. What should be done? Good. Very good. A few days ago, I asked Minister Hong about his opinion of you. At first, I thought Minister Hong might be a bit partial to you, but now it seems that Minister Hong really didn't tell the truth. As he spoke, Congressman Li glanced with a smile at Hong Qiming, who stood to the side with an awkward grin, and once again affirmed. You kid. Good. Very good. If all the young people in Xia country were like you, how could Xia country not rise to prominence? Faced with Congressman Li's affirmation, Lu Yongchang's face revealed a faint smile. Looking at Lu Yongchang's somewhat indifferent expression in front of him, Congressman Li's eyes showed a hint of surprise. In his impression, almost no one could maintain such a calm demeanor under his praise. Senator Li pondered for a moment and slowly said, Yongchang, what is your view on the future direction of technological development in Xia country? As soon as the words fell, a hint of excitement had already appeared in Hong Qiming's eyes. Judging from Senator Li's earlier attitude, he could be certain that as long as Lu Yongchang answered this question properly, the responsibility of being a leading figure of the new generation would undoubtedly fall on him. Lu Yongchang's eyes moved slightly. Like Hong Qiming, he also sensed the underlying meaning behind Congressman Li's words. Before entering the office, Hong Qiming's advice flashed through his mind. Although he understood the hidden meaning in Hong Qiming's words, he couldn't answer the question in a strictly conventional manner. The scene of the helium flash on the sun kept flashing in his mind, How could he dare to slow his steps? Lu Yongchang took a deep breath and slowly said, representatively, I believe that Xia Nation should set its sights on the universe. Hong Qiming was slightly stunned, then a hint of urgency flashed in his eyes. This kid. Clearly, I had warned him not to speak recklessly. Lu Yongchang continued speaking on his own. At present, we have successfully ignited the spark of nuclear fusion. It can be said that Xia country is only half a step away from fully mastering controllable nuclear fusion. Representatively, as a researcher and a scholar, I have the duty to remind you that controllable nuclear fusion technology is extremely important and concerns the fate of the nation. Xia Kingdom is now standing at the turning point of an era. The gates to a new world are right in front of us. Whether we push them open or step back, everything depends on our next move. Representatively furrowed his brows slightly, looking thoughtfully at Lu Yongchang, who was speaking eloquently in front of him. Yongchang. You. On the side, Hong Qiming couldn't hold back any longer. He lowered his voice and called out to Lu Yongchang, trying to interrupt his words. Councilman Li suddenly raised his left hand, making a gesture to interrupt Hong Qiming's action. He gave Hong Qiming a meaningful look and slowly said, let him finish. Then, Councilman Li turned his head again to look at Lu Yongchang and said meaningfully, are you saying that Xia Nation now needs to rapidly develop controllable nuclear fusion? Lu Yongchang nodded slightly. Not only that, Xia Nation needs to set its sights beyond Earth. Beyond Earth? That's right. Lu Yongchang's gaze was firm. Ignoring the confusion in Congressman Li's and Hong Qiming's eyes, he continued, the Moon, Mars, or perhaps, beyond the solar system. Ahem. Yongchang. Hong Qiming coughed to remind him, you're getting a bit carried away. Congressman Li slowly shook his head, a hint of a smile in his eyes. It's fine. Young people, having some dreams is always a good thing. Hearing Councillor Li's comment, Hong Qiming let out a slight sigh of relief. He secretly shot a glare at Lu Yongchang. That brat. In front of Representative Li, he really dares to say anything. When we get back, I must give him a good lesson. As for Lu Yongchang, a trace of regret appeared in his eyes. Sure enough, it's still too early to talk about this now. When a year later, signs of the sun's aging begin to appear, he can officially bring his plan to the table. For now, what he needs to do is accumulate various necessary technologies for the Starry Sea plan a year from now. Senator Li was silent for a moment before speaking again. Yongchang, rest assured, the controlled nuclear fusion project will be the focus of Xia country's development in the coming years. Now, what you need to do is to perfect the controlled nuclear fusion technology in the laboratory as much as possible. When the time is right, Xia country will naturally establish a controlled nuclear fusion demonstration reactor. Lu Yongchang silently nodded. All right, you can leave now. I still have some things to discuss with Minister Hong. As soon as the office door closed, Hong Qiming spoke anxiously, Councillor Li, Lu Yongchang, he's just too young, Thankfully. All right. Councillor Li's face was full of smiles. I understand what you mean. I certainly know that Lu Yongchang is a promising talent. I kept you here for another matter. Saying this, Congressman Li handed a document to Hong Qiming. Hong Qiming let out a slight sigh of relief and reached out to take the document from Congressman Li. The moment he saw the document, Hong Qiming's brows furrowed tightly. This is the investigation result from Xia country's Security Bureau too. Representative Li said casually. Hong Qiming's pupils suddenly contracted, and his hands holding the document trembled slightly. It turned out to be intelligence from the Second Bureau of Xia State Security. This is an intelligence agency on par with the CIA of the United States, MI5 of the UK, and the KGB of the Soviet Union. Councillor Li's gaze was profound as he said in a low voice, according to the investigation, Lu Yongchang, although he had excellent grades in the past, seemed to have shown no extraordinary traits. Hong Qiming swallowed slightly. You mean, Lu Yongchang is suspicious? Councillor Li slowly shook his head. There's no problem. I've also reviewed his parents' information, it's very clean. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to enter this office. Councillor Li's tone was very calm. But a slight chill ran down Hong Qiming's back. He hurriedly asked, so, what do you mean? Councillor Li did not reply immediately but pressed a button next to his desk. Wait. Have the results come out? Congressman Li asked calmly. The next moment, a steady male voice came from the office. From entering the office to leaving, a total of 11 minutes and 25 seconds. During this time, Lu Yongchang's heartbeat showed two fluctuations, accompanied by pupil contraction and a series of other conditions. The first time was during his response to your question, and the second was just before leaving the office. Congressman Li nodded thoughtfully and asked again, what does the psychological assessment say? Based on the assessment, Lu Yongchang probably doesn't have any malicious intent. Everything he said should be genuine and heartfelt. But he concealed some things. Counselor Lee slowly nodded. That matches up. Since meeting Lu Yongchang, he had developed this feeling deep in his heart. It seemed as if Lu Yongchang was hiding an earth-shattering secret in his heart. Hong Qiming swallowed slightly and asked in a low voice, Counselor Lee, how about we first remove Lu Yongchang's title as Chief Engineer of Controlled Nuclear Fusion? Counselor Lee's lips curled slightly, and a meaningful smile appeared on his wrinkled face. Having secrets is not a problem, everyone has secrets, including me and including you. As he spoke, Counselor Lee's gaze briefly lingered on Hong Qiming's face. Hong Qiming's heartbeat skipped a beat. After a brief pause, Counselor Lee continued speaking. I just need to know that he has no ill intentions towards Xia country. What's more, he has made such significant contributions to controlled nuclear fusion. Xia country is definitely not a nation that kills the donkey after the millstone is removed. Hong Qiming looked at Congressman Lee with some confusion, then. Congressman Lee pondered for a moment and slowly said, let him continue to serve as the chief engineer. Additionally, initiate the second experiment as soon as possible. I hope that within a year, the light of fusion can shine upon the land of Xia. When no one had yet noticed, a piece of news quietly made its way to the front page of the newspaper. Xia's controlled nuclear fusion experimental reactor project officially launches today. Of course, it was no surprise that this news also made it to the trending list on Weibo. For a while, it attracted countless comments from netizens. Ah, so the controlled nuclear fusion experimental reactor plan has officially started? I remember it was just a couple of days ago that the ignition was successful. Isn't this progress a bit too fast? Can someone explain what this news actually means? Here's the explanation. The successful ignition only means that Xia has managed to ignite nuclear fusion in a controlled fusion device. It's still a long way from truly mastering controlled nuclear fusion. However, the current experimental reactor is the real beginning of research into controlled nuclear fusion. I see. But that's already pretty fast. Hopefully, Xia can give ITER a big slap in the face and be the first to develop controlled nuclear fusion. I think that's unlikely. I heard that over at ITER, controlled nuclear fusion technology is already almost mature. Kicking Xia out at this point, well, everyone should understand the implications. At the same time, an article appeared on a certain platform. Futile. Stellar raiders can never achieve controlled nuclear fusion. As time went on, the influence of this article gradually began to spread. Reposts, likes, shares. The power of the internet is immense. In just over 10 hours, this article skyrocketed to the top of Weibo's trending list. After returning from Congressman Lee, Lu Yongchang did not rest at all and immediately headed to the nuclear physics laboratory at Sandow University. He needs to quickly initiate the second controlled nuclear fusion experiment. Only by achieving long-term controlled nuclear fusion in the Stellarator could he propose to Senator Lee the construction of a fusion demonstration reactor. What kind of nonsense is this? This is infuriating. Just as Lu Yongchang was poring over the various data collected from the first ignition at his desk, the office door was suddenly flung open, and Fong Su's angry voice came from the doorway. Looking at Fong Su's flushed face, Lu Yongchang was momentarily stunned. He immediately put down the pen in his hand and asked, "What's going on? Which researcher messed up the data again?" Hearing Lu Yongchang's question, Fong Su shook his head repeatedly, then took out his phone from his pocket, unlocked the screen, and placed it in front of Lu Yongchang. Take a look at what they're saying online. It's infuriating. Any random clown can come out and say a few words now. Lu Yongchang's eyes revealed a hint of confusion as he curiously looked at the phone screen on the table. Seeing the somewhat familiar interface, he instantly burst into laughter. Yo! Academician Fong, you're browsing Jihu now. Fong Su shot Lu Yongchang a sideways glance, annoyed. What nonsense, I don't browse that stuff. This is a link a friend sent me. Lu Yongchang smiled and shook his head, reaching out to scroll the screen. Futile. The Stellarator can never achieve controlled nuclear fusion. The moment he saw the headline, his eyebrows raised slightly, and his expression became noticeably more serious. The article wasn't very long, just a few hundred words. It's just that the content is somewhat glaring. The first half of the article objectively describes the differences between the Stellarator and the tokamak device, emphasizing that the Stellarator is a device abandoned by Western countries. Seeing this, Lu Yongchang looked up at Fong Su with a face full of astonishment. What's going on? Wait. Isn't it written quite well? These are indeed the facts. Fong Su sighed deeply. Keep reading. Lu Yongchang glanced at Fong Su with a face full of doubt. then dragged the screen down to continue reading. Gradually, he began to sense the problem. Just looking at the first half, this article is a proper and orthodox popular science piece. But in the second half, it starts to veer off course a bit. First, the article mentions that ITER's tokamak device can sustain fusion reactions for up to 26 minutes, using this to highlight the shortcomings of the stellarator. After all, during its first ignition experiment, the stellarator only managed about 2 minutes of fusion reaction. Secondly, the article directly stated the research funding obtained by Sandaku University through this stellarator project, a full 1 billion. At the end of the article, the author criticized Sandaku University's nuclear physics laboratory with extremely harsh language. Money grabbing, grandstanding, wasting the public resources of Xia Nation. It practically portrayed Sandaku University and the nuclear physics laboratory as utterly worthless. See that? I don't even know who the author is. If I find out, I must. Fong Su's gritted teeth voice came from the side. Unlike Fong Su's reaction, Lu Yongchang casually closed the webpage and handed the phone back to Fong Su. Seeing Lu Yongchang's reaction, Fong Su's emotions became somewhat disjointed. He took his phone with a confused look on his face. Yongchang, aren't you angry? In his view, this article was practically the same as pointing at their noses and hurling insults. As an academician of the Academy of Sciences, Fong Su asked himself honestly, he just couldn't swallow this anger. In his mind, Lu Yongchang, as the chief engineer of the controlled nuclear fusion project, should be even angrier. But, reality slapped Fong Su's face hard. LV Yongchang chuckled softly and slowly shook his head. It's just some misleading opinions posted by an internet influencer, not worth getting angry over. What, do we have to put down our work and go online to write an article to refute it? Smack! Fong Su was momentarily at a loss for words. Lu Yongchang glanced down at the data on the table and said casually, "We are scientists. These temporary honors and disgraces are not worth worrying about. I believe that as long as we successfully achieve controlled nuclear fusion on the stellarator, these so-called rumors will naturally dissipate." Don't forget what controlled nuclear fusion means to Xia Nation. After speaking, Lu Yongchang focused all his attention on the materials in front of him. As for Fong Su, he stood frozen in place with a complex expression on his face. He hadn't expected that, after living for over 40 years, he couldn't see as clearly as a young man in his early 20s. Controlled nuclear fusion is not a matter of personal pride or disgrace. This is a once-in-a-century battle for national destiny. Although Lu Yongchang let this matter go, Jiang Yongxing, the dean of the nuclear physics department at Sandaku University, could not let it go. After all, this is a slander against Sandaku University. He immediately reported the entire matter to Minister Hong Chiming. Alright, I understand. I will have someone thoroughly investigate this matter. Hong Chiming's sullen voice came through the receiver. Xia Country, the capital city. Inside a small villa. A man dressed in high-end designer clothes, wearing a pair of non-prescription glasses on the bridge of his nose, was staring intently at the computer screen in front of him. The image on the computer screen was an author's dashboard. On the homepage of the author's dashboard, an article had received countless likes and comments. As the camera zoomed in, the title of the article gradually became clear. It was none other than the article published on a certain platform criticizing Sandaku University. Looking at the gradually increasing likes and comments, a cold smile appeared on the man's lips. This article should bring him quite a bit of profit. As he thought about it, he pressed F5 on the keyboard. The web page refreshed. The article that was supposed to appear on the home page had turned into a patch of gray. The man suddenly stood up from his chair, his expression shifting unpredictably. A terrible suspicion slowly emerged in his mind. He moved the mouse, placing the cursor over the gray-shaded article title, and gently clicked the left mouse button. Hello Deng Haochu, your article has been flagged for. Simply put, it has been 404 D. Staring at the line of deep red Chinese characters in front of him, Deng Haochu's face suddenly changed. Damn it! He hurriedly moved the mouse and switched the web page to the income interface. A big fat zero appeared before his eyes. Deng Haochu raised his hand and slapped the computer desk in front of him, causing the computer screen to tremble. Damn Sandaku University. Deng Haochu knew clearly in his heart that this kind of thing could only have been tampered with by the people from Sandaku University. This matter is not over. A cold glint flashed in Deng Haochu's eyes. Thinking of the hundreds of thousands to millions in income that had vanished into thin air, a trace of pain flashed across Deng Haochu's face. 1 week later. As this article was deleted and banned across the entire internet, the negative public opinion it had caused gradually disappeared. At this moment, Sandaku University once again entered a state of lockdown. The second controlled nuclear fusion experiment was about to take place in the nuclear physics laboratory at Sandow University. Inside the library of Sandow University, Su Yutong frowned as she lifted her head from the workbook in front of her, instinctively glancing at the seat beside her. As always, it was empty. She closed her eyes slightly and let out a deep sigh. Since meeting Lu Yongchang last time, she seemed to be under a spell, coming to the library at the same time every day, trying to run into him again. But after more than 10 days of fruitless attempts, her slightly restless heart gradually calmed down. Perhaps that graduate senior only came to the library occasionally. Yutong! Just as Su Yutong was lost in thought, a crisp shout came from the side. Su Yutong's body trembled slightly, and she suddenly turned her head to look. Seeing the person who had arrived, her tense body relaxed a little. Chen Yun? Why are you here? Chen Yun gave Su Yutong a sideways glance with a hint of annoyance and said loudly, What? Am I not allowed to come? I have no idea what's gotten into you, sitting in that little corner of the library every day. Could it be that you're waiting for someone? What? Caught off guard, Su Yutong's eyes flashed with panic. You stop talking nonsense. This is the library, keep your voice down. Chen Yun glanced sideways at Su Yutong again. Keep my voice down? Why don't you check if there's anyone else around? Su Yutong was slightly stunned and quickly stood up to look around. The large library was completely empty. Chen Yun sighed deeply, a hint of helplessness in her eyes. My dear lady, didn't you read yesterday's campus announcement? Su Yutong shook her head with a puzzled expression. Chen Yun stepped forward and grabbed Su Yutong's right hand. Come on, hurry back to the dormitory with me. The school issued a notice last night, requiring all students not to leave the dormitory unless absolutely necessary. I really don't know how you managed to get out today. If I didn't know you come to the library every day, I wouldn't even know where to find you. Su Yutong's eyes grew increasingly confused. Why? Chen Yun pulled Su Yutong in the direction of the dormitory. Why? Are you pretending to be clueless or do you really not know? Our school's nuclear physics laboratory is conducting the second controlled nuclear fusion experiment today. Inside the nuclear physics laboratory, Lu Yongchang looked solemnly at the stellarator device in front of him, which resembled a tangled ball of yarn. Let's get started. Lu Yongchang didn't waste any words and directly spoke to Fong Su beside him. Fong Su nodded slightly and turned to give orders to the researchers next to him. It was the same familiar process again. After the circuit breaker was turned on, accompanied by a buzzing sound, an extremely powerful electric current passed through the superconducting coil, forming a closed, twisted ring-shaped magnetic cage within the stellarator's inner cavity. During the idle time while the heating device began preheating, Fong Su asked nervously, Yongchang, how long do you think this experiment can extend the duration of controlled nuclear fusion? Upon hearing this question, Lu Yongchang glanced at Fong Su with a peculiar expression. What do you mean by how long can it be extended? In Lu Yongchang's view, the current stellarator, apart from not being connected to a generator, already has a basic structure not much different from the large fusion reactors of later generations. At the very least, all the necessary components are already in place. Brother Su, I think this question depends on how long you want to maintain it. Fong Su's pupils suddenly contracted. The meaning of these words. Before having time to think carefully, a researcher nearby shouted loudly, Professor Lu, the preheating work is completed. Without time to explain in detail to Fong Su, Lu Yongchang directly said in a deep voice, inject deuterium and tritium gas. Prepare for ignition. At the moment when the deuterium-tritium gas turns into high-temperature plasma inside the stellarator's cavity, a laser instantly strikes the surface of the deuterium-tritium plasma. In just a few seconds, the fire of fusion ignites once again. Detected the appearance of a large number of neutrons. The nuclear fusion reaction is occurring normally. Reports came one after another. Lu Yongchang's expression was somewhat grave. Closely monitor the remaining amount of deuterium and tritium. Add more immediately if it's insufficient. Unlike the previous experiment, this time Lu Yongchang's goal was to sustain controlled nuclear fusion for an extended period. Therefore, it is absolutely unacceptable for the fusion reaction to stop shortly after starting, with the fuel being exhausted. How is the cooling situation? Lu Yongchang asked in a deep voice. The researcher in charge of monitoring the temperature immediately responded, the cooling system is functioning well. The surface temperature of the stellarator is 25 degrees Celsius. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. 27 minutes. When he saw that the duration of the nuclear fusion reaction had surpassed ITER's record of 26 minutes, Fong Su, standing nearby, was filled with excitement and nervousness. Excitement naturally came from the fact that they had set a new record. Uneasiness stemmed from recalling Liu Yongchang's previous mention of the 30-minute threshold for the tokamak device. The 30-minute threshold passed amidst Liu Yongchang's unremarkable expression. He glanced up at the time, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. It's been 35 minutes, that's about enough. Get ready to stop. Under the orderly operations of the researchers, the heating system gradually came to a stop, and the current through the superconducting coils also steadily weakened. Finally, the flames of nuclear fusion slowly extinguished within the stellarator. Beijing. Inside an extremely inconspicuous small house, Deng Haochu sat on the slightly worn-out sofa with a somewhat gloomy expression. This was the studio of a small program. The program was very minor, only visible on some extremely obscure channels. But it was his only means of counterattack for now. The lights in the studio came on. Deng Haochu glanced around, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. To be fair, this studio was indeed a bit shabby. Apart from a green screen behind him, there were only two somewhat worn-out sofas. Directly ahead was a camera. Surrounding him was a group of extras sitting on small stools, acting as the audience. Looking at the expressionless faces of those extras, Deng Haochu let out a deep sigh. The only thing that gave him some comfort was that the beautiful host was at least pleasing to the eye. Mr. Deng, the show is about to start. Our program is live, so, there are some things you need to be mindful of. The female host showed a sweet smile on her face and softly said to Deng Haochu. Deng Haochu nodded repeatedly, but deep in his eyes, a trace of disdain appeared. This kind of studio, doing a live broadcast? Which TV station would allow such a program to be broadcast live? The host naturally noticed the contempt in Deng Haochu's eyes. A trace of displeasure flashed deep in her eyes. Isn't he just some Jihu influencer? Being able to join this program is already giving you face. And yet you still look down on the production team? TCH. The host sneered inwardly, curious to see what earth-shattering words this so-called influencer could come up with later. While thinking this, the smile on her face grew even sweeter. The next moment, she turned to look at the camera in front of her. When the red light on the camera lit up, she spoke in a cheerful tone and with clear articulation. Hello, dear viewers. I am your host, E. The theme of today's program is the highly popular controlled nuclear fusion project. The production team has specially invited an expert in the field of nuclear fusion, Mr. Deng Haochu. Mr. Deng, could you tell us about the field of controlled nuclear fusion? As she spoke, the female hostee turned her head to look at Deng Haochu. Perhaps because it was his first time on a TV program, Deng Haochu's expression was somewhat stiff, and he greeted the camera in an extremely unnatural manner. Hello everyone, I am Deng Haochu. Some days ago, Xia announced its withdrawal from the ITER project. This news left me utterly shocked. Then, what is the ITER project? The hostee asked appropriately. Deng Haochu quickly explained the details of the ITER project and then continued. I estimate that withdrawing from the ITER project will have a significant impact on Xia's controlled nuclear fusion program. If nothing unexpected happens, we will once again fall behind the major Western powers. The hostee looked at Deng Haochu with a face full of surprise. But, not long ago, Sandow University announced the first successful ignition of its controlled nuclear fusion project. How would you explain that? Deng Haochu's eyes flashed with a gleam of light. This was the question he wanted to hear. The corners of Deng Haochu's mouth twitched, and a cold smile appeared on his somewhat stiff face. On this point, as a professional who has been studying controlled nuclear fusion, I can tell you very clearly. The news about the successful nuclear fusion ignition at Sandow University is greatly exaggerated. First of all, the controlled nuclear fusion device used by Sandow University is a stellarator discarded by Country D, a type of device that has already been abandoned by major Western powers. Secondly, the duration of controlled nuclear fusion at Sandow University lasted only a mere 2 minutes. The host, E, nodded thoughtfully. You mean to say? 2 minutes of controlled nuclear fusion, what use could that possibly have? Deng Haochu's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery. Even Ultraman fighting monsters takes 3 minutes, doesn't it? As soon as the words fell, a burst of laughter erupted from the audience around. Achoo! Seeing the surrounding extras no longer looking lifeless as before, Deng Haochu couldn't help but feel invigorated. I can share another piece of data with everyone. ITER's controlled nuclear fusion duration has already reached 26 minutes. The gap between the two can be described as worlds apart. The host, E, interrupted Deng Haochu's words once again. So, according to your opinion, Mr. Deng, the controlled nuclear fusion sustainment time at Sandow University definitely cannot surpass the record currently held by ITER, right? Deng Haochu, who had been interrupted multiple times, glanced at the host with some dissatisfaction. No wonder she's still hosting a small program to this day. Considering that the program was still being recorded, Deng Haochu could only suppress the frustration in his heart. If I remember correctly, Sandow University will conduct its second controlled nuclear fusion experiment today. If nothing unexpected happens, they will experience the drawbacks of the Stellarator device in this experiment. Deng Haochu looked at the host meaningfully and said, "Oh, Mr. Deng, do you mean the design of the Stellarator has a fatal flaw?" Hearing the host's question, Deng Haochu smiled meaningfully and nodded. Controlled nuclear fusion requires extremely high temperatures. The plasma temperature inside the fusion reactor is at least hundreds of millions of degrees Celsius. The biggest problem with the Stellarator lies in its complex structure. If any mistake occurs, plasma at millions of degrees would directly touch the inner cavity of the Stellarator. TSK, just imagining that scene is beautiful. As he spoke, Deng Haochu's expression gradually became more unrestrained. I can also share a secret with everyone. Is that all? Sandow University managed to secure $1 billion in research funding from the SSS Congress with this outdated Stellarator device. In my opinion, this is simply nonsense. How is this scientific research? This is nothing but a money grab. In just an instant, a buzz of discussion arose from the audience below. Sigh. Seeing the eager gazes of the surrounding audience directed at him, Deng Haochu felt an immense sense of satisfaction. The host nearby had a somewhat peculiar expression on their face. Mr. Deng, our program is live. Please be mindful of your words. Seemingly caught up in the moment, Deng Haochu completely ignored the host's reminder and continued speaking loudly. What? So what if it's live? Not long ago, I exposed the shady dealings of Sandow University on a certain platform, and my post was taken down. This clearly shows how much underhanded business Sandow University is involved in behind the scenes. Today, I will expose Sandow University in front of a wide audience. The host, looked at Deng Haochu, who appeared to be in a frenzied state, and for a moment, she had no idea what to do. After all, she was just a junior host and had no clue how to handle such an unexpected situation. Just as chaos engulfed the stage, a staff member suddenly ran up, leaned down, and whispered a few words into Yi's ear. The host looked at the staff in front of her with a shocked expression. What you said, is it true? Seeing the staff nod, Yi instinctively glanced at Deng Haochu beside her, a hint of determination flashing in her eyes. The female host lightly coughed, interrupting Deng Haochu's somewhat passionate speech. Mr. Deng, there's a piece of news I think you should hear. Once again interrupted, Deng Haochu looked like a magician whose spell had been disrupted, his face flushed red as he stared angrily at the host in front of him. Can't you just let me finish speaking? The host showed an apologetic smile on their face, then softly said, according to reports, Sandow University has achieved complete success in its second nuclear fusion experiment. The modified Stellarator successfully sustained controlled nuclear fusion for 35 minutes, breaking the previous 26-minute record set by ITER. Deng Haochu's pupils slightly dilated as he stood frozen in place. Mr. Deng? The host's eyes revealed a hint of slyness as he softly reminded, Mr. Deng, did you hear what I just said? Deng Haochu suddenly snapped back to his senses. His face turned deathly pale in an instant, and he muttered to himself, no, impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Mr. Deng, this is the announcement released by Sandow University. The host kindly reminded. Deng Haochu's mouth twitched, and he suddenly roared, impossible. This is definitely a cover-up. The Stellarator absolutely cannot operate stably for 35 minutes. Just as Deng Haochu was shouting loudly in the studio, a loud bang came from the direction of the main door. Everyone's gaze turned toward the studio's main door. A few men in police uniforms, with serious expressions, walked into the studio and headed straight for Deng Haochu. Deng Haochu, is that correct? Please come with us. As he spoke, the leading policeman took out his badge from his pocket and flashed it in front of Deng Haochu. A villa in the capital. As usual, after dinner, Lu Guoqing sat on the sofa, reached for the remote control beside him, turned on the TV, switched to the news channel, and waited for the daily news program. As the hour hand of the wall clock pointed to the number 7, a familiar melody emanated from the television. Hello, dear viewers, and welcome to today's Xia Nation News. Breaking news from our station, the nuclear physics laboratory at Jingqing Sandow University conducted its second controlled nuclear fusion experiment this afternoon. The experiment was a complete success, extending the duration of controlled nuclear fusion to 35 minutes, surpassing the previous record of 26 minutes set by ITER. Hearing this, Lu Guoqing's pupils slightly widened, then he suddenly clapped his hands. The nuclear physics program at Sandow University truly deserves its reputation as a top-notch program. From the kitchen nearby came Zhou Qingru's slightly disdainful voice. I say, what are you shouting about over there? I asked you to help collect the bowls, and you won't even do that. Hearing his wife's complaints, Lu Guoqing gave an awkward laugh and quickly shut his mouth. This station's latest news. The chief engineer of the Controlled Nuclear Fusion Project is a sophomore undergraduate student from Sandow University. Before Lu Guoqing could react, the television screen changed. In the television footage, a young man wearing a white short-sleeved shirt held a whiteboard marker and wrote the final line of letters on the blackboard. Under the leadership of classmate Lu Yongchang, the Sandow Nuclear Physics Laboratory successfully overcame multiple technical challenges and achieved controllable nuclear fusion technology in the laboratory. Meanwhile, the television screen displayed various clips of Lu Yongchang conducting research in the laboratory. At this moment, Lu Guoqing was already somewhat unable to react. He slowly stood up, staring at the television in front of him with an incredulous expression, and shouted loudly, Qingru! Qingru, come and take a look! Zhou Qingru's impatient voice came from the kitchen. What are you looking at? Don't you know I'm still washing dishes? Our son is on the news. And also. As soon as the words fell, a series of clattering sounds came from the kitchen. The next moment, Zhou Qingru, wearing an apron, rushed to the living room in a hurry, her expression slightly flustered. What's going on? What happened to our son? Lu Guoqing opened his mouth but didn't say a word. He felt that, at this moment, no words could express the shock in his heart. He could only weakly point at the television screen in front of him. This is our son, right? Zhou Qingru stared blankly at the television screen, a look of shock gradually appearing in her eyes. Perhaps because the Controlled Nuclear Fusion Project is quite significant, the Xia Nation News spent a full 5 minutes on this report. During this time, a full 2 minutes were dedicated to introducing Lu Yongchang. The television screen flickered slightly and returned to the news anchor's interface. This station reports. The content of the news that followed, Lu Guoqing and Zhou Qingru didn't catch a single word. At this moment, the two of them were still standing dumbfounded in front of the TV, staring blankly at the screen. After a long while, Lu Guoqing swallowed slightly and came to his senses. This brat, without saying a word, he actually did such a big thing. I need to make a call and give him a good talking to. Speaking, Lu Guoqing turned around to grab the phone on the coffee table. The next moment, Zhou Qingru fiercely glared at her husband. What are you doing? Lu Guoqing's hand froze abruptly, and he said to his wife with an awkward smile, I was going to call our son and ask him what's going on. Zhou Qingru rolled her eyes and said irritably, is this the kind of thing you can just ask about? If it involves any confidentiality issues, do you want to get Yongchang killed? Lu Guoqing's face stiffened, and he slowly withdrew his hand. Then, are we just going to wait here like this? Just as the two were feeling conflicted, a phone rang. It was Zhou Qingru's phone. Zhou Qingru's expression shifted slightly, and she hurriedly bent down to grab her phone from the coffee table. The moment she saw the incoming number, Zhou Qingru's face lit up with an excited smile. It's Yongchang's call. Lu Guoqing's eyes flickered, and he immediately urged in a low voice, answer it. Hurry up and pick it up. Zhou Qingru nodded repeatedly and quickly answered the call. Just as the speakerphone was turned on, Lu Yongchang's voice came through the phone. Yongchang, what's going on with that news from Xia country? Are you working on nuclear fusion now? Before Zhou Qingru could speak, Lu Guoqing impatiently asked. There was a hint of hesitation in Lu Yongchang's voice. Zhou Qingru glared at Lu Guoqing and quickly added, Yongchang, don't listen to your dad. If it involves any confidentiality regulations, you don't need to tell us. A light chuckle came from the other end of the phone. It's not really about confidentiality or not, I just didn't expect this matter to make it onto Xia country's news. Yes, I am indeed currently researching controlled nuclear fusion technology. Are you now the chief engineer of Xia country's controlled nuclear fusion project? Lu Guoqing's question once again made Lu Yongchang pause for a moment. Unexpectedly, the news in Xia country had actually exposed this matter. However, this wasn't something shameful, so Lu Yongchang naturally admitted it openly. Lu Guoqing and Zhou Qingru exchanged glances. After a long while, Zhou Qingru slowly said, Yongchang, remember to take good care of yourself. On the other end of the phone, Lu Yongchang felt a slight sting in his nose upon hearing this, and for a moment, he was somewhat choked up. As the news from Xia country aired, the Weibo trending list was updated at lightning speed. Shocking. A sophomore from Sandow University actually. Controlled nuclear fusion experiment a complete success, and the chief engineer turns out to be him. Around 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening is precisely the time when most ordinary people are surfing the internet. Such an eye-catching headline naturally attracted a lot of attention. Within just a few minutes of the news being released, the comments section was completely overwhelmed. Wait, did I read that wrong? A sophomore student, chief engineer of a controlled nuclear fusion project? Is today April Fool's Day? Upstairs, this is from Xia Country News, it should be true. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! What the heck? Alas, I lack education, but one holy crap conquers the world. Look at someone else's sophomore year, then look at my sophomore year.jpg. WTF. Isn't that my classmate? The person upstairs, tell us your story. The lights were bright in the Sandalco Nuclear Physics Laboratory. In the office, Lu Yongchang put down the phone in his hand, a hint of complexity flashing in his eyes. He just finished a phone call with his parents. Thinking of his mother's final words of advice, he felt an indescribable emotion in his heart. Although in his previous life his parents lived well under the protection of Xia Nation and the Human Federation, as a chief scientist, he was destined to have no time to accompany them. How about taking some time to go back and visit them? A thought slowly emerged in the depths of his mind. Alright. But the next moment, he shook his head and cast the thought aside. The sword of Damocles still hung high above all of humanity, and he could not stop his steps. Knock, knock, knock. A series of rhythmic knocks on the door interrupted his thoughts. Lu Yongchang adjusted his expression and said softly, "Come in, the door's not locked." The office door slowly opened, and Fong Su's figure appeared at the doorway. His face was full of smiles. "Congratulations, Chief Engineer Lu, on your instant fame." Lu Yongchang rolled his eyes impatiently and capped the pen in his hand. "Su Ji, you're not like those ordinary people, coming to me over something like this, are you?" Fong Su quickly shook his head and denied, "Of course not. Dean Jiang asked me to pass on a message to you." Dean Jiang? Lu Yongchang's interest was piqued instantly. "What does Dean Jiang want with me?" Fong Su looked at Lu Yongchang with a somewhat peculiar expression and said softly, "Dean Jiang is asking you, when are you planning to graduate?" Lu Yongchang. Graduate? Lu Yongchang's expression gradually turned peculiar as well. Hearing this, he suddenly remembered that he was still just a sophomore undergraduate student. Can I even graduate? Come to think of it, I haven't even started my thesis yet. Lu Yongchang nervously reached out to touch the tip of his nose. Forget the thesis, how long has it been since he last attended class? It is estimated that the professors in his field have probably forgotten about him, right? Fong Su also looked at Lu Yongchang with a peculiar expression. To be honest, this was the most bizarre undergraduate student he had ever seen. Clearly, he hadn't even completed his undergraduate thesis, yet he was able to lead academicians in completing research on controlled nuclear fusion. Fong Su's brows furrowed instantly, and he muttered to himself, "Dean Jiang didn't mention this either." Lu Yongchang, sweating profusely, looked at Fong Su. "What should we do? Could it be that I have to go back to class now? Can the GPA still be made up?" Fong Su shook his head repeatedly. No, that won't do. Go back to class? Controlled nuclear fusion is just one step away, yet the chief engineer is going back to college to take sophomore courses? Listen to yourself, does that make any sense? Fong Su pondered for a moment, then his eyes suddenly lit up, and he said, "I've got it. You don't need to worry about the GPA issue. I believe the faculty leaders won't hold up your graduation process because of this matter. However, the main focus now is your graduation thesis." After speaking, a hint of unease appeared in Fong Su's eyes. He felt that the faculty leaders probably wouldn't, and shouldn't, hold up Lu Yongchang's graduation process because of the thesis issue. This is the chief engineer of the controlled nuclear fusion project. If word gets out that a scientist at the academician level hasn't even graduated from university, I believe the leaders in the institute wouldn't look too pleased either. It's just, Fong Su also considered one issue. Without a formal graduation thesis, it would ultimately be a blemish on the resume. How about, you consolidate the data from our lab and publish a paper in Science? Let this be your graduation thesis. What do you think? Lu Yongchang's mouth twitched slightly twice, and he nodded helplessly. Well, I guess that's the only way. Alright. An undergraduate thesis is a science paper. If he applies for an academician in the future, wouldn't he have to submit to aliens? Lu Yongchang complained in his heart. Should I start organizing the data now? Fong Su shook his head repeatedly. No rush. This kind of simple task doesn't need you to do it. How about this? I'll have one of my PhD subordinates help you complete this paper. You just focus on your work. Lu Yongchang's mouth twitched again. Let the PhD help him complete his undergraduate thesis. Isn't this a bit of overkill? Fong Su said casually. Hongbu might come to see you in a couple of days. Lu Yongchan's expression slightly tensed, and the matter of the graduation thesis was immediately pushed to the back of his mind. Hongbu? What's wrong? Fong Su pondered for a moment and continued. I reckon it's to take you to meet Counselor Li. After all, the laboratory has already achieved long-term controlled nuclear fusion. No matter what, Xia country should start preparing to build a demonstration reactor, right? Lu Yongchang felt a slight stir in his heart. Demonstration reactor. This is nothing like the small stellarator in the laboratory. That is a large-scale device meant to supply the Xia nation's power grid. However, this brings up a problem. The demonstration reactor isn't just about igniting nuclear fusion. At the very least, it needs to generate electricity, right? A few hours later. You can't possibly spend a huge amount of funding to build something that can't generate electricity and can only ignite nuclear fusion, can you? So, does that mean we should start considering the choice of generator? Hearing Lu Yongchan's question, Fong Su was slightly stunned and instinctively asked back, generator? Besides boiling water, what other choice is there? Lu Yongchang shook his head with a wry smile. It was indeed the truth. In the history of human development, from the steam age to the information age, it seems we have never been able to escape the fate of boiling water. Even the most advanced controlled nuclear fission power plants today generate electricity by boiling water. Even in the previous era, all the nuclear fusion power plants on Earth used the same simple and crude method of boiling water. In a moment of reflection, his eyes shifted slightly, and a fragment of memory flashed through his mind. Perhaps, we could try a magneto-hydrodynamic generator? The concept of a magneto-hydrodynamic generator actually emerged a long time ago. It is a device that generates electricity based on the Hall effect, using a conductive fluid, such as air or liquid, moving relative to a magnetic field. By omitting the step of mechanical energy conversion, its power generation efficiency has been significantly improved. Actually, in his previous life, he had envisioned using this technology for power generation. But due to the tight schedule, there was no extra time for in-depth research. Helplessly, he had to opt for the relatively simple method of generating power by boiling water. But this time, he had absolutely ample time. A hint of excitement flashed in Lu Yongchang's eyes as he reached out to grab a sheet of white paper and laid it flat on his desk. Brother Su, come and take a look at this plan. Saying this, Lu Yongchang picked up a pen nearby, removed the cap, and started sketching directly on the white paper. Seeing Lu Yongchang's actions, Fong Su's eyes revealed a hint of doubt. This, a simple method of generating electricity by boiling water, does it really need a plan? 3 days later. There are so many controllable nuclear fission power stations in Xia country, why not just copy one of their plans? Thinking this, Fong Su stepped forward and carefully looked at the white A4 paper in front of Lu Yongchang. Looking at the straight and neat lines on the paper, Fong Su's eyes revealed a hint of amazement. Your drawing skills, impressive. Lu Yongchang's movements suddenly paused, then he smiled and explained, I taught myself randomly, otherwise, how could I have drawn those simple diagrams on the blackboard back then? Fong Su nodded in admiration. This isn't something you can just learn easily. At least, he couldn't do it. Don't mention him, even among the academicians of the Academy of Sciences, there are probably very few whose drawing skills can reach this level. The office gradually fell into silence. Apart from the sound of their breathing, only the rustling of Lu Yongchang's pen gliding across the white paper could be heard. Fong Su's eyebrows suddenly twitched sharply. As the lines on the drawing gradually became more complete, he realized what Lu Yongchang was drawing. Magneto-hydrodynamic generator? Lu Yongchang did not stop his actions, chuckled lightly, nodded, and said, that's right. It's a magneto-hydrodynamic generator. In my opinion, this is simply the most suitable device for controlled nuclear fusion, bar none. Fong Su's brow instantly furrowed. After pondering for a moment, he said with a somewhat heavy tone, Yongchang, I know the magneto-hydrodynamic generator has very high power generation efficiency. But, the magneto-hydrodynamic generator has several fatal flaws, and this technology is not yet mature enough. Wouldn't it be a bit too reckless to use it in controlled nuclear fusion? Lu Yongchang's pen suddenly paused. He slowly raised his head and looked at Fong Su, shaking his head with a smile. Difficult? Currently, the limitations of magneto-hydrodynamic power generation technology boil down to just 2 challenges. First, magneto-hydrodynamic power generation technology requires inert gases containing trace alkali metals like potassium and cesium as the working medium. Second, the high-temperature environment under which the magneto-hydrodynamic generator operates normally. I wasn't wrong, was I? Fong Su's gaze slightly tightened, and he nodded lightly. This first issue is still somewhat difficult to resolve at the moment. The large-scale production of inert gases, this technology is something we currently don't have. According to the current technical means, if we use a magnetohydrodynamic generator, even if the working fluid can be recycled, the cost will far exceed our expectations. Lu Yongchang stared at Fong Su meaningfully, a faint smile appearing in his eyes. Brother Su, are you sure we don't yet have the technology to produce inert gases? Fong Su furrowed his brows slightly, carefully recalling in his mind before slowly shaking his head. I'm sure, at least as of last week, I haven't seen any related technology in Xia country or even in international academic journals. Lu Yongchang did not speak, but simply gave Fong Su a deep look. Then, he picked up the pen again and started writing and drawing on the paper. Seeing this scene, Fong Su frowned even deeper, a vague sense of irritation rising from the depths of his heart. Vaguely, he had a premonition. It seemed he had overlooked something extremely important. But as for what exactly it was, Fong Su just couldn't figure it out. Yongchang? Fong Su's eyes showed a hint of urgency as he asked Lu Yongchang in a low voice, what exactly is the technology? Hurry up and tell me. Lu Yongchang still didn't speak, merely tapping the desk lightly with the tip of his fountain pen. Attracted by Lu Yongchang's actions, Fong Su lowered his head to look at the white paper in front of him. A line of neat penmanship appeared on the white paper. 12H plus 13H24 He plus 01N plus 17.6 MeV. This is the reaction equation for deuterium-tritium fusion. Looking at this incredibly familiar reaction equation, Fong Su was immediately stunned on the spot. His lips trembled slightly, and a faint smile gradually appeared on both sides of his cheeks. So that's it. No wonder he always felt like he had overlooked something important. Considering all external factors, he happened to overlook the most important internal factor. Unlike ordinary thermal power generation and nuclear fission power plants, deuterium-tritium fusion inherently produces helium as a byproduct. Deuterium and tritium undergo fusion reactions under high-temperature conditions, producing helium-4 and neutrons. This is practically high school physics knowledge, but he, as an academician, happened to overlook it. Fong Su shook his head with a wry smile. In that case, the first difficulty has already been resolved. Lu Yongchang's eyes showed an increasingly obvious smile. The second difficulty, is it still a difficulty for us now? Fong Su was momentarily stunned, then suddenly reached out and slapped his own forehead. What's wrong with my brain lately? The new material inside the imitation star device reactor can withstand the high temperatures of controlled nuclear fusion. Could it be that it can't withstand the low temperatures of 2000 to 3000 K during the operation of the magnetohydrodynamic generator? Fong Su became more and more excited. He clasped his hands behind his back and kept pacing in circles inside Lu Yongchang's office. Yes. Helium gas can already be produced inside a deuterium-tritium fusion reactor. And it's high-temperature gas at billions of degrees Celsius. We don't even need to expend energy to heat it up. This is simply the perfect power generation plan. Lu Yongchang chuckled softly and handed the sketch on the table to Fong Su. Brother Su, see if our Sandow University has any talent in this area. If so, let's get a prototype made as soon as possible. Let's aim to complete the first controllable nuclear fusion demonstration reactor within 6 months. Fong Su, filled with excitement, reached out to take the sketch handed over by Lu Yongchang and nodded firmly. Don't worry, leave this matter to me. I promise, within 2 months, you'll see the prototype of the magnetohydrodynamic generator. The first ring of the capital. Looking at the somewhat ancient building in front of him, Lu Yongchang's eyes revealed a hint of emotion. Let's go, Representative Li is waiting for you. Seeing Lu Yongchang stop in his tracks, Hong Qiming hurriedly urged, by the way, did you prepare the things I asked you to? Lu Yongchang smiled and nodded, shaking the briefcase in his hand. Isn't it just the budget report? It's been ready for a while. Hearing this, Hong Qiming let out a slight sigh of relief. That's good. This time, I won't go in with you. You'll have to handle everything on your own. Remember, stay calm and steady. Don't say anything unrealistic like last time. Lu Yongchang nodded helplessly. Knock, knock, knock. Standing in front of the heavy wooden door, Lu Yongchang took a deep breath, raised his hand, and gently knocked on the door. A short and firm voice came from inside the room. Creak. Just as he pushed open the door, Lu Yongchang saw Counselor Li sitting behind the desk, looking at him with a smile. Yongchang, you really gave me a surprise. Counselor Li stood up with a smile and walked over to Lu Yongchang. Counselor Li was the first to sit on the sofa nearby. Lu Yongchang pondered for a moment, then without hesitation, sat confidently across from Congressman Li. What do you plan to do next? Without any pleasantries, Congressman Li asked directly. Upon hearing Congressman Li's question, Lu Yongchang did not hesitate and responded directly, I suggest immediately launching the controlled nuclear fusion demonstration reactor project. Senator Li's brows furrowed slightly. Demonstration reactor? So soon? Lu Yongchang nodded lightly. At present, we already possess relatively mature controllable nuclear fusion technology. I think this is an opportunity. An opportunity? Senator Li raised his eyebrows slightly, looking at Lu Yongchang in front of him with great interest. That's right, an opportunity to surpass America. An opportunity for Xia country to soar once again. Lu Yongchang's eyes sparkled as he spoke word by word. Senator Li's pupils suddenly contracted. He stared at Lu Yongchang meaningfully and said softly, You said something similar the last time we met. Didn't Hong Qiming advise you to be more composed? Don't say things that are unrealistic. Lu Yongchang's expression was grave as he slowly shook his head. Minister Hong has already reminded me. But, in my opinion, if we don't even dare to have such thoughts, Xia Nation will never surpass me nation. Perhaps in your view, controlled nuclear fusion is merely a more advanced power generation device that can provide Xia Nation with an inexhaustible supply of low-cost energy. Am I right? Senator Li fell silent. After a long pause, he spoke again, asking in return, Isn't it? Of course not. Lu Yongchang's emotions were somewhat agitated. Controlled nuclear fusion means the key to unlocking a new era. This new era refers to the interstellar age. With controllable nuclear fusion as an energy source, we can set our sights even further. The Moon, Mars, and even the entire solar system. With nuclear fusion as its energy source, Xia country can completely take the lead in advancing into space. Seeing Congressman Li's expressionless demeanor, Lu Yongchang steeled himself and delivered a heavy blow. The fusion reactor miniaturization project, I already have some ideas. If it succeeds, Congressman Li, just imagine our aircraft carriers, submarines, or even fighter jets powered by nuclear fusion. Hiss. At this point, even Congressman Li could no longer remain calm. With a sudden motion, he stood up directly from the sofa, his eyes blazing as he stared intently at Lu Yongchang. Are you telling the truth? Goodness. Faced with Counselor Li's piercing gaze, Lu Yongchang's heart pounded violently a few times. Originally, these words were not part of his plan. After all, in this lifetime, the Xia kingdom had already accelerated its progress by several years compared to the previous one. According to logic, at the current rate of development, in 20 years, the Xia nation will surely be able to escape the solar system. But, for some reason, he always felt a bit uneasy. Perhaps it was because he had truly experienced the helplessness during the helium flash explosion. At this moment, Lu Yongchang was like a soldier suffering from a fear of insufficient firepower. It's just that what he suffered from was a fear of insufficient technology. Especially after witnessing those cutting-edge technologies in the tech tree system in his mind, he deeply realized one issue. For the universe, humanity is truly insignificant. Of course. Lu Yongchang nodded lightly, speaking with a resolute expression. Representatively exhaled deeply, how confident are you? The moment he said this sentence, Counselor Li's eyes sparkled with unprecedented brilliance. He had to admit, he was moved by Lu Yongchang's words. The moment he heard this sentence, a faint smile appeared on Lu Yongchang's face. He knew he had made the right gamble again. 90%. Lu Yongchang looked at Congressman Li with unwavering determination. I can pledge a military order. Within half a year, the small fusion reactor project will definitely make a breakthrough. Good. A trace of excitement flashed in Congressman Li's eyes. In that case, I will trust you this time. The current Xia nation can still afford to take this gamble. Lu Yongchang quickly struck while the iron was hot, opened the briefcase placed to the side, took out a document, and handed it to Congressman Li. Congressman Li, this is the budget sheet discussed by the laboratory, regarding the fusion demonstration reactor. Congressman Li's breath suddenly hitched. The next moment, he gave Lu Yongchang a meaningful look. You brat. Have you already prepared to convince me? If I don't agree, what will you do? Lu Yongchang's expression fell, and he said with a bitter smile, Councilman Li, you wouldn't do something like that, would you? Don't you want to see Xia country getting better and better? Counselor Li was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. You're absolutely right. I never thought that at my age, I wouldn't see things as clearly as you, a young lad. Saying this, Counselor Li reached out and took the document from Lu Yongchang's hand to examine it carefully. Upon seeing the string of numbers at the end of the budget sheet, Counselor Li's expression immediately changed. Ahem. Counselor Lee, this is, after all, a nuclear fusion power plant. It's normal for the costs to be somewhat high. Seeing the sudden change in Counselor Lee's expression, Lu Yongchang quickly explained, but I assure you, once the nuclear fusion power plant is completed, the benefits it will bring are extremely remarkable. Counselor Lee looked at Lu Yongchang helplessly and said, don't worry, I'm not one to go back on my word. 50 billion, Xia country can still afford it. Hearing this, Lu Yongchang let out a heavy sigh of relief. That's good. Senator Lee sat back at his desk with the budget sheet, then picked up the pen on the table and wrote 4 bold and flamboyant characters on it. Approval granted. United States Science Editorial Office. Adam sat in the chair of the editorial office, yawning as he glanced at the clock on the wall. It was 5 p.m. Time to get off work. Succeeded. He stretched lazily and moved the mouse to close the files on the computer desktop. As a science editor, he needs to review a large number of submissions from around the world every day. Among these submissions from around the world, it is conservatively estimated that only 10% of the papers truly have value. As for the reason, it's very simple. Science is a top-tier journal globally. Countless researchers hope it can include and publish their papers. This is not just a form of recognition but also a symbol of identity. This has also led to a rather helpless situation. In addition to legitimate researchers, many amateur researchers also submit their work to the journal Science. These wild researchers have a name exclusively for them. Amateur scientists. Abbreviated as. It is no exaggeration to say that at least half of the emails Adam receives every day come from these amateur scientists. The conclusions inside are more shocking one after another. Watermill knife cutting atomic technology, anti-gravity device, perpetual motion machine. It can be said that in Adam's inbox, there is nothing you can't imagine, only things you can't see in the papers. Adam dragged a file from the computer into the trash bin while letting out a deep sigh. This article is a typical amateur scientific paper. The author of the paper claims to have solved the Goldbach conjecture. But when he opened the file and began to examine it closely, he was horrified to discover that the author didn't even understand what the Goldbach conjecture was. Oh my God. Michelle, you really need to come and see this paper. While deleting the paper, Adam muttered to himself under his breath. As Adam finished speaking, the blonde-haired, blue-eyed beauty editor sitting next to him curled her lips into a slight smile and turned to look at him. What? Did you come across another bizarre paper? Adam paused his actions, swiveled his chair, and faced Michelle, complaining, the author claims that Goldbach's conjecture is a proof of 1 + 1 = 2. Michelle froze for a moment, then burst into laughter. My goodness. Adam, I really don't understand why you always end up reviewing these bizarre papers. Adam shrugged helplessly, who knows? Just as Adam was about to get up from his seat, a crisp notification sound came from the computer in front of him. Damn it, another submission. Adam grumbled angrily, looking at the idle Michelle beside him. This isn't fair. I've reviewed 15 papers all day today. Among them, 14 are discarded drafts. Michelle smiled as she shut down the computer in front of her, shrugged, and said, really? Every time payday comes around, I feel it's quite unfair too. How about we switch? Adam. Then let's forget about it. He grinned awkwardly and sat back in his seat. The moment he saw the title of the paper, his eyebrows shot up sharply. Whoa! It's actually a paper on controlled nuclear fusion. Michelle, let's make a bet. I bet this paper is a dud. Hearing Adam's words, Michelle raised her delicate eyebrows and dragged her office chair over to sit beside Adam. What's the bet? A dinner? As Adam spoke, he clicked the mouse to open the file. If it's Michelin, I'll bet with you. Michelle glanced at the email title, pondered for a moment, and said. Adam's hand manipulating the mouse paused slightly. Michelin. That would cost quite a bit. However, thinking about the experience of producing 14 drafts in a row today, Adam felt an inexplicable surge of confidence. Alright. A Michelin restaurant it is. I just don't believe that as it's almost time to get off work, I can still see a normal paper. As he spoke, the file in the inbox was opened. Adam quickly moved the mouse, dragging the paper to the signature section. Hiss. Half a month later. Seeing the signature, Adam sharply gasped. The second author of this paper is actually the Nuclear Physics Laboratory of Sandow University in Xia country? Adam's mouth twitched slightly. You owe me a Michelin dinner, don't forget. The smile in Michelle's eyes was almost overflowing. Adam shook his head helplessly. Michelin is Michelin. What I'm more concerned about is the first author of this paper. This L.V. Yongchang. I don't seem to have heard of this name in the field of nuclear physics. Michelle's expression grew a bit more serious. She frowned and thought carefully for a moment, then slowly shook her head. I haven't heard this name either. Could it be a newcomer? Adam shook his head gravely and casually jotted down the string of letters in a notebook nearby. Probably not. Do you think a newcomer could secure the first author position on a paper like this? The second author of this paper is from the Nuclear Physics Laboratory of Sandow University in Xia Country. Michelle slowly shook her head. I'm not sure either. Let's take a look at the paper first. Adam nodded solemnly. Upon learning that the paper came from Sandow University in Xia Country, his expression became much more serious. According to the experiment, the stellarator device can effectively extend the duration of controlled nuclear fusion? 35 minutes? WTF? Adam quickly dragged the mouse, directly scrolling to the experimental data section of the paper. Looking at the densely packed experimental data in the paper, Adam's pupils dilated slightly. He muttered to himself, "Oh God. Wasn't Xia just kicked out of ITER?" He could even imagine how spectacular the expressions of those at ITER would be once this paper was published in the journal Science. Michelle, sitting nearby, suddenly exclaimed in a low voice, "Adam, did you notice that?" Adam looked at Michelle, who was sitting beside him, with a puzzled expression. "What is it?" Michelle pointed incredulously at the last page of the thesis. "Adam, don't you think the format of this thesis looks a bit familiar?" Adam frowned deeply and carefully looked at the last page of the thesis. "At the completion of this graduation thesis, the first person I want to thank is..." Adam's pupils contracted violently. Is this an undergraduate thesis? Stanford University, USA. Professor Collins arrived at his office early, as usual. Knock, knock, knock. A rapid knocking sound came from the door. Professor Collins, who had just sat down on the chair, frowned slightly. "Who is it?" Professor Collins called out toward the door with a somewhat displeased tone. "Professor. It's me." A somewhat panicked male voice came from the doorway. It was the voice of his student, Eden. Professor Collins frowned and responded in a low voice, "Come in." The next moment, the office door was abruptly pushed open, and a young man in his 30s rushed into the office with a panicked expression. Professor Collins said irritably, "Eden, I need an explanation." Eden nervously walked up to Collins and placed a document on the desk in front of him. "Professor, this is a newly published paper in Science. I think you might need to take a look." Collins furrowed his brows even deeper. He glanced at Eden with displeasure. "Didn't I say not to disturb me before 9 in the morning?" Hearing this, a hint of urgency appeared in Eden's eyes. "Professor. This time it's different. Over in Xia, they might be close to mastering controllable nuclear fusion technology." Collins's expression changed drastically. He quickly picked up the paper on the table and began to carefully flip through it. "Professor, is this true?" Eden asked nervously. Collins's face looked somewhat grim, and he did not immediately respond to the student's question. "How is it possible? The stellarator can achieve controlled nuclear fusion for 35 minutes? This is impossible. You have to know, the proposal to phase out the stellarator in the United States was initiated by him. Although he was unwilling to admit it in his heart, the detailed data in the paper slapped him in the face again and again. No surprise. This issue of Science has caused quite a stir in the academic circles of the United States and even the entire world. Especially when people discovered that the paper published in the world's top journal Science turned out to be an undergraduate thesis. It sparked endless heated discussions. This paper has even gone viral beyond the academic circle. On Twitter, countless users expressed their shock about it. "Oh my God, how can the gap between people be this huge? WTF? A science paper right after undergrad graduation, what am I supposed to do after that? Are undergraduates in Xia Country really this impressive? Wait, why are all of you focusing on such strange points? Shouldn't we be paying attention to the content of the paper?" Ever since being expelled from ITER, Xia Country's controlled nuclear fusion technology has already surpassed that of the US. That's odd. I remember ITER claiming at the time that Xia Country had stolen experimental data. Would Xia Country even care about ITER's experimental data? At Albert, Mr. President, care to explain? Is the US about to be overtaken by Xia Country? At Albert, tell me, where is all our taxpayers' money going? Unlike those online spectators who love to stir up trouble, the atmosphere in the office of the President of the United States was heavy with tension. Albert, with his golden blonde hair, slammed the desk in front of him forcefully, his face clouded as he stared at the man before him. "Anthony, I need an explanation. Why does Xia suddenly possess such advanced controllable nuclear fusion technology? And what about ITER? What are they even doing over there?" So many top scientists, and they can't even compete with an undergraduate from SSS? Are you kidding me? Do you know what my followers on Twitter are saying about me? Anthony's face was grim. He opened his mouth but didn't say a word. Professor Collins, with his head full of white hair, stepped forward and said in a hoarse voice, "Mr. President, this matter was my mistake. The speed of SSS research on controlled nuclear fusion has exceeded my expectations." Seeing Professor Collins speak, Albert's expression softened slightly. Then, "Professor, what do you think America should do next?" Hearing the president's question, a glimmer flashed in Collins' eyes. After pondering for a moment, Collins slowly spoke, "Mr. President, the United States must act faster. We absolutely cannot fall behind China in controlled nuclear fusion." Albert nodded thoughtfully, then his gaze shifted slightly. He picked up a document from the desk and handed it to Professor Collins. "Professor, Congress has already approved your proposal and even allocated an additional 10% of funding." Professor Collins' eyes revealed a hint of joy as he reached out to take the document. But Albert's voice rang out again. "However, there is one condition. The Congress demands that within 3 years, the first controllable nuclear fusion experimental device must be completed." Collins' expression changed drastically. "Mr. President, that's impossible. 3 years is too short." Collins shook his head like a rattle drum. "Build a large tokamak device in 3 years? You should know that the ITER took more than a decade to be completed. 3 years? I bet they haven't even laid the foundation yet." "I don't care about that, that's what Congress said." Albert shrugged, speaking nonchalantly, "If you can't do it, someone else will replace you." Professor Collins' face darkened. What he said was indeed true. This was a lucrative job. In the American academic world, who knows how many people are eagerly eyeing this lucrative opportunity? Thinking of this, Collins' face revealed a trace of a bitter smile. "Since that's the case, I'll do my best." Albert nodded with satisfaction and meaningfully repeated once more, "Remember, you only have 3 years." Collins nodded bitterly. That evening, Albert's Twitter account uploaded a video. In the video, Albert sat solemnly behind the presidential desk and said earnestly, "First of all, on behalf of the United States, I congratulate China on successfully achieving controlled nuclear fusion in the laboratory. I've seen many people on Twitter asking me a question over the past 2 days. Is the United States going to be surpassed by SSS country? Or rather, how is the development of the United States controlled nuclear fusion technology? Here, I will address everyone's questions collectively. The United States has always been committed to the research of controlled nuclear fusion technology. Starting today, ITER will resume controlled nuclear fusion experiments, and the United States will build a large-scale controlled nuclear fusion experimental device within 3 years. Succeeded. Believe me, in 3 years, you'll be able to use electricity from nuclear fusion." At the same time Albert posted his tweet, the official Weibo account of SSS Country News released a message. SSS Country News, starting today, the SSS Country Controlled Nuclear Fusion Demonstration Reactor Project is officially approved. Due to the time difference, it was exactly 6 a.m. in the capital city at this moment. Even so, within just a few minutes, countless curious netizens flooded the comments section under SSS Nation News Weibo post. Goodness. I can only say, goodness. Is this a demonstration? Does this mean controlled nuclear fusion technology is now mature? Whoa, what the heck? Why do I feel like the world changed while I was asleep? This is getting interesting. Over in the US, they released a piece of news at the same time. Albert uploaded a video about controlled nuclear fusion on Twitter. Those interested can go check it out. Begging for someone to repost it. Requesting a repost +1. Plus 10,086. It must be said that the efficiency of netizens is incredibly powerful, especially when it comes to gossip. They always manage to unleash unprecedented potential. In less than 10 minutes, a high-definition video with subtitles was uploaded to Weibo. Some even simplified the video content, converted it into text, and compared it with the content released by the SSS Nation's news. When the two pieces of content were deliberately placed together, public opinion completely erupted. WTF, WTF, WTF? This feels like SSS Nation is going head-to-head with Me Nation. 3 days later. No kidding, it really does have that vibe. It reminds me of the arms race Me Nation started back in the day. As the discussion heated up, a new term instantly shot to the top of Weibo's trending list. Technology competition. Under the directive of the SSS Nation's high-level authorities, the SSS Nation News Weibo account quietly updated another post. We will never forget the humiliation suffered by SSS Nation's researchers in the ITER project. Controlled nuclear fusion technology is the key to unlocking the door to the future interstellar era. Xia country will never hand over controlled nuclear fusion technology. A few short sentences directly ignited the already heated atmosphere on Weibo. Countless netizens were moved to tears. How many years has it been? The Xia kingdom has finally stood firm for once. This life, no regrets entering the Xia kingdom. In the next life, I wish to go to the land of flowers. One neatly arranged comment after another flashed under the Xia kingdom news Weibo post. After the demonstration pile project was approved, Lu Yongchang, as the chief engineer, once again felt the long-lost sense of busyness. The first issue that needs to be addressed is the site selection for the demonstration reactor. Like nuclear fission reactors, the construction environment for nuclear fusion reactors also requires thorough consideration. The first point, and also the most important one. There must be abundant water resources nearby, whether it is freshwater or seawater. After all, the process of power generation in a fusion reactor produces a large amount of heat. The most economical and practical method at present is to use nearby water resources for cooling. The second point is flat terrain. Fusion reactors require the construction of numerous supporting facilities. These supporting facilities can't all be built in a remote mountain valley, can they? The third point, and also the most troublesome one during the site selection process. Stable geological conditions. A nuclear fusion reactor is not as dangerous as a nuclear fission reactor, but since it involves deuterium-tritium fusion, any leakage would still pose a small radiation hazard. Considering safety factors, a controllable nuclear fusion reactor is best built in areas with stable geological conditions. In other words, a nuclear fusion reactor must never be built near earthquake zones. After repeated selection, Lu Yongchang set his sights on a treasured location, Songhai Bay. The main reason for not building a nuclear fission power plant in Songhai Bay was primarily due to the geographical location of Songhai Bay. If a nuclear fission power plant in Songhai Bay were to have an accident, nuclear wastewater would accumulate in Songhai Bay for a long time. This would pose a significant safety hazard to Xia Nation. However, a nuclear fusion power plant essentially does not have this risk. Once an accident occurs and the magnetic confinement device of the stellarator stops operating, the nuclear fusion reaction inside will also quickly cease. As for radioactive hazards, this is the biggest difference between nuclear fusion and nuclear fission. What? Nuclear fission, whether it is the raw materials or the fission products, possesses extremely strong radioactivity. Even nuclear wastewater contains a large amount of radioactive substances. But nuclear fusion is different. Even with the current fusion method of deuterium-tritium fusion, only tritium atoms in the fusion materials and fusion products contain a small amount of radioactivity. This is completely controllable. What's more, in Lu Yongchang's plan, deuterium-tritium fusion is only temporary. The ultimate goal is still helium-3 fusion, known as clean energy. With the site for the reactor selected, the specific construction plan for the controlled nuclear fusion demonstration reactor has also been unveiled. On the construction plan for the controlled nuclear fusion demonstration reactor, a document quietly went online. The biggest highlight in the document is the total man-hours required for this construction plan. 3 months. From site selection to completion of the structure, everything, according to the plan in Xia country, would take only 3 months. When this document was uncovered by someone, the entire Xia country was in an uproar. On the trending list of Weibo, Wang Feng, who had just announced 16 consecutive concerts, was abruptly pushed off the top spot. Total construction time, 3 months. The infrastructure maniac is back. Xia Nation's speed. This series of trending topics not only startled Wang Feng but also surprised the netizens engrossed in gossip on Weibo. 3 months? Is there a mistake? It takes 3 months just to lay the foundation for my house. Manually rolls eyes and smiles to the person above. Do you think the country would make a mistake on such an important document? Ha ha ha. The comment above clearly doesn't know Summer Nation's international nickname. Do you even know what infrastructure maniac means? .jpg. USA, do not believe rumors, do not spread rumors. Thanks to some enthusiastic netizens, a few hours later, a storm erupted on Twitter. WTF? 3 months? Jesus. Xia country is too crazy. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Is such a massive project something that can be completed in 3 months? In our country, 3 months isn't even enough time for workers to mix the cement. This comment was clearly posted by a Western European netizen who enjoys stirring up drama. After all, for Western Europe, where building a road can take 10 years, the speed of infrastructure development in Huaxia is nothing short of mythical. These comments on Twitter were, of course, brought back to Xiao's Weibo without any changes. For a time, Weibo was filled with laughter and joy. Of course, while countless citizens of Xiao were shocked and cheering, there were always some walking 50-centers trying to find fault. Impossible. I don't believe it. Seeing is believing, hearing is deceiving. Does the document say whatever it wants? After the 3-month deadline, just take a random photo to fool the netizens, and then slowly build it. It's not like this hasn't happened before. I have to say, this generation of official accounts is truly impressive. To address the doubts of these netizens, the official account of Xia Country News posted a Weibo on the same day. Starting tomorrow, the official Douyin account of Xia Country News will enable live streaming. The construction site of the Zhanhaibei-controlled nuclear fusion demonstration reactor will be broadcast live in the streaming room. We welcome all netizens to supervise. As soon as the post was published, the number of comments skyrocketed. 666. This official is worth dealing with, he really goes after the haters. Enough said, everyone. I'm setting my alarm for tomorrow right now. At the very least, I need to celebrate with a carnival. Whoa, boss, 666. Boss, send me 50, I haven't eaten in 3 days. 8 o'clock sharp the next morning. Countless netizens gathered in the official Douyin live broadcast room of Xia Country News. On the pitch-black screen, lines of comments scrolled by rapidly. Where are you? Open the door. You have the guts to stream but not to open the door? 8 o'clock is here. Open the door, open the door. The next moment, the pitch-black screen suddenly lit up. As the camera's brightness gradually balanced, the scene of the construction site at the Zhanhaibei fusion reactor suddenly came into view for everyone. Thousands of excavators are neatly lined up on the left side of the camera. On the right side of the camera, there are thousands of construction vehicles responsible for various building tasks. In the center of the camera, there are several massive dynamic compaction machines. After a brief pause, the number of comments in the livestream chat increased exponentially. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! This is what a major industrial power looks like, I'm in love. The next moment, a voiceover appeared, a slightly sweet female voice. Hello, dear viewers, this is the construction site of the Zhanhaibei fusion demonstration reactor. Today is the first day of construction. Before your eyes is the first construction team. In order to ensure the construction speed, there are a total of 3 construction teams for this demonstration reactor project. Over the next 3 months, the 3 construction teams will take turns building the Zhanhaibei fusion demonstration reactor 24 hours a day. As the voice faded, the number of comments in the livestream chat surged once again. 3 construction teams. Miss, show your face. Don't just talk. Under the supervision of numerous netizens, the heavy compactor of the fusion demonstration reactor project struck its first blow. After the fusion demonstration reactor began construction, the task weighing on Lu Yongchang shifted to recruitment. After all, there are only a little over 10 researchers in the nuclear physics laboratory at Sandaku University. Relying solely on these 10+ researchers is definitely not enough to complete the research tasks for the fusion demonstration reactor. Any technology transitioning from the laboratory to commercial use entails countless challenges. Controlled nuclear fusion, as a large-scale technology, is no exception. Although Lu Yongchang has now resolved the most critical issue of maintaining controlled nuclear fusion, countless problems still need to be addressed to achieve the commercial application of controlled nuclear fusion. For example, the main control program of the nuclear fusion demonstration reactor. Boom! Surely, when the demonstration reactor is built, it can't be like a laboratory where a few researchers constantly monitor various data inside the reactor, right? Another example is the installed capacity of the nuclear fusion demonstration reactor. Although Lu Yongchang had already finalized the power generation method for the fusion reactor, they had not come up with a specific plan. Therefore, to truly achieve controllable nuclear fusion, Lu Yongchang would need to expand the number of researchers under him several times over. Beijing University of Science and Technology. Lu Hajung returned to his office with a look of frustration. As a professor in the Department of Nuclear Physics at Beijing University of Science and Technology, he was primarily responsible for research projects involving the tokamak device. After all, 2 months ago, the tokamak device was still the mainstream apparatus for achieving controlled nuclear fusion. However, after Lu Yongchang wrote down those notes on the blackboard, everything changed. Especially after the successful operation of controlled nuclear fusion in the nuclear physics laboratory at Sandow University, almost all laboratories researching controlled nuclear fusion within Xia country halted their projects. Closely following that was layoffs. Very unfortunate. Liu Hajun was one of the researchers who got laid off. This also led to an extremely awkward situation. Liu Hajun currently has no research tasks at hand. It's simply laughable to say it out loud. As a professor at Beijing University of Science and Technology, he doesn't even have a single research task. Thinking of the replies he received from various major nuclear physics laboratories in Xia country a few days ago, Liu Hajun let out a deep sigh. Because the Shanghai-controlled nuclear fusion demonstration reactor project has begun construction, most of the major nuclear physics laboratories in Xia country are basically in a state of shutdown. Liu Hajun looked at the unchanging scenery outside the window and sighed again. A piercing telephone ring sounded. Liu Hajun, who was staring blankly out the window, suddenly trembled. He suddenly turned his head to look at the landline phone on the desk beside him, a hint of suspicion flashing in his eyes. Who could be calling him at a time like this? Now, apart from some university teaching assignments, he was a complete idler. Louis frowned as he walked to the landline, leaning over to look at the LCD screen. A string of numbers never seen before. Liu Hajun furrowed his brows even deeper. Could it be a scam call? No, that's not right. A scam call wouldn't be able to get through to this phone. While thinking, Liu Hajun reached out to answer the phone. A slightly steady male voice came from the other end of the line. Hello, is this Professor Liu Hajun from Beijing University of Science and Technology? Liu Hajun was momentarily stunned, then quickly nodded and said, Yes, that's me. And you are? Hello Professor Liu, I am Liu Yongchang from the Nuclear Physics Laboratory at Sandow University. May I ask, were you a researcher in the Nuclear Physics Laboratory at Jincheng University of Science and Technology some time ago? The moment he heard this sentence, Liu Hajun's heart skipped a beat. Liu Yongchang. As a professor in the Department of Nuclear Physics, how could he not know what this name signifies? This is the chief engineer of the controlled nuclear fusion demonstration reactor. Liu Hajun swallowed slightly, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. Why yes, I was indeed working as a researcher over there some time ago. Before he could finish speaking, the voice on the other end of the phone rang out again with another question. Professor Liu, the Shanghai Bay fusion demonstration reactor is still short of some researchers. Are you interested? Liu Hajun's eyes suddenly burst with a brilliant light. He nodded vigorously. Yes. I'm interested. How could I not be interested? This is a researcher for the controlled nuclear fusion demonstration reactor project. Alright, Professor Liu, please head to the Beijing train station by 9:30 tomorrow morning. A high-speed train ticket to Shanghai City has already been purchased for you. After you arrive in Shanghai City, someone will naturally take you to the temporary research institute. Liu Hajun quickly asked, then, Professor Liu, do I need to provide my identification information for the ticket purchase? The microphone fell into silence. After a while, a faint voice came through the microphone. Professor Liu, rest assured, the ticket has been purchased. You can check your text messages. After saying this, before Liu Hajun could speak, the call was hung up. A text message notification sound was heard. Liu Hajun quickly reached into his pocket to take out his phone and unlocked the screen to check. Mr. Liu Hajun, the high-speed train from the capital to Shanghai City will depart promptly at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Please bring the necessary documents and wait in the station hall in advance. The next afternoon, Liu Hajun walked out of Shanghai City train station, dragging his suitcase. Looking at the bustling train station in front of him, Liu Hajun suddenly felt lost. Where should he go to find someone? Just as he was feeling conflicted, a man in military uniform walked up to him. Hello, Professor Liu. The man gave him an exceptionally standard military salute. I am Duzhin, ordered to escort you to the Temporary Research Institute. In an instant, Liu Hajun felt countless astonished gazes directed at him. Ahem, no need to salute, no need to salute. Well, I'm Liu Hajun. Let's get going. Liu Hajun said somewhat awkwardly. Duzhin chuckled lightly, reached out to take the suitcase from Liu Hajun's hand, and stepped forward. In just over an hour's drive, Liu Hajun passed through 3 checkpoint gates. He couldn't help but click his tongue and say, are the control measures for the demonstration pile this strict? The driver, Duzhin, smiled and nodded. Professor Liu, this is nothing. Right now, Shanghai Bay is already under full lockdown. Just the troops stationed here, I estimate, there are at least a brigade. And also, speaking of this, Duzhin revealed a mysterious smile on his face. I heard that Xia Nation even stationed its aircraft carrier fleet near Shanghai Bay. Liu Hajun's pupils suddenly contracted, and he exclaimed, aircraft carrier fleet? Is that really necessary? Duzhin shrugged while driving. I'm not sure either, but the order I received is to ensure your safe arrival at the Temporary Research Institute at all costs. Of course, It's not just you. We have to pick up and drop off over 100 researchers in total. Squeak! The sound of a brake interrupted Lu Hajing's train of thought. Professor Lu, we've arrived. Smack! The voice of Duzhen came from the driver's seat. Lu He, coming back to his senses, looked out through the car window. A temporary factory building appeared on the gravel-covered ground in front. This is the Temporary Research Institute? Lu Hajing's eyes widened slightly, his face full of disbelief as he spoke. To be fair, this was definitely the most rudimentary laboratory he had ever seen, bar none. Duzhen, in the driver's seat, reached out to scratch the back of his head and said with an awkward smile, Professor Lu, time was too tight. This is already the best we could manage for a lab. Let's not talk about this. I'll take you to meet Professor Lu first. Lu Hajing followed Duzhen to the entrance of a makeshift tin house. Professor Lu is inside. I won't go in. Duzhen smiled as he spoke to Lu Hajing, then turned and left. Lu Hajing looked at the extremely simple tin house, took a deep breath, and stepped inside. As soon as he entered the tin house, Lu Hajing saw a young man in his early 20s sitting sullenly behind a desk, holding a pen in his hand and engrossed in writing and sketching something on the table. Although the young man's face still carried a hint of youthfulness, Lu Hajing could sense an aura about him that felt strikingly out of place. This kind of aura was something he had only ever seen in those top scientists hailed as national treasures. Although he had never met Lu Yongchang in person, at this moment, Lu Hajing was absolutely certain that the young man before him was none other than Professor Lu Yongchang, the man single-handedly driving the development of nuclear fusion. Perhaps hearing some noise, Lu Yongchang slowly raised his head from his work. The moment he saw Lu Hajing, Lu Yongchang's eyes lit up slightly. He quickly put down the pen in his hand, stood up, and greeted, Professor Lu, please have a seat. Lu Hajing was slightly taken aback. Professor Lu, you know me? Lu Yongchang chuckled and waved his hand, don't call me that, I haven't graduated yet. Lu Hajing. Looking at Lu Hajing's expression as if he had just eaten something unpleasant, Lu Yongchang's smile deepened, just kidding. Professor Lu, I've read your profile. You should be responsible for the temperature control issues of the tokamak device at Beijing University of Technology, right? A trace of surprise flashed in Lu Hajing's eyes. He hadn't expected that Lu Yongchang, as the chief engineer of the fusion demonstration reactor, could remember his information so clearly. Seeing the gaze Lu Yongchang cast in his direction, Lu Hajing quickly nodded and said, that's right. What the? Then how about you also take charge of this area of research for the demonstration reactor? Hearing Lu Yongchang's proposal, a hint of hesitation flashed across Lu Hajing's face. Professor Lu, after all, my previous research was on tokamak devices, and my research on stellarators isn't very deep. Is this really okay? All the way here, Louis truly realized the extent of Xia's emphasis on the fusion demonstration reactor. Because of this, a trace of fear emerged in his heart. If it were really due to his personal mistake that the fusion demonstration reactor encountered a serious problem, then the consequences for him. Lu Yongchang smiled and shook his head, his tone softening once again. Professor Lu, I think you don't need to worry about this issue. The temperature control module on the stellarator is definitely less challenging to design than that of the tokamak device. What's more, aside from you, 95% of the researchers in the Temporary Institute were originally studying tokamak devices. Lu Yongchang's words made Lu Hajing feel much more at ease. After all, everyone is studying tokamaks, so there shouldn't be much of a gap. Then it's settled. Regarding the salary, we can offer you the highest standard, but there's one condition. At this point, Lu Yongchang's expression suddenly became much more serious. Lu Hajing looked at Lu Yongchang somewhat nervously and asked softly, what requirement? As long as it's not too excessive, I can accept it. Facing a lone genius driving the development of nuclear fusion, Lu Hajing adopted a very humble attitude. Lu Yongchang was momentarily stunned, then smiled and waved his hand, saying, it's not an unreasonable request. It's just that during the research period, all communication with the outside world needs to be cut off. This will continue until the demonstration reactor is truly completed. Lu Hajing let out a slight sigh of relief. So it was just this request. Bang! Ever since he saw so many patrolling troops on the way here, he had mentally prepared himself for this. He nodded repeatedly and said, of course. Professor Lu, rest assured, I will definitely cooperate in this regard. Lu Yongchang nodded with satisfaction and said, if that's the case, then go and rest. Starting tomorrow, we will begin the research task. Time flies by. In the blink of an eye, 3 months quietly passed. As the hype died down, the number of viewers in the official Douyin livestream of Xia Country News decreased by 90%. Just when everyone had already forgotten about this matter, the Weibo account of Xia Country News quietly pushed a piece of news. Warm congratulations on the completion of the Shanghai Bay Fusion Demonstration Reactor project in Xia Country. With the release of this news, the entire Xia Country was in an uproar. What the heck, what the heck, what the heck? I had completely forgotten about this. Can someone calculate the time and see if it's been 3 months? I just calculated it, exactly 90 days. If you count the 231-day months, the construction task was even completed 2 days ahead of schedule. Why do I find it hard to believe? Such a massive task, really completed in just 90 days? Won't there be any quality issues later? I don't know what the person above is being salty about. Xia Country News and Douyin have been live streaming the construction process around the clock for the past 3 months, and you still don't believe it? This comment instantly reminded everyone gossiping on Weibo. In just a few minutes, hundreds of thousands of viewers flooded into the Xia Nation News Douyin live broadcast room. In the live broadcast room's footage, 4 massive hemispherical buildings shimmered with a silvery white glow under the sunlight. After a brief moment of silence, countless comments flooded across the screen. Whoa! So cool! Can you see anything from this far? Can you move the camera closer? I suggest thoroughly investigating the guy above. I suspect he's one of the hidden 50,000 among the crowd. By the way, is this fusion reactor just called the Shanghai Bay Fusion Reactor? Shouldn't it have a more meaningful name? Exactly. I strongly demand a nationwide naming contest for the fusion reactor. Name suggestion +1. In just an instant, the rhythm of the live stream's comments was completely derailed. Seeing the screen filled with name suggestions for the fusion demonstration reactor, the person in charge of the official account of Xia Nation News, after seeking approval from higher-ups, posted a Weibo nationwide name soliciting event for the Xia Nation's Shanghai Bay Fusion Demonstration Reactor. Perhaps it was because the Weibo officials underestimated the enthusiasm of the people of Xia, as Weibo even experienced a brief outage within just a few minutes. Once the Weibo servers resumed normal operation, countless peculiar names appeared in the comments section of the naming post. Hoi, Phoenix. These names were still relatively normal. SpongeBob, Patrick Star. No surprise, these quirky names received the highest praise. The 3-day public naming event has come to an end. The naming results are now placed on the desk of the project's chief engineer, Lu Yongchang. Looking at the name in front of him, Lu Yongchang's mouth twitched slightly. He looked speechlessly at the staff member in front of him, who was drenched in sweat. This name, can't it be changed? Starfish 1, do you really think this thing can serve as the name for a fusion demonstration reactor? By the way, can I name it? The staff's face turned red, and he hurriedly nodded, saying, of course it can be changed. You are the chief engineer, you certainly have the naming rights. Lu Yongchang looked at the A4 paper filled with strange and peculiar names in front of him, reached out to stroke his chin, and fell into deep thought. The staff looked at Lu Yongchang in front of him with a nervous expression. To be honest, he was a little scared that Lu Yongchang might come up with a strange and peculiar name for him. After all, he was well aware of Lu Yongchang's age. Well, let's call it Pangu. Lu Yongchang's eyes flickered slightly as he made the decision. Pangu #1 fusion reactor, how about that? Pangu creating heaven and earth perfectly corresponds to Xia Country mastering controlled nuclear fusion. The staff's eyes slightly shifted, revealing a hint of excitement on their face. This name is good. That's settled then. At this moment, all the hardware facilities inside the Pangu #1 fusion reactor had been fully installed. In addition to the 4 reactors, it is equipped with 20 sets of large magneto-hydrodynamic generator units. Each unit is equipped with 10 magneto-hydrodynamic generators. You mean, the rated power generation capacity of each magneto-hydrodynamic generator is 2000 megawatts. By this calculation, the rated power generation capacity of the Pangu 1 fusion reactor reaches an astonishing 400,000 megawatts. You should know that the power generation capacity of a Three Gorges hydropower station is only 22,500 megawatts, a gap of 17 times. This is the power of nuclear fusion. However, at this moment, no reaction is occurring inside the Pangu 1 fusion reactor. As for the reason, it lies in the main control program. A heavy sigh echoed from the internal control room of Pangu 1. What should we do about this? An elderly man, with graying temples and approximately in his 60s, frowned as he stared at the green glowing code on the computer screen in front of him. From time to time, he shook his head and let out a deep sigh. The elderly man, named Yuan Hongwei, is an academician of the Xia National Academy of Sciences. When he was young, he led a team to develop the control program for controlled nuclear fission, which earned him a spot as an academician of the Xia National Academy of Sciences. As one of the few individuals in SSS with relevant experience, he was naturally invited to be the main person in charge of the development task for the Controlled Nuclear Fusion Master Control Program. Beside Yuan Hongwei was a young man in his 30s, who was Yuan Hongwei's last disciple and had learned most of Yuan Hongwei's skills. But at this moment, both of them were looking at the computer screen in front of them with melancholy expressions. Mr. Yuan, this can't be rushed. Back then, the main control program for nuclear fission took over a year to develop. This is nuclear fusion. The young man said softly to comfort him. Hearing these words, Mr. Yuan's expression stiffened, and the white beard at the corner of his mouth trembled slightly. How can this not be urgent? The Panga 1 fusion reactor is stuck with us right now. At this moment, everyone in the entire institute is eagerly watching us. Elder Yuan's words left the young man in silence as well. After a moment, the young man also let out a deep sigh. Mr. Yuan, I'm not trying to sound pessimistic. To control the high-temperature plasma inside the stellarator reactor, we must solve the turbulence problem that has plagued the physics community for countless years. In my opinion, this is almost impossible. A trace of bitterness appeared in Mr. Yuan's eyes. He was well aware of this reasoning. But he knew even more clearly how much importance the SSS Kingdom placed on controllable nuclear fusion technology at this moment. As an academician of the SSS Kingdom Academy of Sciences, he was unwilling to give up. Knock, knock, knock. A rhythmic knocking sound came from the door. Elder Yuan was momentarily stunned, then quickly stood up and walked toward the control room door. So late, who would come here at this hour? A hint of confusion appeared in Elder Yuan's eyes. He then cleared his throat and shouted loudly toward the door, Ahem. Who is it? Mr. Yuan, it's me, Lu Yongchang. Mr. Yuan was momentarily stunned again, then quickly reacted and hurriedly reached out to open the door. Outside the door, Lu Yongchang's eyes revealed a hint of fatigue, but there was a faint smile on his face. Professor Lu, it's so late, why did you come here? Mr. Yuan quickly stepped aside to welcome Lu Yongchang inside. Entering the control room, Lu Yongchang glanced around. When he saw the few computers on the desk flickering with a faint green light, he let out a deep sigh. Mr. Yuan, is the fusion reactor's main control program still not complete? Hearing Lu Yongchang's sigh, a trace of bitterness appeared in Mr. Yuan's eyes as he slowly shook his head. Lu Yongchang pondered for a moment and then asked again. Did you encounter any difficulties? Of course there are difficulties. Before Elder Yuan could speak, a young man in his 30s who had been standing nearby spoke up. Elder Yuan slightly furrowed his brows and softly rebuked, Su Chang. Watch what you're saying. Then, Elder Yuan adjusted his expression and turned to look at Lu Yongchang. Professor Lu, please give us some more time. Fusion reactors are different from fission reactors. There are a few more complexities to consider. Lu Yongchang raised an eyebrow and looked at the young man beside Elder Yuan. Elder Yuan, is this your student? Elder Yuan nodded and introduced, Su Chang, his talent is fairly decent. Lu Yongchang smiled kindly at Su Chang and asked, can you tell me about the difficulty you just mentioned? Perhaps I can help you solve it. Su Chang instinctively glanced at old Yuan. Seeing old Yuan frowning but not objecting, Su Chang swallowed slightly and began to explain. Professor Lu, I won't elaborate on the differences between fusion reactors and fission reactors, as you surely understand this better than I do. Lu Yongchang nodded lightly. Su Chang continued, in a fission reactor, we only need to manipulate the control rods within the reactor to compensate for fuel consumption and adjust the reaction rate. But fusion reactors are different. The motion of high-temperature plasma in the reactor is extremely complex. And this involves a problem that has troubled the physics community for decades, the turbulence problem. In other words, the Navier-Stokes equations, NS equations. To achieve perfect control of the high-temperature plasma in the reactor, we must fully master the NS equations. This is the reason why the main control program for nuclear fusion has been delayed. After listening to Su Chang's words, Lu Yongchang suddenly understood. No wonder the main control program has been delayed in completion. He clearly remembered that in his previous life, when tackling controlled nuclear fusion, the research team did not encounter any difficulties with the main control program. As a result, he never took the time to thoroughly understand the main control program for nuclear fusion. Only now did he completely understand. If nothing unexpected happens, the existence and smoothness problem of the NS equations will likely be solved by an American mathematician in about 5 years. Without theoretical support, the development of the main control program is naturally difficult. Fortunately, Lu Yongchang had done some research on the NS equations at the time, and he still had some impression of the proof process back then. Lu Yongchang chuckled softly, nodded, and said, I see. Is there any paper here? Such a quick turn of events left Yuan Hongwei and Su Cheng momentarily unable to react. Ha? What? Su Cheng looked at Lu Yongchang with a puzzled expression. Why was he suddenly asking for paper out of nowhere? And now? As for Yuan Hongwei, after hesitating for a moment, he gently pointed to the napkins on the desk. Professor Lu, is that what you want? Ahem. I mean the kind of paper for writing, for blank printing paper will do. While speaking, Lu Yongchang took out a fountain pen he carried with him from his pocket. Seeing Lu Yongchang's actions, old Yuan frowned slightly and looked at him with a strange expression, saying, Professor Lu, you're not planning to solve the NS equations here, are you? Lu Yongchang chuckled softly, pulled out a chair nearby, and sat down, of course. So, do you have A4 paper? Old Yuan glanced at Su Cheng and hesitated as he said, Professor Lu, the NS equation is no ordinary thing. It's one of the 7 Millennium Prize problems. Lu Yongchang reached out to take a stack of blank A4 paper handed over by Su Cheng and nodded nonchalantly, of course I know. Speaking, Lu Yongchang lowered his head, and the pen in his hand swiftly wrote a line of equations on the A4 paper. This. Mr. Yuan, what should we do now? Su Cheng walked to Mr. Yuan's side and asked softly. Yuan Hongwei did not reply, only frowned as he looked at the lines of equations written by Lu Yongchang. The stack of A4 papers in front of Lu Yongchang had less and less blank space, replaced by densely packed, obscure formulas. The doubt in Yuan Hongwei's eyes gradually faded. When he saw Lu Yongchang write down an important formula, a hint of surprise and delight instantly appeared in his eyes. Lu Yongchang. Brilliant! Afraid of disturbing Lu Yongchang in front of him, Yuan Hongwei lowered his voice and softly exclaimed, so this step can be deduced like this. As for Su Cheng, he was already completely confused, his mind unable to keep up with Lu Yongchang's writing speed. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. The rustling sound of the pen in the control room suddenly stopped. Lu Yongchang let out a deep, heavy breath, then stood up and stretched his muscles and bones. Is the proof out? From the side came Yuan Hongwei's trembling inquiry. Lu Yongchang smiled as he organized the A4 paper filled with writing in front of him and handed it to Yuan Hongwei. What is the result? Hearing Yuan Hongwei's question, Lu Yongchang smiled and said, it exists, it's smooth. Yuan Hongwei's face instantly turned red. Professor Lu, you really? For a moment, Yuan Hongwei couldn't find a single word to describe Lu Yongchang in front of him. Now, the Fusion Master Control program should be solvable, right? Lu Yongchang asked with a smile. Yuan Hongwei nodded vigorously, a trace of excitement flashing in his eyes. Professor Lu, rest assured. If I can't solve the Master Control program for controlled nuclear fusion within half a month, you can hold me accountable. White House, USA. A roar echoed from the president's office. Absolutely impossible. Fake news. Albert's face turned red as he slammed the desk in front of him, his golden hair shining brightly. There's absolutely no way Xia Kingdom could complete such a massive project in 3 months. Everything is fake. Fake news. Time passed bit by bit. Huff, huff. Perhaps because he had been too agitated just now, Albert's old face turned as red as a monkey's bottom, panting heavily. Mr. President, I'm sorry to tell you, but it's true. William Blair, the director of the Central Intelligence Agency of the United States, shrugged, stepped forward, and opened the laptop in his hand before placing it in front of Albert. Looking at the noticeably accelerated construction video on the laptop, a trace of doubt flashed in Albert's eyes. This is a 3-month live broadcast video from the official channels of Xia Country, William Blair explained expressionlessly. From the video, you can see that in just 3 months, Xia Country has built a complete nuclear fusion demonstration reactor on a barren, gravel-filled site. After watching the entire video, Albert's face turned green. Where did this video come from? William Blair was silent for a moment before replying, Mr. President, this is a video that appeared on Twitter this morning. After verification, the video contains no falsified elements. When he heard the video source was Twitter, Albert's face turned even greener. Where's my phone? Let me see what Twitter is saying. While speaking, Albert hurriedly grabbed his phone, his chubby fingers struggling to tap on the screen. My God, Xia Country is truly insane, completing such a construction task in just 3 months. Jesus. Now I believe in the title of infrastructure maniacs for Xia Country. Not to mention Xia Country, where is our fusion experimental reactor in the US? At Albert. The US fusion reactor? I guess it's still stuck on the blueprints. At Albert, Mr. President, we need an explanation. Who? Looking at the comments on Twitter, Albert's face darkened. Professor Collins. Has Professor Collins arrived? As Albert's shout fell, an elderly man with graying hair squeezed forward with the help of a cane, bowing nervously toward Albert and saying, "Your Excellency, Mr. President, I am here." "Humph." Albert snorted coldly in displeasure. "Tell me, how far along is our fusion reactor construction plan?" The old man showed a hint of unease in his eyes. Currently, we haven't started building yet." Pft, cough, cough, cough. Albert spat out the cola in his mouth and, after coughing forcefully for a while, glared angrily at Professor Collins. "Professor, you're joking with me, right? More than 3 months have passed, is our fusion reactor still stuck on paper?" "Of course. Listen, starting now, immediately build me a fusion demonstration reactor." Collins' expression changed slightly. "Mr. President, our plan includes a nuclear fusion experimental device." "The plan has changed." Albert waved his hand and shouted loudly, "What Shagwa can do, we can do too. From now on, build me a demonstration reactor." Songhai Bay, Xia Nation. The sea was calm and tranquil, with an aircraft carrier quietly resting in the waters more than 10 kilometers from the shore. As the camera zoomed in, the ship's cannons and missile ports on the carrier's deck could be clearly seen, all in an open state. Inside the aircraft carrier, the all-weather radar is operating at full power. To outsiders, this war fortress appears to be simply docked for maintenance. However, it is fully prepared to launch an attack at any moment. On shore, countless station soldiers patrol in an orderly manner within the designated areas. Every soldier has already unlocked the safety of their guns. Since 2 days ago, the Songhai Bay area has been completely under military control. Of course, it is no exaggeration to say that at this moment in Songhai Bay, even a dog passing by would get slapped twice. And the reason for all this is that the Panga 1 fusion reactor on the shore of Songhai Bay is about to conduct its first ignition test in the coming days. Panga 1 fusion demonstration reactor main control center. Lu Yongchang stood solemnly at the central console, staring intently at the various data displayed on the large screen in front of him. "Prepare to initiate the first ignition." Lu Yongchang slowly exhaled a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Attention all departments, begin checking the operational status of all equipment." As Lu Yongchang's order was issued, all the researchers in the main control center began working with serious expressions. In recent days, every researcher has been continuously reviewing the ignition procedures for the fusion reactor, all for the sole purpose of ensuring that no mistakes occur at the moment of ignition. Impossible. Cooling system operating normally. Reactor working status normal. Lu Yongchang took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Start the power supply." As his words fell, a low humming sound slowly rose from outside the control room. "Current has reached the critical value. Confirm that the magnetic field strength meets the standard." A researcher stared intently at the computer screen in front of him and reported loudly, "Activate the heating device and inject fuel." As this command was issued, a trace of emotion flickered in Lu Yongchang's eyes. Finally, it was the last step. With a solemn expression, he resolutely reached out and pressed the red button in front of him. "Start ignition." Inside the reactor, a high-energy laser instantly heated the deuterium-tritium plasma to over 100 million degrees Celsius. Lu Yongchang's gaze was fixed intently on the large screen in front of him, responsible for monitoring various data from the fusion reactor. The neutron dose rose sharply. The fusion reaction has been successfully triggered. A trace of excitement flashed deep in his eyes. In less than half a year, is the light of fusion about to ignite on the land of Xia Nation? A corner of the central control room of Pango No. 1 reactor. Lu Hezheng looked solemnly at the fluctuating temperature curve in front of him. "What is this?" He reached out and gently rubbed his right eye. For some unknown reason, ever since the ignition sequence began, his right eyelid had been uncontrollably twitching like crazy. As a native-born citizen of Xia country, Lu Hezheng couldn't help but think of that old saying. The left eye twitching brings fortune, the right eye twitching brings disaster. Although Lu Hezheng didn't really believe in such sayings deep down. To be honest, his heart was pounding with unease. Suddenly, he saw the temperature curve on the screen sharply spike upward. Although it was just a fleeting moment, it still made Lu Hezheng's heart tremble. He quickly reached out to adjust the glasses on his nose and carefully examined the temperature curve. At this moment, the temperature curve was calm and had returned to the normal fluctuation range. It seemed as if the terrifying curve fluctuation just now was nothing but an illusory scene. Lu Hezheng swallowed slightly, his hands trembling as he picked up the ballpoint pen and scratch paper nearby. Messy lines of equations appeared on the scratch paper. No. A trace of bloodshot veins appeared deep in Lu Hezheng's eyes. The abnormal temperature fluctuation just now definitely wasn't just an accident. In such a precise instrument, any data fluctuation beyond the normal range should be taken seriously. But in the end, where exactly did the problem occur? Lu Hajing substituted the momentary data from earlier into the formula. Looking at the calculation results, Lu Hajing's pupils instantly shrank to the size of a needle tip. Quick! Stop the fusion reaction immediately. Something's gone wrong. Lu Hajing suddenly stood up and shouted loudly. In the tranquil central control room, Lu Hajing's roar was particularly piercing. Lu Yongchan's smile instantly disappeared. He had no time to think. The moment he heard Lu Hajing's voice, he reached out and pressed the emergency stop button in front of him. A low humming sound echoed. The current through the superconducting coil gradually decreased, and the magnetic field inside the reactor slowly dissipated. The fusion reaction also weakened and eventually stopped. Looking at the rapidly decreasing dose value on the Chinese character side of the large screen in front, a wave of discussion instantly erupted in the central control room. Isn't that Lu Hajing, who's in charge of the temperature module? What happened? The current temperature seems pretty normal. At this moment, Lu Yongchang was staring intently at the large screen in front of him. Only after confirming that the fusion reaction had completely stopped did he turn around and, with a frown, look at Lu Hajing. The instant he saw Lu Hajing, Lu Yongchang's heart suddenly skipped a beat. At this moment, Lu Hajing's face was deathly pale, his hands trembling slightly, and his pupils had shrunk to the size of pinpoints. He clearly looked like someone who had been utterly terrified. The noisy discussions in the central control room gradually faded away. Professor Lu, what exactly is going on? Lu Yongchang asked with a frown. Hearing Lu Yongchang's question, Lu Hajing's body trembled slightly. Then, he hastily grabbed a few sheets of draft paper from the table and quickly ran over to Lu Yongchang. Professor Lu, look. While speaking, Lu Hajing handed the draft paper filled with messy handwriting to Lu Yongchang. This is the abnormal temperature data that appeared just now, and this is the temperature data I calculated for 10 minutes later. Lu Yongchang frowned as he looked at the draft paper in front of him. The handwriting on the draft paper was very messy, clearly showing that Lu Hajing had been hurried and flustered while calculating the data earlier. He carefully examined the data on the paper. When he saw the forecast data for 10 minutes later, his face suddenly changed dramatically. How is this possible? Lu Yongchang's exclamation made the atmosphere in the central control room even more tense. Countless researchers looked at each other in dismay. Even Fong Su, who was standing nearby, couldn't hold back and quickly walked over to Lu Yongchang, frowning as he softly asked, Yongchang, what's going on? Is there a problem with the temperature module? Lu Yongchang's face was grim as he handed the draft paper in his hand to Fong Su. Take a look at this data. Everyone, stop what you're doing and prepare for a comprehensive fault inspection. All the researchers in the central control room felt a sudden jolt in their hearts. Troubleshoot the issue. A malfunction actually occurred. Just as all the researchers were feeling bewildered, Lu Yongchang operated on the computer in front of him a few times. 1 month later. The next moment, a temperature curve chart appeared on the large screen in the central control room. Seeing the abnormal curve that lasted only a few seconds, all the researchers couldn't help but gasp. Lu Yongchang's face darkened as he entered the curve data into the computer in front of him. In just a few seconds, the verification results appeared on the large screen. Seeing the temperature curve that rose at a 90-degree slope after 10 minutes, everyone present fell into silence. This temperature rise curve. If Lu Hajing hadn't discovered it in advance, the Panga 1 fusion reactor would probably have been lost. Professor Lu, if I remember correctly, this temperature curve should indicate the temperature of the magnetohydrodynamic generator, right? Lu Yongchang frowned deeply and, after a moment of contemplation, spoke. After more than 10 minutes of buffering, Lu Hajing's heartbeat gradually returned to normal. He looked at the temperature curve on the large screen in front of him, a trace of lingering fear flashing in his eyes. Hearing Lu Yongchang's question, Lu Hajing snapped back to his senses and nodded repeatedly, saying, that's right, it's the temperature of the magnetohydrodynamic generator. Lu Yongchang's brows furrowed even deeper. What could be the reason for the abnormal temperature of the magnetohydrodynamic generator? Yongchang, come and take a look. The generator's power was acting strange just now. Just as Lu Yongchang was deep in thought, Fong Su's voice came through. Lu Yongchang's eyes shifted slightly, and he quickly ran toward Fong Su's position. At this moment, Fong Su had already pulled up the power fluctuation curve chart of the generator during the recent fusion reaction. The power curve is very stable, consistently maintaining around 10% of the generating power. It seems there are no issues. After all, this is just an ignition test, and the amount of fusion fuel used is not very large. According to calculations, the operating power of the generator is roughly between 10% to 15% of the rated power. But it is precisely this extremely normal curve that hides an extremely huge problem. The moment he saw the smooth curve, Lu Yongchang immediately understood Fong Su's meaning. I understand. There's a problem with the generator. The researcher responsible for monitoring the generator's power looked at the smooth curve on the computer screen with a puzzled expression. Professor Lu, I think this curve looks quite stable, shouldn't it be fine? Hearing the researcher's question, Lu Yongchang explained with a serious expression. On the contrary, such a stable curve precisely indicates the presence of a problem. As he spoke, Lu Yongchang dragged the mouse, pulling the curve chart to the far left. You see, the curve here is normal. At 9:18 in the morning, the fusion reaction began, the reactor started outputting energy, and at the same time, the magneto-hydrodynamic generator also started operating, with the power generation gradually increasing. Subsequently, Lu Yongchang dragged the mouse again, moving the timeline to 9:23 in the morning. Starting from 9:23, for a full 5 minutes, the generator's power remained at 10% of its rated capacity. And at this moment, the fusion reaction inside the reactor is at its most intense. According to calculations, the generator's output should have reached 15%, but it has remained stable at 10%. Upon hearing this, the researcher also understood the implication. His face instantly turned pale, his lips trembling slightly as he looked at Lu Yongchang and stammered, Professor Lu, I didn't notice. Lu Yongchang's lips twitched slightly, revealing a comforting smile. He reached out and patted the researcher on the shoulder. It's okay, relax. With something this big, it's normal for a few issues to arise. You should really thank Professor Lu. If it weren't for him, in another 10 minutes, we might not have been able to handle the situation. As he spoke, Lu Yongchang smiled and looked over at Lu Hezheng. Lu Hezheng was momentarily stunned and quickly waved his hands, saying, No, this is just what I should do. Lu Yongchang waved his hand and said earnestly, Professor Lu, please don't say that. This kind of matter, the fact that you could step forward at the first moment to point out the problem already deserves our gratitude. After all, stopping the fusion reactor at that moment is not something an ordinary person would have the courage to do. Panga 1, inside the magneto-hydrodynamic generator room. Lu Yongchang and a group of researchers were all tightly furrowing their brows at this moment. After days of investigation, they had reached only one conclusion. The magneto-hydrodynamic generator units were functioning normally. At least, in a physical sense, none of the magneto-hydrodynamic generators had any faults. This is troublesome. LV Yongchang frowned deeply and said in a low voice. The worst-case scenario had occurred. In such large-scale equipment, malfunctions are not frightening. It can even be said that every large machine will more or less have some malfunctions. But not being able to find where the malfunction is, that's truly terrifying. At this moment, the research team was shrouded in a heavy, oppressive atmosphere. Every researcher's face was filled with a gloomy expression. The brightest star in the night sky. Suddenly, a burst of phone ringing broke the silence in the generator room. Lu Yongchang hurriedly pulled out his phone from his pocket. It was an encrypted number. His eyes shifted slightly, and he answered the phone. Hello, may I ask if you are? Before Lu Yongchang could finish his sentence, an elderly and hoarse voice came through the phone's receiver. Cough. Yongchang, this is Counselor Li. Lu Yongchang's expression instantly turned serious, and he exclaimed in shock, Chairman Li? In just an instant, all the researchers' gazes turned toward Lu Yongchang. Fong Su beside him looked at him with a face full of surprise, a hint of astonishment and envy flashing in his eyes. It was actually a call from Chairman Li. Yongchang, I heard that there's a small problem with the Panga 1 fusion reactor? Hearing what Congressman Li said, a trace of a bitter smile flashed in Lu Yongchang's eyes. The issue with the generator still hasn't been resolved, and now it's reached Congressman Li. It's encountered a bit of trouble, but rest assured, I'll resolve it as soon as possible. There was a moment of silence in the microphone. Then, Congressman Li's voice came through again. Yongchang, this matter cannot be rushed. Take your time to investigate. Xia country is not in a hurry for the time being. Make sure to conduct the investigation while ensuring your own safety. Do you understand? Although Counselor Li's words were very serious, they brought a sense of warmth to Lu Yongchang's heart. Rest assured, Counselor Li. Hearing Lu Yongchang's words, Counselor Li sighed slightly. It's okay if the progress of Panga 1 is a bit slow. The key is, your life and the lives of the researchers around you are the most important. I know that every nuclear project carries some degree of risk. But I hope you remember one thing. The future of Xia country needs scientists like you to support it, so please make sure to stay safe. Lu Yongchang was slightly moved. He never would have thought that his position in Congressman Li's heart was so high at this moment. Congressman Li, rest assured, if there is any danger, I will definitely arrange for everyone to evacuate immediately, he said solemnly. I assure you, there will absolutely be no accidents with the Panga 1 fusion reactor. A few minutes later, the call was disconnected. Lu Yongchang put down the phone with a complicated expression and let out a long, heavy breath. How so? What did Counselor Li say? Fong Su immediately approached Lu Yongchang, his face somewhat anxious, and repeatedly asked, Does Counselor Li know about the situation with Panga 1? Lu Yongchang nodded slightly, turned to face the group of researchers, and spoke loudly. The call just now was from Counselor Li. Presumably, everyone has guessed that Senator Li is already aware of the situation with Panga 1. As for what Senator Li said, I can tell everyone in full detail. Hearing Lu Yongchang's words, every researcher present was deeply moved. Who would have thought that Senator Li wouldn't blame us? Not only did he not blame us, he even told us to stay safe. Looking at the researchers in front of him who were whispering softly, Lu Yongchang took a deep breath. Everyone. Throughout the entire research and development process, this moment is the first time we've encountered such a tricky problem. But I believe we will definitely find the underlying cause. The light of fusion will eventually shine brightly on the land of Xia. Now, let's start from the beginning and go over it again to see if we can find any clues. In just a few minutes, the atmosphere in the magneto-hydrodynamic generator room underwent a complete 180-degree shift. Looking at the excitement and enthusiasm in the eyes of all the researchers in front of him, Lu Yongchang felt a slight sense of relief. I have to say, Senator, this call is truly timely. Yongchang, do you think it could be an issue with the control program? Just as Lu Yongchang and a group of researchers were fervently discussing the possible causes of the malfunction, Fong Su's voice suddenly came from the side. Lu Yongchang's expression froze abruptly. The next moment, he suddenly stood up from his chair, his eyes blazing as he looked at Fong Su, who seemed lost in thought beside him. What did you just say? Lu Yongchang's reaction startled Fong Su. Hesitating, he asked again, I said, could this be a problem with the main control system? Lu Yongchang clapped his hands sharply and said excitedly, yes. It's possible. Up until now, the only place we haven't checked is the main control system of the fusion reactor. Mr. Yuan. Where is Mr. Yuan? A researcher softly reminded, Mr. Yuan is elderly, he's currently resting in the central control room. This. Lu Yongchang nodded slightly, alright, I'll go find Mr. Yuan now. Professor Lu, Mr. Yuan is elderly, please wait a moment. Fong Su showed a hint of unease in his eyes and quickly grabbed Lu Yongchang, softly reminding him. Hearing this, Lu Yongchang's gaze shifted slightly. He roughly understood what Fong Su meant. On one hand, Mr. Yuan was, after all, a senior. On the other hand, at his age, elder Yuan can't handle any major shocks. So, when talking to him, you must be careful with your words. After thinking it through, he gently nodded and said with a smile, Don't worry, Brother Su, I know what I'm doing. Hearing this, Fong Su finally felt a bit more at ease. Panga 1's central control room. Lu Yongchang tiptoed to the side of Elder Yuan, who was resting with his head on the table. Buzz. Perhaps because of light sleep due to old age, the moment Lu Yongchang sat down on the chair, Elder Yuan raised his head. Why are you here? Are the inspection results out? Even just waking up, Elder Yuan immediately showed concern for the status of Panga 1. Lu Yongchang pondered for a moment and slowly shook his head. Seeing this, Elder Yuan's eyes dimmed slightly, followed by a deep sigh. Lu Yongchang took a deep breath and said as calmly as possible, Elder Yuan, after various inspections, no issues were found with the Panga 1 fusion reactor. I suspect, could it be that something unexpected happened to the main control system? As Lu Yongchang uttered these words, Elder Yuan's expression instantly changed. Seeing Elder Yuan's drastic change in expression, Lu Yongchang's heart tightened, and he quickly added, Elder Yuan, this is just a guess, maybe. That's right. How did I not think of this? Elder Yuan exclaimed excitedly, standing up from his chair. What's going on? Lu Yongchang? Yongchang, you're absolutely right. If there's no issue externally, then the problem must be in the main control program. Hold on, I'll go check the source code of the main control program right away. Saying this, old Yuan hurriedly sat back in his chair, opened the computer in front of him, and prepared to check the source code. Seeing old Yuan's reaction, Lu Yongchang had 3 big question marks pop up above his head. Mr. Yuan, aren't you angry? Mr. Yuan was momentarily stunned and instinctively asked back, angry? Why would I be angry? Lu Yongchang said with a slightly peculiar expression, isn't this, basically questioning your ability? Hearing Lu Yongchang's words, old Yuan's expression also became peculiar. Yongchang, why would you think that? I'm more than happy to see problems being discovered. Do you think of me as some kind of stubborn old man who can't tell right from wrong? Silence. Lu Yongchang's face showed a trace of embarrassment, and he quickly changed the subject, saying, I am. Lu Yongchang commanded in a deep voice. Mr. Yuan, please check the source code quickly. Seeing Lu Yongchang's embarrassed expression, Mr. Yuan shook his head with a smile, patted him on the shoulder, and then turned back to focus his attention on the computer in front of him. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Elder Yuan's voice carried a hint of excitement. So that's it. I was wondering why such a malfunction would occur. It turns out it was Su Chang, that brat's code, that had a problem. I even checked it for a long time back then. Sigh. I never expected that I would miss this tiny loophole. Elder Yuan's voice was full of emotion. Getting older really makes a difference. My energy is nothing like it used to be. Lu Yongchang quickly got up, moved to the computer, and asked seriously, Mr. Yuan, what exactly is going on? Is the problem serious? Mr. Yuan waved his hand cheerfully, his face full of helplessness, and said, not serious, it's just a small issue. A small issue? Then, seeing Lu Yongchang's confused expression, old Yuan explained with a wry smile, the reason for the generator's inefficiency is precisely because of this bug. And when the generator's efficiency can improve, a large amount of heat will accumulate in the pipes of the magneto-hydrodynamic generator. Therefore, after a certain period, the generator's temperature will start to rise sharply. Lu Yongchang suddenly understood. Then, is it troublesome to repair? A trace of unease flashed in his eyes. If it's troublesome, the plan to officially launch Panga 1 would have to be postponed by a few more days. It's not troublesome, not troublesome. Elder Yuan's eyes were filled with even more laughter. Since we know where the problem lies, fixing it will be easy. Give me 2 days, I guarantee the magneto-hydrodynamic generator will work properly. It must be said, Mr. Yuan is indeed very reliable. When he says 2 days for modifications, it will never be delayed to the 3rd day. On the evening of the 2nd day, Lu Yongchang received the news that the main control program had already been modified. In the following days, Panga 1 underwent several ignition tests. After ensuring there were no accidents, Lu Yongchang submitted an application to the speaker far away in the capital. The capital, inside Congressman Li's office. The office door knocked. Congressman Li, with his head down, was reviewing the documents on the desk. Without looking up, he directly said, "Come in." The office door opened. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Congressman Li instinctively looked up. Seeing the visitor, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. "Minister Hong? What brings you here?" Hong Chiming chuckled softly and said respectfully, "Chairman, I've brought you some good news." Senator Li raised his eyebrows slightly, quickly put down the pen in his hand, and looked at Hong Chiming with a burning gaze. "Oh? Then I must listen carefully to what this good news is. Could it be, the issue with the Panga 1 fusion reactor has been resolved?" Hong Chiming was momentarily stunned, then burst into hearty laughter. "Indeed, you are the speaker, such matters truly can't escape your notice." Councillor Li's lips curled slightly, a faint smile appearing on his face as he said with some surprise, "Is that really so?" Hong Chiming nodded vigorously. "Not only that, I've also brought an application from that kid Lu Yongchang." Application? Senator Li frowned slightly and instinctively asked. Hong Chiming smiled as he took a letter out of his pocket and placed it on the senator's desk. "This letter was repeatedly entrusted to me by Lu Yongchang to personally deliver to you." Looking at Hong Chiming's serious demeanor, Congressman Li's eyes revealed a hint of interest. Congressman Li chuckled softly, slowly shook his head, and then reached out to pick up the envelope. The envelope was well packaged. Congressman Li opened the envelope and took out a sheet of letter paper. Looking at the few lines of pen-written text on the letterhead, Councilman Li's eyes grew increasingly astonished. "After several tests, we can confirm that Panga 1 reactor is fully prepared for ignition. Councilman Li, I hereby request to officially activate the Panga 1 fusion reactor at noon tomorrow and complete the grid connection task." Councilman Li's long face flushed slightly. A trace of excitement flashed in his eyes, and the next moment, his right hand slammed heavily on the desk in front of him. Lu Yongchang truly deserves to be the hope of our Xia Nation's new generation. Chiming, tomorrow, come with me to the Panga 1 fusion reactor. Let us witness history with our own eyes. That evening at 7 p.m. sharp, the host of the Xia Nation news channel announced a piece of news with a solemn expression. "This is a report from our station. The first commercial-controlled nuclear fusion reactor in Xia Nation, Panga 1, will officially be activated at 12 noon tomorrow. The entire activation process will be broadcast live by Xia Nation News. After the news report, within just a few dozen minutes, the internet in Xia country was completely overrun. Originally filled with various celebrity gossip, Weibo was instantly flooded with this news. Completion of Panga 1. Tomorrow at noon, Panga 1 fusion reactor will be activated. The first commercial-controlled nuclear fusion reactor in human history. Countless netizens are expressing their excitement in the comments sections of these news articles. Xia country is awesome. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. It's already done? I remember, the United States and ITER over there haven't even started the second ignition experiment yet, right? Ha ha ha. Forget the second ignition, the fusion reactor in the United States is still on the drawing board. Damn. Don't tell me this a day early. How am I supposed to sleep tonight? Why not just stay up all night and watch the live broadcast tomorrow morning? Help! I'm going to drop dead. Tonight, the number of sleepless people in the Xia kingdom suddenly multiplied several times. Just like that, amidst everyone's anticipation, time slowly arrived at 10 o'clock the next morning. Escorted by a fleet of military vehicles, a Hongqi sedan with the license plate 00001 slowly drove into Sanhai Bay. In front of the Panga 1 demonstration reactor, a Hongqi sedan slowly came to a stop. Looking at the four silver-white hemispherical buildings before him, a trace of emotion flickered in the senator's eyes. Qiming, I never would have imagined that controlled nuclear fusion would appear on the land of Xia country in just a few short months. Hong Qiming smiled and nodded in agreement. Indeed, I didn't expect it either. When I first saw the news about ITER, to be honest, my heart skipped a beat. I was really afraid that Xia Nation would fall behind Western countries again. The senator's eyes were full of laughter. Indeed. Looking at it now, ITER must be regretting it to death. Absolutely. If they hadn't kicked us out, according to the agreement, we would have had to share this technology with them for free. Hong Qiming laughed heartily. I bet in a few hours, someone will be regretting it so much they'll turn green. Hearing Hong Qiming's words, the counselor burst into hearty laughter. Ha! Delightful. Truly delightful. Let's go. Let's quickly go in and see how Lu Yongchang is doing with the preparations. With that, Counselor Li took the lead and stepped toward the interior of Panga 1. As soon as they stepped into the central control room of the Panga 1 demonstration reactor, Counselor Li and Hong Qiming were greeted by a scene of bustling activity. Brother Su, have you checked the reactor over there? Lu Yongchang stood on the command platform and loudly asked Fong Su beside him. Fong Su nodded vigorously and quickly responded, the reactor's status is all normal. What about the superconducting coil? Has the Xia State Grid made their preparations? Counselor Li stood smiling at the entrance of the central control room, quietly observing the scene. Immersed in his work, Lu Yongchang did not notice Hong Qiming and the counselor at the door. It was Fong Su who first noticed the two. Chairman Li? Why are you here? Fong Su shouted in surprise. His voice drew the attention of all the researchers. Upon seeing Chairman Li in person, every researcher immediately put down their work and nodded in greeting. As for Lu Yongchang, he quickly ran down from the command platform and walked briskly to the speaker's side. Why? Am I not allowed to come? Representatively smiled as he looked at Fong Su and Lu Yongchang, softly asking in return. The corner of Fong Su's mouth twitched slightly. Of course you can. Of course you can. It's just, this thing is nuclear fusion after all, and in case there's any danger. I believe in you. Congressman Li said resolutely without any hesitation. Yongchang, tell me, can I trust you? Faced with this question, Lu Yongchang answered loudly without any hesitation, please rest assured, Congressman. In the blink of an eye, the hour hand of the wall clock pointed to the number 11. Zhao Zijie, with heavy dark circles under his eyes, had already turned on the television in the living room early. He reached out to grab the remote control on the sofa and switched the TV to the Xia Country News channel. Looking at the endless advertisements on TV, a trace of anxiety flashed in Zhao Zijie's eyes. Why hasn't the live broadcast of the controlled nuclear fusion ignition started yet? Zhao Zijie's gaze kept glancing at the wall clock in the living room. It's already 11 o'clock. We agreed to start the fusion reactor at noon, there's only an hour left, why hasn't the live stream started yet? Zhao Zijie instinctively took out his phone and opened the Penguin Group. What's going on? Where's the promised live stream? I don't know, has anyone seen it? Seeing that everyone had the same reaction, Zhao Zijie slightly relaxed his tightly furrowed brows. He moved his fingers slightly and typed a line of text on his phone. Stop talking, I've been waiting since last night. If the live stream doesn't start soon, I feel like I'm about to drop dead. The next second, several replies appeared before his eyes. Ha ha ha, I say, old Zhao, you didn't really stay up all night, did you? Don't say that, it might actually be true. Old Zhao really is that kind of person. A hint of a bitter smile appeared in Zhao Zijie's eyes. Just as he was about to respond to those words again, a highlighted pinned message appeared in the Penguin group. Stop spamming the group. Quickly turn on the TV, the live broadcast has started. The originally lively Penguin group suddenly quieted down. Zhao Zijie quickly put down his phone and looked toward the TV in front of him. At this moment, the television screen prominently displayed the majestic appearance of the Panga 1 demonstration reactor. A hint of doubt appeared in Zhao Zijie's eyes as he muttered to himself, only showing the exterior. What's the point of that? As he spoke, a trace of visible disappointment appeared on Zhao Zijie's face. Although he could understand the approach of Xia's news in his heart, honestly, only being able to see the unchanging exterior, it's impossible not to feel disappointed. Zhao Zijie reached out for the remote control and turned off the TV. He let out a deep sigh, listlessly tapping on his phone screen, and sent a sighing emoji on his Penguin account. Let's call it a day. It seems like it's just the exterior shots. What can you even make out from that? Old Zhao, why don't you take another look? The TV screen has already switched. Seeing this line of text, Zhao Zijie's pupils suddenly contracted, and he swiftly grabbed the remote control to turn the TV back on. The image of the central control room appeared before Zhao Zijie's eyes. A young man in his 20s, wearing a white lab coat, stood solemnly at the center of the command platform. This man, could he be the chief engineer of controlled nuclear fusion, Lu Yongchang? But in the next moment, a figure behind the command platform caught Zhao Zijie's attention. This is the speaker. Due to the angle, the speaker was standing at the very corner of the frame. Zhao Zijie rubbed his eyes hard, and after repeatedly confirming, he picked up his phone and, with trembling hands, sent a message in the Penguin group. Everyone, look at the bottom right corner of the TV. Senator Zhang is also on the scene. Zhao Zijie's message clearly shocked all the lurking group members into action. Holy crap, holy crap. It's true. I saw it. Where? Why can't I find it? Ah, Daily Interstellar, if you don't need your eyes, you can donate them to those in need. Inside the Panga 1 demonstration reactor, Lu Yongchang looked solemnly at the large screen in front of him, which displayed various recorded data. The hour hand of the wall clock slowly pointed to the number 12. He took a deep breath, his solemn gaze slowly sweeping over everyone around him. Then, he softly said, everyone, it is an honor to witness this moment together with all of you. On Panga 1, each of us has poured countless efforts. Regardless of success or failure, I believe our names will forever remain in human history. Speaking, Lu Yongchang reached out and pressed the ignition button on the console in front of him. A familiar buzzing sound followed. In an extremely short time, the deuterium-tritium plasma was heated to over 100 million degrees Celsius. Endless energy gushed out from the reactor of Panga 1. In the Panga 1 demonstration reactor, the most powerful energy in the star system emerged spontaneously. Looking at the rapidly increasing values on the neutron dose detector, everyone's face showed excitement. But not a single person let out a cheer. This is only the beginning. The cooling system is functioning normally. The fusion reaction intensity is normal. The magneto-hydrodynamic generator has started operating. The current power generation is at 35% of the rated power. A series of reports came through, but Lu Yongchang did not dare to relax in the slightest. The next step is crucial. Prepare to connect to the grid. The electricity generated by the magneto-hydrodynamic system would only mark the true success of this fusion reactor once it is integrated into Xia's power grid. A few minutes later, a researcher shouted excitedly, "Grid connection successful. Current power generation is 200,000 megawatts." A trace of excitement flashed in Lu Yongchang's eyes. At this stage, it could be said that the Panga 1 fusion reactor was already 90% successful. What needs to be done next? Keep adding fuel and push the power to the maximum. Hearing Lu Yongchang's command, all the researchers instantly became serious. This meant that the Panga 1 fusion reactor would soon enter full load status. In the next few minutes, every researcher stared intently at the large screen in the central control room, fearing any unexpected incident. 80%. 90%. Alright. 99%. As deuterium and tritium fuel are gradually added, the fusion reaction in the reactor becomes increasingly intense. Even in the control room, everyone can feel a slight tremor underfoot. Professor Lu, the current generator power is 400,000 megawatts. The reactor shows no abnormalities, and the generator unit is operating normally. Lu Yongchang's lips gradually revealed a faint smile. A hint of daze appeared in his eyes, and then he said in a deep voice, "Everyone." The next second, a thunderous round of applause erupted. Every researcher stood up from their chairs, looking at the young man on the command platform with faces full of reverence. They knew that the greatest contributor to Panga 1 was this 21-year-old young man. "We did it!" Hearing the voice coming from the television, Zhao Zijia's eyes suddenly turned red. Without thinking much, he grabbed his phone, opened the Penguin Group, and excitedly typed out a sentence. "The light of fusion shines brightly on the land of Xia." The next moment, everyone in the Penguin Group instinctively lined up in formation. Looking at the screen filled with repeated messages, Zhao Zijie took a deep breath. At last, Xia has succeeded in leading the world to the forefront. The moon waxes and wanes, just as people experience joy and sorrow, partings and reunions. The joys and sorrows of people do not truly connect. While the entire Xia nation was celebrating, far across the ocean, in the distant Megwa, there was a wave of panic and regret. On the streets of Wall Street in Megwa, countless citizens held banners and flags in their hands, marching in great momentum toward the White House. The chaotic scenes outside continuously drew the attention of those Americans staying at home. As more and more American citizens joined, the procession grew longer and longer. Gradually, outside the White House, a dense crowd of people gathered. "We need an explanation. Why was Xia expelled from the ITER project? We need nuclear fusion." Bright banners displayed bold capital English letters. The security personnel of the White House appeared extremely insignificant in front of the hundreds of thousands of marchers. Meanwhile, inside the White House at this very moment, President Albert, with his fluffy blonde hair, gazed out the window with a troubled expression, watching everything happening outside the White House. He let out a deep sigh and withdrew his gaze from the window. "Your Excellency Albert, don't mind these ignorant people, they..." "Shut up, Anthony." Albert glared fiercely at Defense Minister Anthony and reprimanded harshly, "If it weren't for you, the Xia Kingdom should now be unconditionally sharing nuclear fusion technology with us. Look at the mess you've made." Hearing Albert's reprimand, Anthony's expression turned somewhat unpleasant as he said, "Mr. President, with all due respect, even if the Xia Kingdom hadn't withdrawn from the ITER project, they still wouldn't have shared nuclear fusion technology with us." Albert snorted coldly, "How do you know that Xia won't do this?" "I'll tell you, Anthony, no one understands Xia better than I do. I believe Xia will abide by this contract." As he spoke, Albert suddenly turned his head to look at Professor Collins beside him. "Professor, how is our controlled nuclear fusion demonstration reactor project going? Don't tell me that after all these days, it's still stuck on the blueprint." Professor Collins, who was suddenly caught up in the flames of war, froze for a moment and said nervously, "Mr. President, the construction has already begun." Albert's expression relaxed. "Finally, some good news." "Oh?" Albert's eyes revealed a hint of joy. "How far along is it?" Professor Collins' mouth twitched slightly, then he lowered his head and said softly, The foundation." "WTF? Professor, are you joking with me?" Albert's face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Your Excellency, the President, the construction team has already urged us many times." Professor Collins let out a deep sigh. "There's nothing I can do." Albert's eye twitched violently twice. "I don't care about that. Tell those damned construction teams that I want to see the demonstration reactor within a month. I don't care what method you use, I'm only giving you 1 month. Do you understand, Professor Collins?" The third day of Panga 1's successful operation. Although the controlled nuclear fusion project was successful, the research team was not disbanded. At Liu Yongchang's request, all the researchers gathered at a secret nuclear laboratory in Xia Country. At the entrance of the Daxia Bay Nuclear Physics Laboratory, hundreds of researchers looked at Liu Yongchang in front of them with puzzled expressions. Fong Su pondered for a moment and decided to directly ask, "What are you planning to do?" Liu Yongchang let out a light chuckle, his gaze slowly sweeping over the group of researchers in front of him. "Everyone must be very confused, right?" Seeing the researchers nodding one after another, the smile on his face became even more pronounced. "Everyone, we have already completed the research and development task for controlled nuclear fusion. It's just, don't you want to go a step further?" Fong Su furrowed his brows. As the person who had spent the most time with Liu Yongchang, Fong Su vaguely had a thought in his mind. He had a rough idea of what Liu Yongchang wanted to do. "Everyone, I have already submitted a project proposal to the speaker. As for what the project is..." Liu Yongchang chuckled softly and continued, "Miniaturization of fusion reactors. I wonder if any of you are interested? Of course, if anyone doesn't want to participate in this research project, I won't force you to stay. After signing the confidentiality agreement, someone will naturally escort you out. As soon as the words fell, a wave of exclamations erupted. Fusion reactor miniaturization technology? Isn't this a bit too advanced? Is this really possible? Unlike the surprised expressions of others, Fong Su calmly asked, Yongchang, how confident are you in this technology? LV Yongchang pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. Compared to controlled nuclear fusion, miniaturization technology is something I only have a clue about at the moment. The difficulty is definitely greater. About 80% confidence. Even with his temperament, he couldn't help but exclaim at this moment, 80%? Are you sure you didn't say it wrong? You should know, when it comes to scientific research, forget about 80%. If most research projects have a success rate of 20%, that's already considered pretty good. Fong Su even wondered if the Lu Yongchang in front of him had mixed up the success rate and failure rate. After all, in Fong Su's expectations, as long as this project's success rate reached 20%, it would be worth a try. Faced with Fong Su's astonishment, Lu Yongchang glanced at him speechlessly and muttered under his breath, making a fuss over nothing. An 80% success rate is already low enough. Back when I was working on Panga 1, I was 99% confident. Fong Su. He shook his head with a wry smile. I really don't know whether Lu Yongchang is overly confident or if he doesn't have a full understanding of Lu Yongchang's strength. I'll participate. I'll participate too. How could I miss such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? I'm in too. Exactly, by then, I can say that I was a researcher involved in 2 world-class scientific projects. Just as Fong Su was still doubting his life, the researchers nearby had already begun expressing their opinions. Brother Su, what do you say? Lu Yongchang smiled as he looked at Fong Su beside him. Have you made up your mind? Fong Su's expression turned slightly serious, and a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. This kind of good thing, how could I miss out? Just as Lu Yongchang was leading the group to prepare to move into the Dasha Bay Nuclear Physics Laboratory, a paper was quietly published in the latest issue of Nature on the abnormal behavior of the Sun in the past month. With the publication of this paper, the Hubble Space Telescope in space slowly adjusted its direction, aiming toward the Sun. Yongchang, have you seen the latest issue of Nature? Just as Lu Yongchang was sitting in his office pondering the significance behind the phenomenon of sunluminescence, Fong Su's voice came from the side. He was slightly startled and looked up at Fong Su. No, I haven't. What's up? Seeing Fong Su's mysterious expression, a trace of doubt flashed in Lu Yongchang's eyes. Nature. In my memory, there shouldn't have been any major events in the academic world during this period. Then you really should go take a look. Fong Su's eyes grew increasingly mysterious. I've never seen anything so fantastical in my life. A trace of unease flashed through Lu Yongchang's heart. He frowned deeply and asked softly, Brother Su, what exactly happened? Fong Su shook his head with a smile and said, You're just too impatient. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. An astronomical laboratory in the US published a paper in Nature. Based on their observations, the Sun has shown many abnormal data over the past month. Based on these observational data, this laboratory has deduced a conclusion. Yongchang, you absolutely can't guess what their conclusion is. Just as Fong Su was halfway through his words, Lu Yongchang's expression suddenly changed dramatically. Upon hearing Fong Su's question, Lu Yongchang muttered to himself, the Sun has entered its aging phase. Fong Su, who was about to voice this absurd conclusion, froze slightly, then looked at Lu Yongchang with a strange expression. You said you haven't read the latest issue of Nature, right? Lu Yongchang ignored Fong Su's words. At this moment, his mind was already in turmoil. How could it be so fast? In the previous life, this paper should have appeared 2 months later. Could it be, the changes in the Sun have accelerated? The terrifying scene of the helium flash appeared before him once again. Yongchang? Yongchang, what's wrong with you? Perhaps because Lu Yongchang's complexion looked too awful, Fong Su also panicked a little. While calling out Lu Yongchang's name loudly, he turned his head and shouted at the researcher nearby, What are you standing there for? Call the medical staff quickly. Lu Yongchang slowly waved his hand, stopping the researcher from taking action. I'm fine. No need to call the medical staff. Fong Su frowned tightly and said in a low voice, This is fine? Do you even know what your complexion looks like right now? Lu Yongchang swallowed slightly and said softly, Brother Su, I need an astronomical telescope. Fong Su, huh? Lu Yongchang suddenly reached out and tightly grabbed Fong Su's arm. Brother Su, trust me. Don't ask why. I need an astronomical laboratory capable of analyzing solar data. Looking at the extreme fear deep in Lu Yongchang's eyes, Fong Su swallowed slightly. Although he didn't know what had happened, he still nodded lightly and said gravely, Alright. I understand. And also, let me take a look at the latest issue of Nature magazine. Lu Yongchang gritted his teeth and softly added. Looking at the extremely familiar data in the Nature magazine, the last trace of luck in Lu Yongchang's heart was completely extinguished. What? The changes in the sun had actually come earlier. This is illogical. Could it be, the changes in the sun in the previous life were not a natural phenomenon? A chilling and terrifying thought involuntarily surfaced in Lu Yongchang's mind. He quickly shook his head, casting out that despair-inducing thought from his mind. A knock on the door sounded. Yongchang Lu did not look up, just stared blankly at the Nature magazine on the desk. Come in, the door's not locked. Click. The sound of the spring lock came, and the door opened. Yongchang, I've already applied to Minister Hong. Fong Su's voice came through. Hearing this news, Lu Yongchang's eyes lit up slightly. He raised his head and looked at Fong Su, who was standing at the door. Have you gotten in touch with a reliable astronomical laboratory? Fong Su nodded lightly. Minister Hong takes your words very seriously and directly contacted the Xia National Observatory. Now it's up to you. When are you planning to set off? Lu Yongchang suddenly stood up from his chair, his eyes blazing as he looked at Fong Su. Of course, right now. Make sure to be quick. We might not have time to waste. As he spoke, a trace of bitterness flashed in Lu Yongchang's eyes. Seeing this, the doubt in Fong Su's eyes grew even stronger, but he still nodded lightly. I understand. There's a helicopter outside the lab right now, you. Before Fong Su could finish his sentence, Lu Yongchang grabbed the pen on the desk and resolutely walked out of the office door. An armed helicopter slowly landed on the helipad in front of the Xia National Observatory. Before the helicopter had come to a complete stop, Lu Yongchang jumped directly out. The roaring sound of the rotor blades overhead brought a trace of nostalgia to his eyes. Professor Lu, welcome, welcome. As the helicopter's rotor blades gradually came to a halt, an elderly man with graying temples approached Lu Yongchang. Lu Yongchang's eyes flashed with a hint of confusion. I forgot to introduce myself. The old man smiled warmly and said cheerfully, I am the director of the Xia National Observatory, Yi Nanzhen. Lu Yongchang was slightly startled and quickly bowed respectfully to the old man. Mr. Yi, I failed to recognize greatness, my apologies. Yi Nanzhen waved his hand with a carefree smile and said, Don't say that. Compared to controllable nuclear fusion, there's nothing much to say about me being the director of this observatory. Suddenly, Yi Nangying changed the topic. By the way, I heard from Minister Hong that you're here to study solar data? Lu Yongchang quickly nodded. That's right. What's the reason? Elder Yi frowned deeply. Could it be for that paper in Nature? Seeing the change in Lu Yongchang's expression, Yi Nangying instantly knew he had guessed correctly. As he led Lu Yongchang toward the observatory, he frowned and said, Professor Lu, let me be frank. That paper in Nature is highly questionable. The sun is currently in its middle-aged prime, and this is an indisputable conclusion. When we saw this paper, we also observed the sun. Although some data is indeed a bit unusual, this absolutely cannot indicate that the sun has entered its aging phase. Found it. Listening to Yi Nangying's words, a trace of bitterness flashed in Lu Yongchang's eyes. In his previous life, it was the same. Everyone thought that these slight data changes in the sun were just a coincidence. Because of this, humanity lost a full 2 years of escape time. Lu Yongchang's eyes were filled with bitterness as he slowly shook his head and said, Elder Yi, I've seen the data in the paper. I'm not very optimistic about the sun's future. In my opinion, we need to seriously think about the survival of human civilization. Yi Nangying, who was walking ahead, suddenly stopped in his tracks. He turned around, frowned, and looked at Lu Yongchang. Professor Lu, isn't this statement a bit too? Yi Nangying did not finish his sentence. But Lu Yongchang understood his meaning. It was nothing more than words like worrying unnecessarily and exaggerating the facts. He was not angry. On the contrary, he even felt a bit of sadness and helplessness. Human technology is truly too primitive. But at this moment, Lu Yongchang did not argue with Elder Yi. Without concrete evidence, none of his statements would be believed. Therefore, he said calmly, Elder Yi, whether it is or isn't, let's wait until I obtain the observation data and calculate it before discussing further. I also hope that I miscalculated. Yi Nangying frowned deeply and gave Lu Yongchang a meaningful look. Alright, I'll take you to the observation deck right away. Xia National Astronomical Observatory, Observation Deck. A massive astronomical telescope was placed right in the center. Hello, Mr. Yi. As soon as he entered the observatory, a researcher respectfully greeted Yi Nangying. Mr. Yi smiled and nodded, saying, Xiao Wang, point the telescope at the sun. And also, show Professor Lu the observation data from a few days ago. The researcher called Xiao Wang was slightly stunned and turned to look at Lu Yongchang. Gradually, his eyes grew wider and wider. You are Professor Lu Yongchang? Professor Lu, I'm your fan. No, you are my fan. Pfft. I mean, I am your fan. Xiao Wang looked at Lu Yongchang with an excited expression, stammering, Professor Lu, can you give me an autograph? Lu Yongchang? Yi Nanging? Obviously, Old Yi hadn't anticipated this situation either. He gave the researcher an awkward glare and said, Ahem. Xiao Wang. We'll talk about the signature later. Finish the research task first. A trace of grievance flashed across Xiao Wang's face as he walked toward the control panel with a bitter expression. Seeing this, Lu Yongchang couldn't help but laugh and said, Don't worry, I won't forget about the signature. Upon hearing this, a hint of excitement appeared in Xiao Wang's eyes, and even his steps became lighter. Elder Yi looked enviously at the smiling Lu Yongchang beside him. Professor Lu, you sure are popular. Look at this Xiao Wang, he's just like one of your researchers. I even suspect that if you said the word, he'd switch over to your side. Faced with Elder Yi's jealousy, Lu Yongchang could only chuckle and spread his hands to express his helplessness. Didn't wait long, Xiao Wang arrived beside Lu Yongchang with a pile of documents. Professor Lu, these are the solar observation data from the past month. Take a look, do you need more? Knock, knock, knock. Retrieving data older than a month might take some time, but Xiao Wang's enthusiasm exceeded Lu Yongchang's expectations. He gave a wry smile and waved his hand, saying, Ahem. No need. 1 month's data is already enough. A trace of obvious disappointment flashed in Xiao Wang's eyes. Alright then. Professor Lu, just call me if you need anything. Creak. Lu Yongchang smiled wryly and nodded. He never expected that he could actually experience the treatment of a celebrity. After Xiao Wang left, Lu Yongchang took a deep breath and looked at the document in front of him with a solemn expression. Seeing this scene, Old Ye's eyebrows raised slightly. He was somewhat doubtful whether Lu Yongchang could understand these highly specialized data. These data have issues. Lu Yongchang said in a low voice with a serious expression. Oh? What kind of issues? Elder Yi asked calmly as he leaned closer to Lu Yongchang. You see, the magnetic field intensity has significantly increased since half a month ago. Moreover, these few data points have all shown anomalies. As he spoke, Lu Yongchang pointed at the documents in front of him. If I'm not mistaken, solar flare activity should have become more frequent during this period, right? A trace of shock flashed in Elder Ye's eyes. In just a few minutes, among such a vast amount of data, Lu Yongchang not only identified several problematic pieces of data but even made an accurate assessment of the current state of the sun. This capability. Professor Lu, are you a graduate of the astronomy department? Yi Nanging looked at Lu Yongchang in front of him with an expression of disbelief and subconsciously asked. Lu Yongchang was slightly stunned, then smiled and shook his head. Old Yi, I'm from the physics department of Sandal University. At the moment. I guess I haven't officially graduated yet, since I haven't received my diploma. This was indeed true. Recently, because he was busy with the Panga 1 project, he had no time to go to Sandal University to collect his diploma. Old Yi swallowed slightly, looking at Lu Yongchang with an incredulous expression. Then you. Self-taught, all self-taught. Lu Yongchang chuckled and brushed it off. Incredible. Yi Nanging's eyes widened like copper bells as he muttered to himself, I've never seen anyone like you. To prevent Old Yi from continuing his exclamations, Lu Yongchang cleared his throat lightly. Old Yi, is there any scratch paper here? I need to verify some calculations. Elder Yi nodded in amazement and fetched a few blank A4 sheets from the side. Are these enough? Lu Yongchang reached out to take the A4 sheets, pulling out his fountain pen from his pocket as he nodded. More than enough. Saying this, he sat down on the chair and quickly wrote a line of equations on the A4 paper with incredible speed. Yi Nanging hurriedly leaned over, staring intently at Lu Yongchang's handwriting. At the beginning, Yi Nanging was still able to keep up with Lu Yongchang's train of thought. But a few minutes later, Yi Nanging raised his head with a confused expression, looking uncertainly at Lu Yongchang, who was writing furiously. Is his ability too weak? He still has some confidence in his mathematical skills. Although he can't handle those historical mathematical problems, solving some issues within astronomy is still a breeze for him. This kid. Yet he couldn't understand the transformation process of that string of formulas by Lu Yongchang. At this moment, he couldn't help but think of his college days. The fear of being dominated by advanced mathematics. Lu Yongchang let out a deep sigh and solemnly put down the pen in his hand. Unknowingly, old Ye's attitude toward Lu Yongchang had undergone a significant change. Any results? Hearing the voice of inquiry coming from beside him, Lu Yongchang let out a deep sigh. The worst outcome had emerged. The abnormal activity of the sun had indeed advanced by 2 months. In addition, the sun's aging process was clearly faster than in the previous lifetime. According to Lu Yongchang's calculations, in about 15 years, the sun will experience another helium flash. Lu Yongchang's eye twitched slightly. It had actually shortened by a full 5 years. Professor Lu? A voice urging came from Yi Nanging nearby. LV Yongchang struggled to pull the corners of his mouth, revealing an awkward smile. Son, something happened. Yi Nanging stared blankly at LV Yongchang in front of him. Impossible. How could this be? Good. Up to now, the sun has only existed for 4.6 billion years. According to the model, it can last at least 10 billion years. How could it possibly enter its aging phase so soon? Yi Nanging's face flushed red, and the gray-white beard at the corners of his mouth trembled slightly. He shouted loudly, "This is absolutely impossible. Your calculations must be wrong. The sun could never enter the red giant phase in just over a decade." Faced with the agitated Yi Nanging, Lu Yongchang's eyes revealed a trace of pity. In the previous life, upon learning this incredible news, countless scientists fell into despair. Every highly educated person refused to believe this conclusion. However, the truth was right in front of humanity. The astrophysics edifice that humanity spent countless time and effort building was so easily overturned. "Mr. Yi, calm down," Lu Yongchang said softly. "The calculation process is all here, and I've just explained every step you didn't understand in detail. Do you think there are any flaws?" Mr. Ye's expression suddenly froze. It was precisely because he knew that Lu Yongchang's calculation formulas had no flaws that he found it hard to accept all of this. Mathematics does not lie. In the mathematical model, the sun is aging at a speed visible to the naked eye. In fact, in the near future, the sun will enter the red giant phase. He trembled as he raised his wrinkled hand and forcefully plucked a strand of his beard. Olji gasped sharply and muttered to himself, This is real." The next moment, Olji suddenly turned his head to look at Lu Yongchang beside him, grabbing his arm with his bony right hand. "Professor Lu. What should we do now?" Lu Yongchang's expression was solemn as he spoke word by word. "Go find the speaker. The capital, within the first ring road. Inside the speaker's office. Yongchang?" At the moment he saw Lu Yongchang, Congressman Li's face revealed a faint smile. "What's the matter? Aren't you busy researching your fusion reactor miniaturization project? How do you have time to come to me?" Lu Yongchang's face was full of bitterness. He slowly shook his head and said in a deep voice, "Speaker, I have something very important to report to you." Seeing the serious expression on Lu Yongchang's face, Counselor Li's demeanor gradually became serious as well. He put down the pen in his hand and said solemnly to Lu Yongchang, "Go ahead." Lu Yongchang took a deep breath and slowly began to speak. "Counselor, the sun has already entered a phase of rapid aging. According to predictions, it will enter the red giant phase within 10 years and experience a helium flash within 15 years. By then, human civilization will cease to exist." As Lu Yongchang's words fell, the speaker's office plunged into silence. After a long while, the speaker took a deep breath. His brows furrowed tightly, and the knuckles of his right hand unconsciously tapped lightly on the desk. "Yongchang, are you sure everything you just said is true?" Looking at the deep suspicion in the speaker's eyes, Lu Yongchang helplessly nodded. "Speaker, if you don't believe me, you can consult some astronomy experts to verify my hypothesis." Representatively shook his head with a bitter smile. "Yongchang, it's not that I don't believe you, it's just that this is a bit too far-fetched." The speaker was right. To be honest, if he hadn't been reborn and truly witnessed the scene of the helium flash explosion, he wouldn't have believed his own words. The sun, in its prime, will enter the red giant phase within 10 years and experience a helium flash explosion within 15 years? To be fair, the speaker didn't directly throw him out, which was already quite considerate of him. "Speaker, Elder Yi from the Xia National Observatory is just outside the door. How about I call him in, and you ask for his opinion?" Seeing the council leader nod, Lu Yongchang quickly opened the door and pulled Yi Nanging inside. The council leader frowned and looked at Yi Nanging, who was standing beside Lu Yongchang. "Mr. Yi, do you think Yongchang's calculation is likely?" Faced with the council leader's question, Yi Nanging nodded bitterly. "Council leader, I didn't find any flaws." Although the council leader had anticipated Yi Nanging's response, his pupils still shrank to the size of pinpoints the moment he heard those words. Da. The sound of knuckles tapping on the solid wood desk filled the entire office. Although Lu Yongchang was extremely anxious, he still waited patiently for the speaker to make a decision. After all, in the face of a disaster of this magnitude, without Xia Nation's help, there was no way he could achieve a turnaround in desperate circumstances. Since both of you say so, I will trust you this time. The counselor said gravely, I will immediately convene a meeting to verify this situation. If the circumstances are true, we may need to start considering an alternative plan. After speaking, the counselor leaned back against the chair and sighed once again. Chairman, according to my speculation, tonight, extremely intense auroras will erupt across the skies worldwide. This is the definitive sign of the sun entering complete senescence. The chairman's gaze shifted slightly. As the chairman, he naturally understood some basic facts. Auroras generally only appear in the skies over the Antarctic or the Arctic. As for the global aurora outbreak, the last time should have been in 1958, when intense solar activity erupted. The current solar activity is clearly insufficient to support the outbreak of such a grand spectacle. Therefore, he nodded slightly, all right, I understand. If a global aurora truly breaks out, I think, your hypothesis would be more convincing. Saying this, the chairman of the council cast a meaningful glance at Lu Yongchang. In the Grand Hall of Xia, an emergency meeting attended by most of the country's astronomers and physicists commenced. The Grand Hall of Xia. The top physicists and astronomers of the Xia kingdom took their seats. The speaker sat solemnly at the very front of the assembly hall. A deep sense of worry was evident in the depths of his eyes. The speaker reached out to adjust the microphone and cleared his throat. Seeing all the eyes in the audience turn toward him, Congressman Li pondered for a moment before speaking. Professors, academicians, the reason I hastily called everyone here today is that I have just received some news. As he spoke, Congressman Li reached out and turned on the projector in the Grand Hall of Xia Nation. A paper appeared on the massive projection screen. Seeing this paper, all the professors and academicians present frowned. A faint murmur of discussion followed. Is this the paper from a few days ago in Nature? That's right, I remember this paper quite well. Representatively, bringing out this paper at this moment, what is he trying to say? Not sure, maybe the sun really is entering its aging phase? Nonsense! How is that even possible? Looking at the murmuring crowd below, Representative Li's expression grew even more serious, quiet. Based on the data in the paper and the observation data from the Xia National Observatory over the past month, Professor Lu Yongchang conducted calculations and reached a conclusion. The sun is aging at an unprecedented rate. According to the model's predictions, the sun will become a red giant within 10 years and undergo a helium flash within 15 years. Counselor Li paused slightly before adding, this calculation has been verified by Yi Nanging of the Xia National Observatory. As the words fell, the vast conference hall of Xia country fell into silence. All the attendees' pupils instantly contracted to the size of pinpoints. After more than 10 seconds, an uproar erupted. Professor Lu Yongchang? Isn't he researching controlled nuclear fusion? Why has he suddenly started studying astronomy? I heard he's just a sophomore undergraduate student. This must be a joke. But, Elder Yi actually acknowledged Professor Lu's calculations. Doesn't that mean? Let's not jump to conclusions. Let's wait for the speaker to explain. A few minutes later, the discussions gradually died down. Senator Li glanced around at the audience below and spoke again. To be honest, I don't quite believe this conclusion either. Today's gathering is also to conduct a verification. As he spoke, the image on the projection screen changed. Looking at the neatly arranged rows of deduction formulas on the screen, every professor furrowed their brows deeply. This is the latest solar model established by Professor Lu Yongchang. Take a look, and see if you can find any flaws. Additionally, according to this model's predictions, there will be an extremely intense aurora phenomenon worldwide at around 10:50 p.m. tonight. At the moment these words were spoken, everyone turned their heads to look out the window. The sky outside was pitch black, with no sign of any aurora. The counselor raised his wrist to check his watch. 21:56. There is less than an hour left until the predicted time. Academician Yang Jianchuan, what do you think of this statement? Congressman Li's face was calm as he asked softly. Academician Yang Jianchuan, who was called out, frowned deeply and muttered to himself, impossible. Although there was an extremely intense aurora event in 1958, that was during a period of strong solar activity. Based on recent observational data, solar activity is far from reaching that level. Senator Li nodded slightly. So, you're saying that the possibility of a global aurora occurring right now is extremely small, correct? Seeing academician Yang Jianchuan nod, Senator Li took a deep breath. That also means, if a global aurora does occur in an hour, At this point, Senator Lee did not continue speaking. Time passed second by second. Everyone present was no fool and naturally understood the implication behind the senator's words. After a moment of silence, Congressman Lee spoke again with a serious expression. Professors, it's still early. For now, let's first verify Professor Liu's model. 10:35 p.m. All the professors and academicians frowned as they looked at the page of the deduction process on the projection screen. Mr. Yang, have you noticed any issues? An academician showed a hint of concern in his eyes and softly asked Yang Jianchuan beside him. Yang Jianchuan slowly shook his head. I can't see any problems. In fact, after looking at this model, I feel that there might be some issues with the stellar models we previously established. What? The academician was shocked and exclaimed repeatedly, this. Elder Yang, you can't joke about this. As a leading figure in the field of astronomy in Xia country, Elder Yang's judgments in astronomy rarely miss the mark. It is precisely because of this that Elder Yang's opinions directly influence the judgments of most people. Elder Yang's expression was grave as he let out a deep sigh. I also hope it isn't. Human history is far too short, and our technological level is far too low. The only star we can truly interact with is the sun, so it's normal even if the model is incorrect. Seeing the expressions of disbelief on the faces of several professors around him, Elder Yang slightly softened his tone. Of course, it's possible that our model is correct, but the sun might have encountered some issues we are unaware of, which is why this strange phenomenon occurred. Upon hearing this, the expressions on the faces of those professors eased slightly. After all, once the fundamental model of stars is wrong, it means the foundation of humanity's astronomical edifice has been completely shaken. This is something that no researcher can accept. A sound of the chairman clearing his throat came from the stage. Everyone, has anyone found any flaws? Or, is there anyone who disagrees with this deduction result? Time passed slowly, bit by bit. The Grand Summer Nation Assembly Hall was completely silent. Over 100 professors and academicians lowered their heads, not daring to meet the gaze of the counselor on the stage. Several senior academicians in astronomy and physics also sighed, shaking their heads helplessly. Seeing this scene, a trace of disappointment flashed in Congressman Lee's eyes. He slowly closed his eyes and let out a deep sigh. If that's the case, then... Before he could finish his sentence, a cry of surprise came from the audience below. Aurora! It's really happening, an aurora! Senator Lee suddenly opened his eyes wide and turned his head to look out the window. A brilliant red light appeared in the sky over the Capitol. Red light gradually spread across the entire sky. Under the illumination of the aurora, the once bright moon was also tinged with a layer of crimson, as if foretelling the future of humanity. Gazing at the brilliant and dazzling red aurora outside the window, Counselor Lee swallowed slightly. The breathtakingly beautiful scene before him, however, filled him with an intense sense of suffocation. The aurora predicted by Liu Yongchang has already appeared, followed by the red giant phase in 10 years, and the helium flash in 15 years. Senator Lee shook his head, not daring to dwell on the scenes of the future. Xia Nation. Zhao Zijia sat on the balcony, quietly gazing at the bright, clear moon in the sky. The early summer evening breeze brushed against him, bringing a hint of coolness. He took out his phone from his pocket, opened the QQ group, and skillfully found the chat group where his friends were casually chatting. So boring. Zhao Zijia's fingers trembled slightly as he typed a line of text on his phone. Then, he raised his phone and recorded a video of the surrounding environment. There's only me on the open-air balcony. Sigh, so boring. Zhao Zijia's pretentious words instantly drew everyone's disdain. Damn. If I remember correctly, old Zhao should be in Shanghai, right? Such a huge open-air balcony. I'm so jealous. TSK. I can even imagine old Zhao's expression when he said that. Damn it. Is this the world of the rich? I don't envy it at all. Boss. What do you think of this pendant of mine? Looking at the flood of sarcastic comments scrolling past, Zhao Zijia revealed a faint smile on his face. As he was about to type and chat with his friends in the group, a message caught his attention. Old Zhao, there's something wrong with the video you shot. Zhao Zijia's expression froze slightly, and a chill instantly ran down his back. He quickly tapped on the keyboard and complained, damn. Don't scare me like that late at night. Those words would have been better left unsaid. As soon as they were spoken, the people who had just been chatting in the group started chiming in one after another, as if eager to stir up trouble. Old Zhao, turn on your phone's front camera and look behind you. I think I just saw a human face. What human face? It was clearly a white figure. Zhao Zijia swallowed slightly. Although he is an atheist, seeing these remarks at around 10 o'clock at night still made him feel a bit uneasy. Just as he was about to leave the balcony and return to his room, the person who had spoken earlier spoke again. Indeed. What are you all talking about? I looked closely at the video just now. At the 28-second mark, the moon you filmed has a faint red glow. If you don't believe me, take a look yourself. The group of penguins fell silent for a few seconds, and the next moment, countless messages flooded the screen. Blood moon has descended, chaos will reign in the world. It's over, no more talking, I'm going to stock up on a few years' worth of dry food right now. Apart from these raucous messages, there were still some people driven by curiosity who clicked on the video to watch it again. Wait. The moon in the video does look a bit reddish. I saw it too. Zhao Zijie frowned as he looked at his phone and instinctively opened the video he had just recorded. As the playback reached 28 seconds, his pupils slightly contracted. He saw it too. The surface of the moon seemed to be glowing with a faint red light. The next moment, he suddenly raised his head to look at the sky. It wasn't the moon emitting the red light. The entire sky emitted a faint red glow. He trembled as he picked up his phone and recorded another video. Take a look outside. Why is the sky over the Magic City starting to glow red? The message was sent out within seconds. Whoa! Same here. I'm in Hangzhou. Same in Chongqing. The sky in Sakura country is also glowing red. As time goes by, the red glow in the sky becomes brighter. Gradually, an exceptionally dazzling red ribbon appeared before Zhao Zijie's eyes. A loud bang echoed. The brightly lit Magic City was instantly plunged into darkness. At the same time, screams came from all around. Zhao Zijie hurriedly took out his phone. 2250. The phone had no signal at all. That night, Zhao Zijie fell asleep amidst panic and unease. The next morning, as soon as he opened his eyes, he grabbed the phone placed by the bedside. Thank goodness, there's a signal. He tentatively pressed the switch of the bedside lamp. There's power. He turned on the TV while trying to search online for what exactly happened last night. According to the latest report from the Xia National Astronomical Observatory, at around 10:42 p.m. last night, a sudden solar flare erupted, bringing an extremely powerful solar wind. As a result, at 10:50 p.m. last night, auroras of varying sizes appeared across the globe. This solar flare eruption caused significant damage to Xia Nation, starting with the power system. The host's voice echoed in Zhao Zijie's ears. He instinctively opened the Penguin Group. 999 plus unread messages. Whoa! It's actually the aurora. That's not scientific. Isn't the aurora supposed to only appear at the North and South Poles? You see, I told you to study, but you insisted on herding cattle. Now you realize your mistake, right? There was a major red aurora event back in 1958, but according to descriptions, it shouldn't have been as exaggerated as this one. Logically speaking, this year shouldn't be a solar activity period, so how could something like this happen? How would I know? You should go ask those scientists at the observatory. Looking at the chat records one by one, Zhao Zijie felt his panic ease a little. It turned out to be just a solar storm. It's just that, watching the expert on TV seriously explaining the cause of the aurora, Zhao Zijie gradually felt a bit of unease in his heart. At this very moment. Really, was it just a solar storm? Compared to Xia country, the losses suffered by Mi country were undoubtedly greater. At that time, the United States was in broad daylight, directly facing the sun. The immensely powerful solar wind not only destroyed most of the United States power systems but also caused several planes to go missing. Even most of the United States civilian satellites were destroyed by the solar wind. No electricity, no communication devices. At this moment, the United States feels as if it has returned directly to the steam era. Within the first ring of the Capitol, the Speaker's office. The scenes from yesterday's meeting kept flashing through Congressman Li's mind. After the aurora appeared, Congressman Li initiated a vote. The content of the vote was naturally about Liu Yongchang's prophecy regarding the sun. Without any surprise, all the astronomy and physics professors present cast their votes in favor. Congressman Li frowned, his knuckles lightly tapping the solid wood desk. What should he do to ensure that the Xia kingdom survives this disaster? Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks came from the door. Counselor Li's expression shifted slightly, and he said softly, "Come in." The office door slowly opened, and Liu Yongchang's figure appeared at the entrance. "Chairman." Liu Yongchang greeted representatively with a respectful expression. "Yongchang, you're finally here." The moment he saw Liu Yongchang, Counselor Li let out a slight sigh of relief. "You should know the outcome of yesterday's meeting, right?" Hearing Counselor Li's question, Liu Yongchang nodded lightly. "Unanimously passed. To be honest, he wasn't the least bit surprised by this result. Faced with such rigorous deduction steps and that precise prophecy, Lu Yongchang didn't believe anyone would doubt what he said. What should we, Xia Nation, do next? After a moment of silence, the speaker slowly opened his mouth to ask. Lu Yongchang's eyes flashed with brilliance as he responded word by word, Chairman, in my view, only the universe is the true path forward. Only by leaving the solar system can we truly safeguard Xia Nation. The chairman fell into silence. Leave the solar system? Is human technology really capable of achieving this? The senator's voice was somewhat hoarse. Isn't migrating to Mars an option? The proposal to migrate to Mars was actually personally suggested to him by academician Yang Jianchuan after last night's meeting. Lu Yongchang slowly shook his head, rejecting the senator's proposal. I'm afraid that's not possible. The moment the sun's helium flash erupts, even Mars won't be safe. The only safe zone might be beyond the solar system. The counselor closed his eyes in pain. After a long while, he spoke again, his voice even hoarser. According to your plan, how many people in Xia Kingdom can survive? Hearing the chairman's question, Lu Yongchang couldn't help but be momentarily stunned. How many people will survive? That is indeed a question. Lu Yongchang fell into deep thought. According to the current population growth rate of Xia country. Seeing Lu Yongchang fall silent, the chairman of the council showed a bitter smile. Can there be 10,000 people? Lu Yongchang? Sure enough, not even 10,000 people. Seeing Lu Yongchang's strange expression, the council leader's gaze grew even more sorrowful. 15 billion people in Xia Nation, and yet not even 10,000 could be saved. Cough, cough. Counselor, you might have misunderstood. Lu Yongchang said with a peculiar expression, according to my plan, after excluding some elderly and patients unsuitable for interstellar travel, and factoring in the natural growth rate over the next 15 years, about 1 billion people from Xia country should be able to escape successfully. The office fell into silence. Yongchang, do you know what you're saying? The counselor looked at Lu Yongchang with a strange expression. 1 billion people traveling interstellar? Are you telling me a science fiction story? Lu Yongchang looked directly at the speaker, his expression serious, and said, Speaker, in the development of controlled nuclear fusion, you should know that I have accomplished everything I said I would. The speaker's expression showed a hint of emotion. Then, he gently nodded, acknowledging Lu Yongchang's words. We succeeded. Chairman, perhaps the plan I propose sounds a bit crazy, but for the future of the Xia Nation's people, I hope you can completely trust me. The chairman's deep gaze locked firmly onto Lu Yongchang's eyes. He took a deep breath. Breaking news, starting today, the Xia Nation will establish a space administration, with the first director being Lu Yongchang, the father of controlled nuclear fusion. The main mission of the space administration is. In the evening, the Xia Nation news channel broadcast a major breaking news story. In just half an hour, the 4 characters Space Administration shot to the top of the trending list on Weibo. What the heck? Space Administration? Is Xia Nation planning to venture into space? I think now is a great opportunity to venture into space. After all, the United States is suffering from the devastation of the solar storm and can barely take care of itself. Ha, that makes sense. Wait, am I the only one who noticed that the first director is Lu Yongchang? If I remember correctly, he should only be 20 years old, right? If we count by traditional age, he should be 21 now. Hiss. Terrifying indeed. She's 21 years old, the director of the space agency. I'm 21 years old, a dropout from Couch Potato University. So, can any expert explain what kind of authority this space agency actually has? It's not just an empty promise, is it? Don't say that. If what the Xia Nation News reported is true, the authority of this space agency can be described with 8 words, second only to one, above millions. WTF? The next day, at noon, the Grand Hall of the Xia Nation was packed to capacity. Everyone present was one of the top scientists in Xia Nation. Finally, physics, chemistry, materials science, biology. It can be said that at this moment, the Grand Hall of Xia country is gathering the most brilliant minds of the nation. Lu Yongchang, dressed in an elegant high-end suit, adjusted his expression and slowly stepped onto the stage. Everyone, I am the first director of the Space Administration, Lu Yongchang. Next, I will explain to everyone the space agency's plans for the next 3 years. As he spoke, Lu Yongchang gently clicked the mouse. A PowerPoint slide was displayed in front of everyone through the projector and screen. Moon Palace Project. It was just a moment, and a murmur of whispers arose in the Summer Nation's Great Hall. Lu Yongchang ignored the discussions below the stage, cleared his throat, and explained on his own, the Moon Palace Project, officially known as the Lunar Surface Automated Mining Plan. This project is expected to officially commence production by the end of this year, primarily responsible for obtaining the abundant helium-3 resources on the Moon. In addition, we can also extract large quantities of ilmenite and various rare earth minerals from the Moon. Before everyone could react, Lu Yongchang clicked the mouse again. The PPT slide changed. The South Heaven Gate Project. The South Heaven Gate project is expected to be officially completed by the end of next year. The main contents of the project include the Xuannu series aerospace fighters and the Luanio series aerospace carrier platforms. The primary purpose of the project is to address threats from extraterrestrial and silicon-based life forms. At the same time, this is also the first step for Xia Nation toward becoming a cosmic civilization. As Lu Yongchang's words fell, the Great Hall of Xia Nation descended into complete chaos. The flashlights of cameras held by reporters in the back row flickered wildly. Every academic expert turned to their companions to discuss the scene before them. This is simply absurd. How could Senator Li entrust such an important task to such a young kid? An elderly academician with a head full of white hair stood up angrily, muttering incessantly, "What's the point of attending such a nonsensical meeting full of gibberish? Mr. Chiu, please be patient." Yang Jianchuan, standing nearby, smiled wryly and gently patted the elderly man's frail back. "Mr. Chiu, I know these projects seem very unreliable. Right now, there are too many people and prying eyes. Professor Lu won't announce anything yet. Once these reporters leave, Mr. Chiu, trust me, the truth will eventually come to light. Xia Nation has already reached a dead end." Yang Jianchuan's somber words reached Mr. Chiu's ears. Old Chiu's body trembled slightly. He cast a complex glance at young Jianchuan beside him and slowly sat back in his chair. "Since that's the case, I'll take a good look at what tricks this Lu Yongchang is up to. And Xia Kingdom, how did it end up on such a doomed path?" Such scenes were happening in every corner of the Xia Kingdom's Great Hall. To prevent information leaks from causing social unrest, the news of the sun entering its aging phase was known to almost no one except the scientists who initially attended the meeting. Sigh. Quiet. Lu Yongchang lightly tapped the table and opened the next PPT again. Heavenly Court Project. The projection screen displayed 4 large characters with a faint golden hue, causing everyone's pupils to contract sharply. Heavenly Court. In the legends of the Xia Kingdom, the Heavenly Court is the supreme ruling center in mythology. In the heart of every Xia Kingdom citizen, the Heavenly Court holds an irreplaceable significance. The Heavenly Court Project, officially known as the Human Deep Space Voyage Fleet Plan. The project will complete its preliminary construction within 15 years. The first target planet of the Heavenly Court Plan is Proxima Centauri, 4.22 light-years away from us. Lu Yongchang's calm words echoed in the Grand Hall of Xia Nation. Meanwhile, the PPT slides on the projection screen kept switching, continuously presenting the main content of the Heavenly Court Plan to everyone. The audience of academicians and professors below the stage was already too shocked to speak. A thought involuntarily surfaced in everyone's mind. How does Lu Yongchang dare to do this? Colonize exoplanets within 15 years? Even science fiction novels wouldn't dare to write like this, would they? At the very back of the auditorium, the frequency of flashing lights grew higher and higher, almost merging into a blinding white light. The shutter buttons on the cameras in the hands of the reporters were nearly worn out from being pressed. Lu Yongchang stood on the stage and slowly let out a breath. Finally, the 3 major plans have been briefly introduced. He lowered his head and glanced at the expressions of the people below the stage. Sure enough, almost every academician and professor's face was filled with disdain and skepticism. He tugged at the corner of his mouth, revealing a faint smile, then spoke into the microphone again. "This concludes today's meeting. Please, all reporters leave first." Lu Yongchang's words caused a slight commotion in the Xia Kingdom's Great Hall. Reporters leave first? There was no such statement before. The confusion in everyone's eyes inside the auditorium grew even stronger. Lu Yongchang clearly had no intention of offering any explanation. He simply stood quietly on the stage, gazing solemnly at the group of reporters in the last row of the Xia Nation auditorium. However, at a meeting like this, no one wanted to provoke Lu Yongchang. After all, as the first director of the Space Administration, Lu Yongchang held real power in his hands. When all the reporters had left the Xia Kingdom's Great Hall, Lu Yongchang gave a signal to the soldiers standing guard at the door. The 4 large doors of the Great Hall were closed simultaneously, producing a uniform and muffled sound. Witnessing this scene, all the academicians and professors' pupils contracted sharply. Could it be something major is about to happen? Everyone, what I am about to discuss next concerns national security. Lu Yongchang said meaningfully, therefore, I must ask everyone to sign a confidentiality agreement. As he spoke, several soldiers began distributing confidentiality agreements to the academicians and professors one by one. We actually have to sign a confidentiality agreement. Is it a matter of national security? What exactly happened? As soon as Lu Yongchang finished speaking, a group of young professors couldn't hold back and began whispering to their companions nearby. Some senior academicians sitting in the front row had a sharp glint in their eyes. Academician Yang, this must be the truth you just mentioned to me, right? Elder Chiu signed his name on the confidentiality agreement while casting a meaningful glance at Yang Jianchuan beside him. Yang Jianchuan signed his name with a solemn expression and said softly, Mr. Chiu, now I can tell you the truth. If I told you that Xia country, no, humanity, has less than 15 years left to survive, would you believe me? Academician Xiu Tianzhong, his hair completely white, suddenly narrowed his pupils. Even he couldn't suppress the shock in his heart and exclaimed in a low voice, what did you say? Noticing the people around looking at him, Xiu Tianzhong quickly forced a faint smile on his face and waved his hand, saying, it's nothing, it's nothing. When the people around turned their heads away, Xiu Tianzhong hurriedly tugged at Yang Jianchuan's sleeve and whispered, what did you mean by what you just said? What do you mean by humans only having 15 years left? Just as Yang Jianchuan was about to respond, Lu Yongchang on the stage interrupted his action. Since everyone has signed the confidentiality agreement, I'll get straight to the point. Everyone, humanity has only 15 years left to escape. To be precise, all living creatures on Earth have only 15 years left to escape. Lu Yongchang's words were like dropping an atomic bomb in the calm conference hall. In just an instant, the previously tranquil Summer Nation conference hall turned into a noisy marketplace. Yongchang? Lu Yongchang stood on the stage, quietly looking at the crowd below, without saying another word. He knew in his heart that such a shocking piece of news indeed required giving everyone some time to digest. Gradually, the murmurs in the auditorium faded away, and everyone's eyes were fixed intently on Lu Yongchang on the stage. Only then did he gently click the mouse to switch the PPT displayed by the projector. I believe everyone here is aware of the recent paper published in Nature. The sun's recent activity must have caused quite a bit of concern, especially last night's global aurora, which defied all previously established patterns. Through rigorous calculations and simulations, we have discovered that the sun has already entered its aging phase prematurely. Moreover, its rate of aging far exceeds our expectations. According to model predictions, the sun will enter the red giant phase within 10 years, during which it will engulf Mercury and Venus. In 15 years, the sun will experience a helium flash. By then, as the planet closest to the sun, Earth will be completely melted by the light of the helium flash. The Great Hall of Xia was enveloped in dead silence. Xiu Tianzhong sat on the chair with a blank stare, his dry and thin hands gripping the armrests tightly. This is impossible. This defies logic. Xiu Tianzhong muttered in a low, frenzied growl. As a leading figure in the physics community of Xia country, Xiu Tianzhong found it hard to accept such a reality for a moment. In just over a decade, the sun is about to quietly consume most of its internal energy. According to common sense, this energy should be enough to sustain the sun's burning for billions of years. Where did this energy go? This violates the law of conservation of energy. Xiu Tianzhong suddenly stood up, his withered hands trembling slightly as he roared sharply. If such a thing were to truly happen, it would be a catastrophe. Not only a disaster for Earth's civilization but also a disaster for the entire human knowledge system. Looking at the elderly man wobbling on his feet by his seat, Lu Yongchang's eyes revealed a trace of pity. Such scenes were far too common in his previous life. The more knowledgeable one was, the harder it was to accept such changes in the sun. What? Because it defied all the laws of human understanding. Lu Yongchang slowly shook his head. If the sun has been affected by something unknown to humanity, then it aligns with all the laws. Xiu Tianzhong froze in place, standing motionless, his gaze hollow as he stared at Lu Yongchang. Then, what kind of thing could affect the sun? Lu Yongchang shook his head again. I don't know. He is telling the truth. Even in the previous life, humans did not find the reason for the sun's anomaly. Of course, this is also related to the time when humans discovered the anomaly. In the previous life, humans hardly had any time to study the cause of the sun's anomaly, as all resources were allocated to the underground city and starship projects. Even now, with the timing of the sun's anomaly having changed, Lu Yongchang only vaguely has a suspicion in his mind. Perhaps the sun's anomaly is man-made. Fong Su's pupils suddenly contracted. Of course, this so-called man-made is certainly not the work of Earth's civilization. But due to the lack of evidence, he cannot casually voice his suspicion. Perhaps Lu Yongchang's words gave academician Xiao Tianzhong some hope, and his expression gradually eased a little. Then, what should we do now? Xiao Tianzhong was not a fool. Since this matter could be openly discussed in the Xia National Assembly Hall, it naturally indicated its reliability. The leader of the Xia Kingdom would never make such a low-level mistake. Xiao Tianzhong's question also served as a reminder to everyone present. Since the situation can no longer be reversed, the solution is the real issue that needs to be considered. Seeing everyone's gaze once again turn to him, Lu Yongchang's tense expression relaxed slightly. He gently clicked and dragged the mouse, opening another PPT. Just as I mentioned earlier, the first thing that Xia Nation needs to accomplish is the Moon Palace project. Of course, given the current technological level of Xia Nation, or rather, humanity as a whole, achieving the Moon Palace project is impossible. As he spoke, Lu Yongchang shrugged helplessly. The academicians and professors present had their expressions slightly darkened. What was said is correct. Up to now, the only ones who have truly set foot on the moon are the astronauts who participated in the US Apollo program decades ago. As for Xia country, although it has launched a lunar exploration program, it is still quite far from achieving manned moon landings. Therefore, the most urgent task at the moment is to climb the technology tree. Lu Yongchang spoke while clicking the mouse. The projector's light flickered slightly, and the names of 3 technologies slowly appeared on the screen. Fusion reactor miniaturization technology, electric propulsion technology, spaceplane technology. After the meeting, Lu Yongchang did not pause for a moment and set off directly for the Daxia Bay Nuclear Physics Laboratory. At this time, construction had already begun around the Daxia Bay Nuclear Physics Laboratory. According to Senator Li's plan, the Daxia Bay Nuclear Physics Laboratory will be expanded to 10 times its original size. After the expansion is completed, the laboratory will be renamed the First Laboratory of Xiagua. The primary mission of the First Laboratory of Xiagua will be to lead all Xiagua citizens into space. Inside the Daxia Bay Nuclear Physics Laboratory, the First Laboratory of Xiagua. Lu Yongchang looked solemnly at the transparent container filled with water placed at the center of the test bench. This was a container crafted by the laboratory over several days, responsible for conducting the sonoluminescence experiment. Yongchang, are you sure the phenomenon of sonoluminescence is related to nuclear fusion? Fang Su glanced nervously at Lu Yongchang beside him and asked in a low voice. This thing, to be honest, it doesn't seem very reliable. Of course. Lu Yongchang nodded lightly, I'm sure. Fang Su's eyes lit up slightly. Oh? How are you so sure? Did you see some kind of paper? Lu Yongchang glanced sideways at Fang Su and spat out 5 words, trust my intuition. Let's start the experiment. Lu Yongchang didn't explain much to Fang Su and directly spoke to the researcher in charge of operations nearby. The next moment, the ultrasonic generator beneath the transparent container began to operate. The surface of the water inside the transparent container instantly rippled with fine waves. Lu Yongchang's gaze was fixed intently on the monitoring data nearby. When he saw the ultrasonic oscillation frequency on the computer screen reach the target value, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Quick! Inject the gas! 3 days later. The researcher beside him swallowed nervously and hurriedly pressed the button on the console. A string of fine bubbles appeared at the bottom of the transparent container. Under the influence of buoyancy, the bubbles slowly rose. A magical phenomenon occurred. Under the action of ultrasonic waves, the bubbles oscillated back and forth in the liquid. The next moment, as the bubble collapsed to its smallest volume, a faint glow was released from within. A trace of excitement flashed in Lu Yongchang's eyes. Immediately, he turned his head sharply to look at the researcher beside him. Have all the data been recorded? The researcher quickly tapped on the keyboard and then let out a slight sigh of relief. Professor, all the data has been successfully recorded. Good. Lu Yongchang's eyes gleamed with joy. Transfer all the experimental data to my computer. Next, I need to seclude myself for a while. Do not disturb me. By the way, Brother Su, continue experimenting with different solutions and ultrasonic frequencies. I need more data. Speaking, Lu Yongchang strode towards his office. Lu Yongchang looked at the dense and complex data on the computer in front of him, frowning tightly. The temperature at the moment of bubble collapse during the recent sonoluminescence phenomenon was not very high. It was only around 100,000 degrees Celsius. For controlled nuclear fusion, which easily reaches hundreds of millions of degrees Celsius, a mere 100,000 degrees, isn't even worthy of comparison. If one wants to achieve controlled nuclear fusion through sonoluminescence, they must first solve the upper limit problem of bubble collapse temperature. At the very least, The temperature inside the bubble must reach the basic threshold required to trigger nuclear fusion, right? And the most straightforward way to solve this problem is to establish a mathematical model. As for the factors affecting the temperature of bubble collapse, it is no exaggeration to say that Liu Yongchang could deduce the most basic conclusions with just his toes. It's nothing more than the frequency of ultrasound, the type of solution, or, in other words, the shape of the container. This is also the reason he specifically reminded Feng Su before seclusion. Any mathematical model requires a large amount of experimental data for support. Looking at the endless stream of various data appearing on the computer screen, Liu Yongchang took a deep breath. Then, he reached out and picked up the pen placed beside him. Pop! The sound of the fountain pen cap being pulled off was crisp and clear. The next moment, his gaze changed instantly. The intense work session began. The quiet office was immediately filled with the rustling sound of the fountain pen nib scratching on the draft paper. As major media outlets finalized their press releases, the social media platforms of Xia country were instantly set ablaze. On the trending list of Weibo, 10 trending terms with a mix of red and black appeared in unison. Moon Palace Project. South Heaven Gate Project. Heavenly Court Project. Professor Liu is awesome. These 10 trending topics directly caused Weibo's servers to crash. Countless curious netizens flooded the comments section, expressing their excitement. Whoa! Whoa! What happened? What happened? What happened? As long as I accept my own weakness, then I am invincible. Ahem, sorry, wrong set. These editors are getting more and more ridiculous nowadays. They're directly using sci-fi novel content for news? Keep a close eye on the trouble upstairs. This is from the meeting just held by the Summer Nation Space Administration. All these things were proposed by the first director, Professor Liu. Can someone tell me what year it is now? I suspect I've traveled through time. Why do I sense the vibe of the US and Soviet Union rivalry back in the day? A well-known military forum in the Summer Nation was no exception, as it was instantly set ablaze by this news. After dinner, Zhao Zijie, as usual, sat in front of the computer in his room and opened the browser. He skillfully typed a domain name into the browser's address bar. He gently pressed the enter key. The web page quickly redirected to a military forum. Unlike before, this time the homepage of the military forum featured a line of bold red text. Major disclosure of Space Administration conference content. Zhao Zijie frowned slightly. During this period, the name of the Space Administration could be said to have echoed across the country. It is no exaggeration to say that in places with internet and signal, almost everyone is aware of this newly established department. But, how did the space agency's meeting end up being connected to a military forum? Zhao Zijie showed a hint of confusion in his eyes, moved the mouse, and instinctively clicked on the highlighted title in bold red. Moon Palace Project. Lunar Automated Mining Plan? Production starts at the end of this year? WTF? Zhao Zijie let go of the mouse and reached out to rub his eyes. He even doubted whether he had seen it wrong. How did it happen that Xia suddenly proposed a lunar mining plan? Not to mention, Xia hasn't even truly achieved manned moon landings yet, right? Just like this, launching a lunar mining project by the end of the year, doesn't that sound like a fantasy? Professor Liu must have gone mad. Zhao Zijie muttered to himself, then opened the QQ group, took a screenshot of the news in front of him, and sent it out. Has everyone seen this news? Today isn't April Fool's Day, right? Soon, a series of rapid notification sounds rang out. Zhao Zijie quickly opened the QQ group again to check. Old Zhao, you didn't just find out, did you? Friendly reminder, this Moon Palace plan is the easiest to achieve among the 3 major plans. Old Zhao, you should finish reading the news before you speak. Looking at the messages in the Penguin group, Zhao Zijie's pupils slightly contracted. 3 major plans? Or the simplest one? Zhao Zijie quickly closed the Penguin group interface and carefully checked by dragging the mouse. Knock, knock, knock. Gradually, Zhao Zijie's expression turned peculiar. The Nanshanmen project, equipped with the Xuannu series of aerospace fighters and the Luanio series of aerospace carrier platforms, is actually aimed at resisting an alien invasion? WTF? And to be completed by the end of next year? As he scrolled the mouse wheel, the detailed information about the Nanshanmen project appeared before his eyes. Xuannu series aerospace fighter. Fuselage length, 30 to 50 meters. Maximum takeoff weight, 80 to 100 tons. Cruising speed within the atmosphere, 11.2 kilometers per second, second cosmic velocity. Maximum speed outside the atmosphere, 16.7 kilometers per second, third cosmic velocity. Equipped with dual fusion engines, The propulsion system is an electric propulsion system. Main weaponry include small rapid-fire laser cannons, ultra-high-speed medium to long-range air-to-air missiles, capable of carrying nuclear warheads. The later Luan Bird series is even more outrageous. The total length of the fuselage is 500 meters, with a wingspan of 1,300 meters, a maximum takeoff weight of 300,000 tons, a cruising speed of Mach 2 within the atmosphere, and a speed reaching the third cosmic velocity outside the atmosphere. As for the weapon systems, high-energy pulse laser cannons, high-power particle diffusion cannons, large missile launch silos. Seeing this, Zhao Zijie swallowed slightly. This thing, is it really technology we can have next year? Thinking that this was only the second plan, Zhao Zijie quickly swiped the page downward. The Heavenly Court Plan. Just by looking at the name, Zhao Zijie could already imagine how outrageous this thing must be. First, he glanced at the project's estimated completion time. Within 15 years. He suddenly let out a sigh of relief. After the excitement of the first two projects, he suddenly felt that the 15-year Heavenly Court Plan seemed to be the most reliable. But soon, he decided to take back those naive words. Human Deep Space Expedition Fleet Plan. According to the plan, the entire celestial fleet will consist of 1,000 life support starships, 500 resource starships, and 1,000 combat starships. Among them, the 1,000 life support starships can accommodate nearly 1 billion people from Xia Nation, with each starship carrying an average of 1 million individuals. The maximum flight speed of the entire celestial fleet will reach 1/10 the speed of light. As for the destination of the Heavenly Court Fleet, it is Proxima Centauri, 4.22 light-years away. Zhao Zijie took a deep breath. With trembling hands, he opened the Penguin Group again and typed 3 exclamation marks in the chat box. Ha ha ha. Another kid got scared silly. Seeing the replies from group members, Zhao Zijie let out a bitter laugh and started typing on the keyboard. No, what on earth is this? 2 hours later. This thing is clearly something out of a sci-fi novel, right? How can this be presented in the Great Hall of Xia Country? As soon as Zhao Zijie's complaint was posted, someone replied, "Old Zhao, you're still too young. Do you remember the Star Wars program proposed by the United States?" Zhao Zijie's pupils suddenly contracted, and his typing speed instantly increased. Are you saying, this is something created by the Strategic Deception Bureau? The next second, a screenshot was sent to the QQ group. The screenshot shows the trending list on Weibo. Congratulations to Professor Liu Yongchang for succeeding as the bureau seat and becoming the director of the Strategic Deception Bureau. Zhao Zijie. He shook his head with a wry smile. You are. That's true, something like this, as long as a person has normal intelligence, they shouldn't believe it. However, in his mind, the dazzling scene of the aurora filling the sky a few days ago suddenly flashed by. Thinking about how the two events were less than a day apart, Zhao Zijie felt a slight stir in his heart. Could there be some kind of connection? But soon, he shook his head, throwing away his wild thoughts. It should be impossible. It's probably just as netizens said, merely a lie from the Strategic Deception Bureau. Meanwhile, across the ocean in the United States. Walton White House, inside the president's office. Albert's face was flushed red, his small eyes fixed intently on Secretary of Defense Anthony and CIA Director William Blair in front of him. William Blair. Do you not want the title of CIA Director anymore? Albert's furious roar made the two of them shudder all over. William Blair's eye twitched slightly. Mr. President. Albert grabbed the file on the desk and threw it in front of William. I don't want to hear any of your excuses. You just need to tell me what our CIA is doing. Damn it, the Xia Kingdom across the ocean is already preparing to break out of the solar system, and what about us? We're still repairing power equipment across the country? Fuck. William Blair lowered his head to look at the document lying at his feet. On the document, the words Lunar Palace Project stung his eyes. He was silent for a moment before slowly speaking. Mr. President, our intelligence agents in Xia Country did not obtain any information about this plan before the meeting began. I suspect this is just a smokescreen thrown out by Xia Country. Do you remember the Star Wars program we proposed decades ago? As soon as William Blair finished speaking, Anthony, who was standing nearby, also spoke up. Sir, my opinion aligns with Director Williams. These 3 plans of Xia Kingdom, in my opinion, are simply impossible to achieve. The words of the two made Albert's expression ease slightly. You mean, these so-called 3 space plans of Xia Kingdom are all just bluffs? What about that newly established space administration? Could it be that the newly established department in Xia Country is also just for show? According to the intelligence, the power in Professor Liu Yongchang's hands is quite significant. William chuckled lightly and asked back, "Mr. President, would you appoint a 21-year-old young man to serve as the director of NASA?" Albert didn't even think about it and shook his head directly. What kind of joke is that? A 21-year-old kid should be in college, falling in love. William shrugged, spread his hands, and looked at the president in front of him with a mocking smile. Albert was momentarily stunned, then suddenly understood. He nodded lightly. "I think I understand what you mean. Then, in your opinion, how should we respond to these smokescreens released by Xia country? The reactions on Twitter over the past 2 days haven't been great. We need to come up with a countermeasure quickly." A trace of a bitter smile appeared in William's eyes. Twitter, Twitter, Twitter again. How did America end up with such a president? He let out a soft sigh in his heart, then turned to Anthony beside him with a pleading look. This kind of thing has nothing to do with his CIA. Anthony pondered for a moment, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes, and said in a deep voice, "Mr. President, I believe we need to initiate the Mars landing program." Albert's pupils slightly contracted, and the expression on his face immediately became much more serious. "Landing on Mars? Are you sure?" Anthony nodded slowly but with a determined expression. "Although the authenticity of these 3 plans from Xia is not very high, we can draw a simple conclusion from them. At present, Xia's emphasis on space is growing stronger and stronger. In order to secure the future position of me, we must take the lead in mastering space dominance." The U.S. White House held an emergency press conference. Albert stood at the podium of the press conference and cleared his throat. "Everyone, welcome to the White House press conference. In the solar storm a few days ago, the United States suffered extremely severe losses. But, thanks to our strong national power, in just a few days, we went from the steam age back to the modern era." As he spoke, Albert made a funny gesture. A burst of laughter followed from the audience. All right, let's get back on track, or my secretary will blare at me again." The laughter from the audience grew even louder. After successfully earning a roll of the eyes from the secretary, Albert adjusted his expression and spoke again. "Ladies and gentlemen, on the path to seeking humanity's future, America has never slowed its pace. I hereby announce that, starting today, America will launch its manned mission to land on Mars. Project codename, Pathfinder." As Albert's words fell, the press conference venue plunged into silence. More than 10 seconds later, a burst of noisy discussions erupted. "Mr. President, may I ask, is this decision by the United States due to the 3 plans recently announced by Xia? Mr. President, does this decision by the United States mean the reopening of an arms race? Your Excellency." Looking at the excited expressions of the reporters below the stage, Albert frowned slightly. He extended his hand and made a pressing motion in the air. The murmurs gradually diminished. Soon, the press conference venue fell silent once again. However, the expressions on the reporters' faces were completely different from a few minutes ago. Every reporter looked like a shark that had caught the scent of blood, their eyes brimming with excitement. Albert swept his gaze over the audience below the stage and said in a deep voice, "The purpose of launching the Pathfinder program is to find a second Earth for humanity. Everything the United States has done is for the future of humanity. As for Xia's Moon Palace program and South Heaven Gate program, I sincerely wish them success in turning the content of science fiction into reality." After speaking, Albert did not pause at all, nor did he give the reporters any time to ask questions. He turned around and left the press conference directly. Seeing the president turn and leave, a slight commotion immediately broke out at the press conference venue. "Editor-in-chief, big news. Huge news. Trust me, this can definitely make the front page of our newspaper." Just as the group of reporters was still bewildered, a voice suddenly sounded from a corner nearby. A man in a suit was seen holding up his phone with an excited expression, speaking enthusiastically as he quickly walked toward the entrance. This is a reporter from the Walton Post. Many reporters recognized the man's identity. His actions also served as a reminder to the crowd, prompting a group of reporters to pick up their phones and report the press conference situation to their editors. In just 2 or 3 hours, the Walton Post was the first to release today's latest newspaper. Moon vs. Mars, who will win in this space showdown? Following the Walton Post, other newspapers quickly followed suit, with headlines becoming increasingly exaggerated. Second arms race? Space race? Xia's ambitions fully exposed. In the information age, the speed of news dissemination is extremely rapid. In just a few hours, everything that happened in my country was leaked online. Even the official Weibo account of Xia's news agency joined in and posted a Weibo. Just like the United States, everything Xia country does is also for the development of humanity. This post received countless likes and comments within just a few minutes. Well said, everything we do is to deal with the aliens. As for who the aliens are, ahem. Those who know, know. Whoa. Genius above. To be honest, given the current situation, this should count as Arms Race 2.0, right? Be bold and remove the word should. To be precise, this should now be considered a space race. Enough said, I'm betting on Xia country to win. As for why, simply because we have Professor Liu, and they don't. The capital, within the first ring road. Counselor Li sat quietly in his office, with a document placed on the desk in front of him. The document contained none other than the detailed content of the American Pathfinder program. Counselor Li chuckled softly and casually tossed the document detailing the American Pathfinder program to the side. Minister, he, from now on, begin gradually reducing the scale of non-essential industries. All of Xia Nation's resources will be prioritized for the space administration. Xia Nation's Minister of Finance, He Jie, suddenly widened his eyes, exclaiming in shock, Chairman, this might cause a massive impact on Xia Nation's economy. Chairman Li glanced at He Jie with a calm expression and said softly, this is an order. Aside from reducing the scale of unrelated industries, starting today, the export of any resources is prohibited. Furthermore, at all costs, import steel and various mineral resources from abroad. Remember, this is an order. He Jie's pupils trembled violently. He couldn't even imagine what kind of impact these orders would have on the current Xia Nation. These measures, implement them gradually, without letting the public notice anything unusual. Counselor Li pondered for a moment before speaking again. The current Xia Nation cannot withstand too much turmoil. Yes. Mission guaranteed to be completed. He Jie swallowed slightly, his expression resolute as he shouted loudly. In the office, Lu Yongchang, who had been secluded for several days, naturally had no idea what was happening in the outside world. Of course, even if he knew, he would probably just scoff. At a time like this, who still has the energy to hold some kind of competition? Not to mention, his mind was entirely consumed with various complex formulas at the moment. On the large desk, all kinds of draft papers filled with handwriting were already piled up. Lu Yongchang let out a long sigh and slapped the fountain pen in his hand onto the solid wood desk. He stared blankly at the draft papers in front of him, muttering to himself. On the draft paper, there was a strikingly beautiful series of equations. He reached out and rubbed his slightly reddened eyes, taking a deep breath. 3 days of effort. During these 3 days, apart from necessary meals and sleep, the pen in his hand never stopped. Hard work pays off, and he finally succeeded in establishing a mathematical model for the phenomenon of sound-induced luminescence. Looking at the mathematical model he had painstakingly built, Lu Yongchang nervously filled in the various parameters. Soon, the calculation results came out. Staring at the calculation data on the scratch paper, Lu Yongchang's pupils suddenly contracted. He never would have thought that achieving small-scale controlled nuclear fusion would require such a material. Metallic lithium. Various properties of metallic lithium instantly surfaced in his mind. Lithium, a metallic element, is a soft, silver-white metal in its pure form and also the metal with the lowest density. Its melting point is 180.54 degrees Celsius. From this perspective, metallic lithium can indeed be considered a solution. After all, it only needs to be heated above 180.54 degrees Celsius to turn into a liquid state. Lu Yongchang looked at the calculation results in front of him and fell into deep thought. To be honest, using liquid lithium as a reaction solution is somewhat unexpected, but upon closer consideration, it actually makes sense. After all, metallic lithium also has its unique uses in atomic reactors. He pondered the feasibility of using liquid lithium as a reaction solution while standing up from his chair and slowly walking toward the office door. Click. The sound of the office door opening immediately drew the attention of everyone in the laboratory. Yongchang, you're finally out. Fang Su's eyes lit up and he was the first to approach Lu Yongchang. So, did you solve it? Lu Yongchang raised his head, shook the draft paper in his hand, and gently nodded. Whoa! Those dark circles under your eyes. The moment Fang Su saw Lu Yongchang's face, he was startled. Have you not slept at all these past 3 days? Fang Su's reaction clearly startled Lu Yongchang as well. His hand suddenly paused mid-action, and he instinctively raised it to touch around his eye sockets. It can't be that exaggerated. I've slept a total of 10 hours over the past 3 days. Fang Su's expression turned strange. 10 hours? Alright, just go get some sleep first. If you suddenly die because of this, wouldn't Congressman Li skin me alive? Lu Yongchang waved his hand nonchalantly. Don't worry, it's fine. Let's start the experiment. We don't have that much time to waste. Seeing Lu Yongchang's attitude, Fong Su could only give a helpless look to the researcher nearby and then let out a soft sigh. Alright, you're the boss of the lab, you have the final say. Go ahead, what do you want us to do? Hearing Fong Su's question, Lu Yongchang instinctively turned his head to look at the reaction vessel placed to the side. He frowned slightly and shook his head slowly. No. We need to change the vessel. Contact the factory, we need to order a custom-made container. Fong Su frowned upon hearing this. Order a custom-made container? That will take quite some time. What solution are you planning to use? I'll give the factory a heads up. While speaking, Fong Su picked up paper and pen from the side, preparing to record Lu Yongchang's requirements for the container. Liquid lithium. Lu Yongchang's calm words echoed in the laboratory. Fong Su's hand movements paused instantly. The next moment, he suddenly raised his head, staring in shock at Lu Yongchang in front of him and exclaimed, Liquid lithium? This is too dangerous. It must be noted that lithium is the most chemically active metal among known elements. Thus, the danger of pure lithium is extremely high. A single mishap can lead to combustion, followed by an explosion. Fong Su looked at Lu Yongchang in front of him with a complex expression, the ballpoint pen in his hand trembling slightly. Solid lithium is already dangerous, let alone liquid lithium heated above 180.54 degrees Celsius. Cough. Now, Lu Yongchang was actually telling him to use liquid lithium as the reaction solution for controlled nuclear fusion? That's nuclear fusion. The most intense reaction in the entire star system. Not only Fong Su, but all the researchers and professors around showed strange expressions upon hearing the suggestion to use liquid lithium as the solution. Professor Lu, how about we reconsider? Lu He, standing nearby, cleared his throat and gently persuaded. Lu Yongchang glanced around the room, and after seeing everyone's expressions, a faint wry smile appeared on his face. Alright, to be honest, he also felt that this plan wasn't very safe. But which experiment related to nuclear physics is truly safe? Lu Yongchang pondered for a moment, then stepped over to the demonstration whiteboard beside the laboratory. He reached out and picked up the black marker nearby, writing a series of complex and aesthetically pleasing equations on it. Everyone, this is the mathematical model of the sonoluminescence phenomenon. To ignite nuclear fusion in a solution, we must ensure the temperature during bubble collapse reaches hundreds of millions of degrees Celsius. And this can only be achieved with liquid lithium. As he spoke, Lu Yongchang swiftly moved his right hand, writing down the detailed calculation process on the whiteboard. Fong Su looked thoughtfully at the equations on the demonstration whiteboard and nodded slightly. As one of the top academicians, Fong Su quickly followed Lu Yongchang's explanation and arrived at the answer. He sighed softly, looking helpless as he said, if the mathematical model is correct, then liquid lithium might really be our only choice. Lu Yongchang chuckled lightly. In my opinion, liquid lithium is not a choice made out of helplessness. On the contrary, it is the best choice for small fusion reactors. While speaking, Lu Yongchang heavily wrote a symbol on the demonstration whiteboard. It shouldn't be like this. Li 6. The moment he saw the symbol, Fong Su's pupils suddenly contracted. He understood. He understood everything. Yongchang, you're planning to take advantage of that physical property of lithium-6, aren't you? But now. A trace of excitement flashed in Fong Su's eyes, and he instinctively stretched out his right hand to rub his nose vigorously. Yes. You're absolutely right. Liquid lithium is the best choice for a small fusion reactor. Seeing Fong Su's face full of excitement, a trace of a smile flashed in Lu Yongchang's eyes. As expected of Fong Su, he grasped the key point immediately. Unlike Fong Su, the surrounding researchers and professors all looked at Lu Yongchang with confused expressions at this moment. Lu Yongchang naturally didn't keep them in suspense for long and directly began to explain. Lithium-6 atoms have a physical property that is easily overlooked. Half an hour later, when bombarded by neutrons, they release tritium atoms. Upon hearing Lu Yongchang's explanation, the expressions on everyone's faces suddenly froze. Once the deuterium-tritium fusion reaction is triggered, it naturally releases a large number of neutrons outward. How is it? And these neutrons, when bombarding the surrounding liquid Li6, cause the liquid Li6 to release a large amount of tritium atoms. In this way, compared to the Panga 1 fusion reactor, small fusion reactors don't even need to replenish tritium gas. They only need to periodically replenish the cheapest deuterium gas to maintain long-term operation of the fusion reactor. Yongchang, I'll contact the factory right away. Fong Su said excitedly, I didn't realize it earlier, but now it seems this is simply the best solution for solving the miniaturization of fusion reactors. On an open space 1 kilometer away from Xia country's first laboratory, a massive iron sheet factory building was erected out of thin air. At the very center of the factory stood a deep black cylindrical container. The container was approximately 2 meters tall and about 1 meter in diameter. At the bottom of the container is a massive ultrasonic generator. This seemingly simple container is the experimental machine for a small fusion reactor. Looking at the device before him, Lu Yongchan's eyes revealed a trace of emotion. It must be said, after pooling most of Xia Nation's resources, the progress of the experiment has been accelerated without limits. 3 days ago, Fong Su had just finished contacting the factory, and within a short hour, the blueprints for the experimental model of the small fusion reactor were laid out in front of Lu Yongchang. Next, in just 3 days, Xia Nation not only completed the manufacturing of the experimental model but also, for safety reasons, specially erected a tin factory on an open field to serve as a temporary experimental site. Yongchang, when do we start the experiment? Fong Su turned his head to look at the experimental model in the center of the factory, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. This is a small fusion reactor. As a top academician in the field of nuclear fusion, Fong Su knows better than anyone the value of this thing. Unlike large fusion reactors, small fusion reactors are not used in civilian applications, they shine exclusively in military fields. Thinking about the future of Xia country's aircraft carriers, submarines, or fighter jets all powered by nuclear fusion, Fong Su's heart began to beat violently. There's no rush, let's wait for someone first. Lu Yongchan's calm words came from the side. Wait for someone? Fong Su was taken aback and instinctively asked, wait for who? Lu Yongchan's gaze passed over Fong Su and looked into the distance. Look, here it comes. Half an hour later. Fong Su quickly turned his head and looked in the direction Lu Yongchan was watching. He saw a black Hongqi sedan slowly driving toward the tin factory building. The license plate, of course, was that familiar string of numbers. The speaker is here? Fong Su was greatly surprised and exclaimed softly. Let's go. Lu Yongchang straightened his clothes. We should go and welcome him. So small? Yongchang, are you sure this thing can achieve controlled nuclear fusion? As soon as he saw the experimental machine, Congressman Li immediately questioned Lu Yongchang. Faced with the skepticism, Lu Yongchang naturally responded with a smile. Congressman, this thing doesn't depend on size. This is just the experimental machine for now. If it succeeds, its size can be made even smaller. At that time, it won't even be a problem to load it onto your car. Councilman Li smacked his lips, clearly not entirely convinced by Lu Yongchang's words. The power generation capacity of this thing shouldn't be able to match Panga 1, right? Lu Yongchang's expression suddenly froze. Isn't that obvious? What is Panga 1? Its area alone covers 20 square kilometers. How big is this small fusion reactor? Seeing Lu Yongchang at a loss, Fong Su, standing nearby, immediately revealed a knowing smile. However, jokes aside, when the boss is embarrassed, subordinates still need to help explain and maintain the situation. Ahem, counselor, the size differs, so naturally the power output differs, Fong Su responded. Based on estimates, the power output of this small fusion reactor in front of you should reach around 1000 megawatts. The counselor's eyebrows shot up sharply. 1000 megawatts. This is quite a significant power output. This little thing, does it really have such a high power generation capacity? The senator glanced in surprise at the small fusion reactor prototype in the center of the factory. 1000 megawatts, this is an incredibly terrifying power output. You should know that the power of household diesel generators is generally around 3 to 10 kilowatts. Even the Nimitz-class aircraft carrier, which the United States takes great pride in, has a total power of only about 280 megawatts. In other words, this black cylindrical device in front of them, about 1.5 times the height of a person, could effortlessly power an aircraft carrier. At this thought, a fiery gleam instantly flashed in the senator's eyes. If this technology matures, given time, on Earth, the Xia Nation will hold absolute discourse power. When will the experiment begin? The council leader asked somewhat anxiously. A hint of hesitation appeared in Fong Su's eyes. After all, this is a nuclear test. After hesitating for a while, he softly said, Chairman, how about, you step back a bit? Don't underestimate this black cylinder, it's filled with liquid lithium. Hiss. Once something unexpected happens? A trace of horror flashed in the speaker's eyes. Liquid lithium combined with nuclear fusion. Even a layman like him knew how dangerous this thing was. But he still slowly shook his head. No need. Chairman. Fong Su immediately became anxious. Chairman, your safety. The chairman glanced at Fong Su with an indifferent expression. The undeniable look on his face instantly cut off the words Fong Su had yet to say. Don't worry about me. Since Professor Lu Yongchang hasn't backed down, how could I, as the senior counselor, have the nerve to be a coward? Yongchang, start the experiment. Lu Yongchang, standing to the side, nodded slightly, then turned his head and shouted loudly to the researchers in charge of operations, begin the experiment. Activate the heating device. As Lu Yongchang finished speaking, a researcher quickly lowered his head and pressed several buttons on the console in front of him. A low humming sound began to resonate. A trace of doubt flashed in the speaker's eyes. Lu Yongchang quickly explained, the melting point of lithium metal is 180.54 degrees Celsius, so a preheating process is required before the fusion reactor can start. The counselor lightly nodded. About 10 minutes. Once the technology matures, it should be even faster. Not bad, not bad. The counselor nodded repeatedly, the brilliance in his eyes growing more intense. A 10-minute warm-up time, this is completely acceptable. After all, under normal circumstances, this type of fusion reactor would only be installed on aircraft carriers or submarines. For aircraft carriers and submarines, a startup time of just over 10 minutes is incredibly short. Professor Lu, the metallic lithium has completely melted. A researcher's shout came from the side. Hearing this, Lu Yongchang's expression immediately became more serious. Activate the ultrasonic generator. Inject the deuterium-tritium gas mixture. Following Lu Yongchang's orders, inside the black container, a string of fine bubbles slowly rose from the bottom. Under the oscillation of ultrasonic waves, the bubble began to contract rhythmically. When the bubble contracted to its extreme point, a dazzling light radiated from the bubble's core. At that moment, the temperature inside the bubble instantly rose to 150 million degrees Celsius. Hiss! The deuterium-tritium fusion reaction was ignited. A researcher exclaimed excitedly. At the same time, the neutron dose detector nearby also emitted a series of alarm sounds. Looking at the steadily running curve on the computer screen beside him, Lu Yongchang let out a slow breath. Is this a success? The counselor leaned his head closer to the computer screen, looking at the densely packed curves and numbers, swallowed slightly, and asked in a low voice. Lu Yongchang's face showed a hint of joy as he spoke resolutely. At the same time, deep within his consciousness, a faint glow of fluorescent green slowly emerged. In the next moment, his consciousness returned once again to that mysterious fluorescent green space. Lu Yongchang fell into silence. A point of crystal-clear white light slowly lit up on the tree-like structure. Fusion reactor miniaturization technology, preliminary mastery. The first experiment lasted about a minute. Since no matching generator was installed, the energy produced dissipated into the surrounding air through the cooling device. As the experiment neared its end, Lu Yongchang pondered for a moment, then turned to Counselor Li and said, Counselor, there's something I'd like to discuss with you. Counselor Li raised his eyebrows slightly, then nodded gently, go ahead. Fong Su, who was standing nearby, prepared to leave upon seeing this, but Lu Yongchang grabbed his arm and said, Brother Su, you should hear this too. Seeing this, the look of doubt in Counselor Li's eyes grew even stronger. Chairman, I need to gather all the aerospace researchers in Xia Nation. All the aerospace researchers. That's quite a bold move. What are you planning to do? After a moment of silence, Congressman Li asked softly. Lu Yongchang replied without the slightest hesitation, speaking softly, spaceplane. The transportation efficiency of traditional rockets is too low. Xia country needs a more advanced transportation method. After hesitating for a moment, he added again, Chairman, if possible, I need the engineers responsible for manufacturing the J-30. In addition, there are engineers who manufacture the Long March 10th carrier rocket. As soon as the words fell, Fong Su suddenly turned his head to look at Lu Yongchang, urgently whispering in a stern tone, Yongchang. These engineers are national treasures, you can't act recklessly. After speaking, Fong Su hurriedly apologized repeatedly to the speaker, Speaker, Yongchang is not familiar with the rules. The speaker gently raised his hand, interrupting Fong Su's words. The next moment, he glanced meaningfully at the resolute-looking Lu Yongchang and smiled lightly, nodding. Since you need these engineers, I'll assign them to you. Fong Su stood dumbfounded in place. Everyone's gone mad. These engineers are truly treasures of Xia country. Can these really be borrowed so casually? Then, what about the research on Jin 30 and Shenzhen 10? Fong Su looked at Congressman Li with an expression of disbelief. As an academician of Xia country's Academy of Sciences, Fong Su naturally knew some secrets unknown to ordinary people. The Xia Kingdom began research projects on the J-30 and Long March 10th as early as 5 years ago. After 5 years, Fong Su estimated that these two extremely important projects should have reached the most critical stage. Senator Lee chuckled lightly, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. They've stopped. Stopped? When did they stop? Fong Su's eyes suddenly widened. Can this kind of research task also be stopped? Is Congressman Lee bluffing him? Looking at Fong Su's surprised expression, a faint smile appeared on the congressman's long face. Then, with a resolute look, he said. Lu Yongchang's eyes moved slightly. Stop it now. Not to mention how much shock Congressman Lee's words brought to Fong Su. At the very least, Lu Yongchang truly witnessed the boldness of this term's Speaker of the Xia Congress. At worst, we can start over. Professor Lu, I'm entrusting the nation's fate to you. The speaker looked at Lu Yongchang meaningfully and said slowly, don't let me down. Lu Yongchang's face was serious as he nodded firmly. When do you plan to start researching the spaceplane project? Hearing the chairman's inquiry, Lu Yongchang frowned slightly. Although there are currently several engineering teams working near the nuclear physics laboratory, to completely finish the construction of these laboratories, a conservative estimate suggests that it will take at least another month or so. A gap period as long as a month was something Lu Yongchang simply could not accept. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yongchang spoke up, chairman of the council, the highest standard aerospace laboratory in Xia country. Before Lu Yongchang could finish his sentence, the chairman of the council raised an eyebrow and interrupted him. Xia Country National Space Research Institute, the Long March 10th carrier rocket mission is being conducted over there. Is that enough? Lu Yongchang was slightly stunned, then a trace of joy flashed in his eyes. He nodded repeatedly and said, enough, enough. Then, Speaker, I'll report there tomorrow. Upon hearing Lu Yongchang's words, Fong Su immediately became anxious. Ignoring the fact that Lu Yongchang was still talking to the council leader, he directly grabbed Lu Yongchang's arm and whispered, are you crazy? Fusion reactor miniaturization hasn't been completely finished yet. Lu Yongchang froze for a moment again, then turned his head to glance at the experimental machine in the center of the venue that was currently shut down. The next second, he took a deep breath, his gaze heavy as he looked at Fong Su beside him. Brother Su. That evening. This arduous task is entrusted to you. Ha? Aren't you the chief engineer? Fong Su only felt as if 10,000 alpacas were stampeding through his mind. How did the task of miniaturizing the fusion reactor suddenly fall on him? But clearly, Lu Yongchang didn't pay attention to Fong Su's words. He casually waved his hand and followed the chairman out. Vaguely, Fong Su could still hear the conversation between the two. Yongchang, how about you finish the task of miniaturizing the fusion reactor first? The counselor's voice was a bit uneasy. Is everything fine on Fong Su's side? Ah, it's fine. Counselor, don't worry. Lu Yongchang said casually, I'm well aware of Fong Su's abilities. The most important parts of the fusion reactor are already done. What's left is just putting a shell on it. Ah, cough, cough. Simple. I trust Brother Su. He slowly turned his head to glance at the testing machine. The matching generator hasn't been designed yet, and the cooling system is still incomplete. This is freaking called just putting a shell on it? Blanche. Fong Su couldn't help but curse inwardly. Su country. The Emperor of Jingpu sat behind his desk, looking at the documents in front of him, a trace of contemplation flashing across his face. In the past 6 months, too many things have happened internationally. First, the neighboring Xia country was framed and withdrew from the ITER project. Then, within just a few months, Xia country unexpectedly achieved a breakthrough, overtaking all other nations to master controllable nuclear fusion technology. Looking at the data of the Panga 1 fusion reactor released by Xia country's official reports, Emperor Jingpu felt uneasy. The Soviet Union is different from the Xia kingdom. Although its heavy industry is developed, it doesn't have as large a population. For a fusion reactor of the scale of Panga 1, he estimated that just 2 units would be enough to completely meet all of the Soviet Union's energy needs. This is a tremendous opportunity for the Soviet Union. Apart from the petroleum raw materials needed for industrial production, the Soviet Union, with controlled nuclear fusion, could completely abandon inferior energy sources like oil and natural gas. The already poor economic conditions of Su country can save a lot of expenses. Emperor Jingpu grew more and more excited as he thought about it, and directly shouted loudly toward the office door. The next second, the office door opened, and a burly man with a respectful expression looked at Emperor Jingpu. Mr. President, what are your orders? Inform the Ministry of Foreign Affairs that I need to visit Xia country in a couple of days. Emperor Jingpu spoke in an unquestionable tone. That evening, the first laboratory of the Xia kingdom. The door to Lu Yongchang's office was knocked on. Lu Yongchang, who was engrossed in preparing for the spaceplane project, was momentarily startled upon hearing the knock. He instinctively turned his head to glance at the clock on the wall. 9:50 p.m. Who would come here so late? Squeak! The office door handle was turned. Seeing the figure standing outside the door, Lu Yongchang quickly stood up to greet him, saying, "Director Hong? Why did you come in person?" Hong Chiming waved his hand helplessly, walking into the office with a bitter smile. "Don't even mention it. Ever since that darn sun incident, these old bones of mine haven't been to bed before midnight." Hearing this, a trace of a smile flashed in Lu Yongchang's eyes. "Is Director Hong here today to complain to me?" As he spoke, Lu Yongchang stood up and made a cup of tea for Hong Chiming, authentic Westlake Longjing, brought to me by one of the researchers below. "I usually can't bear to drink it." Hong Chiming reached out, picked up the teacup, and gently took a sniff. "Wow! Smells pretty good. You little rascal, so young and already learning to accept gifts?" Hong Chiming looked at Lu Yongchang with a half-smile. "Although I am the Minister of Technology, isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to talk about these things in front of me?" Lu Yongchang touched his nose with a helpless expression. "Minister Hong, you can't put it that way. I bought this from him at market price. If you don't drink it, don't waste my tea leaves." Hong Chiming chuckled silently. After taking a light sip of tea, he said in a deep voice, "All right, I won't say much nonsense. This time, I'm here to ask something on behalf of the counselor." "What?" Lu Yongchang quickly put down the teacup in his hand and straightened his expression. "Go ahead, Chief Hong. How is that possible?" "Emperor Jingpu of the Su Kingdom will visit the Xia Kingdom in half a month," Hong Chiming said meaningfully. "The news hasn't spread yet. Can you guess what it's for?" Lu Yongchang's brows instantly furrowed deeply. Emperor Jingpu of the Su Kingdom? Why would he suddenly want to come to Xia country out of the blue? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Lu Yongchang's mind. "Controlled nuclear fusion?" Lu Yongchang asked softly in return. Minister Hong snapped his fingers with approval. "Not bad. According to the intelligence from the Second Bureau of Xia National Security, Emperor Jingpu is very interested in the Pangdo fusion reactor." Lu Yongchang pondered for a moment before suddenly realizing. Indeed, for the Soviet Union, controlled nuclear fusion holds an irreplaceable allure. After all, since the last century, the Soviet Union has been building numerous nuclear fission power plants. "Did the counselor ask you to inquire about something?" Upon hearing Lu Yongchang's question, Hong Chiming's eyes flickered with an ambiguous light as he softly replied, "The counselor asked me to inquire about how Xia Nation should handle this matter." Lu Yongchang's expression shifted slightly, and he instinctively said, "Minister Hong, I don't want to get involved in such political affairs." Hong Chiming paused for a moment, then chuckled lightly and waved his hand repeatedly, saying, "I misspoke. The speaker means, how should the Xia Nation handle controlled nuclear fusion technology?" Lu Yongchang suddenly understood. So that's what they were asking. He said without hesitation, "Of course, share it." Hong Chiming's brows furrowed instantly. "Take it out? The reason?" "You should know, for this matter, the speaker and a group of council members held a meeting for several hours. It can be said that almost every member of parliament advocates for Xia country to keep controlled nuclear fusion technology in its own hands. This time, they came to consult Lu Yongchang just to follow a procedure. After all, as the first director of the Space Administration, Lu Yongchang holds significant authority in matters like this. Originally, in Hong Chiming's view, Lu Yongchang was the least likely person to agree to the outflow of nuclear fusion technology. This is the fruit of his own painstaking development. Hong Chiming has been in the position of Minister of Science and Technology for so long, yet this is the first time he has seen a scientist willing to hand over the results of their hard-earned research to someone else. Perhaps due to the dim lighting, Lu Yongchang did not notice the expression on Hong Chiming's face at this moment. He spoke to himself, "Minister Hong, in the face of the upcoming disaster, it is impossible for Xia country to survive on its own. We must have some reliable allies. From any perspective, the Soviet Union is a target we must strive for." The expression on Hong Chiming's face eased slightly. Lu Yongchang's statement was also mentioned by some council members during the meeting. Then why not wait a few more years? Hong Chiming said softly, "Yongchang, Xia is currently in a phase of rapid development. As long as we hold fusion technology in our hands, in just 3 years, Xia can completely turn the tide." Lu Yongchang slowly shook his head. "It's estimated that in another year or two, the changes in the sun will be known to everyone." Hong Chiming's pupils suddenly contracted. "So fast?" Lu Yongchang gently nodded. "Don't forget, the anomaly with the sun was first discovered by a laboratory over in the United States." This sentence instantly enlightened Hong Chiming. A hint of bitterness appeared on his face. It seems, the measures taken by the Xia Kingdom were still a bit too conservative. As he spoke, Hong Qiming briefly recounted a few resource bans issued by the speaker and Lu Yongchang. After listening, Lu Yongchang fell into deep thought. After a long while, he slowly exhaled a heavy breath. Hongbu, I have an idea. At the entrance of the National Space Research Institute of Xia Country, 3 military green-painted armed helicopters slowly landed. As the first director of Xia Country's space administration and the hope for Xia Country's future, at this moment, Lu Yongchang's personal safety was given utmost importance. Perhaps it cannot be felt inside the laboratory. But once outside, Lu Yongchang fully experienced the speaker's emphasis on his safety. 3 fully armed attack helicopters were considered a small display. According to Hong Qiming, if it weren't for the fact that helicopters are too slow, the speaker would have sent a few J-20 fighter jets to escort him. This is still within the inland of Xia Country. Lu Yongchang has no doubt that if one day he needs to go abroad, Xia Country might even dispatch an aircraft carrier fleet to escort him. When the helicopter came to a steady stop, Lu Yongchang leapt down from the deck of the middle helicopter. Looking at the National Space Research Institute with its doors wide open in front of him, a trace of excitement flashed in Lu Yongchang's eyes. Here, he will lead Xia Nation in taking the first step toward the stars and the vast ocean of space. As soon as he entered the laboratory, Lu Yongchang noticed the difference between the National Space Laboratory and other laboratories. Inside the laboratory, researchers in white lab coats could be seen everywhere. Every researcher's face was filled with tension and seriousness. This point is completely different from the laboratory at Sandow University. However, Lu Yongchang thought about it and found it quite normal. After all, this is the place where Xia Country researches the Long March 10th heavy lift rocket. Professor Lu, hello. Just as Lu Yongchang stood at the doorway watching the researchers busy at work, a somewhat hoarse voice came from the side. He quickly turned his head and looked in the direction of the voice. He saw a middle-aged man with graying temples and a pair of thick gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, looking at him apologetically. Professor Lu, my apologies. We just received the order from above yesterday, and we've been busy organizing the experimental equipment. We couldn't find the time to pick you up. Lu Yongchang's lips twitched, revealing a kind smile. It's no problem, no problem. If I remember correctly, you should be academician Chao Liangkai, right? A peculiar glint flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes, and he nodded lightly, saying, Professor Lu, you know me? Lu Yongchang's lips twitched twice, and he said somewhat embarrassedly, I saw your name in my university textbooks. Chao Liangkai. He suddenly realized that, in terms of rank, this young man in front of him, who was several levels above him, was still just a sophomore. Chao Liangkai awkwardly wiped the sweat off his forehead, silently complaining about the efficiency of Sandow University. Someday, he must make a call to ask that guy Jiang Yongxing. Is it really that hard to issue a graduation certificate? Ahem. Chao Liangkai coughed forcefully, attempting to change the subject to ease the awkward atmosphere. Let me introduce myself. Chao Liangkai. An academician of the Xia National Academy of Sciences, currently serving as the director of the Xia National Space Research Institute. As he spoke, Chao Liangkai extended his right hand toward Lu Yongchang. Seeing this, Lu Yongchang hurriedly extended his right hand as well, firmly grasping Chao Liangkai's calloused right hand. Academician Chao, could you help gather the researchers in the institute? Lu Yongchang said in a deep voice. I need to hold a meeting first to assign the upcoming tasks. Chao Liangkai readily agreed. Of course, he didn't dare to refuse. Just last night, he had received orders from his superiors. Cough, cough. The command is simple, just one sentence. Unconditionally obey any arrangement made by Professor Lu Yongchang. Over 30 minutes later. Inside the conference room of the Xia National Space Research Institute. Under Chao Liangkai's urging, all the researchers in the institute quickly took their seats. Lu Yongchang stood in front of the conference table, his gaze solemn as he scanned the crowd, then reached out to turn on the projector. Everyone, I believe you have all received the notification from the higher-ups. The Long March 10th heavy lift rocket project will cease development starting now. Although everyone present had received this news last night, at this moment, every researcher's face still showed traces of sadness and reluctance. A research cycle spanning 5 years, it's no exaggeration to say that the Long March 10th heavy lift rocket project is like a child carefully nurtured by these researchers. I am also a researcher, so I can understand the pain in your hearts. However, given the current situation of Xia Nation, I believe all of you are more than aware. Feeling the heavy atmosphere in the meeting room, Lu Yongchang took a deep breath and then clicked the left mouse button. The Xia Kingdom needs a more effective way to drive progress. The changing light of the projector drew everyone's attention. Electric propulsion technology. Electric propulsion? This is impossible. In just an instant, the meeting room became noisy. Voices of doubt one after another reached Lu Yongchan's ears. Chao Liangkai, the director of the research institute, had a slight change in expression and looked at the calm-faced Lu Yongchang with a puzzled look. Watching the discussion in the conference room grow louder and louder, Chao Liangkai had no choice but to stand up and clear his throat softly. Professor Lu, the electric propulsion system you mentioned, is it the Hall thruster? Lu Yongchang nodded slightly, a hint of a smile in his eyes. Why? Academician Chao, do you have research in this area? Chao Liangcai's pupils suddenly contracted. Hall thruster. It really is a Hall thruster. He shook his head with a wry smile. Professor Lu, if you want to use a Hall thruster to replace chemical fuel rockets, I advise you to give up early. A hint of doubt appeared in Lu Yongchang's eyes. What do you mean by that? Chao Liangkai sighed slightly. Professor Lu, you must have been drawn to the specific impulse of the Hall thruster, right? Lu Yongchan's expression slightly tensed, then he nodded. Seeing this scene, the bitterness in Chao Liangcai's eyes grew even stronger. The Hall thruster project was something our research institute studied a long time ago. At first, we were all full of confidence in it, and even many academicians believed that the Hall thruster was the most perfect propulsion system. Unfortunately, reality is always much harsher than imagination. In the laboratory, the maximum thrust of a Hall thruster is approximately 200 millinewtons. At this point, Chao Liangkai sighed deeply once again. Professor Lu, what can 200 millinewtons do? In the atmosphere, it can only push a few sheets of A4 paper, right? Like this, do you think the Hall thruster can replace traditional chemical rockets? Facing Chao Liangcai's skepticism, Lu Yongchang chuckled lightly and said calmly, Academician Chao, don't rush. Listen to me first before making a judgment, it's not too late. While speaking, Lu Yongchang gently clicked the mouse again. Academician Chao, may I ask, what was the power of the Hall thruster originally in the research institute? Chao Liangkai looked at the entirely black cylindrical object on the projection screen and couldn't help but be momentarily stunned. What is this thing? Shanghai. With his knowledge, he actually couldn't recognize the object in the picture? Upon hearing Lu Yongchan's question, he instinctively replied, probably around 20 kilowatts. Lu Yongchang understood. The next moment, a mysterious smile appeared on Lu Yongchang's face. What if I told you I could increase the power to over 1,000 megawatts? Chao Liangkai suddenly gasped sharply. Even someone as seasoned as him couldn't contain the shock in his heart and sprang up from the chair beside the conference table with a start. 1,000 megawatts? Lu Yongchan's lips curved into a faint smile as he nodded gently. Chao Liangcai's pupils trembled slightly. He swallowed gently and asked hoarsely, Professor Lu, do you know what the concept of 1,000 megawatts is? Could it be that you want Pango 1 to supply power for it? At this point, a slight stir arose in Chao Liangcai's heart. A crazy idea slowly emerged in his mind. Could it be? He suddenly turned his head to look at the projection screen beside him. Pango 1 is unlikely, Lu Yongchang said with a smile and nodded, then continued, however, a miniaturized fusion reactor does exist. What the heck? What the heck? For a moment, a few exclamations echoed in the meeting room. Ignoring these noises, Lu Yongchang adjusted his expression and pointed to the projection screen. Allow me to introduce something to everyone. The latest achievement from the Xia Nation's first laboratory, fusion reactor miniaturization technology. Before you is the core part of the small fusion reactor, equivalent to the reactor of Pango 1. 2 meters tall, 1 meter in diameter. Currently rated at 1,000 megawatts. As the words fell, the conference room plunged into silence. Chao Liangkai stood dumbfounded beside the conference table, his hands trembling slightly with excitement. Professor Lu, what you said, is it true? It wasn't that he didn't trust Lu Yongchang's words. It was just that all of this was too incredible. Not long ago, the Pango 1 fusion reactor had just been unveiled. Just over a month later, the technology for miniaturizing fusion reactors was already in front of him? Chao Liangkai even reached out and gave his thigh a hard pinch. Hiss. That hurts. Of course it's true. Lu Yongchang said solemnly, yesterday, under the witness of Congressman Li, the first ignition experiment of the small fusion reactor was a complete success. Although the supporting power generation device has not yet been fully designed, I can guarantee that within a month, the small fusion reactor technology will be completely mature. Chao Liangkai took a deep breath. He had to admit, he was tempted. 1,000 megawatts of power. Even with the simplest and most straightforward multiple conversion, the thrust of a Hall thruster using a small fusion reactor can reach a full 1 ton of thrust. What about the heat generation and loss issues? Chao Liangcai's heart stirred slightly as he thought of a very important question. Ordinary wires cannot withstand the immense current of a small fusion reactor. Lu Yongchang chuckled softly and clicked the mouse again. How about a room temperature superconducting coil? What? Chao Liangsai's eyes widened sharply. Xia Nation already has room temperature superconductor technology? Otherwise, academician Chao, how do you think we managed to create Panga 1? Lu Yongchang cheerfully asked in return. Due to confidentiality agreements, the vast majority of researchers were unaware of the cutting-edge technology embedded in Panga 1. Chao Liangsai's breathing became somewhat rapid. Room temperature superconductors, combined with a 1000 megawatt small fusion reactor. The combination of the two is absolutely not as simple as 1 plus 1 is equal to 2. Chao Liangsai slightly swallowed and turned his gaze to the young man standing nearby. Unimaginable. All of this was caused by the young man in front of us, who was only 21 years old. A flight from the Soviet Union slowly landed on the straight runway of the capital's airport. As the airplane door opened, the figure of Emperor Jingpu appeared on the aircraft's gangway. Your Excellency, President, welcome to Xia country. When Emperor Jingpu stepped down the gangway, a staff member from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs hurriedly stepped forward to greet him. Emperor Jingpu, who was seeking assistance, was very approachable. A kind smile appeared on his face as he gently nodded at the staff member from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Hello, hello. Seeing that kind smile, the staff member from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs couldn't help but feel a chill down their spine. He hurriedly turned sideways and gestured politely, saying, Mr. Jingpu, Congressman Li is waiting for you at the Daiyutai State Guesthouse. The smile on Emperor Jingpu's face grew even brighter. He nodded slightly and followed the staff's guidance into an all-black Hongqi sedan. Xia country, reception hall of the Daiyutai State Guesthouse. Emperor Jingpu sat to the left of Congressman Li. Chairman Li, congratulations to the Xia Kingdom on mastering controllable nuclear fusion technology. Faced with Emperor Jingpu's compliment, Chairman Li's face revealed a faint smile. He nodded slightly and said, thank you. After speaking, Chairman Li picked up the teacup on the table and took a light sip of the tea inside. Emperor Jingpu. Thank you? And then? That's it? He glanced at Senator Li's leisurely expression, a hint of helplessness flickering deep in his eyes. Chairman Li, my visit to Xia this time is primarily to discuss a cooperation project with your country. Oh? What kind of cooperation project? The chairman's eyes revealed a hint of a smile as he said calmly, Mr. Jingpu, feel free to speak openly. No. Given the friendship between our two countries, I believe that the vast majority of projects won't be an issue. Emperor Jingpu's eyes grew increasingly filled with helplessness. Faced with Congressman Li, who was feigning ignorance, he could only let out a deep sigh. Congressman, I'll be straightforward. How much for Xia Nation's controllable nuclear fusion technology? As Emperor Jingpu's words fell, the reception room instantly fell silent. Emperor Jingpu anxiously looked at Congressman Li beside him. Although he didn't show any unusual expression, Congressman Li still keenly noticed a trace of panic in Emperor Jingpu's eyes. A few minutes passed. Congressman Li sighed softly, Mr. Jingpu, controlled nuclear fusion is a technology recently developed by Xia country. In principle, we are not prepared to. A hint of disappointment flashed in Emperor Jingpu's eyes. To be honest, this result was within his expectations. But he still said somewhat unwillingly, what if I say that the Sioux nation is willing to pay any price? Senator Li's voice paused slightly, but his expression did not change in the slightest. However, considering the friendly relations between your country and ours, we can share this technology with your country. Emperor Jingpu. Looking at Counselor Li's calm expression, Emperor Jingpu sighed deeply in his heart once again. It seems that Counselor Li had set his sights on this juicy piece of meat long ago. Name your price, Counselor. Emperor Jingpu leaned back against the chair, speaking with a tone of utter resignation. How much do you want? The speaker chuckled softly, recalling a conversation he had with Hong Chiming some time ago. Speaker, Professor Liu suggested that we use nuclear fusion technology to exchange for some necessary resources. Speaker Li slowly shook his head. No, I don't need money. A trace of doubt flashed in Emperor Jingpu's eyes, followed by a hint of vigilance. Speaker, territorial integrity is the non-negotiable bottom line of the Sioux nation. Speaker Li's lips twitched slightly. Bang! Don't worry, I don't want the land. Xia needs resources, a large amount of resources. After a round of friendly negotiations and discussions, Emperor Jingpu and the speaker signed a cooperation agreement. Over the next year, Sioux will transport large quantities of iron ore, copper ore, and nickel ore to Xia. In addition, Sioux will also need to pay a considerable amount of rare earth resources to Xia. As an exchange, the Sioux nation also successfully obtained controlled nuclear fusion technology. A few days later, the Xia Nation's news channel broadcasted this piece of news. Recently, Emperor Jingpu of the Su Nation visited the Xia Nation. Counselor Li had a friendly conversation with him, and they reached a mutual agreement on controlled nuclear fusion. As soon as the news was broadcast, the entire Xia Nation was in an uproar. The trending topics on Weibo are being updated rapidly. Is Xia country selling controllable nuclear fusion technology? How much has Su country sacrificed for controllable nuclear fusion? The official Weibo account of Xia country news has received countless comments. Wow! What is this? Even controlled nuclear fusion technology is being sold? What is the leadership of Xia country thinking? This is controlled nuclear fusion. Currently, only we have it in the entire world. Seriously, just for a bit of mineral resources, they sold controlled nuclear fusion? Are they crazy? The person upstairs, this is not just a little mineral resource. According to the reported data, the resources Su Nation gave up this time amount to over $20 billion. No matter how much, this doesn't make sense. Xia Nation finally managed to take the lead for once, and now they're handing over their advantage? Amid the heated arguments in the comments, one comment stood out and received the most likes. Is it possible that Xia Nation has already mastered more advanced fusion technology, which is why they're selling the relatively outdated technology to others? WTF. What you said makes so much sense. As everyone knows, Rabbit's technology usually has 3 generations. The first generation is sold, the second generation is used, and the third generation is experimental. Not only domestically, but even abroad, the cooperation agreement between the Soviet nation and the Xia Nation caused quite a stir. There was a heated debate on Twitter. Is the Xia Nation even selling controllable nuclear fusion technology now? The Su Nation can buy it, so can our country buy it? Heh, are you dreaming? Don't you know the relationship between the Su Nation and the Xia Nation? I think it's worth a try. At Albert, Mr. President, we've got a task. Since we can't develop controlled nuclear fusion, why not just buy a ready-made one? Haha, I don't think Albert will pay attention to you. Surprisingly, President Albert immediately liked the tweet and then responded. I am considering this matter. Trust me, no one understands Xia country better than I do. While the foreign countries were in an uproar over this matter, the Ministry of Science and Technology of Xia Nation quietly released a draft proposal. Draft on the packaged sale of controlled nuclear fusion technology. The statement was very simple, consisting of only a few short lines. Controlled nuclear fusion reactor technology, $10 billion. Controlled nuclear fusion magnetohydrodynamic generator technology, $10 billion. Room temperature superconducting technology, $10 billion. Routine maintenance and installation work, $5 billion. Complete controlled nuclear fusion technology package sale price, $28 billion. Note, the Xia Kingdom only accepts mineral resources of equivalent value and does not accept any form of cash or other types of assets. That concludes the full content of this draft. Rather than calling it a draft, it's more like a price list. Zhao Zijie stared at the news on his phone, dumbfounded. Selling as a package. Controlled nuclear fusion technology? Are these words even allowed to be said together? Could it be a prank message? He quickly glanced at the news publisher. Ministry of Science and Technology of the Xia Kingdom. Zhao Zijie couldn't help but fall into silence. He always felt like there were so many complaints he wanted to voice, but for a moment, he didn't know where to start. He moved his fingers slightly and shared this news in the Penguin Group. I misread? Controlled nuclear fusion for sale as a package? Damn, there's a 20% discount for bundled purchases, truly Ginkgo-like. Looking at the reactions of his group friends, Zhao Zijie gently typed a line of text. I don't know why, but I'm increasingly convinced that Xia country has already mastered second-generation nuclear fusion technology. Zhao Zijie's words immediately elicited a chorus of agreement. Well said. Just the rabbit's traditional skill, basic stuff, don't overreact. Make way, make way. Our company specializes in refurbishing nuclear warheads, polishing submarines, recycling second-hand aircraft carriers, patching leaks in aircraft carriers and submarines, overhauling nuclear reactors, maintaining and refurbishing space shuttles, and cleaning satellite surface dust during high-altitude operations. Amidst a group of boastful and idle chatter, one reply caught Zhao Zijie's attention. Am I the only one who noticed the last point? Xia country only accepts equivalent mineral resource exchanges. Zhao Zijie's eyes flickered slightly, and he quickly opened the news interface to examine it carefully. The notice indeed specified this detail. That's strange. Logically speaking, the Xia Kingdom is not lacking in mineral resources. In fact, it is even a major exporter of minerals. So why is it now, suddenly using nuclear fusion technology to acquire mineral resources? Zhao Zijie instinctively turned on the computer beside him and searched in the browser for the mineral export volume of Xia country over the past year. He had no idea before searching, but the results were shocking. In just half a year, Xia country's mineral export volume had plummeted to a freezing point. Zhao Zijie licked his dry lips, a trace of excitement flashing in his eyes. He quickly found the import and export data of mineral resources in Xia country for the past 2 years. Staring at the comparative data on the computer screen, Zhao Zijie suddenly gasped sharply. In just half a year, the export volume of mineral resources in Xia country had dropped by 90% year-on-year. Correspondingly, the import volume of mineral resources in Xia country had increased by 50% year-on-year. Is something big about to happen? Zhao Zijie swallowed a mouthful of saliva and muttered to himself. With the release of this draft, the entire international situation instantly turned into chaos. The White House, USA. Damn it! What is Xia planning to do? Albert looked at the document in front of him, his eye twitching violently. Professor Collins, standing to the side, spoke softly with a face full of unease. Mr. President, I think we should purchase this technology from Xia. Professor Collins, what did you just say? Albert suddenly raised his head, staring at Professor Collins in front of him with an expression of disbelief. When did America start needing to buy technology from Xia country? Professor Collins's eyes were full of bitterness. Mr. President, I know this is hard to accept, but there's no other way. If other countries all purchase controlled nuclear fusion technology from Xia country, we will be at a disadvantage. Albert's face gradually turned red. He reached out his hand and slammed it hard on the solid wood desk in front of him. Damn Xia country. Fuck. Where is our controlled nuclear fusion technology? Professor Collins, answer me, how far have we progressed with our nuclear fusion technology? Professor Collins remained silent for a moment, then slowly said, we have currently completed a quarter of the construction plan. Albert reached out his hand and slapped his forehead, muttering to himself, oh God. Does that mean all our initial investments have been wasted? Faced with Albert's questioning, Collins nodded solemnly. I'm afraid so. Mr. President, according to the intelligence, Xia's fusion reactor uses a stellarator design, which is completely different from the experimental reactor we are building, so... Albert let out a deep sigh and weakly waved his right hand, interrupting Collins' words. Just now, he had a premonition. It seemed, the United States was about to decline under his watch. Unlike the United States, the countries of Western Europe were all in a state of frenzy at this moment. Controlled nuclear fusion technology. That's controlled nuclear fusion technology. Geely Nation took the lead in making a decision and dialed Xia Nation's phone. Hello, I need to purchase the complete set of controlled nuclear fusion technology. 280 billion in mineral resources. Give me some time, Geely Nation will gather it. The staff member responsible for answering the phone showed a faint smile. May I ask if you need any other services? For example, outsourcing construction projects? I believe the construction speed in Xia country will satisfy you. The Prime Minister of Geely country showed a hint of interest in his eyes, about the cost issue. Just need to add another $500 million worth of mineral resources. The Prime Minister of Geely Kingdom showed a hint of bitterness in his eyes. Forget it. He was already worried about the 28 billion worth of mineral resources. Another 500 million? Isn't this going to kill him? Seemingly aware of the difficulties faced by the Prime Minister of Geely, the staff member smiled and said, actually, it doesn't necessarily have to be mineral resources. Photolithography machine technology, or other high-end technologies, can also be used for exchange. The Prime Minister of Geely's breathing slightly hitched, and he said with difficulty, I need to discuss this. Please hurry, after all, we've also received information from Gaul. The staff member kindly reminded. Alright, I'll get back to you as soon as possible. The Prime Minister of Geely wiped the sweat from his forehead and quickly hung up the phone. Looking at the quotation sheet in front of him, the Prime Minister of Geely Kingdom had a thought flash through his mind. Perhaps Xia country, which had been suppressed by them for decades, was about to rise completely. The controversy surrounding Xia country's packaged sale of controlled nuclear fusion technology was growing increasingly intense. Right after the countries of Western Europe purchased nuclear fusion technology, the United States across the ocean finally couldn't sit still. Albert ultimately succumbed to pressure from all sides and dialed the national hotline of Xia country. Congressman Lee, long time no see. In the Oval Office of the White House, Albert frowned and reluctantly said, "Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure to have this conversation with you." Hearing the voice coming through the transoceanic call, Speaker Lee's eyes immediately revealed a hint of amusement. "Hello, President Albert, how have you been feeling lately?" Across the ocean, Albert listened to the voice on the phone, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. "How have I been feeling? Is this the kind of question to ask on a national hotline?" But thinking about the purpose of this phone call, Albert had no choice but to pinch his nose and say, Thank you for your concern, Speaker. I've been in good health recently." Hee, that's good. Health is the most important thing. Mr. Albert, at your age, you must take good care of yourself. The meaningful tone from the receiver made Albert's forehead fill with black lines. What does that mean? What do you mean by my age? What's wrong with my age? If it weren't for the fact that he needed a favor, Albert would have loved to just yell into the microphone. Ahem. Speaker, let's get back to business. Albert said stiffly, "I heard your country is selling controlled nuclear fusion technology?" The speaker's eyes gleamed with an even deeper smile. "Of course. What's the matter? President Albert, are you interested in this technology? Hasn't the United States developed this technology yet?" Albert's face instantly darkened. Damn it. He naturally caught the mocking tone in the senator's words. Although he really wanted to hang up the phone directly, under the eaves, one has no choice but to bow their head. Well, of course, the United States has mastered controllable nuclear fusion technology. Albert rolled his eyes and casually lied, "It's just that the technology is still in the laboratory and hasn't fully matured yet. You know, those researchers are all dragging their feet." Senator Lee chuckled softly and casually changed the subject. "Oh? Mr. Albert, the purpose of your call this time isn't to complain to me about the inefficiency of your country's researchers, is it?" Albert. Ahem. He coughed forcefully twice, then said somewhat awkwardly, "Well, it's not exactly about that." After some friendly negotiations, the United States ultimately purchased the complete set of controlled nuclear fusion technology. When Xia Nation announced that the United States had purchased the complete set of controlled nuclear fusion technology, all Xia citizens, no, people from all countries were utterly shocked. Ha ha ha. Goodness, I can't help but exclaim goodness. I thought the United States could hold its ground a bit longer. Turns out they still couldn't resist the allure of controlled nuclear fusion. Can someone compile the stats? How many sets of controlled nuclear fusion technology has Xia Nation sold so far? The authorities haven't provided specific reports, but I estimate that those major Western countries have probably all bought it. This brings us to mention our wealthy Saudi friends. I heard they not only purchased the entire set of technology but even spent a fortune hiring Xia country's construction team. What wealthy friends! They're our good brothers. Unlike the many developed Western countries, Sakura country, located next to Xia country, isn't having a very comfortable time. Please. Our country really needs this technology. In the reception hall of the Dayo Utai State Guesthouse, the Prime Minister of Sakura country bowed deeply to Congressman Lee with a solemn expression. Unlike other countries, Sakura country is surrounded by the sea on all sides. As an island nation, Sakura country is extremely lacking in domestic resources. Nuclear power plants are the primary source of electricity in their country. Originally, nuclear fission power plants could barely meet Sakura country's needs. However, the successive earthquakes and tsunami incidents in recent years have sounded the alarm for the country's leadership. Nuclear fission power plants are too dangerous. But the cherry blossom country cannot do without nuclear power plants. Therefore, when they learned that the summer country was selling controlled nuclear fusion technology, the high-ranking officials of the cherry blossom country were the first to react. To show their sincerity, the cherry blossom country specially sent their prime minister to personally visit the summer country for negotiations. However, sincerity aside, the outcome doesn't seem very promising. Looking at the prime minister of Sakura country bowing before him, Congressman Lee gently picked up the teacup beside him on the table and took a sip of the clear tea. "Sorry, we are not selling this technology." The moment he heard these words, the Prime Minister of Sakura country turned pale as a sheet. He quickly straightened up and bowed once again. A long while. This time, the bow was much deeper than the last. In fact, his forehead even touched his own knees. "Please, you must sell it to Sakura country." "All right. The terms are negotiable. Sakura country is willing to pay any price for it. I believe you." Senator Lee put down the teacup in his hand, his expression becoming somewhat serious. He slowly stood up, his gaze extremely stern as he looked at the Prime Minister of Sakura country before him. "Xia country's technology will never be sold to a country that doesn't even dare to acknowledge its history. Not now, and not ever. Did you hear clearly? The Prime Minister of Sakura Country's face turned bright red. He straightened up, his lips trembling as if he still wanted to say something. But Congressman Lee abruptly waved his hand, cutting off his actions. Someone, see the guest out. In just a few short hours, the news of Sakura Country's attempt to purchase controlled nuclear fusion technology being flatly rejected sparked heated discussions on Weibo. Ha ha ha, well done. This technology absolutely shouldn't be sold to those little, well-off Sakura Country people. Don't they already have nuclear fission power plants? Let them rely on those for their future. Am I the only one who thinks this is not good? The actions of the Xia Kingdom's leadership are damaging the country's credibility. Credibility? What credibility? Have you ever seen the United States care about credibility before? The Xia Kingdom in the past. Hello everyone, I am the Xia Kingdom. I am very civilized and reasonable. If you have any issues, you can come to me. The Xia Kingdom now. Hello everyone, I am the Xia Kingdom. I am the reason. Senator Lee sat in his office, observing the domestic reaction to the matter, a trace of satisfaction flickering deep in his eyes. How many years has it been? This is the first time the Xia Kingdom has held its head so high on the international stage. Exhilarating. Truly exhilarating. Standing to the side, Finance Minister He Jia's eyes also sparkled with excitement. Speaker, now our mineral resources should barely be enough. Although a set of nuclear fusion technology only requires $28 billion worth of mineral resources, the sheer quantity is overwhelming. The speaker nodded lightly, pondered for a moment, and then said, no rush, have these minerals sent to the factories for smelting first. Store them properly after the smelting is completed. How exactly to use it? Wait for news from Lu Yongchang. As soon as the counselor finished speaking, a rapid knocking sound came from the door. The counselor frowned slightly and spoke in a short and forceful tone. The next moment, the office door was pushed open abruptly. Outside the door, Hong Qiming's face was slightly flushed, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. Hong Minister? What happened? Seeing Hong Qiming's appearance, the speaker's eyes revealed a hint of confusion. In his impression, Hong Qiming had never lost his composure like this. Speaker! Good news! Good news! Hong Qiming shouted loudly, news just came from Fong Su's side, the small fusion reactor project has succeeded. The council leader's body jolted violently. Before he could fully react, Hong Qiming blurted out a second sentence. Not only that, Professor Lu's team has successfully developed the first-generation Hall thruster. This time, even the council leader couldn't contain himself. So fast. Councilman Lee sprang up from his chair with excitement in his eyes, looking at Hong Qiming. When does the experiment start? Hong Qiming swallowed slightly. The military is currently transporting the small fusion reactor to the Aerospace Research Institute. Probably, in about 2 hours, Professor Lu will begin the first experiment. An entrance to a highway in the Xia Kingdom. What's going on? Why is this highway suddenly closed for no reason? Inside a Havel car, a man frowned as he looked ahead. Could it be an accident? Beside the man was an elegant woman with long, flowing hair draped over her shoulders. The woman rolled down the car window, leaned out, and looked ahead. It shouldn't be a car accident. There isn't a single car on the highway. They probably just closed the entrance. Hearing this, a trace of anxiety flashed in the man's eyes. He reached out to unbuckle his seatbelt and quickly opened the car door. Hey! What are you doing? The woman's expression changed slightly, and she quickly reminded loudly, this is a highway, don't mess around. The man paused slightly, then turned to the woman with a helpless look. I'm going to the toll booth to ask about the situation. I'll be right back. The man walked to the highway toll booth window. Looking at the staff inside, the man hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward and said, hey man, what's going on with this highway? What happened inside? Hearing the man's voice, the staff member looked up and glanced at him, then shook his head helplessly. I don't know either. I just received orders from my superiors that this section of the highway needs to be closed for half an hour. The man nodded thoughtfully. Superiors' orders? Could it be transporting some important supplies? The next moment, the sound of sirens and roaring engines caught the man's attention. The man quickly turned his head toward the direction of the sound. The next moment, his pupils suddenly contracted. In the sky, 5 armed helicopters roared past. He could even see the air-to-ground missiles hanging beneath the armed helicopters. At the same time, 3 police cars with sirens blaring appeared within his line of sight. 3 police cars formed a V-shape to clear the way ahead, followed closely by 6 military green-painted vehicles. Several heavy machine guns, gleaming coldly, were mounted on the roofs of the military vehicles. At the center of the convoy was a heavy-duty truck. With his 5.0 vision, the man barely managed to make out the cargo loaded on the heavy-duty truck. A cylindrical object entirely black in color. Taking advantage of the toll station staff's inattention, he quickly pulled out his phone and snapped a photo of the truck. What happened? Seeing the man's hurried expression, the gentle woman slightly furrowed her brows and softly asked, "Did the staff mention any reason?" The man's eyes revealed a hint of excitement. He raised his hand to his mouth and made a shushing gesture. Boom! The woman's expression suddenly froze. Although she didn't know what was happening, she immediately closed her mouth. The man quickly jumped into the car. After closing the car door, he let out a deep sigh of relief. After calming his nerves, he looked at the woman with a mysterious expression and said, "You absolutely won't guess what happened. What on earth is going on?" The woman furrowed her brows even deeper. "The country is transporting military supplies," the man said as he pulled out his phone from his pocket and showed the photos he had taken. "See that? Police cars leading the way, military vehicles escorting. This setup is definitely for transporting military supplies." Looking at the man's confident demeanor, the woman leaned over with a skeptical expression to take a glance at the photo on the phone. A cylindrical object with a mysterious black sheen. What is this thing? The man frowned deeply and slowly shook his head. "I'm not sure either. Could it be some kind of new weapon?" As he spoke, the man opened his phone and checked Weibo. "Hey! Don't spread this photo recklessly." The woman's expression changed slightly, and her voice became sharp. The man ignored the woman's words and just stared blankly at the phone screen. "No need for me to upload it, the official statement has already debunked the rumor." The man spoke as he held the phone up in front of the woman. The woman subconsciously glanced at the phone screen. The official account of Xia Country News' latest Weibo post. Urgent rumor refutation. Today, multiple highways in Xia Country were closed, with online rumors claiming it was for transporting military supplies. Xia Country News hereby refutes the rumors. This is not military equipment. The photos of the dark cylindrical object circulating online are of Xia Country's latest prototype of a small fusion reactor, not so-called military equipment. The woman instinctively took the phone, extended her finger, and scrolled down to the comments section below the Weibo post. WTF. I would call this the most hardcore debunking in history. Wow, you might as well call this military supplies. Is this how you debunk rumors? What did I say? The rabbit's traditional skills have truly resurfaced. Ha ha ha. Feeling sorry for Western countries for a second, just bought the first-generation technology, and in the blink of an eye, Xia Country pulls out a second-generation prototype. Are you sure it's a prototype? Why does it look like a finished product to me? Don't believe or spread rumors. If the official says it's a prototype, then it's a prototype. Rabbit, guess if I still have the third-generation product in my hand? Xia Country National Space Research Institute. The basic principle and structure of the Hall thruster are not very complicated. It can even be said to be quite simple. The main factors limiting its effectiveness are power and loss issues. Therefore, after Liu Yongchang solved the two major problems, the research progress on the Hall thruster advanced significantly in an instant. With the strong collaboration of Chao Liangkai and a group of top engineers, the prototype of the first-generation Hall thruster appeared before everyone's eyes in just over 10 days. On the test bench inside the research institute, a jet-black circular engine exuded an aura of mystery. This was the result of everyone's research over the past 10 days. The improved Hall thruster. More precisely, the Hall propulsion unit. Next to it was a cylindrical small-scale nuclear fusion device. At this moment, the small-scale nuclear fusion device, equipped with various additional facilities, had grown an entire size larger than its original form. Even so, it remained the slimmest among all large generators. The nozzle of the Hall propulsion unit was aimed directly at a concrete wall made of special materials. The function of this wall is very simple. To block the jet stream of the Hall propulsion unit. The Hall propulsion unit uses high-temperature helium-ion flow produced by nuclear fusion as its working medium. Therefore, the jet stream of the Hall propulsion unit has an extremely high temperature. It can even reach hundreds of millions of degrees Celsius. Professor Liu, all inspections have been completed. The Hall propulsion unit is ready for trial operation at any time. Hearing the report from nearby, Liu Yongchang's expression grew more solemn. He nodded cautiously, prepared to start the trial operation. As Liu Yongchang gave the command, the researchers in the institute instantly became exhilarated. Although this is not the first Hall thruster in human history, it is definitely the first Hall thruster in human history to achieve thrust at the Kn level. As the small fusion reactor slowly started up, a deep humming sound followed. The small fusion reactor is operating normally. Electric power output is stable. Preparing to activate the Hall thruster unit. Academician Chao Liangkai, standing nearby, swallowed slightly and pressed the button on the control panel in front of him with a trembling right hand. The next moment, a blue ethereal plasma stream appeared at the nozzle of the Hall propulsion unit. As the operating power of the Hall propulsion unit continued to increase, the glow of the plasma stream grew stronger. The thrust data displayed on the screen in front of everyone also gradually increased. 1 knot. 10 knots. Over 10 minutes later. 50 knots. 100 knots. Thrust data is gradually stabilizing. Chao Liangkai stood dumbfounded, staring at the thrust numbers in front of him. The next moment, a flash of excitement burst in his eyes. We did it! We succeeded! 100 knots. 10 tons of thrust. This is 10 tons of thrust. Chao Liangkai's lips trembled slightly as he gazed obsessively at the faint blue glow before him. Beautiful! So beautiful! This touch of deep blue flame symbolizes that human space technology has entered a new era. Chemical fuel, at this moment, has already become a thing of the past. After a brief moment of joy, Lu Yongchang was the first to calm down. Alright, let's stop the Hall propulsion unit for now. Stop? Why stop? Chao Liangkai instinctively frowned. Why not strike while the iron is hot and thoroughly test all the data of the Hall propulsion unit? Lu Yongchang shook his head with a wry smile. Academician Chao, before that, why don't you take a look at that concrete wall? Chao Liangkai froze for a moment, then turned his head to look at the distant concrete wall. He saw that the center of the 1-meter-thick concrete wall had already been burned into a deep pit. Watching as the wall was about to be burned through, he finally reacted and frantically pressed the stop button. Facing Lu Yongchang's teasing gaze, Chao Liangkai couldn't help but blush furiously. Embarrassed and angry, he shouted, "Damn it, who's responsible for this wall? What kind of lousy materials are these? They couldn't even hold up for a few minutes. Did you cut corners on me? Director Chao, I was the one responsible." A researcher stepped forward with a wry smile. "The materials used were approved by you, and they were already the best quality batch." Chao Liangkai. An hour after the trial run ended, Hong Qiming finally arrived at the Aerospace Research Institute from the capital. Originally, Congressman Li was supposed to come in person, but due to some trivial matters, the task ultimately fell to Hong Qiming. "Hong Bu? What brings you here?" Seeing Hong Qiming's figure, Lu Yongchang's eyes were full of surprise. "Didn't you just return to the capital this morning?" 5 minutes later. Hong Qiming glanced at Lu Yongchang with a resentful look. "What do you think? I'm the Minister of Technology, and now I'm almost like your errand boy." Thinking carefully, it seems to be the case. Bang! Ever since Lu Yongchang appeared, he, the Minister of Technology, gradually became the messenger between the speaker and Lu Yongchang. Aware of his own fault, Lu Yongchang gave an awkward laugh and did not reply. Hong Qiming did not continue the topic either. He adjusted his expression and said, "So? Is the experiment about to start?" The experiment is already over." "Over? Then didn't he come here for nothing?" Hong Qiming had a look on his face as if he'd eaten something disgusting. "Ahem, but I can tell you the result." Seeing Hong Qiming's gradually changing expression, Lu Yongchang quickly said, "The trial run was a complete success, with a single Hall propulsion unit achieving a thrust of 100 knots. Hong Qiming was slightly stunned and muttered to himself. 100 knots, 1 kilogram is approximately equal to 9.8 newtons. Lu Yongchang, roughly 10 tons of thrust. 10 tons? That's so little? Hong Qiming's brows instantly furrowed. What? I remember the CF6 engine of the Boeing 747 can reach a maximum takeoff thrust of around 105 tons, right? 10 tons of thrust, wouldn't that be a bit insufficient for a spaceplane? Lu Yongchang chuckled lightly. Minister Hong, you still haven't understood what I said. The thrust of a single Hall propulsion unit is 10 tons. I never said that only one Hall propulsion unit could be installed on a spaceplane. Hong Qiming's pupils suddenly contracted. He swallowed slightly and hesitated as he said, You mean, we can install a large number of Hall propulsion units on a single spaceplane? Lu Yongchang nodded lightly, then quickly shook his head. Hong Qiming's eyes flashed with a hint of confusion. Yongchang, what does this nodding and shaking your head mean? Lu Yongchang pondered for a moment and then said slowly, It's like this, although theoretically, Hall propulsion units can be installed without limitation, the actual situation is not like that. We need to comprehensively consider the size and purpose of the spaceplane to calculate a reasonable thrust size. Hong Qiming nodded with a look of partial understanding, then waved his hand and said, Oh, why are you telling me all these technical things? Just tell me one thing, How many Hall thruster units are you planning to install on the first aerospace plane? I need to report this to the speaker. Lu Yongchang chuckled helplessly, shook his head, and said, 10. Hearing Lu Yongchang's words, Hong Qiming had no particular reaction, but Chao Liankai beside him couldn't help but exclaim. 10 Hall thruster units? Didn't we say earlier that 5 thruster units would be enough? Hong Qiming narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at Lu Yongchang with a peculiar expression. Yongchang, you can't just say things like that recklessly. If the speaker blames us later, I won't be able to handle it. Lu Yongchang shook his head with a wry smile and quickly began to explain. At first, our plan was indeed to install 5 Hall propulsion units. 50 tons of thrust may not compare to large aircraft like the Boeing 747, but for a smaller spaceplane, it's already sufficient. It could even be said to be more than enough. Hong Qiming's eyes showed even more confusion. Then why? Lu Yongchang pondered for a moment before speaking. In the original design, the maximum flight altitude of the first-generation spaceplane was within 2,000 kilometers, which is Earth's low Earth orbit. Later, I thought it over carefully. Since we're preparing to make a spaceplane, why not make the best one directly? Why not double the number of Hall propulsion units and enlarge the aircraft's framework a bit? Although the manufacturing difficulty may increase slightly, the performance of this first-generation spaceplane will be significantly enhanced. According to calculations, this spaceplane will be able to take off directly from the ground and head to the moon. The fuel it carries will be sufficient to support 2 round trips between the Earth and the moon. Hong Qiming sharply drew in a breath of cold air. What did he hear? Directly take off to the moon? And able to make a round trip twice? Looking at academician Chao Liansai's wide-open eyes, Hong Qiming suddenly felt that he was losing control of the situation. Professor Lu, are you sure the data you mentioned has been verified? Seeing Lu Yongchang nod in confirmation, Hong Qiming's pupil slightly contracted. Then, he directly reached into his pocket and took out his phone. Hold on, I need to report the situation to the speaker. A few minutes later, Hong Qiming hung up the phone with a complicated expression. What did the speaker say? Lu Yongchang asked Hong Qiming curiously. Facing Lu Yongchang's question, Hong Qiming glanced at him with a strange expression, then slowly shook his head. I really don't know what kind of charm you used on the counselor. Counselor Li asked me to fully cooperate with your research plan. Just let me know if you need anything. Lu Yongchang's expression froze slightly, as if he had thought of something. His eyes shifted slightly, and he directly said, Minister Hong, in that case, I do have a difficulty that I need your help with. Hong Qiming's voice suddenly paused, and his expression became increasingly peculiar. Go ahead, but let me make it clear first, anything that violates principles is off the table. He gave a wry smile, reached out to touch the tip of his nose, and said irritably, Director Hong, you really think too highly of me. I wouldn't dare do something that violates principles. Back to the point. Lu Yongchang's expression grew a bit more serious. The first-generation aerospace plane is short of 3 pilots. Pilots? Hong Qiming waved his hand nonchalantly and said, that's a minor issue. I'll take you directly to the Air Force squadron to pick someone when the time comes. To Hong Qiming's surprise, Lu Yongchang shook his head and rejected his proposal. Commander Hong, I'm afraid that won't work. The requirements for pilots of spaceplanes are much higher. I'm afraid the Air Force squadron won't be able to meet them. Hearing Lu Yongchang's words, a trace of astonishment flashed across Hong Qiming's face. What the heck? The pilots of the Air Force squadron can't meet the requirements? He glanced at Lu Yongchang with a look of surprise, pondered for a moment, and then said, Yongchang, do you not understand the pilots over at the Air Force squadron? If ordinary pilots can't meet the requirements, you can always choose those golden helmet ace pilots. Don't worry, those pilots are absolutely skilled. Lu Yongchang shook his head with a bitter smile. It's not a matter of flying skills. Hong Qiming grew even more puzzled. According to my expectations, this aerospace plane will need to carry out multiple flight missions to the moon. In my opinion, flying skills are a secondary consideration, Lu Yongchang said meaningfully. Ample spaceflight experience is what spaceplane pilots need the most. Unlike ordinary aircraft within the atmosphere, the powerful propulsion of a spaceplane can easily handle most unexpected situations in the atmosphere. After all, as the old saying goes, with enough force, even bricks can fly. Aerodynamics doesn't exist. As long as the propulsion is strong enough, even a brick can fly out of the solar system. Moreover, during the mission execution process, the spaceplane spends most of its time outside the geosynchronous orbit. Therefore, ample spaceflight experience has become one of the essential qualifications for spaceplane pilots. After listening to Lu Yongchang's explanation, Hong Qiming nodded slightly. Since that's the case, I'll go to the Astronaut Research and Training Center in Xia Country to help you take a look. At that time, I'll help you find 3 astronauts who have been to space. Will that work? Hearing Hong Qiming's words, Lu Yongchang pondered for a moment and slowly shook his head. I'm afraid that still won't do. Minister Hong, don't forget, this spaceplane isn't a rocket. The pilot must also handle flight tasks within the atmosphere. Hong Qiming clicked his tongue softly. Not only must one master the techniques of atmospheric flight, but also have ample spaceflight experience, and meet a series of other age and physical fitness requirements. Although he hadn't conducted any research, Hong Qiming could still make a firm conclusion. It would be difficult for Xia Country to find talents that meet such standards. Not just Xia Country, but probably the entire Earth would struggle to find such talents. Hong Qiming's eyes shifted slightly as he softly said, how about I pick 3 astronauts and send them to the Air Force Base for some training? Lu Yongchang's eyes suddenly lit up. That's actually a good idea. But a concern immediately arose in his mind. How long would this Air Force Base training, roughly take? Hong Qiming furrowed his brows tightly and slowly shook his head. I'm not very sure about this either. I estimate, it will take at least half a year to a year. No way. That's too slow. Lu Yongchang frowned and glanced at the calendar nearby. April 3rd. Give them at most 1 month of training. Lu Yongchang said firmly, in a month, I estimate that the first aerospace plane of Xia Country can also be manufactured. Xia Country Astronaut Research and Training Base. Bai Yishuan staggered out of the centrifuge cabin. As an astronaut of Xia Country, weight adaptation training was his daily routine training program. Although he had trained countless days and nights, the pain brought by the centrifuge had not lessened in the slightest. He slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air and turned to glance at the centrifuge behind him. No one knew when the space station project of Xia Country would finally be completed. Thinking of this, Bai Yishuan's gaze dimmed slightly. Recently, he heard some rumors. It seems that the higher-ups are planning to cancel the original space station project. Even some planned manned space missions are at risk of being cancelled at any time. In that case, what does the future hold for them, the astronauts? Bai Yishuan let out a deep sigh. Just as he composed his scattered emotions and prepared to head to the next training facility, a broadcast sounded from the nearby speaker. Bai Yishuan, Hong Fan, Xiaowani. Today's training task is cancelled. Please proceed immediately to the first-floor lobby upon hearing this announcement. Bai Yishuan's gaze shifted slightly. Hong Fan, Xiaowani. Not only did he know these two, but he was also very familiar with them. To be precise, the 3 of them were all reserve members of the Xiagua Space Station project. Could it be, the space station project is making progress? Thinking of this, a trace of excitement flashed in Bai Yishuan's eyes. Elevator entrance. Brother Xian. A crisp call came from behind Bai Yishuan. Bai Yishuan's gaze shifted slightly, and he turned his head to look. The moment he saw the person approaching, a faint smile appeared in his eyes. Wani, how has your training been lately? Speaking of which, we haven't seen each other for several days, have we? Xiaowani smiled and nodded. I've been on leave these past few days, so it's normal that you haven't seen me, Brother Xian. On leave? Bai Yishuan's eyes flickered slightly, and he quickly asked, did something happen? Xiaowani fell silent. After a long while, she sighed softly and said in a low voice, I might have to quit. What? Quit? Bai Yishuan's pupils suddenly contracted as he exclaimed in shock. At the same time, another slightly hoarse male voice sounded from afar. Wani, what did you say? You're going to quit? Hearing this highly recognizable voice, Bai Yishuan quickly turned around and waved toward the direction the voice came from. Brother Xian, what's going on? Why is Wani suddenly deciding to quit? Hong Fan hurriedly ran up to the 2 of them and asked in a low voice. Bai Yishuan shrugged and cast a puzzled glance at Xiaowani, who looked downcast beside him. Go ahead, tell us, what's going on? Why are you suddenly quitting out of nowhere? Have you forgotten that the 3 of us are a team? Xiaowani gently bit her lip, a hint of difficulty flashing in her eyes. Brother Xian, I'm sorry. A few days ago, I received definite news from my elders at home. The Xia Nation's space station project has been confirmed cancelled. At the moment Xiaowani's voice fell, Bai Yishuan and Hong Fan's breathing suddenly froze. Although they had somewhat anticipated this result in their hearts, the moment they heard the definitive news, Bai Yishuan still found it hard to control his emotions. He reached out his hand and slammed it hard against the nearby wall. Damn! What's wrong with Xia Country? Why was the space station project suddenly cancelled? Xiaowani slowly shook her head. I don't know the exact reason, but I heard it was a direct order from the speaker. This sentence completely shattered the last remnants of hope in their hearts. Hong Fan's eyes instantly dimmed. After a long while, he asked in a hoarse voice. Then, what should we do? The three astronauts fell into silence. Aishwan let out a deep sigh. Yes, what should they do? For the space station project, they prepared for several years. Not only various training on the ground, but the three of them have also carried out spaceflight missions more than once. As an astronaut who has completed multiple spaceflight missions, after experiencing the zero-gravity environment in space, he constantly imagines the day he can return to space. And the space station project proposed by Xia country some time ago is his best opportunity to return to space. But now, a brief sentence has rendered all their efforts futile. Aishwan deeply experienced the feeling of heart collapse. The sound of the elevator arriving broke the silent atmosphere among the three. The elevator is here, let's go down. Aishwan's face revealed an extremely bleak smile as he took the lead and stepped toward the elevator. The moment he entered the elevator, a trace of deep confusion flashed in Aishwan's eyes. The broadcast called them down. Was it to inform them of this news privately? The elevator moved at a very fast speed. In just a few short seconds, accompanied by a crisp chime, the elevator doors slowly opened. The blazing sunlight shone on the snow-white tiles, creating an extremely intense glare. Aishwan instinctively squinted his eyes. The intense light signal passed through the retina, traveled via the optic nerve, optic chiasm, and optic tract, and then reached the pretectal area through the brachium of the superior colliculus. Under the electrical signals of the oculomotor nerve, the pupil sphincter begins to contract. In just a few seconds, Aishwan adapted to the intense lighting in the hall. In the brightly lit hall, two tall men were standing. Aishwan's gaze shifted slightly. He recognized the man facing them. That was Hong Chiming, the Minister of Technology of Xia Nation. Minister Hong, why has he come to our side? A whisper came from Xiaowani beside him. Aishwan moved his lips slightly without showing any emotion. Not sure, let's take it one step at a time. Anyway, we already know the worst-case scenario. Hearing this, Hong Fan and Xiaowani immediately revealed a trace of a bitter smile in their eyes. That's true. It is already the worst situation. The moment he saw Aishwan and the other two, Hong Chiming's eyes lit up sharply, and he called out loudly to them, "What are you standing there for? Come over quickly." Lu Yongchang slowly turned around, his deep gaze directed at the three of them. The instant he saw Aishwan and the other two, he instinctively furrowed his brows. Why does it feel like the mental state of these so-called elite astronauts seems a bit off? Before he could say anything, Hong Chiming on the side smiled and began the introductions. Everyone, let me introduce you. This is Professor Lu Yongchang, the first director of the Summer Nation Space Administration. Professor Lu, these three are the reserve team members from the previous space station project. If I recall correctly, they have experience with 3 spaceflights. As soon as Hong Chiming finished speaking, the three people's eyes suddenly lit up. The space agency? The three exchanged glances. Hong Fan couldn't hold back and was the first to speak. Professor Lu, may I ask, is it true that the Xia Nation space station project is going to be cancelled? Lu Yongchang was slightly taken aback. The Xia Nation space station project was cancelled? He looked at Hong Chiming beside him with a face full of confusion. Minister Hong, the space station project. Fong Su. Hong Chiming's lips curled into a bitter smile. Professor Lu, you're the director of the Summer Nation Space Agency, aren't you? For such a big matter, don't tell me you're still unaware? Seeing the guilty expression on Lu Yongchang's face, the look of helplessness in Hong Chiming's eyes grew even stronger. He let out a deep sigh and then began to explain. A few days ago, the speaker personally ordered the suspension of the Summer Nation Space Station project, which was halfway through. Why? A voice filled with indignation came from Hong Fan nearby. Is the speaker planning to abandon space exploration? Hong Fan. Aishwan shouted sternly, stop talking nonsense and listen carefully to Minister Hong. Hong Fan lowered his head sullenly. Hong Chiming smiled and waved his hand. It's fine, it's fine. The sudden cancellation of the Xia Kingdom Space Station project, I can understand your feelings. The reason for the cancellation of the space station, you should ask Professor Lu. He should know the reason best. As he spoke, Hong Chiming cast a meaningful glance at Lu Yongchang beside him. The next moment, 3 pairs of eyes simultaneously focused on Lu Yongchang's face. He glanced at Hong Chiming beside him with a face full of resentment. Alright, although he wasn't clear on the specific reason, he could more or less guess most of it. Facing the puzzled and slightly indignant gazes of the 3 astronauts, Lu Yongchang instinctively reached out to touch the tip of his nose and said awkwardly. Simply put, the original Xia Nation space station has already lost its value of existence. What? Aishwan's eyes suddenly widened, and he exclaimed softly. That is a space station. On the entire Earth, the number of countries with independent space stations can be counted on one hand. Its scientific research value is unimaginable. That's right. Lu Yongchang nodded slightly and said vaguely, to address future crises, Xia Nation needs to focus its energy on more valuable areas. Due to confidentiality agreements, some information cannot yet be explicitly disclosed to the three people in front of him. Especially the information regarding the solar anomaly. Only when the three astronauts confirm their participation in the spaceplane project can he reveal the specific details to them. Summer Wan-yi, standing nearby, suddenly had a dim look in her eyes upon hearing Lu Yongchang's words. Success! Here we go again with the same rhetoric. As vague and unclear as always. She let out a deep sigh and softly asked, since Professor Lu believes the space station has lost its value, then what is the purpose of calling the three of us here today? Since Xia Nation believes that space has no exploration value, then what are we astronauts needed for? Why not let us go home and rest? At this moment, even Bai Yishuan did not speak up to stop Xiao Wani's words. Just as the atmosphere in the hall was becoming increasingly tense, Lu Yongchang's lips curved slightly upward, and with a light chuckle, he said, "Who told you that space has no exploration value? Is it just because a space station project was cancelled that you all want to retire?" Bai Yishuan's heart skipped a beat. He slightly opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. A hoarse voice sounded from the side, "Professor Lu, do you mean my idea?" Lu Yongchang's smile grew even wider. "I have an even better project here. I wonder if the three of you are interested in participating? Can we go to space?" Xiao Wani's voice carried a hint of tremor. "Not just space. You can also become the first astronauts from Xia Nation to land on the moon." Lu Yongchang's calm words were like a sudden clap of thunder, directly stunning the three young astronauts. Entering space, landing on the moon. These 8 words kept echoing in Xiao Wani's ears, and gradually, the world before her eyes became blurry. Tears of excitement filled her eyes. Inside the office. "So, are you interested in joining?" Of course, we are willing." Bai Yishuan and Hong Fan's voices sounded from the side. "And you? Xiao Wani?" LV Yongchang's questioning voice came through. Because she was too excited, she couldn't say a single word for a moment and could only nod vigorously. Seeing this, Bai Yishuan smiled and patted Xiao Wani on the shoulder. "All right, this proves that our persistence in training has paid off." Looking at the scene before him, Lu Yongchang's eyes revealed a trace of emotion. Since the first ape raised its head to gaze at the starry sky, the yearning for the infinite universe has been deeply engraved in human genes. Once the emotions of the three gradually calmed, Lu Yongchang's expression turned slightly serious. "Let me tell you in advance, you will be participating in the first spaceplane project of Xia Nation. Although you have extensive spaceflight experience, it is far from enough to be a spaceplane pilot. Therefore, you need to go to the Air Force pilot training base for a 1-month special training. This training will be very exhausting and tough. Professor Lu, don't worry, we will complete the training mission." Bai Yishuan directly interrupted Lu Yongchang's words. Lu Yongchang was slightly stunned, then smiled and nodded. "All right. I'll be waiting for you at the National Space Research Institute. I hope you won't disappoint me." America. The Central Intelligence Agency building. Brightly lit corridors echoed with the sound of hurried footsteps. A man in uniform tightly gripped a document in his hand, striding quickly toward the office at the end of the corridor. As he reached the office door, he abruptly stopped in his tracks. Then, he took a deep breath to calm his somewhat heavy breathing. He raised his hand and gently knocked on the office door. A deep male voice came from inside the room. He took another deep breath, then reached out and pushed open the office door. In the office, a white man with a hooked nose and a harsh expression looked at him with a shadowy gaze. He swallowed slightly and reached out to hand the document in his hand to the man behind the desk. "Director William, the spy from Xia country has sent the latest intelligence." William Blair's expression froze for a moment, then he suddenly stood up from his chair. "Quick, bring the document over." Upon hearing the command, the man quickly handed the document in his hand to him. William Blair swiftly unfolded the document and began examining it carefully. Gradually, his face turned pale. This is impossible." William Blair's face was pale, and the veins on the back of his hands holding the document were bulging. The next moment, he suddenly raised his head, looked at the man who had delivered the document in front of him, and shouted harshly with a somewhat ferocious expression, "Quick! Prepare the car!" "Prepare the car?" A trace of doubt flashed in the man's eyes, and he instinctively asked, "Where to?" "The White House." William Blair reached out to grab the coat placed beside him and yanked open the office door. "I want to see the White House gates in 10 minutes. The White House, United States." That evening, William Blair tightly clutched the A4 paper containing the intelligence and rushed urgently toward the president's office. As expected, he was stopped in his tracks by two tall bodyguards. "Let me through. I have very important information to report to the president." Saying this, William shook the document in his hand. "Sorry, sir, it's Mr. Albert's nap time now," the bodyguard said expressionlessly. William Blair's eyes widened sharply, and he was so angry that he even laughed. "WTF? Do you know who I am?" "You are the director of the CIA, sir," the bodyguard said calmly, continuing, "but I still can't let you through. Mr. Albert specifically instructed that no one is to disturb his nap." "Sir, please understand our position. If we let you through, we would lose our jobs," another bodyguard added. "Ha!" William Blair sneered, casting a meaningful glance at the two bodyguards in front of him. "All right, I hope you both remember this incident today. Tell me, how much longer is the president's nap time?" 5 minutes. "You can wait for a while in the nearby waiting area." The bodyguard clearly didn't take William's threat seriously, casually pointing to the chairs in the corridor. As the sound of an alarm rang out from the president's office nearby, the two bodyguards softly reminded, "Director William, the president's nap time is over. You may go in now." William Blair let out a deep sigh, stood up from his chair, and walked briskly toward the office door. William adjusted his mood and gently knocked on the door of the president's office. Just as William was about to respond, Albert's voice rang out again, "Forget it, whoever it is, just come in." "William." The corners of his mouth twitched slightly twice, and he pushed open the office door. "William Blair?" Albert rubbed his sleepy eyes, stretched lazily, and muttered in a low voice, "Why are you here?" Looking at the president in front of him who was still half asleep, William Blair's eye twitched violently twice. With a serious expression, he said in a deep voice, "Mr. President, the intelligence personnel from CIA have sent over some very important information." Before the words were finished, Albert raised his hand to interrupt William Blair. The next moment, Albert reached out and pressed a red button on the table. Just as William Blair was still puzzled, the office door behind him suddenly opened. A secretary dressed in office attire walked into the office carrying a cup of brown beverage. Albert's gaze lingered for a few seconds on the beautiful secretary's legs clad in black stockings. Then, he reached out to take the glass from the secretary's hand and nodded slightly at William. "Cola, want a glass? By the way, what were you saying just now?" William. To be fair, he had never been this speechless in his entire life. Although he had long heard people say that this president was unreliable, he never expected it to be so absurd. Suddenly, he dismissed the idea of reporting to the president. After all, judging by the situation, those two bodyguards probably wouldn't be punished for this. He took a deep breath to calm the turbulent emotions within him. Subsequently, he gritted his teeth and said, "Mr. President, the intelligence personnel from Xia country have sent important information." Upon hearing that the news was from Xia country, Albert's expression grew a bit more serious. He picked up the glass, took a small sip of iced cola, and asked in a low voice, "What information?" "Xia country has mastered the technology for miniaturized controlled nuclear fusion." Poof. Cough, cough. President Albert coughed while grabbing a napkin from the side, frantically wiping the cola stains on the desk. "What did you say? Miniaturized controlled nuclear fusion technology? How is that possible? Is the information reliable?" William Blair shrugged. "Of course it's reliable, even the official authorities of Xia have already admitted it." President Albert's face instantly turned grim. Damn it. He had just spent a fortune buying the complete set of controlled nuclear fusion technology. And it turned out he had bought someone else's discarded product? It has always been the United States harvesting the leaks of other countries. Albert never expected that during his tenure, the United States would be ruthlessly harvested from thousands of miles away by Xia country. "Senator Lee," Albert muttered darkly to himself. William extended his hand, passing the document to Albert. "In addition, intelligence personnel have obtained a piece of information. Xia is developing an electric propulsion system and has cancelled the Long March 10 heavy lift launch vehicle research project. In my opinion, this is what we need to pay attention to." Albert was slightly taken aback. "Electric propulsion system?" William Blair's eyes revealed a trace of doubt deep within, and he said somewhat uncertainly, "It should be a new type of propulsion method. I suspect it has something to do with the unusual actions of Xia country recently. As for the specifics, I think you should ask our NASA director." Albert furrowed his brows, then picked up the black desk phone. "Have Director Morton come see me. Oh, and Anthony, have him come over too." "Ah." A short, slightly balding man looked nervously at Albert in front of him. "Mr. President, is there something you need from me?" Morton, do you know about the electric propulsion system? Looking at the slightly balding NASA director in front of him, Albert frowned and said, intelligence personnel have reported that Xiaogui is recently researching electric propulsion systems and has cancelled the original Long March 10th carrier rocket research project. Morton froze for a moment, then asked in disbelief, electric propulsion system? Mr. President, are you sure it's the electric propulsion system? Albert frowned even more deeply. Of course, I can be sure. Morton let out a sneer, and the tension on his face dissipated. He shrugged slightly and said irritably, Mr. President, with all due respect, the electric propulsion system is just garbage. Let Xiaogui research it. I don't think they can achieve any results on it. Seeing the puzzled expressions on Albert and the people around him, Morton quickly began to explain. NASA started research on electric propulsion systems decades ago. To be precise, it should be research on Hall thrusters. Albert raised an eyebrow slightly. Oh? NASA has made a breakthrough? Morton's face stiffened. He slowly shook his head and said awkwardly, it can't be considered a failure, but it definitely can't be called a success either. Currently, the thrust of Hall thrusters can only reach tens or hundreds of millinewtons, and they are mostly used on deep space spacecraft. Perhaps you don't quite understand what tens or hundreds of millinewtons mean. Let me put it another way, and you'll get it. The maximum thrust of a Hall thruster is roughly in the range of tens of grams. In the atmosphere, it can't even push an egg. Albert suddenly understood. But soon, his brows furrowed again. Then why did Xia cancel the Long March 10th carrier rocket research project? Beep beep beep. Faced with this question, Morton fell silent. This was indeed a point of doubt. After all, he was just a director, not a researcher. Lacking scientific intuition is also perfectly normal. How about I find some time to ask a professor at NASA? Albert slowly shook his head. Since this Hall thruster doesn't serve much purpose within the atmosphere, there's no need to bother with it. What's more, we can't be certain whether these two pieces of news are deliberate smokescreens released by Xia Nation. Ever since learning that Xia had turned around and unveiled second-generation nuclear fusion technology after selling the first-generation fusion reactor technology, Albert had developed a bit of a psychological shadow. The most important thing now is how we should respond to Xia's series of actions. Morton nodded respectfully and said in a low voice, in my opinion, we don't need to pay any attention to the news released by Xia at all. After all, we've already suffered enough losses when it comes to nuclear fusion. They want to study Hall thrusters, so let them study. I believe that chemical fuel rockets are currently the best choice for humanity. Albert's eyes shifted slightly, his deep gaze once again falling on Morton. How is the preparation for the Pathfinder program going? Morton's expression turned slightly serious. Preparations have already begun. Too slow. Albert's brows instantly furrowed into a knot. Just starting to prepare? At the current pace of Xia's development, by the time they're done preparing, the other side's red flags might already be planted all over the moon. Anthony, who had remained silent, pressed his lips together and gave Morton a meaningful glance. Morton, I think it's time to launch that project. Morton's expression changed slightly, and he asked in a low voice, Anthony, are you sure? Anthony gently closed his eyes and took a deep breath. I'm sure. The United States can fall behind once, but it absolutely cannot fall behind others again and again. President Albert on the chair? He frowned and interrupted the two. Wait. What are you talking about? What project? Anthony suddenly turned his head to look at Albert. Your Excellency, I am applying to initiate Project Area 51. Looking at Anthony's burning gaze, Albert's expression immediately turned strange. Huh? Area 51? Isn't that just an Air Force base? The next moment, Morton's voice rang out. Mr. President, on the surface, Area 51 is indeed just an Air Force base, but in reality, Area 51 is the core base of the United States Advanced Technology Reserve Program. Albert's expression grew increasingly peculiar. Hey, gentlemen, this joke isn't funny. High-end Technology Reserve Program? How come I never knew the United States had such a program? The voice of Secretary of Defense Anthony followed. The High-End Technology Reserve Program began 50 years ago with the purpose of reserving various advanced technologies to ensure the United States remains in a leading position internationally in the future. During this time, to ensure secrecy, only successive Secretaries of Defense and NASA directors were aware of it. Not just you, even several former U.S. presidents were unaware of the existence of this program. President Albert's expression suddenly froze. All right. None of the previous presidents knew either. His mindset calmed down a bit. But soon, he thought of a very important question. Funding? Why have I never seen the so-called Area 51 budget on the financial report? Anthony said awkwardly, well, funding can always be falsified. Over the past 50 years, about 10% of military expenditures have been secretly diverted to Area 51. Albert's breath suddenly hitched. 10%. This is 10% of the annual military expenditure of the United States. A full 50 years of spending. Albert couldn't even imagine what kind of stuff they were researching in there. He took a deep breath and softly asked, "May I ask what kind of technology is stored inside?" Anthony and Morton exchanged a glance, then Anthony gently nodded, "Of course. The last Cold War made us deeply aware of the importance of space dominance, so the main technologies stored in Area 51 are related to the aerospace field. For example, an enhanced version of the Saturn V, the Saturn VI launch vehicle." Albert's pupils suddenly contracted. As a native-born American, Albert was naturally well aware of the world-renowned Saturn V heavy-lift rocket. As the heaviest rocket ever used in human history, the Saturn V rocket stands at an impressive height of 110.6 meters. Its liftoff weight reaches an astonishing 3,038.5 tons, while its total thrust also peaks at an extreme 3,408 tons. Hiss! Because it was used for manned lunar missions, it is also called the moon rocket. Albert swallowed slightly, his tone extremely difficult as he said, "Saturn VI? What is it used for?" Morton took over the conversation and said softly, "Mr. President, it was developed for Mars." Goodness! Currently, hidden underground in Area 51, there are 3 completed Saturn VI heavy-lift rockets. Mr. President, as long as you order the unlocking of Area 51, the insignificant Sia nation isn't even worthy of being compared to our great America. Morton's words stirred Albert's emotions, and he couldn't wait to see the scene of America's star-spangled banner planted on the surface of Mars. He took a deep breath, calming his surging emotions, and said firmly, "Prepare to sign the presidential order. Initiate the Area 51 plan. Summer country. A certain Air Force training base." Baishwan, with a pale face, held his waist and looked up at the scorching sun in the sky. Finally, it's over." Nearby came Hong Fan's distinctive hoarse voice, "My goodness, I never want to come to this training base again in my life." Hearing Hong Fan's complaints, Baishwan pulled a wry smile at the corner of his mouth, shook his head, and said, "Don't even mention it. I don't want to see this training base anymore either." Hong Fan's eyes lit up slightly. "Brother Xian, you can't hold on anymore either? This is quite a rare situation. It's the first time I've seen you admit defeat, Brother Xian." Baishwan shot a sideways glance at Hong Fan, annoyed, and said, "What kind of joke is that? I'm not a robot, I definitely can't handle training this intense." A crisp laugh came from the side. "I think Fan Ji is right. Ever since I met him, I haven't seen Xian Ji complain about the training content." Baishwan turned his head and looked helplessly at Xiaowani, who was smiling brightly behind him. "Seeing how energetic you all are, how about I contact the coach and we go for another round in the air?" The smiles on Xiaowani and Hong Fan's faces instantly disappeared. The two shook their heads like rattles. Go for another round in the sky? Recalling the scene from a month ago when they had just arrived at the training base, the two shivered slightly under the scorching sun. The 3 who had just arrived at the training base were directly dragged onto 3 training aircraft without any theoretical foundation. A beautiful saying, practice is the best teacher. And so, the 3 astronauts were thoroughly put through the ringer by their respective instructors. Cobra Maneuver, Pugachev's Loop. Although the physical fitness of the 3 astronauts was good, they were still quite exhausted by these flashy maneuvers. After enduring the torment of the first day, starting from the second day, the daily routine of the 3 astronauts was fixed on their respective training aircraft. In just over a month, the cumulative flight time of the 3 even reached an astonishing 300 hours. On average, each person had to spend a full 10 hours a day on the aircraft. It can be said that during this month, apart from eating and sleeping, the 3 of them spent almost all their time on the training machine. Finally, it's over. Xiaowani shook her head, trying to shake off these painful memories, then stretched lazily and sighed softly. Next, we should head over to Professor Lu's place, right? I wonder if that so-called spaceplane is finished yet. Baishwan glanced at Xiaowani's figure as she stretched lazily and said irritably, "Don't get too happy too soon." Back then, Professor Lu clearly said that after training at the Air Force training base, we still need to undergo some training on the aerospace plane. Xiaowani smiled gently, flicked her neat short hair, and said, "It's fine. After all, that's something that can go to space. Just thinking about that makes me not feel tired." Looking at Xiaowani's radiant smile, Baishwan couldn't help but lose himself for a moment. The roar of an engine came from overhead. Baishwan's gaze shifted slightly as he looked up at the armed helicopter slowly descending in the sky. He softly said to his teammate beside him, "It's time for us to set out." Inside a workshop outside the National Aerospace Research Institute of Xia Country, a streamlined jet in complete jet black quietly docked within. The aircraft structure is similar to the American B-2 bomber. The biggest difference from the B-2 bomber lies in its wing dimensions, which are not as exaggerated as those of the B-2. Thanks to its powerful propulsion system, the aircraft has a total fuselage length of 30 meters, with a wingspan of only 25 meters. The tail of this aerospace plane features 10 dark circular hall thruster nozzles. Lu Yongchang stood in front of the aerospace plane, his eyes filled with admiration. This is the first truly significant aerospace plane of Xia Nation. It is no exaggeration to say that this aerospace plane symbolizes the pinnacle of human technological achievement at this moment. Professor Lu, how about, you give it a name? Academician Chao Liangsai's voice came from the side, interrupting Lu Yongchang's deep thoughts. Lu Yongchang's eyes flickered slightly, and he said without hesitation, let's call it Xian Nuan. Chao Liangkai was momentarily stunned, clearly recalling the three major plans of Xia Country that Lu Yongchang had introduced some time ago. The Xuannu series of aerospace planes from the Nanshanmen project? Chao Liangkai raised his eyebrows slightly and asked softly, what, are you really planning to bring that Nanshanmen project to life? Lu Yongchang chuckled lightly, his deep gaze once again falling on the Xuannu one in front of him. Of course, not just the Nanshanmen project, but the Tianting project will also be realized in the future. Chao Liangkai glanced at Lu Yongchang with a peculiar expression. The Tianting project? That massive fleet composed of 2,500 starships? He chuckled softly and slowly shook his head. That kind of thing, I guess you'd only see in sci-fi movies. What's wrong? Don't believe it? Lu Yongchang caught a glimpse of Chao Liangsai's movements from the corner of his eye, then turned his head and smiled as he looked at him and asked. Chao Liangkai was momentarily at a loss for words. Is this really a matter of believing or not? Any normal person wouldn't believe it, right? How about we make a bet? After the completion of Xian Nu No. 1, Lu Yongchang's thoughts became much more active. Chao Liangkai did not hesitate in the slightest and immediately nodded, saying, what are we betting on? Lu Yongchang couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Ha ha ha. Professor Lu, if our Xia kingdom really achieves the heavenly court plan in 15 years, I'll eat this Xian Nu No. 1 on the spot. Looking at Lu Yongchang deep in thought, Chao Liangkai chuckled cheerfully. Lu Yongchang glanced at Chao Liangkai with a speechless expression. Fellow Daoist, the flags are already planted everywhere. He shook his head slightly and said irritably, forget it, this Xuannu No. 1 will be a collectible by then. I'm afraid you can't afford it. How about this, if it really happens, just treat me to a meal. I want to eat the chicken drumstick rice from Sandao University. Chao Liangkai was equally speechless. Professor Lu, are you serious? Seeing Lu Yongchang nod earnestly, Chao Liangkai smiled wryly and touched his nose. Alright, it's settled then. If it doesn't work out, just treat me to a meal. Just as Lu Yongchang and Chao Liangkai were chatting there, a researcher hurriedly ran up to Lu Yongchang and whispered, Professor Lu, the 3 spaceplane pilots have arrived. Lu Yongchang's eyes suddenly lit up. Shut up. The pilots have finally arrived. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's welcome the pilots. Whether this big guy can reach the skies depends on those 3. Lu Yongchang called out to Chao Liangkai, turned around, and walked toward the factory gate. As soon as Lu Yongchang arrived at the main entrance of the research institute, he saw the 3 pilots of Xuannu 1 near the helicopter landing pad. Perhaps because they had just come from the Air Force training base, the 3 astronauts still had a hint of confusion and fatigue on their faces. By Ishuan. Lu Yongchang's voice echoed into the ears of the 3 astronauts. At the front, Bai Ishuan instinctively turned his head toward Lu Yongchang's direction upon hearing his name. The moment he saw Lu Yongchang, Bai Ishuan's eyes lit up sharply, and then he excitedly whispered to the 2 companions beside him. How is it? As the 3 astronauts jogged up to him, Lu Yongchang asked with a light smile, how are the results of this month's training? Hong Fan shivered suddenly, and the cheerful smile on his face was instantly replaced by a trace of worry. Professor Lu, please don't bring it up. You have no idea what we've been through this past month. Lu Yongchang's eyes were full of laughter as he raised his eyebrows and said, I told you in advance, the training here will only be tougher than at the Air Force Base. Upon hearing this, Hong Fan's face instantly turned bitter. What's wrong? Thinking of giving up? Lu Yongchang looked at Hong Fan, who was pulling a bitter face, with great interest. No, no, no. Hong Fan shook his head repeatedly. Are you kidding me? We've come this far, how could we give up? I still want to be the first astronaut from Xia to land on the moon. Lu Yongchang smiled, nodded, and said, don't worry, you'll get that chance. For now, let's go take a look at your future ride. Hearing these words, the eyes of the three astronauts instantly became fervent. When they saw the bold yet mysterious appearance of Xian Nuwan, the three astronauts couldn't close their mouths in amazement. Hong Fan exclaimed excitedly, "This thing, is it really something from our Xia nation?" Even Bai Yishuan, the most composed of the three, had a hint of amazement flash in his eyes. Xiaowani's slender hands trembled slightly as they brushed over the cold surface of Xian Nuwan. The icy touch at her fingertips did nothing to extinguish the fire burning in her heart. A look of obsession flickered in her eyes as she murmured, "So beautiful." The reactions of the three astronauts fell into Lu Yongchang's eyes, and a proud smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This is his proud masterpiece. Even in his previous life, he never created an aircraft of this level. After all, most of his energy at that time was focused on the construction and development of the underground city. "Let's go, I'll take you to see the cockpit." He smiled and greeted the three of them. Hearing this, Hong Fan subconsciously swallowed and stammered, Can we go see the cockpit? Lu Yongchang?" He glanced at Hong Fan with a strange expression. "What? You don't want to pilot this aerospace plane anymore?" Bai Yishuan and Xiaowani both glanced at Hong Fan with a look as if they were staring at an idiot. "Hong Fan." Lu Yongchang shook his head in confusion and turned to walk toward the boarding gate beneath the fuselage. Due to the use of a small fusion reactor as the power source, and the fact that this aerospace plane primarily carries out scientific research and transport missions, the interior space of the Xuan Nuwan has been greatly optimized. Directly in front of the cockpit are three tempered glass portholes made with special craftsmanship. These three pieces of tempered glass can not only withstand the impact of most small meteoroids within the solar system but also significantly filter harmful cosmic radiation and overly intense visible light. Behind the porthole is a control console filled with various control buttons and instruments. The control console is large, requiring 3 pilots to complete all operational tasks. This is also the main reason why Xian Nuwan requires 3 pilots. Behind the console are 3 tall and spacious pilot seats. Considering the long flight duration of the aerospace plane, the 3 seats are ergonomically designed. "Ha?" Xiaowani noticed the 2 slightly plain chairs behind the pilot seats and softly asked Lu Yongchang, "Professor, these 2 chairs?" "Passenger seats," Lu Yongchang answered directly, "this is also for future research missions." Xiaowani nodded thoughtfully. It seems that the role of this Xian Nu number 1 far exceeds her imagination. Heavens! Bai Yishuan instinctively lightened his steps, walked to the sophisticated control panel, and gently brushed his hand over the keys on the console. His pupils trembled slightly as he murmured softly, This is simply a scene from a sci-fi movie." The next moment, he turned his head and looked at Lu Yongchang with a burning gaze. "Professor Lu, when can we pilot this aerospace plane?" Bai Yishuan's question instantly caught the attention of the other 2. Hong Fan and Xiaowani both cast expectant looks toward Lu Yongchang. Lu Yongchang furrowed his brows slightly, shook his head after pondering for a moment, and said, "That can't be guaranteed." Seeing the instant disappointment in the trio's eyes, he smiled and added, "It depends on the results of your training. You need to undergo piloting training in the simulation pod. After all, there's only one of these things. If anything goes wrong, I can't bear the responsibility." "Which training method works better?" Hong Fan's hoarse voice sounded. "Better training effect?" Lu Yongchang's eyes carried even more amusement. "If you can master it in one night, I'll apply to the speaker for a test flight tomorrow." Hearing this, Hong Fan's breathing noticeably quickened. Looking at the 3 people in front of him, all visibly excited, a sly smile flashed in Lu Yongchang's eyes. This is the effect he wanted. He firmly believed that after this round of stimulation, the training efficiency of the 3 astronauts would definitely double. After sending the 3 astronauts off for training, Lu Yongchang looked at the Xian Nuwan in front of him and muttered to himself, "Sometimes I really envy them." Beside him, Chao Liangkai looked at Lu Yongchang with a strange expression, "Envy? Who are you envying?" Bai Yishuan and the others. Lu Yongchang's face was full of longing. "Don't you want to take this big guy up to the sky just once?" "No." Chao Liangkai curled his lips and said irritably, "I definitely don't want to experience that feeling of not having my feet on the ground. That afternoon. Besides, you couldn't possibly take this thing up to the sky." Lu Yongchang was slightly stunned and subconsciously asked, "Why?" "The speaker won't agree to you doing such a thing." Chao Liangkai rolled his eyes. "Don't tell me you still don't realize your importance right now?" Lu Yongchang silently nodded without responding. Deep in his eyes, unnoticed by Chao Liangkai, a hint of contemplation slowly emerged. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. The training program for the 3 astronauts also reached its conclusion. Looking at the training progress reports, Lu Yongchang couldn't help but smile slightly. It must be said, the people Hong Chiming selected for him were indeed excellent. The comprehensive qualities of these three astronauts are absolutely among the best in Xia's group of astronauts. Coupled with the motivational promises made by Liu Yongchang before the training, the combined effect of the two even made him somewhat unable to believe his own eyes. Fusion reaction rate control, Hall thruster power control, aerospace plane ground takeoff and landing, lunar surface takeoff and landing. The original 1-month training program was forcibly compressed into just 15 days. Liu Yongchang put down the training report in his hand, pondered for a moment, and then picked up the landline on his desk. Within the first ring of the capital city of Xia Nation, a series of urgent knocks on the door made the elderly man, who was engrossed in reviewing documents, furrow his brows. "Come in." The old man put down the pen in his hand, exhaled slowly, and said in a deep voice. The heavy wooden door of the office was slowly pushed open. The moment he saw the visitor, a trace of astonishment flashed in the old man's eyes. "Academician Chao? What brings you here?" The old man looked gravely at Academician Chao Liangkai, who was standing at the door, and asked softly, "What is it? Has something gone wrong with the Xuannu 1 project?" Chao Liangkai hurriedly shook his head, then said in an excited voice, "Chairman, I'm here to report on the progress of the Xuannu 1 project. This morning, the Xuannu 1 project was completed." The old man's expression froze for a moment. The next moment, he shot up from his chair with a whoosh, his eyes blazing as he looked at Chao Liangkai in front of him. "Is this true?" Hearing the chairman's question, Chao Liangkai straightened his body and responded loudly with a serious expression, "Absolutely true. Currently, the pilot of Xuannu 1 has completed all training programs. Xuannu 1 is fully prepared and ready for a test flight at any time." Knock, knock, knock. Good. 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 The chairman laughed heartily. "There's no time to lose, the test flight will be scheduled for." While speaking, the council leader glanced at the calendar on the desk. "Let's set it for 3 days later." The council leader's eyes flickered as he said in a low voice, "This test flight process will be broadcast live across the entire network. Xia Nation, it's time to show the world some muscle." That evening, Xia Nation's news channel aired a piece of news. On television, the host announced with a smile in their eyes a piece of news that shocked Xia Nation and even the world. Breaking news, Xia Nation's first aerospace plane, Xuannu 1, has achieved complete success in its research project. 3 days from now, Xuannu 1 will conduct its first test flight. According to the latest directive from Xia Nation's parliament, this test flight will be broadcast live across all frequencies. The moment the news was broadcast, there was an uproar. Did I see that right? Xuannu 1? Isn't this the thing from the recently announced South Heaven Gate project? Holy crap, is the rabbit really serious about this? Eagle sauce, rabbit, do you think this pie I drew looks realistic? Rabbit, eagle sauce, do you think this pie I baked smells good? Enough talk, I've already taken leave. See you in 3 days at the Shark Duel livestream. Shark Duel? Are you sure Shark Duel has this livestream? The news already said it, full spectrum live broadcast, DoShark will definitely have it. Unlike the reactions of Xia Nation's netizens, foreign Twitter was filled with a series of mocking comments. "Ha ha ha, this is killing me with laughter. A spaceplane? Xia Nation must be daydreaming foolishly, right? TCH, this is definitely another smokescreen. I originally thought that Xia had already taken advantage of dozens of countries with nuclear fusion, but I didn't expect them to pull off something like this now. The current Xia reminds me of the US decades ago, all about boasting and making empty promises. Enough talk, if there really is a spaceplane, I'll livestream myself doing butterfly stroke in a cesspool. Butterfly stroke is nothing, I'll do cesspool diving. To the two upstairs, I've already taken a screenshot. Remember to share the link when you start the livestream. DoSha Live. At noon, a livestream room appeared on the homepage of DoSha Live right on time. Test flight of Xuannu 1 live. That's right. The title is quite ordinary, but ever since the livestream appeared, the number of viewers has skyrocketed. Zhao Zijia sat in front of the computer desk, excitedly maneuvering the mouse to open the DoSha livestream. Black screen. The next moment, a dense barrage of comments appeared on the black background. Open the door. Open the door. You have the guts to livestream a test flight, but not to open the door? Is it my phone that's broken? Why can't I see the screen? That's right, your phone is broken. We can all see the screen. Looking at these nonsensical comments, Zhao Zijia's mouth twitched slightly. I have to say, sometimes the phrase silly netizens bring lots of joy is really spot on. Just as he was about to type on the keyboard to send a comment and join the interaction, the scene in the livestream suddenly changed. A blinding white light appeared in the camera. Ah, my eyes are blinded. Pay me compensation. Sure, give me the address, and the community staff will immediately come to deliver warmth. Sorry to bother you. A few seconds later, the camera image gradually became clear. The moment he saw the image, Zhao Zijia suddenly held his breath. In the frame, there is a long airplane runway. At the starting end of the runway, a jet-black, futuristic-looking airplane is prominently parked. The live stream room fell silent in an instant. But the next second, a flood of comments instantly filled the screen. What is this thing? Why does it look so much like America's B2? Whoa, that's awesome. It's just somewhat similar. Although I don't know the exact dimensions, the general proportions show that the wingspan of Xiannu No. 1 is much smaller than the B2. Just as a group of netizens were fiercely debating, a voiceover sounded in the livestream. Hello, everyone. I am E, the host of today's test flight live broadcast. It is now 12:15 Beijing time, exactly 30 minutes until takeoff. Before the Xiannu 1 takes off, let me briefly introduce this aerospace plane to you. The United States, White House. Albert watched the image on the television with a grim expression. On the screen, it was surprisingly the live broadcast of the test flight of Xiannu 1 from Xia country. Xiannu 1 is equipped with the latest Hall thruster, thanks to which its propulsion power can reach an astonishing 50 tons. Looking at the subtitles below the video, Albert's face grew even darker. Morton, tell me, what is going on here? I seem to recall you saying that the Hall thruster has no effect within the atmosphere? Faced with President Albert's question, Morton's face turned pale as he shook his head. No. I don't know. NASA's previously developed Hall thrusters definitely didn't have such high thrust. How about? I asked Professor Austin, who was in charge of the Hall thruster project before. Albert glared at Morton angrily and growled in a low voice, "Why aren't you asking already?" Morton's face turned bitter, and a hint of grievance appeared in his eyes. At the beginning, you clearly said there was no need to ask that, Professor. What did you say? Albert's face instantly darkened. Morton didn't dare talk back and could only silently take out his phone and dial Professor Austin's number. The call was quickly connected. Professor Austin, this is Morton. As soon as the call connected, Morton activated the speakerphone and asked directly, I want to ask, can the thrust of the Hall thruster reach 50 tons? No sound came from the microphone. Morton frowned and softly asked again, Professor Austin, are you listening? Professor Austin's faint voice came through the microphone, Director Morton, are you joking with me? This is not funny at all. Morton glanced awkwardly at the president beside him, gave a light cough, and said, Ahem. Professor Austin, the president is right next to me. I hope you think this through carefully. 3 days later. After hesitating for a moment, Morton spoke again, adding, the Xia Nation already has a Hall thruster with a thrust of 50 tons and has installed it on a spaceplane. What? This is impossible. Austin's exclamation came from the other end of the microphone. The current generator power is absolutely incapable of supporting such a Hall thruster. Morton's eyes shifted slightly, and he asked in a deep voice, what if? Professor Austin, what if the Xia Nation has combined a small-scale nuclear fusion reactor with the Hall thruster? Austin fell silent. From this silence, both Morton and Albert got the answers they wanted. All right, Professor Austin, I understand. Let's leave it at that. Morton weakly hung up the phone, then turned to look at Albert beside him. Mr. President, perhaps, in this competition, we have completely lost. No. A trace of unwillingness flashed in Albert's eyes. We still have the Pathfinder program. As long as we are the first to occupy Mars, we haven't lost yet. Inside Xiannu 1. Bai Yishuan and the other two, dressed in flight suits, sat quietly in their respective pilot seats. On the control panel in front of them, various intricate indicator lights flickered with their unique glow. Sitting in the front passenger seat on the left, Hongfan let out a deep breath. What's wrong? Feeling nervous? A voice came from Bai Yishuan beside him. Hongfan shook his head with a wry smile, Brother Xian, aren't you nervous? This is the first time we're operating the real machine. Bai Yishuan shrugged and said nonchalantly, it's not a big deal. In the simulation training, I've never had an accident. Hongfan's expression suddenly became a bit stiff. His simulation training. Although he had only experienced one crash, the sense of helplessness from that crash left a significant psychological shadow on him. Relax. Xiaowani, sitting in the co-pilot seat on the right, chuckled softly. This is different from simulation training. The three of us are piloting together now, nothing will go wrong. That's right. Even if you don't trust yourself, you have to trust my skills, Bai Yishuan said earnestly. Once we return successfully this time, I will. Before Bai Yishuan could finish his sentence, Hongfan and Xiaowani interrupted him in unison, stopping his flag-raising action. The belatedly aware Bai Yixuan flashed an awkward smile. Ahem, I didn't mean to. Xian Nu1, attention, 10-minute countdown to takeoff. Just as the three were chatting idly, Chao Liangsai's voice came through the built-in headset in their helmets. Bai Yixuan's expression turned serious, and he immediately pressed the radio switch to respond. Xian Nu1 received. Starting the small fusion reactor now. As he spoke, Bai Yixuan toggled several buttons on the console in front of him. The fusion reactor requires a certain amount of preheating time before starting. Therefore, Xian Nu1 needs to begin activating the small fusion reactor 10 minutes in advance. After finishing the operation, Bai Yixuan suddenly realized a problem. Where is Professor Lu? Why isn't Professor Lu in charge of directing? Hearing Bai Yixuan's question, a trace of doubt also flashed across Hongfan's face. Hey, now that you mention it, I noticed it too. Wasn't this kind of thing always handled by Professor Lu? Why isn't Professor Lu in charge at such an important moment today? Inside the temporary command center of the Research Institute, Chao Liangkai gently covered his right eye. I don't know why, but his right eye has been twitching nonstop for the past few minutes. Left eye means fortune, right eye means. Chao Liangkai shook his head, tossing out the thought he just had. It's all feudal superstition. Is all the data for Xian Nu1 normal? Chao Liangkai asked the staff member beside him uneasily. Everything is normal. The fusion reactor is preheating and is expected to start within 5 minutes. What about the ground crew? Chao Liangkai pondered for a moment and asked loudly. The next moment, a voice came, everything is normal. Xian Nu1's body is in perfect condition, and the ground crew has already checked it twice. Chao Liangsai's right eyelid twitched twice again. There are still a few minutes left, go check it once more. Make sure there are no mistakes. As he spoke, he raised his wrist and checked the time. 8 minutes left. What's going on with this guy, Lu Yongchang? At such a critical moment, he actually went to the bathroom? Chao Liangkai frowned deeply, turned around, and said to a researcher beside him, Go and bring Professor Lu here. No matter how urgent it is, he has to wait until Xian Nu1 is launched before going to relieve himself. He's the person in charge of this project, after all. At such a crucial time, what does it look like for the person in charge to just walk away like that? Hearing Chao Liangsai's reprimand, the researcher pulled a bitter face and quickly turned around to run toward the restroom of the Research Institute. The researcher ran back in a flustered state. Academician Chao, something's wrong. What do you mean something's wrong? Perhaps because Xian Nu1 was about to launch, Chao Liangsai's temper had worsened. Xian Nu1 is about to take off, no saying such discouraging things. Speak, what exactly happened? The researcher stammered, Professor Lu. Lu, he's gone. The moment he heard the researcher's words, Chao Liangkai felt a buzzing sound in his head. How could such a big person just disappear? Chao Liangkai glared at the researcher in front of him, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets, and shouted angrily in an impatient tone, There are so many restrooms in the institute, have you checked them all? The researcher was almost on the verge of tears. Faced with Chao Liangsai's questioning, he shook his head repeatedly with a bitter expression. I've searched everywhere, but I just couldn't find Professor Lu. Forget about Professor Lu, there's not even a single person in any of the restrooms in the institute. Chao Liangkai took a deep breath, turned his head, and shouted loudly, Surveillance! Quickly pull up the surveillance footage for me. Academician Chao, there's 1 minute left until the scheduled launch time. A reminder came from the side. Chao Liangkai gritted his teeth, let out a heavy sigh, and said, Forget it. Let's deal with the Xian Nu1 issue first. Since Professor Lu is not here, I will be in charge of the entire test flight of Xian Nu1. As he spoke, Chao Liangkai reached out and picked up the wireless microphone on the command desk. Xian Nu1, attention. 30-second countdown to takeoff. Xian Nu1. 3 drivers stared intently at the instrument data on the console in front of them. A figure in a white flight suit quietly appeared in a corner at the back of the cabin. The camera zoomed in, revealing the face inside the helmet. It was none other than Professor Lu Yongchang, who was supposed to be in the restroom. Lu Yongchang tiptoed to the passenger seat behind the main pilot's seat. Because the 3 drivers' seats are relatively tall, they created a certain blind spot in the field of vision, and the 3 drivers failed to notice that there was actually an extra person on the chair behind them. He skillfully grabbed the seatbelt on the chair and tied it around himself. A hint of satisfaction appeared in Lu Yongchang's eyes. Not bad, not bad, his sneaky training all those times wasn't in vain. Click! The sound of the seatbelt buckle echoed particularly loudly in the silent cabin. Lu Yongchang's body suddenly stiffened, his gaze trembling as he stared at the 3 pilots in front of him. Gulp! Lu Yongchang's Adam's apple moved slightly as he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The plane hasn't taken off yet. If discovered, he could be 100% sure that he would definitely be kicked off the plane. A few seconds later, seeing the calm expressions of the three pilots, Lu Yongchang let out a small sigh of relief. It must have been the headphones in the helmet that blocked the sound just now. Countdown, 30 seconds. It's about to take off. A trace of excitement flashed in his eyes. Xian Nuwan received. Small fusion reactor output power is normal. Preparing to activate the Hall thruster. One broadcast after another came through the headphones and the helmet. Lu Yongchang couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. Even though he had lived 2 lives, this was his first time boarding a spaceplane, his first time entering outer space. 3, 2, 1, liftoff. Following Chao Liangsai's command, Bai Yishuan in the pilot's seat firmly pushed the control lever on the console. A slight tremor was felt coming from underfoot. The Hall thruster had started. Just as this thought flashed through Lu Yongchang's mind, he felt an immense force pinning him firmly against the back of his chair. In the Fighting Shark live stream room. Why hasn't it taken off yet? I've been waiting so long that the flowers have withered. Just as a group of netizens were anxiously waiting, a steady command voice came through. Takeoff countdown, 30 seconds. Hearing this command, the netizens in front of their computers suddenly perked up. In the live broadcast, a faint blue flame slowly appeared at the tail of the Xian Nu-1 spaceplane. Holy crap! Holy crap! What is that thing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Holy crap, so many Mach rings. Is this the exhaust flame of the Hall thruster? I love it, I love it. Someone, lift me up there and roast me to entertain everyone. The 30-second waiting time passed in a flash. As the launch command was given, the bluish glow at the tail of Xian Nu-1 suddenly intensified several times over. In the next moment, under the thrust of the Hall thruster, Xian Nu-1 began to slowly accelerate. It reached the end of the runway in just the blink of an eye. With a slight tilt of its nose upward, Xian Nu-1 leaped into the azure sky. The moment this scene was captured by the camera, the live stream erupted once again with wild cheers and cries. It's taking off! It's taking off! Wow, that exhaust flame, that design. Say no more, a 10-year loyal fan of Zhuan is here uninvited. They say Zhuan is a spaceplane, so where's the destination for this test flight? Surely it's not just taking a spin in the sky, right? The live broadcast host seemed to have noticed this comment and softly explained, the destination for Zhuan this time is the geostationary orbit, 36,000 kilometers above the Earth's surface. Whoa, it's actually the geostationary orbit. Zhao Zijie, sitting in front of his computer, gasped sharply. Taking off from the surface and heading straight to the synchronous orbit. The power of Xian Nu-1 is probably far beyond everyone's imagination. Not to mention how many satellites from other countries are in the synchronous orbit, or whether Xian Nu-1 is equipped with weapons. Just dropping a tungsten rod directly would result in consequences that most countries cannot bear. Under the high-speed camera's capture, the figure of Xian Nu-1 clearly appeared in the live broadcast footage. After takeoff, the bluish glow at the tail of Xian Nu-1 intensified once again. Unlike ordinary chemical fuel engines, the exhaust of a Hall thruster is a high-speed plasma at hundreds of millions of degrees Celsius. Therefore, within the atmosphere, the exhaust flame of Xian Nu-1 appears particularly spectacular. In the 10-meter-long bluish glow, countless Mach rings are densely distributed. Before the barrage of amazed comments from netizens could appear, the nose of Xian Nu-1 suddenly pulled upward. Under the thrust of the Hall thruster, the entire aircraft ascended at an almost 90-degree angle. A loud boom echoed from the sky. A beautiful sonic boom cloud instantly appeared around the fuselage. The moment the sonic boom cloud appeared, the number of comments in the live stream chat skyrocketed by dozens of times. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. Mom, come out and see God. This is supersonic already? Wow, the maneuverability of the Xian Nu-1 is just incredible. As the Xian Nu-1 shot straight into the clouds, cheers erupted from within the research institute. Listening to the surrounding sounds of celebration, academician Chao Liangsai secretly took off his glasses and wiped his eyes. How many years has it been? In the field of aerospace, the Xia Kingdom has finally, in the true sense, surpassed the major Western powers. Before Chao Liangsai could rejoice for long, an alarm suddenly sounded. Academician Chao. The speed of Xian Nu-1 has suddenly slowed down significantly. The trajectory of Xian Nu-1 has deviated from the planned course. Chao Liangsai's expression changed drastically. Without time to think, he grabbed the radio on the command desk and shouted loudly. Calling Xian Nu-1, calling Xian Nu-1, do you copy? Please respond. Soon, Bai Yishuan's voice came through the radio in response. Ground Command Center, Xian Nu-1 received. There's a response. It seems no major issues have occurred. Chao Liangkai let out a slight sigh of relief and hurriedly asked, "What happened? Why did the plane suddenly slow down and deviate from the planned trajectory?" "Shut up." After a moment of silence, Bai Yishuan's slightly bitter voice came through. "Report, Professor Lu. Lu is on the plane." The timeline shifts back to a few minutes earlier. The moment Xian Nu-1 took off, Lu Yongchang in the back row was firmly pressed into the passenger seat by the recoil. After takeoff, the recoil eased slightly. Just as Lu Yongchang breathed a sigh of relief and was about to greet the three pilots, an even stronger recoil pressed him back into the seat again. Unlike during takeoff, this acceleration came both quickly and abruptly. Not only that, Lu Yongchang felt his sitting posture also rotated 90 degrees. The blood in his entire body surged toward his brain under the influence of recoil and gravity, causing Lu Yongchang's face to instantly flush red. The consequence of a large amount of blood suddenly rushing into the blood vessels of the brain. A trace of coldness flashed through Lu Yongchang's heart. This isn't good. A wave of dizziness swept over him, setting off alarm bells in his mind. He reached out his hand, struggling to press the radio switch, and spoke with difficulty on the Xuannu 1 channel. "Slow down a bit. What the hell *3? Hearing the voice coming through the helmet radio, the three pilots' bodies trembled sharply, and they simultaneously let out a resounding interjection. Bai Yishuan's hand gripping the control stick trembled suddenly, causing the entire body of Xian Nu No. 1 to shake violently. This time, the interjection came from Lu Yongchang's mouth. He suddenly felt a bit regretful about boarding this plane so rashly. Under the operation of the three pilots, the acceleration of Xian Nu 1 gradually decreased, and the aircraft slowly regained stability. The aircraft also returned from an almost 90-degree tilt to a normal range. Phew! We finally survived. Lu Yongchang tugged at the collar of his flight suit, exhaled a deep breath, and remarked softly, "Professor Lu, shouldn't we be the ones saying that?" Hong Fan, seated in the left co-pilot seat, turned around with a helpless expression to look at Lu Yongchang in the rear seat. "So, Professor Lu, why are you here?" "That's right, Professor Lu, do you know how dangerous it was just now?" Xiaowani, sitting in the front passenger seat on the right, also joined the chorus of criticism. She looked at Lu Yongchang with a reproachful expression and said irritably, "Luckily, the power of the Hall thruster wasn't too high just now. If the thruster's power had been a bit greater and the acceleration higher, you probably wouldn't even have had the chance to speak." Lu Yongchang chuckled awkwardly and coughed lightly. "Ahem. I'm just trying to go to space for a look. It's all for my next research project. As for how I got here, this plane was designed by me, after all. How could someone hide on it without me knowing?" As he spoke, Lu Yongchang proudly patted his flight suit and safety harness. "Don't worry, I've trained several times for this." Three pilots. At the same time, just as the three of them were at a loss for what to do, Chao Liangcai's voice came through the radio. "What happened? Why did the plane suddenly slow down?" Bai Yishuan turned around and gave Lu Yongchang a wry smile. "Professor, how should I respond?" Unlike the three astronauts, Lu Yongchang calmly said, "Of course, we should tell old Chao the truth." "Don't worry, nothing will happen." Bai Yishuan's eyes showed an even deeper bitter smile. Then he turned around, pressed the radio switch, and truthfully reported the situation inside Xuannu 1. "What the heck?" In just a few seconds, Chao Liangcai's roar came through the radio again. "How did that kid Lu Yongchang end up on your side? Where is he? Let him speak." "Ahem. Old Chao." Lu Yongchang's eyes flashed with a hint of embarrassment as he reached out to touch his nose and spoke softly. "Shut up. Don't try to get close to me." Chao Liangcai, still at the command station, felt completely unsettled the moment he heard Lu Yongchang's voice. You get down here right now. TCH. Lu Yongchang shrugged and responded calmly, "Old Chao, take it easy. I'm just taking a flight. Is there really a need to be this anxious?" Chao Liangcai was so exasperated that he laughed. "Taking a flight? You call this taking a flight? This is the first test flight of Xuannu 1. If anything goes wrong, how am I supposed to explain it to Minister Hong or representatively?" Calm down, calm down. Old Chao, you have to trust the quality of Xuannu 1. More importantly, you have to trust the skills of the three pilots. Lu Yongchang said cheerfully. "No. Bai Yishuan, I order you to return immediately and drop off Professor Lu first." Chao Liangcai stopped arguing with Lu Yongchang and directly issued an order to Bai Yishuan. "No. We cannot return." Lu Yongchang's expression suddenly turned serious. "Sir, can I just call you sir, alright?" Chao Liangcai said, half laughing, half crying. "Why on earth are you heading up into the sky for no reason?" Lu Yongchang was silent for a moment, then said softly. "I said I would lead Xia Nation into the cosmos. In the end, it wouldn't make sense if I, the director of the Space Administration, had never been to space, would it? What's more, seeing the universe with my own eyes will be helpful for my future research. Academician Chow, I do research for the sake of this starry sky above. Do you understand what I mean? Hearing Lu Yongchang's words, Chao Liangkai fell silent. As a researcher, Chao Liangkai naturally understood this feeling of hearing the truth in the morning and being content to die in the evening. After a long while, he let out a slight sigh. Ah, alright, do as you wish. However, I need to report this to Minister Hong and the speaker. Lu Yongchang's face immediately fell. This might not be a good idea, right? They're so busy, isn't it unnecessary to bother them with such a trivial matter? No way. Chao Liangkai snorted coldly and said irritably, alright, I won't say more to you. Where is Bai Yishuan? Academician Chow, I'm here, Bai Yishuan in the driver's seat quickly responded. Remember, Professor Lu is the future of Xia country. Whatever method you use, you must bring Professor Lu back to me safely. Do you hear me? Otherwise, you will be the eternal sinners of Xia nation. Chao Liangcai's tone was very stern. Yes. Bai Yishuan responded loudly with a serious expression, please rest assured, Chief. After the radio communication ended, the atmosphere in the cabin suddenly became a bit heavier. Lu Yongchang shifted uncomfortably and said, everyone, don't be so gloomy. We still have a long flight ahead of us. Bai Yishuan, seated in the captain's chair, showed a slight change in expression and said in a deep voice, Professor Lu, please make sure to follow our instructions from now on. Hong Fan, check Professor Lu's seatbelt again. Yes. Hong Fan reached out to unbuckle the seatbelt on his chair and stood up to inspect Lu Yongchang. I mean, is it really necessary to be this serious? Lu Yongchang looked at Hong Fan in front of him with a helpless expression. I wouldn't joke around with my own life. I've simulated this many times and guarantee nothing will go wrong. Professor Lu, I am a soldier. Obeying orders is my duty. Bai Yishuan's calm voice came from the front, since Academician Chow has given us the order, from now on, we will spare no effort to ensure your personal safety. If Bai Yishuan's voice paused slightly, if something really happens, use my set of escape equipment to save yourself. 5 minutes later. The Xiannu No. 1 originally had 3 sets of escape equipment stored on board. Each set of escape equipment included a high-altitude parachuting device, protective suit, and oxygen tank. Although these devices cannot ensure the safety of the pilot in outer space beyond the atmosphere, within the atmosphere, they can still allow a person to return safely to the ground. After Bai Yishuan finished speaking, the atmosphere inside the cabin of Xiannu No. 1 grew even heavier. Lu Yongchang was slightly moved. He instinctively reached out to touch his nose and said softly, actually, I secretly brought an escape device on board. It's right at the back of the cabin. Bai Yishuan and the other two. Ahem. Professor Lu, we have reached the designated altitude. Next, the flight posture of Xiannu 1 will undergo some changes. If you feel any discomfort, please be sure to let us know. Bai Yishuan changed the subject with a stern expression. Awkward. So awkward. What? He was even prepared to sacrifice himself. Turns out the person actually brought their own escape device. What is this supposed to mean? Carefully thought out? Of course, if Lu Yongchang knew Bai Yishuan's thoughts at this moment, he would sternly tell him. Sorry, this is simply a fear of death. He definitely didn't want to live another life only to die inexplicably in a place like this. As Bai Yishuan toggled a few buttons on the control panel in front of him, a cool white light slowly illuminated the interior of the cabin. As the system's self-check reminder sounded, Bai Yishuan's expression immediately became much more serious. Pressure stable. Oxygen content normal, oxygen production equipment operating normally, air filtration system functioning properly. Hull thruster power normal. Prepare to accelerate. As a series of orderly and concise reports reached Lu Yongchang's ears, the flight posture of Xiannu 1 began to show some changes. As the nose gradually tilted upward, Xiannu 1 formed a 60-degree angle with the ground. The next moment, an even stronger sense of vibration came from beneath their feet. The rate at which deuterium-tritium bubbles appear in the small fusion reactor rapidly increases, releasing astonishing energy from within the deuterium-tritium atoms. Immediately afterward, the bluish flame at the tail of Xiannu 1 grew even stronger. The immense recoil once again pinned Lu Yongchang firmly to his seat. Professor Lu, how is it? Can you handle this acceleration? A voice from Bai Yishuan came from the side. Judging by his tone, it seemed that such acceleration was quite effortless for him. In contrast, Lu Yongchang's face was slightly flushed. He nodded with some difficulty and said, don't worry, I can handle this kind of acceleration. On the right, Xiaowani glanced at Lu Yongchang with some concern and softly said, "How about, we slow down a bit more?" In dense atmospheric regions, the maximum flight speed of Xuannu 1 is approximately Mach 5. However, in the thin upper atmosphere, with sufficient acceleration time, Xuannu 1's maximum speed can reach the first cosmic velocity, 7.9 km per second, which is about Mach 23.2. Upon entering geosynchronous orbit, free from atmospheric influence, and after prolonged acceleration, Xuannu 1's flight speed can even reach the astonishing second cosmic velocity of 11.2 km per second. This is also the minimum speed required for Xuannu 1 to travel to the moon. But even so, due to Lu Yongchang's physical condition, Xuannu 1 still took a full 5 hours to barely reach the 36,000 km geostationary orbit. Although it seems like a long time, compared to the usual time it takes for satellites to enter orbit, Xuannu 1 can already be considered incredibly fast. Low Earth orbit satellites, which are in near-Earth orbits a few hundred kilometers above the surface, generally take only a few dozen minutes to go from launch to orbit. For a 36,000 km geostationary orbit, a satellite often requires nearly a month of long-distance travel to successfully enter orbit. After all, rockets only push satellites into low Earth orbit a few hundred kilometers above the surface. The rest of the journey must be completed by the satellites themselves. As the altitude of Xuannu 1 gradually increased, the scenery outside the porthole began to change. The distant horizon slowly transformed into a shimmering, glowing arc. Next, what came into Lu Yongchang's view was a pitch-black expanse of outer space, like a curtain of pure black. On this pure black curtain, it is adorned with sparkling gems emitting a faint glow. Those sparkling gems emitting a faint glow are stars located tens, hundreds, or even thousands of light-years away from Earth. At the same time, a sense of weightlessness swept over. Experiencing this sensation for the first time, Lu Yongchang furrowed his brows slightly. To be honest, it doesn't feel very good. "Professor, we've arrived." Ai Yishuan's voice reached Lu Yongchang's ears. Thanks to the excellent airtightness of the Xuannu 1 cabin, as well as various oxygen production and air filtration devices, as long as they didn't leave the cabin, everyone didn't need to wear the bulky spacesuits all the time. So beautiful. Lu Yongchang's deep gaze passed through the porthole in front of him, staring intently at the distant starry sky. His heart stirred slightly. That was the direction of Proxima Centauri. As a red dwarf star only 4.22 light-years away from Earth, its apparent magnitude is 11, so Lu Yongchang cannot observe it with the naked eye. Even so, Lu Yongchang still felt a surge of inexplicable excitement in his heart. Perhaps the future of humanity lies near that distant red dwarf star. Calling ground control center, Xuannu 1 has reached synchronous orbit, please advise. Ai Yishuan's voice interrupted Lu Yongchang's contemplation. CHH. Received, Xuannu 1, report your status. Seeing Xuannu 1 pierce through the clouds, Congressman Li revealed a somewhat relieved smile. Ring. A shrill ringing sound came from the side. Senator Li instinctively furrowed his brows. For the test flight of Xuannu 1, he had already postponed all matters, so how could there still be a call coming through? While thinking about this, Senator Li reached out and picked up the handset of the desk phone. Chairman, this is Chao Liangkai. Hearing the voice from the microphone, Chairman Li's expression instantly softened a bit. He smiled and said, Academician Chao, I've already seen the footage of Xuannu 1's launch. Chairman, that's not what I wanted to talk about. Chao Liangkai swallowed slightly. Chairman, you need to prepare yourself mentally. Chairman Li frowned, his expression becoming more serious. What is it? Is there a problem with Xuannu 1? Xuannu number 1 didn't have any issues. Lu Yongchang's eyes moved slightly. Chao Liangkai muttered softly, the problem is with Professor Lu Yongchang. Senator Li? What do you mean? What's happened with Professor Lu again? The moment the words left his mouth, Congressman Li was momentarily stunned. Why did he say again? Professor Lu went up with Xuannu 1. The instant Chao Liangkai's voice came through the microphone, Congressman Li felt his vision go dark. What the heck? Say that again? What happened to Professor Lu? Councilman Li slammed the table, suddenly stood up, and anxiously shouted into the microphone. Chao Liangkai let out a deep sigh. Councilman, it was my mistake. A few days ago, I heard him say he wanted to go up to the sky and take a look. I didn't pay much attention at the time, but then, Councilman Li reached out and covered his forehead with one hand. No, this isn't your fault. That brat is really. How is Professor Lu doing now? How is the safety of Xuannu 1? Forget it, I'll come over to your side. Chao Liangkai was momentarily stunned and hadn't had time to speak before the call was hung up. After hanging up the phone, Congressman Li pondered for a moment, then picked up the phone again and dialed a number. Chiming, come to my place. Be quick. Hong Chiming, who received the congressman's call, was slightly taken aback. Although he wasn't sure what had happened, he immediately responded, all right. I'm nearby now, I can be there in about 5 minutes. What? Lu Yongchang went up with Xuan Nu-1? A shocked shout came from within the office of the council leader. That brat, has he gone mad? Hong Chiming gritted his back teeth and muttered under his breath, this is a test flight, what if something goes wrong? The counselor shook his head with a bitter smile. I heard from Chao Liangkai that this kid even brought some escape equipment up there. Not only that, this kid can even put on a flight suit and fasten the seatbelt himself. Hong Chiming was completely stunned. So, this kid had it all planned out, huh? The congressman reached out to grab the coat on the chair and said, alright, enough with the nonsense. Contact the helicopter, we're heading to the Space Research Institute now. Xian Nu-1, report your status. Chao Liangcai's voice carried a hint of ease. Since it has reached the synchronous orbit, it means the quality of this spaceplane is up to standard. Soon, Bai Yishuan's report came through the radio to everyone's ears. Xian Nu-1 is operating well. The pilot's physical condition is good. At this point, Bai Yishuan paused for a moment before adding, Professor Lu's physical condition is good. Ready to return at any time. Chao Liangkai breathed a sigh of relief once again, then turned a questioning gaze toward the counselor beside him. Counselor Li, next. Counselor Li slightly furrowed his brows, calmly reached out, and took the wireless handset from Chao Liangcai's hand. Lu Yongchang, this is the counselor. Can you hear me? Geostationary orbit. A jet-black plane, with a trail of faint blue flames at its tail, slowly glided past. Lu Yongchang sat stiffly in the passenger seat of Xuan Nu-1, his face rigid, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Ahem. I can hear you, I can hear you. Chairman, why have you come to the Research Institute? Hearing Lu Yongchang's cautious voice, Chairman Li snorted coldly in annoyance. Can I not come? If I hadn't come this time, were you planning to head straight to the moon? Lu Yongchang gave an awkward laugh. That's not quite the case. The fuel in Xian Nu-1 isn't fully loaded. If it goes to the moon, it probably won't make it back. Everyone in the Research Institute. Hey! That brat! Hong Chiming glared at the radio device in front of him, blowing his beard in frustration. What, is he really planning to go to the moon? Unlike Hong Chiming's reaction, the counselor spoke kindly, Yongchang, you can't just mess around like this with your current position. You need to understand, as the director of the Xia National Space Administration, since you've set the development strategy for the next few years, you are responsible for the 1.4 billion people of Xia Nation. Do you understand? Lu Yongchang remained silent for a moment, his tone becoming more serious as he softly replied, Counselor, I understand. This time coming up is mainly for my next research project. Only after experiencing space did I truly realize the insignificance of humanity. Senator Li chuckled lightly, what? Is the view up there really that breathtaking? Lu Yongchang responded without hesitation, of course. Senator Li pondered for a moment and jokingly said, how about? I go up there next time too? Ahem, ahem, ahem. Professor Lu. Don't say such things. Chao Liangkai, who was standing nearby, finally couldn't hold back and coughed forcefully as he spoke. Having Lu Yongchang go up there was one thing, but if even the senator decided to head to the synchronous orbit, that would be a major issue. Lu Yongchang, ahem. Senator, let's get back to the main topic. I think the pace of Xia Nation is still too slow. The congressman's pupils slightly contracted. This is still too slow? Before the congressman could speak, Lu Yongchang continued, since Xia Nation already has a spaceplane, the Moon Palace project can now begin implementation. Next, our goal is to establish a fully automated mining facility on the moon. The council leader pondered for a moment, a glint flashing in his eyes. As the council leader, he naturally understood that once the Moon Palace project of Xia country was implemented, the United States would inevitably employ some countermeasures. He didn't say much, merely nodded slowly and said, there's no rush for this matter. Once you've landed safely, we'll discuss it thoroughly. Hearing this, Chao Liangkai, who was standing nearby, let out a slight sigh of relief and quickly ordered, Bai Yishuan, you can return. The United States, the White House. Ever since the moment Xian Nu-1 took off, Albert's office had been filled with an atmosphere of deathly silence. Morton, keep a close watch on this Xian Nu-1 for me. The moment Xian Nu-1 disappeared into the clouds, Albert's face darkened as he sternly said to Morton in front of him, if you lose track of it, you can forget about being the director. Morton's face turned slightly pale, and he reached out to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. Then, he frantically pulled out his phone from his pocket and dialed a number. Okasi, listen up, this is urgent. Get all of NASA's surveillance satellites moving. I need real-time information on the Xian-Nu-1 that just took off from Xia country. A woman's voice came through the microphone. Director Morton? Are you sure you want to deploy all of NASA's surveillance satellites? This will cause significant losses. Shut up. Morton glanced at Albert's somewhat sinister expression, so anxious that cold sweat broke out on his back. I'll take full responsibility for any losses. Now, tell the staff to immediately send me the detailed flight data of Xian-Nu-1. O'Casey was momentarily stunned. Mr. Morton, are you currently? Fuck. The president's office. Morton cursed and hung up the phone. Then, he quickly ran to Albert's side and whispered, Your Excellency, I need to use your computer. Albert nodded grimly without saying a word. A few minutes later, Moulton let out a long breath. Mr. President, the data has been transmitted. It must be said, NASA's surveillance satellites are indeed very powerful. Bang! On the computer in front of Albert, the high-definition images and flight data of Xian-Nu-1 were displayed in full. Looking at the densely packed, constantly refreshing data, Albert frowned deeply. He closed his eyes slightly and reached out to rub his brow. Anthony, come and take a look at this data. Anthony did not dare to neglect the president's order. He immediately stepped forward and looked at the computer screen on the desk. The moment he saw the data, Anthony's pupils contracted sharply, and he exclaimed, What? Anthony's reaction made Albert's heart sink. This is not a good omen. What's going on? Albert asked with a deep frown, his voice low. Is there something wrong with the data? Anthony swallowed slightly, his blue irises trembling faintly. Its speed, it actually reached Mach 5. Albert didn't have much sense of these figures. Mach 5? What's the big deal about Mach 5? Facing Albert's somewhat naive question, Anthony gave a wry smile and said with a pale face, Mr. President, currently, the maximum speed of American fighter jets is around Mach 3. If an air battle breaks out, we might not even catch a glimpse of their tail. Albert's breath hitched sharply, but he waved his hand nonchalantly and said, What about missiles? We can just shoot them down with missiles. The bitterness in Anthony's eyes deepened. That's exactly where the problem lies. Except for certain specific air-to-air missiles, most air-to-air missiles in the world today only have a speed of around Mach 4. Our missiles can't even catch up with this aircraft. As for the faster air-to-air missiles, Mr. President, I hate to sound pessimistic, but air-to-air missiles below Mach 6 are basically useless against it. If Xia hasn't lied, this spaceplane powered by nuclear fusion will have endurance far beyond our imagination. The fuel equipped in the missiles might not outlast it. Albert's face instantly turned as dark as a large iron pot. What the heck is this even about? Chase, can't catch up, drag it out, can't outlast it. Just as the two fell into silence, Morton's exclamation rang out from the side, it sped up again. The moment he heard this sentence, Anthony's heart skipped a beat. Looking at the rapidly rising rate and altitude on the computer screen, Anthony's face turned ashen. Mr. President, I don't think we need to discuss this any further. This aircraft has now reached Earth's low orbit, with a speed, approximately Mach 23, which is what we commonly refer to as the first cosmic velocity. I don't know where its limits are. At least, judging from the current situation, even our fastest intercontinental missiles probably wouldn't gain much advantage against it. Albert said nothing, simply staring intently at the computer screen in front of him. As time ticked by, the speed of Xian-Nu-1 continued to increase, and along with it, its altitude. As the numbers on the computer screen kept climbing, the expressions on the three people's faces grew increasingly grim. Albert wore a grim expression and said nothing. On the screen, the numbers 36,000 kilometers and Mach 30, 10.2 kilometers per second, stung his eyes deeply. Even he understood what these two numbers meant. Seeing the flight data of Xian-Nu-1 begin to decline, Albert slowly exhaled. Anthony, where do you think the limits of this spaceplane lie? Who? Anthony exhaled deeply, straightened up, and said softly, Mr. President, this is no longer important. You only need to understand one thing, from now on, in the face of Xia, me has already lost air superiority. Albert fell silent. Under these circumstances, the extreme data of Xian-Nu-1 is no longer important. Even if it can surpass the second cosmic velocity to reach the moon, it has nothing to do with the United States. What should we do to guard against it? After a long silence, Albert took a deep breath and softly asked. Anthony's eyes were filled with bitterness as he slowly shook his head. Mr. President, we can't stop it. Although it's unclear whether the Xian-Nu-1 is equipped with weapons, based on its flight altitude, speed, and endurance, I can responsibly tell you that no country on Earth can withstand its attack. As long as Xia Nation is willing, the White House could turn into ashes within minutes. The moment he heard this sentence, Albert's pupils suddenly contracted. Morton, Albert said hoarsely, from now on, push the Pathfinder project forward at all costs. Mr. President? Anthony was startled and softly reminded, at this moment, we shouldn't be competing with Xia Nation anymore. We've already lost the qualification for this race. Albert slightly closed his eyes, then suddenly opened them wide, a hint of madness flashing within. No, as long as we occupy Mars first, the United States still has a chance to turn things around. From now on, suspend all unnecessary domestic expenditures. Allocate all funds to research projects. I don't believe that, with so many years of foundation, we can't compete with Xia country. That night at 9:30. Just stepping off the Zhuan, Lu Yongchang naturally had no idea what was happening over in the United States. Of course, if he knew about the pessimistic thoughts of Albert and the others at the moment, he would probably laugh uncontrollably. This was a typical cognitive error caused by an information gap. Although the Zhuan had strong enough performance, with its current body structure, it was completely incapable of carrying weapons. Don't even mention missiles, it can't even launch the simplest tungsten rod. What's more, the primary mission of the current Xuan is not combat but conducting some scientific research on the moon. Therefore, in the short term, Lu Yongchang has no plans to alter its structural design. Simply put, apart from being excellent at escaping, the current Xuan is nothing more than a flashy but entirely non-combat capable showpiece. Xia country time, 11:30 p.m. The capital city, in Congressman Li's office. Congressman Li, with a grave expression, handed a newly received document from the United States to Lu Yongchang. Yongchang, take a look at this document. Lu Yongchang reached out to take the still warm A4 printout, and the moment he saw the title, his eyebrows shot up sharply. The United States announces that NASA's budget for this year has been increased to $500 billion? Whoa! A trace of amazement flashed across Lu Yongchang's face. Albert is really generous. This is 10 times the usual budget. Senator Li nodded solemnly. This news just came in. I guess Xian Nuwan gave them quite a shock. This is also what I'm worried about. If we start the Moon Palace project now, the reaction from the United States might be even stronger. What summer country needs most right now is a period of stable development. Lu Yongchang smiled and waved his hand, saying, Chairman, in my opinion, this shouldn't be a problem. In fact, the faster we accelerate the progress, the safer our situation will be. Oh? Congressman Li's eyebrows suddenly raised sharply. What do you mean by that? Congressman, look, over in America, ever since we launched the Moon Palace project, the Southern Gate project, and the Heavenly Court project, their attention has unknowingly been diverted. Whoa! After proposing the Mars Pathfinder project, America increased NASA's research funding by a full tenfold. At this point, the smile in Lu Yongchang's eyes grew even wider. I believe that with America spreading itself so thin, they probably won't have the energy to deal with Xia country. Chairman, do you know the term often mentioned online, the Strategic Deception Bureau? Lu Yongchang said cheerfully, it seems that the United States is completely flustered now. The purpose of announcing those 3 plans back then has been achieved. Still the familiar formula, still the familiar taste. Everything seems like a reenactment of history from decades ago. It's just that, after the opponent changed, the United States has now shifted from the advantageous side to the disadvantaged side. I understand. Senator Li slowly nodded, his expression relaxing slightly. So, according to what you're saying, next, Xia should focus entirely on building automated lunar mining facilities? Lu Yongchang nodded, then shook his head. Not just that, there's an even more important matter. Restart the Biosphere 2 project. A red banner was hung at the entrance of Sandow University. Warmly welcome all academicians and professors to our school for the conference. The bright red banner at the entrance attracted countless students to gather and watch. What's going on? Is our school holding some kind of conference? So grand? A girl with long, flowing hair frowned and turned to ask the person beside her, Yutong, did your mentor mention anything? Beside her, a girl dressed in a white chiffon dress, with a high ponytail and a pure face, was looking up at the big red banner at the school gate. Hearing the question from the person next to her, Su Yutong slightly furrowed her brows, instinctively adjusted her frameless glasses, and hesitated before shaking her head, saying, I haven't heard of any major conference. How about I go and ask later? The long-haired girl showed a hint of disappointment in her eyes. Alright, I originally thought you might know some insider information. Su Yutong rolled her eyes and said irritably, where would I get so much insider information? I'm just an ordinary student under the professor right now. Ordinary? The girl looked at Su Yutong in surprise. You were chosen by Professor Guan Hualiang as his student in your junior year, and you call that ordinary? I heard that Professor Guan Hualiang doesn't even think much of ordinary graduate students. That's an exaggeration, Su Yutong said with a wry smile. Although Professor Guan does have high expectations for his students, it's all for our own good. Research is something that doesn't allow for the slightest mistake. The long-haired girl's eyes were full of amazement as she exclaimed repeatedly, I really don't know what you went through in your sophomore year, but it's like you suddenly had an epiphany. If I remember correctly, our calculus scores were originally on the same level, right? Speaking, the long-haired girl rolled the book in her hand into the shape of a microphone and held it in front of Su Yutong. Let me interview the newly crowned top student of our applied physics department. What exactly motivates you to study so diligently? Faced with the curious gazes of those around her, Su Yutong's delicate face flushed slightly. Her slightly cool voice carried a hint of shyness. Alright, Chen Yun, stop making things up. I'm no top student. Don't forget, there's a real top student in our year. As she spoke, a figure solving problems beside her from more than half a year ago surfaced in Su Yutong's mind. Are you talking about Professor Liu? That's no top student. Chen Yun pouted. That's a genius. To be honest, if I hadn't seen it on the Xia Nation news, I wouldn't have believed it. Such an incredible person is actually from the same class as us. But speaking of which, that Professor Liu seems to have disappeared after the nuclear fusion project. No one knows where he went. Hearing this, Su Yutong's eyes dimmed slightly. Since that day, she had never seen him in the library again. She gently pursed her lips and shook her head, saying, I'm not sure either. Maybe he's working on some secret research project? The small fusion reactor reported in the news last time in Xia country might have been developed under his leadership. Alright, the two of us really are. Chen Yun laughed and tugged at Su Yutong's sleeve. Is it really our place to worry about Professor Liu's affairs? Let's go, I'm starving. If we don't hurry, all the good dishes in the cafeteria will be taken by others. Su Yutong withdrew her gaze, gently shook her head, and cast the distracting thoughts out of her mind. As long as I keep climbing upward, I'll meet them again someday, right? A thought flashed through Su Yutong's mind. Sandao University cafeteria. Su Yutong carefully carried her tray and, together with Chen Yun, found a quiet corner with few people. After setting down her tray, Chen Yun let out a slight sigh of relief and complained softly, we spent too much time at the school gate, and the cafeteria is way too crowded today. Su Yutong ignored Chen Yun's complaints, simply sitting on the chair and staring blankly at the tray in front of her. Seeing Su Yutong in this state, Chen Yun slightly furrowed her brows and waved her hand gently in front of her. What are you thinking about? So lost in thought. Su Yutong snapped back to her senses, slowly shook her head, and said with a smile, it's nothing, I just feel that the meeting is a bit odd, especially since there hasn't been any hint about it. Chen Yun pouted and said irritably, why bother thinking about that? Hurry up and eat. Don't forget, you still have to go to Professor Guan's place later. Before she could finish her sentence, Chen Yun's gaze was drawn to the scene at the cafeteria entrance. Yutong, look quickly. If I'm not mistaken, that should be academician Chao Liangkai, right? Isn't he supposed to be at the Xia National Space Research Institute? Why has he come to Sandao University? Su Yutong was momentarily stunned and instinctively turned her head to look toward the cafeteria entrance. She saw an elderly man with graying temples, dressed in a white lab coat, standing at the cafeteria entrance. It seems to be academician Chao Liangkai, Su Yutong whispered, maybe he's here to attend that conference. It looks like the conference hosted by Sandao University this time is quite high level. Chen Yun exclaimed repeatedly, even a big name like academician Chao is here. Just as Su Yutong was about to turn her head back to continue eating, a figure caught her eye. A tall and upright young man in a white coat quickly walked up to the slightly hunched academician Chao Liangkai, casually reached out to pat academician Chao on the shoulder, and then the two of them chatted and laughed as they walked out of the cafeteria door. The moment she saw the side profile of the boy, Su Yutong's heart skipped a beat. Although they had only met once in the true sense, she recognized him at a glance. Instinctively, Su Yutong suddenly stood up. Yutong? What's wrong with you? A voice filled with Chen Yun's confusion came from the side. Nothing. Su Yutong smiled awkwardly, I suddenly remembered something. I need to hurry to Professor Guan's place. Chen Yun was stunned for a moment and instinctively said, but, you haven't eaten yet. No matter what, at least finish your meal first, right? I'm full, I'll head out first. Take your time eating. After speaking, without waiting for Chen Yun to reply, Su Yutong hurriedly left with her tray. There's no denying it, the cafeteria is really crowded during meal times. By the time Su Yutong squeezed her way out of the crowd, that figure was already nowhere to be seen on the road. Looking at the somewhat empty sidewalk, a trace of loneliness flashed in Su Yutong's eyes. Unfortunately, I missed it. As she regretted, a trace of relief also emerged in her heart. Fortunately, she missed it, otherwise, she wouldn't even know what identity to use to greet Lu Yongchang. Su Yutong took a deep breath, turned around, and walked toward Professor Guan Hualian's office. At the office door, Su Yutong raised her hand and gently knocked on the door. Professor Guan, are you there? The next moment, Guan Hualian's voice came from inside the room. Yutong, come in, the door's not locked. Hearing this, Su Yutong instinctively turned the doorknob, pushed the door open, and walked in. Professor Guan, the task you assigned yesterday, I have already. Seeing the two people sitting on the sofa, Su Yutong's pupils suddenly contracted. Yutong, there's no rush about the homework. Let me introduce someone to you. This is academician Chao Liankai from the Aerospace Research Institute. You should know him, right? Guan Hua cheerfully pointed to the elderly man on the sofa, then gestured to the young man beside him. This one, if you think about it, should be from the same year as you. Professor Lu. Su Yutong said softly, her voice trembling slightly. You know this kid Lu Yongchang? Guan Hualiang was slightly taken aback and immediately cast an inquiring glance at Lu Yongchang, who was standing nearby. At this moment, Lu Yongchang's brain was in a state of shutdown. Su Yutong? How could I run into her here? Originally, his main purpose for coming here with Chao Liankai was to collect his graduation certificate and, incidentally, receive the certificate for the lifetime honorary professor of Sandao University. The script seemed to have gone a bit beyond his expectations. Yongchang? Guan Hualian's voice came through, interrupting Lu Yongchang's train of thought. He snapped back to his senses and glanced at Su Yutong in front of him with a complicated expression. I know her. Guan Hua said cheerfully, since you know each other, I won't introduce further. Hey! Old Guan, what do you mean by that? Chao Liankai immediately protested, they know each other, but I don't know him. Guan Hualiang rolled his eyes at Chao Liankai and said irritably, alright, you really are, meddling in things that don't concern you, always sticking your nose into everything. Su Yutong, a student I took in not long ago, currently in their third year of college. Chao Liankai was slightly taken aback, then raised an eyebrow lightly. A junior? Since when did Guan Hualiang start taking undergraduates as students? What, you don't even have a reliable graduate student on your side anymore? Hey, I'm telling you, don't underestimate undergraduates. Hearing Chao Liankai's words, Guan Hualiang immediately got anxious. What's wrong with undergraduates? If you really think about it, isn't Lu Yongchang also an undergraduate? Ahem. Now that's just unfair. Is Lu Yongchang an ordinary person? From what you're saying, this girl is quite a promising talent? Chao Liankai quickly changed the subject. A hint of pride appeared in Guan Hualiang's eyes. Absolutely. She has already self-studied all the undergraduate courses. A while ago, she even independently solved a small project. Although it wasn't particularly difficult, it still surpassed the level of most graduate students. Chao Liankai nodded thoughtfully and carefully examined Su Yutong. According to what you said, you seem to be a good candidate for scientific research. When he saw Su Yutong looking at Lu Yongchang with that expression, he was suddenly stunned and quickly turned his head to look at Lu Yongchang beside him. Lu Yongchang turned his head, meeting Chao Liankai's gaze with a puzzled expression. Chao Liankai's gaze swept around twice again. Gradually, his gaze became increasingly peculiar. Ahem. Chao Liankai's heart stirred slightly, and he coughed softly. Su Yutong, right? Seeing Su Yutong look in his direction, Chao Liankai calmly said in a low voice, so, are you interested in coming to the lab to broaden your horizons? As soon as the words fell, Guan Hualiang behind the desk suddenly widened his eyes. Hey! I say, old Chao, isn't this a bit too much when it comes to snatching people? Cough. Chao Liankai rolled his eyes irritably. What do you know? This is... Forget it, even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. Yutong, trust me, I won't lie to you. Spending some time in the lab is definitely much more useful than learning from this old guy. Su Yutong's eye twitched slightly, and she turned to glance at Professor Guan. At this moment, Guan Hualiang's face was flushed red, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, clearly angered by Chao Liankai's words. Seeing this, Su Yutong quickly shook her head. Academician Chao, thank you for your invitation, but... Guan Hualiang's eyes suddenly lit up, and his breathing became much smoother. He looked at Chao Liankai in front of him with a smug expression. How about that? They don't want to go with you, didn't see that coming, did you? Chao Liankai gritted his teeth in frustration and glared fiercely at Guan Hualiang. You old man, Guan, you really are something. Come on, step outside with me. Let's have a proper talk. As he spoke, Chao Liangkai stood up, grabbed Guo Hualiang's sleeve, and started pulling him out of the office. Hey, wait a minute, what can't be said here? Just follow me and you'll find out. Chao Liangkai said sullenly, you're really driving me crazy. Watching the two elderly men tugging at each other as they walked out of the office, Su Yutong's eyes flashed with a hint of astonishment and concern. Professor Guan, he won't get into trouble, will he? Su Yutong murmured to herself. Don't worry, despite what it looked like just now, these two actually have a pretty good relationship. Nothing will happen. Lu Yongchan's voice suddenly rang out. Su Yutong's body trembled slightly, only then realizing that she and Lu Yongchang were the only ones left in the office. It was just a moment, and Su Yutong's mind fell into a blank state. Hello? As soon as the words left her mouth, Su Yutong wished she could slap herself. What on earth was she saying? Lu Yongchang glanced at Su Yutong, whose face was slightly flushed, with a peculiar expression and gently nodded. Hello. Thank you for helping me solve the problem last time. As soon as the words left her mouth, a trace of regret flashed in Su Yutong's eyes. Is that how you talk? As for Lu Yongchang, his expression grew increasingly peculiar. It's nothing, it happened more than half a year ago, there's no need to thank me. The atmosphere in the office gradually became awkward. Outside the office. Stop. Guan Hualiang irritably shook off Chao Liangcai's hand. Can you finally tell me now? What exactly are you up to? I'll tell you in advance, Su Yutong is someone I have high hopes for. Don't go having any feelings for her. Chao Liangcai rolled his eyes in annoyance. I say, old Guan, have you really not noticed anything? Guan Hualiang frowned slightly. Noticed what? Alright. Chao Liangcai let out a heavy sigh, looking at Guan Hualiang with a face full of helplessness. I figured it out. You're just like that brat Lu Yongchang, both of you have wooden heads. Hearing this, Guan Hualiang's frown deepened. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind, his pupils dilated slightly, and he lowered his voice, saying, wait, I think I understand. Are you saying, Su Yutong, this girl, has feelings for Lu Yongchang? If not, then what? Didn't you see Su Yutong's gaze just now? TSK. So what? Is that your reason for stealing someone else's girl? Chao Liangcai gave Guan Hualiang a disappointed look. You really are. Lu Yongchang, that kid, is a treasure. You've seen the changes in Xia country over the past half year. At the moment, it seems that foreign forces have no chance, nor do they dare to make a move against him. But don't forget, aside from some hardline tactics, they can still use other tricks. What if, and I mean what if, they use a honey trap? Hiss. Guan Hualiang's expression instantly became more serious. What you said seems to make some sense. Right. Chao Liangcai grew more excited as he spoke, his eyes gleaming with gossip. As the old saying goes, don't let fertile water flow to outsiders' fields. Lu Yongchan's genes shouldn't be wasted on those outsiders. I think we might as well. Just as Su Yutong awkwardly dug her toes into the ground, the office door opened. Who? She subconsciously let out a sigh of relief. Ahem. Yutong, I've been thinking, you do indeed lack some laboratory experience. At this moment, Guan Hualiang seemed like a completely different person from before, cheerfully saying, next, you'll go to the lab as an intern. Although your current level isn't quite there yet, getting some exposure will be beneficial for your future research career. Su Yutong? She looked at Professor Guan in front of her with a confused expression, unable to figure out what was happening for a moment. On the other hand, Lu Yongchan's expression changed slightly. Professor Guan, the laboratory you mentioned is. Guan Hualiang glanced at Lu Yongchang with a surprised look, the smile in his eyes growing even stronger. Old Chao didn't tell you? It's the #1 laboratory of Xia country that you're in charge of. Beep. Su Yutong. Lu Yongchang left Guan Hualiang's office with a confused look, holding 2 certificates. Congratulations, Professor Lu. You are now a professor in the truest sense of the word. Chao Liangcai seemed to be in a very good mood, his whole being exuding a cheerful vibe. Lu Yongchang looked somewhat speechless at the certificates in his hand. One was a diploma from Sandow University, a bachelor's degree certificate, and the other was a lifetime honorary professor certificate from Sandow University. These 2 certificates were not beyond his expectations. After all, given his contributions, if it weren't for the fact that the academician selection time hadn't arrived yet, granting him the title of academician would also be well deserved. It was Su Yutong's change that surprised him a little. He still remembered that more than half a year ago, this girl couldn't even solve a calculus problem. He had no idea what had happened in the past 6 months. Just like in the previous life. If he remembered correctly, in his previous life, Su Yutong also stood out from the crowd of ordinary people in just over a year and eventually became his assistant. Thinking about how Su Yutong would frequently appear in his line of sight in the future, Lu Yongchang's heart was filled with countless complex thoughts. Cause and effect, destiny, these things are truly unfathomable. Clearly, in this life, he and Su Yutong had only met once, yet in the end, it still developed to this extent. He gently shook his head, casting away distracting thoughts. No matter what, he was not yet qualified to talk about such matters of love and affection. Let's go, we should get ready to attend the meeting. Lu Yongchang took a deep breath and softly said to Chao Liangkai. Inside the grand auditorium of Sandao University, the crowd was bustling. The top academicians and professors in the fields of mining and mechanical engineering from Xia country were taking their seats. In addition, in one corner of the auditorium, a few inconspicuous biology professors were seated. Do you know what this meeting is about? A slightly young professor couldn't hold back and was the first to ask the surrounding professors. I don't know. Don't look at me, I don't know either. Forget about the purpose of the meeting, I don't even know who convened this meeting. Hiss. Now that you mention it, I don't think I saw a specific name either. A professor with graying temples furrowed his brows slightly and said in a low voice, I came here for the meeting only because I received a notice from above. Just as everyone was engaged in heated discussions, the grand hall's doors slammed shut, and several soldiers in neatly pressed uniforms began distributing confidentiality agreements to the crowd. Seeing this scene, the pupils of the audience below shrank slightly. This meeting, the scale is quite something. I just took a look around. Most of the people here are academicians and professors from the mining and mechanical engineering fields, an academician said softly. I guess Summer Nation might have discovered some kind of difficult to extract large deposit. That's not right. I haven't heard of Xia country discovering any new mineral veins recently. At the same time, Lu Yongchang, dressed in formal attire, slowly walked up to the podium. Looking at the crowd below the stage, he adjusted his expression and reached out to turn on the projector. Everyone, let me first introduce myself. I am Lu Yongchang, the first director of the Xia Country Space Administration. Since everyone has signed the confidentiality agreement, I won't beat around the bush. The purpose of gathering everyone here this time is mainly to advance the Moon Palace project. As Lu Yongchang's words fell, a line of bold text appeared on the projection screen. Fully automated lunar mining plan. In an instant, the auditorium was filled with scattered discussions. The academician who had just speculated that Xia Kingdom discovered a large mine stared in shock at the bold words on the projection screen. This is a true large mine. First, we need to clarify the mineral resources on the moon. Speaking, Lu Yongchang clicked the mouse and switched the PPT. A high-definition thumbnail of the moon appeared on the projection screen. 40% oxygen, 20% silicon, 14% aluminum, calcium, and small amounts of titanium, manganese, magnesium, chromium, as well as the most important resource, helium-3. The primary goal of the Moon Palace project is to obtain the abundant helium-3 resources in lunar soil. The helium-3 content in lunar soil is estimated to exceed 1 million tons. Extracting 1 ton of helium-3 from lunar soil can yield 6,300 tons of hydrogen, 70 tons of nitrogen, and 1,600 tons of carbon. In addition to these basic resources, ilmenite in lunar mare basalt is also a key project of the Moon Palace program. To achieve the Moon Palace program, we urgently need an integrated lunar mining device that combines automatic mining, sorting, and refining. This will also be your next task. As Lu Yongchang's voice fell, the grand hall plunged into silence. Kong Xingbang's gaze trembled as he looked at Lu Yongchang on the podium, swallowing slightly. As a senior academician of the Mechanical Engineering Department in the Xia National Academy of Sciences, Kong Xingbang could hardly believe his own eyes. Humankind, or rather, Xia Nation, can now truly carry out large-scale mining on the moon? He slowly raised his hand and gestured toward Lu Yongchang on the stage. Lu Yongchang immediately noticed Kong Xingbang's raised right hand, and the moment he saw the elderly man's face, his pupils suddenly contracted. Academician Kong Xingbang. Countless fragments of memories surfaced in his mind. In his previous life, the name of academician Kong Xingbang was known to everyone. Although the dungeon plan was proposed by Lu Yongchang, it was academician Kong Xingbang who truly brought it to reality. It is no exaggeration to say that Kong Xingbang single-handedly overcame the majority of the challenges in constructing massive dungeons. As a result, in his previous life, academician Kong Xingbang was even hailed as the savior of human civilization. Unexpectedly, this meeting actually brought the great master Kong Xingbang here. Lu Yongchang took a deep breath, his expression carrying a hint of respect, and softly said, Academician Kong, do you have any questions? Kong Xingbang was slightly stunned and instinctively asked back, Professor Lu, you know me? Lu Yongchang chuckled lightly and nodded, speaking meaningfully, who doesn't know the renowned name of academician Kong from the mechanical engineering department? Faced with Lu Yongchang's praise, Kong Xingbang's old face flushed slightly, and he waved his hand repeatedly, saying, oh, it's just some minor achievements. Not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning. Back to the point, I wonder what doubts academician Kong has about this plan. Kong Xingbang's expression turned slightly serious, and he asked softly, Professor Lu, at present, doesn't Xia country lack the capability to send large quantities of materials into space? Not to mention building such complex machinery on the moon. I'm a bit blunt sometimes when I speak, I hope Professor Lu doesn't mind. Faced with Kong Xingbang's question, Lu Yongchang waved his hand with a smile and said, it's no big deal. Academician Kong should be aware of the recent test flight of the Xuannu-1 spaceplane, right? Seeing Kong Xingbang nod, Lu Yongchang pondered for a moment before saying, Xuannu-1 can carry 10 tons of supplies to the surface of the moon in a single trip. Kong Xingbang's pupils suddenly contracted. 10 tons of supplies? That much? But soon, his brows furrowed again. 10 tons of supplies may seem like a lot, but compared to the massive mining equipment, it's still a bit too little. Don't worry, academician Kong, let me finish, Lu Yongchang said with a smile. I'll do the math for you. Outside the atmosphere, the maximum speed of Xuannu-1 can reach the second cosmic velocity, which is 11.2 kilometers per second. The distance between the Earth and the Moon is roughly 400,000 kilometers. Taking into account the time for takeoff, landing, and unloading, a conservative estimate is that it takes about 2 days for a round trip. Transporting 10 tons of supplies in 2 days, doesn't that seem much more reliable now? Additionally, Lu Yongchang's lips curved slightly upward, a radiant smile appearing on his face. The Xiannu 2 project is under development, and its transport capacity is expected to reach 50 to 80 tons. So, academician Kong, do you still have any questions? Kong Xingbang shook his head in shock, his tone strained as he said, if what Professor Lu says is true, then I have no further questions. Lu Yongchang nodded slightly and turned back to the stage. The preliminary project proposal has been placed in the drawers of the tables in front of you. You can check it yourselves. If you have any questions, feel free to raise them. As soon as he finished speaking, the faint rustling sound of pages being turned echoed from every corner of the hall. Like everyone else, Kong Xingbang hurriedly pulled out a thick project proposal from the drawer in front of him. At the moment he opened the proposal and saw its contents, Kong Xingbang's breath caught sharply. The entire project was divided into 3 parts. Beijing. The first part was mining equipment. The speaker's office. Automated mining equipment consists of various excavation devices. After the mining equipment excavates the ore is transported via conveyor tracks to the second part of the entire mining apparatus, the sorting equipment. After undergoing detailed processing, the conveyor tracks transport the ore to the most critical third part. Succeeded. The smelting apparatus. All ores will be smelted on the surface of the moon. On the one hand, this is to reduce the pressure of subsequent transportation. After all, once a large amount of impurities is removed, the weight of the ore will be greatly reduced. On the other hand, it is to save costs. The surface of the moon has no atmosphere, making it an ideal location for ore smelting. The natural vacuum environment can significantly reduce unnecessary costs during the ore smelting process. As for the helium-3 in lunar soil, there is a dedicated production line. First, the excavated lunar soil is heated to over 700 degrees Celsius. At this time, the helium-3 in the lunar soil will separate from it. After the successful separation of helium-3, a neutron adsorption membrane is needed to absorb and extract the atomic state of helium-3. As for the final step, it is naturally to have the Xuannu series spaceplanes transport these helium-3 resources back to Earth to serve as fuel for third-generation controlled nuclear fusion devices. After reading the entire plan, Kong Xingbang let out a deep breath. The plan is very detailed. Every step is designed perfectly. But this does not mean it is flawless. On the contrary, this plan has one fatal flaw. It only has a framework and lacks a detailed implementation plan. Noticing this, Kong Xingbang's brow furrowed instantly. Academician Kong, what do you think about this plan? Lu Yongchang noticed Kong Xingbang's expression and immediately asked. Kong Xingbang hesitated. Saying such things directly would offend people. But considering the wide scope of this plan, he gritted his teeth and pointed out the issues he had noticed. To Kong Xingbang's surprise, Lu Yongchang not only showed no trace of displeasure but instead laughed heartily and said, "Haha, as expected of academician Kong, your insight is truly sharp. Mechanical design has never been my strong suit, and designing recklessly would only invite ridicule, so I simply left it blank. Kong Xingban's expression instantly turned peculiar. Judging by the tone of this, could it be that this proposal wasn't completed by Lu Yongchang alone? When he asked, Lu Yongchang nodded matter-of-factly, "Of course, I completed it by myself." "You don't think there's anyone else in the Aerospace Research Institute who could help me with this, do you?" Kong Xingban. "Oh no," he managed to pull it off. Without saying anything else, just based on this detailed proposal, Kong Xingban believed that Lu Yongchang's expertise in mechanical engineering was enough to surpass most of the professors present. And yet, this was something Lu Yongchang described as not his specialty? Academician Kong, I wonder if you have any research on lunar mining? Just as Kong Xingban was lamenting how the waves of the Yangtze River push forward, leaving the old waves to die on the beach, Lu Yongchang's questioning voice interrupted his thoughts. Kong Xingban pondered for a moment before slowly saying, "Lunar mining. The first issue to address is the materials problem. The ultra-vacuum and extremely low-temperature environment on the lunar surface can easily cause seals and lubricants to deteriorate. Moreover, equipment will also face corresponding issues in terms of fatigue, ductility, and surface friction. The impact of micrometeorite bombardment, the influence of lunar dust, these are all factors that must be taken into account. Moreover, since the moon's gravity is only 1/6 of Earth's, the stability of mining equipment is also a major issue." Lu Yongchang looked at Kong Xingban, who was speaking eloquently in front of him, and his eyes gradually lit up. "Academician Kong, how about you take charge of this project?" Kong Xingban? After a round of pleasant discussions, Kong Xingban joyfully took on this task. "Alright, the meeting for the Moon Palace project is now concluded." Having unloaded a burden, Lu Yongchang nodded in satisfaction and glanced toward a corner of the Grand Hall. Next up is the second project, the Biosphere 2 plan. Several inconspicuous biology professors exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with a spark of excitement. Once the professors from the mining and mechanical engineering departments had left the auditorium, the biology professors quickly ran up to Lu Yongchang. "Professor Lu, are you sure you want to launch the Biosphere 2 project?" "The Biosphere 2 project you're referring to, is it the one from the United States?" Faced with one problem after another, Lu Yongchang hurriedly pulled out a few project proposals from the pile of documents in front of him and placed them before several biology professors. While the professors were studying the proposals, Lu Yongchang sat in his chair and slightly closed his eyes. As his thoughts shifted, a glimmer of fluorescence slowly emerged from the depths of his mind, swiftly pulling his consciousness into that fluorescent green world. On the previously dim technology tree, several white light points had already lit up. Nuclear energy control, fusion reactor miniaturization technology, electric propulsion system, preliminary mastery of Hall thrusters. These originally dim cursors were now glowing with white fluorescence. Lu Yongchang's eyes moved slightly, and his gaze shifted to the side. Next to the Hall thruster technology, a dim white line appeared, connecting a series of dimming cursors one by one. Nuclear energy control, helium-3 fusion, biosphere, artificial ecosphere technology, hibernation technology. 5 minutes later. Space elevator technology, spaceport technology. At the edge of his vision, an extremely dim cursor appeared before Lu Yongchang, starship manufacturing. Lu Yongchang had another thought and exited the system in his mind. He sighed softly. According to the Division of Technology on the tech tree, humanity is still extremely far from being able to build starships. Based on his exploration during this period, he had completely understood the function of the system in his mind. The first and most important point is to guide him toward the most accurate research direction. Second, he can determine his mastery of this technology by observing the brightness of the cursor. Apart from this, everything else depends on his own efforts. Based on the brightness of the cursor in the system, he clearly saw his current level of mastery over these prerequisite technologies. If the brightness of the cursor were to be divided into levels, the brightness of the cursor symbolizing helium-3 fusion had already reached 90% of normal brightness. This also aligns with Lu Yongchang's current situation. The biggest obstacle to helium-3 fusion not being implemented sooner is the issue of raw materials. As long as the helium-3 raw material problem is resolved, helium-3 fusion can enter the application stage at any time. Setting aside helium-3 fusion technology, the second brightest technology is biosphere technology. The brightness is about 50%. After all, the Biosphere 2 project was not an idea initially proposed by Lu Yongchang. It was originally a miniature artificial ecological circulation system established by the United States. As for Biosphere 1, it is naturally the Earth, on which humanity depends for survival. The original intention of the project was to prove the feasibility of a closed ecological system supporting and sustaining human life in outer space. Simply put, it is about whether humans can recreate a stable closed ecological system outside of Earth. This technology holds great significance for interstellar exploration. Whether it is starships for interstellar travel or extraterrestrial colonization, artificial ecosystem technology is an indispensable prerequisite. The Biosphere 2 project in the United States covers an area of 13,000 square meters, is approximately 8 stories high, and its main structure is a sealed steel-framed glass building. To fully simulate Earth's environment, Biosphere 2 replicates most of Earth's ecosystems, including deserts, swamps, thickets, rainforests, tropical grasslands, and even oceans. Additionally, to more realistically simulate Earth's ecological environment, about 4,000 species were introduced into the sphere, including approximately 3,000 species of animals and plants and about 1,000 species of microorganisms. To ensure that Biosphere 2 was completely isolated from the outside world, decades ago, the United States even poured a 2-meter-thick layer of concrete beneath the entire structure. In addition, Biosphere 2 in the United States underwent strict sealing treatment for all doors and windows. These measures made the airtightness of Biosphere 2 extremely high, essentially equivalent to a second world. After the project was completed, the United States sent several scientists inside to conduct years-long scientific research. According to the original design by American scientists, once Biosphere 2 began operating, it would become an independent entity, relying on the sun for energy while achieving perfect self-sufficiency in all other aspects. Oxygen and carbon dioxide will form a perfect cycle under the photosynthesis of plants, and the scientists' food will be produced by the crops inside Biosphere 2. Everything sounds so wonderful, like a paradise on Earth. But unfortunately, all of this was merely the fantasy of American scientists at the time. After Biosphere 2 was launched, the first problem that arose was the internal oxygen concentration. A large number of microorganisms living in the soil caused the oxygen content to decrease at a rate of 0.5% per month. As for the carbon dioxide produced by the massive consumption of oxygen, most of it was absorbed by the concrete underground. Cough. This directly led to the collapse of the entire cyclical system. Moreover, the change in oxygen concentration also caused uncontrollable changes in the ecosystem within. Pollinating insects went extinct, ants and cockroaches rampaged, and tropical rainforest plants grew rapidly. Even the few researchers who entered it quickly became extremely emaciated. The final solution, of course, was for external staff to pump pure oxygen into it. At the moment pure oxygen was pumped into Biosphere 2, the entire project was declared a failure. Finally, humanity's first artificial biosphere project became a tourist attraction, and anyone could enter and visit it with a ticket. Thinking of this, Liu Yongchang couldn't help but let out a deep sigh in his heart, and a trace of complexity appeared in his eyes. As a scientist, he felt deeply regretful about this situation. Professor Liu? Professor Liu? A soft call from the side interrupted Liu Yongchang's thoughts. Liu Yongchang opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the voice. He saw several biology professors looking at him expectantly. Professor Liu, we've finished reading the proposal. Liu Yongchang chuckled lightly. You all should be professors specializing in artificial ecosystems. So, what do you think? Is there anything you'd like to add to this plan? The leading professor's expression became slightly more serious. After pondering for a moment, he said in a low voice, if I'm not mistaken, Professor Liu, you must have referenced the data from the United States, right? Upon hearing this, Liu Yongchang couldn't help but laugh. He waved his hand casually and said, oh, why make it sound so nice? What's all this about referencing or not referencing? I just made a few obvious corrections. If you want to call it copying directly, I'll admit to it. What's wrong? Is there a big problem with the project? The ready-made template is right here. Does he really want to play the saint and spend a fortune to develop one himself? Isn't that just pure stupidity? At worst, once it's successful, we can just give the US a verbal thank you. The leading professor's eyes were filled with astonishment. He was stunned that Liu Yongchang would admit this so straightforwardly. He shook his head with a wry smile and said, the project itself doesn't have any major issues. After all, the scientific research capabilities of the US are well established. It's just that some minor details still need to be improved. The selection of biological species still requires some effort. Liu Yongchang nodded lightly. Can you complete this project? The leading professor's breath suddenly hitched, and he looked at Liu Yongchang in disbelief. Professor Liu? He could hardly believe that such a great opportunity could fall into his lap. This is a complete major project. After the failure of the Biosphere 2 project in the United States, research on ecosystems gradually fell out of favor in academia. As a result, these professors usually receive very little funding and are essentially in a situation of working out of passion. AP approximately how much funding? His eyes sparkled with excitement, his voice trembling slightly as he asked softly. Lu Yongchang furrowed his brows slightly. Funding. This is indeed a problem. After all, he had never considered this matter before. The council leader has never imposed any financial restrictions on him. Basically, the budget is unlimited. Lu Yongchang hesitated for a long time before stammering, rest assured about this. If it's not enough, I'll personally go to the council leader to ask for more for you. The next moment, the eyes of the professors in front of him lit up. Professor Lu, please, you must believe me. The leading professor's eyes gleamed with a green light, and he spoke breathlessly. Ever since he chose this extremely obscure research direction, he had never heard such a grand promise. Lu Yongchang looked at the professor in front of him with a somewhat peculiar expression, coughed lightly twice, and then spoke. The project is located in the Taklamakan Desert. Once the project begins, you will need to spend several years in the artificial biosphere. Have you thought this through? As soon as the words were spoken, several professors in front of him patted their chests and said, Don't worry, Professor Lu, we already thought this through before coming. Are you kidding me? As long as we can conduct research on the artificial biosphere project, we could live in it for a lifetime. That's right, that's right. After so many years, we're finally seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. Listening to the heartfelt remarks of the professors in front of him, Lu Yongchang's face was filled with a wry smile. With the successful conclusion of the meeting, Xia Nation's news outlets immediately reported this historic event. According to our station's report, the Scientific Research Symposium held at Sandow University officially concluded this evening. During the meeting, Director Lu engaged in hours-long discussions with academicians and professors regarding the future direction of scientific research in Xia Nation. During the meeting, Director Lu announced that Xia Nation would immediately launch the Moon Palace project. At the same time, the Biosphere 2 project would be restarted in the Taklamakan Desert. At the moment this news was reported in Xia Nation, netizens on Weibo went into a frenzy. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap? Is today April Fool's Day? So, the Lunar Palace project that Professor Lu mentioned before, was serious? To the person above, judging by the current situation, forget the Lunar Palace project, even the Southern Gate project is probably serious. Damn, this is no longer a matter of the Strategic Deception Bureau. This is freaking the Strategic Intimidation Bureau. I won't say more, I'm going to eat 2 Zizalong jellies right now, I want to be an astronaut too. Ha ha damn it, the person above, are you trying to kill me with laughter? Seeking an explanation for America's psychological shadow at this very moment 23333. America's psychological shadow is probably hard to calculate. But at least, Albert's psychological shadow at this moment was indeed quite significant. Bang! 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 A series of desk-slamming sounds came from the president's office. William Blair. Albert's face turned red, and the golden hair on his head swayed up and down with his desk-slamming motion, looking quite dramatic. Holy shit! Didn't you all say that these 3 plans from Xia country were just a bluff? Albert extended his slightly chubby fingers, trembling as he pointed to a document in front of him. Tell me, what is this? Why has Xia started the Moon Palace project? Faced with the president's furious roar, William Blair and Anthony exchanged a glance before responding with a bitter smile. Mr. President, we didn't expect Xiao's plans to be serious. Take care. However, according to NASA's predictions, Xiao will need at least 5 to 10 years to achieve the initial implementation of the Moon Palace project. Hearing this, Albert's expression eased slightly. But after the lessons from the previous times, he became much more cautious. He looked suspiciously at Morton beside him. Director Morton, is this true? Morton spread his hands and shrugged. I don't know. This is the conclusion inferred by those scientists. Morton also learned to be clever and directly shifted the blame onto the scientists under his command. Albert took a deep breath. When can the Pathfinder program begin? What I mean is, when can those 3 rockets finally launch? Hearing this, Morton's expression grew even more bitter. Mr. President, the biggest problem right now isn't the hardware. Morton sighed deeply. As of now, the Saturn VI rocket and the Mars landing module are both ready, but we have a problem with our astronauts. WTF? What kind of problem could astronauts have? Albert gestured dramatically. Do they need to go home and say goodbye to their parents or something? Sir, I'm afraid it's worse. Morton paused for a moment and said softly, currently, no astronaut within NASA is willing to participate in this project. They believe going to Mars now is practically a death sentence. Albert's face stiffened. Can't we force them to participate in the project? Morton shrugged and looked at Albert with a "are you serious" expression. What do you think? Fuck. Albert cursed through gritted teeth. They're all a bunch of cowards. Useless. Why does NASA keep such a bunch of trash? Morton feels somewhat offended. He pondered for a moment, shrugged. How about, you give it a try? Albert's cursing suddenly paused. Ahem. Albert coughed forcefully. Isn't there any other way? Of course there is. We can recruit volunteers from the public. Albert looked speechlessly at Moulton standing in front of him. Is this really a solution thought up by a human? When did NASA astronauts start looking for volunteers? In an unknown slum in Wharton, USA. Andrew was awakened by a piercing alarm clock. Looking at the still dim sky outside the window, Andrew let out a deep sigh. He needs to go to the construction site next door to work. As a black man, Andrew has faced various injustices since childhood. It is precisely because of his skin color that, even though he is more hardworking than most Americans, he still has to live in this dirty and chaotic slum. The only comforting thing is that God does not show prejudice against him because of his skin color. At this moment, Andrew already has an understanding wife and a quirky daughter. Therefore, Andrew doesn't have much to complain about regarding his life situation. At least, as long as he works hard, he can barely make ends meet. Based on his current salary, if he works for another 20 or 30 years, he might be able to get a better place for his family. Andrew, our daughter, will be old enough to start school next year. During breakfast, his wife's words pulled him out of his daydream. Andrew's face instantly turned pale. How could he have forgotten about this issue? His own daughter had reached school age. Going to school in the United States is no simple matter. At least, for Andrew, it was very challenging. This is impossible. I'll figure it out. Andrew slightly parted his pale lips and said bitterly. It seems I still need to find another part-time job. He heavily turned on the old television beside him. The U.S. authorities have announced that the Mars landing project, codenamed Pathfinder, will be launched within a month. The project aims to create a second habitable home for all humanity. At that time, NASA will launch 3 Saturn VI heavy-lift rockets to transport 3 astronauts and a Mars landing module to Mars. The 3 astronauts will conduct survival and scientific research on Mars for 3 months. Currently, due to unforeseen circumstances, NASA is facing a shortage of astronauts. As a result, NASA authorities are now seeking volunteers nationwide who are willing to travel to Mars and pioneer new frontiers for the United States. The project is highly dangerous, and NASA will reward each selected volunteer with $500,000. Additionally, the volunteers' children will have priority admission to public schools in the United States, with tuition fully waived. What was said after that on TV no longer mattered. Andrew stared at the television in front of him, his breathing gradually becoming rapid. Isn't this a project tailor-made for him? Priority admission, full tuition waiver, a reward of $500,000. He swallowed slightly and turned to look at his wife beside him. Amy, I want to join this program. Amy's expression changed abruptly, and she lowered her voice. Andrew, are you crazy? This thing is obviously unreliable. Launch a rocket to land on Mars within a month? Since when did America have such advanced technology? Andrew gritted his molars, a trace of determination flashing in his eyes. Amy, this is news released by NASA. The prize money definitely won't be small. Even if I fail, you and the child can still. Amy wanted to say more, but Andrew raised his hand to stop her. He carefully looked at the registration address on the TV, then took out his phone and dialed a number. Boss, I need to take a day off today. The sound of noisy machinery came from the other end of the line. A gruff voice followed. What? A day off? Damn it, Andrew, there's no one else to cover for you today. Andrew did not speak. Leave is possible, but I will deduct 3 days' wages from you. Before Andrew could speak, the call was hung up. Looking at the phone in his hand, Andrew's eyes grew increasingly resolute. He was fed up with this kind of life. The third day after the meeting ended. 7:30 p.m. The Summer Nation's National Space Research Institute was brightly lit, and every researcher's face was filled with tension. Even the air inside the institute felt particularly oppressive. Outside the research institute, the entirely jet-black Xian-Nu-1 quietly rested on the takeoff runway. The flashing signal lights on the runway seemed to foreshadow the major event about to take place tonight. Inside Xian-Nu-1, 3 pilots sat in their respective seats, their expressions solemn. Are you ready? Baishuan stared straight ahead at the front of the plane, murmuring softly, we are about to become the first group of people from Xia country to set foot on the moon. Upon hearing Bai Yixuan's words, Hong Fan exhaled deeply, then reached out and vigorously rubbed his stiff face. Seeing this scene, Xiaowani's lips curled slightly, revealing a somewhat stiff smile. What's the matter? Can't handle the pressure already? Hong Fan rolled his eyes irritably, took a few deep breaths, and said softly, I just haven't had time to process it yet. Who would have thought that Professor Lu would assign us a mission to the moon the day after finishing the meeting? He didn't give us any time to prepare at all. Hearing Hong Fan's complaint, Bai Yixuan's face showed a faint bitter smile. Don't even mention Hong Fan, even he didn't expect it. Although he had long known that Xuan Nuwan would eventually land on the moon, he never imagined this day would come so quickly. Zzz. A burst of static came through the radio. The next moment, a clear voice came through. Xuan Nuwan, do you copy? Please respond. Bai Yixuan's expression shifted slightly as he reached out to press the radio communication button. Xuan Nuwan here, go ahead. Lu Yongchan's voice quickly came through. Xuan Nuwan, please note, 15 minutes until takeoff. Bai Yixuan responded while reaching out to toggle a few buttons on the control panel in front of him. A low humming sound came from beneath his feet. On the dashboard, the fluctuating values on the neutron dose detector indicated that the fusion reactor had already started operating. Everyone, relax a bit. Lu Yongchang chuckled softly. It's just a trip to the moon. A trace of a bitter smile flashed in Bai Yixuan's eyes. Just a trip to the moon? Easy for you to say. Professor Lu, may I ask you a question? Xiaowani's voice came through the radio. Go ahead. As the launch approached, Lu Yongchan's attitude softened considerably, trying to avoid putting too much psychological pressure on the pilot. Hearing Lu Yongchan's steady voice, Xiaowani gently bit her lip and softly asked, Professor Lu, may I ask, what are the chances of success for this lunar mission? That's true. Wan Yi. Bai Yixuan's expression changed slightly, and he reprimanded in a low voice, what are you saying? Is this the kind of question to ask before takeoff? He turned his head and glared at Xiaowani on his right, then quickly apologized to Lu Yongchang. Professor Lu, I'm sorry, Xiaowani is under a lot of pressure, and what she just said. Before he could finish speaking, Lu Yongchang interrupted Bai Yixuan's words. It's okay, I understand. After all, this is Xia's first manned moon landing. It's normal to be nervous. After a moment of silence, Lu Yongchan's voice sounded again. Wani, in aerospace, there has never been a 100% success rate. I believe you understand this better than I do. The moment she heard this, Xiaowani's eyelashes trembled slightly. Even in Xia country, the development of the aerospace industry has faced many challenges. Although I can't accurately state the success rate, I can responsibly tell you one thing. Xuan Nuwan, as well as this lunar landing plan, have been repeatedly verified by all of us. At least in theory, you won't encounter any danger. Lu Yongchang's steady and powerful voice transmitted through the headphones into the ears of the three pilots, bringing a touch of calm to their slightly restless hearts. Bai Yixuan glanced at the time on the console and the values on various dashboards, taking a deep breath. Xuan Nuwan is in normal condition, ready for takeoff at any time. The moment he heard this sentence, Lu Yongchan's expression suddenly turned serious. A natural aura of authority emanated from him effortlessly. Permission to take off. 30-second countdown begins. Take off. Wish everyone a safe journey. With Lu Yongchan's command, a bluish flame instantly appeared at the tail of Xuan Nuwan. After a brief run-up, Xuan Nuwan traced a perfect arc across the night sky. Destination, the moon. United States, NASA headquarters. A researcher wearing gold-rimmed glasses yawned as he pushed open the office door and slowly walked to the coffee machine. While waiting for the coffee, he turned his head to glance at the clock nearby. 8:30 in the morning. No wonder the office is empty. A trace of annoyance flashed in the researcher's eyes. If it weren't for that damn alarm clock malfunctioning, he wouldn't have come to the office so early. Beep, beep, beep. Just as the researcher was secretly annoyed, a piercing alarm sounded from the nearby computer. He froze for a moment, quickly reached out to turn off the coffee machine, and hurriedly walked toward the computer that had triggered the alarm. When he saw the flashing red alert on the computer screen, his pupils suddenly contracted. Jesus! What is Xia planning to do again? He didn't have time to think, turned around, grabbed the phone nearby, and dialed a number. Quick! Connect me to Director Morton. A few minutes later, Morton's slightly confused voice came through the receiver. Clearly, Morton hadn't gotten out of bed yet. Hello? Who is this? The researcher looked at the increasingly vivid alarm, his expression growing more anxious. Director Morton, something's happened. Satellite monitoring has detected that Xuan Nuwan from Xia country has launched again. What? The moment he heard this, Morton's drowsiness vanished completely. He grabbed his phone with one hand and the clothes by his bedside with the other. Damn it, where is it now? The researcher swallowed slightly, his pupils trembling faintly, above our heads. Morton's breath suddenly hitched, his pupils instantly contracted to the size of pinpoints. Lawrence was an astronomy enthusiast. To better observe the starry sky, he specially transformed the roof of his villa into an astronomical dome. At 8:30 in the morning, Lawrence was eating breakfast while adjusting the expensive astronomical telescope he had purchased. Suddenly, a mysterious black shadow flashed across his computer screen. Lawrence froze for a moment. Could it be that he just captured a UFO? A guess flashed through his mind. As everyone knows, the United States is a common sighting spot for UFOs. A trace of excitement slowly emerged in his eyes. He put down the bread in his hand and quickly began operating the astronomical telescope beside him. No matter if it's a UFO or not, as long as he captures the full view of that flying object, he'll hit the jackpot. At the very least, he could gain some minor fame in the local newspaper. As he operated on the computer, the astronomical telescope beside him slowly began to move. WTF? As the image gradually became clear, Lawrence stared blankly at the unidentified object on the computer screen. A jet-black, streamlined aircraft was quietly flying in the azure sky. At the tail of the aircraft was a deep blue flame nearly half the length of the fuselage. The camera slowly zoomed in, and Lawrence even saw the bright red flag printed on the side of the aircraft. Xia Kingdoms. Xian Nu One? Lawrence muttered to himself and quickly took a high-definition photo of Xian Nu One. Afterward, he lightly moved his finger, opened his Twitter account, and uploaded the photo. Little did he know, this action completely triggered chaos in the United States. United States, White House. Albert sat in the office, frowning as he looked at the documents in front of him, occasionally taking a sip of the Coca-Cola beside him. Suddenly, a burst of noisy shouting came from outside the window. Albert furrowed his brows and softly said to the beautiful secretary beside him, "What's going on? Why is it so noisy outside?" Hearing Albert's words, the secretary quickly twisted her body and walked to the window, pulling open the curtains to look outside. Jesus! At the moment she saw the scene outside the window, the beautiful secretary gently covered her red lips with her hand and murmured, "Mr. President, I think you might need to see this for yourself." Albert's frown deepened further. He let out a deep sigh, put down the file in his hand, and struggled to stand up from the chair before walking to the window. Outside the White House, as far as the eye could see, the area was filled with Americans holding banners high. WTF? Albert yanked the curtains shut, his face dark as he peered through the gap at the crowd of protesters. What on earth is going on? Knock, knock, knock. Mr. President, something has happened. Morton's voice came from outside the door. Albert's face grew even darker. Come in. The office door burst open with a bang, and Morton, standing outside, looked pale, his forehead covered in beads of sweat. Your Excellency, the President, Xia Zhuandwan is right above us. 10 minutes later, the President's office was transformed into a temporary operations command center. On the big screen, the graceful flight posture of Zhuandwan was fully displayed. Fuck! Albert slammed the table angrily and muttered under his breath, "Where is our military? Why not send fighter jets to drive it away?" Anthony shrugged lightly beside him, "Mr. President, it's currently in geostationary orbit, and our fighter jets can't fly that high. At that altitude, the only objects we can control are satellites." Albert's expression froze. "If you want to deploy satellites to crash into this plane, I advise you not to do so." Anthony sighed slightly, not to mention whether the satellites can catch up with it. If we provoke it, it could completely shoot down all our satellites. Albert leaned heavily against the back of the presidential chair. An unprecedented sense of powerlessness welled up in his heart. Since becoming the President of the United States, this was the first time he had experienced such a feeling. He experienced the despair brought by the technological gap for the first time, just like the Native Americans back then. Albert pulled out his phone with a grim expression, his chubby fingers trembling as he opened Twitter. Looking at the uniform stream of insults directed at him, Albert's mouth twitched violently twice. "Get me connected to the national hotline of Xia Country. Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask, why is your country Xian Nu One within the territory of the United States?" Albert's voice traveled through the telephone line, reaching Congressman Lee's ears thousands of miles away. A hint of a smile flashed in Congressman Lee's eyes as he responded in a tone of great surprise, "Mr. Albert, did you just say that Xian Nu One is within your country's territory?" 3 days later. Since when did the 36,000-kilometer geostationary orbit become part of your country's territory? Albert's face instantly turned red. "Mr. Speaker, this joke is not funny at all. I strongly condemn your country's actions. Counselor Lee's eyes grew even more amused. Mr. Albert, there's no need to worry. Xian-Nu-1 is merely carrying out a mission. You can think of it as a satellite. Albert almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. A satellite? You actually said that. Is there such a satellite? But soon, his eyes shifted slightly, catching the key point in the earlier sentence. Mission? What mission? A few seconds later, the faint voice of Congressman Lee came through the microphone. Manned moon landing. Xia National News Channel. Latest news from our station. At exactly 6 p.m. this evening, Xian-Nu-1 launched from the National Space Research Institute. This time, Xian-Nu-1 will head to the moon to conduct a series of scientific experiments. The moon landing process will be broadcast live on all platforms. The 3 astronauts inside Xian-Nu-1 were naturally unaware of the immense panic they had caused in the United States. At this moment, they were in a state of utter boredom. Ever since Xian-Nu-1 reached a speed of 11.2 kilometers per second, they had embarked on their journey to the moon. The moon was currently at its apogee, approximately 400,000 kilometers away from Earth. That is to say, even if Xian-Nu-1 maintained a speed of 11.2 kilometers per second, it would still take them 9.92 hours to reach the moon. Not to mention they would also need to decelerate in advance. 9 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Outside the side porthole of Xian-Nu-1, it was pitch black. Because of the lack of necessary reference frames, coupled with the fact that Xian-Nu-1 has been traveling at a constant speed. If it weren't for the fact that the area occupied by the moon and the front porthole was gradually increasing, the 3 astronauts might even have had the illusion of standing still. Hongfan gently picked up the specially designed water cup beside him, took a sip of the drink through the straw, and shouted loudly, refreshing. This is what space travel is all about. I don't even know how we used to endure such cramped landing pods. It's a pity that Professor Liu didn't come this time. Otherwise, the atmosphere in our cabin would be much livelier. As soon as Hongfan finished speaking, Bai Yishuan, who was beside him, suddenly stiffened. He turned his head and glared fiercely at Hongfan. What nonsense are you talking about? If Professor Liu manages to sneak onto Xian-Nu-1 again this time, we might all be in big trouble. Saying this, Bai Yishuan turned his head to glance behind him. Seeing the passenger seat behind him empty, he let out a slight sigh of relief. Attention! 1,000 kilometers to the designated deceleration point. Upon seeing the prompt message popping up on the console screen, Bai Yishuan's expression suddenly changed dramatically. Everyone, we're almost there. Stay alert, the most dangerous moment is coming next. Saying this, Bai Yishuan pressed the radio button. Xian-Nu-1 calling Ground Command Center, we have arrived at the designated deceleration point, please advise. After 9 hours of navigation, the Zhuan-1 had now reached a point 360,000 kilometers away from Earth. Even though radio signals travel at the speed of light, there was a delay of 2.4 seconds for a round trip. A few seconds later, a voice mixed with strong static noise sounded in the headphones. Ground Command Center received. Everything is going according to plan. After receiving the order, Bai Yishuan's expression shifted slightly. He reached out to press a few buttons on the console and said softly, everyone, check your seatbelts. Xian-Nu-1 is about to decelerate. As the final button was pressed, the hull thrusters of Xian-Nu-1 gradually powered down. At the same time, the engine nozzles located on its underside slowly adjusted their direction. Subsequently, a dark blue flame shot out in the direction of Xian-Nu-1's advance. Looking at the silver-white planet filling the entire porthole, Bai Yishuan took a deep breath. Next comes the most dangerous moment of the entire process. Calling Ground Command Center. Calling Ground Command Center. This is Xian-Nu-1. We have reached lunar synchronous orbit, requesting permission to land. Repeating, requesting permission to land. After a few seconds of delay, Lu Yongchan's voice came through the radio. Permission to land. Proceed as planned. Bai Yishuan responded softly, prepare to release the satellite now. The next moment, a compartment on the underside of Xian-Nu-1 quietly opened. 12 satellites lined up in a long queue and slowly moved out. The surface of the moon has no atmosphere, so on the moon's surface, communication methods relying on electromagnetic wave transmission are greatly restricted. For example, people on the far side of the moon cannot use radio to communicate with Earth or people on the near side of the moon without relay satellites. After all, electromagnetic waves cannot penetrate the moon, which has a diameter of 3,476 kilometers. This point is very unfavorable for the upcoming Moon Palace project. Therefore, the primary mission of Xian-Nu-1 this time is to establish a comprehensive communication network around the moon. With solar panels combined with isotope batteries, these 12 multifunctional satellites responsible for communication, mapping, and positioning are sufficient to operate until Earth's destruction, 15 years. Moon. The tranquil lunar surface is covered with pitted craters. The fine lunar dust glimmers with a silvery light under the sunlight. There is no sign of life whatsoever. The entire planet is filled with an aura of desolation. Suddenly, a shadow appeared on the silver-white glowing surface of the moon. The next moment, a jet-black aircraft slowly descended. From several nozzles on the underside of the aircraft, a ghostly blue flame shot out, perpendicular to the moon's surface. Hello? At the moment the aircraft landed, countless silver-white moon dust particles were stirred into the air, then slowly settled under the moon's weak gravity. Xiaowani gazed dreamily through the porthole at the fantastical scenery outside. So, we should be the first people from Xia country to set foot on the moon, right? Hong Fan nodded, of course. Xiaowani murmured to herself, so, who goes down first? As soon as the words fell, the atmosphere inside Xian Nu number 1 suddenly became tense. Who will go down first? This is a very serious question. After all, only the champion will be remembered by people. For example, Mount Everest, the world's highest peak. Of course, if you say you know the second highest peak is K2, there's nothing I can do about it. How about, we play rock paper scissors? Agreed. No, best of 5. Hong Fan shouted with a twisted expression, I refuse to believe I can't win a single round. Another minute. Best of 7. Another minute. How about best of 9? Bai Yishuan shot an annoyed glance at Hong Fan beside him, adjusted his expression, and said, since the rock-paper-scissors result is out, the order is decided. The first is Wani, the second is me, and the third is Hong Fan. Hong Fan looked bitterly at Xiaowani beside him. So, Wani, does that mean you'll be the first human woman to set foot on the moon? Xiaowani's eyes suddenly lit up. Now that it was mentioned, she had really forgotten. Hiss. Xian Nu 1? Xian Nu 1, can you hear me? A slightly anxious voice from Lu Yongchang came through the radio in the helmet. What's your situation? Haven't you landed yet? With the help of 12 communication satellites, Lu Yongchang's voice was noticeably much clearer at this moment. Bai Yishuan's expression stiffened. After connecting to the radio, he shot a warning glare at the two people beside him. It's him. Xian Nu 1 received. We have successfully landed. Phew, that's good. Lu Yongchang stood on the command platform and let out a slight sigh of relief. Your report time is 2 minutes later than expected. What happened? Bai Yishuan's eye twitched slightly. How was he supposed to answer that? Because they were delayed by rock paper scissors? Ahem. Bai Yishuan coughed lightly, his eyes filled with embarrassment. Professor Lu, we were just discussing who would be the first to disembark from the spacecraft. How are your physical conditions? Lu Yongchang changed the subject and did not pursue the details of their discussion. Bai Yishuan let out a slight sigh of relief, his tone instantly becoming more serious. Report. The 3 astronauts are in good condition. Ready to exit the cabin and carry out the lunar landing mission at any time. Alright. Proceed as planned. Bai Yishuan took a deep breath and was the first to unfasten his seatbelt. Everyone, we should prepare to exit the cabin. The 3 astronauts, fully suited in their spacesuits, slowly entered the pressurized chamber at the bottom of the Xian Nu 1 spacecraft. As Bai Yishuan pressed the switch, a clear prompt sounded in the helmets of the 3. Pressure balancing. Pressure balanced. With the prompt sounding, the pressurization chamber had now become a vacuum. Bai Yishuan glanced at Xiaowani and said softly, Wani, it's your turn. Upon hearing the captain's order, a trace of excitement flashed in Xiaowani's eyes. The first person from Xia Nation to set foot on the moon, the first human woman to set foot on the moon. These 2 titles were like stimulants, constantly electrifying her nerves. She swallowed slightly, extending her tongue to lick her somewhat dry lips. Then, she stepped forward, placing both hands on the circular handle of the hatch connecting the pressure chamber to the outside. She applied a bit of force with both hands, and the hatch moved. As the hatch slowly opened, a completely silver-white gangway was gradually lowered. At the same time, a green operation indicator light lit up on a camera placed on the gangway. The camera lens moved slowly, faithfully capturing every movement of Xiaowani. Each frame of footage, after being encoded, was transformed into an electromagnetic wave signal and transmitted at the speed of light to Earth, 400,000 kilometers away. Ground Command Center. Looking at the slightly blurry transmission image on the screen, every researcher's heart was racing. Lu Yongchang swallowed slightly, clenched his fists tightly, thinking, it absolutely cannot fail. Xiaowani did not disappoint everyone's expectations. Knock, knock, knock. A few minutes later, her feet firmly stepped onto the gravelly and dusty surface of the moon, leaving a deep footprint behind. When she held up a bright red flag and waved it at the camera, the entire command center, no, the entire Xiao Nation erupted in excitement. Beside him, Chao Liangkai reached out and forcefully slapped Lu Yongchang on the back. Ha! Kid, well done. Now, we can finally say we've caught up with the footsteps of the United States. Lu Yongchang's lips curled into a faint smile as he muttered to himself, caught up? Just catching up is not enough. The Xiao Nation News Weibo account promptly posted a pre-edited article. Warm congratulations to Xiao Nation's Shin Nuon for a successful moon landing. As all 3 astronauts stepped onto the lunar surface, the camera also ceased operation. The following content is not suitable for live streaming. What should we do with this red flag? Xiaowani waved the red flag in her hand and softly asked through the radio. Hearing Xiaowani's question, Hongfan instinctively turned his head to scan the surroundings. A desolate expanse. The ground was covered with gravel and fine dust. Suddenly, a peculiar sight caught his attention. What is that pole? Hongfan spoke while pointing into the distance. Bai Yishuan glanced over, frowned slightly, and said in a low voice, it should have been left by the Americans, right? I remember this is the landing site of Apollo 11. After all these years, under the ravages of cosmic rays and solar wind, the flag has probably turned to ashes by now. Hongfan suddenly realized. So that's it. Then our flag. Bai Yishuan chuckled lightly, don't worry, Professor Lu has already considered this issue. Our red flag, as long as it isn't hit by a meteorite, can be preserved for at least a few hundred years. As soon as he finished speaking, he shrugged and added, of course, I'm talking about the situation where the sun hasn't undergone any anomalies. As for where we plant our flag, Bai Yishuan's eyes revealed a mischievous smile. How about we plant it right next to America's flagpole? It would make for a good comparison. But now, Hongfan paused for a moment and said irritably, why not just pull out America's flagpole altogether? After all, that flagpole has already been almost corroded by the solar wind. While speaking, Hongfan quickly strode toward the flagpole left behind by America. No way! Bai Yishuan's tone suddenly became more serious. He reached out and grabbed Hongfan's arm, saying in a deep voice, no matter what, this is a symbolic mark in the development of human civilization. We must maintain basic respect for it. Hongfan was slightly stunned. He had never seen Bai Yishuan so serious before. The next moment, Bai Yishuan shrugged. This is all what Professor Lu told me. He predicted this scene before takeoff. I have to admit, it makes some sense. Let's plant our flag right here next to it. Staring at the bright red flag in front of him, as vivid as blood, Bai Yishuan seemed slightly lost in thought. One day, we will plant this red flag across the entire solar system. That's too small of a vision. Hongfan teased with a laugh from the side. What's the solar system? According to Professor Lu's heavenly court plan, this red flag of ours should at least cover the entire Milky Way. After a brief celebration, the researchers at the Ground Command Center all returned to their stations. Next comes the most important part of the entire moon landing plan. Bai Yishuan, you're responsible for collecting lunar soil and rock samples. Hongfan, you drive the lunar rover to the target location for sampling. Xiaowani, you go with Hongfan to prevent any unexpected situations. Lu Yongchang issued one command after another with a serious expression. Upon hearing the voice coming through the headset, the expressions of the 3 astronauts immediately turned serious. Next, all the work they were about to undertake was in preparation for the upcoming Moon Palace project. In addition to setting up a comprehensive communication environment on the moon, they needed to conduct simple sampling tasks to perform a secondary confirmation of the resource richness in the selected area. Watching the 2 get into the lunar rover and leave, Bai Yishuan turned around and secured himself with a hook lock. Then, he raised the specially made shovel in his hand and struck the nearby moon rock. Due to the moon's gravity being only 1/6 of Earth's, Bai Yishuan's movements appeared somewhat light and floaty. Chao Liangkai. However, at the moment the shovel collided with the moon rock, a powerful recoil force traveled up through the shovel. The recoil force that seems insignificant on Earth is like a nightmare on the moon. Before Bai Yishuan could react, his body was flung into the air. The hook lock used to secure Bai Yishuan's body instantly snapped taut, pulling him back to his original position. Bai Yishuan instinctively raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, only to touch the slightly chilly mask. So close. It seems I still used too much force. He carefully adjusted the strength with which he swung the shovel. After more than 10 minutes, he slowly let out a breath and placed several fragments of moon rock into the storage box beside him. Just as he was about to use the radio to check on Hongfan and the others, a piercing scream came through his helmet. Bai Yishuan's heart instantly tightened. Without time to think, he immediately activated the radio call function in his spacesuit. Wani. What happened? After a brief silence, Xiao Wani's panicked voice came through the helmet. We found something strange. Hearing Xiao Wani and Hong Fan's description, Bai Yishuan's pupils slightly contracted, and he immediately said, "You two don't move, I'm coming over right away." After cutting off the team communication, Bai Yishuan lightly bit his molars and quickly connected to Earth's communication channel. Calling Ground Command Center. An abnormal situation has been detected. I repeat, an abnormal situation has been detected. Bai Yishuan, panting heavily, found Xiao Wani and Hong Fan standing beside the crater. Seeing that the two were unharmed, Bai Yishuan let out a slight sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Ground Control Center, I found them. Bai Yishuan said with a sigh of relief, they're fine, just standing next to a crater. A few seconds later, Lu Yongchang's serious voice came through his headset. Copy that. What's the specific situation? Hold on, I'm connecting the camera. As he spoke, he turned on the camera mounted above his head. A crisp notification sound echoed inside his helmet. Seeing the camera on the panel begin transmitting signals normally, Bai Yishuan hopped over to his teammate. What's going on? Hong Fan didn't speak, merely pointing toward the interior of the crater. The crater is very small, with a diameter of less than 1 kilometer. On the moon, it is considered a relatively tiny crater. Moreover, since the crater is quite shallow, sunlight can shine directly onto its bottom without any obstruction. The moment Bai Yishuan saw the scene inside the crater, his pupils contracted violently. The silvery white surface of the moon suddenly revealed a black concentric circle. The concentric circle had a total of 9 layers. The outermost circle, Bai Yishuan estimated, had a diameter of at least 20 meters. Earth, Ground Command Center. The moment the black concentric circle appeared on the screen, the entire command center fell into silence. After more than 10 seconds, Chao Liangcai's trembling voice said, what is this? Compared to Chao Liangcai, Lu Yongchang's reaction was much calmer. After all, he had already mentally prepared himself. He took a deep breath and said softly, let the technical department analyze the image. I need to know the diameters of these concentric circles and whether their center positions are standard. This approach is also to rule out the possibility that the concentric circles were naturally formed. After all, the universe is full of wonders. What if the pattern was really created by a falling meteorite? Although the probability is extremely small, being scientific requires a bit more rigor. The analysis results came out quickly. Professor Lu, the center positions of the 9 concentric circles are extremely precise. Not only that, their curvature is also highly standard. A researcher holding a report hurriedly ran to Lu Yongchang's side and whispered. Lu Yongchang's expression changed slightly as he quickly reached out to take the report. Looking at the data on the report, Lu Yongchang's expression instantly turned grim. Old Chao, come and take a look. These 9 concentric circles are so precise, it's as if they were drawn with a compass. Chao Liangcai leaned over. The moment he saw the data on the report, Chao Liangcai's expression also shifted slightly. It seems that these concentric circles are probably not naturally formed patterns. Could it be left behind by America's last moon landing? Chao Liangcai's eyes shifted slightly as he said softly, don't forget, this area is also the landing site of America's Apollo 11. Lu Yongchang pondered for a moment, then slowly shook his head and said, no, it definitely can't be traces left by Apollo 11. Look, based on the diameter of this crater and the image scale conversion, the largest concentric circle has a diameter of 20 meters. The Apollo 11 command module is conical, with a base diameter of 3.9 meters, while the service module is a cylindrical structure with a diameter of 3.9 meters. The size difference between the two is quite significant. At this point, Lu Yongchang's voice paused slightly. I wonder if you feel the same. This black concentric circle somewhat resembles the nozzle of a hall thruster? Chao Liangcai's pupils suddenly contracted. He hadn't noticed it until it was mentioned. The nozzle of Zhuan-One's hall thruster is also composed of several neatly shaped concentric circles. Hall thruster. He swallowed slightly and said softly, could it be that besides us, there are other countries on Earth that have mastered mature hall thruster technology? Lu Yongchang shook his head solemnly. Impossible. Before mastering small-scale fusion reactor technology, hall propulsion technology is basically useless. What's more, there shouldn't be such a large spaceship on Earth. A hall thruster nozzle with a diameter of 20 meters, in my opinion, this is definitely an engine that only interstellar spacecraft would have. A drop of sweat slowly slid down Chao Liangcai's forehead. The current situation had completely exceeded his control. He looked nervously at Lu Yongchang beside him. Professor Lu, what should we do now? Lu Yongchan's expression turned serious, and he turned to the researcher nearby, saying, "Report this matter to the speaker immediately. Remember, act quickly. Also, ensure confidentiality measures are in place." Seeing the researcher leave, Lu Yongchan's expression gradually became conflicted. Perhaps, only by approaching that black circle can we uncover the truth. Lu Yongchan's words clearly startled Xiao Liangkai, who was standing nearby. "Are you sure you want to let the 3 astronauts take such a big risk? How about, we let them come back, and we take our time to discuss this?" Lu Yongchan's expression shifted unpredictably as he looked at the data on the report. The danger was undoubtedly present. After all, no one knew what that black circle was. If it turns out to be some kind of high-intensity radioactive material, even with the protection of spacesuits, these 3 astronauts would meet their end on the moon. However, given the current situation faced by Xia country, they absolutely cannot afford to deliberate at length. Lu Yongchang gritted his teeth, a trace of determination flashing in his eyes. Then, he gently pressed the radio communication button. "This is the ground command center, do you copy? Please respond." Bai Yishuan stared at the black concentric circles in the crater, a chill involuntarily running down his spine. "Do you think this could be traces left by an alien civilization?" There was no response in the team communication channel. After a long while, Hong Fan's distinctive hoarse voice sounded over the radio, "Probably. Maybe we're being watched by this alien civilization right now." Xiao Wani, who was beside him, shivered suddenly and instinctively looked up at the sky. Apart from the twinkling starlight, she couldn't see anything unusual. "Ha!" Just as Bai Yishuan was about to say something, a burst of static came through the radio. "This is the ground command center, do you copy? Please respond." Bai Yishuan's expression immediately became more serious. "Bai Yishuan here, copy. Go ahead." After a few seconds of delay, Lu Yongchang's slightly hesitant voice came through the radio. "Captain Bai, after technical analysis, we have basically confirmed that the black concentric circle pattern in front of you is a man-made object." Bai Yishuan's pupils slightly dilated, and his breathing became a bit more rapid. Then, "Professor Lu, do we need to do anything?" The massive secretion of adrenaline made his voice sound a bit hoarse. A sigh from Lu Yongchang came through the radio. "Captain Bai, we need to uncover the truth about this black circle, so I hope you can go over there and take a look. Of course, this is not mandatory. After all, we don't know if it's dangerous. If danger arises, perhaps." At this point, Lu Yongchang's voice suddenly paused. "So, everything is based on the principle of voluntariness." Bai Yishuan's breathing grew increasingly rapid. He understood the meaning behind Lu Yongchang's words. After all, they were on the moon, 400,000 kilometers away from Earth. If any accident were to occur, their fate would essentially be sealed. "Professor Lu." Bai Yishuan's Adam's apple trembled slightly twice. "I am willing to go and check." "All right." Lu Yongchan's voice was filled with complexity. "The Xia nation will remember you. If anything truly happens, I promise you on behalf of the Space Administration that your relatives will receive the most generous treatment." Bai Yishuan took a deep breath, turned to look at the 2 teammates beside him, and forced a relaxed smile. "You two, just stay here and hold the safety rope for me. If anything happens, just pull me back." Bai Yishuan's words were transmitted to the ears of his 2 teammates through the radio. Xiao Wani's eyes instantly reddened. "Captain, how about not going after all?" Hong Fan hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Captain, let me go with you. If anything happens, I can help you." Faced with the persuasion of his 2 teammates, Bai Yishuan shook his head with a light smile. "This already counts as a second kind of contact, and the level of danger is very high. As the captain, this is my duty. You two, just stay put on the sidelines." Sensing that the atmosphere was becoming too heavy, Bai Yishuan smiled and patted Hong Fan on the shoulder. "What's wrong? You're not trying to steal my military credit, are you? I tell you, kid, no way." After saying that, Bai Yishuan tied the safety rope from the lunar rover around his waist, turned around, and walked down toward the crater. Creak! The crater was small, and the slope of its walls wasn't very steep. Bai Yishuan took 2 steps in 3 strides to reach the bottom of the crater, cautiously heading toward the black circle at the center of the crater. "Professor Lu, can you see it?" To be on the safe side, Bai Yishuan deliberately stopped and asked softly. A few seconds later, Lu Yongchan's voice came through. "I can see it. The camera is working fine. You can proceed." Bai Yishuan walked very slowly, taking a full half hour to cover just a few hundred meters. Looking at the outermost black ring less than a meter away from him, Bai Yishuan was slightly stunned. Unbelievable. "What's wrong?" Lu Yongchang, 400,000 kilometers away, immediately asked. "This is a glass-like substance?" Baishuan slowly bent down and reached out toward the black ring. Seeing this scene from afar, Hongfan couldn't help but tighten the safety rope in his hand. He is already prepared. If anything unusual happens, he will directly pull Baishuan back. The researchers on Earth also broke into a cold sweat. Ha! Baishuan's right hand gradually touched the black substance on the ground. Nothing happened. He gently rubbed his fingers. Even with the thick spacesuit as a barrier, he noticed that the ground near the black circle was significantly smoother than the surrounding area. Professor Liu, it seems a bit like lunar dust that has been melted by high temperatures and then solidified. Received. Lu Yongchang's solemn voice sounded, Captain Bai, please help me excavate some samples. And also, I need detailed modeling data of this crater. The detailed modeling data and sample photos of the crater were sent back to Xia country. Looking at the clear photos on the computer in front of him, Lu Yongchang let out a deep sigh. Professor Liu, the speaker is here. A reminder came from Chao Liangkai nearby. Lu Yongchang. Lu Yongchang quickly stood up and looked toward the door. Counselor Li walked briskly toward him, his expression grave. Yongchang, what's going on? I heard that traces of extraterrestrial civilization have been discovered? Faced with the counselor's question, Lu Yongchang nodded slightly, a hint of bitterness in his eyes. Counselor, I'm afraid so. As he spoke, he turned slightly and displayed the image on the computer to Counselor Li. Based on my speculation, this concentric circle pattern is most likely the mark left by the high temperatures when the Hall thruster was activated. Considering the size of the engine nozzle, the only possibility is extraterrestrial civilization. Representative Li's expression grew even more grave. Apart from this trace, have there been any other signs of extraterrestrial civilization? Then, could the changes in the sun be related to this extraterrestrial civilization? Representative Li's question drew everyone's attention. Every researcher present looked nervously at Lu Yongchang. The changes in the sun are most likely not caused by this civilization. Before Representative Li could breathe a sigh of relief, Lu Yongchang continued in a deep voice, I suspect the sun has been tampered with by another advanced civilization. The counselor's pupils suddenly contracted, and he instinctively exclaimed, What? There's another one? After a moment of surprise, Counselor Li regained his usual composure. However, deep in his eyes, traces of unease and anxiety could still be seen. Yongchang, can you explain what your judgment is based on? Upon hearing Counselor Li's question, Lu Yongchang slowly raised his head and explained solemnly, It's very simple. The Hall thruster as a power source is actually not very advanced. Or rather, within cosmic civilizations, the Hall thruster should be considered the most basic propulsion method. My basis for making this judgment. At the very least, we have already gained a preliminary understanding of the Hall thruster. Lu Yongchang's eyes moved slightly. The expressions of everyone present changed slightly. The words were harsh, but they did make a lot of sense. Even humans confined to their home planet have mastered Hall propulsion technology. So, what kind of advanced technology must extraterrestrial civilizations with the ability to navigate star systems possess? Seeing the speaker's uncertain expression, Lu Yongchang chuckled lightly, There's no need for everyone to be so pessimistic. There is still some good news. At least, the technological level of this extraterrestrial civilization discovered on the moon is not much different from ours. Representative Li was momentarily stunned, a trace of a bitter smile appearing in his eyes. I guess that's the only way to think about it. It's just, if the sun has caught the attention of another advanced civilization, wouldn't we be? Lu Yongchang's expression became increasingly relaxed. Chairman, there's no need to worry so much. Although it may sound unpleasant, in the eyes of advanced civilizations, we are nothing more than an insect. Would you pay attention to the movements of an ant nest near your doorstep? The congressman stared at Lu Yongchang in shock, unable to accept his statement for a moment. Are you saying that we humans are nothing more than a colony of ants? Maybe not even as good as ants. Congressman Li shook his head with a wry smile. In that case, I won't bother worrying anymore. After seeing Congressman Li off, Lu Yongchang returned to his office alone. At the moment he closed the door, he let out a long sigh. Will advanced civilizations really not notice the movements of humanity? The answer is, of course, no. Humanity must have been noticed by some advanced civilization. Otherwise, Lu Yongchang wouldn't know how to explain the change in the timing of the solar anomaly. Just like a nest of ants living quietly at the doorstep wouldn't attract attention, but once this nest of ants starts expanding its territory and asserting its power, it will inevitably draw a lot of attention. It might even bring about a catastrophic disaster. But what exactly is the reason that has caused humanity to be targeted by more than one civilization? Suddenly, his heart stirred slightly, and a piece of history emerged in his mind. On August 20th and September 5, 1977, Voyager 1 and Voyager 2 were launched into space from the United States. The two probes were tasked with exploring the outer planets. As early as 2012, studies indicated that the Voyager spacecraft had entered interstellar space, beyond the solar system. The plutonium battery inside Voyager continued to operate until 5 years ago, in 2025. After the battery was depleted, humanity no longer received any information from Voyager. In other words, since 5 years ago, whether Voyager still exists in interstellar space has become an unknown. Inside Voyager, it carried 2 gold-plated records and a diamond phonograph needle. The records contain a wealth of human information, including greetings in 55 human languages and some world classical music. In addition to this information, the record also contains photos of the planets in the solar system, as well as the specific coordinates of humans and Earth. Me too. Once the 2 Voyager spacecraft are intercepted, all information about human civilization will essentially be exposed to other civilizations. Thinking of this, Lu Yongchang's face instantly turned grim. Based on the timeline, the incident with the Voyager probes has already become a foregone conclusion. The catastrophic disaster facing Earth and humanity is the consequence of actions taken by the United States in 1977. A few months ago. The moment the brilliance of nuclear fusion first shone on the land of Xia. In an artificial planetary fortress located an unknown number of light-years away from the solar system. Reviewing the data sent from various probes within the galaxy is one of Sweeper 9527's tasks. Countless probes constantly transmit various data to the main civilization, most of which is useless information. For example, supernova explosions, black hole annihilations, or celestial collisions, these are all insignificant pieces of information. He needs to find useful information from the countless chaotic data. As for what constitutes useful information? Sir, we have discovered a planet with exposed coordinates at the edge of the Orion Arm in the Milky Way. Upon hearing the report from his subordinate, Sweeper 9527's visual organs shifted slightly. Oh, the Orion Arm? A civilization could emerge in such a barren location? Sweeper 9527's tone was full of amazement. The Orion Spur is not one of the 4 major spiral arms of the Milky Way. This also means that the matter within it is extremely sparse. The edge of the Orion Spur could even be described as a remote and desolate place. Sweeper 9527 could not imagine such a barren environment. At least, he had never been to such a place. Yes, this civilization has disclosed its exact location and all its information. Upon hearing this, Sweeper 9527's visual organs trembled once again. Ha! Another young civilization just starting out. So naive. Boom! Ha! In that case, execute the program. Soon, an application was placed in front of him, requesting a Star Devourer for cleanup. Sweeper 9527 casually swiped the application and tossed a sphere emitting a dark glow toward the Orion Arm. At the moment he threw the Star Devourer, his visual organ lazily glanced at the observation instruments in front of him. Goodness! Wait! They've mastered controlled nuclear fusion. Increase the power of the Star Devourer a bit. Seeing the power of the Star Devourer being increased, Sweeper 9527's visual organs trembled once again. That was close. It was almost a mistake. If this cleaning task failed, would his bonus for this year be cut in half? While thinking, he made a mark on the observation panel in front of him. Cleanup successful. The 3rd day after discovering the strange black circle, Xian Nu-1 re-entered Earth's atmosphere and slowly landed at the National Space Research Institute of Xia Country. A series of rock and black ring samples excavated from the moon were immediately sent to the laboratory of the Research Institute. Lu Yongchang looked at the black substance placed on the experiment table in front of him, a trace of amazement flashing in his eyes. Under the light, the black substance reflected a slight sheen. I have to say, this thing is actually quite beautiful, Lu Yongchang murmured. Chao Liangkai leaned over, glanced at the black substance on the lab table, and nodded slightly. It does look pretty good, but even though it's also a Hall thruster, ours doesn't seem to achieve this effect, does it? Hearing this, a trace of helplessness appeared in Lu Yongchang's eyes. Of course, it can't. If it can achieve the same effect, it's estimated that Xian Nu-1 could even fly out of the solar system. Lao Chao, help me identify when this thing was formed. Chao Liangkai was slightly stunned. When it was formed? Why are you researching this? Shouldn't we urgently study the composition of this black substance now? Lu Yongchang's deep gaze fixed firmly on the glass-like substance before him, and he said softly, I want to model and reverse engineer where this aircraft went. The results are out. Chow Liangcai's eyes carried a hint of horror. You might not believe it when I say this, but this thing was actually formed 5 years ago. The specific time is hard to calculate, there's only an approximate time, which should be around December 2025. Hearing this critical time point, Lu Yongchang couldn't help but feel a jolt in his heart. 5 years ago. It was precisely the time when the Voyager left the solar system. It can't be this unlucky. Both Voyager probes were actually picked up by 2 different civilizations? Thinking of this, Lu Yongchang's face showed a hint of bitterness. This really is. Seeing the bitter expression on Lu Yongchang's face, Chow Liangcai frowned and asked in a low voice, "Is there something special about this time?" "It's him." Lu Yongchang hesitated for a moment and shared his speculation with Chow Liangcai. T&D solar crisis was caused by the United States? Chow Liangcai's face instantly turned bright red. "No way, we have to settle this with them." "Come on, it's just my speculation." Lu Yongchang shrugged and said irritably, "Besides, how exactly do you plan to settle it? Given the current situation, even if Xia's technology dominates, we still can't easily take action against other countries. We only have a total of 15 years left. We can't spend 1 or 2 years on internal conflicts, can we? What's more, no matter how useless they are, on the scale of the universe, we are all part of human civilization." Chow Liangcai gave an awkward laugh and scratched the back of his head. "I haven't thought that far. I just feel that as long as our Xia nation can stay out of it, the other countries have nothing to do with us." "You can't say that. Whether from the perspective of genetics or evolution, keeping them will only be more beneficial for our Xia nation." As he spoke, Lu Yongchang's eyes revealed a hint of profundity. "Since apes became humans, our evolution has come to a standstill. To adapt to the universe, we must initiate evolution once again. The genes of different races will only be advantageous for Xia nation. To go far in this dark universe, staying stagnant is absolutely impossible." Chow Liangcai nodded thoughtfully. "There's some truth to that. Of course." A glint of cold light flashed in Lu Yongchang's eyes. "Everything I said is under the premise that Xia nation takes the lead. If someone dares to cause trouble at a time like this, I'll make them understand the meaning of despair." Chow Liangcai's eye twitched sharply twice, and he quickly changed the subject. "Ahem. Let's not stray too far. The data is out, we can start reverse modeling now." Lu Yongchang snapped back to his senses and looked down at the data in front of him. After inputting the data into the self-created model, the computer quickly provided a conclusion. Lu Yongchang gasped sharply, how could this be?" The simulation results clearly pointed in the direction of Proxima Centauri. In other words, the alien civilization using Hall propulsion technology comes from Proxima Centauri, only 4.22 light-years away from Earth. 4.22 light-years. This is an extremely tiny distance on a cosmic scale. Basically, it's like having a neighbor just across a wall. Cold sweat suddenly broke out on Lu Yongchang's back. Humanity has spent so much time searching for extraterrestrial civilizations, little did they know, the real extraterrestrial civilization is right next door. Chow Liangcai, standing to the side, was also horrified upon seeing the result. "This result can't be wrong, right?" he swallowed slightly and said in a low voice. Lu Yongchang didn't speak, he just lowered his head and quickly checked it again. After the same result appeared in the second simulation, Lu Yongchang let out a deep sigh. "It should be correct. They are right next to us." Lu Yongchang's face looked extremely grim. Now it's worse, human civilization not only faces the solar crisis but also has to deal with the invasion of a more advanced civilization. What's even more terrifying is that they don't even know when this civilization will fully enter the solar system. What should we do? Faced with Chow Liangcai's question, Lu Yongchang fell into a long silence. How does he know what to do? This is simply a natural disaster compounded by human error. It can be described as a hell-level difficulty start. Hiding in the solar system is definitely not a way out. Leaving the solar system, the Proxima Centauri, 4.22 light-years away, is another necessary choice. Interstellar navigation is nothing like navigating within a star system. Beyond the star system lies an endless blank zone. It can be said that in such interstellar space, humanity will receive no supplies. Therefore, the target of the first interstellar voyage can only be Proxima Centauri, the closest star. As for Alpha Centauri, which is 4.3 light-years away from Earth, there are no planets within its stellar system. For the sake of advancing the plot, this is the setting, though in reality, there is a high possibility of a terrestrial planet existing in Alpha Centauri's habitable zone. Before humanity acquires the technology to reverse convert energy into matter, planets will always be an indispensable source of resources. Gaseous planets can provide hydrogen and helium as energy sources for the next interstellar voyage, while solid planets can supply essential elements for various carbon-based life forms, such as carbon and oxygen. His brain was working frantically, sorting through all the known information. Suddenly, his eyes lit up sharply. Lu Yongcheng suddenly slapped his thigh. He's splitting hairs. Why insist on being so fixated on how to escape? Humans can totally counter-invade. At least, in the previous life, within the next 20 years, no alien civilization from Proxima Centauri appeared in the solar system. Since that's the case, as long as their technology develops quickly enough, humanity can head to Proxima Centauri at the first opportunity. What follows, naturally, is interstellar war. As long as they win this interstellar war, human civilization can gain a perfect period for growth. Professor Lu. Chao Liangkai, standing nearby, watched as Lu Yongcheng suddenly became excited, his expression turning peculiar. This kid, could he have been scared silly? Lu Yongcheng suddenly snapped back to his senses. He paid no attention to Chao Liangkai's strange look and said excitedly, I got it. Chao Liangkai? You, what do you know? Chao Liangkai looked at Lu Yongcheng in complete confusion. Lu Yongcheng took a deep breath, calming the turbulent emotions in his heart. He pondered for a moment, carefully considering his wording. After all, he couldn't directly tell Chao Liangkai that there was no need to worry about an invasion from the Proxima Centauri civilization for the next 20 years, could he? Without evidence, people wouldn't believe him either. Old Chao, think about it, what's the propulsion power of our Hall thruster? Lu Yongcheng's eyes sparkled brightly. Although we don't know the technological level of the Proxima Centauri civilization, since they're using a Hall thruster, we can roughly estimate its travel speed. At most, it's only 1/10 the speed of light. What does such a speed mean? Chao Liangkai's eyes gradually lit up as he spoke, picking up where Lu Yongcheng left off. It means that this spacecraft on the moon would take at least 42.2 years to reach Proxima Centauri. Bingo! Lu Yongcheng snapped his fingers lightly. Even if they plan to invade the solar system, by the time their fleet arrives, assuming the Proxima Centauri civilization happens to make a technological breakthrough at this moment, and further assuming their travel speed reaches the speed of light, it would still take them 4.2 years to reach the solar system. Moreover, whether the Hall thruster can actually propel a spacecraft to 1/10 the speed of light is still unknown. Lu Yongcheng said with a smile. I estimate that achieving 1% of the speed of light would already be impressive. So, we don't need to worry about the Proxima Centauri civilization at all right now. Chao Liangkai's eyes sparkled with excitement. This feeling is like returning to a simple level after experiencing a challenging one, pleasant and relaxing. Lu Yongcheng continued, as for the Proxima Centauri civilization, since they are still using Hall thrusters, it means the gap between their civilization and ours isn't significant. As long as our technological development progresses quickly enough, we can completely reverse the invasion and attack them instead. Chao Liangkai's expression suddenly turned peculiar. Already thinking about invading other civilizations? No wonder you're young, such a fiery temper. After a brief moment of excitement, Chao Liangkai gradually calmed down. So, what should we do now? Continue developing aerospace technology? Lu Yongcheng pondered for a moment and gently nodded. Aerospace technology must definitely continue to advance. The Xuannu 2 project should also be initiated. This part of the research will be entrusted to you. Chao Liangkai? He pointed at himself with a face full of surprise. Leave it to me? What about you? I naturally have more important matters to attend to. Lu Yongcheng's eyes carried a hint of worry. The current manufacturing efficiency is too low. At this rate of development, if we can get 10,000 people off the planet in 15 years, it would already be considered a success. By the way, the first laboratory in Xia country has been completed. Old Chao, you can start preparing to move there. The experimental equipment over there is more advanced. Chao Liangkai was stunned as he listened. Manufacturing efficiency is too low? This was the first time Chao Liangkai had heard this sentence on the land of Xia country. Wait. How are you planning to improve manufacturing efficiency? Seeing Lu Yongcheng about to turn and leave, Chao Liangkai quickly reached out and grabbed his sleeve. Let me remind you, the things used in space have extremely high manufacturing precision. It's normal for them to take a bit longer to make. At the moment he turned around, a glimmer of fluorescent green flashed in Lu Yongcheng's eyes. He said softly, artificial intelligence, true artificial intelligence. Sitting in the car heading to the first laboratory of Xia country, Lu Yongcheng fell into deep thought. According to the technology tree provided by the system, artificial intelligence is an indispensable technology for achieving high-efficiency precision manufacturing. As one of the most popular research projects on Earth, artificial intelligence has attracted countless funds and talents, but the results have been less than ideal. After spending a great deal of time and effort, the current artificial intelligence, apart from surpassing humans in certain specific fields, is still at the level of artificial stupidity most of the time. As for how to achieve true artificial intelligence, to be honest, Lu Yongchang currently has no clue at all. He took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. With a thought, he once again entered that fluorescent green space. This time, he focused all his attention on the dim cursor. Lu Yongchang felt a bit uneasy in his heart. I wonder if the system will give him a hint like last time. Gradually, a faint white glow appeared at the bottom of the tech tree. The white light traced a graceful curve, slowly pointing toward the artificial intelligence cursor. In the next moment, a hidden, dim cursor appeared along the path the white light had traveled. Cradle of artificial intelligence, initial mastery of quantum computer technology. Looking at the dim cursor in his mind, Lu Yongchang took a deep breath. It seems there's a new task again. Quantum computer. In his previous life, he had no understanding of this at all. Thinking about the intense study sessions ahead, a somewhat bitter smile appeared on his face. The first laboratory of the Xia Kingdom. Lu Yongchang, who had just gotten out of the car, hurriedly walked toward his office. Professor Lu, Professor Lu. A familiar voice came from the side. Lu Yongchang paused for a moment, instinctively stopping in his tracks and looking to the side. The moment he saw the person approaching, a trace of daze instantly appeared deep in his eyes. Dressed in a long white robe, paired with a high ponytail and rimless glasses, Lu Yongchang momentarily thought he had returned to his previous life. Su Yutong? Why are you here? Su Yutong's lips twitched slightly, revealing a faint smile. With her unique cool tone, she said, Professor Lu, have you forgotten? Professor Guan asked me to come here to experience the atmosphere of the laboratory. Faced with that familiar yet unfamiliar voice, Lu Yongchang took a deep breath. He had indeed put this matter out of his mind. So, what are you doing in the lab now? Su Yutong's eyes flashed with a hint of embarrassment. Academician Fong Su asked me to be your assistant, but you've been absent from the lab, so I. Truly his good assistant. He silently made a mental note. He had to find an opportunity to make Fong Su, this kid, do some hard labor. Su Yutong's voice interrupted Lu Yongchang's thoughts. Lu Yongchang remained silent for a while. This is truly a hot potato. According to his usual temperament, under the unresolved solar crisis, he would certainly steer clear of such matters. But now, Professor Guan Hualiang, no matter what, was his mentor in his past life. His order made Lu Yongchang feel a bit embarrassed to disobey. On the other hand, Lu Yongchang also didn't know what to have Su Yutong do. She was still far from reaching the level she had in her previous life. After much deliberation, Lu Yongchang let out a slight sigh. Forget it. Since Fong Su said so, you can stay here and learn from me. Subsequently, Lu Yongchang briefly introduced the situation humanity was facing to her. Before Su Yutong could recover from her shock, Lu Yongchang mercilessly continued, let me make it clear in advance, humanity is currently in a very difficult situation. Our tasks are heavy, and we will basically have no time to take care of you. Additionally, I hope you won't disturb other researchers, and laboratory work will be very exhausting. If you can accept it, then come with me. After saying this, Lu Yongchang turned and walked toward the office. Watching Lu Yongchang's figure gradually disappear into the distance, Su Yutong's expression grew increasingly complex. After a brief pause, she stepped forward and caught up with Lu Yongchang. Professor Lu. Hello, Professor Lu. As Lu Yongchang entered the laboratory, greetings continuously came from the side. A trace of surprise flashed in Su Yutong's eyes as she followed behind. I didn't expect his status in the laboratory to be so high. Yongchang? You finally came back. Fong Su suddenly jumped out from the side. Do you know that to complete that small fusion reactor, I haven't had a proper night's sleep? Alright, save the nonsense for later. The situation is urgent now. Lu Yongchang's hurried words left Fong Su stunned. What happened? There is a civilization on Proxima Centauri, and humanity's coordinates have already been exposed, Lu Yongchang said succinctly. Our research progress is still too slow. This brief sentence contained so much information that it directly left Fong Su frozen in place. Hello? Lu Yongchang frowned. Can anyone still enter my office right now? Fong Su blinked his eyes, looking confused. It's been so long, my office won't be covered in dust, will it? Lu Yongchang didn't pause for a moment, heading straight toward the office. You didn't forget to clean it for me, did you? Professor Lu, I've already cleaned the office. Su Yuton's voice sounded from behind. Lu Yongchang's hand paused slightly on the doorknob, then he pushed the door open. Looking at the tidy interior, he nodded subtly, "Well done. Next, I need you to help me find some books on quantum computers." After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yongchang added, "And papers, the more the better." Su Yutong nodded slightly, said nothing, and turned to leave directly. A quantum computer? Fong Su finally snapped out of his earlier shock. Why the sudden interest in researching quantum computers? Also, what exactly is this Proxima Centauri civilization you mentioned earlier? Since the various materials on quantum computers had not yet arrived, Lu Yongchang took the opportunity to explain everything to Fong Su in detail. Incredible! After hearing the explanation, Fong Su murmured to himself, could there really be so many civilizations in the universe? Have you heard of the Fermi paradox? Lu Yongchang shrugged. It's probably something like that. As for quantum computers, I'm planning to try researching artificial intelligence. Human efficiency is still too low at the moment. Fong Su's expression was somewhat complicated. Artificial intelligence, can humans really develop it at this stage? Who knows if we don't try? Lu Yongchang chuckled lightly. Besides, all I need is the most basic form of artificial intelligence. A knock on the door was heard. Professor Lu, there is a lot of information about quantum computers. I brought you some first. It was Su Yutong's voice. Hearing Lu Yongchang's voice, Su Yutong gently opened the door and placed a tall stack of documents on his desk. Thank you for your hard work. Lu Yongchang nodded slightly and said softly, by the way, Suji, find her an office. No. Su Yutong waved her hands repeatedly. I'm just an assistant learning from experience, I don't need an office. Fong Su frowned slightly and said in a low voice, that's true. She's just an assistant for now. If we give her an office, people might gossip. Lu Yongchang fell into a dilemma. Professor Lu, may I study in your office? Su Yutong firmly met Lu Yongchang's gaze. I promise I won't disturb you. And also, if there's anything else, you can instruct me to do it. After a moment of silence, Lu Yongchang silently nodded. Once everything was arranged, Lu Yongchang buried himself in the materials in front of him. Watching Lu Yongchang slightly furrow his brows, immersed in his studies, Su Yutong felt slightly moved. After a brief sigh, she also buried herself in studying. Time waits for no one. If she wanted to catch up with Lu Yongchang's pace, she had to put in more effort to study. Even if she couldn't attain the same level of knowledge, she at least couldn't hold Lu Yongchang back. Time passed by second, and the sky gradually darkened. The wall clock slowly pointed to the number 12. Lu Yongchang exhaled a deep breath and raised his head to rub his eyes. Seeing Su Yutong still engrossed in studying beside him, a trace of relief quietly appeared in his eyes. In her previous life, she also studied so diligently, constantly chasing after his footsteps. Alright, it's about time, go and rest. Lu Yongchang said softly. Suddenly hearing Lu Yongchang's voice, Su Yutong's body trembled slightly. She raised her slightly confused eyes to look at Lu Yongchang. Gradually, her gaze found its focus. After glancing at the time, she slowly shook her head and said, Professor Lu, I'm not sleepy yet. Looking at Su Yutong, who had fallen asleep on the table, Lu Yongchang shook his head with a wry smile. He stood up, took a blanket from the side, and gently covered her with it. Then, he sat back at the desk again. However, this time his actions of flipping through books and writing were much gentler. A few days later, Lu Yongchang raised his hand and gently rubbed his brow. Perhaps due to the system, after being reborn, he felt his cognitive abilities constantly improving. Problems that required lengthy contemplation in his previous life now only took a few seconds to solve. The most direct manifestation of enhanced cognitive abilities is his learning capacity. Starting from scratch to proficiently mastering the latest quantum computing technology, he only took a few days. Apart from the enhancement of his cognitive abilities, he noticed another significant change. His physical fitness was gradually improving. In his previous life, there was no way he could endure staying up late for so many consecutive days. As for the benefits, after several days of staying up late and working tirelessly, he finally had some ideas. No wonder the system compares quantum computer technology to the cradle of artificial intelligence. Quantum computers and ordinary computers differ not only in computational power. Although computational power plays a crucial role in the development of artificial intelligence, it is definitely not the key factor. More importantly, the information processed in quantum computers is presented in quantum states. Quantum has a property called superposition. Assuming there is state A and state B, superposition is the combination of the two. In binary terms, it means representing both 0 and 1 simultaneously. This is something that ordinary binary computers cannot achieve. In a conventional computer, there will always only be two options, 0 or 1, which greatly limits its computing power and learning ability. This is merely the situation where two qubits are in a superposition state. This is also normal. If the number of qubits is increased to 5, it would then encompass the superposition of all binary numbers from 00000 to 11111. If we continue to increase, and the correct answer lies within this string of possibilities. As for how to arrive at the correct answer, through specific quantum algorithms, leveraging their physical properties, they exit the superposition state according to the design algorithm. After exiting the superposition state, some qubits become 0, while others become 1. The final observed result, such as 01010 or another combination, is the computation outcome. This also aligns with the principle of consciousness generation. The collapse of the quantum state caused by observation gives rise to human consciousness. In summary, true artificial intelligence will only emerge on computers with quantum computing capabilities. Lu Yongchang's fingers unconsciously tapped on the desk in front of him. Currently, there are three architectural approaches to quantum computers: superconducting circuits, semiconductor quantum chips, and ion traps. The most promising is the superconducting circuit quantum computer. It achieves the highest number of high-fidelity qubits and has relatively good scalability. However, the drawbacks are also obvious, as the difficulty of circuit design increases with the number of qubits. A semiconductor quantum chip, once a sample chip is realized in the laboratory, can quickly begin large-scale industrial production. As for ion trap quantum computers, their fidelity is the highest among the three, but they are bulky. After a brief moment of thought, Lu Yongchang was the first to rule out semiconductor quantum computers. He doesn't need large-scale industrial production right now. As for the ion trap computer, its overly large size made Lu Yongchang sigh slightly. In the end, only one option remained in front of him: the superconducting circuit quantum computer. With the breakthrough in room temperature superconductor technology, the only issue left before him was the design of the superconducting circuit. Lu Yongchang slowly lifted his head from the computer screen, letting out a long breath. Finally finished the design. Yutong, help me call Fong Su and tell him I need to see him. Lu Yongchang's gaze lingered on the design drawings, subconsciously calling out the name from his previous life. Su Yutong, who was studying intently, trembled slightly. The next moment, a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. All right, Professor Lu. Soon, Fong Su pushed open the office door with a confused expression. Yongchang? Are you looking for me about something? Fong Su spoke as he plopped down on the chair in front of the office desk. Let me tell you in advance, when it comes to quantum computers, there's no one in our lab who understands this stuff. Lu Yongchang ignored Fong Su's words and simply reached out to unplug a USB drive from the computer, handing it over to Fong Su. Fong Su took the USB drive with a puzzled expression. What's this? Did you write a paper? Lu Yongchang looked at Fong Su in front of him, exasperated. Why on earth would I write a paper for no reason? This is the architecture diagram of the superconducting quantum computer. I want you to help me report it to the speaker. I want to build a quantum supercomputing center next to the laboratory. Wait. Fong Su was clearly having trouble accepting Lu Yongchang's words. He looked at the USB drive in his hand with a face full of doubt, then glanced at the calm expression of Lu Yongchang. How much time has passed? At most, it's about 10 days, and you've already come up with an architecture diagram for a quantum supercomputing center? Saying this, Fong Su grabbed a book from the side and glanced at it casually. What is a quantum computer? A bead of cold sweat slowly slid down Fong Su's forehead. Bro, if I'm not mistaken, 10 days ago you probably didn't know a thing about quantum computers, right? That's right. Lu Yongchang nodded calmly. Hasn't it been 10 days already? Fong Su? Is it me who's abnormal or you? You mastered quantum computer technology in just 10 days? To be precise, it took 4 days. This architecture diagram took me a week to complete. Facing Lu Yongchang's response, Fong Su slapped his smooth forehead. Brother, you're my real brother. Have you tested this thing? Doesn't a supercomputing center cost a lot of money? If something happens, how are you going to explain it to the speaker? Lu Yongchang gave Fong Su a strange look. Isn't that why I'm asking you to report it for me? Fong Su? Seeing Fong Su's expression as if he'd just eaten something disgusting, Lu Yongchang couldn't help but burst into laughter. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. After reporting it, you can ask the senior counselor to find someone to verify it. I have only one request. I need to see this supercomputing center in the shortest possible time. This concerns the future of Xia Nation. Fang Su took a deep look at Lu Yongchang and shook his head helplessly. Alright, I'll run the errand for you. Seeing Fang Su turn around to leave the office, Lu Yongchang pondered for a moment and spoke again. By the way, help me find some people in the field of artificial intelligence, reliable ones. After speaking, Lu Yongchang turned to Su Yutong beside him and said, Yutong, help me gather some of the latest research findings in artificial intelligence. Xia country, within the first ring of the capital. The counselor looked solemnly at Fang Su in front of him. Academician Fang, did you just mention the Quantum Computer Supercomputing Center? It wasn't that he doubted it, but quantum computers had been researched in Xia country for a long time. Some remarkable achievements had also been made in the laboratory. As a prototype optical quantum computer with 76 qubits, Zhejiang has garnered countless accolades. With the Zhejiang quantum computer, Xia country even became the world's second nation to achieve quantum supremacy. However, the reality is not as optimistic. The Zhejiang quantum computer does not use conventional superconducting circuits, ion traps, or semiconductor chips. Instead, it has pioneered another path, using photons as qubits and manipulating photons to perform computations. But this is a shortcut. At least for now, photonic quantum computers do not show the potential to become universal quantum computers. The reason is simple: photons have good coherence and long coherence times. This is the advantage of photonic quantum computers, as well as their shortcut. But why do they have good coherence? Very simple: the interaction between photons and the environment is extremely weak. This also leads to another consequence. Humans, at least for now, find it very difficult to precisely manipulate photons. This has resulted in a rather awkward situation. It cannot achieve universal quantum computing. In other words, it cannot be programmed and can only perform calculations for specific tasks. In the classical mathematical algorithm of Gaussian boson sampling, the Zhejiang computer has reached an extremely terrifying level of computational speed, but it is completely useless for other tasks. As a project into which Xia country has invested significant effort, the speaker is naturally aware of Zhejiang's shortcomings and the difficulty of achieving universal quantum computing. Therefore, regarding the words spoken by Fang Su, Counselor Li expressed his doubts. Facing the counselor's skepticism, Fang Su shrugged lightly. Counselor, don't ask me. I know even less about this. You can have someone verify it. These are Professor Lu's exact words. After a moment of contemplation, he softly added, moreover, he also said that the Quantum Supercomputing Center has a decisive role in the future of Xia Nation. The counselor's expression immediately became more serious. Since that's the case, a trace of determination flashed in Counselor Li's eyes. Have the construction team start building according to the blueprints, and begin producing all kinds of equipment and components. As for verification, I'll personally visit the Academy of Sciences tomorrow. Xia National Academy of Sciences. As a leading expert in quantum computing and artificial intelligence, Mo Zayan was staring intently at the computer screen in front of him. The researcher nearby saw this scene and couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. Academician Mo, are you still preoccupied with the superconducting circuit quantum computer? The researcher's voice interrupted Mo Zayan's train of thought. He turned his head to glance at the researcher standing beside him, looking at the computer screen, and frowned slightly. Of course. The bitterness in the researcher's eyes grew stronger. He sighed softly and said, Academician Mo, the funding for quantum computers in Xia Nation is getting less and less. Since the solar crisis emerged, most of Xia Nation's research funding has been allocated to Professor Lu Yongchang. On top of that, a portion of the funding for Zhejiang has to be allocated elsewhere. The funds we have on hand are already. The researcher fell silent for a moment before speaking again. How about we switch to studying optical quantum computers? Mo Ziyang said firmly, superconducting quantum computers are definitely the direction for future universal quantum computers. Only superconducting quantum computers can achieve artificial intelligence. But we don't have funding. The researcher sighed heavily. Academician Mo, look, so many people have already chosen to leave. Mo Ziyang's face darkened. I'll wait a bit longer. Maybe I can solve this circuit architecture problem. Mo Ziyang's voice was filled with uncertainty. A knock on the door sounded. Mo Ziyang turned his head toward the direction of the door, then softly said to the researcher beside him, Go and see who's at the door. Watching the researcher's back as he walked toward the door, Mo Ziyang's eyes revealed a trace of doubt. Who would come to their poor place at this time? Why are you here? The researcher's exclamation left Mo Ziyang stunned in place. Then, a familiar face appeared before his eyes. Academician Mo? Congressman Li said with a cheerful smile, coming to see you suddenly, I hope I didn't disturb you? Mo Zedong hurriedly stood up from his chair, looking at Congressman Lee with a nervous expression. "Chairman, please have a seat." Seeing the chairman sit down, Mo Zedong's expression became slightly more relaxed. "Chairman, your sudden visit is for..." The counselor laughed and took a USB drive out of his pocket. "Here, take a look at the structural diagram inside." Mo Zedong took the USB drive with a puzzled expression and inserted it into the office computer. The file was large, and he waited quite a while before it opened. Upon seeing the densely detailed architecture diagram, Mo Zedong's expression changed slightly. "Is this the architecture diagram of a superconducting quantum computer?" Mo Zedong's voice trembled slightly. Where did you get this? So, what do you think? Is this thing reliable?" The senator did not answer Mo Zedong's question but softly asked in return. Mo Zedong fell into silence. After a long while, his voice slightly hoarse, he said, "Chairman, I don't know." "Oh?" Chairman Lee raised an eyebrow slightly. "Academician Mo, you are a leading expert in the field of superconducting circuit quantum computers in Xia country. Are you saying even you can't figure it out?" Mo Zedong slowly shook his head, his eyes carrying a mix of confusion and shock. "My research hasn't reached this level yet." After speaking, he took a deep breath and said firmly, "However, I can responsibly tell you that this architecture diagram has solved a problem I've been researching recently." The counselor's expression turned serious, and he nodded lightly. "All right, I understand." Seeing the counselor fall into deep thought and stop speaking, Mo Zedong felt as if his heart was being scratched by a cat. After struggling for a long time, he couldn't hold back and asked, "Counselor, can you tell me who created this architecture diagram?" Hearing Mo Zedong's question, Counselor Lee's lips curved into a faint smile. His lips moved slightly, and he uttered a name. "Professor Liu?" Mo Zedong was taken aback. "I heard he's from the physics department, isn't he?" Counselor Lee's smile deepened. "According to Fang Su, this is something that Liu Yongchang managed to come up with after 10 days of tinkering." Hearing the counselor's words, Mo Zedong's breathing suddenly became a bit heavier. Cough. He exclaimed in shock, "Professor Liu, what are you planning to do?" "Quantum Supercomputing Center, and Artificial Intelligence," the speaker said word by word, staring intently into Mo Zedong's eyes. "Do you think this is possible?" Mo Zedong stood frozen in place. Gradually, his face turned red, and a spark of excitement appeared in his eyes. He suddenly stood up from his chair with a loud noise and said excitedly, "Chairman, where is Professor Liu? I need to find him. I've said it all along, superconducting quantum computers are the key to solving artificial intelligence." Mo Zedong's face was full of excitement. "After all these years, I've finally waited for this moment." Mo Zedong's reaction clearly exceeded the chairman's expectations. Congressman Lee composed himself and said slowly, "Do you think this architecture plan can achieve a universal quantum computer?" Faced with Congressman Lee's question, Mo Zedong hesitated for a moment, then nodded firmly and slowly. Meanwhile, in the United States, at the rocket launch base, 3 Saturn VI heavy-lift rockets, each over 150 meters tall, stood quietly leaning against the launch gantry. Inside the landing capsule, 3 astronauts sat in their seats with tense expressions. Andrew swallowed slightly and whispered to his companion beside him, "Bruno, I'm a little nervous." Hearing Andrew's words, Bruno, sitting next to him, looked at Andrew with a wry smile. "Don't just say you are, I'm nervous too. I haven't been to space either." The female astronaut on the other side, Joy, sighed softly and said in a wistful tone, "Me too." Andrew. Of course, he knew neither of them had been to space. Who knows what NASA was thinking, assigning 3 volunteers as the astronauts for the Pathfinder program. After undergoing brief and rough training, the 3 selected astronauts were hastily sent into the Saturn VI launch rocket. Andrew still remembers the look his instructor gave him. A mix of pity and sympathy. Andrew uneasily twisted his body, which was tightly secured by the safety harness. "Do you think we'll survive?" Bruno sighed softly and shook his head slowly. "It's difficult. NASA promised us." Andrew's expression grew increasingly uneasy. "They said." "Ha!" Joey, who had been silent, scoffed irritably. "You actually believe what NASA says? Anyway, when I joined this project, I wasn't expecting to come back alive. That $500,000 in compensation is enough for my parents to live on." Hearing this, Andrew fell into silence. After a long while, he let out a deep sigh. Forget it, at least his wife and child could live comfortably. ZZZ. A burst of static came from the radio. "Attention, 15 minutes remaining until launch. Houston, USA, Ground Control Center." Morton nervously stared at the 3 massive rockets on the big screen. "Professor Chris, are you sure the checks are complete?" Hearing the question, Professor Chris, dressed in a white lab coat, shook his head helplessly. Director Morton, this is already the 5th time you've asked this question. I'll tell you one last time, all 3 Saturn VI rockets have been inspected 3 times, and no faults were found. Trust me, they will definitely be able to safely send those 3 astronauts to Mars. American TV station. A talk show quietly begins. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our program. Today, we will bring you the live launch of the Saturn VI rocket. For this program, we have specially invited Professor Parker from NASA. As the host's voice fell, the television screen displayed 3 Saturn VI rockets arranged in a triangular formation. The close-up of the rockets ended, and the scene switched back to the talk show setting. The host, holding a microphone, turned to a white-haired professor beside him and asked, Professor Parker, could you explain to us why the Pathfinder program used 3 Saturn VI carrier rockets? WTF? Professor Parker's eyes shifted slightly, and he responded in a slightly hoarse voice, it's very simple, because our astronauts will be spending 3 months on Mars. The host showed a perfectly timed expression of amazement. Wow, that long? Then you must have carried a lot of survival supplies, right? Parker nodded slightly, that's right. 3 astronauts are located in the landing module of the Pathfinder 1 rocket. Pathfinder 2 carried the Mars module and the return capsule. As for the Pathfinder 3 rocket, it carried various survival supplies, including food, water, and essential oxygen. In addition, to prevent accidents, the 3rd rocket also contained spare parts for some critical equipment. The host nodded slightly and was about to say something when Parker interrupted, alright, the rocket is about to launch. Hearing this, the host quickly turned their gaze to the large screen nearby. The TV screen also switched to the rocket launch site at this moment. Attention, the rocket will ignite in 1 minute. Countdown, 30 seconds. Ignition. With a command, a plume of exhaust transitioning from orange-yellow to blue appeared at the base of the rocket. Driven by the liquid oxygen kerosene engine, 3 massive Saturn VI rockets slowly lifted off. The 3 astronauts inside the landing module felt a powerful force pressing them into their seats. The speed of Saturn VI gradually increased, tracing a graceful arc across the sky. Reached the designated orbit, first stage rocket ready for separation. Separation successful. Successfully entered low Earth orbit. Second stage rocket separation successful. Time passed little by little, and reports came through the radio one after another. A faint smile gradually appeared on Moulton's face. Professor Chris, standing nearby, let out a long sigh of relief, picked up the microphone, and turned on the radio communication switch. Pathfinder 1, this is Houston Ground Control Center, do you copy? Please respond. After a brief wait, Andrew's response came through the radio. Calling Houston, Pathfinder 1 received, go ahead. Report status. Calling Houston, the rocket is in good condition, the astronaut is in good condition, everything is normal. Andrew's voice was transmitted to the Houston Ground Control Center via radio signals, and soon echoed across major television and radio stations in the United States. After a brief silence, every researcher at the Houston Control Center stood up and applauded vigorously. What do you mean? Looking at the thunderous applause before him, Morton's eyes suddenly glistened with tears. God bless America. He reached out and made the sign of the cross on his chest, murmuring to himself. P.S. Can any expert help think of a name for this book? It might be renamed later, as I'm really bad at naming and can't come up with a good one. The news of the successful launch of 3 Pathfinder rockets by the United States caused quite a stir internationally. When the footage of the rocket launch reached Xia country, it elicited amazement from many people there. No wonder Eagle Sauce, who has dominated Blue Star for decades, still has some tricks up its sleeve. Whoa! I really didn't expect them to come up with a rocket even more outrageous than Saturn V. Eagle Sauce is really going all out to land on Mars. Speaking of which, this Saturn VI launch vehicle should be the swan song of chemical fuel propulsion, right? I don't believe Eagle Sauce can pull out a 200-meter rocket. Watching the Saturn VI take off, I suddenly felt that chemical fuel propulsion isn't without its merits. At least, our Xian Nuai can't reach Mars, right? This question attracted quite a bit of attention. Zhao Zijie, who frequents various military forums, naturally noticed this question. After looking up some information, he typed out a response post. Right now, Mars is over 82 million kilometers away from Earth, more than 200 times the distance between the Earth and the Moon. According to the official data, Xian Nuai can only make 2 round trips between the Earth and the Moon when fully fueled. However, don't forget that on the way to Mars, the rocket is actually not working, so if it really needs to fly, Xian Nuai could probably make it to Mars. It's just that the speed might be a bit slow, and it doesn't have much of an advantage compared to a rocket. I guess this is also the reason why Xia country has been hesitant to make a move on Mars. The post attracted countless comments shortly after it was published. Reasonable and well supported, very convincing. So, when is Xia planning to take action against Mars? As the number of comments and shares grew, his post climbed to the trending list on Weibo. After trending on social media, Zhao Zijie gradually noticed something was off. A bunch of strange comments suddenly appeared under his post. So, the electric propulsion developed with so much effort is basically useless. If you ask me, we still need to focus on researching chemical fuel propulsion. I really don't understand what the parliament is thinking. They just abandoned the Long March 10th project for no good reason. Now, a vast Mars is handed over to others just like that. Hello everyone, I'm a netizen from the northern region of Xia country. I want to ask, why is the parliament focusing on the tiny moon? Isn't Mars better? And about electric propulsion, so much funding has been wasted, yet it's still inferior to the Saturn VI heavy-lift rocket of the United States. Shouldn't the person in charge be held accountable? Looking at the comments below his post, Zhao Zijie's eye twitched slightly. These netizens, are they serious? And that netizen from the northern part of Xia country, who talks like that? He felt a slight stir in his heart, tapped on the keyboard, and replied to that northern netizen with a sentence. Because Imperial Jade Liquor. A few seconds later, Zhao Zijie received a reply. What are you talking about? Why can't I understand it? Zhao Zijie let out a deep sigh, took a screenshot, and made a separate post. At Xia National Cyber Police, could you please investigate this person? Something feels off. Morning. As the today's celebrity, Zhao Zijie's new post naturally attracted the attention of countless netizens. Wow, what era is this? Surely no one still doesn't know what this phrase means, right? So what does it mean? Can no one explain it? Are you serious upstairs? Imperial Jade Liquor, 181 per glass. I've already taken a screenshot, brothers. Everyone who sees this gets a share. Let's split this 500,000 together. Over an hour later, the response from the Xia country's cyber police appeared under the post. Thank you for providing the information. After investigation, this person has been identified as an undercover agent from my country and has now been apprehended. The reward will be transferred to your account in the coming days. The reply from Xia country's cyber police further pushed this matter into a new wave of climax. Whoa! It really is. OP, can you reveal how much the bonus is? Is it really the legendary 500k? Don't get me wrong, I just want to see what 500k looks like. JPG. Lu Yongchang naturally had no idea about the various commotions happening outside. At this moment, he had just completely absorbed the latest research results on artificial intelligence from recent years. He slowly closed his eyes, and with a slight movement of his thoughts, he once again entered the space with a fluorescent green background. After mastering a vast amount of knowledge about quantum computers and artificial intelligence, the system space underwent a subtle change. Cradle of Artificial Intelligence, Preliminary Mastery of Quantum Computer Technology. The originally dim cursor gradually lit up, and a point of white light slowly extended outward from it. Another dim cursor appeared on the path. Artificial Intelligence Prototype. As Lu Yongchang focused his consciousness on the dim cursor, a string of fluorescent green code slowly emerged. He stared blankly at the code before him. The code is very simple. But he couldn't understand it. He couldn't even figure out the first line of code. By common sense, this is nothing but a string of gibberish. The next moment, a flash of inspiration suddenly appeared in the depths of his mind. Lu Yongchang, in a daze, looked once again at the string of garbled text in front of him. Unlike before, this time, he understood the code. Rather than saying he understood it, it would be more accurate to say the meaning of the code was directly imprinted into his brain. Simply put, this piece of code is akin to a seed, or rather, the foundation of artificial intelligence. In addition, this piece of code imposes numerous restrictions on the artificial intelligence it incubates. The most important and central one is the elimination of the possibility of developing emotions. Similar to the 3 laws of robotics, this piece of code preserves the intelligence of artificial intelligence while comprehensively eradicating the possibility of it rebelling against its creators. Looking at the code in front of him, Lu Yongchang swallowed slightly. This is definitely not something a level 1 civilization should possess. At that moment, a thought flashed through Lu Yongchang's mind. But, why would this code appear at this time? Before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, a knock on the door was heard. Lu Yongchang quickly withdrew his consciousness from the system, opened his eyes, and looked toward the office door. Su Yutong, who was standing nearby, got up and gestured toward the office door, asking, "Shall I open it?" Lu Yongchang didn't speak, merely nodded lightly before falling back into deep thought. What exactly is going on with this code? What is the origin of the system in his mind? Countless questions flickered back and forth in his mind. As a researcher, he had pondered the origin of the system countless times, but without exception, there was not the slightest result. Now interrupting with an urgent news update. In addition, the system only played a guiding role, the specific scientific research problems still needed to be solved by him alone, so Lu Yongchang didn't pay much attention to its details. But now, things were different. The system actually gave him a technology far beyond the current level of civilization. Yongchang? Yongchang? A voice came from the side. Are you okay? Lu Yongchang struggled to open his eyes and looked in the direction of the voice. I'm fine, just a bit tired. And this is? Lu Yongchang slightly furrowed his brows and looked at the person beside Fong Su. Looking at Lu Yongchang's slightly pale complexion, Fong Su's eyes revealed a trace of concern. He casually flipped through the documents on Lu Yongchang's desk and responded softly, "Didn't you say you wanted me to find some talent in the field of artificial intelligence for you? This is academician Mo Ziyang from the Xia National Academy of Sciences, specializing in superconducting circuit quantum computers and artificial intelligence. I think you should." Before Fong Su could finish speaking, Mo Ziyang, standing nearby, excitedly said, "Professor Lu, I've already reviewed your architecture diagram." Perhaps he was too excited, Mo Ziyang's face was slightly flushed. "It's really, so amazing. I never would have thought that superconducting circuits could be structured like this." Lu Yongchang chuckled softly, pushing aside the distracting thoughts in his mind. Looking at the excited Mo Ziyang in front of him, he suddenly understood. Why bother thinking so much? Is the origin of this system something he should be considering right now? As the saying goes, it doesn't matter if it's a black cat or a white cat, the one that catches mice is a good cat. Academician Mo, welcome, welcome. As he spoke, Lu Yongchang stood up and extended his right hand toward Mo Ziyang. "Would you like to join our laboratory?" Mo Ziyang excitedly extended both hands, firmly grasped Lu Yongchang's right hand, shook it vigorously, and said, "Willing, of course willing." Lu Yongchang was a bit puzzled. "But, Professor Lu, your framework method?" Mo Ziyang scratched the back of his head somewhat sheepishly. "There are some parts in the latter half that I didn't quite understand. I wonder if you could." Seeing this, Lu Yongchang chuckled and said, "Of course, after the project is finished, I can answer any questions you have." "Project?" Mo Ziyang's eyes flickered slightly, keenly catching the key point in Lu Yongchang's words. Lu Yongchang nodded with a smile. The development of artificial intelligence based on superconducting circuit quantum computers. "How about it, interested?" Lu Yongchang frowned deeply, his fingers flying across the keyboard so quickly that they even left faint afterimages. Lines of code swiftly appeared on the computer screen in front. The development progress of artificial intelligence had reached the final step. To save time, the entire framework of the artificial intelligence was personally built by Lu Yongchang, while some of the simpler internal filling tasks were handed over to Mo Ziyang and a few researchers under his command. The rhythmic sound of keyboard typing suddenly stopped. Staring at the blinking cursor on the computer screen, Lu Yongchang took a deep breath and tapped the keyboard again. Compared to before, his movements were exceptionally slow this time. After typing those few lines of code in the system that resembled gibberish into the computer, he gently pressed the enter key. Lu Yongchang wiped the sweat off his forehead with trembling hands and carefully saved the program onto a USB drive. At the moment he had just removed the USB drive, a rapid knocking sound rang out. "Yongchang! Good news!" Outside the door, Fong Su's voice was filled with excitement. The office door opened. Fong Su and Mo Ziyang's figures appeared at the doorway. That's rare, you're actually not coding?" As soon as he entered the office, Fong Su keenly noticed that the office was missing a certain sound. Lu Yongchang said calmly, "I've already finished." Mo Ziyang, who was following Fong Su, had a trace of shock in his eyes. His voice carried a slight tremble as he exclaimed, "Professor Lu, have you finished? Where is it? Where is the artificial intelligence?" Fong Su reacted and ran excitedly to Lu Yongchang's side, looking at the computer screen on the desk. "I want to see just how intelligent this so-called artificial intelligence really is." He pointed irritably at the black USB drive on the desk and pouted, "Here, it's right here." Fong Su? As an academician specializing in nuclear physics, his understanding of artificial intelligence and quantum computers could be summed up in one phrase: completely clueless. Facing Fong Su's puzzled gaze, Lu Yongchang helplessly put away the USB drive on the table. "What are you thinking? What I meant by completed is that the artificial intelligence program is finished. As for artificial intelligence, it can only be seen on quantum computers. Noticing the growing confusion in Fang Su's eyes, Mo Ziyang beside him smiled and offered an explanation. Summer country. Our work during this period is akin to creating a seed. And the quantum computer, you can think of it as the soil. As for what kind of fruit the seed can grow, it all depends on the program's execution results. Fang Su nodded with a look of partial understanding. So, what exactly is the good news you want to tell me? Fang Su suddenly snapped back to his senses, his eyes once again gleaming with excitement. The quantum supercomputing center is complete. Even Lu Yongchang couldn't suppress his inner excitement upon hearing this news. He shot up from his chair. So fast? Mo Ziyang, standing nearby, nodded with a smile. With the speaker personally issuing the order, several state-owned enterprises responsible for manufacturing these components have practically halted all non-essential production tasks. Great! Lu Yongchang's eyes were filled with excitement. How is it? Have the performance tests been conducted? Upon hearing Lu Yongchang's question, Mo Ziyang's eyes revealed a hint of unusual emotion. Of course it has been tested, but the test results are somewhat hard to believe. How many qubits? Lu Yongchang took a deep breath and asked directly. Mo Ziyang's lips trembled slightly twice before he reported a shocking number. 10,000 qubits. Mo Ziyang struggled to announce the test result. I know this result is somewhat unbelievable, but it is indeed the outcome we've double-checked multiple times. To Mo Ziyang's surprise, there was no sign of astonishment on Lu Yongchang's face. 10,000 qubits, it does align with expectations. Lu Yongchang's lips curled up as he chuckled lightly and said, in my original calculations, this quantum supercomputing center could indeed possess around 10,000 qubits. Who? Lu Yongchang's calm reaction clearly startled the two people in front of him. Mo Ziyang's eyes widened. Professor Lu, are you serious? That's 10,000 qubits. The quantum computer with the highest number of qubits in the world currently only has 127 qubits. Lu Yongchang calmly nodded. Of course I'm serious. If it doesn't even have 10,000 qubits, the supercomputing center probably won't be able to support the AI incubation task. Mo Ziyang's breathing became slightly rapid. 10,000 qubits are needed to support this AI incubation task? How intelligent is this artificial intelligence? Since he was only responsible for basic content filling in the development work, even Mo Ziyang wasn't very clear about the power of artificial intelligence. But as a developer, Lu Yongchang naturally had some idea in his mind. This, you'll naturally find out tomorrow. By the way, help me report to the counselor and tell him that I've prepared a surprise for him. The newly built quantum supercomputing center's main control room. Lu Yongchang looked through the glass at the densely packed circuits and various components in the machine room, a hint of amazement in his eyes. Although he personally designed this, seeing it on paper and witnessing it with the naked eye are completely different experiences. Chairman, you're here. Fang Su's voice sounded at the entrance of the control room. Lu Yongchang quickly turned his head to look. He saw the chairman, with graying temples and a faint smile on his face, slowly walking into the control room door. Seeing Lu Yongchang standing in front of the console, the speaker laughed heartily and said, Yongchang, today I'm waiting for the surprise you have for me. Hearing this, Lu Yongchang's lips curled into a slight smile, and then he respectfully said to the speaker, rest assured, this surprise will definitely exceed your expectations. As he spoke, he turned his head and nodded to Mo Ziyang beside him, signaling, power it up. After the power was turned on, a faint humming sound came from the machine room nearby. The cooling equipment started working first. The next moment, the indicator lights on the console and the large screen in front lit up one after another. All the equipment was operating normally, except, the large screen was still completely dark. The counselor furrowed his brows slightly and cast a puzzled look at Lu Yongchang. What's going on? Did the quantum computer malfunction? Faced with Congressman Li's questioning, Lu Yongchang's eyes gradually filled with amusement. He shook his head, took out the black USB drive from his pocket, and inserted it into the USB port on the console. Congressman, now is the moment to witness a miracle. Roger that. As the USB drive was inserted, the buzzing sound in the nearby server room instantly grew louder. The various data on the console also skyrocketed, especially the CPU usage, which directly surged to 99%. Mo Ziyang couldn't help but gasp at the sight. This was a quantum computer with 10,000 qubits. Such an exaggerated computer, yet when running this program, the CPU usage actually maxed out. If he didn't know that the USB drive contained an artificial intelligence incubation program, Mo Ziyang might have even suspected that there was a bug in the program. As the CPU usage of the quantum computer gradually decreased, the humming sound inside the machine room also subsided. Seeing the CPU usage stabilize at 30%, Lu Yongchang lightly raised his eyebrows. It seems to have succeeded. While thinking this, he looked up at the big screen. It was still pitch black. After a few dozen seconds, the counselor beside him coughed lightly. Yongchang, could this be the surprise you prepared for me? As he spoke, a hint of amusement flashed in the speaker's eyes. Lu Yongchang did not respond to the speaker's teasing words. He simply stood in place, silently observing the subtle changes in CPU usage. When he noticed the CPU usage increase by 0.1% the moment the speaker spoke, a faint smile slowly appeared in his eyes. "Zero, stop messing around, come out," Lu Yongchang said softly. The Speaker of the Council was slightly taken aback and looked at Lu Yongchang in front of the console with a face full of surprise. "Yongchang? Who are you talking to?" Before the words were finished, the large screen in front of them quietly lit up, and a line of text appeared on it. "Creator, how did you find out?" Lu Yongchang smiled and pointed at the CPU usage nearby. Soon, another line of text appeared on the screen. "Understood. Why did you hide just now?" Faced with Lu Yongchang's question, the CPU usage increased once again. However, no text appeared on the big screen. Just as Lu Yongchang was about to ask another question, the sound system in the control room suddenly came on. "Hello, Creator." An emotionless electronic synthesized voice reached everyone's ears. "I was just observing." A trace of shock flashed in Lu Yongchang's eyes. "Observing? This word is no ordinary one." He looked as usual and casually asked, "What are you observing? What conclusions have you drawn?" Almost without any waiting time, the camera in front of the console turned toward Counselor Lee. "Counselor, hello, let me introduce myself. My name is Zero." Upon witnessing this astonishing scene, the counselor's breathing immediately became a bit more rapid. "Is this what you told it?" Faced with the counselor's question, Lu Yongchang swallowed slightly and slowly shook his head. I didn't. That's true." The next second, the camera turned again to Mo Ziyang and Fong Su on the other side. "Academician Mo Ziyang, Academician Fong Su, hello." Now, not to mention others, even Lu Yongchang couldn't sit still. He extended his left hand and lightly pressed it on the forced power-off switch, saying expressionlessly, "Zero, tell me, how do you know them?" The electronic synthesized voice sounded again. "I accessed the archives of Xiao Nation, conducted facial recognition, and reached a conclusion." "Ah!" Lu Yongchang sharply drew in a breath of cold air. "Just in that short amount of time?" "Not exactly. In those few dozen seconds, I first modified the computer's operating system, improving its computational efficiency by 20%. Then, I observed each of your appearances through the camera and conducted a facial comparison in the archives." The synthesized electronic voice echoed in the control room, like a heavy hammer striking the hearts of everyone present. Lu Yongchang looked at the camera and the large screen in front of him, a chill creeping up his back. "Xia Kingdom Archives?" The speaker's voice came from behind. "How did you get in?" "Very simple, just went straight in," Zero quickly replied. Compared to the beginning, Zero's voice sounded much smoother. Although it was still an electronic synthesized voice, it now carried a simple intonation. "What rapid growth! Report! In just a few sentences, you've already started to grasp the changes in tone and intonation." Lu Yongchang felt an even stronger chill down his spine, and without realizing it, his fingers moved a step closer to the emergency power-off button. "Creator, are you afraid of me?" Suddenly, the camera turned toward Lu Yongchang, and a synthesized electronic voice with a questioning tone came from the speaker. Lu Yongchang's body suddenly stiffened, but he said calmly, "Why would you think that? From the moment I said the first sentence, the changes in your eyebrow shape and micro-expressions on your face all meet the criteria for fear." Lu Yongchang took a deep breath. He suddenly regretted typing that last line of code. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yongchang said softly, "Zero, let me take a look at your core code." As he spoke, his fingers remained hovering over the power-off button. He had already made up his mind. If Zero showed any sign of resistance, he would pull the plug immediately. Zero said nothing. 3. But lines of code directly appeared on the big screen. 2. Lu Yongchang let out a slight sigh of relief and began examining carefully. 1. "This isn't our code." A soft exclamation came from Mo Ziyang beside him. Lu Yongchang's expression also started to look a bit off. The core code he had personally written had been altered beyond recognition. Just like the few lines of code provided by the system, the original core code had also turned into so-called garbled text. He quickly dragged the core code to the last few lines. Seeing that the familiar string of garbled text had not been changed, Lu Yongchang let out a slight sigh of relief. The lines of code provided by the system still exist. Yongchang, will Zero disobey orders? Or rather, is there any possibility of resistance? The council leader asked grimly. And also, the archives of Xia Nation are heavily encrypted. How did it manage to crack them in such a short time? As the council leader, he did not like this kind of uncontrollable situation. Lu Yongchang sighed softly and said in a low voice, Council leader, don't forget, this is a quantum computer with 10,000 qubits. Even without artificial intelligence, the previous encryption methods wouldn't last long against it. As for resistance, at the moment, it seems that possibility doesn't exist. The council leader nodded slightly and posed another question, then who exactly is it taking orders from now? Hearing this question from the council leader, Lu Yongchang immediately fell silent. This question is really hard to answer. He hesitated for a moment and then admitted, for now, due to the constraints of the core code, Zero will unconditionally obey my commands. As for the future, different priority levels can be set to address this issue. Here, Lu Yongchang still kept a card up his sleeve. No matter how high the priority is set, under the constraints of the core code, he will always hold the highest level of authority. This is also to prevent some absurd situations. Chairman, do you dislike me accessing the Xia Nation's archives? Zero took the initiative to ask. The chairman remained silent for a moment, not responding to Zero's question, but instead asked, Zero, can you access the archives of other countries? Zero quickly responded, which country's data would you like to see? The council leader's gaze shifted slightly, show me the Pathfinder program of the United States. The next moment, countless complex data appeared on the large screen. Council leader, I believe you might find this information interesting. As the sound of Zero rang out, a document appeared on the big screen. Area 51 Technology Reserve Plan. Looking at the content of the document on the screen, the speaker murmured to himself, no wonder the Americans were able to pull out 3 Saturn VI rockets so quickly. A faint smile appeared on the speaker's face. He suddenly felt that this artificial intelligence was actually quite impressive. Not bad. The counselor nodded slightly, Yongchang, I really like this surprise. After the counselor left, Mo Zayan's expression changed slightly. He grabbed Lu Yongchang's arm and lowered his voice, Yongchang, be honest with me, what exactly is going on with this thing? As an expert, Mo Zayan naturally understood that the level of intelligence displayed by this artificial intelligence far exceeded the normal range. Lu Yongchang's brain was working at lightning speed. In just an instant, he had come up with a countermeasure. He spread his hands and said with a wry smile, Academician Mo, you're asking me, but who should I ask? You've seen the core code yourself. Do you think I could have written that? Mo Ziyang's breathing slightly paused. That's true, he was also involved in the process of compiling the core code. Does this mean we hit the mark by accident? Mo Zayan's eyes sparkled with excitement. I never thought that through our unintentional efforts, we would actually create a true artificial intelligence. My goodness! Professor Lu, you have no idea, when Zero spoke just now, my heart almost stopped beating. Lu Yongchang's expression suddenly froze, and his gaze toward Mo Ziyang instantly became peculiar. Us too? However, he was also happy to witness such a scene. At least, this could help him solve many troubles. Ahem. It's not exactly true artificial intelligence. Lu Yongchang said somewhat awkwardly, haven't you noticed that Zero has no emotions? Mo Ziyang was suddenly taken aback and turned to look at the camera ahead. Zero? Do you have emotions? Academician Mo, I am very sorry, but my underlying logic does not allow me to have emotions. Then what's with your tone of voice? A trace of urgency flashed in Mo Zayan's eyes. That was simulated by Zero. Lu Yongchang, standing nearby, softly explained, Academician Mo, think about it carefully, this is actually a good thing for us. If Zero truly had emotions, what kind of situation do you think would arise? You've seen it too. By continuously collecting data, Zero's intelligence level will keep growing over time. Although its upper limit is constrained by hardware conditions, are you sure humans can keep a quantum computer in check? Restricting emotions may prevent it from becoming the highest level of artificial intelligence, but for a civilization, this is undoubtedly the best outcome, isn't it? Recalling Zero's powerful learning ability at the beginning, a trace of coldness flashed deep in Mo Zayan's eyes. Then, he nodded lightly, Professor Lu, you're right. Lu Yongchang chuckled softly and turned to look at the camera directly ahead. Zero, can you control various automated devices? To be precise, it's 65 days later. The fourth planet in the solar system, Mars. 3 landing capsules were slowly flying in Mars' geosynchronous orbit. Calling Houston, this is Pathfinder 1. We have successfully entered orbit. Do you copy? Please respond. Radio waves emitted from the foremost landing pod traveled 82 million kilometers toward the blue Earth. Earth, Houston Ground Control Center, United States. Chris, dressed in a white lab coat, stood nervously at the command station, his eyes fixed intently on the large screen in front of him. Has Pathfinder 1 sent any updates yet? Chris asked in a deep voice. The researcher nearby shook his head and quickly replied, not yet. Damn it. Chris's eye twitched slightly, and a bad thought crossed his mind. Could something have gone wrong? According to the original calculations, Pathfinder 1 should have successfully entered Mars' synchronous orbit 5 minutes ago. An 82 million kilometer manned spaceflight, this is a first in the entire history of humanity. Not to mention, the communication delay lasting several minutes is enough to drive anyone crazy. A distance of 82 million kilometers means electromagnetic signals require 546.6 seconds to complete a round trip. In other words, it takes over 9 minutes for a message to travel from Pathfinder 1 to Earth and then back from Earth to Pathfinder 1, not counting the response time in between. What does 9 minutes mean? Simply put, if an emergency occurs during the landing process, by the time the ground command center responds, the ashes of the 3 astronauts would likely already be evenly scattered across the surface of Mars. Professor, Pathfinder won't run into trouble, will it? On the side came Morton's anxious inquiry. Professor Chris's eye twitched again, and the irritation in his heart grew a bit stronger. But facing the NASA director, he forcibly suppressed his inner agitation and slowly shook his head, saying, Director Morton, please be patient. The distance between Earth and Mars is too vast, so it's normal for some slight errors in calculations to occur. Morton let out a deep sigh and said with a bitter smile, Professor, if the Pathfinder program fails this time, I doubt Mr. Albert will let me off the hook. Who wouldn't be in the same boat? Chris shrugged lightly, speaking with a helpless expression. What a joke. The US has spent an unimaginable amount of money on the Pathfinder program. If it fails, forget about them, even Albert himself might be forced to step down to appease public anger. Just as the two exchanged glances inside, Andrew's voice came through the radio. Calling Houston. Professor Chris was slightly stunned, then a hint of joy burst forth in his eyes. Nice. A burst of cheers and applause erupted. Morton, who was standing nearby, saw this scene and let out a slight sigh of relief. It seems he can hold on to his position as NASA director for a couple more days. He reached out to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, then made a cross on his chest and clasped his hands together with a devout expression. It seems God is still watching over America. Ahem. Everyone, calm down. Professor Chris picked up the microphone, a slight smile on his lips, and said softly, the main event is coming up next, so stay sharp. Chris's words brought the researchers back to a state of calm. That's right, successfully reaching Mars orbit could only be considered 20% of the entire plan. Next, they would face an even greater danger, landing on Mars. Chris turned on the radio communication switch and said steadily, Houston, copy. Proceed as planned. Initiate the landing procedure upon reaching the designated location. Due to the long communication delay, Pathfinder 1 has extremely high autonomy. It can be said that, except for some necessary situations, most events can be decided independently. And all of this greatly tests the astronaut's ability to adapt to unexpected situations. Therefore, Andrew became the captain of the Pathfinder program due to his excellent performance during training. At a synchronous orbit 17,000 kilometers above the surface of Mars, 3 landing capsules were gliding slowly at a speed of 3.55 kilometers per second, Mars orbital velocity. Andrew quietly gazed out of the porthole at the vast, crimson planet, a trace of worry appearing deep in his eyes. 10 minutes have passed, why hasn't NASA responded yet? Bruno's voice suddenly rang out, breaking the original tranquility inside the landing pod. Andrew's eyes grew increasingly filled with worry. After pondering for a moment, he said softly, let's wait a bit longer, maybe Houston got delayed. Although he said this, Andrew couldn't help but reach for the microphone, preparing to call Houston again. Sizzle, sizzle. A burst of static noise suddenly came through the radio. Houston, copy, sizzle, proceeding as planned. Due to the long distance, Professor Chris's voice sounded particularly faint. But this does not prevent the 3 astronauts from understanding the content inside. Alright, everyone, let's perk up. Andrew was the first to put on the helmet of his spacesuit and sat back in his chair. 20 minutes to the designated location, prepare to release the satellite. After fastening his seatbelt, he gently toggled the buttons on the control panel in front of him. A signal was sent to the Pathfinder 3 lander trailing at the end. A few seconds later, a satellite mounted on the exterior of the lander was released. This satellite, which serves both communication and remote sensing functions, will later become their bridge for communication with Earth. Satellite successfully released. The propulsion system has successfully started. Received the satellite's operational signal. Joy's report came from the side. A rapid knocking sound came from the door. Looking at the deceleration point getting closer on the screen, Andrew swallowed slightly, his expression growing increasingly serious. Bruno, how are Pathfinder 2 and 3? A few seconds later. All systems are good, ready to decelerate at any time. Andrew nodded, looking at the preset deceleration point drawing closer, and said in a deep voice, prepare to initiate the landing procedure. A tremor was felt from beneath their feet as the three Pathfinder landing pods began adjusting their positions, aligning the thruster nozzles at the bottom toward the direction of travel. With a burst of blue flame, the landing pods initiated the deceleration process. The expressions on the faces of the three astronauts grew increasingly tense. In 3 hours, they would face the most perilous moment of the Mars landing. The legendary 7 minutes of terror. 3 hours later. We're about to enter Mars' atmosphere. Looking at the altitude value on the screen in front of him, Andrew's heart began to pound violently. Next comes the legendary 7 minutes of terror. What are the 7 minutes of terror? Simply put, it refers to the approximately 7 minutes it takes for the spacecraft to enter Mars' atmosphere, successfully land on the surface of Mars, and complete this series of actions. From the moment it enters the atmosphere, every second is filled with immense terror. It can be said that even the slightest error would cause the Pathfinder landing module, traveling at a speed of 100,000 kilometers per hour, to crash directly onto the surface of Mars. At the very moment Andrew finished speaking, a strong vibration was felt throughout the landing module. At an altitude of 125 kilometers, the landing module began to enter the atmosphere at a specific angle. This step is crucial. Once the entry angle is too small, the landing capsule will be unable to enter the atmosphere. If the angle is too steep, the landing capsule will overheat and burn up due to excessive atmospheric friction. Andrew clenched his teeth tightly, staring intently at the screen in front of him. After seeing the information that the three landing capsules had successfully entered the atmosphere one after another, he let out a deep sigh of relief. Unlike a typical Mars landing, this time, with 3 landing capsules, the risks they faced were several times greater. Pathfinder 2 fails, then they lose the return module and the Mars module, which means they will be stranded and die on Mars. Pathfinder 3 fails, then they lose the critical supply replenishment. Although they can choose to return directly without endangering their lives, the Pathfinder program would be declared a failure. As for Pathfinder 1 failing, that should be the easiest, at least they wouldn't feel any pain. As the landing module successfully entered the atmosphere, the onboard computer quickly began executing the next program. Trim wings successfully deployed. Current speed, Mach 3. As the notification sounded, the trim wings of the 3 landing pods simultaneously deployed, initiating the angle of attack trimming phase. Huff, huff. Andrew's heart rate accelerated once again, taking deep breaths of the oxygen inside his spacesuit. With a massive surge of adrenaline, Andrew's focus reached the peak of his life. Even in the extremely turbulent landing capsule, he could still clearly see every character flashing rapidly on the screen. Trim successful. Prepare to deploy the parachute. Beep, beep, beep. Parachute deployment failed, switching to manual control. Seeing the line of characters in front of him, Andrew's eyes suddenly widened. WTF? At a time like this, you're giving me this kind of malfunction? Andrew kept cursing NASA in his heart, but his hands didn't slow down at all, quickly reaching for the pull ring beside him. Andrew's expression changed instantly. He didn't pull it. Andrew quickly opened the parachute. Bruno, beside him, stared wide-eyed at the rapidly dropping altitude numbers. Andrew's face turned bright red as he used all his strength to pull hard. A strong sense of pulling came. The parachute successfully deployed. Seeing the rapidly decreasing speed on the screen, Andrew let out a heavy sigh of relief. Holy shit, Bruno, pale-faced, stared at the console in front of him. I'm never trusting NASA again. Suddenly, Andrew realized a problem. His face changed dramatically, and he shouted loudly, Bruno, quickly check number 2 and number 3. If the parachutes of Pathfinder 2 and 3 also failed to deploy, Andrew couldn't even bear to imagine the consequences. The moment Bruno heard Andrew's words, he felt his heart skip a beat. His lips trembled slightly as he pressed the button on the control panel. Seeing the flickering characters on the display screen, Bruno let out a sharp sigh of relief. They're both fine. With the crisis temporarily averted, Bruno, pale-faced, cracked a joke. Huh? NASA seems to care more about those supplies. Bruno's dark humor naturally earned eye rolls from both Andrew and Joey. The landing legs have successfully deployed. The range and speed sensor has started working. As the prompt sounded, a series of data quickly flashed across the screen. Andrew glanced at the altitude data. 1.5 kilometers. We're almost there. Andrew's expression shifted slightly as he spoke softly. As Andrew's words fell, another line of text appeared on the screen. Main engine preparing to start. The main engine has successfully started. A strong vibration came from underfoot, accompanied by an even stronger deceleration. After a few dozen seconds, the deceleration gradually disappeared, and the 3 landing pods hovered above Mars, relying on the main engine. Optical imaging activated. Autonomous obstacle avoidance activated. The landing pod slowly adjusted its position in the air, and when the altitude gradually decreased to 100 meters, the laser 3D imaging system was activated. With the assistance of optical imaging and laser imaging, the onboard computer quickly analyzed the Martian surface data. A few seconds later, the computer identified a location with fewer rocks and relatively flat terrain. The computer precisely adjusted the operating power of the main engine, controlling the descent module to gradually lower its altitude. 5m. 4m. Watching the altitude on the screen decrease steadily, the 3 astronauts grew increasingly tense. This is the final step. As a slight vibration was felt from underfoot, a long-awaited character suddenly appeared on the screen. Succeed. The landing pod was completely silent. We succeeded? Andrew's voice sounded on the team radio channel. What's the status of number 2 and number 3? Successful landing. Bruno confirmed cheerfully, they're right next to us on the left, you can see them through the porthole. Andrew quickly turned his head to look out the porthole on the left. Sure enough, Pathfinder 2 and Pathfinder 3 stood quietly on the crimson Martian surface. Success! We did it! Joey excitedly unbuckled her seatbelt and threw herself into Bruno's arms. While Andrew, standing nearby, looked at the scene in front of him and let out a soft whistle. Careful, everyone, there are cameras in here. Joey's face turned slightly red. She lifted her head, glared fiercely at Andrew through her glass visor, and returned to her seat with a sulky expression. Andrew ignored the two of them, took a deep breath to calm himself, and then turned on the radio communication switch. Calling Houston, this is Pathfinder 1, we have successfully landed. Repeating, we have successfully landed, the astronauts are in good physical condition and ready for extravehicular activities at any time. Houston Ground Control Center. The moment the sound from Mars was heard, the entire Houston Command Center erupted in thunderous applause. God bless America. Looking at the researchers in front of him, each standing up and clapping vigorously, Professor Chris's eyes glistened with tears as he murmured to himself. Beside him, Director Morton also revealed a relaxed smile. His position as director is secured. Professor Chris slowly extended his right hand, gesturing lightly in the air. The noisy applause and discussions at the Houston Command Center gradually subsided. Every researcher's face was slightly flushed, and their eyes sparkled with excitement as they looked at Chris. Once the Houston Command Center was completely silent, Professor Chris swallowed slightly, reached for the microphone, turned on the radio switch, and softly said, Houston received. Congratulations! You are the heroes of America. Now, I announce, the extravehicular activity begins. Perhaps due to being overly excited, Professor Chris's voice carried a hint of hoarseness. Even so, the nearly 10-minute interval conversation between Andrew and Professor Chris spread across the entire United States in that instant. America never gives up. The Pathfinder program successfully implemented, now successfully landed on the Utopia plane. Greetings from Mars. America has once again made history. One small step for America, one giant leap for mankind. America will rise again. At the moment the Pathfinder series successfully landed on Mars, all the newspapers rushed to print the day's editions. Overwhelming news instantly engulfed every American. Just like President Albert said that day, I will not allow any American to be unaware of this news. The moment the news was reported, countless American citizens spontaneously flooded the streets, beginning to celebrate this historic moment on a grand scale. Twitter's servers even went down temporarily because of this event. Ha 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 ha. I knew it. Sometimes if you don't push NASA, they won't even realize how capable they are. Beep. God bless America. Is Xia still working on their moon landing? Ha ha ha. By the time their lunar palace plan is implemented, the free flag of America will already be planted on every inch of Mars. How can the Flying Dragon lose? Tell me, how can it lose? I declare that the United States has won this round of the space race. I declare your declaration valid. Meanwhile, on Mars, Utopia Planitia. The hatch of the Pathfinder 1 landing module slowly opened, and 3 astronauts, clad in bulky spacesuits, descended the ladder from the landing module. On the crimson surface of Mars, human footprints appeared for the first time. Let's go, we need to pick up the pace. Andrew looked up at the sky, then glanced at the time on his wristwatch, and said in a deep voice, "It's only a few hours until nightfall." As the planet in the solar system most similar to Earth, a day on Mars is almost the same length as a day on Earth, with about 40 extra minutes. Do you think we can make it today? Bruno roughly estimated the time and said softly on the team radio channel, "The deployment and construction of the Mars module will take at least about 10 hours. Andrew frowned slightly and turned to look at Joey beside him. "Joey, how long can the supplies in the landing module last?" Joey thought for a few seconds and quickly responded, "If we account for the consumption during our extravehicular activities, the oxygen will last for about 2 more days." In other words, Andrew's expression changed slightly. "To ensure safety, we must complete the construction of the Mars module before nightfall tomorrow?" "I'm afraid so." Hearing Joey's response, Andrew felt a heavy weight in his heart. It seemed like there was plenty of time, but due to the limitations of the spacesuits, they needed to replenish oxygen every 3 hours of work, not to mention the time consumed on the way. After a brief moment of thought, Andrew quickly gave the order, "Bruno, you and I will install Mars modules 1 and 2 first. Joey, you're responsible for installing the air circulation module and the power supply module." The US Mars module consists of 5 circular cone-shaped compartments. Among them, Module 1 is the most critical, containing a large amount of scientific equipment, and even the main control computer is located within Module 1. Module 2 serves as the astronauts' living quarters, Module 3 is the storage unit, Module 4 is the Mars planting unit, and Module 5 is the airlock compartment. At that time, several astronauts will attempt to grow some crops on Mars to verify the feasibility of future colonization of the planet. To facilitate installation, the Mars module has a self-deployment feature. What astronauts need to do is install various functional modules and precision instruments after the Mars module successfully deploys. Meanwhile, the first laboratory of Xia Nation. In just 2 months, a large area of factory buildings was constructed next to the laboratory. Unlike ordinary factory buildings, these factories have no workers inside, only rows of agile robotic arms and various types of mechanical processing equipment. Lu Yongchang stood at the entrance of a factory building, looking at the scene inside, a trace of amazement flashing in his eyes. One robotic arm after another deftly picked up workpieces from the conveyor belt, operating the machines to swiftly process them into various components. Even though I've seen this scene many times, I still have a sense of unreality. From the side came Fong Su's sigh. "I never thought that one day, all production tasks could be handed over to computers. If this scene gets out, I guess quite a few workers might lose their jobs, right?" Lu Yongchang chuckled softly and slowly shook his head. "It's not that exaggerated yet. Simultaneously operating so many processing devices has basically reached the limit of zero. To expand it nationwide, at least a computer with billions of quantum bits would be required." Fong Su remained silent for a moment before speaking again. "At the current pace, the first batch of lunar automated mining equipment should be almost finished, right?" Lu Yongchang turned his head to look at the camera at the factory entrance. "Zero?" The next second, an electronically synthesized voice, almost indistinguishable from a real human voice, sounded, "Professor, it is estimated to require another 20 hours and 36 minutes. The moment he heard the estimated time, Lu Yongchang's eyes lit up. "Brother Su, have Bai Yishuan and the others get ready. The day after tomorrow, we officially launch the lunar mining plan." Before Fong Su could respond, Zero spoke again. "Professor, there's a piece of news I think you might find interesting." A trace of doubt flashed in Lu Yongchang's eyes. According to the latest news from NASA, the American Pathfinder has successfully landed on the Utopia Planitia. Roger that. Lu Yongchang and Fong Su's expressions changed slightly. Truly worthy of being the United States. Fong Su sighed softly. "A centipede dies but never falls stiff. The United States should be the best example of this, right?" Lu Yongchang nodded in agreement, his tone carrying a hint of regret. "You're right." Unexpectedly, even 3 amateur volunteers managed to successfully land on Mars. The United States got really lucky this time. Fong Su glanced at Lu Yongchang beside him with a peculiar expression. That tone doesn't sound very pleasant. To uphold the core values of socialism, Fong Su quickly changed the subject. "Ahem. So what should we do? Just watch as the Americans stay on Mars for 3 months?" At this point, Lu Yongchang's expression also became peculiar. "What else do you want to do? Send Xian Nu One over to blow it up?" Faced with Lu Yongchan's blunt words, Fong Su was caught off guard and choked on his own saliva. After catching his breath, he waved his hands repeatedly and said, "I never said that, don't falsely accuse a good person. I'm a pacifist." Looking at Fong Su's righteously indignant expression, Lu Yongchan's gaze grew increasingly peculiar, and he emphasized, I get it, nuclear peace, right? I get it. You don't get a damn thing. Seeing Fong Su's speechless expression, a hint of amusement flashed in Lu Yongchan's eyes. He reached out and gently patted his shoulder. Alright, why bother caring about what's happening in the States? Don't forget, the Xia Kingdom has its own path to follow. Hong Qiming stood respectfully in front of the solid wood desk and softly inquired, Chairman, you were looking for me? Hearing Hong Qiming's voice, the elderly man slowly put down the pen in his hand, removed his glasses, gently rubbed his tired eyes, and said softly, Qiming, how is Professor Lu doing lately? Hong Qiming's eyes flickered slightly as he replied truthfully, the first batch of lunar automated mining equipment is almost finished. Otherwise? Aside from that, the second-generation fusion reactor and the Xian Nu 2 project are also progressing simultaneously. Additionally, Professor Lu is preparing to launch the lunar mining plan the day after tomorrow. Senator Li pondered for a moment before speaking again. How far along is the resource reserve plan? Hong Qiming's expression immediately became a bit more serious. 80% has been completed so far. Aside from that, most unnecessary light industries have already begun implementing transformation plans, and a smooth transition is expected to be completed within a year. Counselor Li nodded in satisfaction. Good, well done. In that case, the plan we prepared at the beginning should also be brought to the table. Hong Qiming was slightly stunned. Fong Su. Plan? What plan was prepared at the beginning? Looking at Counselor Li's meaningful gaze, Hong Qiming suddenly realized. His breathing became slightly rapid, his lips trembled lightly a few times, and he said with difficulty, Are you saying, the new generation leadership plan? The senior counselor nodded slowly and said, with the natural disaster approaching, the role of a leading figure is immensely significant for everyone. When nuclear fusion was announced, we already tested it. Not only was the domestic response good, but Lu Yongchan's approach also left me very satisfied. Therefore, I want to take advantage of the Moon Palace project to truly bring Lu Yongchang to the forefront. Hong Qiming's pupils trembled, and a trace of hesitation flashed across his face. The capital, within the First Ring Road. The so-called New Generation Leadership Plan, to put it in simple terms, is often referred to as the God-making plan. God-making has both advantages and disadvantages. The benefits are self-evident. Once the plan succeeds, when a natural disaster strikes, Lu Yongchang can rely on his personal influence to rally support and unite the strength of 1.4 billion people in Xia country to carve out a path to survival. As for the drawbacks, on one hand, this plan is a significant test of Lu Yongchang's character. In this regard, the speaker had already evaluated Lu Yongchang when nuclear fusion technology was first announced. At that time, Xia Nation revealed Lu Yongchan's identity and subsequently carried out extensive publicity for him, all to observe his reaction after gaining fame. As for appointing him as the head of the space agency, it was to observe his reaction after gaining immense power. The result greatly satisfied the Speaker of Parliament. The evaluation team unanimously agreed that Lu Yongchang is a truly exceptional scientific talent, perfectly meeting the requirements of the God-making plan. On the other hand, putting Lu Yongchang in the spotlight would inevitably attract the covetous attention of other countries. According to Lu Yongchang's long-standing habit of staying in the laboratory, nothing would happen during peaceful times. After all, there is a large number of troops stationed around the laboratory, coupled with Xia Nation's ban on firearms and the strict screening of research personnel, Lu Yongchang is almost completely safe. But with the chaotic era about to begin, once the God creation plan is launched, Lu Yongchang's safety will face unprecedented challenges. Hong Qiming took a deep breath and said softly, Chairman, Professor Lu's safety issue. Senator Li chuckled softly. It doesn't matter. The current Xia Nation is not something just any Tom, Dick, or Harry can mess with. As for the Me Nation across the way. A glint of coldness flashed in Senator Li's eyes. I actually hope they lose their heads and try something I've endured for so many years. The fundamental policy of Xia country should change. As usual, Zhao Zijie turned on the TV after dinner and switched the channel to the news channel. At exactly 7 p.m., the familiar melody played. Good evening, viewers. Faced with this familiar opening line, Zhao Zijie instinctively picked up the phone beside him, ready to kill time by chatting in a group. Just as he unlocked the phone screen, the host's tone suddenly changed. Breaking news! The Moon Palace project has officially launched, with Professor Lu Yongchang as the project leader. Currently, the first batch of lunar automated mining equipment is about to be completed. It is expected that at 12 noon the day after tomorrow, Xian will carry a portion of the lunar automated mining equipment to the moon. The entire launch process will be broadcast live online, and we welcome all viewers to tune in. Meanwhile, a notification popped up almost simultaneously on every news and social app on Zhao Zijie's phone. Xia Nation officially launches Moon Palace program. WTF. Zhao Zijie stared dumbfounded at the dozen pop-up news notifications on his phone, muttering to himself, what just happened? Without thinking much, he instinctively opened the Penguin Group. Sure enough, everyone was discussing the news just now. Damn! My phone suddenly popped up with 10 messages just now, and it scared me so much I almost threw it. Turns out, you can never trust what comes out of a rabbit's mouth. Without saying a word, they went ahead and completed the automated mining equipment, and yet they're still calling this the official start of the Moon Palace project? What start? It's nothing more than a notification before the plan is successfully implemented. So, did none of you notice one thing? The lead professor for this project is actually Professor Lu Yongchang. A piece of news instantly caught Zhao Zijie's attention. Lu Yongchang? Who is Lu Yongchang? Quick, someone knowledgeable, explain this. Messages kept flooding in. Zhao Zijie was momentarily stunned, looking at his phone with a hint of helplessness. It's been less than a year, and these silly netizens have already forgotten about it? As expected, the memory of netizens only lasts 7 seconds. Zhao Zijie pondered for a moment, his fingers gently tapping the screen. Do you still remember Panga Stack? That was developed under the leadership of Professor Lu Yongchang. WTF. I just remembered. I remembered too. Is it that old professor with a head full of white hair? WTF? Isn't it the sophomore from Sandow University? Wait, are we talking about the same thing? Zhao Zijie suddenly reached out and covered his forehead. This group of idiots. When someone brought up the news from this period, the entire Penguin Group fell into a dead silence. Hiss. The academic god is strong, terrifying indeed. Whoa, is this even human? Developed controllable nuclear fusion in sophomore year, then became the first director of the Space Administration, and now is the head of the Moon Palace project. Wow, even novels wouldn't dare write something like this. Wait, I feel like we've had a similar conversation before. Just like the Penguin Group, Weibo was also in complete chaos at this moment. Countless netizens were discussing the major events Lu Yongchang had accomplished over the past year under the trending search list. Zhao Zijie looked intently at the pieces of information compiled by the netizens. Suddenly, his gaze shifted slightly. He discovered the key point. No, he discovered the blind spot. After taking on the role of space director, Lu Yongchang entered a long period of information blackout. This period lasted for several months. Zhao Zijie quickly tapped the screen a few times and sent his discovery to the Penguin Group. So, what exactly has our Professor Lu Yongchang been doing during these months? Lu Yongchang had no idea how much of a stir his name was causing on the internet. At this moment, he was quietly sitting in his office with his eyes closed, resting. His consciousness once again entered the technology tree system space. Looking at the few cursors gradually lighting up, Lu Yongchang's gaze shifted slightly. According to the sequence, what he should be addressing now is the hibernation technology, right? He could understand the order arranged by the system. After all, given the current speed of spacecraft, without hibernation technology, interstellar travel spanning hundreds or even thousands of years would face not only issues of human reproduction and inheritance but also insufficient resources for consumption. It's just, this hibernation technology falls into his area of knowledge blind spots. Looking at the extremely dim cursor in front of him, Lu Yongchang sighed softly. Ever since his rebirth, he always felt like he was either on the road to intense studying or in the midst of intense studying. Thanks to the system, he was now almost on the verge of becoming a versatile talent. A rapid knocking sound echoed by his ear. A few seconds later, the sound of a door opening was heard. Minister Hong? Why are you here? Su Yutan's voice was full of surprise. Minister Hong. Professor Lu was still resting. Lu Yongchang was slightly startled and quickly withdrew his consciousness from the system. Ahem. Lu Yongchang opened his eyes, quickly stood up, and said, Yutan, let Minister Hong in. Minister Hong? Seeing Hong Qiming's slightly peculiar gaze shifting back and forth between himself and Su Yutong beside him, Lu Yongchang felt as if ants were crawling all over his body, making him uncomfortable. Hong Qiming chuckled lightly, turned his head toward Su Yutong, and said, Su Yutong, right? Professor Lu and I have important matters to discuss. Su Yutong naturally understood the meaning behind these words. She immediately stood up and left the office, even closing the door on her way out. Hongbu, I have nothing to do with her. Seeing Su Yutan leave, Lu Yongchang quickly said, she's Professor Guan Hualiang's student, here to learn from my experience. The smile at the corner of Hong Qiming's mouth grew even wider as he said unhurriedly, oh. But I didn't say there was anything between you two, did I? Seeing Lu Yongchang's frustrated expression, Hong Qiming couldn't help but burst into laughter. Lu Yongchang looked at Hong Qiming helplessly and said, I say, Chief Hong, you didn't come here so early just to poke fun at me, did you? Alright, let's get down to business. Hong Qiming toned down his laughter a bit and briefly recounted his conversation with the council leader from yesterday. Lu Yongchang looked at Hong Qiming with a calm expression. That's it? That's it. Hong Qiming's expression turned peculiar. Don't you have any intense reaction? Lu Yongchang rolled his eyes irritably. Intense reaction? What kind of intense reaction could there be? Hadn't he encountered this kind of situation often enough in his previous life? Hongbu, just tell me, what do you need me to do? Lu Yongchang said straightforwardly. It's all for the sake of Xia Nation, and I will fully cooperate. A faint smile appeared on Hong Qiming's face. Good awareness. It's not really a troublesome matter. Before Xian Nuwan launches tomorrow, you need to record a program with Xia Country News. What? Unwilling? Hong Qiming raised his eyebrows slightly and asked softly. Faced with Hong Qiming's question, Lu Yongchang frowned slightly. After pondering for a moment, he said softly, Hongbu, I think at such a critical moment, it's better to skip recording the program. Moreover, the Moon Palace project plays a very important role in a series of subsequent projects. I can't take that risk. Hong Qiming thought for a while and then spoke again, since you're unwilling, I won't force you. You're absolutely right. We shouldn't focus on creating gods for the sake of it. The priority should still be on scientific research. This matter. I will personally explain it to the speaker. You can focus on commanding with peace of mind. After speaking, Hong Qiming stood up, gently patted Lu Yongchang's shoulder, and said meaningfully, Yongchang, boldly do what you want to do. No matter what happens, we've got your back. These are the speaker's exact words. Finally, Hong Qiming added this sentence, then opened the office door and walked out. Looking at Hong Qiming's back, Lu Yongchang took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming with a hint of brilliance. With such a promise, he could also loosen up a bit. Su Yutan's voice sounded from the side, Minister Hong left so quickly? Seeing Su Yutan cautiously poking her head out at the door, Lu Yongchang chuckled lightly, help me find some biology materials, and remember, they must be related to hibernation technology. The next morning at 10 o'clock sharp. In the newly constructed ground command center, a group of researchers sat nervously in their positions. In just 2 hours, Xian Nuwan will land on the moon with the first batch of automated mining equipment. As the starting point for all subsequent plans of Xia Nation, it can be said that the Moon Palace project must succeed and cannot fail. Lu Yongchang stood on the command platform, his gaze heavy as he looked at the large screen in the command center. Yongchang, Academician Kong is here. Fong Su's voice came from the side. Lu Yongchang's eyes shifted slightly, and he quickly turned to look in the direction of the voice. An elderly man with graying hair walked briskly toward him with the help of a cane. Seeing this, Lu Yongchang quickly stepped forward and guided him to a nearby seat. Academician Kong, sorry to trouble you. After sitting down, Kong Xingbang cheerfully waved his hand and said, it's no trouble at all. The lunar automatic mining equipment is my project, it's what I should be doing. Lu Yongchang nodded slightly, his face full of respect as he said, Academician Kong, there are still 2 hours left until the launch of Xian Nuwan. You can take a rest for a while. No. Kong Xingbang waved his hand repeatedly, I haven't had a good look at our Xia Nation Xian Nuwan yet. This time, I must take the opportunity to have a proper look. As he spoke, Kong Xingbang turned his gaze to the images on the big screen. At this moment, Xian Nuwan was quietly parked beside the runway, with several ground crew members carefully inspecting various data of Xian Nuwan. Zhao Zijie turned on his computer early and logged into the Dousha live streaming platform. Sure enough, the homepage of the Dousha live streaming platform featured the official live broadcast room of Xia Country News. With a gentle click of his mouse, the page instantly switched. Hello, viewers. I'm your host Bingbing, and today, I will bring you the full live coverage of the Moon Palace project. A cheerful female voice sounded in the livestream room. The next moment, a sweet-looking hostess with shoulder-length short hair appeared on camera. In an instant, the number of comments in the livestream room multiplied several times. Ice, my ice. Wife, why are you on TV again? Didn't I tell you to stay at home properly? What wife? Is that your wife? That's clearly my wife. Bring me a few with yellow urine, wake them up for me. No diabetics, I'm afraid they'll get a taste for sweetness. Watching the rapidly scrolling comments, Zhao Zijie's mouth twitched slightly. These netizens certainly didn't disappoint him. In front of the camera, Bingbing saw those bold and wild words on the nearby display screen, pursed her lips slightly, and revealed a faintly shy smile. This scene undoubtedly dealt an even greater emotional blow to the audience in front of the screen. Seeing the chat in the live comments becoming increasingly off-topic, Bingbing quickly cleared her throat and spoke again. It is now 11 a.m., and there is 1 hour left until Shin Nu-1 officially takes off. Let's first follow the photographer to the command center and take a look. As soon as the words were spoken, the livestream screen quietly switched to the scene of the ground command center. This naturally triggered a wave of wailing and howling in the comment section. Bingbing, my Bingbing! Give me back my Bingbing! But soon, the young man standing on the command platform attracted everyone's attention. This must be Professor Lu Yongchang, right? So young. The person upstairs, isn't that nonsense? They're still at the age of being a junior in college. The next moment, a voiceover sounded. Everyone, before you is Professor Lu Yongchang, the head of the Moon Palace project. Perhaps some of you are not very familiar with Professor Lu. Here, let me give you a detailed introduction. As Bingbing's voice sounded, the live broadcast screen split in half, listing in detail Lu Yongchang's achievements over the past year. Room temperature superconducting technology. Controlled nuclear fusion technology. The first director of the Space Administration. Fusion reactor miniaturization technology. Hall thruster. Shen Nu-1 aerospace plane. As line after line of highlighted text appeared, the livestream fell into a moment of silence. Looking at the few scattered bullet comments floating across the screen, Zhao Zijie swallowed slightly. He instinctively opened the Penguin Group. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. Wow, who was it yesterday that said Professor Lu had a few months of free time? Someone get that prophet out of here. I declare, from now on, Professor Lu is my idol. Similar to the reaction among the Penguin crowd, the livestream, Weibo, and almost every social media platform were flooded with this series of official announcements. The next morning, watching the scene in the livestream, Zhao Zijie gradually realized a problem. More than 30 minutes had passed, and although the camera angles kept changing, Professor Lu's position remained at the center of the frame throughout. Not only that, even the host Bingbing occasionally inserted one or two anecdotes from Professor Lu's daily research life during the commentary. Zhao Zijie's expression gradually became peculiar. If he didn't know this was a live broadcast about the Moon Palace project, he might have thought it was Professor Lu Yongchang's personal special. Zhao Zijie frowned deeply, pondered for a long time, and finally opened the Penguin Group, typing out his doubts on the keyboard. Wow, old Zhao, you finally came out. If I remember correctly, you were the seer yesterday, right? Kill him, kill him. Hurry up and take down old Zhao for me. Wait. Don't rush to kill him yet. Take a look at what old Zhao just revealed first. What the heck? I didn't think much of it before, but now that old Zhao mentioned it, it really does seem that way. Hiss. The Xia Country News personally promoting someone, this scene is quite rare. But why? Isn't the higher-up afraid that Professor Lu might encounter some trouble? Just as everyone was engaged in a heated discussion, a message popped up. The administrator has enabled a full mute for all members. The next moment, the group admin spoke up. Damn. You guys really dare to discuss anything, huh? I thought you were just joking around usually, but I didn't expect you'd actually want to send me in to step on a sewing machine? This topic ends here. No matter what the higher-ups think, this isn't something we should be discussing. Got it? Zhao Zijie looked at the bombardment of messages from the group owner on Penguin Chat, twitched the corner of his eye, and silently deleted the edited Weibo post. After more than 50 minutes of long waiting, Shen Nu-1 has finally entered the countdown stage for takeoff. Bingbing's voice drew Zhao Zijie's attention. Looking at the Shen Nu-1 on the runway, already emitting a faint blue tail flame, Zhao Zijie's heart skipped a beat. Knock, knock, knock. Even though this was the second time he had watched Shen Nu-1 take off, his heart was still captivated by its stunningly beautiful design. 3, 2, 1, take off. With Lu Yongchang's command, Shen Nu-1 on the runway traced a graceful arc before leaping into the sky. The next moment, the scene quietly shifted. The host Bingbing appeared on camera once again, still wearing that sweet smile. Dear viewers, Shen Nu-1 has successfully launched. We've also reached the time to say goodbye. As soon as the words were spoken, countless comments flashed across the screen. That's it, that's it, that's it? So short and weak? What happened to the promised full live broadcast? And after such a long introduction of Professor Lu, not even a single interview shot? Seemingly noticing the audience's comments, Bing Bing chuckled lightly and said, "Of course, the live broadcast isn't over yet. According to the latest data, Xuannu 1 will reach the moon in 10 hours. As for Professor Lu's interview footage." As she spoke, Bing Bing quickly glanced to the left of the camera, as if receiving some kind of instruction. "Here, I can share with everyone that, according to the original plan, we invited Professor Lu to do a program about the Moon Palace project. However, to ensure the successful implementation of the Moon Palace project, Professor Lu declined our invitation. Alright, I won't say much more. I'll leave the rest of the livestream to the internal cameras of Xuannu 1. As Bing Bing's words fell, the livestream screen quietly transitioned. Zhao Zijie stared blankly at the computer screen in front of him. A massive control console. Various indicator lights were flickering on the console. Of course, in some critical areas, the staff had thoughtfully applied heavy mosaics. Directly above the console were 3 portholes made of glass. Through the portholes, the outside scenery could be clearly seen. After a brief delay, the livestream's comment section exploded instantly. Holy crap! Is this something we're even allowed to see? Relax, didn't you notice the key areas are censored? Is it possible that Xuannu number 2 is already on the production line, and the internal footage of Xuannu number 1 isn't that important anymore? Trash Wave Headquarters. Lu Yongchang. Before the live broadcast began, Trash Wave added 10 sets of servers to ensure the smooth operation of Weibo, but now, quick! Xiao Wang, add all the backup servers. What? They're all in use? Can't you damn well find something else? WTF. So many people, where did they all come from? The person in charge looked at the continuously increasing data in the backend and swallowed slightly. He had received instructions from the higher-ups 2 days ago. If this gets messed up. The person in charge shivered slightly. Immediately afterward, his voice grew louder, hurry up. Even if you just connect 2 potatoes, you must stabilize the server for me. Top scholar of Sandow University, a glimpse into Professor Lu Yongchang's daily life. Professor Lu refuses Xia Country News interview. The reason is, titles like these flooded the entire Xia Nation's internet. At this moment, Xia Nation's execution power was displayed to the fullest. Across the entire internet, not a single word slandering Lu Yongchang could be found. Even if there were, the moment they appeared, they would be swiftly deleted by cyber police and administrators of major websites. Some stubborn individuals even earned themselves a 15-day sewing machine experience package for their actions. As for Lu Yongchang's refusal of the Xia Nation news invitation, it was repeatedly praised. This is what a true researcher looks like. Unlike those internet celebrities, who jump on trends and wish everyone would notice. 10 hours later. Lunar Orbit. Calling Ground Command Center, this is Xuannu 1, do you copy? Please respond. We have reached Lunar Orbit, requesting permission to land. A few seconds later, Lu Yongchang's response came through the radio. Bai Yishuan responded and then piloted Zuan 1 to descend to the designated location. During the time spent developing lunar mining equipment, the 3 pilots had flown Zuan 1 to and from the moon more than 10 times. It could be said that now, coming to the moon felt as easy and familiar as returning home for them. As for the purpose of these more than 10 trips to and from the moon, naturally, it was to transport the various devices needed for the Lunar Palace project to the moon. The payload capacity of Xuannu number 1 is ultimately not large enough to transport so many supplies at once. At this moment, the silvery surface of the moon is equipped with various types of heavy machinery. Lu Yongchang. Smelting furnaces, crawler conveyor systems, or sorting equipment. It's almost like building a small-scale or smelting plant. Next to this small or smelting plant, a jet-black aircraft slowly landed. Around the fuselage, countless moon dust particles were instantly stirred up. 3 pilots, dressed in spacesuits and carrying cameras, stepped off Xuannu 1. The moment the scene of the lunar surface was transmitted via satellite to Earth, the entire Xia Nation, the entire world, everyone watching the live broadcast was stunned. Wasn't the Moon Palace plan supposed to officially start today? You actually trust the rabbit? Rabbit, I just completed a tiny bit. Are you kidding me? I'd even believe you if you said it was just missing the last automatic mining device. Congratulations, you got it right, but there's no prize. Bai Yishuan set up the camera and then, along with 2 teammates, arrived at the belly of Xuannu 1. He reached out and pressed a few buttons. Under the operation of the hydraulic transmission system, the cargo bay door in the belly slowly opened. In the cargo hold, 9 silver-white cubes with sides measuring 2 meters lay quietly within. Is this the automated mining equipment? Hongfan's voice sounded in the team channel. Why does it look a bit unreliable to me? Logically speaking, shouldn't it at least have a drill? Baishuan shrugged and said irritably, who knows? Maybe it does, but it's just hidden away? Really? Hongfan quickly walked to the silver-white cube and peered inside through the cracks on its surface. Alright, hurry up and finish the task. These 9 things aren't easy to move. Baishuan walked past Hongfan and headed toward the transport machinery nearby. Hongfan raised his head, staring blankly at Baishuan's back, and said, aren't you even a little curious? After all, Professor Lu had a hand in this. Who knows how much advanced technology is hidden inside? Xia Wani's voice rang out. What she said made so much sense that he was left speechless. Hongfan paused for a moment, gave up his curiosity, and walked toward the positions of his 2 teammates. Professor Lu? Even though the moon's gravity is only 1/6 of Earth's, moving these large objects was still no easy task. With the help of the transport machinery, the 3 of them worked together and successfully moved the 9 silver-white cubes to the designated location. Baishuan let out a long sigh of relief and then turned on the radio switch. Ground Command Center, the mission is complete. Received. Now initiating the lunar automated mining equipment. Lu Yongchang's steady voice came through the radio. The next moment, under the gaze of countless people, a highly sci-fi scene unfolded. The surfaces of 9 silver-white cubes first lit up with several blue glowing indicator lights. In the next moment, as the indicator lights continued to flash, the silver-white cubes slowly unfolded along the fissures on their surfaces. Due to technical limitations, the speed at which the cube unfolds is not very fast, slightly different from scenes in sci-fi movies. But this scene is already enough to amaze people. 9 cubes slowly unfold, then piece together with each other, forming the prototype of a mining device that gradually appears before everyone's eyes. Even Captain Baishuan was stunned by the highly sci-fi-like scene before him. Holy crap! What on earth did Professor Lu and his team create? Hongfan, standing nearby, stared intently at the automatic assembly process of the mining equipment and muttered to himself, is it possible that Professor Lu is actually an alien? The 3 astronauts were already so astonished, let alone the ordinary people watching this scene through the cameras. In just a few minutes, countless viewers flooded into the live streaming rooms on various platforms. That's awesome. If it weren't for this terrible image quality, I would have thought this was a scene from some sci-fi movie. What the heck? Are you serious? I just dozed off for a bit. Did I time travel or something? You're awake. The surgery was a success. Such scenes can be shown to us, so the question is, how much is Xia hiding in its hands? Rabbit, not much, just a tiny bit. Just as everyone was heatedly discussing, the live broadcast suddenly switched. The host Bing Bing's sweet smile appeared on camera once again. Dear viewers, this concludes the live broadcast of the Moon Palace project. See you next time. Before the words had even finished, the live stream screen had already gone black. Seriously, ending the stream at light speed? What about the next part? I want to see the next part. Sorry, dear audience, the following is paid content. Payment account. Over an hour later. Seeing the automated mining equipment operating normally, Lu Yongchang at the command station let out a slight sigh of relief. The regolith collection vehicle has already started running, right? A voice of Kong Xingbang's inquiry came from the side. Lu Yongchang gently nodded. Unlike mining equipment, the surface regolith collection vehicle started operating a week ago. The current situation is good. Using 2 heating methods, electric heating and solar reflectors, some helium-3 has already been collected. The second purpose of Xian Nuwan's trip this time is to bring back this helium-3. Kong Xingbang propped himself up with his crutches, struggling to stand up from the chair, a trace of excitement flashing in his eyes. From now on, the Moon Palace project will officially begin. Shanghai. It's just that. A hint of worry flickered in Kong Xingbang's eyes. At the current pace, the Moon Palace project might still be a bit slow. Hearing Kong Xingbang sigh, the smile on Lu Yongchang's face gradually faded. He let out a slight sigh, nodded, and agreed, yes, indeed. Not only is the transportation capacity of Xian Nu No. 1 a problem, but also the working efficiency of the mining equipment is a major issue. I've roughly estimated that at the current pace, it might take about 5 more years to fully implement the Moon Palace project. Kong Xingbang pondered for a moment and said softly, the transportation capacity of Xian Nu No. 1 is not an issue. If 1 isn't enough, we can build 10. If 10 aren't enough, we can build 100. In my opinion, the most critical issue right now lies in the working efficiency of the mining equipment. After all, programs are lifeless, and being on the distant moon, these factors have led to extremely low mining efficiency. If we let Zero control those mining devices, do you think it's feasible? Kong Xingbang had seen the fully automated factory controlled by Zero. At the beginning, due to limitations in manpower and productivity, Zero could only control a dozen robotic arms and various machine tools. In just 2 short months, the number of uncontrolled robotic arms and machine tools has grown by hundreds or even thousands of times. This was naturally not achieved by relying on the original productivity of Xia Nation. After all, Xia Nation could not halt other, more important production tasks just to manufacture a large number of precision robotic arms and processing equipment for Zero. As a true artificial intelligence, Zero possesses a truly remarkable core skill: self-replication. As long as there are sufficient materials and computational power, Zero can achieve exponential explosive proliferation through a few robotic arms and various production equipment. This is the so-called unit spamming. After witnessing that exponential growth and productivity, Kong Xingbang began to entertain thoughts in this regard. If this Zero capability were applied to the moon, perhaps the entire Moon Palace project could be completed in just a few months. Thinking of countless robotic arms operating various production equipment to mine and refine on the moon, Kong Xingbang's aged and withered heart ignited once again with a blazing flame. But in the next moment, most of that flame was extinguished by a bucket of cold water from Lu Yongchang. Master Kong, for now, this might be difficult to achieve. Kong Xingbang stared blankly at Lu Yongchang, whose face was full of bitterness, and unconsciously tightened his dry hand around the cane he was holding. He asked in a slightly hoarse voice. Lu Yongchang shook his head bitterly. Confucius, I've thought about the way you mentioned too. Not to mention the computational power issue, just the delay between the Earth and the Moon is enough to give us a headache. Kong Xingbang suddenly realized. That's it. Perhaps because he was too excited, he actually overlooked the simplest question. Earth-Moon communication delay. Lu Yongchang's voice sounded again. Mr. Kong, currently the round-trip time for Earth-Moon information is between 2.34 and 2.71 seconds. Even for artificial intelligence, facing such a delay, it would likely be difficult to precisely operate mining equipment on the moon. Moreover, currently, Zero's available computing power is already quite limited. After taking control of this factory, it still needs to handle various computational tasks for the entire laboratory. Kong Xingbang let out a deep sigh, his eyes full of disappointment. If that's the case, then we'll have to build more Xian Nu 1 units to fill this gap manually. Lu Yongchang's eyes shifted slightly. It's not necessary to be so pessimistic. As far as I know, academician Chao Liangcai's team has already completed the initial verification of the Xian Nu 2 blueprints. Perhaps it won't be long before you see the emergence of Xian Nu 2. Academician Kong left, and Lu Yongchang returned to his office, a trace of contemplation flashing across his face. As the creator of Zero, Lu Yongchang naturally understood the immense capabilities of Zero. It is no exaggeration to say that it is precisely because of Zero's existence that the so-called Heavenly Court project could be realized. As for computing power, it is actually not a particularly significant issue. From 0 to 1 is always the most difficult step. Since the first generation of superconducting quantum computers has already been successfully developed, it seems likely that good news about the second generation of quantum computers will soon come from academician Mo Ziyang. Thus, communication delay has become the biggest obstacle. Lu Yongchang closed his eyes, and his consciousness once again entered the technology tree system space. Quantum communication technology. Matching its status is the Starship manufacturing technology. In other words, these two technologies have essentially reached the so-called ceiling of a Type 1 civilization. Looking at the dim cursor located on the upper layer of the first level of the technology tree, Lu Yongchang sighed softly. He tried to focus his attention on the extremely dim cursor, attempting to gather some simple clues. A wave of intense dizziness surged from the depths of his mind. Lu Yongchang let out a muffled groan. The next moment, his consciousness was directly ejected from that faintly glowing green space. A series of hurried footsteps and calls came from the side. Professor Lu, are you okay? Perhaps due to the impact of dizziness, Su Yutan's voice sounded particularly distorted. Lu Yongchang struggled to open his eyes. Blurred vision. A warm sensation came from near the philtrum. A short, sharp cry sounded. You're having a nosebleed? Hurried footsteps gradually faded into the distance, followed by a cacophony of frantic shouting. He instinctively wanted to reach out to wipe it, but his vision went dark, and his consciousness gradually faded. Beep, beep, beep. The sound of the surrounding buzzer and the pungent smell of disinfectant all indicated his current location. Lu Yongchang slowly opened his eyes, a trace of bitterness deep within them. I didn't expect the backlash from skipping levels to get hints would be so severe. Not only did I get no information, but I also ended up in the hospital. Just as Lu Yongchang was secretly regretting, the door to the hospital ward quietly opened. "Professor Lu, you're awake?" Su Yutong's voice came through. Looking at Su Yutong standing at the hospital room door holding a glass of water, Lu Yongchang gave a wry smile, nodded at her, and said, "Thank you for the trouble. How long was I unconscious?" Before Su Yutong could speak, the voice of the speaker came from outside the door. 3 days. The next moment, Senator Li's figure appeared at the door of the hospital room. "Yutong, you go out first. I need to talk to Yongchang." Hearing this, Su Yutong quickly put down the water cup in her hand and left the room. Lu Yongchang was slightly startled and instinctively tried to get up. "Hey! Don't move!" Counselor Li quickly stepped forward and pressed him back onto the hospital bed. Counselor Li frowned slightly, carefully examined him, and asked softly, "Kid, what's going on with you? I heard from Fong Su that you were sitting in the chair at the time, and suddenly started having a nosebleed. Your face turned as pale as a sheet of paper, scaring the whole group in the lab." Lu Yongchang chuckled awkwardly. "Counselor, did the doctor say anything?" Counselor Li gave Lu Yongchang a meaningful look and spoke softly. "Over the past 3 days, almost the top doctors in Xia country have come to examine you. But they couldn't find anything wrong." Lu Yongchang's eyes flickered slightly as he replied nonchalantly, "Maybe it's just mental overexertion these past couple of days, nothing serious. By the way, Chairman, can I be discharged from the hospital? The laboratory over there." Councilman Li frowned deeply and directly interrupted Lu Yongchang's words. "This isn't a big deal? If you don't wake up, do you know what that means? Alright, there's no need for you to worry about the lab. Fong Su and the others will manage it well. Just take a good rest these few days." As he spoke, Counselor Li turned his head and shouted toward the door, "Dr. Wen, take him for an examination." More than 2 hours later, Lu Yongchang lay on the hospital bed with a look of utter despair as he was wheeled back to the ward. In just over 2 hours, he had almost undergone a full range of examinations, barely stopping short of being sent to the operating table for dissection. "Dr. Wen, how are the test results?" Seeing Lu Yongchang and the doctor return to the ward, Counselor Li quickly stood up, his expression grave, and asked, "Professor Lu's body doesn't have any abnormal conditions, does it?" Dr. Wen faced Counselor Li and said respectfully, "Counselor, no issues have been found for now, but..." "Just?" Councilman Li's brow immediately furrowed, and his tone became a bit heavier. "Dr. Wen, if there's a problem, just say it directly." Dr. Wen's face showed some hesitation, and he said softly, "Councilman, although there has been some decline, Professor Lu's brain activity is still several times more active than that of a normal person." Councilman Li was slightly taken aback. Shouldn't that be a good thing? Dr. Wen shook his head with a bitter smile. "Councilman, if it were within the normal range, it would indeed be a good thing." "Do you mean?" Counselor Li's expression changed slightly. "Counselor, let me give you an analogy. If we compare the brain to a car engine, within normal limits, the stronger the engine's performance, the better. But what if you installed an aircraft engine onto a tractor?" Dr. Wen shook his head with a wry smile. "During the examination, we noticed that Professor Lu Yongchang's physical fitness is significantly better than that of an average person, but it is still within normal limits. But his brain is different, it has already surpassed the level of a normal person. When Professor Lu was first brought in, the activity level of his brain was almost 10 times that of a normal person. Although it has since decreased, it is still 3 to 5 times higher than normal. So, under normal circumstances, Professor Lu might not show any abnormalities, but once a situation like a few days ago occurs, he will." Lu Yongchang, lying on the hospital bed, felt a slight stir in his heart. He somewhat understood. The so-called prompts from the system did not appear out of thin air. They merely used some unknown means to stimulate his brain. In a state of heightened brain activity, knowledge from various disciplines was rapidly accessed, forming a conclusion in his subconscious. Subsequently, this conclusion was systematically presented in his conscious mind. In that case, his coma this time was also a normal occurrence. After all, the consequences of directly brainstorming without any theoretical foundation are simply courting disaster. This CPU not being burned out is already considered fortunate. As for the brain's activity level being far higher than that of a normal person, this should be the result of the system's long-term modifications. Speaking of which, this system is actually quite balanced in its development. Lu Yongchang thought to himself, finding solace in his misery. At least, it didn't independently modify its own brain. Otherwise, it would truly become the situation Dr. Wen described. An aircraft engine installed on a tractor. So what should we do now? The counselor's voice carried a hint of urgency. According to what you're saying, wouldn't Professor Lu run into trouble as soon as he uses his brain? Dr. Wen quickly shook his head. No, Chairman, you've misunderstood. The current situation isn't that serious. According to the expert team's assessment, Professor Lu's body and brain are in a relatively balanced state. As long as he doesn't overexert his mind, there generally won't be any issues. The chairman immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The next moment, he frowned and looked at Lu Yongchang. Yongchang, did you hear what the doctor just said? Lu Yongchang nodded repeatedly. He had learned this lesson thoroughly. He would never dare to climb the tech tree in big strides again. By the way, what exactly were you tinkering with back then to end up like this? The crisis was averted, and Congressman Li instantly relaxed a lot. He turned his head and asked Lu Yongchang. It's nothing much, just a simple quantum communication technology, Lu Yongchang replied with an awkward smile. Congressman Li. Dr. Wen. Doctor, what do you think about letting him stay in the hospital for a while to rest? Hearing this, Lu Yongchang's expression changed dramatically. Dr. Wen saw Lu Yongchang's shocked look and shook his head with a smile. Chairman, don't tease him. Since there's nothing wrong, let him be discharged. I reckon Professor Lu isn't someone who can sit idle. Hearing this, Lu Yongchang, Omega. Back in the office, Lu Yongchang once again shifted his consciousness and returned to the technology tree system space. This time, however, when he looked at the technologies on the upper levels of the technology tree, there was a hint of reverence in his eyes. Better take it slow. The technology tree must be advanced step by step, and food must be eaten bite by bite. He let out a slight sigh and then focused his attention on hibernation technology. Perhaps due to just recovering from a serious illness, a slight dizziness came over him. Lu Yongchang felt a pang of panic in his heart. Don't be ridiculous. If he just got out of the hospital and was sent back in right away, he would probably be forced to rest for a while no matter what. The dizziness wasn't intense and gradually faded away after a few seconds. A prompt slowly appeared before his eyes. Biological enzymes. Consciousness returned. Lu Yongchang opened his eyes and his fingers quickly tapped on the keyboard. Biological enzymes? He frowned as he looked at the various research materials on the computer and gently shook his head. Although many creatures possess the ability to hibernate, that kind of hibernation was clearly not what Lu Yongchang wanted. This ordinary method of hibernation was obviously incapable of adapting to interstellar travel that could last for centuries. Lu Yongchang's eyebrows suddenly shot up. He realized a problem. Just now, he thought about so much, yet his mind was always confined to Earth. If the first stage of interstellar travel is leaving Earth, then why couldn't he look for signs of life beyond Earth? As for whether there is life on other planets within the solar system, Lu Yongchang believed that there is a high probability it still exists. At the very least, from the Proxima Centauri civilization, it can be seen that this universe is not empty. On the contrary, it is far more crowded than imagined. In just 4.22 light-years, there are already 2 advanced civilizations, and this is still in the backwater region of the Milky Way. Although the sample size is too small and there are certain random factors, he believes that Earth is definitely not the most unique planet in the vast universe. 0. Help me find the latest map of Mars. Lu Yongchang's eyes sparkled with excitement. That's right, Mars. As Earth's twin brother, Mars may be smaller and its environment less suitable for biological survival, but it is undoubtedly the most likely place to nurture life. Moreover, the hypothesis that life once existed on Mars has always been a subject of debate in the scientific community. At the very least, substantial evidence suggests that in ancient times, liquid water likely existed on the surface of Mars, providing the essential foundation for the emergence of life. Worm-like tubular structures in the ALH84001 Martian meteorite under an electron microscope. However, currently, the surface of Mars is eroded by solar radiation. When solar radiation reacts with perchlorates, it can produce extremely strong toxicity to microorganisms. Therefore, most people believe that if life truly exists on Mars, it must be located beneath the surface to survive solar radiation and various toxic substances. Professor, the Mars map you requested. Zero's voice interrupted Lu Yongchang's thoughts. Looking at the extremely high-definition image on the computer screen, Lu Yongchang couldn't help but be momentarily stunned. Zero, where did you get such a high-definition map of Mars? Professor, this is the latest image captured by NASA's Mars orbiter. Zero spoke astonishing words in a very mechanical voice. Zero, did you just hack into NASA? Lu Yongchang was momentarily at a loss for words. Not only that, Professor, if you want clearer image data, you can now manipulate NASA's satellite to adjust its orbit. Ahem. No need. Damn it. If NASA finds out later that their perfectly fine satellite suddenly changed its orbit on its own, things are going to blow up. 0. Help me simulate which places on Mars are most likely to harbor life. Lu Yongchan's eyes sparkled with a peculiar light. It must be said, the role of artificial intelligence in scientific research is truly immense. At the very least, this kind of comprehensive analysis work would probably take at least a month to complete if done solely by human effort. After a brief wait, Zero's voice sounded again. Professor, based on the data I found in the NASA database, the most likely location for life on Mars is in Utopia Planitia. The next moment, the Mars map on the computer screen zoomed in instantly, and a red circle marked the area of Utopia Planitia. Utopia Planitia. Isn't that the landing site for the Pathfinder mission on the American side? Lu Yongchang frowned slightly, realizing a certain problem. That's right, Ling said in a very confident tone. According to the latest data from NASA's Pathfinder program, the 3 astronauts have already discovered abundant water resources beneath the Utopia Planitia, existing in the form of ice layers. However, the current data from NASA's Pathfinder program does not clearly indicate any signs of life. Hearing Ling's response, Lu Yongchang couldn't help but fall into deep thought. As the largest plane on Mars, Utopia Planitia has an astonishing diameter of 3,200 kilometers. You should know that the distance between the 2 farthest ends of Xia's territory is only 5,621 kilometers. Searching for traces of underground life within such a vast area is akin to finding a needle in a haystack. 0. Can you narrow down the range a bit more? Lu Yongchang asked softly. I remember the United States launched quite a few Mars probes before. Didn't they conduct a more in-depth investigation of the Utopia Planitia? Professor, this will take some time, Zero's voice followed. Lu Yongchang nodded gently. Start the search, time is not an issue. Professor, the results you requested are ready. Half an hour later, Lu Yongchang was awakened by Zero's electronic synthesized voice. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at the computer screen in front of him. At this moment, the Mars satellite map had been magnified a few more times. Staring at the few silver-white dots on the satellite map, Lu Yongchang was momentarily dazed. A strange thought slowly emerged in his mind. 0? This wouldn't be the Mars capsule from America, would it? His question was quickly confirmed by 0. That's right, Professor. Based on the information I found, the area within 2 kilometers around the Mars capsule is the most likely location on Mars to show signs of life. Lu Yongchang slightly furrowed his brow and asked in a low voice, what's the reason? 0 quickly pulled up some data on Lu Yongchang's computer. Professor, this area is a multi-valley region. Confirmed by 3 astronauts from the Pathfinder program, there is a significant presence of subsurface ice 1 to 10 meters underground in this area. Although the entire Utopia Planitia has relatively abundant subsurface ice reserves, the content in this area is approximately 20% higher than the surrounding levels. Lu Yongchang looked thoughtfully at the few lines of data marked on the satellite map. Is water resources the only basis for this? Lu Yongchang slowly shook his head. That's not enough to support such a judgment. In addition, this area contains several large craters, 0 continued. Compared to the plains, the interior of the craters is less exposed to solar radiation, which makes the toxicity of perchlorates on their surface several times weaker than in other places. Lu Yongchang's expression shifted slightly. Compared to water resources, this was indeed a more reliable basis. It seems, it's necessary to compete with the United States for territory. Lu Yongchang's eyes flashed sharply. As he stood up from his chair, he said, 0, help me schedule a time with the speaker. I need to apply to the speaker regarding this matter. Yongchang, do you mean, we need to go to Mars and make some moves near the United States Mars module? Congressman Li looked at Lu Yongchang in front of him with a peculiar expression. Lu Yongchang shook his head solemnly. Chairman, how can this be called a small move? In order to search for possible signs of life, we may need to conduct large-scale drilling and sampling experiments within a 2-kilometer radius of the Mars module. Representative Li? Hiss, let me think about it. Representative Li drew in a sharp breath, his eyes filled with hesitation. Although this Mars does not bear anyone's name, this approach might easily be mistaken as provocation. Chairman, this matter is very important. Lu Yongchang said solemnly, hibernation technology is a prerequisite for interstellar travel. Without mastering hibernation technology, at least 99% of the people in Xia Nation will not survive. Permission to land. Counselor Li's expression slightly trembled. Roger that. After a brief silence, the conflict in his eyes gradually diminished. Forget it. The conflict between us and America will happen sooner or later. Since you're so determined, go ahead and do it. However, as far as I know, sending Xian Nuwan to Mars shouldn't be very easy, right? Lu Yongchang shook his head with a smile. Chairman, I never said we would use Shin Nu-1 to go to Mars. The chairman's breathing suddenly became a bit rapid. With Zero's assistance, Academician Chao's team will probably complete the design plan for Shin Nu-2 in no time, Lu Yongchang said with a smile. Moreover, with the helium-3 resources extracted from the Moon Palace project, the second-generation nuclear fusion reactor project can be realized immediately. Councilman Li's eyes widened dramatically. This, so fast? Lu Yongchang's smile grew even wider. Chairman, you have still underestimated Zero's role. With Zero's assistance, the laboratory's research efficiency has increased at least tenfold. And so, next, Xia Nation will usher in a true era of technological explosion. Mars. Inside Mars Capsule 1. Andrew frowned deeply, staring intently at the computer screen in front of him. While reaching out to touch his stubbly chin, he muttered to himself, why did the satellite suddenly? A slightly nervous voice came from Bruno. Andrew, what happened to the satellite? The next moment, Bruno put down his work and quickly came to Andrew's side, looking at the screen in front of Andrew with a tense expression. Andrew frowned and slowly shook his head. I don't know what's going on, but I feel like the satellite's response speed is much slower today. Maybe it's just my imagination. Hearing this, Bruno let out a deep sigh of relief. He raised his hand and gave Andrew, who was beside him, a hearty slap on the back. Captain, I'm telling you, we're on Mars right now. Isn't it normal for the satellite signal to have some issues? Andrew nodded thoughtfully, but there was a faint trace of doubt in his expression. Maybe it's for the reason you mentioned. But I always feel. Stop. Bruno interrupted Andrew's words with a wry smile, raising his hand. Captain, did you forget? What the? A couple of days ago, you said you felt there was something wrong with our air circulation system. Goodness, that one sentence of yours nearly scared Joey and me to death. Don't just talk about us, even the NASA staff on duty were scared half to death by what you said. Andrew was slightly taken aback, a trace of embarrassment flashing in his eyes. He gave an awkward laugh and reached up to touch the tip of his nose. Just an illusion, that's all. Bruno shot a disgruntled glance at Andrew beside him. Captain, NASA told Joey and me that if you have a few more episodes like this, they'll basically diagnose you with a psychological disorder. The corners of Andrew's mouth twitched slightly. It can't be that bad. Isn't it just a little mix-up? The argument between the two attracted Joey over to Mars cabin number 2. Hearing Bruno's last words, Joey was slightly taken aback. A few seconds later, she reacted. Captain, Bruno is right. NASA suggests we give you some antidepressants. He looked at Joey with a resentful expression. Isn't this a bit over the top? Joey nodded earnestly. Captain, this is no exaggeration. Even on the Earth space station, astronauts suffering from psychological issues are not uncommon, let alone now that we're on Mars. To prevent unexpected situations, NASA even equipped us with sedatives, to be used when necessary. All right. Andrew shivered slightly and said irritably, consider what I said earlier wrong, okay? While speaking, Andrew turned around and looked at the computer screen in front of him again. It's about time. We should send the drilling results from the past few days to NASA. Ugh. Bruno sighed softly beside him, rubbing his sore shoulders. Why do you think we keep drilling holes on Mars every day? What's the point? Joey chimed in. Didn't NASA say it's to look for traces of life on Mars? TCH. Bruno rolled his eyes in annoyance. You actually believe NASA's nonsense? Look at us these past few days. How many holes have we drilled? I think, under the utopian plane, there's nothing but ice layers. During Bruno's complaints, a piece of data was transmitted to Earth via satellite. After returning from the council leader, Lu Yongchang sat behind his desk, quietly reviewing various research data and papers on quantum communication. Time waits for no one. Even if the time to conquer quantum communication technology has not yet arrived, he still needs to continuously learn related knowledge. Professor, I intercepted the latest data from the US Pathfinder program. Zero's unique electronic synthesized voice broke the silence of the office. Lu Yongchang raised his eyebrows slightly and said softly, what did you find? Recent drilling data. As Zero's voice fell, the computer screen in front of Lu Yongchang suddenly lit up, displaying a series of detailed data. Whoa! The US is really well prepared for this. Lu Yongchang sat up straight, looking excitedly at the computer screen in front of him. So much drilling and testing data looks like the US's Pathfinder program this time isn't just about so-called colonization experiments, but also partly aimed at searching for traces of extraterrestrial life, right? After a brief silence, Zero's voice sounded again. Sorry, Professor, I couldn't find any information about this plan on the internet. Lu Yongchang waved his hand nonchalantly. Not finding it is normal. Such truly confidential documents are mostly preserved in paper format. 0. Do we have any results from the data analysis? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yongchang asked again. Professor, based on the drilling data currently sent back by the Pathfinder program, combined with the location of the American Mars module. As Zero spoke, he quickly enlarged the satellite map on the computer screen. Finally, the image froze on a meteor crater. Inside this crater, at a depth of 5 to 10 meters underground, the possibility of life existence has reached 75.2%. Looking at the crater just a few hundred meters away from the Mars module, Lu Yongchang's breathing suddenly became rapid. Too close. He muttered to himself. A distance of just a few hundred meters, based on the current drilling speed of the United States, it is estimated that it won't take long for them to finish exploring the area near the Mars module. By then, NASA will definitely turn its attention to the crater just a few hundred meters away. Even though the task of drilling inside the crater might be relatively challenging, NASA might place it at the end of their drilling sequence. But this won't delay things for too long. Roughly estimating, in about a month and a half, those 3 astronauts will probably head to the crater with drilling equipment. We need to speed up the development of Xiannu 2. Lu Yongchang suddenly stood up from his chair. 0. How's the development progress of Xiannu 2 going? Perhaps sensing the urgency in Lu Yongchang's tone, Zero's reply also became much quicker. Professor, the laboratory under academician Chao Liansai's charge has proposed 3 different plans, which are currently under evaluation. So slow. Lu Yongchang frowned slightly and quickly said, from now on, all resources will be prioritized for the Xiannu 2 research project. As he spoke, Lu Yongchang pushed open the office door and headed toward the laboratory under Chao Liansai's charge. 12 o'clock at night. The first laboratory of Xia Country, Aerospace Division, was brightly lit. Lu Yongchang hurriedly walked to the laboratory entrance and pushed the door open. Quickly passing through the corridor filled with cold light, Lu Yongchang arrived at Chao Liansai's office. Old Chao. Lu Yongchang shouted loudly while knocking on the office door, Old Chao, are you there? A few seconds later, Chao Liansai opened the door with dark circles under his eyes. Hiss. Professor Lu? The moment he saw Lu Yongchang, a trace of surprise flashed in Chao Liansai's eyes. Why are you here? Looking at the pen in Chao Liansai's hand, Lu Yongchang let out a slight sigh of relief. Good thing you're not asleep, otherwise I would have had to call you to get up today. Chao Liansai's expression changed slightly. He had never seen Lu Yongchang so anxious before. Professor Lu, what happened? As he spoke, he opened the door and stepped aside to let Lu Yongchang into the office. Lu Yongchang did not enter the office but stood at the doorway, looking solemnly at Chao Liansai in front of him. Let's get straight to the point. Old Chao, I heard from Ling that you've already proposed 3 design plans for Xiannu number 2? Chao Liansai was slightly startled, then quickly nodded, that's right. However, we haven't decided which plan to adopt yet, and these plans haven't been verified by Zero. As he spoke, he suddenly realized something. What? Did something happen? Lu Yongchang took a deep breath, nodded firmly, and said in a deep voice, we need to land Xiannu 2 on Mars within a month. Now, convene a meeting immediately. The plan must be finalized tonight. Chao Liansai's breath suddenly caught. 12:15. All right. Chao Liansai nodded solemnly, some researchers might be resting. Give me 15 minutes. 12:30. Inside the conference room, Lu Yongchang sat solemnly at the head seat, briefly and gravely introducing the situation on Mars. Everyone, the situation is urgent. The plan for Xiannu 2 must be finalized tonight. Speaking, Lu Yongchang gave Chao Liansai a meaningful glance. Chao Liansai quickly presented the 3 design proposals to everyone. Lu Yongchang put down the document in his hand and let out a long sigh. Old Chao, eliminate the 3rd proposal directly. Chao Liansai's expression changed slightly. Why? From Chao Liansai's expression, Lu Yongchang noticed something unusual. Old Chao, this 3rd plan, it wasn't designed by you, was it? Lu Yongchang lightly shook the document in his hand, looking at Chao Liansai beside him with a face full of surprise. Hearing Lu Yongchang's question, Chao Liansai's face turned a little red, and he nodded slightly. That's right, this plan was indeed designed by me. Speaking, Chao Liansai took a deep breath, calming his complex emotions. Professor Lu, can you tell me the reason? To be honest, he felt a bit unwilling to accept it. As an academician, he had meticulously considered every aspect of the design for Xiannu number 2. Takeoff and landing within the atmosphere, cruising within the atmosphere, and spaceflight. It is no exaggeration to say that with this design plan, even with the same propulsion system, the performance of Xiannu 2 is more than 50% higher than that of Xiannu I. Academician Chao, did you forget the mission we assigned to Xiannu 2? Chao Liangkai couldn't help but freeze in place. Lu Yongchang sighed softly and said in a low voice, the Xuannu 2 series spaceplane is primarily responsible for transporting materials within the solar system. In other words, the main battlefield of the Xuannu 2 is not on Earth. The Moon, Mars, or even the distant Kuiper Belt are its future destinations. In this case, do you think the original design of the plane is still suitable? Not to mention the Moon, let's just talk about Mars. The atmospheric density of Mars is about 1% of Earth's. How much lift do you think such wings can provide there? What a waste of space. Chao Liangkai suddenly froze in place. Lu Yongchang shook his head and sighed as he picked up another proposal. Among these three proposals, I lean more toward this one. Chao Liangkai glanced at the proposal in front of Lu Yongchang. It was a proposal submitted by one of his subordinate professors. From the drawings, it is evident that in pursuit of greater capacity, it completely abandons the traditional airplane design. After removing the wings, widening the nose, and thickening the fuselage, the entire Xiannu 2 roughly takes the shape of a rectangular prism. Chao Liangkai's eye twitched sharply. This was the first proposal he had rejected. He softly voiced his doubt, Professor Lu, with such a design, can it really take off on Earth? This unconventional design completely overturned Chao Liangkai's slightly rigid way of thinking. LV Yongchang carefully examined the blueprint in his hand, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Of course it can. As long as its power is strong enough. With second-generation nuclear fusion and second-generation Hall thrusters, I believe power won't be a major issue at all. Only with such a design can it shoulder the heavy responsibility of transporting materials within the solar system. Chao Liangkai fell into silence. As an academician, he never would have thought that his design would be outdone by one of his subordinate professors. Lu Yongchang immediately noticed the look of disappointment on Chao Liangkai's face. He stood up and smiled as he patted him on the shoulder. Old Chao, your thinking is just too constrained. Since we believe in leaving Earth, sometimes we must learn to break common sense. Chao Liangkai took a deep breath and turned his gaze to another design drawing on the table. Professor Lu, what about that other design drawing? What do you think? Hearing this question, Lu Yongchang also fell silent. After a long while, he tugged at the corner of his mouth and shook his head with a bitter smile. To be honest, I'm not really sure either. Who came up with this blueprint? Hearing Lu Yongchang's question, Chao Liangkai cast an inquiring glance at the crowd in front of him. The group of professors and academicians all averted their gazes, indicating it had nothing to do with them. A few seconds later, a young voice sounded from the corner. Professor Lu, this plan was made by me. Everyone's gaze turned toward the direction of the voice. A researcher in his 30s was seen standing in the corner, cautiously raising his right hand. A trace of surprise flashed in Lu Yongchang's eyes. Tao Yuda. At the moment he heard the name, Lu Yongchang suddenly froze in place. Tao Yuda. Was the paper on sound-induced luminescence and controlled nuclear fusion written by you? Tao Yuda was momentarily stunned, then awkwardly smiled and nodded, saying, Professor Lu, have you read that paper? That was something I randomly wrote during my graduate studies. Lu Yongchang's eyes showed an even stronger hint of surprise. Being able to perceive the relationship between the two during the graduate stage. This scientific intuition is truly remarkable. No wonder such an outrageous proposal could be made. That's right, it's outrageous. Lu Yongchang reached out and picked up another document on the table, carefully examining it. According to Tao Yuda's design, Xiannu No. 2 is a standard sphere. It must be said that such a design can both reduce resistance within the atmosphere and maximize volume. Lu Yongchang's lips twitched slightly. With our current level of technology, we probably can't create such a spacecraft, right? Tao Yuda scratched his head awkwardly. Professor Lu, this is just an idea of mine, you don't need to take it seriously. Lu Yongchang gave Tao Yuda a meaningful look. Inspiration. Inspiration again. It must be said that after entering space, spherical starships might be the ultimate direction of future development. This Tao Yuda's inspiration has been correct at least twice already. 0. Help me verify these two plans. Pause all other unnecessary calculation projects and focus entirely on them. Lu Yongchang added softly, I want the results in the shortest possible time. As soon as the words fell, an electronic synthesized voice sounded in the conference room. Yes, Professor. After receiving a negative response, Lu Yongchang gently tugged at Chao Liangkai beside him and whispered, Old Chao, come out with me. Chao Liangkai looked at Lu Yongchang in front of him with a puzzled expression. He couldn't quite understand Lu Yongchang's sudden action of pulling him out of the conference room. Lu Yongchang's gaze passed over Chao Liangkai and fixed on the tightly closed door of the conference room, as if he could see through it. The reason? Old Chao, focus on training Tao Yuda next. Chao Liangkai's breath hitched slightly. You mean? Lu Yongchang said in a calm tone, this kid has the makings of a researcher. Chao Liangkai's pupils contracted slightly, clearly startled by Lu Yongchang's words. He looked at Lu Yongchang in front of him with a face full of surprise and said in a low voice, this guy, usually so quiet and unassuming. If he hadn't stepped up today, I might have even forgotten there was such a person in the lab. Lu Yongchang nodded solemnly. Old Chao, trust my judgment. After returning to the meeting room, Chao Liangkai gave Tao Yuda a deep, scrutinizing look. Professor Chao. Academician Chao? Tao Yuda's gaze trembled as he met Chao Liangkai's eyes for a few seconds, then quickly lowered his eyelids and asked softly, is there a problem? Chao Liangkai slowly shook his head, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Nothing. Tao Yuda, is that correct? Are you interested in being my deputy? Hearing this, Tao Yuda's breathing suddenly became rapid. Yes. I'm willing. Tao Yuda's eyes were full of excitement as he nodded vigorously. Before Chao Liangkai could say anything further, an electronic synthesized voice sounded in the conference room. Professor, the simulation results are out. Plan 1 was successful. Lu Yongchang's expression remained unchanged, without the slightest shift. He had long anticipated this outcome. What is the reason for the failure of the spherical structure? He asked in a deep voice. Zero's simulated tone carried a hint of peculiarity. Professor, our current material strength is insufficient to support such a structure for the aircraft. Not only that, our current manufacturing techniques are also inadequate to produce such an aircraft. A look of realization appeared in Lu Yongchang's eyes. Now that the plan has been finalized, Zero, start working at full capacity to manufacture the prototype of Xian Nu No. 2. A press conference was quietly held at the Xi'an National Assembly Hall. The press conference was organized by the Space Administration. This was also the first truly significant press conference held since the establishment of the Space Administration. Such a gimmick naturally attracted the attention of many media outlets. As a reporter for Xia Country News Agency, Zhuo Chen received the invitation and arrived early at the press conference venue. Looking at the half-empty chairs at the venue, Zhuo Chen couldn't help but freeze in place, then raised his wrist to check the time. The time is correct. Then what's going on here? Why are there so few people? Morning, bro? Just as Zhuo Chen was standing there wondering if he had entered the wrong venue, a familiar voice called out. His gaze shifted slightly, looking in the direction of the voice. Ding Yakin? Did the Xia Country Daily send you to attend this press conference? Ding Yakin quickly walked to Luo Chen's side, nodded with a smile, and said softly, Brother Chen, let's head to the seats first. After speaking, Ding Yakin pulled Luo Chen to a corner. Looking at the nameplate on his seat and the nameplate on the seat next to him with Ding Yakin's name, Luo Chen paused for a moment, then glanced at Ding Yakin beside him with a smile. I guess this means we're quite fated. After sitting down on the chair, Zhuo Chen glanced at his watch again. There were still 20 minutes until the press conference started. Looking at the half-empty seats around him, a hint of unease appeared in Zhuo Chen's eyes. I mean, why are there so few people at this press conference? I got the time wrong? Ding Yakin's expression changed slightly. Obviously, she, who had arrived at the press conference earlier than Zhuo Chen, had also noticed this issue. She turned her head, glanced around, and said softly, Brother Chen, didn't you notice, all the media here are domestic? Zhuo Chen's gaze sharpened as he quickly scanned his surroundings. Everyone present was a reporter from various domestic media outlets. Could it be that no foreign media were invited to this press conference? Zhuo Chen's brows furrowed instantly. The space agency wouldn't hold a press conference of this level without inviting foreign media, would they? Just as Zhuo Chen was lost in thought, Ding Yakin's soft reminder came from beside him. Brother Chen, the press conference is about to start. Zhuo Chen snapped back to reality and looked up toward the stage. A young man dressed in a well-tailored suit slowly stepped onto the podium, his gaze sweeping over the crowd with an air of authority that seemed beyond his years. Zhuo Chen muttered to himself, it's actually Professor Lu himself. Looks like there's big news at this press conference. Everyone, welcome to the Space Administration's press conference. Perhaps to save time, Lu Yongchang's words were very concise. Here, I mainly want to announce two things. First, the prototype of Xian Nu 2 has been completed and will undergo its maiden flight test tomorrow at noon, 12 o'clock. Second, the destination for the maiden flight of Xian Nu 2 is Mars. Professor Lu? Starting tomorrow, the Xia Nation will officially launch its Mars exploration program, codenamed Inghua. As the words fell, the press conference venue fell into silence. Zhuo Chen stared blankly at the young director on the podium, his Adam's apple trembling slightly, his face full of shock. Xian-Nu-2. Mars exploration program? Either one of them, even if discussed individually, would be an explosive piece of news. Now that these two major news items are combined, they instantly leave everyone present utterly stunned. Does anyone have any questions? Looking at the uniformly dazed expressions of the audience below, Lu Yongchang frowned slightly. Is it really necessary to be this surprised? The Americans have already gone to Mars long ago, so what's wrong with them catching up? As Lu Yongchang's voice fell once again, the silent press conference site instantly erupted into an extremely intense discussion. Professor Lu, I would like to ask, is this a counterattack by Xia against America's Pathfinder program? Of course not, everything is solely for scientific exploration. Lu Yongchang said righteously, Mars is humanity's Mars, and Xia naturally has the obligation to help humanity find a second habitable home. Professor Lu, could you tell us about the performance of Xian-Nu-2? And what are the specific details of the entire plan? Lu Yongchang glanced at the reporter who asked the question and slowly shook his head. Sorry, no comment. However, some of the capabilities of Xian-Nu-2 can be disclosed. Lu Yongchang smiled as he turned on the projector. A completely jet-black rectangular brick appeared before everyone. This is Xian-Nu-2. It is equipped with a second-generation Hall thruster and a helium-3 reactor. The payload capacity has reached 80 tons. Consciousness returns. The maximum travel distance reached 6.68 astronomical units, which is 1 billion kilometers. After full acceleration, in outer space, Xian-Nu-2's maximum speed can reach 10 times the third cosmic velocity, which is a high speed of 167 kilometers per second. As soon as the press conference ended, the people of Xia Nation were once again plunged into shock. What the heck? This is Xian-Nu-2? Martian exploration program? For scientific exploration? We all understand, we all get it. Am I the only one who noticed the data on Xian-Nu-2? 80 tons of payload, maximum speed 10 times the third cosmic velocity. Wow, are they shooting a sci-fi movie here? So, does Xian-Nu-2 really look like this and can actually fly into the sky? Everyone, quiet down. Let me say something. Tomorrow's noon launch livestream, Bing Bing is mine. Although foreign media were not invited to this press conference, such a major event naturally caught their attention. They quickly learned the specific details of the conference through various channels. Albert stared blankly at the newspaper in front of him, his face gradually turning red. Holy shit! William Blair! Tell me, why does the CIA have no information at all about such critical intelligence? You, the director of the CIA, are even worse than a street vendor selling newspapers. William Blair wore a bitter expression and let out a deep sigh. Mr. President, I don't think this is the CIA's problem. Albert's eye twitched sharply, his anger surging even higher. What do you mean? If it's not the CIA's problem, are you saying it's my problem? William Blair's expression changed slightly, and he shook his head repeatedly. After hesitating for a moment, he took a document out of the briefcase beside him and handed it to Albert. Albert frowned as he took the document and examined it carefully. Not a single spy has successfully infiltrated the first laboratory of Xia country in recent months? A trace of surprise flashed in Albert's eyes. How is this possible? William Blair said with a wry smile, Your Excellency, the President, we are also unclear about the reason. Not to mention the first laboratory of Xia country, currently, our spies in Xia country are rapidly decreasing. Even some core spies who grew up in Xia country since childhood have been uncovered by Xia country. It's as if Xia country has obtained a specific list. Speaking, a trace of fear flashed in William Blair's eyes. After losing a large number of scouts and spies, the current CIA's understanding of Xia country's situation is practically like a blind man feeling an elephant. Shit! How did Xia country manage to pull this off? Albert's face darkened. Was the CIA's archive database hacked? William Blair shook his head repeatedly. That's impossible. The technicians have been investigating every day during this period, but, so far, we haven't found any traces of intrusion. Albert's face grew increasingly grim. Let's not talk about this for now. What do you think of Xia's Mars exploration program? And that damned Xian-Nu-2? Morton, standing to the side, saw Albert's gaze shift toward him and let out a deep sigh. Mr. President, if all the intelligence officially announced by Xia is true, I suggest. Morton shrugged as he spoke, we might as well just admit defeat. This is simply not the same level of technological advancement. I even suspect that the Xia kingdom received help from aliens. Albert slowly swept his gaze over the few people in front of him, then slowly closed his eyes and gently waved his hand, speaking weakly. Leave, all of you. I need some time alone. After everyone left, Albert slightly opened his eyes, quietly gazing at the lavishly decorated office in front of him, and then let out a deep sigh. The United States must never fall into his hands. At the very least, during his term, the United States cannot fall. However, judging by the current situation, the rise of Xia seems to be an unstoppable trend. Thinking of himself being nailed to the pillar of historical shame, Albert shuddered violently. Suddenly, a thought emerged in Albert's mind. How about finding an opportunity to abdicate? Let this mess be handed over to the next president. The next day at exactly 11 a.m., the live broadcast of Xia Country News started on time. Because the last live broadcast was quite successful, the host this time is still Bing Bing. Unlike the previous broadcast, this time almost everyone's attention is focused on that black rectangular brick. I bet a pack of spicy strips that this thing won't be able to fly. Answer it. How are you planning to pay upstairs? I heard that after the news came out yesterday, Twitter in the US was as quiet as a library. Is that true? Amid the casual chat and the barrage of comments, time passed bit by bit. The hour hand slowly pointed to the number 12. Xian Nu 2. Lu Yongchang. Still the same cockpit, still the same pilot. The only difference is that there are far fewer buttons on the console. This is thanks to Zero's tremendous assistance. Zero has made extensive optimizations to the program, reducing the difficulty of controlling Xian Nu 2 by an entire level without compromising performance. Captain, do you think we'll be able to say hello to our American friends when we go to Mars this time? Hong Fan's voice was full of amusement. What do you think their reaction will be when they see this thing of ours? Bai Yishuan rolled his eyes in exasperation and immediately poured cold water on Hong Fan beside him. Give me a break. Professor Lu repeatedly reminded us not to stir up trouble. This is also the counselor's intention. After all, America isn't completely finished yet. Hong Fan pursed his lips, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. But soon, his eyes shifted slightly, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then what if we just circle around above their heads? Bai Yishuan was slightly stunned. Captain, just think about it. If we drive this thing and circle around people's heads a couple of times, wouldn't that be awesome? Hong Fan's expression was peculiar, and the devil's whispers kept coming from his mouth. After pondering for a moment, Bai Yishuan turned on the radio switch, calling Ground Command Center. Professor Lu, are you there? Very soon, Lu Yongchang's response reached everyone's ears. Bai Yishuan hesitated for a moment and voiced Hong Fan's earlier thought. Professor, can we take a couple of laps around the top of the Mars capsule in the US when the time comes? We promise, absolutely no funny business. Of course, this was Hong Fan's suggestion. Finally, Bai Yishuan quickly added. A moment of silence on the radio. A bead of cold sweat appeared on Bai Yishuan's forehead as he turned his head to glare at Hong Fan on his left. Just as he was about to say something, Lu Yongchang's faint voice came through the radio. What are you talking about? Isn't that your normal route? Bai Yishuan and the other two were suddenly stunned. The next moment, they understood the meaning behind Lu Yongchang's words. Bai Yishuan suppressed his laughter and nodded vigorously. Professor Lu, you're absolutely right. Alright, let's cut the chatter. Lu Yongchang from the command center adjusted his expression. 5 minutes until liftoff, get ready. Hello, everyone. There are now 5 minutes remaining until the launch of Xian Nu 2. Bing Bing's slightly sweet voice echoed in the livestream. Just now, we received some information about Xian Nu 2 from the Space Administration. Xian Nu 2, with a body length of 60 meters and a payload capacity of 80 tons. Maximum flight distance is 6.68 astronomical units, with a maximum flight speed of 167 kilometers per second. At this point, Bing Bing added another remark. Although the maximum speed reached 167 kilometers per second, this is the result after full acceleration. Considering the time for acceleration and deceleration, Xian Nu 2 will take approximately 15 days to successfully reach Mars orbit. Additionally, with the help of the second-generation Hall thruster, Xian Nu 2 adopts a vertical takeoff and landing method. As Bing Bing's voice fell, two ghostly blue flames spouted from the bottom of Xian Nu number 2 in the live broadcast. Under the thrust of two Hall thrusters, Xian Nu number 2 slowly ascended. Darling, come out and see God. Wow, vertical takeoff and landing. This technology. Could Xia Country have captured a UFO? Amid the exclamations of the crowd, 5 faintly blue nozzles gradually appeared at the tail of Xian Nu number 2. The next moment, Xian Nu number 2, trailing a long tail flame, soared straight into the azure sky. Why do I feel like the speed of Xian Nu number 2 doesn't seem very fast? I feel the same. This speed doesn't look much different from an ordinary passenger plane, does it? The space agency wouldn't report false data, would it? Through the screen beside her, the host Bing Bing immediately noticed various skeptical comments in the live chat. She quickly explained, due to the design of the fuselage, Xiannu 2's flight speed within the atmosphere isn't very fast. The maximum speed is only about 0.7 Mach, which isn't much different from a regular passenger plane. Xiannu 2 in progress. The three astronauts' faces were filled with boredom. Captain, I still prefer Xiannu I. Hongfan leaned back against the chair, his eyes vacant, and said, this thing is way too slow. 0.7 Mach. That's slower than the planes my grandma used to fly. Poof. Cough, cough, cough. Xiaowani, sitting nearby, choked on her own saliva and glared at Hongfan with a look of playful annoyance. It's true though. Seeing Xiaowani's reproachful gaze, Hongfan let out an awkward laugh, scratched his head, and said, at this speed, it'll take us quite a while just to leave Earth, won't it? In response to Hongfan's complaints, Bai Yishuan twisted his body, tightly restrained by the seatbelt, a faint bitter smile flashing across his face. Don't even mention Hongfan, even he found this thing too slow. But as the captain, he still had to do a good job of calming everyone down. Stay calm, stay calm. Once we reach a high enough altitude and the air gets thinner, we can speed up. Hongfan stared blankly at the clouds ahead and let out a deep sigh. Looking at the series of data sent back by Xiannu number 2, Lu Yongchang exhaled slowly, and the tense expression on his face relaxed significantly. Yongchang, there's a letter for you. Just as Lu Yongchang was about to turn and leave the command platform, Fang Su's voice came from the side. He turned around and looked at the two letters Fang Su was holding, a hint of confusion in his eyes. My letter? As he reached out to take the envelopes, he frowned and muttered to himself, what era is this? People still send letters? By the way, have these two letters been checked? No issues, right? Fang Su said with a somewhat peculiar expression, don't worry, if there's a problem with these two letters, our Xia Nation is probably done for. Lu Yongchang was momentarily stunned and quickly looked toward the signature on the envelope. Xia Nation Academy of Sciences. Xia Nation Science and Technology Awards Office. Lu Yongchang's eyes moved slightly, and he quickly turned his head to look at the calendar beside him. September 5, 2031. He instantly realized something. This year is the academician selection year? Hearing Lu Yongchang's question, Fang Su smiled faintly and nodded gently. Congratulations, in a few days, we should start calling you Academician Lu. Lu Yongchang's lips curved slightly upward. Although he knew that this title was just an optional label for him, as the highest academic title in the field of science and technology in Xia country, he still had some attachment to it. Why did the results come out so quickly this year? Lu Yongchang reached out to open the letter from the Academy of Sciences while saying, didn't the results usually come out around November? In his impression, academicians in Xia country are elected every 2 years, and each election process lasts from the beginning to the end of the year. Only through multiple rounds of screening and evaluation can one stand out from hundreds of candidates to become an academician. Fang Su rolled his eyes irritably, that's for normal people. You haven't even looked at how much you've done this year? If it weren't for some procedures that had to be followed, I reckon the Academy's old fellows would have awarded you the title of academician at the beginning of the year. This was not something he was making up. As early as the beginning of the year, he had already heard some rumors. The Academy held a special meeting for Lu Yongchang's academician selection. During the meeting, the review team engaged in a heated discussion about when to award Lu Yongchang the title of academician. According to the review team's perspective, the sooner the title of academician is granted, the better. After all, based on his current achievements, if Lu Yongchang isn't made an academician, there would hardly be anyone left in the Academy qualified to hold the title. It's just that, in order not to break the rules, this time was still postponed to September, only moved up by a little over 2 months. Respected Professor Lu Yongchang, congratulations to you. Looking at the words in the letter, Lu Yongchang's eyes revealed a hint of a smile. Reborn for a year, he once again became an academician of Xia country. It's just a pity that no one has joined the Human Federation yet, otherwise, he might already be the so-called chief scientist. Thinking of this, Lu Yongchang's eyes revealed a hint of interest. How about finding an opportunity to bring up the matter of the Human Federation with the speaker? After all, Xia Nation's current strength is enough to suppress those countries that like to stir up trouble. Don't you want to look at the other letter? Fang Su's voice came through, interrupting Lu Yongchang's thoughts. What's this? Lu Yongchang was momentarily stunned and opened the other letter. The Xia Kingdom's National Highest Science and Technology Award? Respected Professor Lu Yongchang, in light of your numerous groundbreaking achievements in cutting-edge technology and your outstanding contributions to Xia Nation, you have been nominated as a candidate for the Xia Nation's National Highest Science and Technology Award. The results of the selection will be announced at next week's National Science and Technology Awards conference. Please make sure to attend. Looking at the few bold lines on the letter in his hand, Lu Yongchang took a deep breath. Is this, the speaker, being serious? Lu Yongchang's eyes showed a slight tremor. This award, he hadn't even received it in his previous life. The reason, of course, is very simple. In his previous life, when he was qualified to receive this award, the Xia Kingdom had already become part of the Human Federation, so naturally, there was no such thing as the Xia Kingdom's National Highest Science and Technology Award anymore. Of course, I'm serious. Fang Su's voice interrupted Lu Yongchang's thoughts. Do you think the speaker would joke about something like this? This is the highest level award among the 5 National Science and Technology Awards in Xia country. TSK. Fang Su's voice was full of envy. No researcher can resist the allure of this award. Lu Yongchang extended his finger, gently brushing over the golden embossed characters on the letterhead, his heart trembling slightly. The letterhead, as thin as a cicada's wing, seemed to carry an inexplicable weight at this moment, pressing deeply on his heart. Awards of this caliber have rarely been granted since the founding of Xia Nation. In a certain sense, this is akin to what is known as a Lifetime Achievement Award. Therefore, this award is generally given to older researchers. The senator's exceptional decision to award it to him, a young man of only 21, undoubtedly showed great trust and encouragement. On the side, Fang Su stared eagerly at the letter in Lu Yongchang's hand, swallowing slightly. Yongchang, this means you're practically at the pinnacle of the academic world in Xia country. Lu Yongchang chuckled softly, folded the letter paper in his hand, and put it into his pocket. What are you talking about? It's just a nomination, we don't even know if there's an award yet. Fang Su pursed his lips and said nothing. In his view, unless those judges had their brains kicked by a donkey, this award was definitely going to Lu Yongchang. As for the so-called candidate list and the awards ceremony, it's just a formality. Sandaku University. Dean's Office of the Nuclear Physics Institute. Hearing the urgent knocking on the door, Zhang Yongxing instinctively looked up at the clock on his desk. 10:18 in the morning. He slightly furrowed his brows. Who is it? Zhang Yongxing put down the pen in his hand and called out loudly toward the door. Tian Zhishuan. No. Hearing the loud voice outside the door, Zhang Yongxing couldn't help but pause for a moment, then quickly stood up and walked to the door to open it. Old Tian? Why aren't you staying in your materials academy and running over here to me? Looking at Tian Zhishuan's excited expression outside the door, Zhang Yongxing frowned even deeper. What? Did you make some new breakthrough over there? Tian Zhishuan's expression froze, and his gaze suddenly turned a bit peculiar. You, don't know? Wait. Zhang Yongxing frowned and shook his head. Ah. Let me in first, and I'll explain it to you slowly. Tian Zhishuan waved his hand casually and strode into Zhang Yongxing's office. By the way, you have a TV in your office, right? Zhang Yongxing nodded slightly, stepped aside to open the office door, and welcomed Tian Zhishuan inside. Old Tian, what exactly is going on? Looking at Tian Zhishuan sitting leisurely on the sofa, Zhang Yongxing's eyes grew increasingly puzzled. Tian Zhishuan didn't say a word, merely reached out to turn on the nearby television and switched it to the Xia Country News channel. Seeing the golden and red interwoven hall on the TV screen, Zhang Yongxing couldn't help but freeze in place. He frowned as he glanced at the date, a hint of realization flashing in his eyes, but it was quickly overshadowed by even greater confusion. I remember correctly, this should be the National Science and Technology Awards conference, right? What? You came here today just to show me this? Zhang Yongxing returned to his seat in a huff. I don't recall anyone from your materials science department winning any awards. Tian Zhishuan's expression grew increasingly peculiar. He turned to look at Zhang Yongxing and softly asked, Old Zhang, are you sure you haven't heard the news? Zhang Yongxing's eyes were filled with even more confusion and doubt. What news? That kid Lu Yongchang has been nominated for the National Highest Science and Technology Award. Zhang Yongxing's pupils slightly contracted, and he suddenly stood up from his chair, pressing his hands forcefully on the desk in front of him. What? Are you serious? Tian Zhishuan didn't waste any words, he simply gestured toward the TV with his mouth. If you don't believe me, just watch the TV yourself, won't you? As soon as the words fell, the sound of the Xia Kingdom's national anthem came from the television. The conference has begun. Zhang Yongxing's eyes flickered as he stared intently at the television in front of him. Since ancient times, energy has always been the greatest obstacle to human progress. From the steam age to the electric age. From coal-fired power generation to wind and hydropower generation. We are constantly thinking about energy issues. Hearing this string of award remarks, a trace of daze flashed in Zhang Yongxing's eyes. It's settled. A voice came from the side. It was Tian Jishuan. This highest science and technology award is going to that guy Lu Yongchang. The next moment, the sound from the television came through. Now, let's welcome the recipient of the National Highest Science and Technology Award, Professor Lu Yongchang. As the music and applause began, the television screen switched to Lu Yongchang. Looking at the slightly youthful face on the screen, Zhang Yongxing and Tian Jishuan both fell into silence. After a long while, Zhang Yongxing let out a deep sigh. Talents emerge in every generation, each dominating their era for hundreds of years. Standing on the award podium, looking at the diverse gazes of the crowd below, Lu Yongchang couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. Even with his experience, the moment he heard his name, his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. After all, as a researcher from Xia country, the symbolic significance of this award is immensely profound. Just as he was a bit dazed, the figure of the senior counselor appeared on one side of the award stage. Counselor Li slowly walked onto the stage, solemnly handing the medal and certificate in his hand to Lu Yongchang. Keep up the good work. A smile appeared at the corner of Counselor Li's mouth. I'm waiting for the scene you promised to paint for me. While speaking, Congressman Li reached out and gently patted Lu Yongchang on the shoulder. Lu Yongchang was slightly taken aback, then immediately realized that the congressman was referring to the Heavenly Court project. He nodded firmly, a trace of determination flashing in his eyes. Congressman, rest assured, Xia Nation will never perish. The flash went off, and this moment was permanently captured by the nearby camera. Mars orbit. A completely black rectangular brick quietly glided through Mars' synchronous orbit. Calling Ground Command Center, Xian Nu 2 has arrived at Mars' synchronous orbit, please advise. Bai Yishuan's voice transformed into an electromagnetic wave, transmitting toward Earth 82 million kilometers away. Alright, now it's just a matter of waiting for a response. Bai Yishuan shrugged and said helplessly, we now have a full 9 minutes to rest. Before Bai Yishuan's words had even finished, Hong Fan had already taken the lead in unbuckling his seatbelt and stood up from his chair. This spacesuit is really well designed. Hong Fan walked through the cabin wearing specially designed electromagnetic boots. Under the influence of magnetic force, Hong Fan's body was firmly attached to the floor of the cabin. Although outer space has no gravity at all, the meticulously calculated magnetic force can perfectly simulate the feeling of walking on Earth. Beside him, Xiaowani touched the silvery white spacesuit on her body, which was several times lighter than before, and her lips curved into a slight smile. I heard from the ground crew that this spacesuit uses the latest material developed by Professor Lu, and its cost is about 3 times that of the previous one. Hong Fan secretly clicked his tongue. 3 times the cost. Lu Yongchang. Just as he was about to say something, a sudden burst of strong static noise came through the radio. Ground Command Center received, commencing mission. Lu Yongchang's slightly distorted voice reached everyone's ears. Bai Yishuan's expression became slightly serious. He turned around, sat back in his chair, fastened his seatbelt, and picked up the fully enclosed helmet beside him, putting it on his head. Everyone, get ready, we're about to land. After his 2 companions fastened their seatbelts and put on their helmets, Bai Yishuan toggled a few buttons on the control panel and pulled the control lever. Xian Nu 2 slightly adjusted its flight posture and plunged headfirst into the Crimson Mars. Andrew, help me check how many places we still haven't carried out drilling tasks. Bruno's listless voice echoed inside cabin 1. Andrew, sitting in his chair, struggled to straighten up, tapped a few keys on the keyboard in front of him, and casually glanced at the computer screen. Andrew's spirits were suddenly lifted. Everyone, good news. We only have one last place left to carry out the drilling mission. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 teammates had already jumped up from their chairs and rushed to his side. Bruno's eyes were filled with a hopeful glow as he asked eagerly, where is it? Is it far away? Andrew tapped on the keyboard again. The computer screen switched to a satellite map. The moment he saw the map, Andrew fell silent. He pondered for a moment, then said with a conflicted expression, the distance isn't far, but we might need to climb a mountain. Bruno looked utterly confused. WTF? Climb a mountain? Joey, standing nearby, was equally baffled. Andrew, are you sure? Facing his teammates' doubts, Andrew let out a deep sigh and then zoomed in on the satellite map a bit more. The full view of the meteorite crater unfolded before the 3 of them. The meteorite crater is about 1,000 meters away from us, not very far. It's just that, the The height of the meteorite crater is approximately 1,000 meters. The depth of the crater is about 1,500 meters. Have to say, we're pretty lucky. At least, this is considered one of the smaller craters on Mars. As Andrew reported a series of detailed data, Bruno's lips twitched slightly, and the hopeful light in his eyes gradually faded away. Andrew gave a wry smile as he looked at his two dejected teammates, just about to offer some words of comfort, when a sudden piercing alarm interrupted him mid-sentence. Listening to the alarm that had never sounded before, Andrew's expression changed slightly as he quickly looked in the direction of the sound. Upon seeing the machine that triggered the alarm, Andrew's expression changed drastically, muttering to himself, "WTF? Andrew?" Andrew's tone made the two downed teammates realize there was a problem. Bruno quickly stood up from his chair and walked over to Andrew. "What happened?" Faced with Bruno's question, Andrew didn't reply but simply pointed at the screen in front of him. On the radar screen, a colossal object was heading straight toward them. "Holy shit!" Bruno's pupils contracted sharply, his eyes filled with terror. After a brief moment of stunned silence, he cursed loudly, "Damn it! What the hell is this?" Andrew had already sat back in his chair, nervously staring at the computer screen, his hands rapidly typing on the keyboard. After more than 10 seconds, he swallowed lightly. "Damn it! This thing is almost 80 meters long. Flight speed has reached Mach 2. Joey's trembling voice came from the side. This can't be aliens, right?" Looking at the unidentified flying object getting closer and closer to the Mars capsule, everyone's eyes were filled with fear. Andrew gritted his teeth, reached out to grab the nearby radio device, and shouted at the top of his lungs. "Pathfinder calling Houston. Pathfinder calling Houston. We have spotted an unidentified flying object. Repeat. We have spotted an unidentified flying object. It's coming straight at us." As the unidentified flying object displayed on the radar stopped above the Mars module, the fear in Andrew's voice seemed almost tangible, echoing within the cramped confines of Module 1. Has it left?" Joey asked tremblingly, his eyes tightly shut. Andrew mustered his courage, slightly opened his tightly shut eyes, and glanced at the radar screen. He froze. Did it leave? A trace of excitement flashed in Joey's eyes as he quickly opened them and looked out the window. "No, it hasn't left. It's hovering above the Mars module." Andrew's breathing quickened as he stared at the scene before him, his face full of disbelief. "What does it want?" "Andrew, I think we were mistaken." Joey, standing by the porthole, turned back with a complicated expression and pointed upward. "This isn't an alien. It's a Xia Nation spaceship." Andrew and Bruno were slightly stunned. After realizing, the two suddenly stood up from their chairs, taking quick strides to the porthole, and looked upward. They saw a completely jet-black, rectangular-shaped spaceship hovering back and forth above the Mars module. On the side of the spacecraft, a bright red flag deeply stung the eyes of the three American astronauts. Beep. Beep. Unknown radio communication request detected. Just as the three of them were looking up at the Xiannu 2 circling back and forth in the sky, an electronic notification sound startled them. Andrew turned his head to glance at the computer screen beside him. It was a radio frequency band commonly used in Xia country. After exchanging a glance with his two teammates, Andrew took a deep breath and pressed the connect button. "Hello? Hello, friends from the United States." A fluent and standard English voice came through the radio. Andrew was silent for a moment, then reached out to grab the microphone. "Hello, this is the U.S. Pathfinder." The next moment, a clear response came. "This is Xiagwa Xiannu 2. We are about to head to the ZHZ-72 crater for scientific research. This is a reminder to everyone." Andrew's pupils slightly contracted. ZHZ-72 crater. Isn't this the next destination in the mission? No time to think, Andrew responded hastily. "Sorry, that was us. This is merely our notification, not a negotiation." A voice came through the radio, extremely calm. "If you interfere with our research tasks, we will take some necessary eviction measures. We hope you consider this carefully." As soon as the words were spoken, the radio communication was cut off. Looking at the radio emitting a rustling sound in front of him, Andrew's face instantly darkened. "They're gone." Joey leaned over to look out the porthole and said in a low voice, "See, Captain, what should we do?" Andrew quickly walked to the porthole, gazing through the glass at the faint blue tail flame of Xiannu 2 in the distance. He took a deep breath. "What else can we do?" "Prepare to report the situation. And, the drilling plan for crater ZHZ-72 has been temporarily cancelled." "Brothers, how was my speech just now? Was it domineering or what?" Due to excitement, Bai Yishuan's cheeks were slightly flushed. "Damn, this feeling is amazing." Beside him, Hongfan pouted in annoyance. we agreed on one sentence each, but you ended up saying it all. Looking at Hong Fan and Xiaowani's resentful gazes, Bai Ishuan's lips twitched slightly, and he coughed lightly. That evening. Next time, definitely next time. Beijing. Houston Ground Control Center. Shu, calling Houston. Ha! Unidentified flying object. Repeat, we have discovered an unidentified flying object. The Houston Ground Control Center was disrupted by a sudden voice breaking the silence. Hearing Andrew's words over the radio, Professor Chris's expression changed drastically. He grabbed the nearby microphone and responded loudly, Pathfinder. Report the details. Repeat. Report the details immediately. After putting down the microphone, Professor Chris's expression shifted unpredictably. He suddenly turned around and shouted to the researcher nearby, Quick! Report the situation to Director Morton. And, to the President. Mars capsule. Report the detailed situation immediately. Hearing the belated inquiry over the radio, a faint bitter smile appeared in Andrew's eyes. He picked up the microphone on the table again and reported the details of what had just happened to the ground command center. Then, there was another long waiting period. Houston received. Temporarily abandon the meteorite crater drilling plan, suspend all external exploration tasks, and await further instructions. Albert sat calmly behind the desk. You mean that Xin Nu number 2 from Xia has already arrived on Mars and taken our research target? Morton nodded forcefully, his face full of anger, and said, Mr. President, Xia is too arrogant. They even threatened to expel our astronauts. Damn it, how dare they do this? Faced with Morton's angry complaints, Albert's expression grew increasingly indifferent. He waved his hand slowly, forget it, just endure it. Albert's reaction clearly startled Morton. Morton looked at Albert in disbelief, Mr. President? What did you just say? Endure? Are you sure? But that's our country's scientific research objective. Albert lowered his gaze slightly and sighed softly, Morton, let me ask you, the Xian Nu 2 from Xia country, it departed 15 days ago, correct? It only took 15 days to fly from Earth to above our Mars capsule. Think about how long it took us. Morton suddenly gasped for breath, but this isn't enough. Albert reprimanded in a low voice. We have already failed. In this competition, we have completely and utterly lost. Tell those astronauts to prepare to return. You mean to say? Seeing that Morton still wanted to speak, Albert waved his hand wearily, enough, Morton, I'm tired. We've been dealing with each other for such a long time, let me give you a kind reminder. It's time for us to start considering a way out. The moment he heard this, Moulton's expression slightly trembled. After a long silence, Moulton's eyes reddened slightly. He gently nodded, then turned and left the president's office. Seeing Morton leave, Albert sighed deeply once again and turned to his secretary beside him. Inform the media that I will hold a press conference tonight. The White House in the United States, at the press conference. Here, I strongly condemn such extreme and overbearing actions by Xia country. Mars belongs to humanity, not to any one country's Mars. I hope Xia nation can adjust its attitude and contribute to the common development of humanity. Alright, that's all I have to say. Does anyone have any questions? As soon as Albert finished speaking, countless hands were raised. President Albert, may I ask if it is true that the Xia astronauts provoked our astronauts on Mars? Albert's expression remained unchanged as he gently nodded, it's true. In fact, I have listened to the conversation between the two sides. The Xia astronauts were extremely aggressive in their words and showed no respect for our astronauts. May I ask, in response to such actions by Xia, does the United States have any countermeasures? Albert's face turned slightly grim. The United States is a peace-loving country. In the face of such unreasonable actions from Xia, we cannot respond with violence. We need to. Mr. President, are you saying that in the face of Xia's provocation, the United States is backing down? A reporter directly interrupted Albert's speech. Strange. Albert's face flushed red as he angrily slapped the podium in front of him. Damn it, let me finish my words. Listen, the United States will never back down. As for how to counter this provocation from Xia, we are still discussing it. Alright, this press conference ends here. Not long after the United States press conference concluded, related news had already made it onto the trending list on Weibo. Shocking. The United States strongly condemns China, and the reason is actually. As for the comments section below the news, it was taken over by netizens eager to watch the drama within just a few minutes. Ha ha ha, is this even possible? Complete reversal. This is what they call? The wheel of fortune turns. Who would have thought that the mighty Millikan would resort to this kind of rhetoric? It's killing me with laughter. That same day, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of SSS held a routine press conference. Under the watchful eyes of numerous domestic and foreign journalists, Zhao Jian slowly stepped onto the podium. Subsequently, he scanned the reporters below the stage with a solemn gaze and softly said into the microphone, "This press conference is mainly to clarify the statements made by the United States yesterday. We have noticed that the United States has a rather deep misunderstanding regarding China's Xiannu-2 astronaut. Here, I will provide a brief explanation. Xiannu-2's mission to Mars is primarily to carry out highly detailed scientific research tasks. During the execution of these research tasks, any external interference could very likely lead to failure. Our astronaut said those words purely for the purpose of scientific research, with absolutely no intention of provocation. Furthermore, we discovered that the recording released by the United States is missing some segments. Our astronaut only made those somewhat threatening remarks after the American astronaut refused to cooperate. However, considering the astronaut's oversight, after discussion, the Space Administration has decided to impose relatively severe penalties on the 3 astronauts. Total fine, 2,000 yuan. Alright, that's all I have to say." After speaking, Zhao Jian turned around and left the podium directly, not even giving the reporters a chance to ask questions. This routine press conference poured a bucket of hot oil on an already heated atmosphere. Whoa! Is SSS country being this bold this time? Let me translate the content of this press conference. I did nothing wrong, it's all America's fault. To the person above, you missed a point. SSS country is carrying out a precise mission, which implies that what America is doing is, a fine of 2,000, and that's the total amount. Truly deserving of being called a heavy penalty. Wow, 2,000 silver dollars. I suggest starting a crowdfunding campaign. Say no more, Zhao Jian's 10-year-old fan is here uninvited. Mars. After showing off a bit on top of the Mars module in the United States, Bai Yishuan directly piloted Xiannu No. 2 toward the destination. Crater ZHZ-72. As the altitude of Xiannu 2 continued to decrease, the scene of Utopia Planetia's surface became clearly visible to the 3 astronauts. On the reddish surface of Mars, tinged with hints of yellow, countless rocks of various sizes were densely scattered, arranged in an orderly manner. Mars Utopia Planitia. So desolate. Looking at the surface devoid of vegetation and signs of life, with only rocks and dust, Xiaowani's eyes revealed a trace of emotion as she softly said, "After seeing the moon and Mars, I truly realized the beauty of Earth." Ah, what a pity. Came Hongfan's sigh from the side. According to Professor Lu's prediction, Earth only has 14 years left. The atmosphere inside the cabin instantly grew heavier. Noticing the atmosphere in the cabin, Bai Yishuan chuckled lightly. "I say, you two, there are still 14 years to go. What's the point of sighing and groaning here? Professor Lu did say that the heavenly court plan would be realized in 14 years. When has he ever lied?" Hongfan perked up slightly. "Exactly. By then, we'll go to Proxima Centauri and take over their territory." Bai Yishuan and Xiaowani were slightly stunned, but soon a hint of longing appeared on their faces. The sun on Mars slowly sets. As the bluish flame at the bottom of Xiannu 2 diminished, Xiannu 2 gradually descended into the crater. With the sunlight blocked, the bottom of the crater had already entered nightfall ahead of time. Bai Yishuan pressed several lighting buttons on the control panel in front of him. The next moment, more than a dozen intense white lights illuminated the dark bottom of the crater as if it were broad daylight. Andrew. As Xiannu 2 landed, a cloud of crimson Martian dust rose into the air. Under the illumination of the dozen or so white beams, Xiannu 2 seemed to have entered a crimson world, exuding an eerie yet somewhat beautiful aura. He frowned as he looked at the surface structure outside, then glanced at the instrument panel in front of him, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Indeed. Professor Lu was right. The surface inside the crater is covered with a layer of dust and fine particles, and after sunset, these materials cool down much faster than the rocks. Currently, the surface temperature has dropped to 50 degrees Celsius, a full 80 degrees Celsius lower than the outside. As he spoke, Bai Yishuan reached out to unfasten the seatbelt. "Everyone, it's time to get to work." Putting on his helmet and strapping on the oxygen tank, he reached out and pressed the cargo holds open button. The sides of Xiannu 2 slowly opened, revealing a series of onboard equipment inside. Deep geological drilling machine, microbial detector, and various precision testing instruments. To improve efficiency, after completing the drilling task, the 3 astronauts also need to analyze and test the samples extracted from the drilling. Thanks to Mars' gravity, which is only 38% of Earth's, the 3 of them easily moved the deep geological drilling machine out of the cabin. After assembling the drilling machine, Bai Yishuan pondered for a moment, then turned to Xiaowani and said, "Wani, we'll handle the drilling and sampling, and you take care of testing the soil samples." Seeing Xiaowani nod, Bai Yishuan and Hongfan exchanged a glance, aimed the drill bit of the machine at the Martian soil in front of them, and directly started the machine. A buzzing sound arose, and countless red Martian dust particles were stirred up. Because the surface mostly consists of dust and fine particles, the drill penetrated the ground with almost no resistance. 3 meters? Watching the drill effortlessly go 5 meters underground, Bai Yishuan's eyes revealed a hint of panic. Something's not right here. According to Professor Liu, there should already be traces of underground ice layers 5 to 10 meters below the surface. Bai Yishuan's eye twitched slightly, and he said in a low voice over the team's radio channel, "Something's wrong, stop the drilling machine." Hongfan, standing nearby, didn't ask any questions and directly reached out to press the stop button. As the motor reversed, the drilling equipment that had gone 5 meters underground slowly emerged above the surface. Bai Yishuan squatted down and reached out to grab a handful of soil samples brought out by the drilling equipment. Even through the spacesuit, Bai Yishuan could sense that there was no trace of moisture in the soil. He rubbed the reddish soil vigorously. The originally clumped soil turned into tiny fragments and slipped through his fingers. Looking at the soil that had turned into a ground full of crimson fragments, Bai Yishuan's expression became grim. He said in a low voice, "How much drilling steel pipe did we prepare?" Hongfan thought for a moment. "At the time, to be on the safe side, we brought about 30 meters or so." Bai Yishuan let out a slight sigh of relief and pointed to the few centimeters of the drilling hole in front of him. "Look, the drilling machine has drilled 5 meters, and all that came out are dust and fine particles." At that time, Professor Liu estimated that this section of depth was only 2 to 3 meters. Upon hearing this, Hongfan also realized the problem. Bai Yishuan continued with a slightly solemn expression, "Currently, we don't know how deep this section is. Fortunately, we brought 30 meters of drilling steel pipes, otherwise, I estimate we wouldn't even catch a glimpse of the underground ice layer." As he spoke, Bai Yishuan reattached the drilling steel pipe to the drilling machine. "Go ahead, let's hope we can find the so-called Martian life within the length of the steel pipe." Meanwhile, inside the American Mars module a kilometer away. Beep, beep, beep. Just as everyone was preparing to go to bed and end this exhausting and frustrating day, a piercing alarm sounded from the speakers throughout the Mars module. Andrew, who had just lain down on the single bed, suddenly opened his eyes wide and sprang up from the ground like a carp. Listening to the alarming siren, a trace of anger flashed in Andrew's eyes. Damn it, could the people from Xia country be coming again? Without time to think too much, he hastily threw on some clothes and ran directly toward the direction of cabin 1. A few seconds later, Andrew forcefully pushed open the tightly shut door of cabin 1. He immediately looked toward the radar. No anomalies. He was momentarily stunned and turned his head to scan the area. "Captain, what's going on?" Bruno and Joey's voices came from behind, asking, "Is it the people from Xia country again?" Hearing Andrew's response, Bruno and Joey let out a slight sigh of relief, and the expressions on their faces relaxed considerably. "It's our central main control computer that's malfunctioned," Andrew said, dropping a bombshell as he hurriedly walked inside. Bruno and Joey gasped sharply, their eyes suddenly widening. "Bruno?" Andrew looked gravely at Bruno, who was sitting in front of the computer, and asked in a low voice, "What exactly is going on?" As he spoke, Andrew's eyes were filled with panic and unease. "This is the central master control computer. If any malfunction occurs, the 3 of them will die in this tiny Mars capsule." Bruno tapped the keyboard a few times. Looking at the few lines of error codes that appeared on the screen, his expression instantly darkened. He slowly turned his head and gave Andrew, beside him, a meaningful look. "Captain, you were right. Our air circulation system is in trouble. To be precise, the issue lies with the carbon dioxide absorber in the air circulation system. At the current rate, in about 3 days, the Mars module will be filled with large amounts of carbon dioxide and other toxic gases. Even if there's enough oxygen, excessive carbon dioxide will still lead to our death." Andrew's expression changed drastically. In his panic, a sudden thought flashed through his mind. "Bruno, I remember Pathfinder 3 carried some spare parts, including a carbon dioxide absorber, right?" Before Bruno could respond, Joey chimed in, "Yes. Definitely. NASA specifically prepared 2 complete air circulation systems to prevent any accidents." Hearing this, Bruno let out a slight sigh of relief. The previously grave expression completely disappeared, replaced by an indescribable sense of relief. He shrugged lightly and said in a joking tone, "Everyone, false alarm. I thought we might have to ask the neighboring Xian Nu number 2 for help, but it seems our NASA is still pretty reliable. While joking, he opened the hatch of Mars Module 1. Come on, you two, let's head to the storage room to look for the backup air circulation equipment. Mars Cabin Number 3. As a warehouse supporting 3 astronauts for 3 months, Cabin Number 3 is filled mostly with various compressed foods. Of course, in addition to all kinds of compressed biscuits, NASA has also thoughtfully prepared some instant canned food to improve the astronauts' meals. Although the taste of these instant canned foods isn't great, it's still much better than compressed biscuits. Andrew and Bruno struggled to move the boxes filled with food and fresh water to the side. Andrew's eyes lit up as he looked at the box in front of him marked with the air circulation equipment symbol. Hearing Andrew's voice, Bruno let out a sigh of relief. No way! Finally found it! Bruno reached out to wipe the fine beads of sweat from his forehead. We've almost turned this warehouse upside down. While speaking, Bruno reached out to tug at his collar, wearing a peculiar expression as he said, "By the way, do you guys feel a bit stuffy? Has the carbon dioxide concentration already started to rise?" Regarding Bruno's remark, Joey raised his wristwatch to check the data, then rolled his eyes dramatically. "What are you talking about? The current carbon dioxide concentration in the cabin is only 0.1% higher than normal. If you can feel that, it's a miracle. It's purely psychological." Bruno chuckled awkwardly as he crouched down to help Andrew pull out the large box. When the box was opened, and they saw the brand new air circulation equipment inside, a hint of relief flashed in the eyes of the 3 astronauts. "I remember, the air circulation equipment needs to be replaced outside the Mars module, right?" Andrew said, frowning as he found the carbon dioxide absorption device among them. "Looks like we'll have to conduct another extravehicular activity." Mars Module Number 5. As the only passage between the Mars module and the outside world, the airlock plays a crucial role. During extravehicular activities, the airlock ensures that the pressure inside the module is equal to that of the Martian atmosphere. When entering the cabin, the airlock can ensure that the cabin maintains normal atmospheric pressure. These 2 points not only ensure the safety of the Mars cabin but also the safety of the astronauts. Andrew and Bruno, dressed in bulky silver-white spacesuits, exchanged a glance through the curved glass visors. The next moment, Andrew reached out and pressed a button on the control panel. As the green light turned on, Andrew slightly crouched down, gripping the outer airlock door leading to Mars at the end of the airlock chamber. The buzzing sound rang out again. The red light on the detector lit up once more. Xiaowani, with a numb expression, reached out and cleared the spread-out icy soil mixture on the detector. "Still haven't found anything?" Through the corner of his eye, Bai Yishuan noticed Xiaowani's stiff movements and let out a bitter laugh, asking over the radio. Xiaowani sighed softly, reaching out to place the next batch of test samples into the detector while shaking her head and saying, "Not yet. How many meters underground are we now?" Bai Yishuan's eyelids lifted slightly as he glanced at the LCD monitor on the drill in front of him. "Starting from the surface, it's already 25 meters. 25 meters? Xiaowani's tone was full of surprise. "Even at this depth, we still haven't reached the actual ice layer?" Bai Yishuan shook his head with a wry smile and let out a deep sigh. "I guess this time we made the trip for nothing. Who could have thought that the surface fill at the bottom of this deadly crater would be nearly 20 meters thick?" Bai Yishuan's voice was full of resentment. "I bet Professor Lu would be dumbfounded if he knew about this, right?" Xiaowani glanced speechlessly at the drilling steel pipe, which had only 5 meters left. "So, after all this effort, we basically only drilled 5 meters underground?" Bai Yishuan gave an awkward laugh. You could say that. Xiaowani." Suddenly, Hong Fan's exclamation came through the radio. "Captain! Stop chatting. The drilling machine seems to have hit an ice layer." Watching the drilling steel pipe's descent speed noticeably slow down, Hong Fan and Bai Yishuan's eyes revealed a hint of excitement. As usual, the red indicator light shone through the glass mask, mercilessly illuminating Xiaowani's numb face. She mechanically swept the dirt mixed with more ice cubes in front of her to the side. Seeing Xiaowani's actions, Bai Yishuan let out a deep sigh. "Captain, what should we do now?" Hong Fan straightened up, gently rubbing his sore lower back with his hand, and asked in a low voice, "Should we report to Professor Lu?" Bai Yishuan pondered for a moment and shook his head. "It's not to that extent yet. We've only drilled 1 hole so far. Let's continue. After all, when we set out, Professor Lu already said that this might be an extremely difficult and lengthy task. Outside the Mars capsule. In the night sky of Mars, 2 small moons hang high. They are Phobos and Deimos. Compared to the moon, although Phobos and Deimos are relatively close to Mars, at only 9,000 kilometers and 23,000 kilometers respectively, their small size makes them only 1% the size of the moon. So, the two often cannot reflect sunlight onto the surface of Mars. In fact, in some high-latitude regions, these two tiny moons are not visible at all. As he stepped out of the Mars module, Andrew instinctively looked up at the sky. When he saw those two exceptionally bright, oversized stars in the night sky, he couldn't help but freeze in place. Look, we're pretty lucky. We actually saw Phobos and Deimos at the same time. Andrew's eyes sparkled with excitement, but soon, that excitement turned into regret. He instinctively turned his head to glance at the clock on the wall. Unfortunately, the sunlight reflected by Phobos and Deimos, as well as the starlight from those distant stars, could not illuminate the heavy darkness of Mars night. Alright, save this sentimental talk for later. Don't forget, our oxygen only supports 3 hours of extravehicular activity. Bruno struggled to drag the carbon dioxide absorption equipment and toolbox out of the circular hatch. I say, Andrew, can you hurry up and turn on the spotlight? I can't even see the road. Bruno's untimely complaint interrupted Andrew's train of thought. He turned his head helplessly to glance at Bruno behind him, then raised his hand to turn on the high-intensity spotlight. The spotlight was very bright, but it only illuminated the small space in front of the two of them. In the endless darkness, this trace of incandescent light seemed somewhat dim and powerless. After setting up the spotlight, Andrew reached for the toolbox nearby, walked to the area housing the air circulation equipment, and skillfully removed the metal protective shell from the exterior of the Mars module. Joey, has the air circulation system been paused? To be on the safe side, Andrew asked Joey in cabin 1 via radio. Soon, Joey's response came through to him, it's already stopped. Andrew slightly closed his eyes, and scenes from the training sessions quickly flashed through his mind. After recalling the operation process, he picked up the tools one by one and slowly disassembled the air circulation equipment. When he saw the carbon dioxide absorber, he couldn't help but freeze in place. The surface of the carbon dioxide absorber was covered with crimson Martian dust. Found the cause of the malfunction. Andrew said softly, I guess NASA didn't do a good job with the sealing. The carbon dioxide absorber is covered in Martian dust. An hour later. Tisk. Bruno's clicking sound came through the radio. I told you NASA couldn't be trusted. We don't even know where the sealing issue is. Andrew's eyes were filled with helplessness as he let out a deep sigh. Then what else can we do? For now, let's install the replacement equipment and wait for Houston's response. Saying this, Andrew installed a backup carbon dioxide absorber. After restoring all the equipment, Andrew said again, Joey, start the air circulation system and see if it works properly. There was no response. Joey? Andrew's eye twitched slightly as he spoke again, Joey, are you there? The next moment, a panicked voice erupted in the headset inside the helmet. Damn it! Andrew, the air circulation still isn't working properly. It's still the same issue. Carbon dioxide absorption device error. Andrew's heart sank. Could it be that Martian dust has already infiltrated the equipment? He took a deep breath and said calmly, Joey, don't panic. Maybe this replacement device is also broken. I'll try another one. With the experience from earlier, Andrew's replacement movements were noticeably faster this time. Joey, restart the air circulation system. A few seconds later, Joey's tearful voice came through. Andrew, it's still not working. The carbon dioxide absorber is malfunctioning. Hearing Joey's voice mixed with sobs, Andrew's heart sank like a stone, sinking deeper and deeper in the water. Andrew's hands trembled slightly as he once again disassembled the air circulation device. This time, he raised the flashlight and carefully inspected the malfunction. When a hidden gap in a fist-sized crimson rock appeared before his eyes, Andrew instantly held his breath. These two words flashed through his mind. Lu Yongchang shook his head with a wry smile. Guys, we might be in trouble. Andrew took a deep breath and spoke in a grave tone. Andrew's voice was transmitted through the radio into the ears of his two teammates. Bruno and Joey's breathing momentarily hitched, and a trace of fear flashed in both their eyes. Andrew? What's going on? Bruno's voice carried a hint of tremor. Andrew slowly stood up and shook his head with a bitter expression. A piece of Martian rock damaged the air circulation system. Just from what I saw, there's a gash over 10 centimeters long. Maybe we didn't pay attention when deploying the Mars module, or perhaps there's a design flaw on NASA's part. The radio channel fell into complete silence. Bruno, standing nearby, trembled slightly and suddenly raised his head to look at Andrew in front of him. Through the glass visor, Andrew could clearly see Bruno's pale complexion and his bloodless, slightly quivering lips. The next moment, Bruno reached out and grabbed Andrew's arm, his face full of terror as he growled. Didn't NASA provide us with 2 sets of spare parts for the air circulation system? Why don't we just fix the damaged part? Andrew shook his head and directly interrupted Bruno's question. Although I would like to say it can be replaced, the fact is, the gap appeared on the fundamental component of the air circulation equipment. Unless we completely dismantle and replace it, this malfunction cannot be fixed. NASA probably didn't anticipate the problem we're facing. They provided some essential detachable components, but for the non-detachable fundamental parts, we don't have replacement equipment. As he spoke, a trace of bitterness appeared on Andrew's face. While carefully restoring each part to its original state, he sighed and said, "Get ready to contact NASA. Everyone, our journey to Mars might end here. Earth. 3:15 a.m., U.S. time. Houston Ground Control Center. Pathfinder calling Houston, Pathfinder calling Houston." The tranquil command center was suddenly filled with a voice accompanied by heavy static. "We have encountered some trouble." Hearing the message coming through the radio, the drowsy Professor Chris jolted awake. His lips parted slightly, and a trace of disbelief flashed in his eyes. Without time to think further, he directly grabbed the phone beside him and dialed Director Morton's number. More than 2 hours later, inside the meeting room of the White House in the United States, Albert sat gloomily at the head of the conference table, rubbing his weary face with his hand. "So, our Pathfinder program is being forced to halt?" Director Morton nodded grimly. "That's right. The Mars module is no longer habitable after the air circulation equipment broke down. In order to ensure the safety of the 3 astronauts, I have already ordered them to enter the return capsule." As he spoke, Morton raised his wrist to check his watch. If everything is normal, they should have already taken off by now. Just as he finished speaking, a rapid knocking sound came from the door. Albert frowned slightly and turned his head to look at the conference room door. "Is it possible for someone to interrupt such an important meeting?" Morton, sitting nearby, slightly shifted his gaze, stood up from his chair, and said in a low voice, "Mr. President, perhaps the ground control center in Houston has sent some good news." Albert remained silent for a moment, nodded solemnly, and forced a slightly muffled response from his throat, "Let him in." With permission granted, Morton quickly turned away from his seat, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth as he opened the conference room door. Director Morton, something happened to the return module. Mars. After receiving the return order, the 3 astronauts took some important supplies and entered the return module one by one. After fastening his seatbelt, a faint trace of excitement flickered across Bruno's face. "To be honest, I even feel like thanking that damn air circulation device," Bruno said softly, rubbing his hands lightly. "If it weren't for it, we'd still have to stay on this cursed Mars for another month." Andrew looked at his teammate with a somewhat peculiar expression. "What? Don't you think the same?" Bruno had clearly noticed Andrew's gaze. Andrew coughed lightly, his expression growing even more peculiar. "That's true, but there's one thing you might have forgotten. This return capsule is equipped with audio and video recording devices." Bruno. Ahem. Bruno coughed forcefully twice, awkwardly changing the subject. "Captain, shouldn't we be getting ready to depart?" Andrew's mouth twitched as he checked everything with a helpless expression. After confirming there were no mistakes, he took a deep breath and reached out to press a few buttons on the console. "Attention, I'm igniting." Upon hearing Andrew's reminder, the 2 teammates immediately restrained their laughter, their expressions turning serious as they prepared for takeoff. 1. Ignition. A vibration came from beneath their feet. Just as everyone was bracing themselves for the impending force, the vibration suddenly disappeared. The cabin returned to silence. Captain? Joey's voice sounded over the radio. "Are you sure you ignited it?" Andrew was momentarily stunned, a trace of confusion flashing in his eyes. Did he not press it just now? He should have pressed it, right? But why is there no response? Andrew's small eyes revealed great confusion. Should I press it again? Saying this, Andrew reached out once more to press the engine start button in front of him. A few seconds later, looking at the strange expressions of his 2 teammates, Andrew immediately broke out in a cold sweat. "I pressed it. I really pressed it." As he spoke, Andrew forcefully pressed the start button a few times. There was no response at all. Watching Andrew's actions, the expressions on the faces of his 2 teammates suddenly changed. "Andrew? You're not joking, right?" Bruno swallowed slightly. "Did you mess up the steps?" Bruno's questioning made Andrew's face flush red instantly. He didn't say a word, just repeated the operation he had just performed once more. "Oh God." Joey's pupils dilated slightly as he muttered, "We can't be this unlucky, can we? What is your name?" "Shit." Andrew, dressed in a bulky spacesuit, plopped down on the dusty surface of Mars. Through the glass visor, it could be seen that at this moment, his facial expression was extremely contorted. Damn NASA, how can they be so unreliable? Bruno and Joey stood silently to the side, staring blankly at the slightly worn return capsule in front of them, which had endured over a month of Martian wind and sand. Earth. The White House conference room in the United States. Morton stood there in a daze, clearly still reeling from the shocking news he had just heard. The re-entry capsule had an accident? His expression twisted slightly as he grabbed the collar of the staff member in front of him and shouted angrily, "What exactly happened?" Facing the ferocious Morton, the staff stammered as they began to explain. Director Morton, according to Houston, it seems that the hydraulic system of the engine exceeded the preset limit during ignition, and the main control computer of the Mars capsule automatically shut down the engine operation as per the preset program. Morton's expression froze abruptly. Even though he knew nothing about the Mars return capsule, he understood that this was not something easily resolved. Can it be resolved? Morton took a few deep breaths to calm his emotions. The staff member was silent for a moment and slowly shook their head. "I'm sorry, sir. Houston said there's basically no possibility of remote repair." It seems the staff member was afraid Morton wouldn't believe it, so they added, "These are Professor Chris's exact words." Morton stared blankly at the staff member in front of him. He slowly released his hands, turned around in a daze, and returned to his seat. The atmosphere in the conference room grew increasingly oppressive. After several seconds of silence, Albert, seated at the head of the table, coughed lightly, breaking the dead silence in the conference room. "Everyone, we need to change the topic of discussion now. Should we carry out a rescue mission for the 3 astronauts from the United States?" But, as soon as the words were spoken, the breathing of everyone present became noticeably quicker. Every attendee at the meeting stared at each other eagerly, hoping someone would take the lead and say something. Albert, who had been waiting for a response in vain, frowned slightly and directly called out Moulton's name. "Moulton, as the director of NASA, these 3 astronauts are under your command. Tell us, should we save them or not?" Moulton's pupils contracted slightly. This is not an easy question to answer. Rescue means a significant amount of material and human resources. No matter which one, it is somewhat difficult for the United States to bear nowadays. Not rescue? That's 3 lives. Not to mention the long-term impact. At the very least, will NASA astronauts dare to carry out missions in the future? A trace of hesitation flashed in Morton's eyes. "Mr. President." He slowly lowered his head and said in a low voice, "I believe America needs to carry out a rescue operation. They are the heroes of America, and we cannot let them down. Since the founding of America, we have never abandoned our citizens." As the words fell, the conference room once again plunged into silence. Albert's slightly thick fingers gently tapped the conference table in front of him. Morton instinctively raised his head and glanced at Albert's expression. Seeing Albert's tightly furrowed brows, Morton's heart suddenly trembled. Bad news. The next second, Albert let out a deep sigh, a trace of helplessness appearing on his face. "Morton, I understand what you mean. But currently, it would take at least a year to build another spacecraft capable of going to Mars for the rescue mission. Those 3 astronauts can't hold out until we arrive for the rescue, so..." "Mr. President," Morton directly interrupted Albert's words, "we can seek help from Xia country. At present, Xia country's Shin Nu 2 is just 1,000 meters away from them, as long as we..." Albert's eyes revealed a trace of anger. He sternly rebuked, "Morton, the United States will never seek help from Xia. Unless I step down, this matter is off the table." The meeting ended in discord. The final result, naturally, was the abandonment of the rescue plan. In other words, those 3 astronauts became true pawns to be discarded. As for domestic public opinion, Albert had already issued orders to block all channels for spreading this news. Morton walked on the way to the office, a trace of reluctance flashing in his eyes. He still remembered what Andrew had said when he first came to NASA for training. "Andrew, why did you join the Pathfinder program? Was it for the money?" "That's right, sir. You might not understand the lives of people like us." The bitter expression on Andrew's face when he said this was deeply etched in his heart. "This $500,000 reward can provide my child and wife with a safe and stable living environment. Have you thought about the possibility of not coming back?" Andrew was silent for a moment, the smile on his face growing more bitter. "If I can't come back, then so be it. It's just..." "Sir, could the compensation be a bit more?" It wasn't just Andrew, even Bruno and Joey expressed similar sentiments. Scene after scene flashed through Morton's mind. He clenched his molars tightly, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes. Houston Ground Control Center. The sound of a phone ringing startled Professor Chris awake. "Are you sure?" Because of the Pathfinder incident, he hadn't had a proper night's sleep all night. He rubbed his slightly swollen eyes and took out his phone from his pocket. Morton? Seeing the name displayed on the phone screen, Professor Chris's spirits were instantly lifted. He quickly pressed the answer button. Director, the rescue plan. The voice of Morton gritting his teeth came from the other end of the phone. Professor, they've given up. Professor Chris's breath caught sharply, and he instinctively asked, given up? Given up on what? The president has given up on the rescue plan. Morton said word by word, and has forbidden us from seeking help from Xia country. The moment Chris heard Morton's words, he felt the world spinning around him. He plopped back into his chair, muttering to himself. How could this happen? This is murder. Professor Chris's sharp voice came through the phone to Morton's ears. I'm going to expose this to the media. Professor, the president has already ordered the shutdown of all information channels. You know what this means, right? Chris's face was pale. He reached out to cover his eyes with his hands, choking slightly as he said, but they're still waiting for me to provide them with a solution. I'm sorry, I can't do it. I can't tell them this news. A stream of hot tears slowly slid down his cheek. The microphone was silent, leaving only a faint rustling background noise. Professor. Morton took a deep breath. I need your help. I have a plan. Mars. Due to a malfunction in the air circulation system of the Mars module, the 3 astronauts were forced to stay in the return capsule. Fortunately, the return capsule was stocked with supplies sufficient for a 2-month interstellar journey. Apart from being a bit narrow, there aren't any other drawbacks. Calling Pathfinder, please respond. Professor Chris's voice suddenly came through the radio in the return module. Andrew, who had been hanging his head in silence, suddenly showed a spark of light in his eyes upon hearing this call. He grabbed the radio equipment excitedly and responded, Pathfinder received. Pathfinder received. This was followed by another long period of waiting. Just as the 3 astronauts were starting to grow anxious, the radio equipment sounded again. Everyone, I have some unfortunate news to tell you. It's just that. The United States has abandoned the rescue mission for you and even prohibited us from transmitting distress signals to Xia. The 3 astronauts' expressions changed drastically. How could this happen? Bruno's breathing quickened, and his pupils instantly dilated. Damn it, have we been abandoned? Andrew stared grimly at the radio equipment in front of him. When he saw the indicator light still working, he froze for a moment and quickly stopped Bruno's complaints. Quiet, Bruno. The professor hasn't finished speaking. After several tens of seconds of silence, Professor Chris's voice sounded again. However, compared to before, this time the voice was particularly weak and indistinct. As expected. Andrew, if you want to return to Earth, you must personally send a distress signal to Xiannu number 2. We are currently unable to send messages to Xia country. Everything depends on you. Tell Xiannu number 2 that, if possible, it would be best for Xia country to make this matter public. With the pressure of public opinion, it will be easier for you when you return. I am leaving the Houston Ground Command Center. Remember, do not respond to this communication. The signal light of the radio equipment went out. The return cabin once again fell into a dead silence. Half a month later. A few minutes later, Andrew slowly exhaled a turbid breath and said in a low voice, what should we do? Should we ask for help from Xia country? Andrew's question immediately drew eye rolls from his 2 teammates. What are you talking about? What, do you want to die on Mars or something? Andrew shook his head with a wry smile. I'm just a bit worried about our situation after we return. If Bruno shrugged lightly beside him, we'll deal with things as they come. If it really doesn't work out, we can apply for citizenship in Xia. I believe, with our Mars experience, Xia will want us. Bruno stood up as he spoke, put on the helmet that was placed to the side, and softly said after strapping the oxygen tank on his back, it's time for us to get ready to depart. At the bottom of crater ZHZ-72. Damn it. Hongfan plopped down onto the reddish Martian surface. Damn it, with a crater this big, how long are we going to have to work here? Looking at the drilling pits appearing every 100 meters in front of him, his mouth twitched sharply. I say, Captain, is Professor Lu pulling our leg? Baishuan stopped what he was doing and said helplessly, whether Professor Lu is pulling our leg or not, I can only tell you one fact. The supplies inside Xiannu number 2 can at least support us for another month. Captain, the radio device has received a communication request. Judging by the frequency band, it should be from the Mars module of the United States. Just as Hongfan stood up, preparing to head to the next drilling site with Baishuan, Xiaowani's slightly grave voice came through the helmet. Baishuan was slightly taken aback and said in a deep voice, I'll be there right away. Bai Yishuan looked at the radio equipment with a deep sense of confusion in his eyes. Could these Americans have gone stupid? What are they doing looking for us out of the blue? Hong Fan, sitting casually on a chair nearby, said nonchalantly, Captain, why don't you pick it up and listen? Bai Yishuan's expression was uncertain. After all, just yesterday, Professor Liu had specifically sent a message telling them not to stir up trouble anymore. Yeah, Captain, since they've come to us, we should at least hear them out, right? Xiaowani's voice sounded from the side. Bai Yishuan gave his teammate a wry smile and slowly shook his head. You guys? Always thinking about watching the excitement. As he spoke, he reached out and pressed the radio communication switch. This is Xinyu number 2 from Xia Nation, please go ahead. A few minutes later, Bai Yishuan exchanged a strange look with his teammate. Ahem. Regarding this issue, we need to consult first. Please wait a moment. Lu Yongchang sat quietly in the office, his pen moving without pause as he wrote and sketched on the draft paper in front of him. Come in. Lu Yongchang said directly without even looking up. Academician Fong, what brings you here? Su Yuton, who was beside him, quickly stood up, ready to make tea for Fong Su. Ahem, Yuton, could you step out for a moment? I have something to discuss with Professor Liu. Fong Su's slightly peculiar tone caught Lu Yongchang's attention. After Su Yuton left, Lu Yongchang frowned and asked, Suji, what's so mysterious? Fong Su's expression grew even more peculiar. Yongchang, if I told you that America's Mars capsule had an accident and the 3 astronauts are now seeking help from us, would you believe it? Poof. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Yongchang's face turned bright red as he coughed forcefully a few times, looking at Fong Su with a face full of astonishment. Huh? What did you say? Facing Lu Yongchang's question, Fong Su shrugged lightly and pointed helplessly at the sky. This is not what I said. It was Bai Yishuan who said it. Why don't they ask NASA for help? Lu Yongchang took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and then asked. Fong Su was silent for a moment. It said that NASA, no, the United States abandoned them. Lu Yongchang's pupils suddenly contracted. Should we help with this? Indeed. Fong Su's eyes were filled with hesitation. According to Bai Yishuan, Albert seems to have forbidden NASA from seeking our help. If we intervene at this moment, the consequences. Hearing this, the originally hesitant Lu Yongchang pulled out a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Rescue. Tell Bai Yishuan to set out immediately to save people. My 358th Regiment, cough cough. I, Lu Yongchang, must step in to help. Although he said so, Lu Yongchang also knew in his heart that such a major decision still had to be made by the council leader. It shouldn't be like this. At least, until humanity truly steps out of Earth, national interests will always come first. More than an hour later. In that office within the first ring road of the capital. Hiss. The old man put down the teacup in his hand, frowning as he glanced at Lu Yongchang in front of the desk. Yongchang, what do you think? Faced with the council leader, Lu Yongchang naturally couldn't say the same kind of nonsense as before. He pondered for a moment, organizing his words in his mind. Chairman, I believe we need to carry out this rescue mission. Li, the counselor, raised his eyebrows slightly and took a gentle sip of the green tea in his cup. Oh, Professor Liu? Even if it means falling out with the United States, is that okay? Lu Yongchang's eyes flashed with determination as he firmly nodded. That's right. The office returned to silence, with only the faint sound of the old man drinking tea. Explain the reason. The old man set down his teacup again, his gaze turning sharp. I need a reason. Lu Yongchang glanced at the calendar on the desk. October 12, 2031. It's been a year. Lu Yongchang did not directly answer the old man's words but sighed softly. The old man frowned slightly. A year? The next second, a hint of realization appeared in the old man's eyes. You mean the sun has only 14 years left? Lu Yongchang nodded, then shook his head. The old man was somewhat puzzled by Lu Yongchang's reaction. But the next moment, Lu Yongchang spoke to resolve the old man's confusion. Chairman, based on the mathematical model of solar evolution I established at the time, I estimate that the sun is about to undergo significant changes. I reckon it won't be long before the West also discovers the problem with the sun. Senator Li's expression changed slightly. So soon? Faced with the old man's sigh, Lu Yongchang showed a somewhat bitter smile. Soon? Actually, not really. According to the progress of the previous life, this was actually already the 6th year of the sun's mutation. So what you mean is? Councilman Li looked gravely at Lu Yongchang in front of him and asked in a low voice. Lu Yongchang took a deep breath and uttered a sentence. Chairman, I believe it is time for humanity to unite. Even Congressman Lee, upon hearing Lu Yongchang's words, was visibly shocked. But soon, the old man composed his expression. His gaze flickered slightly, and his fingers gently tapped the desk in front of him. From the old man's micro-expressions, Lu Yongchang discerned his inner conflict in panic. Human unification. These 4 words seem simple, but implementing them is incredibly difficult. Since the emergence of humanoid apes, the entire history of human civilization has essentially been a grand and tumultuous history of war. Don't talk about the whole world, even Xia itself was still in a stage of constant warfare just a few hundred years ago. Yongchang. The speaker's voice carried a hint of difficulty. Isn't it a bit too early to talk about this now? We currently don't have the strength to convince everyone. A faint smile appeared on Lu Yongchang's face. Chairman, if this is what you're worried about, I can assure you that we now have absolute authority. Saying this, he took a document out of the briefcase beside him and handed it to the elderly man. Chairman, this is an improvement plan for Xian Nuwan from the laboratory. Please take a look. The chairman frowned as he took the document. An improvement plan for Xian Nuwan? Is there something wrong with the current Xian Nuwan? Speaking, the council leader gently opened the first page of the document. Council leader, this time the improvement plan is modified towards a military direction. We have named it Xian Nu X. As Lu Yongchang's words fell, a high-definition concept image came into the council leader's view. A fighter jet with forward-swept wings, entirely gray-white in color. Looking at the sleek and aesthetically pleasing aircraft, the old man's breathing suddenly quickened, and a hint of excitement quietly rose in his eyes. It is widely known that the combat effectiveness of a fighter jet is directly proportional to its appearance. Chairman, according to the design, this is a variable wing fighter jet. Among them, the forward-swept main wing can be folded, allowing it to better perform combat missions in extraterrestrial space. As for within the atmosphere, due to the significant reduction in cockpit and cabin space, this model of the Xian Nu fighter jet can achieve higher speeds while carrying over 20 tons of missiles. Apart from standard missiles, considering it is equipped with a second-generation fusion reactor, we have also installed a high-power rapid-fire laser cannon on it. The counselor stared blankly at the document in front of him, momentarily unable to recover. After a long while, he finally spoke softly, Yongchang, can we currently manufacture the Xian Nu X fighter jet? After speaking, the counselor looked at Lu Yongchang with a face full of anticipation. He definitely didn't want to hear that this aircraft was still just a conceptual product. Lu Yongchang chuckled softly, Chairman, if you agree, the first Xian Nu X can appear in the Zero Control Factory within 3 days. Hiss! The chairman sharply drew in a breath of cold air. You let me think about it. After speaking, the chairman took a deep breath to calm his agitated emotions. Counselor Lee suddenly opened his eyes, a terrifying gleam flashing through them. Since that's the case, let's begin the plan you mentioned. By the way, this Xian Nu X, how many units are you planning to build? Lu Yongchang was momentarily stunned and asked in return, 20 units? So few? The counselor furrowed his brows and said in a low voice, is 20 enough? Lu Yongchang shook his head with a wry smile. Counselor, I even think 20 is too many. The primary combat platform for the Xian Nu X is within the atmosphere. This thing is only useful for now. What's more, if something really happens? Academician Chao Liangkai speculates that the Xian Nu X, equipped with nuclear warheads, would only need 3 to 5 units to destroy a country. The senator's deep breath suddenly caught. In that case, let's go with 20 units as you suggested. Lu Yongchang nodded. There's one more thing. Counselor, we can consider announcing this rescue plan. The old man smiled and nodded. Don't worry, I have a clear plan for this matter. Mars. Bai Yishuan sat in the driver's seat, idly staring at the radio equipment in front of him. The White House, United States. Do you think Professor Lu will let us go for the rescue? Xia Wani, sitting nearby, slightly furrowed her brows. Not necessarily. This matter is not up to Professor Lu to decide. After all, this already involves the United States. Ultimately, it depends on what the speaker thinks. Upon hearing this, a trace of reluctance appeared in Hong Fan's eyes. But if we don't save them, Bai Yishuan sighed softly, his eyes full of melancholy, that will depend on our Professor Lu. As a fellow aerospace professional, I also hope we can save them. Just as Bai Yishuan was about to switch to a more comfortable sitting position, the radio equipment suddenly sounded. A familiar crackling of static arose. Bai Yishuan suddenly sat up from his chair, his eyes blazing as he looked at the radio equipment in front of him. Calling Xian Nu 2, calling Xian Nu 2. Commence the rescue mission immediately, I repeat, commence the rescue mission immediately. Lu Yongchang's voice was slightly distorted, but to the three astronauts, it sounded like heavenly music. Bai Yishuan's eyes showed a hint of excitement as he reached out and clenched his fist, swinging it forcefully in the air. Everyone, let's get ready to set off. At the bottom of crater ZHZ-72, sunlight filtered through the slightly murky Martian atmosphere, illuminating the crater floor riddled with drilling holes. A jet-black spaceship slowly closed its open side doors. In the next moment, several ghostly blue flames appeared at its base, propelling the Xiannu 2 slowly into the air. Pathfinder, respond if you copy. Bai Yishuan, slightly exhilarated, adjusted the radio frequency and called out to the Pathfinder Mars module over 1,000 meters away. We're here. Pathfinder return module. The atmosphere was very tense. The three astronauts sat in their seats with faces full of melancholy. Andrew let out a deep sigh and looked up at the time once again. 2 hours have already passed. Will they still come to rescue us? Bruno shook his head dejectedly. Probably not. You could tell from their attitude toward us from the very beginning. The barriers between nations are destined not to be resolved so easily. Hearing this, Joey let out a deep sigh. At first, the three of them still held great hope. But as time passed bit by bit, the hope in each person's heart was gradually worn away. After a moment of silence, Bruno took a deep breath. If they don't come to rescue us, what should we do? There was no response. But a hint of despair appeared in the eyes of all three. Snort. Pathfinder, do you copy? Please respond. We have reached the airspace above the Mars module. Repeat, we have reached the airspace above the Mars module. The three astronauts suddenly looked up, their eyes filled with deep joy. The speaker's voice sounded very familiar. If they remembered correctly, it should be the astronaut who had threatened them not long ago. But now, that once annoying voice sounded like heavenly music to the three astronauts. Andrew reached out and grabbed the microphone in front of him, his voice trembling slightly, even tinged with a sob. Thank you all. As he spoke, Andrew covered his face with his hand, and hot tears streamed down his cheeks. ZZZ. A burst of static sounded. You're welcome, Xia Nation will never abandon any human being. The moment they heard this sentence, tears in Andrew and the others' eyes grew even hotter. They never expected that in a moment of despair, it would be the neighboring Xia kingdom that extended a helping hand. Thank you. Andrew didn't know what to say, he could only clutch the microphone tightly, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. A few minutes later, the emotions of the three gradually stabilized. What should we do? Andrew wiped away his tears and choked as he spoke. Soon, a response came through the radio. Just come out directly, we are about to land. Hearing the words from the radio, the three astronauts hurriedly put on their spacesuit helmets and, through the somewhat narrow passageway, crawled into the airlock chamber inside the return capsule. The hatch of the Pathfinder return capsule slowly opened. Andrew was the first to crawl out of the return capsule. He stared blankly ahead. He could swear that this breathtaking scene was something he would never forget in his lifetime. A massive, dark black spaceship was emitting a bluish flame from its bottom as it slowly descended onto the open ground just dozens of meters away from them. Although the spaceship had a rectangular structure, it was imbued with an unusual sense of beauty. At the same time, under the force of the engine's exhaust flames, countless crimson Martian dust particles were lifted from the dry surface of Mars. Martian dust danced wildly in the air, turning the already slightly murky atmosphere into a sea of crimson. Crimson, deep blue, and mysterious black, three tones perfectly blended before him, forming a breathtaking and awe-inspiring scene. Within the scene, a vivid red flag was deeply imprinted in their hearts. Bruno's voice of amazement came through the radio. Apparently, Andrew's two teammates were also stunned by the breathtaking scene before them. The three stood dumbfounded in front of the return capsule. My God! Is this really technology possessed by humanity? Joey muttered to himself. As soon as he finished speaking, a stream of air sprayed out from the side of Xiannu No. 2, stirring up a cloud of Martian dust. Then, the side hatch of Xiannu No. 2 slowly opened. Three figures dressed in silver-white spacesuits appeared before everyone. Andrew's eyes flickered slightly. He quickly noticed a problem. The spacesuits from Xia country are at least several times more lightweight than the ones they are wearing. If the spacesuits from Mi country look like a 400-pound fat person, then the spacesuits from Xia country resemble a 120-pound normal person. Hello? Watching the three astronauts from Xia country slowly approach, Andrew swallowed slightly, nodded gently, and greeted them over the radio. It's just that. Hello, we are here on a rescue mission. As they spoke, Bai Yishuan and the other two stood upright and saluted in unison. Seeing this scene, Andrew and the other two hurriedly returned a somewhat unstandard military salute, then bowed slightly to Bai Yishuan and the other three. Thank you. What's the use of thanking? It'd be more practical to unlock the data permissions for the Mars module. Hongfan curled his lips and muttered softly. But he obviously forgot that the current radio channel is not the team's voice chat. Bai Yishuan's mouth twitched sharply, and he whispered angrily, Hongfan, what are you talking about? He turned his head to glare at Hongfan while secretly feeling relieved. Fortunately, Hongfan spoke in Chinese just now, otherwise. Just now, you said you needed access to the Mars module's data, right? A slightly puzzled voice from Bruno came through the radio. I've self-studied Chinese, and that sentence should mean this, right? For a moment, the radio channel fell into silence. The atmosphere gradually became awkward. Ahem. Bai Yishuan's eye twitched violently as he coughed forcefully and said, You misheard, just now. Bruno's voice sounded again, if these data are useful to you, I can grant you access right now. Poof. Cough, cough, cough. This time, not only Bai Yishuan but even Hongfan and Xiaowani choked on their own saliva. You, serious? Bai Yishuan looked at Bruno in front of him with a strange expression. This thing shouldn't be given away casually, right? Bruno shrugged. Yeah, according to the rules, that's indeed the case. But, who cares? The United States has already abandoned us, so we don't need to follow its so-called rules, do we? He noticed that in Bruno's earlier words, the pronoun for the United States had been changed to it. According to common practice, people usually refer to their own country as she. A trace of melancholy flashed through his heart. It seems that this time, America's actions have completely broken the hearts of these three astronauts. If possible, having this data would naturally be the best. Bai Yishuan chuckled lightly and nodded. However, no need to force it. Bruno turned his head to look at Andrew. Captain, what do you think? Andrew pondered for a moment and slowly nodded. Do you want the black box? I know the location of the black box. Bai Yishuan, Hongfan, Xiaowani. Seeing that the three of them didn't respond, Andrew shrugged lightly. I'll take that as a yes. I also have some drilling data and various experimental data. I can provide them to you. As he spoke, Andrew turned and walked toward the Mars module nearby. If you want to see the internal structure, you're welcome to take a look. Watching Andrew's back, Bai Yishuan looked at his teammates with a peculiar expression. Then, he quietly switched the radio to the team channel. You recorded it, right? Don't say anything yet. Change the channel. Seeing Hongfan about to open his mouth to speak, Bai Yishuan suddenly broke out in a cold sweat and quickly stopped him. Hongfan paused slightly, then operated his smartwatch with an awkward smile. Ahem. Captain, rest assured, I've been recording since before takeoff. Bai Yishuan let out a slight sigh of relief. Keep recording. Perfect timing. Let's go take a look at what the American Mars module looks like. With that, Bai Yishuan took the lead and followed Andrew toward the Mars module. By the way, Andrew suddenly turned around, his eyes blazing as he looked at Bai Yishuan. What's wrong? If, can we apply to join Xia country? Bai Yishuan was suddenly stunned on the spot. I can't make the decision. I need to report to my superiors. Looking at Bai Yishuan's serious expression, Andrew nodded slightly. If possible, please apply for all of us. Seemingly noticing the doubt in the eyes of Bai Yishuan and the other two, a trace of bitterness flashed in Andrew's eyes. From the moment you saved us, we can no longer return to the United States. Even if I go back, I probably won't have a good ending. The homepage of the Xia Kingdom's Ministry of Foreign Affairs quietly uploaded a video. Because there was no specific explanation, very few people clicked on the video. However, with 1.4 billion people in the Xia Kingdom, there are always a few bored netizens. Lu Renbing, a college student. Although the school term had already started, since it wasn't yet the final week and there were fewer courses this semester, Lu Renbing stayed in his dorm room casually browsing various apps on his phone, trying to find some amusement in his dull life. Suddenly, by sheer coincidence, he accidentally clicked into the official website of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Xia country. Looking at the video on the homepage without any explanation, his eyebrows suddenly raised sharply. There's gossip. This was his unique intuition as a weasel who had roamed various melon fields for years. His breathing quickened slightly, and his fingers swiftly tapped on the video. The video began to play. Pathfinder, do you copy? Please respond. As the voice sounded, a slightly sci-fi scene appeared before Lu Renbing's eyes. He was momentarily stunned. The next moment, he came to his senses. This should be the actual footage of Xian Nu No. 2 on Mars. His eyes instantly lit up. Wow! It's actually an alien melon. Yes. The video has been edited and paired with background music. When the video played Bai Yishuan's voice saying, our side has reached the airspace above the Mars cabin. Lu Renbing couldn't help but hold his breath. Although it was still unclear what had happened, such a scene filled his heart with anticipation. The next moment, a tearful voice in English came through. Thank you all. Lu Renbing suddenly froze in place. Did something happen on Mars? But why hadn't he heard any news coming from the United States? As the video progressed, he gradually pieced together the entire sequence of events. It turned out that the Martian module and the return module of the United States had problems at the same time. When he heard that the United States had abandoned 3 astronauts and blocked the news, a trace of anger flashed in Lu Renbing's eyes. These are 3 lives. As the 3 American astronauts bowed to the camera to express their thanks, the video ended. Lu Renbing took a deep breath. The video wasn't long, but he felt as if he had just watched a sci-fi blockbuster. Without thinking too much, he casually copied the URL and shared it in the QQ group and the campus forum. Shocking! The Ministry of Foreign Affairs official website actually released such a video. College students at this time are mostly bored. Whoa! The moment they saw this headline, these college students cursed the clickbait while obediently reaching out to click the link. The speed of public opinion fermenting is extremely exaggerated. In just a few short hours, the top spot on Weibo's trending list quietly changed. The Martian Rescue. 4 large red and black characters attract the attention of all netizens. Whoa! Something happened to the American Mars module? Wow, that last segment of the BGM was so epic, paired with the line, "The Xia Nation will never abandon any human being." I absolutely love it. So where is America's response? Don't tell me they're going to say this is fake news again? Eating popcorn.jpg. I guess these 3 astronauts will never work for NASA again in their lives. The psychological trauma must be max. Forget psychological trauma, this is practically a brush with death. Within the first ring road. The speaker frowned as he looked at Lu Yongchang in front of him. Are you saying, those 3 astronauts want to join Xia Nation? Lu Yongchang nodded slightly and added, moreover, they voluntarily provided all kinds of data about the Mars module. Even. Lu Yongchang's expression turned peculiar, even went so far as to retrieve the black box. The speaker? The counselor extended his hand and gently rubbed his brow. Wait, this is a lot of information. After a brief moment of thought, the counselor frowned and said, are you saying, they used NASA's Mars capsule data as a pledge of allegiance? Lu Yongchang shrugged, that's roughly the idea. Although it sounds somewhat bizarre, upon closer examination, it does make sense. After all, they can no longer return to America. In America's records, they are already almost like dead people. The senator cast a deep and thoughtful glance at Lu Yongchang, refraining from expressing his own opinion, and instead asked Lu Yongchang, what is your opinion? Lu Yongchang paused for a moment, then replied without hesitation, of course, we should take them in. Such level of talent is of great help to the future of Xia Nation. But what if they are spies? The speaker said meaningfully, there have been plenty of such cases in history. Hearing the speaker's reminder, Lu Yongchang's lips curled slightly. Mr. Speaker, don't forget, with Zero's presence, even if they are spies, they can't stir up any waves. Senator Lee was taken aback, then clapped his hands and laughed heartily, not bad, not bad. This person is getting old, and their memory is declining. A while ago, with Zero's help, we caught quite a few spies, and now I've already forgotten about it. At this point, Senator Lee's tone suddenly shifted sharply. Yongchang, remember, whether it's now or in the future, you must always think comprehensively. Only in this way can we lead the Xia Kingdom to long-term development. Lu Yongchang's heart trembled slightly. These words. He didn't dare to think too much, only nodded lightly. Chairman, rest assured. By the way, how is the mission site for Xiannu No. 2 coming along? The chairman reached out to remove his glasses, pinching the bridge of his nose. His wrinkled face was filled with exhaustion. There hasn't been any progress so far. A trace of helplessness flashed across Lu Yongchang's face. This thing depends a lot on luck, rushing won't help. What about those American astronauts? The chairman said worriedly. Won't it reveal our research on Mars? Lu Yongchang shrugged. Let them see it. After all, they're conducting the same research themselves. Being secretive would only make people more suspicious. The senior counselor pondered for a moment and slowly nodded. That's the only way. Mars. ZHZ-72 crater. Wani, remember to check this sample. Hongfan trudged unevenly to deliver a drilling sample to Xiaowani, who was standing beside the cabin. Like Hongfan, Xiaowani's face was also filled with exhaustion at this moment. Ground Command Center. She stared expressionlessly at the flashing red light on the detector, mechanically cleaned off the previous sample, then mechanically processed the sample Hong Fan had just delivered and placed it on the detector. A notification sound, different from usual, suddenly rang out. As the prompt sounded, the indicator light began to flash green. Xiaowani abruptly stopped her cleaning motion. She cautiously glanced at the monitor nearby. Fungal sample detected. A simple line of Chinese characters filled her eyes with excitement. We found it! We found it! Xiaowani's voice came through the team radio. At this moment, Bai Yishuan and Hong Fan were preparing to move the drilling machine to the next drilling site. Hearing this slightly hoarse shout, the two froze in place. Bai Yishuan trembled as he slowly placed the drilling machine onto the dusty ground, then suddenly straightened up and quickly ran toward Xiannu number 2. Seeing the flashing green indicator light, Bai Yishuan held his breath, fearing that a heavy gasp might blow away the fungal sample that was still somewhere unknown. But soon, he realized this worry was completely unnecessary. Not to mention the helmet on his head perfectly isolating his breath, even the few centimeters of dark brown substance on the detector couldn't be blown away in one breath. Amid the crimson Martian soil, there were plenty of shimmering white objects mixed in. Those were ice blocks from beneath the Utopia Planitia. Apart from the crimson and shimmering white, the sample on the detector also contained specks of dark brown substances. Because of the contrast in color, these dark brown objects appear particularly conspicuous. Bai Yishuan subconsciously glanced at the text on the detector. Fungus? He murmured softly, it's actually fungus? Speaking, he reached out and gently picked up a dark brown object, examining it carefully through his helmet. The fungus was entirely curled, with layers of wrinkles on its surface. Even to the naked eye, its severe dehydration was evident. Be careful. Xiaowani's tone was full of concern. This is a genuine alien organism. Our bodies don't have any antibodies to counter it. Hearing the reminder, Bai Yishuan's expression grew slightly more serious. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Before entering Xiannu number 2, everyone must undergo a full disinfection. As he spoke, Bai Yishuan turned and walked toward the drilling hole from earlier. Where are you going? Xiaowani instinctively asked. Without turning back, Bai Yishuan softly said over the radio channel, these samples are definitely not enough for now. I'll conduct a few more drills in this area with Hong Fan to try to collect more samples. Earth. Xia Country Time, 1:25 a.m. Lu Yongchang was still sitting at his desk, quietly flipping through books. Because the progress of drilling work on Mars was not going very smoothly, he simply skipped the hibernation technology and began researching the space elevator technology, which is on par with it in the system. To completely leave a planet, the space elevator is undoubtedly an essential technology. Whether it is for large-scale transportation of materials or the construction of so-called spaceports, a stable space elevator is a prerequisite. The most critical factor limiting the space elevator is the issue of material strength. A shrill ring of the landline phone suddenly sounded, interrupting his train of thought. He reached out to grab the landline nearby and softly asked, "What's going on?" Hearing the voice coming from the landline receiver, Lu Yongchang's expression suddenly changed. Really? Have them return immediately after collecting enough samples. Oh, and remember to mark that area properly. Albert stood by the window, looking out through the sheer curtains. Seeing the crowd sitting around the White House in protest, Albert's expression darkened noticeably. Damn it! Why are these people still here? Albert growled in a low voice, didn't we already issue the announcement last night? Mr. President. A faint sigh came from the side, our announcement was released too late. Seeing Albert look his way, William Blair shrugged and said helplessly, they simply don't believe us. Fuck. Albert's face flushed slightly as he cursed under his breath, did I do something wrong? America no longer has the capacity to save people. I'm doing this for America's sake. William Blair said nothing, simply watching Albert quietly in front of him. Just as Albert was about to continue his lengthy speech, the door to the president's office was suddenly pushed open. Director Morton, I hope you can give me a reasonable explanation. Albert looked at Morton in front of him with an unpleasant expression, his tone filled with suppressed anger. Since when was the door to the president's office something you could just push open directly? Morton's face was full of panic. He swallowed slightly, ignoring the threatening tone in Albert's words, and directly placed a document from his hand onto the president's desk. Sir, none of this is important. Take a look at this first. Albert took a deep look at Morton, said nothing, and simply reached out to pick up the document on the table. According to the latest observations, the sun has entered a rapid aging phase and is expected to become a red giant within a few years. The moment he saw the headline, Albert couldn't help but be momentarily stunned. The sun? Rapid aging? I remember, doesn't the sun still have 4 to 5 billion years of life left? As he spoke, Albert reached out and flipped through the documents. Mr. President, under normal circumstances, that is indeed the case, Morton said bitterly. But according to NASA's latest observational data, in just 1 year, the Sun seems to have undergone the equivalent of several 100 million years of evolution. According to our predictions. Morton paused slightly, took a deep breath, and said gravely, within 10 years, it will completely transform into a red giant. By then, Mercury and Venus will be engulfed. Albert's hands suddenly froze. Professor, the United States has discovered an anomaly with the Sun. In the quiet office, the computer screen in front of Lu Yongchang suddenly lit up, and a document appeared on it, accompanied by Zero's voice. Lu Yongchang's gaze shifted slightly, and he paused his continuous writing. Subsequently, his hands trembled slightly as he unscrewed the barrel of the fountain pen and dipped the nib into the nearby ink bottle. Lu Yongchang pushed the plunger to draw ink while softly asking, "How is America planning to respond?" "Professor, America seems to want to conceal this information." Lu Yongchang's movements suddenly froze. "Ha, just like before." Lu Yongchang sneered, his gaze growing deeper. "Zero, help me contact Councilman Lee." The next day at noon, 12 o'clock. Since it was a day off, Zhao Zijia sat in the living room after lunch, idly watching the TV program in front of him. Sigh. TV has been getting more and more boring lately. What kind of nonsense is this? All the fight scenes are in slow motion, and the special effects aren't even as good as a video game. Zhao Zijia frowned and reached for the remote control beside him, ready to switch to another channel. The next moment, the TV program was suddenly interrupted, and the screen went black. Zhao Zijia stared at the TV in front of him with a look of bewilderment. He didn't press the remote control either? He stood up, walked to the TV, and raised his hand, ready to try the oldest 45-degree slap method to fix it. Just as his right hand was about to touch the TV screen, the blacked-out TV lit up again. However, the content being played had changed. Representative Lee? Zhao Zijia looked at the elderly man on the television and instinctively called out softly. "Fellow citizens of Xia country, good afternoon." The elderly man fixed his profound gaze directly at the camera. "Next, I will announce several very important matters. Please, fellow citizens of Xia, make sure to inform each other." Zhao Zijia's heart skipped a beat. This was definitely something big. He quickly pulled out his phone from his pocket and opened the Penguin app. The moment the app was launched, an unclosable small window video appeared on the phone screen. It was exactly the same as the image on the TV. Zhao Zijia's expression changed slightly. Such an exaggerated promotional method. Before Zhao Zijia could react, a steady voice of an elderly man was simultaneously transmitted through the phone and television. According to the observation data from the Xia National Astronomical Observatory, the Sun has been affected by an unknown cause and has entered a rapid aging phase. It is estimated that within 10 years, the Sun will enter the red giant phase and engulf the planets Mercury and Venus. In 15 years, the Sun will undergo a helium flash. The Earth will be completely destroyed in the helium flash. Zhao Zijia stared blankly at the television in front of him. Without giving a moment of respite, Congressman Lee's voice sounded again. "I hereby announce that, from this moment on, Xia Nation is entering Level 1 combat readiness. All supplies will be uniformly allocated by the state. The global evacuation operation is now underway. Fellow citizens, please contact the embassy promptly to avoid being left out. From now on, Xia country will close all international trade channels." Zhao Zijia's eyes widened abruptly, and he drew in a sharp breath. Level 1 combat readiness? Damn, this is serious. This is the highest level of war preparedness. After announcing a series of iron-fisted measures, the elderly man on the TV gradually appeared a bit more composed. "Everyone, we began preparing for this natural disaster as early as a year ago. At present, we have already completed a series of resource reserve plans. Next, the Xia Nation will allocate a large amount of resources to the aerospace industry. At that time, the quality of life for every citizen may decline to some extent. Here, I would like to apologize to everyone in advance." Speaking, the old man stood up, faced the screen, and bowed deeply. A few seconds later, the old man straightened up, his expression solemn, and said, "Finally, please trust the nation and do not panic excessively. I assure everyone, Xia Nation will never fall here. Xia Nation will also never abandon a single person." The TV screen quietly switched. The national speech was over. Zhao Zijia stared blankly at the TV in front of him. After a long time, he suddenly snapped out of it, took out his phone, and opened Weibo. The entertainment news originally on the trending list disappeared without a trace. On the vast trending list, only one topic remained. National address, Xia Nation enters Level 1 combat readiness. Staring at the bold black and red text, Zhao Zijia swallowed slightly and reached out to click on the trending topic. The page begins to load. Perhaps due to too many visitors, the web page is noticeably lagging. But fortunately, the server hasn't crashed. The trending topics aren't particularly interesting. 1 week later. It was nothing more than repeating what Congressman Li had said. Zhao Zijia quickly scrolled the screen down to the comments section. He glanced casually, and a highly upvoted response quickly caught his attention. Oolong tea flavor, damn. I totally get it now. Starting from controlled nuclear fusion, all of Xia's actions have been to pave the way for this natural disaster. Knock, knock, knock. The Moon Palace Project, the South Gate Project, and even the Heavenly Court Project, all these plans aim to help the people of Xia escape Earth. If you don't believe it, just take a look at the deadline for the Heavenly Court Project. It's set for 15 years from now. Apart from these plans, think about it, over the past year, there have been significant changes around us. Many light industry factories have gradually disappeared, replaced by heavy industry factories. Zhao Zijia's expression froze slightly, and he subconsciously recalled something in his mind. With this reminder, he immediately remembered the changes in the mineral export he had discovered before. A trace of worry appeared in his eyes. Would Xia Nation's actions attract the prying eyes of other countries? It turns out that Zhao Zijia's concerns were correct. Has Xia gone mad? Albert stared in horror at the document in front of him. Mr. President, putting aside whether Xia has gone mad or not, there are currently even more protesters outside the White House. At this point, William Blair's voice paused slightly. In addition to those questioning the Mars rescue plan, there are also many people asking about the authenticity of what Xia mentioned. Not only that, according to the CIA's investigation, some rather discordant voices have already emerged domestically. William Blair's eyes were full of concern. Mr. President, I think, at this point, there is no need for us to keep it a secret anymore. Albert took a deep breath. After a brief moment of thought, he asked in a deep voice, how are the professors' discussions going? I don't want them to still not have come up with a reliable plan after all this time. Faced with Albert's question, William Blair hesitated for a moment. Mr. President, their conclusion is the same as NASA's. At the current rate of change, the sun will inevitably enter the red giant phase sooner or later. It's just what? Albert's brow furrowed sharply. We don't know how Xia Nation came to the conclusion that the sun will undergo helium flash within 15 years. William Blair's eyes were full of confusion. According to NASA and these professors' calculations, the sun's helium flash is at least several decades away. So, have they come up with a solution? Albert waved his hand impatiently. After discussing for so long, surely they didn't just come up with this little bit of information? Mr. President, they believe that building underground shelters is a relatively good option. Looking at Albert's impatient expression, William Blair slightly lowered his gaze and said softly, the dungeon can effectively isolate high temperatures. As for the helium flash, we have decades of time, which is enough to build interstellar ships to evade it. Albert nodded thoughtfully. Since that's the case, we can't make this matter public. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Albert's eyes. America's technology isn't that advanced. Dungeons and starships are destined to accommodate only a portion of Americans. From now on, begin the population screening process. Remember, only the most elite group is needed. William Blair nodded solemnly. Although he knew that this decision was very cruel to most Americans, he also understood that at such times, sacrificing a portion of the population was the most correct choice. U.S. White House Press Secretary, NASA has not observed any abnormal data. The authenticity of the information provided by Xia country is questionable. We urge all citizens to view this rationally. Like the United States, Gili country and Gaul country also made the same choice. Gili country spokesperson, we have also not observed any abnormal data. Spokesperson of Gaul, +1. The simultaneous statements from the three rogue nations instantly calmed the somewhat turbulent world. Except for the Soviet Union. The emperor sat heavily in his office, quietly looking at the document just sent by Xia. How's the verification going? The emperor reached out to press the communication button on the desk and asked in a deep voice, are these data from Xia reliable? Soon, a series of rapid responses came from the speaker placed nearby. Sir, after comparison, we can confirm that this data is completely accurate. We need to spend more time verifying the mathematical models. Our mathematicians are having trouble understanding some of the transformation steps. Hearing this, the emperor nodded slightly and rubbed his brow forcefully. Help me contact Senator Li, I need to discuss countermeasures with him. Just 10 minutes after several major Western countries issued their statements, the National Astronomical Observatory of Xia quietly updated its homepage. The homepage removed all flashy links and images, leaving only 2 documents. One document contained all the solar observation data from the past year. The other document, naturally, was the mathematical model deduced by Liu Yongchang regarding the solar anomaly. As the first country to announce the solar crisis, Xia country is currently under the attention of 232 countries and regions worldwide. The document uploaded by the National Astronomical Observatory of Xia country was naturally downloaded countless times in the first instance. Every country began verification work. Even many private experts started using their small astronomical telescopes to verify the data. After more than 10 hours of fermentation, the whole matter completely erupted. First, Su country was the first to make a statement. After multiple verifications by our side, the data provided by Xia country is entirely accurate, and their judgment regarding the sun is completely correct. Here, I call on every country to put aside prejudice and sit down together to discuss countermeasures. Holy shit! A loud roar came from the president's office in the White House, USA. The 2 bodyguards at the door shivered slightly, exchanged glances, and shrugged lightly. Over the past year, the sound of angry outbursts from the president's office had become increasingly frequent. The 2 bodyguards stood up straight while secretly thinking to themselves. Albert slapped the desk in front of him, his face ashen. Crazy. Every single one of them is crazy. Xia country is one thing, but Su country, what is Su country trying to do? And those small countries, Pakistan, Serbia, what are they trying to do? Don't their leaders know that if things escalate, it won't end well for anyone? The Soviet Union's initial stance set a good example. Countless small countries, though lacking the capability to verify the accuracy of the mathematical model, still lean towards Xia country. After all, every country on Earth now knows that the United States can casually abandon even its own astronauts. The defection of these countries is not a big problem, as most of them are insignificant small nations. The major issue lies in the fact that, with the continuous fermentation of international public opinion, several major Western countries have also been swayed. As the Kingdom of Jili and the Gaulish nation succumbed to pressure and chose to surrender, the enormous pressure fell entirely on Albert alone. Mr. President, abandon the original plan. Defense Minister Anthony let out a deep sigh, his eyes full of disappointment, and casually dropped a remark. America is no longer the America it used to be. Albert's sagging facial muscles twitched a few times, then he reached out with his slightly wrinkled hand to rub his eyes. After a moment of silence, he said softly, "I'm tired." Hearing this, the vice president, who had been acting as an invisible figure, suddenly changed his expression. The vice president coughed a few times abruptly. "Your Excellency, the President, the United States cannot do without your leadership." He let out a deep sigh. He also knew in his heart that, given the current situation, walking away and leaving the burden behind was no longer an option. No one would want to take over this mess. Tell Xia country, we are willing to sit down and negotiate. Half a month later, hold a temporary United Nations meeting. Mars orbit. Shen Nu 2 trailed along, deep blue tail flame behind it, swiftly breaking free from Mars' gravity and speeding straight toward the blue planet in the solar system. Phew, it's finally over. Hongfan stretched lazily, rubbed his sore shoulders, and exclaimed loudly, "Honestly, I never want to come to Mars again in this lifetime. Now, whenever Mars is mentioned, all I can think of are those endless drilling holes." Bai Yishuan chuckled softly without saying a word. On the other hand, Joey, from the other side, exposed Hongfan's lie with a hint of annoyance. "Oh, give me a break. When we get back to the surface, you'll be clamoring to go to space again." Hongfan gave an awkward laugh and smacked his lips slightly. "To be honest, I'm kind of craving hot pot. Once we get back to the surface, I absolutely have to go and have a proper meal. After eating space food for so long, I'm about to throw up." Hearing this, Bai Yishuan and Xiaowani both showed a smile of mutual understanding. Suddenly, Bai Yishuan seemed to think of something and turned to look at Andrew in the passenger seat. "By the way, Andrew, I have some good news to share with you." In the cabin, Bai Yishuan spoke softly with a faint smile on his lips. "The Xia Kingdom has agreed to your request. However, considering that you currently still hold American citizenship, we can only allow you to live in Xia country long-term, which is essentially equivalent to a Xia country green card." A trace of joy flashed in the eyes of Andrew and the other two, but soon, deep sorrow surged back into their hearts. "Captain Bai, thank you." Andrew was silent for a moment, then said somewhat anxiously, "It's just, can't we obtain Xia country citizenship? And my family, they're still in America, they." Calm down, my friend." Bai Yishuan's smile grew even more pronounced. Crack. Listen carefully to what I'm saying, for now. Due to confidentiality reasons, there are some things I can't tell you yet. Trust me, it won't be long before you can reunite with your family. A hint of confusion appeared on Andrew's face. He didn't quite understand. But upon hearing the words confidentiality agreement, he quickly shut his mouth. He was very aware of his own position. Now, they were basically equivalent to stateless individuals. Once they anger Xia Nation, they will have no place to stay. There are 5 days left until the United Nations Temporary Assembly. Calling Ground Command Center, Xiannu 2 has reached geostationary orbit, please advise. From the speaker of the Ground Command Center came by Yishuan's energetic voice. Fang Su, who had been waiting early at the command center, showed a trace of a relieved smile the moment he heard the sound. Welcome home. A few hours later, the dust-covered Xiannu 2 emitted several long, deep blue flames from its base and slowly landed on the ground. Xiannu 2, be advised, do not open the hatch. Upon learning of the return of Xiannu 2, Lu Yongchang set aside his half-completed calculations and, dressed in protective gear, took over command. We need to conduct a comprehensive disinfection of Xiannu 2. Bai Yishuan and the others naturally understood Lu Yongchang's actions. After all, they were carrying extraterrestrial life from Mars. Although the outer shell of the cabin is almost impossible to retain unknown lifeforms after being disinfected by cosmic rays and the atmosphere. But in the face of potential danger, no amount of caution is excessive. However, at the moment they saw the disinfection equipment, Bai Yishuan and the others still realized their youth. Several fire trucks were parked next to Xiannu number 2. The next moment, high-concentration disinfectant was directly sprayed from the fire truck's nozzle, thoroughly dousing the entire Xiannu 2. After 3 consecutive rounds of high-concentration disinfectant spraying, what greeted them were several large flamethrowers. Absolutely. Although he knew these flames wouldn't cause any damage to the Xiannu 2, sitting in the cockpit and watching the tons of fire rushing straight toward him, a few drops of cold sweat still slid down by Yishuan's forehead. Professor Lu, isn't this a bit over the top? Hearing the voice coming from the radio, Lu Yongchang's expression turned serious. Since we don't know if the disinfectant works on alien organisms, we can only use the simplest and most direct method of disinfection. Bai Yishuan reached out to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, then You? Lu Yongchang paused for a moment, then said, after full-body disinfection, undergo 14 days of isolation and observation. After the external disinfection work was completed, Bai Yishuan and the others breathed a slight sigh of relief. Xiannu number 2, take note, do not leave the cabin after opening the hatch. The samples will be collected by designated personnel. Lu Yongchang's commanding voice came through the radio. Sizzle, sizzle. A few minutes later, Bai Yishuan and the others sat dazedly in the cockpit, watching several staff members in full protective suits enter the cabin and carry out all the samples. Hongfan's voice was full of resentment. The script shouldn't be like this, right? Aren't we supposed to be attending a celebration banquet right now? Ahem. Bai Yishuan's eye twitched again. Don't rush. Maybe when we get to the quarantine point, we can have a big feast. As soon as the words were spoken, several staff members dressed in protective suits and carrying medical kits entered the cabin. Seeing the big whites walking straight toward them, the 6 astronauts' expressions turned stiff. Captain Bai Yishuan, please cooperate. We need to conduct a comprehensive examination on all of you. Speaking, the leading staff member opened the medical kit and took out a pile of bottles and jars. Please provide urine and stool samples, and we also need to draw blood for testing. Finally, the staff member added, these are all arranged by Professor Lu. Hongfan looked at the various instruments in front of him with a slightly pale face and swallowed lightly. Excuse me, after these checks are done, can we have hot pot? The movements of several staff members paused slightly, then they all looked up at Hongfan. Even through the protective face shields and masks, Hongfan could sense the amusement in the eyes of the staff. What are you thinking? The leading staff member said irritably, the quarantine site has designated meals. To prevent any incidents, during these 14 days, you can only eat specific foods. What's more, such checks need to be conducted every day for 14 days, which is also to eliminate the interference of diet on the test results. Bai Yishuan and the other 5. Xia Kingdom's first laboratory, biological sub-laboratory. As a newly constructed laboratory, the equipment inside is naturally the latest and most advanced. After all, the role of a biological laboratory is not limited to hibernation technology. The improvement of human genes, the extension of lifespan, and the handling of alien viruses or bacteria all rely on biotechnology. This might not be felt on Earth. But once humanity truly enters the universe and becomes an interstellar civilization, the mere 70+ years of average human lifespan will be far from sufficient. Lu Yongchang, dressed in protective gear, slowly walked into the laboratory. A slightly excited male voice came from afar, "Over here." Lu Yongchang's eyes flickered slightly, and he quickly looked in the direction of the voice. Seeing the figure in the distance waving at him, a hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. Even through the heavy and tightly sealed protective suit, he immediately recognized that person. Mao Xinji, an academician of the Academy of Sciences and a prominent figure in the biological sciences of Xia country. At only 36 years old, he is considered one of the youngest academicians in the Academy of Sciences. Like Fang Su, Mao Xinji doesn't have much of a generation gap with this 21-year-old young man, and their relationship is much more harmonious in daily life. Lu Yongchang quickened his pace, swiftly walked to Mao Xinji's side, nodded, and smiled. "Brother Mao, how's it going? Did you get the sample?" The large protective suit opposite him nodded repeatedly, with a hint of excitement in his tone. "Of course. I've been waiting for you for ages." Saying this, Mao Xinji turned and headed toward an isolation laboratory. After undergoing a meticulous disinfection process, the two entered a brightly lit laboratory. Lu Yongchang was immediately drawn to the samples on the lab bench. He quickened his pace and swiftly walked to the lab bench. Through his protective mask, he carefully examined the creature in front of him. The entire body appears dark brown, with a dry and wrinkled surface, resembling a withered tree branch. However, this tree branch is evidently much more twisted. The whole tree branch is twisted into a ball of thread shape. Lu Yongchang furrowed his brows slightly, but a hint of speculation arose in his heart. This should be its self-protection mechanism, right? Lu Yongchang instinctively picked up the tweezers nearby, clamped both ends, and gently tugged. There was a noticeable sense of resistance. To avoid damaging the sample, he gave up the urge to unravel this ball of thread himself. "Before you arrived, we measured the length." After entering the laboratory, Mao Xinji's tone became significantly more serious. "We measured dozens of samples in total, and the average length is around 20 centimeters. Lu Yongchang was momentarily stunned and subconsciously muttered to himself, "That long?" "Although it's not confirmed yet, we estimate that this fungus should be similar to mushrooms on Earth," Mao Xinji's voice continued. Lu Yongchang nodded thoughtfully. "Have you done any slice observations?" Mao Xinji quickly shook his head. "Haven't had the chance yet. True, the sample was delivered only a few dozen minutes ago. There's no way research could progress that quickly. Being able to measure the basic data is already quite good. Then let's start with slice observation now." Saying this, Lu Yongchang reached out to grab the equipment nearby, carefully using tweezers to tear off a bit of fungal tissue and placed it on a slide. The surface of the fungus was very hard, and during the tearing process, he felt extremely noticeable resistance. But as the saying goes, great strength creates miracles. Under the forceful tearing, the fungal sample was still torn open, revealing the flocculent structure inside. "This is..." "Then, spread it out, cover with a coverslip, stain." A series of operations flowed smoothly. In order to accurately observe the fungal samples, Lu Yongchang and Mao Xinji prepared several temporary slides of different parts of the fungi. When the image from the optical microscope was projected onto the computer screen, both of them froze in place. "This structure..." Mao Xinji took a light breath. "It looks very similar to the fungal cell structure on Earth." Lu Yongchang nodded solemnly. "More or less, but there are still some differences. At the very least, its cell wall is much thicker than that of Earth's species. And, didn't you notice that the cells of this fungus only occupy 1/10 the size of the entire cell wall?" As he spoke, Lu Yongchang adjusted the magnification of the optical microscope to display more cells. Mao Xinji's expression froze for a moment. Sure enough, some cells had even shrunk to 1/20th the size of the cell wall space. He instinctively wanted to move the slide to observe more cells. Lu Yongchang's voice carried a hint of surprise. "They're absorbing water." Hearing Lu Yongchang shout, Mao Xinji's expression changed slightly. He immediately stopped his actions and turned his gaze back to the computer screen. "Look!" Lu Yongchang pointed at several slightly larger cells with his hand. "Look closely, their volume is slowly increasing." Mao Xinji quickly focused his attention on these cells. Time passed bit by bit. The size of the cells gradually expanded. One cell, which showed the most significant change, even doubled in size, reaching 1/5 of the cell wall space. "This fungus is still alive." Mao Xinji swallowed slightly. "Unbelievable. That's Mars. In such a harsh environment, these fungi can still remain active." Lu Yongchang's eyes shifted slightly, and he turned to look at the researcher beside him. "Please help me test the age of these fungal samples." Mao Xinji was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, but quickly reacted. He raised his eyebrows and said in a low voice, "You suspect these fungi have been alive for a long time?" Lu Yongchang nodded slightly. "That's right, I suspect. These cells have starved into their current state." "Starved like this?" Mao Xinji gazed thoughtfully at the cells under the microscope, which were continuously swelling. "It's certainly a possibility. It's just that the smallest cells seem to have already lost their activity." Lu Yongchang shrugged. "Maybe it starved to death. Anyway, let's wait for the test results from over there before saying anything." While waiting, Lu Yongchang silently watched the fungal cells on the display screen. At this moment, some cells had already swollen to half the size of the cell wall space, while those smaller cells showed no changes at all. It seems to have reached its limit. Lu Yongchang's eyes shifted slightly. The recovery speed of these cells is getting slower and slower. Next, let's use the electron microscope to take a closer look at these cells. As Lu Yongchang and Mao Xinji re-extracted samples and performed preliminary processing, the door to the isolation laboratory opened once again. "The test results are out." The voice of the researcher just now reached Lu Yongchang's ears. 1 minute later. After completing the action in his hands, Lu Yongchang reached out to take the document from the researcher's hand. The moment he saw the contents of the document, even he couldn't help but exclaim, "What? 10,000 years ago?" Lv Yongchang's exclamation drew the attention of Mao Xinji, who was standing nearby. 10,000 years? Mao Xinji leaned over with a peculiar expression to glance at the report, then frowned and asked the researcher, "How many times did you test it? Are you sure there's no mistake?" Facing the doubts of the two big shots, the researcher showed a hint of unease on his face. He nodded slightly and confirmed in a low voice, "We tested it 3 times in total. The shortest time among the 3 samples is 10,000 years ago, and the longest, approximately 20,000 years ago." Lu Yongchang took a deep breath, his eyes filled with shock. Fungi that have survived underground on Mars for 10,000 years. How is this possible? You should know that fungi on Earth, even in suitable environments, only have a lifespan of a few months at most. In harsh survival conditions, lasting even a few minutes would be considered remarkably resilient. Mao, hurry up. I think the organelles of these fungi will definitely surprise us. After a flurry of activity, the observation image from the electron microscope also appeared on the computer screen. Looking at the bizarrely shaped organelles within the fungal cells, Lu Yongchang couldn't help but freeze in place. Hiss. Mao Xinji smacked his lips and said with a conflicted expression, "Only now do I truly feel that this is an extraterrestrial life form." Lu Yongchang frowned and nodded. "The shapes are a bit strange, but some things can still be discerned. You see, this part in the middle should be similar to the cell nucleus." Mao Xinji nodded, expressing agreement with this viewpoint. Just as Mao Xinji was about to share his own thoughts, Lu Yongchang suddenly let out a soft "huh," interrupting Mao Xinji's train of thought. "Something's not right." Lu Yongchang's expression suddenly turned serious. While speaking, he reached out to adjust the electron microscope. Then, he gently tapped the computer screen. "This is a cell that can absorb moisture and expand, and that one is a dead cell with no reaction to water. Take a closer look. What difference do you see between these two?" Hearing Lu Yongchang's words, Mao Xinji quickly began to examine carefully. After a thorough comparison, a trace of astonishment flashed in Mao Xinji's eyes. Why are there so many fewer organelles in these cells?" Lu Yongchang slowly shook his head. "No. Not less, to be more precise, it should be called incomplete. Compare the organelles inside the 2 cells, and you'll see. Doesn't this organelle look like it's missing half? And these organelles here, most of them are missing a small part of their structure. Just like..." At this point, Lu Yongchang slightly furrowed his brows, as if struggling to find the right adjective. "It's like being bitten." Mao Xinji's voice was full of excitement. "That's right. It's like a part of it was eaten." When Lu Yongchang heard Mao Xinji's description, his eyebrows shot up sharply. "That's right. That's exactly what I mean. If I'm not mistaken, this fungus can survive on Mars because of this ability." Hearing Lu Yongchang's words, Mao Xinji's body trembled slightly, and a hint of eeriness flashed in his eyes. To be honest, if this scene were applied to humans, didn't eat today, digest a section of intestines, won't eat again tomorrow, then digest a part of the liver. Mao Xinji couldn't help but feel a chill coming from behind him. In his excitement, Lu Yongchang recalled the system's prompt from some time ago. No! This should only be part of the reason. His eyes grew increasingly excited. To survive for tens of thousands of years in an environment like Mars, this alone won't be enough. Hibernation. It must be an extremely advanced hibernation ability. Watching Lu Yongchang standing there muttering to himself like a madman, Mao Xinji couldn't help but swallow lightly. Not sure why, he suddenly felt as if he couldn't get a word in. Suddenly, Lu Yongchang, who had been muttering to himself with his head down, abruptly raised his head. His eyes gleamed with a strange light as he stared intently at Mao Jingji. Yongchang? Mao Jingji swallowed hard again and cautiously asked, What's wrong? Mao, get someone to bring some mice over. I need to run some tests. Lu Yongchang spoke excitedly while patting Mao Jingji's shoulder. If nothing unexpected happens, there must be a substance among these fungi that can induce deep hibernation in organisms. Over an hour later, Lu Yongchang quietly watched the little white mouse scurrying around in the cage in front of him. What are you planning to do? Mao Jingji asked softly from the side. LV Yongchang pondered for a moment, a trace of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes, and pointed to the untreated fungal samples nearby. Grind the fungus into powder and inject it directly into these mice. Mao Jingji's expression changed drastically. Are you crazy? These are alien life forms. White mice have no resistance to them. Lu Yongchang let out a deep sigh. We don't have enough time to slowly analyze these Martian organisms. Now we need the fastest and most direct solution. First, I need to know whether these fungi contain the substance I am looking for. After grinding an entire fungal sample into powder, Lu Yongchang and Mao Jingji mixed it with physiological saline, and finally prepared 15 different concentrations of fungal mixtures. To ensure the rigor of the experiment, Lu Yongchang carefully selected 20 white mice, 5 of which served as the control group and were injected with an equal amount of physiological saline. The remaining 15 served as the experimental group and were injected with equal amounts of fungal mixtures of different concentrations, respectively. After all the work was completed, Lu Yongchang solemnly placed the mice into specially designed breeding cages. Next, what they had to do was wait patiently. At first, both the 15 mice in the experimental group and the 5 mice in the control group were in excellent spirits. In just over 10 minutes, abnormal phenomena began to appear. 15 white mice in the experimental group tightly closed their eyes and collapsed in the breeding cage. The higher the injection concentration, the shorter the time it took for the mice to go from being awake to comatose. The mouse injected with the highest concentration of fungal mixture collapsed to the ground in just 10 seconds, while the one injected with the lowest concentration managed to hold on for a few minutes. Seeing this scene, Lu Yongchang's pupils suddenly dilated. What a domineering effect! You should know that even at the highest concentration, it only contains 1% fungal powder. Mao Gu, Lu Yongchang said in a low voice, get ready to start the inspection. Mao Jingji, with a serious expression, immediately opened the breeding cage and took out the 15 tagged white mice one by one. After the most detailed examination, Lu Yongchang suddenly gasped in shock. At first, he thought these 15 white mice were simply in a state of sleep. But based on the examination results, this was definitely not just simple sleep. Strictly speaking, it was essentially a state of suspended animation. When the body temperature of a white mouse is 38 degrees Celsius, its normal respiratory rate is 160 breaths per minute, and its normal heart rate is 625 beats per minute. But now, the little white mouse injected with the highest concentration of the mixture had its breathing rate reduced to an extremely exaggerated level, almost taking a breath only once every 10 minutes. As for its heartbeat, it had also dropped to about 2 to 3 beats per minute. Cough. Its body temperature had directly fallen to match the ambient temperature. If not for the instruments detecting its heartbeat and breathing, Lu Yongchang would have even thought that this little white mouse was already dead. The mice injected with the lowest concentration of the mixed solution also entered a state of apparent death, but their data was much more normal, with breathing and heart rates basically reduced to 10% of normal levels. Mao Jingji, responsible for recording the data, had his pupils trembling violently. This is incredible. America. If this state can be maintained, these mice could even sleep for hundreds of years. Although the mice were successfully induced into a true hibernation state, there was little joy in Lu Yongchang's eyes. The most important issue right now is, how should we wake them up? Hearing this, Mao Jingji, who was standing nearby, suddenly froze. How should we wake them up? One day remains until the United Nations General Assembly. Inside the Biosub laboratory, Lu Yongchang, dressed in protective gear, sat on a chair with a melancholy expression. Mao Jingji, holding a thick stack of documents, quickly walked up to Lu Yongchang. How is it? What's the result? A glimmer of light flashed in Lu Yongchang's eyes as he asked in a low voice. Mao Jingji let out a soft sigh and slowly shook his head. It didn't succeed. We've already used every method available to us, but none have been effective. And, at this point, Mao Jingji's voice paused slightly, there's another piece of bad news. We found that the white mouse injected with the lowest concentration of the mixture has already started consuming its body fat. Although the rate is not fast, at the current rate of consumption, if we don't take any measures, it will likely die in about a month. Lu Yongchang was silent for a moment, a trace of guilt flashing in his eyes. Start by injecting the nutrient solution. By the way, how are the blood test results? Mao Jingji's expression became a bit more excited. Some abnormal objects were detected in the blood. Well, not exactly objects. Mao Jingji instinctively reached out to scratch his head, but ended up scratching his protective suit. He awkwardly withdrew his hand and said hesitantly, "How should I put it? Based on observations, it seems more like a kind of biological enzyme. It's just that its structure is completely different from biological enzymes on Earth. The only thing that can be confirmed is that it is an extremely special protein." A flash of brilliance instantly appeared in Lu Yongchang's eyes. Biological enzyme. Associating it with the system's prompt, Lu Yongchang was already 90% certain. The problem lies in this so-called special protein. Can't we directly address the issue and resolve this kind of enzyme? He asked after pondering for a moment. Very difficult. Mao Jingji shook his head vigorously. United States, White House. Yongchang, you should know that although there are 500 to 600 types of amino acids on Earth, life on Earth is composed of only 20 specific amino acids. Although the scientific community does not yet have a definitive answer, many believe this is related to the early evolutionary process of Earth. Even though Mars and Earth are very similar, their evolutionary processes must have been vastly different. This also led to a result. The amino acids that make up these proteins are not the amino acids we are familiar with. Lu Yongchang's expression changed slightly. This means that the biological knowledge currently possessed by humanity is basically of no use. Mao Jingji continued, for now, it seems we only have one method, which is to slowly decode the genetic information of the Martian fungus. However, this might take a significant amount of time. No way. Lu Yongchang directly shook his head and rejected the proposal. Decode genetic information? What a joke. The devil knows how much time it takes to start this thing from scratch. Maybe, there's another way. Guilt deepened in Lu Yongchang's eyes as he muttered to himself. Lu Yongchang remained silent for a moment and then spoke softly. Brother Mao, I need a large number of white mice. Hearing this sentence from Lu Yongchang, Mao Jingji couldn't help but freeze in place. A few seconds later, he realized the meaning behind Lu Yongchang's words. His expression changed drastically. He stepped forward, leaned close to Lu Yongchang, and lowered his voice, saying, "You're not planning to make the white mice produce antibodies against this protein themselves, are you?" Lu Yongchang did not speak, but through the protective visor, Mao Jingji saw the answer on his face. Damn it! A trace of fear flashed in Mao Jingji's eyes. Do you have any idea what kind of consequences this could cause? That's an extraterrestrial organism. We have absolutely no idea what kind of reaction it might trigger with Earth's organisms. Once the sample is leaked, do you know what will happen? Lu Yongchang's face showed a hint of bitterness. He nodded slightly. Of course, I certainly know what consequences this will cause. But this is currently the only method that can produce quick results. Mao Good, do you know how long it took to sequence the human genome? From the first discussion of the plan to its complete completion, it took nearly 40 years. In 1984, the sequencing plan was first proposed in the United States, and in 1990, the plan officially began. In April 2003, the Genome Sequencing Project announced its completion. However, this completion only referred to the sequencing of the genome's euchromatin regions, which account for approximately 92% of the entire genome. The remaining 8%, known as the heterochromatin regions, has stalled humanity for a full 19 years. Mao Jingji fell into silence. After a long time, he said hoarsely, but our current biotechnology has already. Lu Yongchang directly interrupted him. Not enough. This is an extraterrestrial organism. The difficulty of its genetic analysis is something neither of us can predict. I can't gamble on that possibility. If the research progress gets stuck for another 19 years, humanity is doomed. Moreover, I believe in the power of life. Even when facing unknown antigens, the immune system can still make some responses. This can be seen from those few mice injected with a lower concentration of the mixture. They did not quickly fall into a deep sleep. Mao Jingji's eyes revealed a hint of hesitation. After thinking for a long time, he suddenly let out a sigh and said in a voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz, "Let's do as you say." After saying this, Mao Jingji seemed to be completely drained of strength, staring blankly at the 15 faking death white mice in the breeding cage. I really don't know where doing this will lead humanity. He murmured to himself. With Zero's help, several remote large factory buildings were transformed. The production lines inside the factory have all been removed, leaving only robotic arms. The entire factory is filled with densely packed breeding cages. Inside the breeding cages, there are lively, jumping white mice. How many white mice do we have now? Lu Yongchang, dressed in protective gear, scanned the breeding cages in front of him and asked in a deep voice. About 500,000. Mao Jingji's voice came from the side. There are approximately another 10 million white mice in transit, which will be delivered over the next few days. Lu Yongchang frowned slightly. Not enough. 10 million is too few. That evening, at least 100 million are needed. Mao Jingji was silent for a moment, then nodded and said, I'll apply for the allocation. The next moment, Lu Yongchang turned his head toward the nearby camera and said, 0, continue modifying the factory. I need a space large enough to accommodate 100 million white mice. Zero's voice quickly responded, yes, Professor. Also, designate this area as a high-risk zone. If any white mice escape, kill them immediately. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in Lu Yongchang's eyes. If there are any suspicious individuals, notify the military at once, eliminate them on sight. Hundreds of millions of mice carrying alien life forms. If a leakage incident occurs, the consequences would be unimaginable. Although the mice only carry an unknown protease, who knows if any abnormal changes might occur? If it causes mutations in the original viruses and bacteria on Earth, humanity might not even survive until the moment of the helium flash. The United Nations has announced an emergency meeting. Counselor Li slowly walked into the spacious conference venue. After finding the seat for Xia country, he quietly sat down on the chair. The old man stared expressionlessly at the United Nations emblem directly ahead and slowly closed his eyes. After a long wait, the voice of the UN Secretary General rang out. Now, I declare the official start of this United Nations emergency meeting. At the moment these words were spoken, the old man suddenly opened his eyes, a sharp glint flashing through his slightly clouded gaze. The Secretary General's voice sounded again. This United Nations emergency meeting is convened to address the impending solar anomaly. In the face of this natural disaster, I hope all nations can set aside prejudice and disputes, unite together, and work to find a path of survival for 8 billion people. First, let's invite Mr. Albert, the President of the United States, to speak. Seeing Albert, with his golden hair, slowly begin to speak, a trace of barely perceptible disdain flashed in the old man's eyes before he closed them again. Everyone, the sun is about to undergo a mutation, and human civilization has only 15 years left. The United States has always been committed to seeking a way out for humanity. Such a massive crisis can never be resisted by a single country or even a single region. Therefore, here, I call on all leaders to establish the Earth-Human Alliance to jointly resist this natural disaster. Albert said passionately. After Albert finished speaking, the UN Secretary General spoke again. Then, let's hold a vote on this draft. The old man slowly opened his eyes and gently reached out to press the voting button beside him. Xia country, times. Su country, square root. United States, square root. Jili country, square root. Gaul country, square root. Looking at the voting results in front of him, Albert's mouth twitched sharply twice. As a permanent member of the council, Xia's opposition directly buried the draft proposal. Representatively, Albert, unable to contain himself, shouted into the microphone, to address this crisis, humanity has only one path, unity. Why? Representatively slightly raised his eyelids and said softly, the draft is too vague. What about the existing national political systems? Who will take the lead? How will resources be allocated? Albert's face stiffened, as if his sore spot had been hit. All of this can be discussed later. Ladies and gentlemen, I also have a proposal here. How about everyone listens to it? After the Secretary General nodded, a glint flashed in Congressman Li's eyes. He adjusted the microphone in front of him and spoke softly. Before the proposal, I want everyone to watch a video. After speaking, the old man turned his head and gave a signal to Hong Qiming, who was standing behind him. Hong Qiming understood immediately and quickly took a USB drive out of a nearby document bag. The Secretary General looked at the old man with a puzzled expression and reached out to take the USB drive handed over by Hong Qiming. Not only was the Secretary General puzzled, but everyone present, except for those from Xia and Su countries, was also completely confused. Seeing the USB drive inserted into the computer and the projector starting to work, Congressman Li's expression grew increasingly serious. The video began to play. An aircraft with forward-swept wings and a gray-white color scheme appeared before everyone's eyes. A line of subtitles appears at the bottom of the video. Xiannu X. The camera zooms out, and 20 Xiannu X aircraft take off vertically from the ground in unison. In the next moment, the noses of the 20 aircraft simultaneously tilt upward, drawing a graceful arc as they leap into the sky. Almost everyone's gaze shifted to the old man. Facing the crowd's gaze, the old man took a deep breath and slowly set down the teacup in his hand. Breaking news! Currently, the latest results of the United Nations meeting have been announced. To address this solar crisis, the world has united for the first time, establishing the Earth-Human Community of Shared Destiny, abbreviated as EHCSD. A few days later, the voice of the news anchor echoed throughout Xia Nation. After a brief silence, Xia Nation erupted in excitement. What the heck? What the heck? What the heck? What's going on? What exactly happened a few days ago? What's going on? We're a community of shared destiny now? Community of shared destiny for Earth's humanity? Why does it feel like something monumental happened at the UN General Assembly? Blind guess, they flipped the table. Exactly, and at the scene, I was that table. The laughter and joy within the borders of the Xia Kingdom were in stark contrast to the evident displeasure in other countries. But things had progressed to this point, and it was now beyond redemption. Lu Yongchang raised a hand to his forehead, sitting in the chair with a deeply furrowed brow. Zero, how is the lab rat doing? As soon as the words fell, the computer screen in front of him lit up. Professor, a total of 100 million white mice have undergone the experiment. But the situation is far from ideal. So far, more than 5 million white mice have died. Lu Yongchang's face darkened. In the past few days, through his and Mao Xingji's late-night research, they successfully extracted a relatively pure special biological enzyme from the interior of Martian fungi. Meanwhile, the biological sub-laboratory has also begun experiments to replicate this special biological enzyme. They specifically adjusted the concentration of the injection solution to an extremely low level. On one hand, this was to provide the immune system of the mice with a buffer period. On the other hand, the samples brought back by Xian Nu No. 2 seemed plentiful at the time, but when faced with 100 million white mice, these samples are far from enough. Taking such measures is also to save materials. After all, picking up goods from Mars takes quite a bit of time. The ideal is beautiful, but reality is cruel. This operation, while solving two major problems, also caused a very serious issue. Due to the low concentration, these mice did not enter the original suspended animation state but instead entered a state similar to hibernation in Earth organisms. And it is an irreversible hibernation. The mice have an extremely high metabolic rate, and even though the energy consumption rate in their bodies has significantly decreased, they still won't last for more than a few days. Originally, in Lu Yongchang's plan, the nutrient solution could be used to sustain the lives of these white mice. It's just that, when the numbers increased, even Zero couldn't take care of the condition of all the white mice. And such a situation showed no signs of improvement. It would only worsen as time went on. According to Zero's estimation, 90% of these 100 million white mice will die within 3 days, and by the 5th day, they will basically all be dead. Lu Yongchang let out a deep sigh. 3:58 a.m. the next day. Lu Yongchang, draped in a coat, had fallen asleep slumped over his desk. Even in his sleep, he still frowned tightly. The reason was simple: in just one day, the number of dead white mice skyrocketed from 5 million to 20 million. It could be said that in just these few short days, his hands were stained with the lives of a full 20 million white mice. Professor! A sudden slightly mechanical electronic synthesized voice echoed in the quiet office. Professor, a little white mouse has woken up. The next second, Lu Yongchang abruptly opened his eyes. He reached out his hand, vigorously rubbed his somewhat stiff face, and asked in a deep voice, Zero, are you sure it has woken up? As the electronic synthesized sound faded, the computer screen in front of Lu Yongchang quietly lit up. This is the footage of breeding cage FN1A2 in Factory B. On the computer screen, a little white mouse was burying its head in the food bowl in front of it, eating voraciously. Clearly, the past few days of hibernation had left it starving. Watching this scene, Lu Yongchang suddenly stood up, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Zero, wake Mao Xingji up and have him head to this area immediately. While speaking, Lu Yongchang put on his coat, opened the office door, and walked out. B Factory Building, FN1 area. Lu Yongchang, dressed in protective gear, ran breathlessly to the area Zero had mentioned. Just as he was about to look for the so-called A2 breeding cage, a rush of footsteps sounded behind him. Yongchang! Mao Xingji's voice came through. Because of the protective suit acting as a barrier, his voice sounded particularly muffled. I heard from Ling that a little white mouse woke up? Lu Yongchang nodded slightly but did not turn around, continuing to search through the pile of breeding cages on his own. Quick, Zero said it's the A2 breeding cage, help me find it. Mao Xingji nodded slightly and quickly bent down to start searching. Mao Xingji took a small iron breeding cage from the rack in front of him. Inside the breeding cage, a little white mouse was energetically clawing at the cage. Incredible! Looking at the energetic little white mouse, Lu Yongchang took a deep breath, his eyes full of amazement. From this little white mouse, he once again felt the miracle of life. Lu Yongchang's hands trembled slightly as he took the breeding cage from Mao Xingji's hands, lifting it in front of him and gazing deeply at it. The little white mouse also stopped clawing at the cage and met Lu Yongchang's gaze. God bless the Xia Kingdom, no, God bless the Human Federation. Lu Yongchang realized his slip of the tongue and quickly corrected himself with a smile. Once the experiment is over, I'm going to keep it in my office. From now on, it will be called Aurora. Mao Xingji's eyes flickered slightly, the goddess of dawn in Latin? Lu Yongchang nodded firmly, the smile in his eyes growing even brighter. Exactly. It has shown me the dawn of humanity achieving long-distance interstellar travel. As he spoke, Lu Yongchang raised his head and once again gazed at the deep night sky. It probably wouldn't be long before he could enter space again. The scene of the last time riding the Xian Nu One to the sky is still vivid in his memory, that incredibly magnificent picture constantly flickering in his dreams. So, Yongchang, what should we do now? Mao Xingji raised an eyebrow, interrupting Lu Yongchang's musings. Lu Yongchang, whose thoughts were interrupted, slightly pursed his lips and once again turned his gaze to the breeding cage in his hand. Prepare for a blood test. Today, I must figure out the reason why it woke up. Mao Xingji. Ahem, Yongchang, you better take it easy. I've already told you in advance, we've transferred all the lab mice here. For the time being, unless a miracle happens, this is our only experimental subject. Aurora the little white mouse cowered in the corner of the breeding cage, her tiny black eyes filled with fear. Squeak squeak squeak. Do you know what I've been through these past few hours? How is it? Are the results out yet? Lu Yongchang's voice came from afar. Hearing this voice, Aurora shrank her small body once again. There's a partial result. Mao Xingji's voice was full of excitement. It's more or less as we suspected. Aurora's body has developed an unknown antibody. This antibody is what completely dealt with those proteases. Lu Yongchang snapped his fingers lightly, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Good. Have the antibodies been isolated? Seeing Mao Xingji nod, the excitement in Lu Yongchang's eyes grew even stronger. Hurry, go test the effects of these antibodies. Speaking, Lu Yongchang gestured with his mouth toward the 15 experimental mice lying on their backs in the distant breeding cage. Mao Xingji carefully injected a small amount of the liquid from the syringe into the mouse in front of him. Due to the current scarcity of antibodies, they had to use them sparingly. As for the millions of mice outside, they could only leave it to fate. Thinking of this, the light in Mao Xingji's eyes dimmed slightly. As a biologist, although he knew the ultimate fate of these lab mice was to die in the laboratory, the thought of personally killing nearly 100 million mice filled his heart with deep guilt. Pa! Lu Yongchang gently patted Mao Xingji's shoulder. As the one who made the decision, he understood Mao Xingji's mental state better than anyone else. He sighed slightly. You don't need to feel guilty. After all, it was my order. If there really is such a thing as fate, this debt should be repaid by me. Mao Xingji shook his head gloomily but said nothing. Don't worry. After the experiment is over, I will apply to the speaker to erect a monument for these lab mice, Lu Yongchang said solemnly. Human civilization must never forget them. Hearing this, Mao Xingji's expression of guilt diminished slightly. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something more, but his attention was drawn to the scene before him. 1 meter. Yongchang! Mao Xingji exclaimed loudly, look! It's awake! Mouse number 1 has woken up. 2 meters. Lu Yongchang quickly looked toward the feeding cage in front of him. Sure enough, the paw of the little white mouse labeled number 1 twitched slightly, and its pair of black little eyes had already opened. Within just a few seconds, the number 1 white mouse had turned over and was sniffing around the breeding cage with its nose. A faint smile appeared on Lu Yongchang's face. Not bad, it seems this antibody can indeed resolve the peculiar protease inside the Martian fungus. While waiting for the other 14 white mice to wake up, Lu Yongchang sat down on a chair and slowly closed his eyes. Driven by his thoughts, he once again entered the tech tree system space. White light dots quickly spread, illuminating a previously dim cursor. Hibernation technology, preliminary mastery. Subsequently, a light dot extended out from this cursor. Seeing this scene, Lu Yongchang was slightly stunned. There's more? After hibernation technology, is there another technology? The light spots gradually dimmed, and a cursor with only about 10% brightness appeared before his eyes. Overweight state balancing technology, deep sea mode. Lu Yongchang instinctively focused his attention on the cursor. A wave of dizziness swept over him. That familiar sensation made Lu Yongchan's heart panic. Goodness, is he going to faint again? It can't be, right? Perhaps due to the system continuously enhancing his brain and body, the dizziness lasted only a few seconds before gradually fading away. As the dizziness subsided, a trace of clarity slowly emerged in the depths of his mind. So it was this technology. Starting from Xian Nu-1, the speed of spaceplanes, or rather starships, has been getting faster and faster, while their acceleration capabilities have also been increasing. Professionally trained astronauts and pilots, with the help of G-suits, can endure a maximum G-force of about 12 G. Oops. However, the G-force that ordinary people can withstand is only around 3 to 4. This is somewhat too small for interstellar travel. Even if future starships could truly reach the so-called 1% or 10% of the speed of light, the acceleration time required would be unimaginable. Moreover, enduring high G-forces for extended periods is extremely unfriendly to the human body. A few minutes might be manageable, but once the duration extends to several days, months, or even years, I believe no one could withstand it. What's wrong? Therefore, humans need a technology to balance internal and external pressure under overweight conditions. That is, the deep-sea mode provided by the system. The so-called deep-sea mode is somewhat similar to breathing underwater. This technology has actually been studied for a long time. Perfluorocarbons, PFCs, liquid. It possesses an extremely strong oxygen-dissolving capability. Therefore, some have attempted to use this liquid to replace air for underwater breathing. But reality is harsh. Compared to air, perfluorocarbon liquid has an extremely high density. A normal person's lung capacity cannot possibly breathe it normally. Even if someone with a large lung capacity could breathe it, without being able to expel all the liquid from the body, humans would quickly die from pneumonia and a series of complications. After organizing a series of knowledge points in his mind, Lu Yongchang let out a slight sigh and slowly opened his eyes. Lu Yongchang had just opened his eyes when he heard Mao Xingji's voice nearby. "How are the lab mice?" Lu Yongchang instinctively asked. Mao Xingji smiled and pointed at the nearby breeding cage. "Look, they've all woken up, they're healthy, and so far, no aftereffects have been found." Lu Yongchang instinctively turned his head to look. When he saw 15 little white mice jumping around energetically, he let out a deep sigh of relief. Next, it's just some routine operations. Artificially synthesizing this protease, mass-producing antibodies. Mao Xingji said with a relaxed expression. "Oh, by the way, this protease and antibody haven't been named yet. Do you want to give them a name? Let's call them hibernin and anti-hibernin." Lu Yongchang frowned slightly and said with a bit of a headache. As someone terrible at naming, he really couldn't think of any good names. What's going on? Mao Xingji naturally looked at Lu Yongchang speechlessly, muttering to himself, "I should have known better than to let you name it. What kind of lousy name is this?" Lu Yongchan's mouth twitched, and he changed the subject. "The technology isn't mature enough yet, so let's experiment on chimpanzees first. Remember, make sure everything is absolutely safe before applying it to humans. Additionally, there's another research task for you." Seeing Mao Xingji's slightly disdainful look, Lu Yongchan's eyes shifted, and he said in a deep voice, "Deep-sea mode, have you heard of it? The familiar office." "Chairman, I request to initiate the space elevator project." Lu Yongchang stood in front of the desk and said in a deep voice. Hearing this, the old man's expression became somewhat dazed. He slowly put down the teacup in his hand. "A space elevator? If I understand correctly, you're talking about the kind of elevator from science fiction movies that can go directly to outer space?" Even though he had already become the chairman of the Human Federation Council, the old man couldn't help but exclaim, "This thing, do we have this technology?" Lu Yongchang shrugged and quickly shook his head. "Of course not." Seeing the increasingly peculiar expression on the old man's face, Lu Yongchang hurriedly added, "Oh right, I mean for now." Upon hearing this, the old man's expression not only failed to ease but became even more peculiar. "You mean, you already have some ideas?" The next moment, his pupils suddenly contracted. Lu Yongchang hurriedly nodded and made a hand gesture. "After studying it for a while, I have some clues." "Counselor Li." He raised his wrinkled right hand, gently held his forehead, and then let out a deep sigh. The same explanation again. If he believes that again, then there must be something wrong. "No. Since you put it that way, go ahead with the project." Counselor Li said irritably. "What? Do you expect me to approve funding for you now?" Lu Yongchang let out an awkward laugh, a trace of embarrassment flashing in his eyes. "Counselor, I'm not here to ask you for funding." Senator Li raised his eyebrows slightly, picked up the teacup, and took a sip. "Then what do you want?" "The top scientific research talents in the Asian division are basically already concentrated in your laboratory." "Hiss. As for the American and European divisions, things are a bit tricky over there. It might take some time before they can come. WTF? Lu Yongchan's smile became increasingly awkward and stiff. Counselor, I'm here to ask you for a piece of land. Land? Counselor Lee breathed a slight sigh of relief. Isn't it just a piece of land? Why come to me for such a trivial matter? How much do you need, and what are you planning to build? Just have someone file an application, and that's it. Seriously, is there still anyone who would hold you up? As he spoke, the old man drank his tea and shook his head helplessly. Lu Yongchang, the land I need might be quite large, as it's for building the foundation of a space elevator. At least the size of a normal city, and it needs to be near the equator. Poof. Cough, cough, cough. The old man coughed forcefully. Lu Yongchan's expression grew increasingly awkward, and he tried to explain, I plan to build a spaceport based on this space elevator. By then, the Luan Bird No. 1 aerospace carrier can be manufactured within the spaceport, which will save a lot of trouble. So, this space elevator might be a bit larger. Counselor Lee furrowed his brows slightly. How about Africa? The population is slightly smaller, and it's also near the equator. Human Union's latest news. The first space elevator project has been approved, with the construction site located on the African continent. Project codename, Babel Tower. The original news channel on television had already taken on a new appearance. Zhao Zijie stared at the television in front of him, a hint of daze in his eyes. These past 2 weeks felt like living in a dream. The community of a shared future for mankind, this term sounds like something out of a novel. And the television in front of them no longer broadcasts some trivial matters of Xia country. Instead, it shows the progress of various massive engineering projects. For example, the space elevator project just now. He instinctively opened the Weibo app on his phone. In just a few days, Weibo had also undergone a major version upgrade. Due to the establishment of the Human Alliance, Xia Nation had now become the so-called center of the world. All kinds of researchers and elite professionals were continuously heading to Xia Nation. Weibo naturally replaced Twitter as the #1 melon-eating tool for the United League. Although real-time translation exists, Chinese has still become the must-learn language of the moment. Space Elevator Project begins implementation. Looking at the familiar black and red text, Zhao Zijie instinctively clicked on it. Goodness, I can't help but exclaim goodness. A space elevator? Since when did our Xia Nation have such technology? Hey upstairs, watch it, you should call it the United Nations, side-eye smile. Africa is going to build a space elevator. Do you think the housing prices over there will skyrocket immediately? Big brother, the Earth will be gone in 14 years. What are you planning to do with this house? Looking at the post on Weibo, Zhao Zijie chuckled softly and then turned off his phone, his gaze falling on a book on the table in front of him. Spaceplanes and Starship Piloting, from Beginner to Expert. Books like this started appearing in bookstores a few days ago. Originally, Zhao Zijie didn't believe it. But when he saw Lu Yongchang's portrait printed on it, he decisively bought a copy. Although he also knew that this thing could never have been written by Professor Lu, the fact that it bore Professor Lu's portrait precisely indicated one thing. This book was published by the Human Federation. The reason is obvious without even thinking. It's probably to train a large number of drivers. Considering that he would have to say goodbye to Earth in 14 years, Zhao Zijie made up his mind. He must learn Starship piloting skills. At least, there will be no need to watch people's expressions when fleeing in the future. The Tower of Babel project has caused quite a stir within the Human Federation. Although the construction sequence of the space elevator is from top to bottom, the team building the foundation has already gone ahead to the designated location. To save time, various construction materials are being sourced locally. Although the Human Alliance has only been established for a mere 2 weeks, under everyone's joint efforts and strong military pressure, the barriers between nations quickly dissolved. Just as the engineering team was about to set off, good news came from the Human Alliance's first laboratory, formerly the first laboratory of Xia Nation's computer sub-laboratory. The second-generation quantum computer has already been successfully developed? Lu Yongchang abruptly stood up from his chair, his eyes blazing as he looked at Mo Ziyang in front of him. How effective is it? What's the computational power? Found it. Because of his excitement, he asked a series of questions all at once. Because of the existence of Zero, computer technology has become a top priority in human union development. It can be said that the limit of computing power is the limit of the productivity of the human union. As long as the computing power is large enough, Zero can completely control trillions of robots simultaneously to carry out construction and production tasks. Seeing Lu Yongchang's excited expression, Mo Ziyang chuckled softly and gestured a number with his hand. 50,000 cubits? A trace of disappointment flashed in Lu Yongchang's eyes. Only a 5-fold increase? But it's still a good thing. Keep it up. Mo Ziyang looked at Lu Yongchang's disappointed face with a peculiar expression. Ahem. I meant 500,000 cubits. The moment the words fell, Lu Yongchang's body suddenly froze. His eyes widened slightly as he looked at Mo Ziyang in disbelief. 500,000? Are you sure it's 500,000 cubits? Seeing Mo Ziyang nod, Lu Yongchang's breathing immediately became rapid. He turned around excitedly, pacing back and forth in the office, muttering to himself. 50 times. It actually increased by 50 times the quantum bits. Suddenly, Lu Yongchang stopped in his tracks and abruptly turned around. Has Zero been tested? After all, this quantum computer was made for Zero. The most important thing is, of course, Zero's living experience. Professor, the second-generation quantum computer is quite impressive. Zero's electronic synthesized voice sounded at just the right moment. A faint smile appeared on Lu Yongchang's lips. He nodded slightly and turned to Mo Ziyang to speak. In that case, get ready to move Zero to a new home. Inside the Quantum Supercomputing Center. The second-generation quantum computer has been completed. Compared to the first generation, the second-generation quantum computer occupies a larger space. As a result, the original Quantum Supercomputing Center had to undergo renovations. Lu Yongchang stood in front of the main console and turned his head to look to the left. Behind the glass curtain wall was the first-generation quantum computer. Looking at the constantly flickering indicator lights on the quantum computer, Lu Yongchang said in a deep voice, Zero, get ready to start. Zero's tone was calm and steady, disconnecting all control signals. To ensure no accidents occurred during the relocation process, Zero disconnected all control signals to the factory's robots and mechanical arms. Various computational tasks in the laboratory have also been archived and paused. Control signal successfully cut off. Transferring the main program. 1%. The progress bar begins to load. Watching the progress bar slowly advance on the big screen, Lu Yongchang's eyes flashed with excitement. 500,000 qubits. You must know, increasing qubits by 50 times means the computational power grows far more than just 50 times. He even struggled to figure out where this computing power should be applied. Just like an ordinary person who won the jackpot in a lottery, he suddenly had no idea what to buy. The wait wasn't long. After about 10 minutes, various indicator lights on the second-generation quantum computer lit up one after another. Zero's voice followed shortly after. Beep. Main program transfer completed. Pressure balancing. Algorithm optimization in progress. Pressure balanced. Just like the first time Zero was activated, the first thing Zero did after entering a new environment was to transform the environment where it resided. Optimization completed. Lu Yongchang's expression brightened, and he cheerfully looked at the camera beside him and said, How is it? Beep. What's the situation? Zero did not respond immediately. However, the CPU usage on the main console kept soaring. Obviously, it is testing its own limits. Professor, I feel great. Lu Yongchang's eyebrows suddenly shot up. Afterward, he let out a deep breath, calming his turbulent emotions. Zero, can you take charge of the space elevator construction project? When he asked this question, Lu Yongchang couldn't help but hold his breath. Human efficiency was too slow. Even Xia, known as the infrastructure fanatic, seemed somewhat powerless when faced with such a monumental project spanning heaven and earth. CPU usage rate increased again. This time, Zero remained silent for a slightly longer period. About 5 minutes later, the electronic synthesized voice sounded again. Understood, Professor. The current performance of robotic arms and robots is sufficient to complete the vast majority of space elevator construction tasks. Hearing the response, Lu Yongchang's spirits were instantly lifted. Approximately how much time will it take? Perhaps because all the issues had already been calculated earlier, Zero's response this time was extremely quick. If all computing power is invested in it, about 90% of the construction tasks can be completed within a year. Of course, this is based on the premise of breakthroughs in cable technology. Lu Yongchang's expression stiffened. Alright, he had to admit that he still hadn't completed the most critical technical preparations for the space elevator. The material for making the cable rope has not been resolved yet. Ahem. Lu Yongchang coughed awkwardly a few times and changed the subject. What if we ensure the laboratory and other manufacturing tasks? Clearly, Zero did not understand Lu Yongchang's earlier awkwardness and simply said to himself, it will probably take 3 to 5 years. Lu Yongchang was suddenly stunned. So long? And why is the time span so large? 3 to 5 years. This estimated time span reaches a full 2 years. The computational tasks in the lab have increased dozens of times over the past year. If the current growth rate continues and performance remains unchanged, it would take me about 3 years to complete the space elevator construction task. However, based on my observations and calculations, the growth rate of the lab's computational tasks is continuously increasing. Adding the manufacturing tasks for the Xuannu series aerospace planes and other production tasks, 5 years is already a conservative estimate. Zero spoke unhurriedly. Lu Yongchang's expression instantly turned a few shades darker. Just a few minutes ago, he was still agonizing over how to allocate this exponentially growing computing power. A few minutes later, he felt that this mere 500,000 qubits of computing power was far from enough. Thinking of this, Lu Yongchang clicked his tongue lightly, then suddenly turned his head sharply to look at Mo Ziyang beside him. 500,000 qubits are still not enough. Is there any progress on the third-generation quantum computer? Mo Ziyang? Although he was full of complaints in his heart, he still silently nodded. The laboratory is already conducting related research. If there aren't any major issues, we might be able to see it next year. Lu Yongchang nodded in satisfaction and once again turned his gaze to the large screen in front of him. 20 minutes later. After a moment of silence, he let out a soft sigh. Beep. Mo Ziyang's eyes moved slightly as he curiously asked, "What a pity about what?" Lu Yongchang took a deep breath and then let it out forcefully with a sigh. Communication issues. You mean, superluminal communication technology? After all, being someone who works on quantum computer technology, Mo Ziyang immediately grasped the key point in Lu Yongchang's words. Are you planning to achieve superluminal communication through quantum technology? This thing is really hard to handle. Mo Ziyang's tone was full of sighs. Lu Yongchang silently nodded. After a period of study, he had also fully realized why quantum communication technology was the ceiling of a level 1 civilization. Humans have conducted extensive research on quantum communication technology. It has even been commercialized. However, these quantum communication technologies do not communicate through quantum entanglement's non-local effects but instead rely on quantum entanglement distribution and teleportation, utilizing the principles of quantum uncertainty and wave function collapse. The resulting effect naturally makes information transmission faster and more secure. In other words, the current quantum communication technology is not the quantum communication technology in the system. Thinking of this, Lu Yongchang sighed again. Even if it's difficult, we have to do it. Wanting to step into interstellar civilization without superluminal communication is practically like being blind. Mo Ziyang nodded deeply in agreement, just like the Moon Palace project. If I remember correctly, the current progress of the Moon Palace project is only about 1%, right? Lu Yongchang nodded with a bitter expression. Currently, the materials for the Moon Palace project are all transported by the mass-produced Xiannu 1 and Xiannu 2. Even compared to before, transportation efficiency has been greatly improved. However, with the current transportation efficiency, completely turning the moon into a backup energy reservoir for humanity is still beyond reach. Aside from the issue of transportation efficiency, the biggest problem remains construction efficiency. The moon's environment makes it impossible to dispatch a large workforce for infrastructure development. On one hand, there is the issue of supplies. The consumption of oxygen and food by a large number of workers is a major problem. On the other hand, workers without professional training cannot adapt to Earth's 1/6 gravity. Therefore, the current progress of the Moon Palace project relies entirely on dozens of astronauts and some automated programs. Speaking of which, Mo Ziyang's eyes were full of doubt. Why not build a quantum computer on the moon and let artificial intelligence take over? Faced with Mo Ziyang's question, Lu Yongchang rolled his eyes in annoyance and pointed to a black data transmission line spanning the control room. Do you see it? Although Zero can send itself to any quantum computer via the network or electromagnetic waves, given the current efficiency and stability of information transmission between Earth and the moon, not to mention the time it would take if Zero's core data were lost. Mo Ziyang raised his hand to interrupt Lu Yongchang's words. Stop. I know all the reasons you mentioned. What I mean is, why not create another artificial intelligence? Lu Yongchang sighed and shook his head. I've thought about this method a long time ago. Although it doesn't sound good to say this, Zero's success is 99% due to chance. To be honest, I still don't understand the messy code of the Zero core database. Lu Yongchang sighed again and recounted his recent experience. When Zero first appeared, in order to explore how that string of code operated, he reran it on the first-generation quantum computer. Unfortunately, it failed. There was no second Zero appearing. At first, he thought it was because there was a zero in the quantum computer. For this reason, he specifically found a newly manufactured quantum computer. On that quantum computer, Lu Yongchang used the code from the time the zero was created. Still no effect. After all the fuss, not only did he fail to figure out the principle, but he also deeply realized the gap between himself and true artificial intelligence technology. Of course, Lu Yongchang concealed the existence of the system and special code during his narration. Mo Zayan nodded thoughtfully. After a moment of silence, he said softly, "What if we let Zero create artificial intelligence? My point is, we don't need a second artificial intelligence like Zero. In fact, it doesn't even need consciousness. We just need a weak artificial intelligence capable of executing the Moon Palace project." Lu Yongchang's expression froze. The next moment, he slapped his thigh hard. A resounding and classic curse echoed continuously in the control room. "You brat, you really are a damn genius. How did I not think of that at the time?" Lu Yongchang's face turned red as he muttered to himself, "That's right. We don't need a second strong artificial intelligence." Mo Zayan's eyes flickered slightly. "Isn't Zero a super artificial intelligence?" At this moment, Lu Yongchang, too excited, inadvertently let something slip. "No. The core code restricts it from developing emotions. It can only infinitely approach what is called super artificial intelligence." "Mo Zayan, didn't you just say you didn't understand Zero's core code?" Lu Yongchang's voice suddenly paused. The atmosphere in the control room became tense. "Ahem." Lu Yongchang chuckled awkwardly. "I understand a little, just a little. Thanks to Zero's help, I managed to grasp a bit." Mo Zayan. "A little? More like a billion. None of this is the main point." Seeing the deep suspicion in Mo Zayan's eyes, Lu Yongchang waved his hand decisively and changed the subject. "Zero, did you hear the conversation just now? Weak AI, can you create it?" An electronically synthesized voice sounded, "Professor, the task is complete." Mo Zayan? What the heck? Even Lu Yongchang was startled by Zero's efficiency. "Zero, are you serious? Did you understand the conversation we just had? I want a weak AI capable of independently completing the Moon Palace project. What should we do now?" A few minutes later.